The moment he opened his eyes, Liu Yongwang realized he had traveled through time, and moreover, he was about to die. If you can't think of a solution, I'll have you all beheaded. An angry voice reverberated through the silent room, deafening. This was a room filled with oppressive grandeur. In the center of the room, a robust man in bright yellow ancient attire stood with bloodshot eyes and disheveled clothes, angrily scanning the people present. Around him, a dozen or so ancient-clothed men knelt trembling. Some had beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads, others shook like sieves, the air taut enough to solidify. With a single glance, Liu Yongwang was sure this was not acting. Such tension could never be faked. The furnishings in the room were extravagantly luxurious, certainly not stage props. Chairs and tables were made of golden Nanmu wood. Even the bonsai on the console table was a fine porcelain piece, with exquisite painting, not a modern craft. All this reminded Liu Yongwang that he had traveled through time. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? The classic three questions flooded his mind, but no answers came. Because there was no system notification in his mind, nor memories from the previous owner. The golden finger of the time traveler had not appeared. He quickly closed his eyes. Judging by the situation, his position was very unfavorable. The previous owner might have been scared to death by this atmosphere, making way for him. Your Majesty, the best course now is to sacrifice the child to save the mother, a gray-haired man knelt and said. Otherwise both will be lost. Quack doctors. I have kept you for years, and this is how you repay me. The robust man's eyes were wide, bloodshot, visible. Consort Liu is my beloved. I will not allow her to die here. Another old man knocked his head on the ground. Your Majesty, if you wish to save Consort Liu, we must sacrifice the fetus. There is only a 20% chance of saving Consort Liu. The robust man grew even more furious. I am nearly 30 with no children, and you want to murder my child. Guards, drag both quacks out and behead them. Yes. 2 guards rushed in and dragged the 2 kowtowing old men out. The others trembled, even more, some collapsing to the ground, unable to kneel steadily. The robust man glared at the remaining people in the room, his voice trembling. They'll give you half an incense stick more. If you haven't come up with a plan by then, you will all die. Footsteps faded away. After a moment of silence, the people in the room began to murmur. Director-in-Chief has been beheaded. What do we do? They still dared not stand, only knelt and discussed. The fetus is too large and Consort Liu is petite. She has been in labor for 10 hours. If we delay further, both will die. Director, please think of something. A fat old man in the middle wiped the sweat from his forehead. What can I do? If we sacrifice the child to save the mother, it's not too difficult. If we sacrifice the mother to save the child, we can manage. But now saving both is impossible. Alas, the Emperor and Consort Liu shared deep affection. If it were another consort, they would have sacrificed the child long ago. Stop gossiping. You are all senior Imperial physicians. What do you suggest now? Listening to their discussion, Liu Yongwang finally understood his situation. He was apparently an Imperial physician confronting the Emperor's consort's difficult labor. The fetus was too large and birth was impossible. The Emperor, in a rage, had beheaded the chief. The chief was the head of the Imperial Medical Academy. The director was the second in command. With the chief dead, all responsibility fell on the director. This room was probably a chamber within the Imperial harem. Judging by the furnishings of fine porcelain and light, elegant vessels, it should be from the Ming Dynasty. The people's attire was also of Ming style. The Emperor, nearing 30 with no heir, based on Liu Yongwang's meager historical knowledge, he guessed the Emperor was Zhu Hozhao. For certain reasons, he knew something of Zhu Hao's background. Zhu Hozhao died accidentally at 31 with no heir, so Grand Secretary Yang Tingyi and the Empress Dowager selected his cousin Zhu Hozong as Emperor. That was the Jiajing Emperor, who did not hold court for 30 years. Now understanding the situation, he began to think of countermeasures. The present danger was critical. If no plan emerged, everyone in this room would be beheaded, including the body he had traveled into. Physician Liu is specializing in gynecology. Wake him up and have him think of something. The fat old man turned his gaze to Liu Yongwang. Liu Yongwang quickly closed his eyes, continuing to feign faint. That useless man fainted from fear. His medical skills are poor. We can't rely on him. Someone said resentfully. Then what do we do? Time is short. Let's push him forward. He is in charge of gynecology. The Emperor's wrath will fall on him, not us, another said. Exactly. He is responsible. The fat old man looked at Liu Yongwang with a sinister gaze and slowly nodded. It is only fitting. But he is unconscious now. What do we do? I have a way. I'll use acupuncture directly on his temple. Even if he is dead, I can make him have a final burst of energy, the fat old man said viciously. Liu Yongwang's heart jolted. They were putting him on the fire. If he continued to feign death, he might actually die. But if he stopped feigning, death also awaited. This Consort Liu was clearly having a difficult labor. In modern times, it would be a minor problem. But in ancient times, the best solution was to sacrifice the child to save the mother. Cut open the mother and take out the baby. But with ancient medical conditions, the mother would certainly die. The baby would likely survive. However, Consort Liu was the Emperor's most beloved concubine. Their feelings ran deep. Anyone who proposed that would be resented by the Emperor's certain death. Sacrificing the baby to save the mother meant killing the Emperor's only heir, which would also lead to death on a later reckoning. He quickly opened his eyes about to say something when hurried footsteps came from outside the room. He closed his eyes again. Soon the emperor appeared again. Tell me what should be done now. The room full of people trembled, none daring to speak. No one speaks then. Drag them all out and behead them. The emperor roared in anger. Your Majesty, have mercy. The roomful fell to their knees, wailing in unison. The fat old man knocked his head on the ground. Your Majesty, the physician in charge of gynecology has always been Physician Liu. Only he can save Consort Liu and her child. The emperor's gaze finally landed on Liu Yongwang, who was still lying down, but he has fainted. I have a way to wake him, the fat old man said. Then wake him, the emperor said through gritted teeth. Yes. The fat old man took out a long, thick silver needle. Its tip emitted a faint, eerie glint under the lamplight. He raised the needle, aiming for Liu Yongwang's temple. Liu Yongwang jolted and quickly opened his eyes. Feigning death any longer would mean real death. He scrambled to his feet, stood straight, and clasped his fists. Your Majesty, calm down. Let me first see the consort's condition. I might have a solution. The emperor stared at Liu Yongwang with the imposing air of a ruler. But Liu Yongwang was unimpressed. Such so-called majesty was insubstantial, unable to intimidate him. He had seen those so-called superiors before when in power they could summon storms and command with overwhelming presence that made one afraid to breathe. But once they fell, that aura vanished. They became no different from ordinary old men. This ruler's majesty meant nothing to Liu Yongwang. Seemingly impressed by Liu's demeanor, the emperor's tone softened. Weren't you already examined? I have some new ideas, but I need to confirm. There was no turning back now. He would have to take it step by step. The emperor waved his hand. Take him. Led by a palace maid, Liu Yongwang entered an exquisitely decorated. The room was fraught with tension. Maids scurried in and out in panic. Several midwives wrung their hands, Entering the inner chamber, the entire bed was shrouded in gauze curtains, obscuring everything. Only one hand extended from the bedhead. This was the Ming custom. A physician could only see one hand of a consort. The arm was covered with a silk handkerchief. The physician could only take the pulse through the cloth. This was the so-called thread diagnosis. Damn, how can I deliver a baby without seeing the mother? Liu cursed inwardly. Just then a mechanical sound echoed in his mind. Ding. The Barefoot Doctor System mission issued. Accept the mission to deliver Consort Liu's baby, to activate the system and receive a Barefoot Doctor's manual. Do you accept? A stone lifted from Liu Yongwang's heart. The system had finally arrived. However, his heart tightened again. Would a reward like the Barefoot Doctor's handbook be useful? This medical primer had been obsolete for 800 years. But since things were already this way, he had to steel himself. Accept. Ding. The Divine Doctor System activated. Rewarding the Barefoot Doctor's handbook, please wait. Ding. Reward delivered. Boom. Liu Yongwang felt his head spinning. Countless pieces of information seemed to surge into his mind. In just a few seconds, he felt strange knowledge filling his brain: postpartum care for sow's rooster, blood therapy, chilly water disinfection, and so on. Scattered among these were fragments of memories from the boat's previous owner. It was only when the content about modern midwifery appeared that Liu Yongwang felt some confidence. Liu Yongwang knew a little about the Barefoot Doctor's handbook, a special product of a unique era. Though inferior to modern medicine, it was far more advanced than the backwardness of ancient times, especially in the field of obstetrics. Even without practical experience with only the Barefoot Doctor's handbook, Liu Yongwang's delivery skills surpassed those of the midwives and even the Imperial physicians. The midwives might have delivered dozens or even hundreds of children, but their knowledge was narrow. They had few solutions for dystocia. Many of their methods were unscientific. The Barefoot Doctor's handbook, however, was a product of modern science, distilled from tens of thousands, even millions of cases. When encountering people from other factions, do not engage directly. I'll retreat first. If Xin Luo is present, you can trust her, but don't trust her completely. If anything is If there was anyone who could save Lady Liu and her child, it was Liu Yongwang. Even though he had never delivered a baby before. After realizing this, Liu Yongwang felt capable. Ding. System task issued: successfully deliver Lady Liu's child, ensuring the safety of both mother and baby. Reward system mall unlocked, and 100 points. Liu Yongwang's heart stirred again. A system task and a point mall. The items in the mall must be extremely precious. Completing the task would make him thrive in this dynasty. He glanced at his exposed wrist and shook his head. There was no need to take a pulse. He knew nothing about it. The Barefoot Doctor's handbook had no instructions on pulse diagnosis. Ahem, how do you feel now? Liu Yongwang asked casually. A maid hurried behind the curtain, whispered a few words, then came out. Her ladyship says the pain is severe and the baby cannot come out. It was a peaceful era with no wars, so the city guards were lazy. With the heat, there was almost no inspection, and Liu Yongwang's carriage entered the county with ease. The midwives should know the patient's condition better. After questioning them, Liu Yongwang understood. Lady Liu was suffering. The fetus was too large with an abnormal position, and Lady Liu's pelvis was too small. Castor oil had been given to induce labor, but no progress. She had been in labor for almost a day, and night her strength nearly depleted. If delayed further, both lives would be lost. Saving the mother was not difficult per se, but it required direct physical contact with the patient. That was taboo. In this strict era, even imperial physicians could not touch concubines directly. Touching was a capital offense. Even taking a pulse had to be done through a silk handkerchief. Liu Yongwang lowered his head and slowly walked into the inner chamber. The kneeling imperial physicians couldn't help but sneak glances at Liu Yongwang. The emperor also watched him, his gaze stern and silent. Your Majesty, I can save both mother and child, but... Liu Yongwang paused deliberately. The emperor grabbed his arm in joy, then saved them quickly. The fat court physician looked up, grasping at straws. Physician Liu is highly skilled. He can surely save them. Yes, if he applies himself, he can. Physician Liu specializes in gynecology. If he says he can save them, then he can. The kneeling physicians chimed in. Liu Yongwang sneered, knowing their intentions. They were shifting all responsibility onto him. But he didn't care. The emperor coughed. Physician Liu, if you have any requests, speak freely. Liu Yongwang glanced around. The emperor understood and waved his hand. All of you leave. The physicians scrambled to their feet and retreated, heads bowed. Once everyone had left, Liu Yongwang said, Your Majesty, Lady Liu has a malpositioned fetus and a narrow pelvis. To deliver safely, I must manually correct the position and relax the pelvis. Only I can do this. The emperor frowned. You would touch my concubine directly. Liu Yongwang sighed internally. He knew how futile and stubborn people of this era were. A life was at stake, yet they cared about such trivial formalities. And he was a doctor, even if just a humble barefoot doctor. In a doctor's eyes, there is no gender distinction. But Liu Yongwang didn't say that. Discussing modern concepts with ancient people would be like talking about dreams to... I can perform the procedure blindfolded with silk and wear silk gloves. That way there is no peeping and no direct touch. The royal dignity is preserved and Lady Liu and the child can be saved. How certain are you? The emperor paced a few steps, then stopped. 80%, Liu Yongwang said, but his heart was uneasy. He had never actually been a doctor. But he had no choice but to go through with it. Very well, I approve, the emperor said, his voice hoarse, but his eyes flashed with a dangerous glint. The emperor's jaw muscles clenched, visibly showing he had made a heavy decision. Liu Yongwang's heart skipped a beat. He was no fool. From the emperor's demeanor, Liu Yongwang realized the ruler had murderous intent. Even if he saved Lady Liu and the child, the emperor would still kill him. After all, he had touched Lady Liu's body. Even through silk gloves, it was a great humiliation for the emperor. And killing him would wash away the disgrace without anyone knowing. Liu Yongwang felt depressed. Truly out of the frying pan into the fire. Save her, die. Don't save her, also die. Why was his transmigration so difficult? Your Majesty, I have conditions. Liu Yongwang tried to calm himself and speak, for he had to find a way to survive. The emperor's gaze turned sharp. Are you threatening me? Liu Yongwang remained composed, not a threat, but negotiation. The emperor's sharp eyes swept over Liu Yongwang several times, and seeing him completely unmoved felt a strange unease. This imperial physician had appeared before him many times before. Always timid and subservient, yet today he exuded such a strong aura. He showed no fear toward him at all. I do not negotiate. Then kill me. Liu Yongwang closed his eyes. For this was his only way out. If he saved her, the emperor would kill him for touching his beloved consort. If he did not, both mother and child would die, and the emperor would also kill him. Only by laying out a strategy could he find a sliver of survival. The emperor's gaze swept over Liu Yongwang's face once more, before finally speaking. Speak. Liu Yongwang took a deep breath. I want a blank naturalization permit, a blank travel pass, a carriage, 10 taels of gold, 100 taels of silver, and a coachman. The carriage and coachman must wait outside the palace gate at all times. The emperor's facial muscles twitched several times. He understood this physician had already perceived his murderous intent. These demands were clearly preparations for escape. His conditions were not high, the gold and silver were modest. The blank permits were not excessive either. But his purpose was unmistakable. He wanted to flee to survive. The blank permits would ensure the emperor could never trace his whereabouts. The gold and silver were modest, yet enough to guarantee a worry-free life. Still, for an emperor, tracking down and killing a physician was a trivial matter. Very well. Liu Yongwang breathed a slight sigh of relief. It seemed Consort Liu held a high place in the emperor's heart as he agreed without hesitation. However, the emperor might just be humoring him. Once the child was born, he could kill him on some pretext. Thus he had to raise the stakes. He needed more chances to survive. I request the Grand Secretary himself to deliver these items. At these words, the emperor's face changed color. Drawing the Grand Secretary into this made the matter far less simple. The emperor, as the son of heaven, valued his words as golden. Once spoken, they could not be changed. A promised condition could not be altered. Otherwise, he would lose the trust of the realm, and be condemned by his minister, and be silently cursed by the people. This was a great taboo. He had agreed to Liu Yongwang's conditions earlier, but if the killing was swift and unknown, his dignity would remain intact. But involving the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet changed everything. It meant making his promise public, using the entire realm to endorse his vow. He could no longer kill Liu Yongwang openly. The emperor's face flickered with uncertainty. Liu Yongwang, however, felt much more at ease. This was precisely why he had demanded the Grand Secretary bring the items. The current Grand Secretary should be the future renowned Yang Tingi. If the emperor agreed to his demands before the Grand Secretary, he could not go back on his word. Station men near his home. If he returns, act. Yes. Wait. The physician is originally. Hearing the emperor's reluctant answer, Liu Yongwang breathed a sigh of relief. Once the items arrive, I will begin delivering the consort's child. The emperor clenched his jaw again, then waved his hand, summoned the grand secretary. I have one more condition. Don't push it. Not excessive. After mother and child are safe, I ask your majesty to have each of the other physicians given 20 strokes of the cane for their incompetence. Liu Yongwang's eyes revealed a murderous glint. Those physicians who tried to use him as a scapegoat deserve punishment. I approve. Outside the delivery room, Liu Yongwang began instructing the maids, boil water, bring salt, bring strong wine, as much as possible. Also prepare sharp knives, scissors, 20 towels soaked in boiling water, and silk cloths. Be quick. A dozen maids began bustling about. Liu Yongwang stood observing them. Soon his attention settled on two of them. These two were clearly twins of good looks, quick movements, and evidently held a decent status in the palace. If he made good use of them, it would provide him with extra insurance. Liu Yongwang's confidence grew. You there blindfold me with silk, and lead me into the delivery room. He pointed to one. The maid quickly came over, blindfolded Liu Yongwang with the silk cloth, then took his sleeve, and pulled back the gauze curtain, preparing to enter the inner chamber. The emperor's face was dark. He said in a low voice, Imperial physician, you had better ensure mother and child are safe, or you are dead. Liu Yongwang raised his hand. Rest assured, your majesty. Be patient, I will succeed in 1 hour. Only then did the emperor flick his sleeves and leave. Entering the delivery room, Liu Yongwang heard a faint voice. Dashwang, why did you bring the physician in? That's a capital offense. The maid was nervous. The emperor specially approved it. Liu Yongwang said, Your Grace, in this world only I can let you deliver the child alive. Please bear with me. The faint voice rang out again. Can you truly save us, mother and child? I can. Liu Yongwang groped his way to a chair and sat down. However, my medical methods must be kept confidential. Please dismiss the others, leaving only these twins. Silence fell for a few seconds. Consort Liu spoke. Dashwang, Xiaoxuang, you two stay. Everyone else leave. Yes. The dozen busy midwives and maids bowed and retreated. Dashwang then said, Please, physician. But Liu Yongwang yanked off the silk cloth and threw it on the ground. The entire delivery room came into view. The bed was empty. On the floor knelt a woman of decent looks, but pale and listless. A thin quilt covered her body, but couldn't hide her hugely swollen belly. Liu Yongwang shook his head. Ming Dynasty women gave birth in a squatting or kneeling posture. This method greatly exhausted the mother's strength. It was entirely unscientific. Seeing Liu Yongwang tear off his blindfold, the woman's face flushed as she struggled to say, How dare you? You are spying on me. The two maids were also terrified and tried to cover Liu Yongwang's eyes. Liu Yongwang pushed them away and said in a low, stern voice, Your Grace, do you wish to live or die? Consort Liu gritted her teeth. I should be asking you that. Liu Yongwang showed no fear. Your Grace, think carefully. In all the world, only I can save you. If you want me to help, you must let me work freely. I need to see and I need to touch. Just give the word, have me killed now, or let me save you. And your child. Consort Liu's face paled again. She said wearily, Can you truly save me? I can. Only. Liu Yongwang glanced at the twin maids. After this is done, you must give me one of these. The twin maids looked at each other in panic, seeing the same fear in each other's eyes. If you can save both of us, I can give you both maids, Consort Liu said breathlessly. No need, just one will do. Both maids tensed up, looking at Liu Yongwang with resentment. But Liu Yongwang didn't care. These two maids were also part of his plan. Consort Liu was clearly a decisive character. She made the call. Fine. Begin. Help her Grace onto the bed. Liu Yongwang gave his first order. Outside the delivery chamber, the restless emperor, his face grim, turned to glance at the inner room. Seeing the midwives and maids emerge, his anxiety deepened. The grand secretary standing nearby lowered his head. That imperial physician seems to be hiding his true skills. The emperor's expression eased slightly. He had better ensure both mother and child survive, otherwise he will surely die. The grand secretary asked impassively, and if he does save them? The emperor's face twitched. This physician, he had actually dragged the grand secretary into the matter. The emperor's words carried the weight of a decree. He had said he would spare the physician's life, so he could not go back on his word. At least not openly. Naturally, I shall reward him richly and send him out of the palace. The grand secretary said nothing more, but he clearly saw the emperor's hand clench into a fist, veins bulging with evident force. Inside the delivery chamber, Liu Yongwang stood up. Let me be clear, to save you, I must have direct physical contact with you. Moreover, you will have to endure severe pain. Can you bear it? Consort Liu hesitated. If the emperor learns that you have touched me, both you and I will die. Liu Yongwang nodded. Therefore, we must get our story straight. The Wang family from Chiefing Ridge had 3 Foundation establishment experts stationed. An intersect elder from the Xian Yu sword sect at the peak of Foundation establishment. Consort Liu understood, so taking a maid away is to keep her as a hostage. Yes, you have it all figured out. This is the only way I can survive, otherwise I will go to hell with you and your child. Liu Yongwang's words moved Consort Liu, who gritted her teeth. Do as you must. Liu Yongwang said to the twin maids, bring in the scissors, blades, sewing needles, silk thread, and towels that have been soaked in boiling water. Remember, your hands must also be soaked in salted water for 5 minutes, a half a shirtchen, before handling anything directly. Liu Yongwang actually felt somewhat confident. The high maternal mortality rate in ancient times was largely due to wound infections. To save Consort Liu, infection must be minimized. Although Liu Yongwang had never actually delivered a baby, he believed he was far superior to those midwives. Those midwives might only have delivered a few dozen to 100 infants in their lifetimes. They encountered few difficult birth cases and lacked sufficient experience. The Barefoot Doctor Handbook, however, was a medical manual compiled by the state. The data it collected numbered in the hundreds of millions. Armed with theoretical knowledge alone, he considered himself superior to the midwives. With preparations complete, Liu Yongwang began to loosen Consort Liu's joints. The 3 flags formed a minute triangular array. A pale spiritual light flowed within the triangle, and the ephemeral barrier at the mind mouth began to take shape. Firstly, the spirit stones and spirit herbs produced in the Spirit Spring Valley will henceforth go through the Xian Yu sword sex market channels taxed at the normal market rate. Without he began massaging Consort Liu's body, loosening the hip muscles. Seeing Liu Yongwang's hands moving over Consort Liu, the 2 maids turned alternately red and pale, extremely nervous. Liu Yongwang ignored them and continued explaining the subsequent steps to the maids. These 2 maids were crucial. After that, he began to correct the fetal position. Feeling Liu Yongwang's hands, Consort Liu was mortified, but seeing his stern expression, she suppressed her discomfort. She sensed that he was truly trying to save her life, not humiliate her. The 2 maids were too frightened to utter a sound. They even dared not look. The fetus was too large, and the midwives had attempted to correct the position. But lacking strength and proper technique, they had failed. Correcting the fetal position was extremely difficult. It required moving the fetus bit by bit using finger strength inside a confined space, combined with external force. It was strenuous work. Outside the delivery chamber, the emperor said quietly to the guard commander, "Pass the order. If this physician ensures the safety of mother and child, reward him 10,000 silver taels, all loaded onto a carriage." Yes. The emperor's expression changed, lowering his voice. "Find someone clever and wait outside the palace gate. Follow the carriage that leaves the palace. Remember, don't act inside the capital. Wait until it's outside the city gates." The guard commander nodded repeatedly. "Make it look like a robbery murder, leaving no traces." "Yes. Go, and don't let the grand secretary see you." The guard commander hurried away. Not far off, the grand secretary saw this, but pretended not to notice, clasping his hands behind his back and gazing at the sky. Inside the delivery chamber, Liu Yongwang slowly shifted the fetal position, using his finger strength. His physical condition was poor, and soon he was drenched in sweat. The 2 maids were called to help, pushing from the outside to turn the fetus. The whole process was prolonged, and Consort Liu writhed in agony. Fortunately, after much effort, the fetal position was finally corrected. "Wipe my sweat," Liu Yongwang said quietly. Xiao Shuang quickly came up and wiped his brow. Though his mind was filled with the knowledge of the Barefoot Doctor Handbook, this was his first time actually performing the procedure. He cleaned his arms again, picked up the sterilized scissors and blade, turned to Consort Liu, and said, "The position is corrected, but the hardest part is yet to come. You will be in great pain, but you must endure it, otherwise both you and the baby will die." Consort Liu nodded, drenched in sweat, but her gaze began to wander. "Put a wooden stick in the lady's mouth, so she doesn't bite her tongue." Liu Yongwang picked up the scissors, ready to begin. But he glanced at Consort Liu and noticed her spirits flagging, clearly exhausted. He frowned. The final stage of labor was critical. He had to rouse her will to fight. "My lady, your current predicament must have been caused by someone's malice." As soon as he said this, Consort Liu's eyes widened, and she perked up. Indeed, palace intrigue could always stir a woman's fighting spirit. "It was someone knowledgeable who harmed you," Liu Yongwang continued. "You are petite, with a small frame and a narrow pelvis. When pregnant, you should have exercised more and controlled your diet to prevent the fetus from becoming too large. That would have made delivery easier." Liu Yongwang checked. All the tools, scissors, blade, needles, and thread were all sterilized. Nothing seemed amiss. With a cultivation level of the 9th layer of qi refinement, his movements were strange, wielding a pair of short blades that glimmered with a ghostly green sheen, the blade tips aimed at the contact's neck. The food was mostly sweets and heavy tonics. That person was not really caring for you, but using subtle means to harm. Consort Liu's eyes widened again, her expression agitated, but her spirit much improved. "Think carefully, who is that person?" At that moment, Liu Yongwang acted. He snipped quickly with the scissors and shouted, "Now. Push with all your might." The pain Liu's roar and his words all struck Consort Liu powerfully. She struggled to push, screaming with effort, while Liu Yongwang reached in again, cupped the baby's neck, and gave a strong. With a splash, the baby was delivered. Liu Yongwang, however, grew even more tense. He handed the newborn to a palace maid and swiftly picked up a needle and thread to begin suturing. He had to be quick. Upon birth, a baby must be slapped to make it cry, thereby activating its lung function. Otherwise, oxygen deprivation could easily lead to cerebral palsy. Yet once the baby cried out, the maids and midwives outside would surely rush in. They would discover that Liu Yongwang had neither blindfolded himself nor worn silk gloves. Moreover, he had directly touched Lady Liu's body with his bare hands. He would be doomed. He had to race against time to close the wound as quickly as possible. If the wound was not sutured and disinfected, infection would set in, and Lady Liu would still die. Even if he managed to escape for the moment, he would be hunted down across the entire realm. Keeping Lady Liu alive and ensuring the child did not die was his only path to survival. Fortunately, the knowledge in his mind was clear and his hands were steady as ever. In less than half a minute, he had sutured the wound, cleaned it with saline, and finally sterilized it with strong liquor. The intense pain caused Lady Liu to faint directly. Liu Yongwang dared not waste a moment. He had a maid blindfold him with silk, while washing the blood from his hands and donning the silk gloves. Only after completing all this did he lift the infant upside down and give it a firm slap on the bottom. A cry like a thunderclap shook the entire palace. Outside the delivery room, the anxiously waiting emperor suddenly widened his eyes. Without even a word to the grand secretary, he rushed inside. Inside, Liu Yongwang had already tidied up and handed the baby to Shuang. Remember, everything was done by Shuang, he instructed. Except for correcting the fetal position, you two have been delivering under my remote guidance the entire time. I never directly touched Lady Liu. Shuang quickly nodded. The midwives and maids outside rushed in upon hearing the sound, while Liu Yongwang pulled Shuang and headed out. To survive, one must race against time. Shuang grabbed Liu Yongwang. Take me, not my sister. But Liu Yongwang pulled her hand away. Remember, do as I say, or your sister is doomed. Shuang wanted to protest, but behind her, Lady Liu's weak, yet excited voice rang out. Shuang, let me see the... Shuang had no choice but to let go. Liu Yongwang, pulling Shuang, hurried out. As he brushed past the emperor, the latter turned to glance at him as if to speak, but was drawn away. For the sounds of jubilation from the delivery room had captured his attention. Running to the gate, with Shuang, Liu Yongwang saw the grand secretary gazing at the sky. He said urgently, Grand Secretary, mother and child are safe. You can give me the item now. The grand secretary gave Liu Yongwang a meaningful look and handed him a brocade box. The carriage and driver are waiting outside. A sliver of pale light appeared on the horizon, while the stars still shone brightly. Under the starlight, Liu Yongwang continued to sprint, holding Shuang's hand. Behind them came the sound of wooden sticks striking flesh and cries of agony. Unmistakably, it was the Imperial physicians being beaten with rods. This brought Liu Yongwang a measure of satisfaction. A true gentleman repays grievances. Those physicians had tried to make him the scapegoat, so now they would taste the bitterness of retribution. Given the physicians' frail frames, 20 strokes would either kill or cripple them. Revenge without delay marked a true gentleman. The palace corridors stretched endlessly. Yet even the longest corridor has an end. Exiting the palace gate, he saw a carriage waiting quietly. Above, the first rays of dawn had broken through. This signified that the city gates were already open. Boarding the carriage, Liu Yongwang frowned. Inside, besides 10 taels of gold, there was a pile of silver. Carrying so much silver was far too conspicuous. Yet he had no time to worry about that now. Take the west gate. Head west all the way to Luoyang. Carrying so much silver was far too conspicuous. Yet he had no time to worry about that now. Take the west gate. Head west all the way to Luoyang. The carriage rumbled away toward the western gate, bathed in morning sunlight. Inside, Shuang glared at Liu Yongwang, her young face filled with resentment and indignation. Why did you take me and not my sister? Liu Yongwang lifted the carriage curtain to look outside. The sun had not yet risen, but the streets were already bustling. Night soil carts collected chamber pots door to door. Peddlers hawked their wares along the streets. Steam rose from breakfast stalls. Laborers hurried by. Officials on their way to court sat in sedan chairs, yawning and resting with closed eyes, while their bearers strode briskly. Liu Yongwang withdrew his gaze and looked at Shuang. This girl, around 17 or 18, had delicate features and lively eyes exuding a youthful vitality. The sight stirred turbulent emotions within Liu Yongwang. Taking you is to ensure the survival of all four of us, Liu Yongwang said with a yawn. After a sleepless night, he was truly exhausted. Why couldn't you take my sister? Shuang pressed. No. Why? Your sister was willing to trade herself for you, and you too would trade yourself for her. Liu Yongwang said meaningfully. That is the difference between you two. Staying by Lady Liu's side, she will keep silent for your safety. But you cannot. Impossible. My sister and I are deeply bonded. Trust me, you cannot. But your sister certainly can. Liu Yongwang spoke not from conjecture, but from fact. Although twins are born mere minutes apart, as they grow the elder sister becomes more mature and responsible. The younger sister naturally tends to be more selfish and willful. This is shaped by circumstance. Taking Shuang and leaving Shuang behind was exactly for this reason. As for leaving Shuang, it was to dispel the emperor's suspicions and lower his guard. With Shuang and Lady Liu cooperating, many of the emperor's doubts could be alleviated. Thus it was safer. Inside the delivery room, the emperor held the baby in one arm, while gently stroking Lady Liu's face with the other. My beloved, you have labored hard. Lady Liu smiled wearily. Thanks to the physician. Your Majesty, you must reward him generously. The emperor probed. Rest assured, I have rewarded him with 10,000 taels of silver. By the way, even the chief physician was at a loss. How did he manage it? This physician is exceptionally skilled. He had me give birth lying down, which saved much effort. He also directed Xiao Shuang to correct the fetal position and induced labor. Xiao Shuang is a clever child, but she learned quickly. Lady Liu, though still exhausted, insisted on finishing. Seeing Xiao Shuang's intelligence, the physician asked to take her away to pass on his medical knowledge. I agreed. The emperor's brow furrowed slightly. He turned to glance at the Shuang standing nearby, harboring some doubt about Lady. However, he did not voice his suspicions in front of Lady Liu. After leaving the delivery room, he signaled to a maid, "Bring the Shuang out." Inside the carriage, Xiao Shuang was still unconvinced. Just as she was about to speak, Liu Yongwang hushed her, saying, "Get ready to jump with me." "Why, oi? The emperor must have sent people to tail us with the intent to kill. But didn't his majesty agree to let you go? So hell resort to assassination. But what about all this silver? That's the emperor's trick to tie my hands." Liu Yongwang sneered derisively. "Unfortunately, I've seen through his scheme. Money. I can earn it myself." The carriage turned a corner and slowed down. Liu Yongwang grabbed Xiao Shuang and leaped from the carriage. The driver, oblivious, continued onward. Before Xiao Shuang could recover from her fright, Liu Yongwang clamped a hand over her mouth. "Don't speak." He pulled her into a narrow alley. Xiao Shuang struggled fiercely but couldn't break free. Just then a rider galloped past following the carriage. Liu Yongwang stated with certainty. Xiao Shuang's eyes widened and she ceased her struggles. He released her. "Do you know anyone reliable in the capital? We can lay low for a few nights." Xiao Shuang's gaze remained fixed on the alley entrance, her eyes filled with shock. "That was Captain Zhao, the emperor's confidant. I've seen him before, he knows me too. He's really here to kill you." Liu Yongwang gave a cold laugh. "And you as well." Fear finally gripped Xiao Shuang. "Then let's get out of here quickly. Don't move. There should be more people following us," Liu Yongwang said. Xiao Shuang was taken aback. "More people?" "Yes." Xiao Shuang's eyes widened in terror. "Who else?" Liu Yongwang's voice was icy. "Perhaps Consort Liu or the Grand Secretary." "Consort Liu wouldn't. She's very kind." Liu Yongwang scoffed. "Kind? The kind die young in the harem." As his words faded, another rider sped past the alley mouth, tailing the carriage. Xiao Shuang's eyes grew round again, and she fell completely silent. Killing us both would preserve her innocence. Liu Yongwang stood up and walked towards the alley exit. With such a temptation, if she didn't send someone to track me and find a chance to silence me, I'd think less of her. Xiao Shuang snapped out of it and hurried after him. "I only know some merchants, and not well." "Even better." Outside a secret chamber in the palace, the emperor stood at the door as a eunuch whispered, "Your Majesty, we used means, but got nothing out of her. She's probably not hiding anything." The emperor raised an eyebrow. "Are you sure? Even a strong man couldn't withstand those methods, let alone a mere maid." The emperor's expression eased. He pushed open the door and entered. Thud. The Shuang trembling from torture. The emperor said nothing, staring straight at her. Feeling his overwhelming presence, sweat beaded onto Shuang's. When the tension was palpable, the emperor suddenly demanded, "Who delivered the consort?" The Shuang kept her head lowered. "The imperial physician directed it, and my sister, Xiao Shuang, performed the delivery." "Look at me." The emperor's gaze was sinister. The Shuang slowly raised her head, her eyes betraying anxiety, trepidation, and panic. "How did the physician direct it?" The emperor's eyes remained fixed on her. The Shuang took a deep breath, knowing she must not falter. She had to follow Liu Yongwang's instructions. Otherwise, both she and her sister would die. Her suffering would have been in vain. That physician was remarkable. Even blindfolded, he could describe everything clearly. "My sister is naturally gifted and learns quickly. Am not so, I just assisted." Following the physician's method, she delivered the baby. The Shuang recounted the birthing process. The emperor stared at the Shuang for a long time, but found no flaw. This eased his mind considerably. He began to believe that Liu Yongwang had indeed not touched his woman. Consort Liu's virtue remained intact. However, he had no intention of recalling the dispatch guards. Whether Liu Yongwang had defiled Consort Liu's honor or not, death was the best outcome. After all, he was "You're tired. Rest well for a few days. Remember what just happened never occurred." The emperor looked at the Shuang again. "Do you understand?" The Shuang quickly kowtowed yes. The morning sun leaped over the horizon, illuminating the sky. A thin mist slowly enshrouded the city. Within the mist, a large and a small figure, a man and a woman, wove their way through. "Aren't you afraid he'll run back?" Xiao Shuang pouted, staring at Liu Yongwang. Liu Yongwang turned back with a strange smile. "If you return, the emperor will lock you in a dark room and torture you for last night's details. You'll break and confess." Xiao Shuang shivered. She clearly knew the methods of those in the palace. "Once you talk, the emperor will kill both you and your sister to protect the consort's honor. And the consort will be implicated and lose favor. A loss for all." Liu Yongwang turned with a sinister grin. "If I were you, I wouldn't run, but stick with me through thick and thin." Xiao Shuang fell silent. But then she grew anxious. "What about my sister?" "Your sister is probably tougher and wiser than you. She knows that if she talks, both she and you will die. To protect you, she'll hold out. And as long as she stays silent, the emperor won't harm her. Besides, Consort Liu will protect her to safeguard her own innocence." Liu Yongwang said leisurely. As long as your sister doesn't speak, the Emperor won't press further, and we can live. It's a win-win, the best outcome. But you just said that Ryder was sent by the consort to kill us. Xiao Shuang was convinced in her heart, but remained stubborn verbally. For Consort Liu, the best way to preserve her honor is to eliminate me and then you sisters. But if she can't get rid of you, and me shall be cautious. Your sister will be safe, even promoted and trusted. Xiao Shuang bit her lip, but will I ever see my sister again? Yes, one day. Liu Yongwang replied casually. Xiao Shuang gave him a strange look. You're so calculating. Why aren't you an official? In the Imperial Hospital you're just a common physician. Liu Yongwang smiled, because only since yesterday have I been reborn and become a new man. The words carried a double meaning, but Xiao Shuang did not grasp it. This is the place. I once bought needles, thread, and cloth here. The shopkeeper is a good man, Xiao Shuang said, pointing to a shop that had just opened its doors. Liu Yongwang surveyed the surroundings. No one was following them, and there were no suspicious figures. Go negotiate with them about staying at their place for a few days. Liu Yongwang took out a few taels of silver and handed them to Xiao Shuang. This is for the lodging. Xiao Shuang nodded, took the silver, and hurried toward the shop. A few minutes later, Xiao Shuang returned with a man. The man bowed respectfully and said, You must be a relative of Miss Xiao Shuang. Please follow me. I have a spacious guest room where you may stay as long as you wish. The Imperial Palace. A guard hurried into the Imperial study, knelt down, and said, Your Majesty, please forgive me. I have lost track of him. The Emperor looked incredulous. How is this possible? The guard sighed. I followed the carriage all the way out of the city. When we reached a desolate area, I prepared to act and stopped the carriage. But it turned out that the person in the carriage had already fled, leaving only the driver. And the silver. He took the gold and 100 taels of silver, but left everything else untouched in the carriage. The Emperor frowned. You didn't notice him getting off? No. I questioned the driver, but he didn't know when they had a... The guard pressed his forehead to the ground, not daring to lift it. It is my failure of observation. I deserve death. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Rise. The Emperor stood up. It is not your incompetence. That Imperial physician is too cunning. He had anticipated everything and was not tempted by silver. This physician is hiding very deep. He turned to the captain of the guard. What of his family? The captain also knelt. Your Majesty, I have stationed men to watch his home, but there has been no sign of him. His family appears normal with nothing unusual. The Emperor took a deep breath. Keep watch on his home. Also watch his hometown of Luoyang. I refuse to believe he won't return there. The captain of the guard replied yes. The guard also bowed and said, Your Majesty, I will search along the route all the way to Luoyang. I will not let this physician escape. The Emperor nodded slightly. Be discreet. Do not alert the court officials. Yes. The inner palace. In Consort Liu's courtyard, a eunuch arrived hastily. Your Highness, the messenger says that man has escaped. The men sent by His Majesty came back empty-handed. Consort Liu's pale complexion had recovered somewhat, but her spirit was still low. How did he escape? He might have secretly gotten off the carriage outside the city. Consort Liu pondered for a moment. No, it is more likely he got off inside the city. He will probably try to sneak back home. Station men near his home. If he returns, act. Yes. Wait. The physician is originally from Luoyang. He will most likely head there. Send men to watch the west gate. If you spot him, do not act rashly. Handle it discreetly. Yes. What of De Shuang? De Shuang has been ordered by the Emperor to rest in the palace. Consort Liu's face flushed with a bit more color. It seems De Shuang can be trusted. Enough, you may go. I am tired. Yes. In the quiet center of a courtyard, a tall apricot tree shielded the blazing sun. Liu Yongwang lay on a reclining chair, resting with his eyes closed. Only now did he have the peace of mind to analyze his own transmigration. This was the capital of the Ming Dynasty, and the Emperor was Zhu Hozhao. According to his memories, Zhu Hozhao had no offspring. But because of his own appearance, the Emperor now had a son, which had significantly altered the course of the Ming Dynasty. How this world would unfold was a matter of great anticipation. Physician Liu. A soft voice called beside him. Don't call me physician. Call me Brother Liu. Liu Yongwang opened his eyes and gazed with interest at Xiao Shuang's face, so tender it seemed it could be pinched to water. Taking Xiao Shuang was not just part of his plan, there was also a personal motive. By holding Xiao Shuang's life as leverage over De Shuang would keep her mouth shut and protect the secret. This way the Emperor would believe that he had never directly touched Consort Liu. Thus the Emperor would not desperately hunt him down, allowing him to live in relative peace. Otherwise, no matter where Liu Yongwang fled, death would be inescapable. That was the plan. He knew almost nothing about this dynasty, and the fragments of memory remaining in his mind were pitifully few. He needed a trusted companion to assist him. Moreover, having arrived in an ancient era where he could take multiple wives and concubines, keeping a lovely beauty by his side was pleasing to the eye, and could also satisfy his personal desires. That was the personal motive. Yet he felt a pang of discomfort. Other transmigrators all ended up in the bodies of handsome young men. But in his case, a soul in his early 40s had transmigrated into the body of a man pushing 50, whose appearance rivaled that of a 60-year-old. This was truly frustrating. What could an ordinary half-century-old man do in this dynasty? Fortunately, he was a modern man. He possessed some modern knowledge. If he used it well, he could still make a name for himself in the Ming Dynasty. How old are you, and you still have the nerve to ask me to call you brother? Xiao Shuang rolled her eyes. Then call me master, Liu Yongwang said, still lounging comfortably. After all, to outsiders you are my apprentice. Xiao Shuang pursed her lips. All right, Moss. I just went out to check. There are no sentries and the city gates haven't added extra guards. It's pretty much the same as usual. Liu Yongwang smiled. Good. That means your sister held up and didn't blow our cover. Xiao Shuang's eyes lit up. Can I go back now? She might have held up, but you might not be so lucky, Liu Yongwang said, closing his eyes. If you don't want your sister to die, and if you don't want to die yourself, you'll stay with me. Don't keep thinking about going back to the palace. Xiao Shuang was puzzled. The consort wouldn't be that ruthless, would she? Liu Yongwang opened his eyes. Tell me, if you were Consort Liu and wanted to protect your honor, what would you do? Xiao Shuang was clever. After thinking it over, her expression gradually turned serious. Kill you, and then kill us sisters. Then no one would know what happened in the delivery room. She could naturally protect her honor. Exactly right, Liu Yongwang said, closing his eyes again. If you go back, she will find a way to kill both of you. Then wouldn't my sister be in great danger? Let me ask you another question. If you knew your sister was dead, what would you do? Xiao Shuang's eyes turned sharp. I would announce the events of the delivery room to the world, let everyone know what happened that, and ruin her reputation. So by hiding you ensure your sister's safety. Consort Liu won't harm her either. Liu Yongwang kept his eyes closed. If you go back, it will cost your sister her life, and yours too. Xiao Shuang finally understood, and her eyes slowly reddened. The thought that she might never see her sister again made her heart ache with a sharp pang of pain. Then, can I still meet my sister? I told you yes you can. Liu Yongwang yawned. At least a year at most, 2, and you shall surely see your sister. Why, heaven's secrets cannot be revealed, Liu Yongwang said with an air of mystery. Just trust me. Of course, he would not tell Xiao Shuang that Zhu Hozhao was soon to die. Once he was dead, the affair between him and Consort Liu would no longer be such a grave secret. Then he could go and seek out her sister's whereabouts. Xiao Shuang sighed and sat down beside Liu Yongwang. Don't worry about your sister either. As long as you are outside, the consort will treat your sister as a confidant and keep her in high regard. So, when do we leave? When the emperor announces to the world the birth of the imperial prince. After saying this, Liu Yongwang suddenly felt as though he had forgotten something. After pondering for a long while, he finally remembered. He had completed the system's task, but had not yet claimed the reward. Liu Yongwang's system, the midwifery task, is done. Where's the reward? Ding. System task completed. Reward 100 points. The point shop is now open. You may freely exchange items within the shop. Ding. System task completed. Reward 100 points. The point shop is now open. You may freely exchange items within the shop. A place filled with laughter and joy. The emperor held the infant in his arms, unable to put him down. This was his first offspring, and a son at that. He had an heir to carry on his legacy, fulfilling his greatest wish. Consort Liu struggled out of bed, and supported by a palace maid made her way to the emperor's side. Your Majesty, I heard you summoned Daswang away. Consort Liu pinched the child's cheek and asked in a seemingly casual tone. The emperor said offhandedly, she rendered a service so naturally, I must reward her. I have promoted her to a female official, appointing her as the chief pharmacist in the Bureau of Medicine. Consort Liu gave a slight bow. Your concubine thanks your Majesty on behalf of Daswang. Once she is familiar with her duties, she will come back to see you, said the emperor, lifting the child high, his eyes brimming with joy. Consort Liu breathed a sigh of relief. She knew the hardest hurdle had been crossed. The emperor would no longer question the purity of her childbirth. Yet it seemed that the intimacy between her and the emperor could never return to what it once was. Liu Yongwang had become an unspoken presence between them, a tacit understanding they both avoided. 5 days later, Liu Yongwang decided it was time to leave. 3 days ago, the news of the prince's birth had already spread throughout the court and the commonalty, and the city gate guards remained unchanged. This showed that the emperor was not conducting a massive search for him. Everything was unfolding according to his plan. Indeed, it was time to depart. As long as he evaded assassination and hid in a place no one knew, he would be safe. Xiao Shuang handed a bundle of items to Liu Yongwang. This is what you asked for. I just don't understand. What do you need lead powder for? Liu Yongwang opened the paper bundle, took out the mulberries, and soaked them in water to wash. Then he produced a razor and the lead powder. He used the razor to shave off his messy beard cleanly. Next, he squeezed the mulberry juice to dye his graying hair. After that, he began to outline his eyebrows with charcoal, apply lead powder to his face, and even shade his nose. After this whole process, Xia Shuang's eyes widened in astonishment. Because the Liu Yongwang who had just moments ago looked old with graying hair now appeared much younger, like a man in his 30s. Moreover, his features were handsome and striking. He seemed like a completely different person. However, a man without a beard always gave off a faint impression of a eunuch. Come here, I'll do your makeup too. Liu Yongwang reached out to pull Xiao Shuang. Xiao Shuang quickly dodged. She realized that Liu Yongwang hadn't asked for her just to be an apprentice. He always touched her intentionally or unintentionally, trying to take advantage of her. This old man was quite lecherous. I'll do it myself. Fine. Liu Yongwang indeed had designs on Xiaoshuang. He had transmigrated to an era where one could legally marry several wives. How could he let such an opportunity go to waste? Xiaoshuang was young, lively, and at the perfect age to comfort an older man. But Xiaoshuang was still somewhat resistant to him. Make yourself look older. Well, pretend to be a married couple and leave the city. Don't just stand there, do it. Old. Huss. Band, where are we going? Asked Xiaoshuang awkwardly, now wearing the makeup of a mature young wife. As soon as they stepped out the door, Liu Yongwang insisted she address him as husband. Xiaoshuang protested, but Liu Yongwang overruled her. She had no choice but to pinch her nose and call Liu Yongwang husband. To Zhongxiang. Her head south to Anlu Prefecture, Liu Yongwang blurted out. Zhongxiang was his hometown, but at this time it was not called Zhongxiang. It was called Anlu Prefecture. Only after Emperor Jiajing ascended the throne would he rename his birthplace to Zhongxiang. The name Zhongxiang meant the gathering of auspicious omens. This place was abundant with such auspicious signs which allowed Zhu Hozong to become emperor. And he as emperor was favored by heaven, legitimate, not a usurper. That was the true meaning behind the place name. Now Zhongxiang was still called Anlu Prefecture. Liu Yongwang was a native of Zhongxiang, having grown up listening to stories of Emperor Jiajing. This was also why, despite his limited historical knowledge, he knew something about Zhu Hozhao. Why go to Anlu Prefecture? Isn't your hometown Luoyang? Xiaoshuang asked curiously. Anlu Prefecture is my second hometown. Liu Yongwang quickened his pace. He certainly wouldn't go to Luoyang. That was the hometown of this body, not his. The emperor had surely sent people to Luoyang as well. Going to Luoyang would be walking right into a trap. So he turned south instead, heading for Anlu Prefecture. He was eager to see what differences existed between his hometown now and 500 years later. Don't you want to go back and see your wife and children? Xiaoshuang asked. Liu Yongwang was taken aback. He only then remembered that the original owner of this body had a family. But what did that have to do with him? If I don't go back, they'll be safer. Xiaoshuang looked at Liu Yongwang, feeling a slight stir in her heart. She realized that this imperial physician Liu, like herself, had to abandon his loved ones. Yet she did not know that Liu Yongwang felt nothing for these so-called family members. He barely even had any memory of them. The carriage passed smoothly through the southern city gate. The gate guards did. After all, in Liu Yongwang's current appearance, even the chief physician of the Imperial Hospital wouldn't recognize him. The summer breeze swept across the fields, blowing into the carriage and bringing a touch of coolness to the stuffy interior. Traveling far from home in this era was truly inconvenient. Transportation relied entirely on horse-drawn carriages, making journeys extremely difficult. Liu Yongwang poked his head out to look ahead. At the end of the vast flat plain, a city wall faintly emerged. Old Lua, what place lies ahead? The dark-skinned carriage driver revealed a set of white teeth. Sir, ahead is Yanggu County. Liu Yongwang's heart stirred. Yanggu County. Calculating the time, Yanggu County should be home to a historically renowned beauty, Pan Jinlian. According to unofficial historical records, Pan Jinlian was born in Yanggu County during the Ming Dynasty. Her husband was named Wu Ji, who served as the county magistrate of Yanggu. Because he was upright and incorruptible, he offended the author of the plum in the golden vase. The author of the plum in the golden vase thus portrayed Wu Ji as Wu Dalong and depicted Pan Jinlian as an unparalleled adulteress, burdening her with eternal infamy. It remains uncertain whether this rumor holds any truth. Was Pan Jinlian truly slandered, or was she indeed an extraordinary figure? Old man, what are you thinking? Xiaoshuang yawned out of boredom. Ever since they left the city gate, she had stopped calling Liu Yongwang husband or addressing him as master. Instead, she simply called him old man. Fortunately, Liu Yongwang did not mind. The weather is too hot, let's rest in the town ahead. Liu Yongwang withdrew his head and stroked his chin. He wanted to see if there truly existed a famous figure named Pan Jinlian in Yanggu County. Great, we can finally take a break. Traveling day after day is so dull. Xiaoshuang grew excited. But Liu Yongwang put on a stern face. Do you clearly understand the human anatomy I taught you? Xiaoshuang's face flushed red. Old man, how do you know women's bodies so well, even better than us women? Nonsense, I'm a barefoot doctor specializing in gynecology. If I don't understand women's bodies, how can I be a doctor? Liu Yongwang picked up charcoal and paper, beginning to sketch the human anatomy. Camille asked, and you answer by pointing out the locations. Soon a sketch of the human body appeared on the paper. It was surprisingly lifelike. Xiaoshuang's face burned with embarrassment. Old man, you're a pervert. TCH, this is basic medical practice. Don't talk nonsense. Liu Yongwang paid no heed and handed the charcoal to Xiaoshuang. Where are the ovaries? Blushing, Xiaoshuang awkwardly tapped the sketch with the sharpened charcoal. Where are the kidneys? Here. And the uterus? Here. Xiaoshuang's face turned as red as an apple, making Liu Yongwang almost want to take a bite. Where's the spleen? Xiaoshuang paused, frowned in thought, then picked up the charcoal and pointed again. Wrong. With little else to do on the journey, Liu Yongwang began teaching Xiaoshuang medical knowledge from the Barefoot Doctor's Manual. Practicing medicine could be his means of survival. Gynecology in particular was Liu Yongwang's moneymaker. However, in the Ming Dynasty, the principle of men and women not touching directly made it difficult for him to personally treat female patients. Thus, he needed a medium and assistant. Xiao Shuang was that assistant. So he had to cultivate some basic medical knowledge. What is the function of the kidneys? Liu Yongwang continued. Xiao Shuang's face grew redder, and she whispered in a voice as soft as a mosquito, to expel toxins and produce urine. What about menstruation? It prepares for pregnancy and cleanses impurities from the uterus. What should be done for a malpositioned fetus? First, correct the fetal position to avoid dystocia. Liu Yongwang suddenly glanced at Xiao Shuang. How does pregnancy occur? Xiao Shuang's face flushed crimson, and she glared at him, retorting petulantly, I don't know. Then I'll tell you. I don't want to hear it. Xiao Shuang covered her ears. Liu Yongwang smiled. He enjoyed teasing her like this, adding a bit of amusement to the tedious journey. The carriage passed through the city gate and entered Yanggu County. Compared to the capital, the city gate of Yanggu seemed it was a peaceful era with no wars, so the city guards were lazy. With the heat, there was almost no inspection, and Liu Yongwang's carriage entered the county with ease. The sun slanted westward, and the carriage curtain was lifted. The evening breeze swept away the heat inside. The clouds on the horizon turned brilliant and colorful, lifting everyone's spirits. Liu Yongwang gazed out the window, immersed in the lively atmosphere of the marketplace. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Under the golden sunset, a graceful figure was collecting laundry. The girl appeared to be around 18 or 19. Bathed in twilight gold, she stood against the light. A lotus-colored blouse wrapped her budding figure, her youthfulness just beginning to fade. As she reached up to gather clothes, strands of hair clung to her neck, revealing a patch of fair skin beneath the thin fabric warmed by the setting sun to the hue of jade. The last garment slipped, brushing against her startled cheek. Liu Yongwang was stunned by the sight. Though he had seen celebrities and beauties on TV, phones, and big screens, those were always behind a screen, unreal. Now he was face-to-face with a girl more beautiful than any star. Liu Yongwang's not-so-aged heart pounded violently. He instinctively knew this was Pan Jinlian. Ding. The system notification sounded. Take Pan Jinlian as a concubine, reward 1 of 0 points, and a non-exchangeable item, the rejuvenation pill. Liu Yongwang's eyes gleamed. The system prompt made it clear to Liu Yongwang that this was Pan Jinlian. Only she possessed such beauty, and only she could be so envied as to be written as a woman of extreme licentiousness. This task was truly humane. It seemed tailor-made for Liu Yongwang. He was determined to complete it no matter what. It wasn't just for the reward. He was simply captivated by the girl, named Pan Jinlian. Sensing his gaze, the girl turned to look at him, a hint of surprise in her eyes. But then she curtsied lightly in greeting. Such a simple gesture was breathtakingly beautiful. Old man, this woman. Xiao Shuang's surprised voice came from above. At some point she had also squeezed over, kneeling behind Liu Yongwang and leaning on his shoulder to admire the beauty. I've decided to stay here for 10 days, or half a month. For her. Yes. You lecherous old man. Xiao Shuang pouted. Too bad beauties like her are usually promised to someone. You have no chance. Liu Yongwang smiled. As long as the hoe is wielded well, no wall is too high to topple. He rented a house facing the street, and Liu Yongwang moved in with little Shuang. Across the street diagonally was Pan Jinlian's home. As long as he sat at the doorstep, he could occasionally see Pan Jinlian coming and going. Pan Jinlian was clearly not a demure girl. She couldn't sit still without stepping out several times a day. This gave Liu Yongwang even more confidence that he could captivate this beautiful young woman. He set up a table at the door and hung a sign above it bearing 4 characters, Barefoot Doctor. In the Ming Dynasty, the term doctor was not yet a lofty title. Generally, only those who studied at local medical institutions or trained in major medical organizations, such as the Imperial Hospital, were called doctors. Those who considered themselves highly skilled in medicine usually called themselves Daifu or Longzhou. Liu Yongwang didn't mind. He simply wanted to be a barefoot doctor and fulfill a childhood dream. After all, his goal now wasn't to treat patients and earn money, but to get close to the beautiful Pan Jinlian. Even if no patients came, it didn't matter. A gust of wind blew in, and with it came the petite little Shuang. Her eyes sparkled with barely concealed laughter, and as soon as she entered, she giggled, "Old man, you're out of luck. The beauty across the street is already promised to someone. Guess who?" Liu Yongwang stroked his chin, which was beginning to sprout stubble, and said unhurriedly, "Promised to Wu Ji, the magistrate of Yanggu County." "Oh, how did you know?" Little Shuang was astonished, staring at Liu Yongwang as if she had seen a ghost. They had just settled in and didn't know any of the neighbors. How could Liu Yongwang possibly know these things? "Hey, and how did you know her name is Jinlian?" Little Shuang said, but when he first saw the beauty across the street, Liu Yongwang had guessed her name was Jinlian. Just now she had gone over to get acquainted with the young beauty and confirmed that her nickname was indeed Jinlian. This sent a chill down her spine. She stared at him in shock. "You're not a doctor. You're a fortune-telling charlatan." Liu Yongwang smiled mysteriously and stood up. "Your master here can indeed tell fortunes. If you're obedient from now on, I'll teach you all my skills." "Teach me." "By holding my hand." Little Shuang rolled her eyes at Liu Yongwang. Along the way she had experienced his lecherous intentions. He always found excuses to cop a feel and deliberately taught her risque knowledge about men and women, forcing her to learn while pretending it was legitimate medical knowledge. "We can also teach mouth to mouth." Liu Yongwang pursed his lips and made a vulgar kissing gesture. "Puffed, you lecherous old man." Little Shuang twisted her waist and went into the house to prepare the fire for cooking. What does her family do for a living? Liu Yongwang wasn't willing to let her go and quickly followed her in. Little Shuang deftly sat down at the stove, rolled up a handful of straw, lit it with a tinder, and stuffed it into the firebox. Flames flickered and quickly caught fire. Her eyes also danced with the flames, making her exceptionally charming. As she busied herself, she said, Mr. Pan used to be a clerk. He passed away when Jinlian was 11, and the Pan family fell into decline. Her mother is skilled in embroidery, so she set up a shop selling embroidered goods. Jinlian is also good at embroidery, and they run the shop together. After speaking, she held out her hand. Give me money. Liu Yongwang smiled and pulled out a small string of copper coins for little Shuang. She reached out cheerfully, but Liu Yongwang took the chance to stroke her hand, earning him a glare. If you send me to gather information again, you'll have to pay. Had guessed her name was Jinlian. Just now she had gone over to get. Liu Yongwang smiled, not leaving, just watching little Shuang cook. Dream on. You're old, and I'm still young. Why would I ever submit to you? Little Shuang rolled her eyes again. I have money, Liu Yongwang said shamelessly. Bantering with the young beauty every day made Liu Yongwang feel much younger. If I hadn't left in such a hurry and forgotten to bring my own savings, I wouldn't have to beg you for money. Little Shuang worked swiftly, lighting the fire and adding some firewood before starting to prepare the dishes. Liu Yongwang observed carefully. The Ming Dynasty stove was similar to the stoves in rural areas from years past. The fuel for cooking was also much the same. Straw, wheat stalks, hay, sesame stalks, dead branches, and wood were the main fuels. Beneath the stove was a clay jar with a lid containing smoldering charcoal. This was the fire source. Above the stove was an enshrined deity statue. Though blackened by smoke and mottled, it was unmistakably the kitchen god. Little Shuang had even bought a few incense sticks to light for the kitchen god. How do you know how to cook? Liu Yongwang. Little Shuang was Lady Liu's personal maid, and her status was even more pampered than some young ladies from wealthy families. Logically, she shouldn't have to cook. Before I was sold to the Liu mansion, I cooked at home with my sister. At this, Little Shuang stopped her work, her face filled with sorrow. I miss my sister. What should I do? Liu Yongwang had no words of comfort. Separating a pair of twins who had grown up together would inevitably cause heartache. Do you resent me for taking you away? Little Shuang looked up, her clear eyes glancing at Liu Yongwang, then shook her head slightly. No. If it weren't for you, the lady would probably be dead. If the master dies, my sister and I wouldn't have fared well either. Liu Yongwang was taken aback. He hadn't expected Little Shuang to be so understanding. Moreover, she wasn't pretentious. She saw things clearly. Personal maids like Big Shuang and Little Shuang were considered the master's belongings. If the master died, the belongings would naturally meet a grim fate. 1 year. I promise you'll see your sister in 1 year. Liu Yongwang gave a solemn vow. Are you really some kind of... Little Shuang's sorrow gradually faded. Sort of, Liu Yongwang said, without explaining, leaning against the doorframe to watch her cook. Watching a beautiful woman cook was quite aesthetic. Liu Yongwang kept his eyes closed. If you go back, it will cost your sister her life, and yours too. Xiao Shuang finally understood, and her eyes slowly reddened. Time to eat. Little Shuang's mood quickly improved, and she became cheerful again. Liu Yongwang shook his head. Youth was truly wonderful. Sorrow came and went quickly. Little Shuang, find out what Jinlian likes, Liu Yongwang said as he ate. Little Shuang looked up through the steam rising from her bowl. Are you really going to seduce her? I'm going to marry her, so she can keep you company. Liu Yongwang lifted his bowl and slurped his food. Little Shuang rolled her eyes. Impossible. Just do as I say. Little Shuang pouted and studied Liu Yongwang seriously. Jinlian is promised to Magistrate Wu. They say he's 5 feet 8 inches tall, handsome, 32 years old, and a local official. You're just a worthless old man. What makes you think you can marry Jinlian? Don't worry about it. You'll find out in time, Liu Yongwang said nonchalantly. Just do as I tell you. Little Shuang extended her delicate fair hand. Give me money. On the official road from the capital to Luoyang, Guard Zhao dismounted with a dejected look and entered the post station. Soon a carrier pigeon soared into the sky heading east. Withdrawing his gaze, Guard Zhao sighed. Where in the world has that damned Imperial physician gone? In the Imperial study of the palace. The captain of the guard strode and knelt and reported. Your Majesty, a carrier pigeon from the front lines reports that no trace of that Imperial physician has been found on any major route to the west. I suspect that physician dares not return to his hometown and has instead fled elsewhere. The emperor set down his brush, stood, and paced the room with his hands behind his back. He stopped before a hand-drawn map, studying it intently. After a long silence, he said, he didn't go west. So where did he go? The captain stepped behind the emperor, his eyes fixed on the map. He would likely avoid the bitter cold of the north. I surmise he has probably gone south. Of course, the east is also a possibility. The emperor waved his hand. Send men to search the key thoroughfares in the south and east. An aging imperial physician and a naive palace maid should not be difficult to find. Yes. Tell him not to return until he finds them. Yes. In the rear palace. Lady Liu cradled an infant, amusing it. A palace maid entered and curtsied gracefully. My Lady Dashuang misses you. Lady Liu looked up, her eyes brimming with joy at the sight of Dashuang. She grasped Dashuang's hand and asked eagerly, how was it at the Bureau of Medicine? Dashuang raised her weary eyes. There's so much to learn, it's truly exhausting. but it feels very fulfilling. Lady Liu dismissed the attendants before asking, "Is everything all right?" Daswang nodded. "All is well. I thank you, my lady, for your recommendation, which allowed me to become a female official. Any news of Xiaoshuang?" Dashwang's eyes gradually misted over. "No, but I believe she is safe. Following physician Liu, she might truly become a good doctor. Find time to visit physician Liu's home and convey my regards." As she spoke, she tightened her grip. Daswang naturally understood Lady Liu's intention. She was to glean information from physician Liu's household about his possible whereabouts. She nodded. Yes. Yet in her heart she knew that the only way to ensure her sister's and her own safety was for Xiaoshuang to go into hiding beyond the reach of both the Emperor and Lady Liu. "By the way, as the chief pharmacist of the Bureau of Medicine, you will have frequent contact with the Empress Dowager, won't you?" Lady Liu squeezed Dashwang's hand again. Daswang understood Lady Liu's implication once more. "Yes. Very good." Lady Liu fell silent, but her gaze grew sharp. The busiest street in Yonggu County was Qingshi Street. On Qingshi Street stood a large pharmacy with a sign reading Rongji Medical Hall. Medicine was sold downstairs and patients were seen upstairs, a seamless operation. On the second floor, an elderly man in a long robe rose from behind his desk, stroked his beard, and walked to the window. Gazing at the bustling crowd below, he frowned. "Has someone opened a new medical hall in the county?" "Yes," said a man with a few rat-like whiskers, his eyes shifty. "Right by the north gate with a sign that reads Barefoot Doctor. Ha, barefoot fellow daring to call himself a doctor. It's laughable. Don't be careless. If he claims to be a doctor, he must have studied at a major medical hall. This Yonggu County must remain the domain of Rongji Medical Hall. We cannot let outsiders take a share." The old man clasped his hands behind his back, returned to his desk, and sat down slowly. "Send someone to probe his capabilities. If his medical skills are abysmal, so be it." A glint of menace flashed in the old man's eyes. "But if he is competent, he must be driven out." "Yes." The summer breeze was gentle, inviting languor. Liu Yongwang lay swaying in his recliner, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan, or so it appeared to others. In truth, Liu Yongwang was busy browsing the point shop. The shop had many items, but they were rather expensive. A single tomato seedling cost 50 points. A potato cost 80 points. Chili seedlings were even pricier at 100 points. These were all treasures that had yet to reach the Central Plains in this era. Considering the timeline, it had been only 30 years since Columbus discovered the Americas. These seeds were likely just beginning to be cultivated in Europe. It would take another 10 to 20 years for them to spread to the Central Plains. Acquiring these seeds ahead of time and capitalizing on the time gap could lead to great success in the Ming Dynasty. But Liu Yongwang had only 100 points and had to use them wisely. This damn system had only given him 2 tasks, so far both extremely difficult. He couldn't earn more points even if he wanted to. Clatter. A sound heralded Zhaishuang's entrance. She carried a watermelon and placed it in the cold well water to soak. "Old man, pay up." "Did you find out?" Liu Yongwang fished a small string of coins from his pocket and handed it to Xiaoshuang, trying to touch her hand, but she dodged him. "I asked around. Sister Jinlian enjoys listening to storytelling and reading novels. Unfortunately, women outside the palace rarely have the chance to hear storytellers." Xiaoshuang picked up a cloth and began wiping the table by the door. "Unlike us in the palace, we get to watch plays during festivals." Liu Yongwang smiled, telling stories that he knew well. Having transmigrated, he might not be as talented as other protagonists. He couldn't recite 3,000 poems from memory or write the entire dream of the Red Chamber. He also knew nothing about making soap, refining salt, distilling alcohol, or forging metal. But he at least knew some fairy tales. A few from both East and West. Stories like Su Xian battling the white snake, Snow White battling the hunter, Little Red Riding Hood battling the wolf grandmother, and Simba battling the hyenas. He knew them all. "Go to Jinlian and tell her that your master can tell stories. If she wants to listen, she can come over. He'll tell the tale of Snow White and the 7 strong men." Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes. A dog's mouth doesn't spit out ivory. On the second floor of Rongji Medical Hall, the steward hurried forward and said in a low voice, "A patient has come downstairs with mouth sores that haven't healed in over 10 days. This suits your requirements perfectly." Rong Huanzhang set down his medical text, his brow lifting slightly. Mouth sores are indeed a good ailment. He picked up his teacup and took a slow sip. Though they seem trivial, they actually test a physician's skill. The steward remained silent, waiting attentively. Mouth sores can be caused by excess heat or deficient heat. Though the symptoms appear similar, the difference is vast. Rong Huanzhang shook his head as he spoke. One stems from heart and spleen heat accumulation, the other from yin deficiency with blazing fire. The treatments are also vastly different. A less skilled physician would fail to distinguish them. He waved his hand. "Send the patient to that so-called Barefoot Doctor. Bring me the prescription he writes. A single look at the prescription will reveal his true skill." The steward quickly nodded. "Yes, I'll go at once. Xiaoshuang, find a way to bring Jinlian to our house to play." Liu Yongwang pulled out a small string of coins and handed them to Xiaoshuang. Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes. "Pay more." Liu Yongwang sighed. "At such a young age, you're already obsessed with money. Hey, race 1 tael of silver. Bring her over quickly." Delighted to accept the silver, Xiao Shuang furrowed her brows slightly and pouted. How am I supposed to get her to come? She's an unmarried girl, she can't just enter a strange man's house. Just tell her we have a cat that can do backflips. Do we have a cat? That's not important. Just bring her here. Watching Xiao Shuang leave Liu Yongwang opened the points mall and exchanged 10 points for a canned lychee. To woo a beauty and capture her attention, one must be willing to invest. Though precious, the points had to be spent. Something flickered in the air and a tin can appeared in Liu Yongwang's hand. Capturing Pan Jilian's attention depended entirely on this can. Before long, the clear, melodious laughter of a young girl came from outside the door. Xiao Shuang appeared at the doorstep with Pan Jilian. Liu Yongwang squinted as he appraised Pan Jilian. Elegant and graceful, her eyes brimming with spring, a smile playing on her lips. A beauty, one could never tire of looking at her. Master, I've brought Sister Jilian to see the cat that does backflips, Xiao Shuang said mischievously. Where's the cat? Liu Yongwang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This little girl was deliberately causing trouble. He had made a joke, but she was using it to mock him. She wanted to see him make a fool of himself. Ahem, the cat went to catch a mouse. But I do have something interesting here to show you, and Miss Jilian. Liu Yongwang took out the can and handed it to Xiao Shuang. Pan Jilian's eyes darted around curiously as she watched Xiao Shuang and Liu Yongwang's playful banter. The relaxed relationship between master and disciple felt fresh and intriguing to her. Xiao Shuang picked up the can, frowning slightly. What is this? It feels like tin. The relaxed relationship between master and disciple felt fresh and intriguing to her. Xiao Shuang picked up the can, frowning slightly. What is this? Under the shocked gazes of the two girls, he poured the lychee flesh into a bowl. Such an ordinary scene in later times was utterly captivating in this dynasty. Both girls involuntarily leaned in, lowering their heads to examine the fruit in the bowl. Wow, it's so white and tender like a fruit, said Xiao Shuang. It smells wonderful too. Jilian was a bit nervous and shy, but the curiosity in her eyes was impossible. Liu Yongwang was a man of considerable experience. He knew well that Pan Jilian's personality was outgoing and curious. A girl like this was easy to charm with the right approach. Miss Jilian, guess what this is? Unable to contain her curiosity and feeling no wariness toward Liu Yongwang, Jilian picked up the bowl and examined it with interest. The distinctive sweet aroma of lychee wafted into her nostrils, lifting her spirits. So fragrant. Oh, it looks like peeled lychee. Xiao Shuang, a former palace maid, recognized it instantly. Jilian's eyes lit up. Is this the lychee from the Imperial courier rides, raising red dust? None know it's lychee that the consort must trust. She couldn't help licking her lips. Her youthful vitality and liveliness were on full display, further bolstering Liu Yongwang's confidence. Such an inexperienced young girl, unacquainted with the world, yet brimming with curiosity, was the easiest to deceive. Lychee for those in the inland and northern regions was an extremely rare delicacy. Except for the Imperial palace, who else could afford to eat it? Yet it was famous. Perfect for captivating and innocent. Xiao Shuang rolled her eyes at Liu Yongwang again. Master, what about mine? Don't you have hands and feet? Go to the kitchen and get it yourself. Xiao Shuang rolled her eyes at Liu Yongwang again. Master, what about mine? Don't you have hands and feet? Go to the kitchen and get it yourself. Pan Jilian watched the banter between Xiao Shuang and Liu Yongwang with curiosity, finding their relationship novel and intriguing. And enviable. Xiao Shuang dashed to the kitchen for a spoon, while Liu Yongwang seized the moment to say gently, Miss Jilian, please eat, don't be shy. With 3 parts embarrassment and 7 parts delight, Pan Jilian took the spoon and scooped up a piece of lychee. She examined it carefully, then parted her lips and took a small bite. The sweet taste instantly won her heart. She squinted her eyes and said with bliss, so delicious. No wonder Consort Yang cherished it so. There's a story about this lychee. Would you like to hear it? Liu Yongwang extended his tempting offer. Isn't it just the story of Consort Yang? What's so interesting about that? Xiao Shuang, returning with her spoon, deliberately interrupted. What I'm about to tell isn't that overused tale of Consort Yang, but an exotic story from the Western continent. Really? Pan Jilian's face was full of longing. Xiao Shuang couldn't help sighing. In the blink of an eye, Pan Jilian had fallen into the trap. This Liu Yongwang truly had some skill. Once upon a time, there was a man named Romeo and a young girl named Juliet who loved lychee and fell in love at first. The jar for the canned fruit was empty, and the faces of the two beauties were streaked with tears. How pitiful, my heart aches for them. Pan Jilian said, her voice choked with sobs, her face a picture of sorrow. Xiao Shuang was also sobbing, unable to speak. Such a tragic love story could captivate any woman, whether from ancient or modern times. At least they loved bravely, and their time in this world was not in vain. Liu Yongwang quietly planted a seed in the hearts of Pan Jilian and Xiao Shuang. To win Pan Jilian's hand, he had to use every means and condition. This dynasty had been poisoned by Chengzhu Neo-Confucianism for over a century. Feudal and conservative ideas had already permeated society. If Pan Jilian's father had not died, she would still be confined to the deep inner chambers, hardly ever seeing eligible men before marriage, let alone experiencing a poignant romance. But a woman's heart always yearns for love. A tear-jerking love story like Romeo and Juliet, no matter how clumsily told, can stir a maiden's soul. Don't cry. Come again tomorrow, and he'll tell you a happy story. Liu Yongwang set another hook. Pan Jinlian was instantly caught. Thank you, Uncle Liu. He'll come again tomorrow. After seeing Pan Jinlian off, Xiao Shuang gave Liu Yongwang's arm a hard pinch. Where did you get that story? It's so heartbreaking. Liu Yongwang ruffled Xiao Shuang's hair. I told you before I tell stories better than any professional storyteller, but you didn't believe me. Remember, call Jinlian over early tomorrow. Xiao Shuang glanced at the empty tin can again. Wu Ji is the county magistrate. If you mess with his woman, you'll be in deep trouble. Just a mere county magistrate, nothing to worry about, Liu Yongwang said dismissively. A county magistrate, the father and mother of the entire county, and you're not afraid. A petty county magistrate only governs Yanggu County. What's there to fear? Xiao Shuang's eyes lit up. Could it be that you want to elope with Jinlian? Otherwise, how would you deal with Magistrate Wu? Elope, eh? Liu Yongwang stroked his chin. That's a good idea. He'll consider it. You old lecher. Liu Yongwang chuckled and bit into a slice of watermelon. Before he could finish it, a voice called from outside the door, Doctor, Doctor, I need to see a doctor. Liu Yongwang frowned. He had set up the guise of a barefoot doctor not to actually practice medicine, but as a cover for his romantic pursuits. Although he was nearly 50 in age, in his previous life that was generally disconnected from romance and love. He had traveled to ancient times, to the Ming Dynasty, to an era where having multiple wives and concubines was legal and accepted. His aged heart naturally stirred back to life. All those amorous thoughts began to churn restlessly. Using mature modern ideas and methods to court ancient women shouldn't be too difficult. He had put up this front specifically to woo Pan Jinlian. But now someone actually came seeking medical treatment. How? He rose lazily and walked to the front door, where he saw a slightly plump woman in her 20s. With a worried expression, she said, Doctor, I need to see a doctor. Liu Yongwang sat down and gestured sit. The plump woman sat opposite him and rolled up her sleeve to place her wrist on the pulse cushion, only to find there was no such thing on the table. She was momentarily stunned, unsure what to do. What's the problem? I have 2 sores in my mouth. They've been there for over 10 days and won't heal. They make eating and sleeping painful. Please take a look and prescribe me some medicine, the woman said. Liu Yongwang produced a tongue depressor. Open your mouth. The woman opened her mouth. Liu Yongwang probed with the depressor and saw 2 mung bean-sized ulcers on the outside of her teeth, surrounded by redness and swelling. This was a canker sore, a simple and minor ailment. He folded his arms and said, It's a canker sore. Go buy some kiwi fruit and eat 3 a day. Also eat more vegetables and pork liver with your meals. It'll be better in 2 or 3 days. The plump woman was taken aback. That's it. That's right. No prescription. I've given you the method. Why do you need a prescription? Liu Yongwang couldn't be bothered to write one. His calligraphy was atrocious, and using charcoal would be too shocking. Xiao Shuang walked in, watching the scene with curiosity. Just eating some kiwi fruit, vegetables, and pork liver will cure it, the plump woman asked wide-eyed. Yes. Then how much is the consultation fee? 1 copper coin. The plump woman placed a coin on the table and stood up, still full of doubt. Are you sure? I'm sure. Are you really a doctor? Yes. A doctor who doesn't take a pulse or write prescriptions. Get out. Liu Yongwang was losing patience. As the woman left awkwardly, Xiao Shuang asked curiously, Eating some things can cure mouth sores. Mouth sores. It's a canker sore, a deficiency of vitamins C and B. Eating vegetables and fruit will naturally heal it. Liu Yongwang turned to get another slice of watermelon. The watermelon, chilled in well water, was refreshingly cool and satisfying. Xiao Shuang muttered, Only 1 copper coin for a consultation. You're not making any money as a doctor. At the Rongji Medical Hall's 2nd floor, canker sore. Rong Huanzhong burst into laughter after hearing the steward's report. A quack coining new terms. Humph. That woman appeared to have excess fire mouth sores, but only a skilled doctor could see they were actually deficiency fire sores. If he had called it excess fire mouth sores, I might have thought slightly more of him. Ridiculous. That half-baked barefoot doctor actually invented a new term, canker sore. Utter nonsense. The steward also chuckled. It's confirmed now, he's just a charlatan. Telling people to eat kiwi fruit and vegetables to cure an illness. Preposterous. Rong Huanzhong sat down. We don't need to bother with that kind of incompetent doctor. Yes, sir. The steward turned to leave, then paused. That woman is asking you for a prescription. She says the mouth sores have been bothering her for a long time. Rong Huanzhong sat down, picked up his brush, and quickly wrote a few lines. He'll prescribe some medicine to nourish and reduce fire. It should improve in 2 days. Have you heard of the story of the Western Wing? Liu Yongwang looked at the eagerly waiting Pan Jinlian, the last vestiges of his youth stirring vigorously within. An innocent and beautiful young woman was the best at stirring an older man's heart. I've heard the name, but it's said to be a banned book, Pan Jinlian said cautiously. Liu Yongwang snorted. Banned. In the previous dynasty, it was a story known in every household. I've heard bits and pieces, but never the whole thing. Master, please tell it. I want to hear it too, Xiao Shuang pleaded, her eyes fixed on Liu Yongwang. Liu Yongwang smiled. All right, I'll tell it. Shengzhou Neo-Confucianism had severely constrained the minds of Ming Dynasty women. But the greater the oppression, the fiercer the rebellion. Liu Yongwang intended to use these famous love stories to stir Pan Jinlian's heart quickly, making this little beauty fall for him. The story of Cui Yingying and Scholar Zhang was one of the few tales from ancient times about boldly pursuing love. With Liu Yongwang adding fuel to the fire, it easily planted an even bigger seed in the hearts of Pan Jinlian, and Xiao Shuang fertilized and watered it, and it began to take root and sprout. In the capital, in the Imperial harem, Das Wang poked her head out from under the covers and said joyfully, "Your Highness, all the wounds have healed." Lady Liu breathed a sigh of relief. "I never imagined a human body could be stitched together like fabric. It's truly miraculous." Das Wang picked up a towel soaked in salt water and said, "Your Highness, I must begin removing the sutures." Imperial physician Liu said that if the threads are not taken out they might cause swelling and redness. "Go ahead, I can bear it." Lady Liu took a deep breath. "I endured the agony of childbirth. This pain is nothing in comparison." Das Wang carefully snipped the threads with scissors and pulled them out one by one. "Does it hurt?" "A little, but it's..." Holding the extracted threads, Das Wang was filled with wonder. She had witnessed Liu Yongwang cut open Lady Liu's body with scissors and then stitch the wound closed with a needle and thread. At that moment her heart had pounded with terror, but now she found it utterly miraculous. So healing could be done just like mending clothes. "It's done, Your Highness. Let me wash it again with salt water. Please bear with it a little longer." In Yanggu County, at the Pan residence, the sunlight was perfect, casting a bright glow over the courtyard. Leaves rustled in the wind like a maiden's heart. Pan Jinlian held a needle and thread in her right hand and an embroidery hoop in her left, but she remained utterly still. Her eyes were misty, her gaze fixed nowhere on the embroidery within the hoop, lost in thought. After listening to stories for 2 or 3 days, her once innocent heart had suddenly become clear. She realized that her previous life seemed to have been lived in vain. When her father was alive, she had been confined within high walls and grand courtyards, learning feminine virtues and needlework. She barely saw any men. When her father passed away and the family declined, she was not saddened, because at last she could step out into the world. By chance, the county magistrate Wu Ji saw Pan Jinlian and was instantly captivated by her beauty. He immediately sent a matchmaker with a betrothal gift seeking to marry her. As for Wu Ji, she found him handsome and tall and felt somewhat drawn to him. Though it would be a second marriage for her, it was still a step up in status. After the engagement, she longed for the wedding to come soon. Yet something always felt missing. What it was she did not know. But today she suddenly understood what was missing. A little love, a little passion, a little lingering romance. "Jinlian, have you finished the brocade for Squire Zhao?" Her mother's voice called from inside the house. Pan Jinlian snapped back to reality and quickly resumed her embroidery. "Almost done, almost done. It won't be late." It had just rained a little, and the air was moist and pleasant. Liu Yongwang carefully picked up a paper packet and handed it to Xiao Shuang. "Give this to Jinlian. Ask her to embroider a silk handkerchief for me with a golden lotus pattern. The text is on the paper." Along with it, he handed over a piece of paper on which a poem was written with charcoal. These past few days, Pan Jinlian had come every day to listen to stories. Liu Yongwang adapted classic love stories and told them to the 2 girls. He found that storytelling was very... At least Pan Jinlian had begun to harbor many longings and expectations for love. The time had come to take... Xiao Shuang took the packet, glanced at it, and frowned. "Old man, this poem lacks literary grace. And this handkerchief is dirty. Oh, it looks unclean. Mind your own business." Liu Yongwang picked up a slice of watermelon from the small table and ate it leisurely. As Xiao Shuang walked, she continued reading the poem and gradually began to appreciate its subtlety. "Hidden heart, concealed jade. Green mountains enter my dreams, I gaze afar. Blue seas pour out my love, endless and deep. Ink spills on cloud like paper, gold forms the characters. A boat sways in the moon's reflection, lotus blooms with fragrance." The 5th character of each line conceals a word, and together they spell "I love Jinlian." Xiao Shuang couldn't help but spit. "You old rogue, you're quite the player. Definitely not a good bird." Despite her words, she quickly ran to the opposite room and handed the handkerchief to Pan Jinlian. After giving a few instructions, she ran back briskly. Just as Xiao Shuang was about to enter, Liu Yongwang added, "Go wash your hands." Xiao Shuang muttered, "I just washed them before going out. If I tell you to wash, you wash." "Fine." Xiao Shuang pouted and reluctantly went inside to wash her hands. In a civilian residence, a plump woman in her late 20s frowned as she flipped her lip in front of a mirror. The bronze mirror reflected 2 red swollen ulcers inside her mouth. What a useless quack. 3 days of medicine and there's no sign of improvement. The plump woman covered her mouth, her face full of distress. Kiwi fruit. Kiwi fruit. 3 caddies for just 1 coin. A vendor's cry came from outside. The plump woman thought of something and rushed out, shouting to the vendor, "Give me 1 coin's worth." A few minutes later, she held a kiwi fruit in her hand and mused, "Can this kiwi fruit really cure illness? Forget it, I'll just eat it first. It's killing me." She picked a soft one, peeled it, and ate it. In the capital, the Imperial Palace, Das Wang was diligently reading a medical text in the Medicine Administration Bureau when she suddenly heard a tremendous crash. She rushed out and saw a huge cloud of dust rising from somewhere in the harem. Many people ran out, staring in shock at the source of the noise. Dashwang, hurry. Yongshou Palace has collapsed. Many are injured. Go to the Imperial Medical Institute and fetch the physicians. Li, the director of the Medicine Administration Bureau, rushed over and shouted. Dashwang sprinted off. When she returned with a large group of Imperial physicians, the sight of the devastation, the open ground outside Lanyue Palace was strewn with people. Some had broken arms and legs, others were covered in blood, and still others wailed in agony. The physicians immediately divided their tasks and began treating the wounded. There were so many injured that the doctors were overwhelmed. Dashwang wanted to help, but didn't know where to start. After a flurry of activity, Dashwang sat down wearily under the shade of a tree. Physician, please save us. A pitiful plea came from nearby. Dashwang turned her head and felt a pang in her heart. 7 or 8 palace maids supporting each other knelt before a physician, begging in low voices. Each of them was severely injured. Some had bloody heads, others were covered in bruises and bloodstains. Clearly they were all wounded, some with wounds so deep that flesh and blood were indistinct and bleeding wouldn't stop. The physician glanced back and shook his head like a rattledrum. Go away. Don't delay my treatment of the nobles. The maids rose in disappointment and went to seek another physician. Dashwang couldn't help but ask, Physician Song, these palace maids are all injured. Why won't you treat them? Imperial Physician Song wiped the sweat from his brow. Dashwang, you've just entered the herbal office and know nothing. With injuries like theirs, most are doomed. Dashwang was taken aback. But I can see they only have superficial wounds. None have damaged their internal organs. Imperial Physician Song shook his head disdainfully. Dashwang, you simply don't understand. If it were a simple scrape, it wouldn't matter. With severe superficial wounds like theirs, even if ointment is applied within 2 days, they'll swell and fester. Now that it's summer, maggots might even appear. At most half a month and they'll likely die. Treating them would be futile and only tarnish our reputation. Dashwang frowned. But Consort Du's injuries weren't minor either, and you treated her, didn't you? Imperial Physician Song rolled his eyes. How can that be compared? Consort Du is of noble birth. No matter how severe her wounds, she must be treated. But they are merely palace maids. Palace maids are human too. Are we to just let them wither away? Dashwang's voice grew increasingly fervent. Imperial Physician Song grew uncomfortable. He abruptly shouted at the retreating maids, Hey, you there? There's a kind soul here willing to treat your wounds. Why not come and beg the great benefactor? His shout drew the attention of the other Imperial physicians tending to the wounded nearby. They all fixed their gazes on Dashwang. Dashwang tensed up, wanting to speak, but finding no words. The medical superintendent glanced at Dashwang, seemed to recall something, and snorted. Imperial Physician Song, what's going on? Imperial Physician Song replied, This newly appointed apothecary in charge thinks we're not doing enough and wants to save them herself. Dashwang quickly waved her hands. No. A series of thuds interrupted her words as the maids knelt before her in unison. Sister Dashwang, please save us, they pleaded. Dashwang was at a loss, sweat pouring down her forehead in sheer pain. Imperial Physician Song said sarcastically, Aren't you sympathetic to these maids? Since we can't cure them, why don't you save them if you have the skill? The medical superintendent rubbed his swollen backside and said, If you have the ability, then save them. If not, keep your mouth shut. Don't be like some who only harm their own. This veiled remark was aimed at Liu Yongwang. Dashwang understood the superintendent's meaning. He was transferring his hatred for Liu Yongwang onto her. After all, she had been present when Liu Yongwang saved Consort Liu. Her own younger sister had also been taken by Liu Yongwang as an apprentice. Her eyes reddened, tears welling up. How could she have the skill to save anyone? Yet looking at these maids, her heart ached for them. Please save us, sister. You can't just watch us die, said a maid clutching Dashwang's hand, her eyes glistening with tears. Dashwang wrung her hands anxiously. But I've only just entered the herbal office and still know nothing. A maid named Lingji knelt, clutching her stomach. Sister Dashwang, you're from the herbal office. You know more than we do. You can't just watch us die, said a maid clutching Dashwang's hand, her eyes glistening with tears. Dashwang, her hands and clothes were stained with blood. Dashwang frowned. Lingzi's injury was already critical. Even if treated by an imperial physician, the risk of infection and suppuration was high. One misstep, and she wouldn't survive. But how could she, a maid who knew nothing just days ago, have the ability to treat them? Dashwang, just apply some medicine for us. It's better than waiting to die. Lingji pleaded, reaching out to grab Dashwang's arm, while still on her knees. Yes, just give us something. If we die, we won't blame you, the other maids echoed. Seeing their earnest faces, Dashwang, suddenly an idea struck her. She recalled that day in the delivery room when Liu Yongwang had cut open Consort Liu's body with scissors and then sewed it back up with a needle and thread. Not only did it not fester, but the wound healed remarkably well. She had visited yesterday and seen that Consort Liu's wound had fully healed with barely a scar. This proved that Imperial physician Liu's method was effective. Gaining some confidence, she said, Come with me to the herbal office. They'll find a way to treat you. The maids, seeing hope, excitedly stood up and supporting each other headed toward the herbal office. Behind them, Imperial physician Song sneered, An ignorant little girl who's only been in the herbal office a few days and already thinks she's a divine physician. Another physician chimed in, These maids are severely injured. They're doomed. She's just asking for trouble. A mere maid wanting to play doctor. Preposterous. The medical superintendent added contemptuously, "Ignore this little girl. We must attend to the nobles." The physicians resumed their work. At the suburban post station, 2 travel-worn riders appeared outside. The leader was Guard Zhao. Entering the station, he identified himself to the station master. In the past half-month has an elderly man and a young woman traveled south by post carriage. The station master quickly replied, "Honored sirs, none at all. If there were, I would have reported it. Not to the east, not to the south. Did those 2 vanish in a thin air?" the accompanying guard said dejectedly. But Guard Zhao remained undeterred. "If travelers need to rent a carriage, where else would they go besides here?" The station master pointed north. "There's a carriage shop in the town ahead. If there are scattered travelers, they might rent there." Guard Zhao mounted his horse and pulled the reins. "Thank you." As the 2 galloped away, the station master shook his head. Another reckless fool on the run. Bang! The door to the herbal office burst open. The maids helped each other inside and laid down in disarray. "Those Imperial physicians are heartless. They don't treat us like humans," Lingji said angrily. "They won't even tend to our wounds." We can't really blame them. They're short-handed and must prioritize the nobles and their close attendants. We lowly servants are left to die. Since the emperor had executed several Imperial physicians and beaten others to death after Consort Liu's delivery, the medical staff was already insufficient. And with so many injured this time, the physicians had no time for lowly maids like them. Even if they had time, they wouldn't treat us. They're all afraid of ruining their reputations, a maid lamented. "Those physicians are all scoundrels. Why didn't the 20 strokes of the cane finish them off?" another maid said bitterly. "Sister Dashuang, our lives are in your hands," a maid implored, looking at Dashuang. Dashuang didn't answer, but instead earnestly recalled every move Liu Yongwang had made that night. "Dashuang, just give us some medicine. Whether it heals or not, we won't blame you." Lingji grasped Dashuang's hand and pleaded earnestly once more. She knew well that with her injuries, without proper treatment, she would likely die. Though they were merely ordinary wounds in this ancient era, they were fatal. On the battlefield, few were killed outright. Most deaths occurred during subsequent treatment. A simple wound could become inflamed and fester, ultimately claiming a life. Given Lingzi's condition, even if an Imperial physician treated her personally, the chances of recovery were slim. Yet even if there was but a glimmer of hope, she had to fight for it. "I can treat you, but I cannot guarantee success," Dashuang said, having made up her mind. "That's fine. Treatment itself is hope. Whether it works or not, we won't resent you. Yes, we won't blame you. Just do what you must." Looking into the maid's anxious eyes, Dashuang took a deep breath. "All right, but the treatment will be painful. We're facing death itself. What pain can we not bear? We can endure it. If you can't stand to tie us up, we won't hold it against you." "Very well, we'll begin now." Dashuang sprang into action, summoning several maids. First, she boiled water and sterilized scissors, blades, needles, thread, and towels in the pot. Then she prepared ample saline solution to clean, disinfect, and sterilize the patient's wounds, finally using strong liquor for thorough disinfection. Simultaneously, she boiled a large pot of vinegar in the room, another technique Liu Yongwang had taught her for sterilization. She repeatedly recalled the knowledge he had imparted in the delivery room. Liu Yongwang had said that the true threat wasn't the wound itself, but the bacteria in the air, on instruments, and on the body. These invisible microorganisms feared high-temperature saline and especially strong liquor. Using heat, liquor, and saline for sterilization could drastically improve survival rates. After preparing all necessary items, she began the treatment. The first patient was the least severely injured among them. Dashuang chose this maid to practice on. After placing a wooden stick in the patient's mouth to bite on, she began cleaning the wound with saline. She repeated the cleaning process meticulously. Though painful, Dashuang dared not be careless, remembering Liu Yongwang's instruction that disinfection must be thorough and precise. After cleaning, she used strong liquor for sterilization. Then she began suturing the wound using thread and needles that had also been sterilized. This was an excruciating process. Yet the maid, desperate to survive, endured the intense pain, trembling as Dashuang successfully closed the wound. After another round of sterilization, she wrapped the wound with gauze coated in trauma ointment. One patient was thus treated. Meanwhile, an Imperial physician who entered the medicine bureau to fetch herbs witnessed this and couldn't help but scoff. He later recounted the scene to other physicians, who all laughed. The idea of directly suturing wounds with needle and thread struck them as utterly absurd. "This little maid is hastening their deaths," one remarked. "Where did she learn such audacity? Sewing up a human body with needle and thread. What reckless madness." Physician Song sneered. The medical inspector suddenly recalled something. Could this be that physician Liu's doing? At these words, the physicians fell silent. Involuntarily, they reached for their own posteriors. The injuries there were a gift from Liu Yongwang, and they had yet. Within the medicine bureau, despite the physician's ridicule, Dashuang persisted in suturing every maid's wounds. She carried out sterilization, disinfection, and suturing with meticulous care. After finishing the last patient, she collapsed into a chair, utterly exhausted and unable to move. Meanwhile, at the carriage depot, Guard Zhao disembarked and strode inside to find the owner. Upon hearing the purpose of his visit, the owner quickly replied, Yes. 10 days ago, an old man and a young man hired old Luo's carriage and headed south. Their descriptions match yours. Guard Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. Where's old Luo now? The owner pointed to a coachman dozing on a carriage in the yard. That's him. An attendant moved to wake the coachman, but Guard Zhao stopped him. Wait. That physician is cunning. He must have bribed this driver. If we question him outright, he'll lie and alert our quarry. Then what do we do? The attendant asked. Well, find another way to draw him out. Guard Zhao replied, turning to the owner. Where does old Luo usually eat? There's a braised meat shop up ahead. He sometimes dines there. Guard Zhao nodded. Don't tell old Luo we were here. The owner nodded repeatedly. In Yonggu County at the Pan residence, a pure and enchanting beauty was embroidering in the courtyard under the sun. She had just finished embroidering the character Lian when she sensed something amiss. Examining the context, the phrase "I love Jean Lian" became unmistakably clear. Pan Jinlian's face flushed crimson. She spat her named Liu named Yongwang. Part 2 Pharmacology. Being the object of affection, even from an old man, filled her with a sense of pride. A nascent emotion stirred. Pity you're too old, she murmured to herself with a smile. And am already betrothed to the tall, handsome county. A sudden sting shot through her hand. Distracted, she had pricked herself with the embroidery needle. She quickly brought her finger to her lips, her eyes not reflecting pain, but the sweetness of budding love. In the capital's Imperial harem, Lady Liu set down her chopsticks, startled. You say Das Wang is treating several maids? Her personal maid nodded eagerly. Yes, my lady. The physicians say she's suturing their wounds with needle and thread. They all think she's gone mad. Lady Liu, however, trembled inwardly. Only she knew that suturing wounds with needle and thread, though seemingly insane, was truly effective. Her own wounds had healed that way. Go fetch some bruise wine and bruise ointment. Deliver them to Das Wang for the maid's treatment. Her personal maid stared in shock, unmoving. Lady Liu frowned. Why do you delay? As you command. The maid finally snapped to attention and hurried away. Watching her leave, Lady Liu sighed. Das Wang, this is all the help I can offer. In a small tavern, coachman old Luo ordered a bowl of strong liquor and a dish of fennel beans, sipping leisurely. Two men entered, travel-worn, but exuding an air of distinction. Old Luo paid them no mind. They belonged to a different class. They would never cross paths. To his surprise, however, the two men sat down beside him. The guard Zhao smiled and asked, Are you a local, my friend? Old Luo's face broke into a smile. Yes, I am. Perfect. We are new here and unfamiliar with everything, and we'd like to inquire about a few things. If you don't mind, let's have... Zhao guard waved at the waiter. Bring us 2 jin of cooked meat and 2 jin of wine. Old Luo felt a bit wary. Previous guests had repeatedly warned him not to disclose his whereabouts to anyone. He was even given 2 liang of silver. One must not lack integrity. If someone inquired about the other party, he would certainly remain silent. I'd like to ask, what local specialties do you have? We want to take some back for our families, Zhao guard said with a smile. Hearing this, old Luo's inner vigilance relaxed instantly. He downed his drink in one gulp and said, You've come to the right person. We may not have much to brag about, but our roasted chicken is absolutely top-notch. Even in the capital, you can't find authentic roasted chicken like ours. Is this restaurant serving it? I'd like to try, Zhao guard feigned excitement. Yes, old Luo replied. Zhao guard raised his hand. Boss, bring us another serving of roasted chicken. He picked up the wine jug and filled old Luo's cup. My friend, I feel we have a good rapport. Come, let's drink to that. After leaving the tavern, Zhao guard mounted his horse with the accompanying guard. Let's go to Yonggu County. The 2 horses galloped southward, heading straight for Yonggu County. Inside the tavern, old Luo suddenly came to a realization and slapped himself hard on the face. Damn, how did I let that slip? Lord Liu, I'm sorry, you'd better fend for yourself. The cicadas screamed desperately in the trees, and the leaves drooped, looking lifeless. A girl, however, bounced into the room and stood before Liu Yongwang. The silk handkerchief is finished, Xiao Shuang said, handing Liu Yongwang a paper bag. Liu Yongwang carefully poured out the silk handkerchief, opened it, and saw exquisite calligraphy, precisely the clumsy 7-character poem he had written. Next to it, a golden lotus flower was embroidered. One must admit Pan Jinlian's embroidery skills were truly remarkable. The lotus flower looked lifelike and full of artistic spirit. Did she say anything? She said, You're boring, Xiao Shuang pouted, a toad wishing to eat swan meat. After saying that, she burst into laughter. I told you it wouldn't work. Look at your age, still wanting that young girl. Did she have any discomfort? Liu Yongwang was unconcerned and unhurried. As an experienced old man in courting, he had plenty of patience. Xiao Shuang was taken aback and immediately became alert. What do you mean? Did she have any skin redness, swelling, or itching? Oh. Xiao Shuang gasped, covering her mouth in shock. You. Does your silk handkerchief conceal a secret? Liu Yongwang remained silent, merely smiling. No wonder you told me to wash my hands when I returned that day, and now you must have tampered with the handkerchief. Xiao Shuang glared at Liu Yongwang. You're wicked using such means. I'm doing it for Jin. Liu Yongwang, however, was indifferent. If she marries that man, it would truly be a bad thing. This was not a lie from Liu. In later generations, Pan Jinlian became infamous, labeled as the most immoral woman in history, all because she married Wu Ji. Moreover, during this time, he had also gathered information about this Wu Ji in Yonggu County. He discovered that Wu Ji was not a good person either. Wu Ji was about 30, and his first wife had died 6 months. Officially, it was said that she died of an illness, but rumors in the community claimed she was beaten by Wu Ji after offending him, resulting in internal injuries, and died after languishing for over a month. This was clearly domestic violence. For a man, domestic violence is either 0 times or countless times. If Pan Jinlian married Wu Ji after the initial sweetness, she would surely suffer domestic violence from him. Moreover, Wu Ji had a rather violent and impulsive personality, which probably also contributed to his falling out with the author of Jinping Mei. He tossed the silk handkerchief into the well to soak, washed his hands, and then laid back down on the recliner. This handkerchief had been tampered with, smeared with the toxic lacquer juice obtained from the points exchange shop. This lacquer juice is toxic, and prolonged contact can easily cause allergic reactions. Pan Jinlian had delicate and fair skin and was likely to have an allergic constitution. Upon contact with the lacquer juice, she could easily develop allergic reactions which could even be severe. Although she wouldn't have much exposure initially, continuous contact would still exacerbate her condition. If not treated appropriately, it could even be life-threatening. This was Liu Yongwang's method. "Old man, you have no morals. You're treating that young girl like this." Xiao Shuang pouted. Although she felt indignant, she wouldn't stop Liu Yongwang's actions, because she was already clear that she and Liu Yongwang were in a mutual benefit relationship. If Liu Yongwang encountered trouble, she wouldn't be able to escape either. If Liu Yongwang wanted to win over Pan Jinlian, she could only act as a support, helping him. "I'm saving her. Marrying me is her best option," Liu Yongwang shamelessly said. As long as he could win over Pan Jinlian, complete the system task, and receive the generous rewards from the system, Liu Yongwang felt no psychological pressure or moral compunction in poisoning Pan Jinlian. "What symptoms does Jinlian have now?" Liu Yongwang asked nonchalantly. Xiao Shuang rolled her eyes again. "She has red spots on her skin. Some areas are even connected, and it itches unbearably." "Then you should visit her more often. Help me spread the word. Just say my medical skills are remarkable to catch their attention. If it works out, I'll reward you." How annoying! Xiao Shuang tossed her sleeves and turned to enter the room. The scene shifted to Yanggu County city gate. 2 fierce-looking men led their horses into the county. It was Zhao Guard and his companion. "This is Yanggu County. Let's first check with the horse-drawn carriage shop to see if that Imperial physician and palace maid have left." Zhao Guard kept his eyes scanning the bustling crowd. Yanggu County is so close to the capital, they shouldn't have chosen to settle here. They should have left long ago. "Let's see," said the accompanying guard. The 2 men on their horses gradually rode away. The scene shifted to the Pan family. Pan Jinlian's mother was extremely anxious. Her daughter had developed quite a number of rashes, densely packed, looking rather disturbing. Furthermore, Pan Jinlian's health had begun to decline. "My daughter, I'll go find a doctor for you right away." Pan mother hurriedly rushed outside. Just as she stepped out, she saw a tall man walking briskly towards her in-law. "Is Jinlian home?" Pan mother felt nervous upon seeing Wu Ji. Wu Ji was in his prime, the county magistrate of Yanggu County, the father figure of the entire county. Her daughter was engaged to him, which was an absolute climb up the social ladder. She was afraid that if he found out Jinlian was ill, he would think less of her. In her actions and words, she showed some panic. Yes, she's here, but she's a bit unwell and not convenient to see anyone." Wu Ji said respectfully. "Mother-in-law, I must see her. If she is ill, I will immediately send for a physician." Unable to stop him, Pan's mother had to say, "Master Wu, please wait in the guest room. I will call Jinlian out at once." "Mother-in-law, do not call me Master Wu. We are to be family. You may simply call me Wu Ji." Wu Ji sat down, his heart light, as he surveyed the surroundings. A single glimpse of Pan Jinlian had once stirred in him the desire to take her as a concubine. To his surprise, his lawful wife opposed him. In a fit of rage, he beat her severely. As luck would have it, she took to her bed and died a month later, conveniently leaving the position vacant. He then proposed marriage to the Pan family under the guise of taking a second wife. In a few days, he would welcome Pan Jinlian into his home as his official spouse. Were it not for the fear of public censure, he would have eagerly brought this delicate beauty into his bed that very moment. After a rustling sound, a charming beauty emerged. It was Pan Jinlian, exuding an innocent allure. Yet she seemed shy, her hands and feet hidden within her sleeves. But the red swollen spots on her face could not be concealed. "Ah, indeed, some swelling. I will summon a doctor for you at once." He turned and shouted toward the door, "Go to Rongji Medical Hall and fetch Rong Wanzhong. Be quick about it." She had just finished embroidering the character Lien when she sensed something amiss. Examining the context, the phrase, "If you are in need of money, I will have some sent to you." Pan's mother forced a smile. Jinlian has already stopped taking on handiwork. She is resting at home. Wu Ji gazed at the demure Pan Jinlian, his fondness growing with each passing moment. He longed to approach her for a closer encounter, but Pan's mother stood inconveniently nearby, an unwelcome presence. He cleared his throat. "Mother-in-law, if you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. I would like to have a casual chat with Jinlian." Pan's mother felt uneasy. Leaving a man and a woman alone together in a room did not sit well with her, even if this man was her future son-in-law. "Well, go on. I wish to speak with Jinlian privately." Wu Ji's tone grew stern. The authority of a superior emerged, his presence imposing and oppressive. Only then did Pan's mother hesitate and finally withdraw. As soon as she left, Wu Ji stepped forward, reaching for Pan Jinlian's hand. Pan Jinlian's heart raced with intense anxiety, pounding wildly within her chest. Instinctively, she raised her hand to evade his grasp, but her sleeve slipped down, revealing her fair arm, now covered in red rashes. Wu Ji was about to seize her arm when he saw the red spots. He froze instantly and withdrew his hand. Is it this serious? He quickly pulled his hand back, daring not to reach out again. This left the anxious Pan Jinlian with a faint sense of disappointment. Having spent days listening to tales of love and romance, she had long harbored expectations and yearnings for romantic affection. She had also begun to hold some hopes for Wu Ji. When he tried to grasp her arm earlier, she felt nervousness and fear, but even more so anticipation. This would have been her first time touching the hand of a man outside her family. Especially knowing he was to be her future husband, her inner vigilance had long since dissipated. Instead, she wished Wu Ji would take her hand, allowing her to feel a man's tenderness and touch. But Wu Ji stopped. A wave of disappointment surged through Pan Jinlian's heart. I am sorry for frightening you. Pan Jinlian quickly lowered her sleeve to conceal her rash-covered arm. This is serious. We must summon a physician at once. Wu Ji no longer had any desire for intimate interaction with the beauty. He took an uncomfortable step back, a look of disgust creeping onto his face. In Pan Jinlian's young heart, a trace of grievance and resentment stirred. She could see that this future husband of hers truly despised her illness. The love that had yet to begin was quietly souring. Liu Yongwang stood in the shade across the street, holding a slice of watermelon, eating it, while watching the scene unfold. An elderly man in a long robe, accompanied by an attendant carrying a square box, hurried over and plunged into the Pan household. That square box was the essential tool of a physician's trade, the medical satchel. In other words, a medicine chest. Clearly, he had come to treat Pan Jinlian. Old man, you'd better not ruin Jinlian. What a lovely little beauty. It would be a shame to spoil her. Xiao Shuang also held a slice of watermelon, eating while keeping watch. Liu Yongwang snatched the watermelon from her hand, stuffed it into his mouth, and gave her a push. Go check on the situation and come back to tell me all the details. Xiao Shuang rolled her eyes and reluctantly headed across the street. This is rubella. I will prescribe a formula for internal use and external washing. It will clear up in a few days. Rong Huanzhong picked up his brush and began writing the prescription. That's good. Wu Ji felt relieved. Rubella was a common ailment, not contagious, and of no great concern. Rong Huanzhong handed the prescription to his attendant. Go to the shop and fetch the medicine. Be quick. Wu Ji glanced at the sky. The hour was already late. His desire to linger had faded. Well, Dr. Rong, I'll leave it to you. He turned and exited, saying to Pan's mother, take good care of Jinlian. I have official duties to attend to. I must take my leave. Farewell, Master Wu. Pan's mother hurried to see him out. Across the street, the watermelon-eating Liu Yongwang turned and entered his house. The plan had already begun. Whether he could win over Pan Jinlian depended on what came next. The sun slowly rose, and the entire city came alive with bustle. Liu Yongwang had wanted to sleep a little longer, but with age his sleep had grown scarce. Moreover, the streets outside were lively, barbers calling out with their poles, peddlers hawking their wares from carts, vendors loudly selling steamed cakes, and night soil collectors knocking on buckets to remind people to bring out their chamber pots. These vibrant signs of daily life forced Liu Yongwang to rise early. As he stepped out of his room, he saw Xiao Shuang approaching with a bowl of food. Noodles with sauce are ready, old man. Time to eat. Liu Yongwang took out a silk handkerchief and handed it to Xiao Shuang. After you eat, take this handkerchief and find a chance to wipe Jinlian's face and arms to worsen her condition. Xiao Shuang rolled her eyes. Your heart is truly venomous. Why am I so unlucky to have been abducted by you and now forced to help you do evil deeds? Despite her harsh words, she carefully wrapped the handkerchief in paper and tucked it into her bosom. Picking up her bowl of noodles, she thought of something. Old man, will I get infected too? You are my right hand. Ooh, I would never let you suffer. Liu Yongwang patted her head. Don't worry. Jinlian will only develop a rash. There's no danger. Xiao Shuang finished her noodles in a few quick bites, twisted her waist, and dashed toward the house across the street. Clearly she knew that no matter how reluctant she was, she had to help Liu Yongwang carry out his plan. After all, she was now irrevocably bound to Liu Yongwang. At the breeze and guard, Zhao pushed open the window and gazed down at the street. The thoroughfare bustled with a lively crowd. Yanggu County was vast and populous. Finding the trace of Imperial physician Liu within its bounds was no small challenge. Chief Weave inquired at all the nearby carriage houses, but there's no sign of those two. Where could they have gone? The accompanying guard asked. Zhao stared outside, his brow furrowed with gravity. The Emperor has given a direct order. If we don't find them, we cannot return. No matter where they've gone, we must locate them. The world is vast. Where do we even begin? The accompanying guard felt disheartened. Zhao observed the bustling crowd, a thought striking him. Since the carriage houses have no news, they're most likely hiding within this city. Let's patrol the city and see if we can uncover any clues. Alas, that's all we can do. A fragrant breeze entered the room as Xiao Shuang stepped through the door, pouting. How did it go? Liu Yongwang handed her a cup of cool water. As you instructed, I wiped her face again. I suspect it will worsen soon. Xiao Shuang felt deeply uneasy. Well done. The magistrate and the physician will arrive soon. Don't forget to watch the spectacle. Liu Yongwang clasped his hands behind his back and strolled out to wander the streets. Can you really be so heartless? She's such a beauty, Xiao Shuang muttered behind him. Strange. She seemed better yesterday. Why has it flared up again today? Rong Huanzhang frowned repeatedly, examining the rashes on Pan Jinlian's arm. Dense clusters of rashes covered her skin, a sight that made one's scalp crawl. Wu Ji asked with displeasure. Could you have misdiagnosed her? Is this not urticaria, but something else? Rong Huanzhang wiped the sweat from his brow, replying with reluctance, impossible. This is definitely urticaria. I have practiced medicine for decades, yet I could not possibly mistake such an ailment. What do we do now? Wu Ji pressed. Rong Huanzhang sat down, picked up his brush, and pondered deeply. After a long while he wrote another prescription. He'll adjust the medication. Within 2 days she should improve. In a commoner's home, a plump woman was eating plums. The middle-aged woman beside her asked curiously, Ernyo, didn't you say your mouth hurt? How dare you eat plums? The plump woman paused, then licked her lips. Strange, my mouth doesn't hurt anymore. I can't even feel the sores. She rushed to the mirror, pulled open her lip, and looked left and right. The 2 bothersome sores were nowhere to be seen. My mouth ulcers are healed. They're really gone. The plump woman exclaimed excitedly. I can't believe that quack doctor actually had skill. Just telling me to eat kiwi fruit cured my mouth sores. The middle-aged woman was taken aback. So it wasn't the Rong medical hall that cured you? The plump woman scoffed. That Dr. Rong is all smoke and mirrors pretending to be profound. I took his medicine for days with no effect at all. But that quack doctor gave me a simple tip and I was healed. That Dr. Rong is a charlatan. The middle-aged woman nodded in agreement. You're right. I don't think the Rong medical hall is any good either. Old Liu on Ximiao Street was perfectly fine until he took a few doses of their medicine and suddenly died. From now on we should only see that quack doctor. It's the right choice. The plump woman said smugly. At the Yanggu County Government Office, Wu Ji sat gloomily at his desk, his brow furrowed in distress. Although he was fond of Pan Jinlian, he valued his own life more. Recently rumors of a rampant epidemic had been spreading, causing widespread panic. Until Pan Jinlian's condition was truly diagnosed, he would not touch her. Not even a brush of her hand was he willing. A maidservant entered with tea, carefully placing it on the tea table. As she tried to leave, Wu Ji grabbed her and unceremoniously reached into the opening of her garment. Tears welled in the maidservant's eyes, but she dared not speak. Just then a voice called from outside. Magistrate Wu, a visitor requests an audience. Wu Ji was annoyed. Who? He claims to be from the capital and carries a guard's waist token. Does he have official documents? No. Wu Ji released the maidservant, straightened his robes, and said with displeasure, let them in. A guard with official documents would earn his respect, but a guard without them was merely here to extort. This was the usual practice. Towards such people Wu Ji never bothered to be polite. Guard Zhao strode in quickly and clasped his hands to Wu Ji. Magistrate Wu, I've long heard of your reputation. Wu Ji forced a smile. Guard Zhao, the pleasure is mine. Minutes later Guard Zhao left the government office, mounted his horse, and rode off. The accompanying guard hurried after him. Chief, how did it go? Guard Zhao's expression was grim. Magistrate Wu seems hostile towards me. He was unfriendly and uncooperative. It's very suspicious. The accompanying guard's eyes lit up. Could it be that the Imperial physician bribed the magistrate, and he's deliberately hiding his whereabouts? Possibly, Guard Zhao nodded. Let's find an inn and stay for a few days. No matter how populous Yanggu County is, we can still uncover clues. There's a guest inn ahead. It's not very busy. We can stay there and investigate slowly. Good. The sound of hooves faded into the distance, leaving only the breeze lingering behind. The sky gradually darkened. Moonlight filled the small courtyard, but Pan Jinlian's heart felt empty. Wu Ji had visited several times in the past 2 days, but he no longer had any desire to touch her. This deeply disappointed Pan Jinlian. She vaguely sensed that between her and Wu Ji there was none of the love old Liu spoke of in his stories. There was only lust at first sight. No romance. Only furtiveness. Creak. The door opened. Xiao Shuang poked her head in and smiled sweetly at Pan Jinlian, who was bathed in moonlight. Sister Jinlian, what are you thinking about? Pan Jinlian forced a smile. Nothing much. Just looking at the moon. Xiao Shuang entered carrying a box of ointment which she handed to Pan Jinlian. My master heard you have urticaria. He prepared this medicine. Apply it to the affected areas, and it will bring you relief. Pan Jinlian took it frowning. I wish I could hear his stories again. Then go. Pan Jinlian shook her head. My body and face are covered in rashes. I can't be seen like this. It's fine. My master is a doctor. He wouldn't mind. This tempted Pan Jinlian, but after a moment's thought she declined. Never mind. I look too hideous. He would surely despise me. Xiao Shuang chuckled. Didn't you call him a toad? Why are you afraid of him despising you now? Pa, when was I ever afraid? Pan Jinlian blushed. It's just, I'm not fit to go out looking like this. Xiao Shuang shook her head and pulled a piece of paper from her bosom. My master said he wrote a poem for you, but I find it quite odd. It's neither a 5-character nor a 7-character poem nor a CI lyric. It reads more like plain speech. It's quite cheesy too. With that she handed the paper to Pan Jinlian. Pan Jinlian's cheeks flushed slightly. This old fool, his lecherous heart never dies. Though her words were fierce, her hands obediently unfolded the paper. After glancing at it, she couldn't help but read aloud 3 lines of medical advice, imitating Ming Dynasty epistles also sent to Jean Lian. Part 1 Consultation. I borrowed the medical records from the spring breeze, yet my pulse always turns erratic upon seeing you. So lovesickness is a stubborn ailment, the patient surnamed Liu named Yongwang. Part 2 Pharmacology. If I boil 3 coins of moonlight with water seasoned by the faint sweetness of jasmine in your hair, could it cure this chronic malady? 1 herb angelica I dare not yet use. Part 3 Contraindications. The Pharmacopoeia deletes Monarch Minister Adjuvant Guide, leaving only Jean Lian to enter the lung meridian. Wu Ji gazed at the demure Pan, Jean Lian, his fondness growing with each passing moment. He longed to approach her for a closer encounter, but Pan's mother stood inconveniently nearby and unwelcome, but in the next moment she grew puzzled. What is this? It's not like a poem nor a CI lyric, it truly seems like plain speech. Yes, I can't understand it either. However, it is quite romantic. Pan Jean Lian pondered for a while, suddenly feeling that the word romantic Liu Yongwang often used perfectly captured the mood of these verses. Xiao Shuang looked at Pan Jean Lian with some curiosity. She felt that Liu Yongwang's seemingly offbeat tactics were actually taking effect. Pan Jean Lian no longer thought of Liu Yongwang as a toad lusting after swan meat. She even began to appreciate the things he wrote. She opened the medicine box, and a faint herbal fragrance emanated from the ointment inside. Pan Jean Lian sniffed it, then looked up at Xiao Shuang. Xiao Shuang said, "My master told me that if the ointment only soothes your itching but doesn't cure the illness, it means you don't have urticaria and need a new diagnosis." Pan Jean Lian said nothing more, simply picked up the ointment and applied it to her arm. A cool sensation immediately brought her relief. Indeed, this ointment feels quite soothing. I'll take my leave then. After seeing Xiao Shuang off, Pan Jean Lian's young heart held many new thoughts. Most of these thoughts were related to Liu Yongwang. Liu Yongwang, so your full name is Liu Yongwang. The name sounds so rustic. Pan Jean Lian looked up at the moon, a smile gracing her face, her heart less restless and more at peace. The maiden's heart had quietly stirred. Meanwhile, Dr. Rong, can you even practice medicine? How is Jean Lian's condition worsening? Wu Ji glared at Rong Huanzhong, his gaze fierce and tinged with a hint of malice. Rong Huanzhong wiped the sweat from his brow and paced back and forth in the room. This shouldn't be. It's clearly urticaria, and I prescribed the appropriate formula. Why isn't it working? Pan Jean Lian and her mother exchanged glances, both feeling uneasy. Pan Jean Lian touched her arm. It felt rough and unpleasant. Even her face was covered in dense rashes. Call all the doctors from your clinic here. You must produce a result today. Wu Ji sat down heavily. I've closed the yamen today. If you don't cure her, I'll make you pay. Rong Huanzhong wiped his sweat again and urgently instructed his subordinate, go summon all the physicians from the various branches. Let's all examine her together. He was also troubled. Pan Jean Lian hesitated before suggesting, there's a barefoot doctor across from my house. Should we call him to take a look? Rong Huanzhong immediately bristled with anger. Those wandering quacks are all charlatans. Inviting him would be sheer nonsense. Wu Ji walked to the door and looked across the street. An ordinary courtyard gate hung an inconspicuous cloth banner reading Barefoot Doctor, utterly unprofessional. He frowned. Why summon such a wandering quack? Dr. Rong, hurry and gather your people for a proper examination. Yes, I've already sent for them. They'll be here soon. At the palace. In Consort Dust bedchamber, the imperial physician's round face dripped with sweat. Though a palace maid fanned him, it did little to cool his inner turmoil. Outside, the gauze curtain and arm lay exposed with the sleeve rolled high, revealing a distinct wound. The wound was inflamed, swollen, and festering. Consort Du has a high fever and has been delirious, the maid said nervously. The imperial physician withdrew his hand from the silk cloth and sighed. It's grave. Intense heat has caused the flesh to rot. The wound has become a carbuncle. With the hot weather, internal and external factors combined, it will be difficult for Consort Du to recover. The emperor's face twitched. It's just a small cut. How did it come to this? The imperial physician sighed again. Consort Du is frail and severely injured. Although I have administered medicine, I cannot reverse the dire situation. The emperor's hands trembled as he glared fiercely at the physician. The physician could only lower his head, daring not meet the emperor's gaze. He spoke the truth. With his medical skill, he could not treat such a wound. Simple debridement and applying ointment were the limits of his ability. The rest was left for the patient to endure. The gauze curtain was lifted and a Pallas made with a bandaged head entered to tidy the items on the table. The emperor noticed her and his heart stirred. You, what happened to your head? The maid knelt. Your Majesty, that day I accompanied Consort Du to Yongso Palace. When the building collapsed, the consort was injured and I was struck on the head by a beam, hence the bandage. The imperial physician secretly looked up and asked in surprise, strange, I recall your injuries were more severe than Consort Du's, yet you seem fine now. The emperor raised an eyebrow and ordered the maid untie the bandage. The maid hesitated, then unwrapped the bandage, revealing the wound. The wound showed slight redness, but was mild. Overall, it was healing well. The most peculiar thing was that the wound appeared to have been stitched with needle and thread. How did this happen? The emperor discerned. The maid said softly, the chief pharmacist of the medicine bureau treated me. The wound was stitched by the pharmacist. These ointments were also provided by them. Chief pharmacist. The emperor's heart stirred. Your Majesty, this chief pharmacist was formerly a maid of Consort Liu named Shuang. She treats a person like a garment, stitching wounds with needle and thread. It's utterly preposterous, the imperial physician said harshly. It's sheer nonsense. Shuang. The emperor pondered for a moment, then waved his hand to dismiss the maid. Use the finest medicine. You must cure Consort Liu's injury. Otherwise. His eyes swept over the physician's posterior. The physician felt a tightening in his nether regions, his buttocks seeming to ache already. Otherwise you will face the cane. Magistrate Wu, everyone is here. These are all the capable hands from our Rongji medical hall. Rong Huanzhong wiped the sweat from his brow. We've even summoned physicians from the neighboring county. We will surely cure Lady Pan's illness. Wu Ji glanced at the 7 or 8 elderly physicians standing in the room, forced a faint smile, and cupped his hands. Then I must trouble you all. Xiao Shuang, witnessing this, darted away in an instant. The moment she entered the door, she shouted, old man, you're going to be exposed. The Rongji medical hall has brought 7 or 8 physicians, and they're all examining Sister Jinlian. Your trick is about to be seen through. Liu Yongwang chuckled, stood up, and walked to the door to glance outside. No matter how many come, it's useless. The poison I administered is beyond anyone's ability to cure. Then what do you intend? Xiao Shuang asked nervously. You can't harm Jinlian. She's such a lovely girl. Liu Yongwang gave Xiao Shuang a push. Go keep watch. If the opportunity arises, recommend me, and say I can cure her. Xiao Shuang immediately dashed off, continuing to monitor the situation across the way on Liu Yongwang's behalf. Meanwhile, at the Pan residence, neighbors began finding various excuses to gather and watch the commotion. The scene was as bustling as a marketplace. Soon everyone understood the situation. Little Jinlian of the Pan family had fallen ill with a strange disease. Physician Rong of the Rongji medical hall had treated her for several days without success. Enraged Magistrate Wu had summoned every physician from the entire county and even the neighboring county to diagnose Pan Jinlian. The people's penchant for spectacle has remained unchanged since ancient times. They all stood on tiptoes, straining to peer into the house, eager to witness the drama unfold. The plump woman also arrived upon hearing the news, mingling in the crowd and peering in on tiptoe. Who is the most skilled physician? Magistrate Wu asked sternly from within the crowd. Rong Huanzhong stepped forward, pointing to a trembling old man. This is the founder of our Rongji medical hall and the patriarch of our Rong family, physician Rong Bingli. Wu Ji cupped his hands. Then I must trouble you, physician Rong. The old man shuffled out unsteadily, took Jinlian's pulse, carefully examined the rashes on her arms and face, and reviewed the prescription Rong Huanzhong had written. Then, trembling, he said, Magistrate Wu, Huanzhang's diagnosis is correct, and the prescription is accurate. This young woman is suffering from wind rash. If you follow the prescription, taking the medicine internally and washing externally, she will surely recover within 3 days. Wu Ji snorted coldly. Recover? It's been 4 or 5 days, and she hasn't improved. In fact, she's gotten worse. What do you have to say about that? The old man remained unhurried, continuing in a measured tone. Individual constitutions differ. Those with strong constitutions may indeed recover in a few days. Wu Ji snorted coldly. Recover? It's been 4 or 5 days, and she hasn't improved. In fact, she's gotten worse. What do you have to say about that? Wu Ji looked at Pan Jinlian, whose condition was worsening, and lost confidence in these physicians. Are there no other physicians in the county besides your Rongji medical hall? His attendant murmured, truly there are none. Aside from some witch doctors and shamans, the only major medical hall is Rongji. Rong Huanzhong puffed out his chest. Magistrate Wu, our Rongji medical hall has operated in the county for decades with an excellent reputation. Quacks couldn't establish themselves here, so they naturally left. Rest assured, Magistrate Wu, if our Rongji medical hall cannot cure a disease, no other physician can. Wu Ji's face turned ashen. He had not been in Yanggu County long, but he had long heard that the Rongji medical hall held a monopoly. This situation was decidedly abnormal. He did not trust Rong Huanzhang's words. Don't be so absolute, Wu Ji said sternly. There is always a mountain beyond a mountain, a person beyond a person. That's right, Magistrate Wu is right. From the crowd, the plump woman grew excited. I know there's a physician in our county whose skill surpasses the Rongji medical hall. Rong Huanzhang's expression darkened. Recognizing her, he immediately retorted, You ungrateful woman. I just prescribed you medicine to cure your ailment, and now you bite the hand that feeds you. The plump woman pushed her way out of the crowd, hands on her hips. How dare you bring that up? Last time you said I had deficiency fire mouth sores, and gave me medicine costing dozens of coppers. It was utterly useless. Her eyes lit up. She knew this was the perfect moment to recommend Liu Yongwang. She immediately stepped forward and said, That's right. My master's medical skills are superb. She hadn't expected that Liu Yongwang's casual remark would actually prove useful. A few kiwi fruit had truly cured this plump woman's ailment. Her eyes lit up. She knew this was the perfect moment to recommend Liu Yongwang. She immediately stepped forward and said, "That's right. My master's medical skills are superb. He can cure Lady Pan's illness." Seeing Xiao Shuang, Pan Jinlian felt a glimmer of hope. She tugged at her mother's sleeve and whispered, "Mother, please call that physician Liu from across the street to take a look." Unable to refuse, Pan's mother also spoke up. "Magistrate Wu, why not summon the Barefoot Doctor from across the street? An extra person can't hurt." Rong Huanzhong ground his teeth in anger. Foolish woman's opinion. These itinerant quacks are all glib talkers with no real skill. Look at his empty doorway. That alone proves he's no good physician. Xiao Shuang retorted, "My master has only recently arrived and has yet to build a reputation." The plump woman also chimed in, "Physician Liu's skill is excellent. He cured my mouth ulcer." "What is that?" several physicians asked in bewilderment. "Mouth ulcer," the plump woman said triumphantly. "See, you've never even heard of the disease. No wonder your medicine from Rongji couldn't cure it. There's no such illness. It doesn't exist in the medical texts." Rong Huanzhong retorted. "That's because your knowledge is shallow." The plump woman shot back, hands on her hips, her voice booming. This exchange solidified Wu Zhi's decision. He turned to Xiao Shuang. "Young lady, go and summon your master." Xiao Shuang turned and squeezed through the crowd, dashing toward home. Before long, the crowd saw a slightly unusual old man of about 50, hands clasped behind his back, striding over with an air of utter self-importance. As he walked, he smiled and waved at the non-existent welcoming crowd. It was as if some grand figure was reviewing a parade. This spectacle stirred murmurs among the onlookers. "Look at that physician's manner. He seems truly capable. See how he walks, as if the whole street belongs to him. But I get the feeling this physician isn't quite proper. Why did he shave his beard? Don't say that. Shaven, he looks quite clean and doesn't seem old." She knew well that with her injuries, without proper treatment, she would likely die. Though they were merely ordinary wounds in this ancient era, as long as he could attract the attention of the beautiful Pan Jinlian, his purpose would be achieved. He aimed to be different. Pan Jinlian herself was a unique beauty, embodying the essence of pure desire. She was the kind that stood out among the crowd. Only by being exceptional himself could he win the heart of such a beauty. Moreover, although he only possessed the knowledge from a manual on barefoot doctors, he was confident that he could outshine his ancient counterparts in certain aspects. Indeed, upon seeing Liu Yongwang make such a flamboyant entrance, Pan Jinlian couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that the heavy clouds of worry had dissipated considerably. This made Liu Yongwang feel that his act was not in vain. Wu Zhi furrowed his brow as he observed this scene, and finally spoke up, "Everyone stop staring. Since we are all here, let's prepare to show Pan Jinlian what we can do." Pan Jinlian sat down on a chair, placing her arm on the pulse-checking mat, ready to wait for the doctors to take her pulse one by one. Meanwhile, Rong Huanzhong also extended his hand, preparing to check her pulse again. This made Liu Yongwang quite uncomfortable. Pan Jinlian was the woman he had his eyes on. How could he allow these men to casually take her pulse? He suddenly had an idea. "Everyone, are you really going to check her pulse like this? Aren't you afraid she might have an infectious disease?" "Infectious disease?" Wu Zhi was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, a plague," Liu Yongwang calmly rephrased. Just then a mechanical sound echoed in his mind. Ding. The Barefoot Doctor System mission issued. Accept the mission to deliver Consort Liu's baby, to activate the system, and receive a Barefoot Doctor's manual. Do you accept? Smallpox, cholera, leprosy, the Black Death, any one of these could wipe out half the population of a city. Even in the modern era, plagues could not be completely eradicated. This was a demon that caused everyone to turn pale. The onlookers began to step back, covering their mouths and noses. Yet their curiosity prevented them from straying too far. "Nonsense, there can't be so many plagues," Rong Huanzhong said vehemently, yet he withdrew his hand, no longer attempting to check her pulse. Clearly he too was afraid of the plague. "You are spreading rumors," Rong Bingley shouted, pointing a finger at Liu Yongwang. "You, a wandering physician with poor medical skills, dare to make alarmist claims. You. His words faltered in his agitation. Wu Zhi also wore a stern expression. "Dr. Liu, you cannot speak carelessly. If this causes public unrest, I will not spare you. Indeed, this is clearly rubella, not a plague." "Rubella? You've been observing for several days, prescribed a remedy, and the patient has taken the medicine and undergone treatments. Has there been any improvement?" Liu Yongwang replied lazily, taking his time. Upon hearing this, Wu Zhi's sense of caution heightened. He pretended to ponder and quietly stepped outside. Although Pan Jinlian was beautiful, one needed to have a life to enjoy it. If she truly had a plague, he would naturally need to escape from this place swiftly. The further he escaped, the better. Everyone's physique is different, so treatment results can vary. Rong Huanzhong gritted his teeth. "After a few more days, she will surely improve. I Rong guarantee with my years of reputation that this is rubella. It is not a plague. Yes, I also think this is rubella. It is indeed rubella. I have seen many cases like this. It is undoubtedly rubella." Several other individuals stood up in agreement. This gave Wu Zhi a bit more courage, but Liu Yongwang's next words made him even more anxious. "Rubella? If this continues to be treated as rubella, it is likely that everyone in the city will be infected." Liu Yongwang, unfazed by the mounting tension, stirred the pot again. Wu Zhi involuntarily took a step back, now standing by the door, trembling as he asked, "Dr. Liu, you claim it is a plague. Do you have any evidence?" Cough cough. Rong Bingley, supported by his disciple, trembled, but tried to maintain the decorum of a physician. In our practice, we prioritize differential diagnosis and treatment. If you cannot provide clarity today, you will be accused of deliberately causing chaos and slandering fellow practitioners. We will collectively expel you from the city. Cough cough. Rong Bingley, supported by his disciple, trembled, but tried to maintain the decorum of a physician. In our practice, we prioritize differential diagnosis and treatment. Observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse taking. These 4 diagnostic methods must be combined to determine the nature, location, and balance of the illness. You have rashly concluded it is a plague. Then explain how you reached this diagnosis. Which line or principle from the inner canon or treatise on cold damage supports your claim? Which medical school's theories can verify it? Right. Today you must clarify, who otherwise we doctors will certainly drive you out of the county. Several elderly men aggressively directed their scorn at Liu Yongwang. Their spittle splattered on his face, making him feel utterly disgusted. He wiped his face with a silk handkerchief, taking a step back to create distance. This retreat brought him beside Xiao Shuang. Xiao Shuang nervously tugged at Liu Yongwang's arm. Master, what should we do now? Among everyone present, she was the only one who knew that Pan Jilian's illness was caused by Liu Yongwang. It was not a plague at all. Now that they were being attacked, she realized Liu Yongwang could not provide any evidence. Now she began to regret it. This was a gathering of the best doctors in the county, with Wu Ji, the county magistrate, as a witness. There was no way to bluff them. If Liu Yongwang could not produce evidence, the 2 of them might get expelled from the county, or even imprisoned. However, Liu Yongwang took the opportunity to squeeze Xiao Shuang's small hand, smiling. Don't worry, your master is a great physician. Xiao Shuang was momentarily stunned, then remembered that although her master seemed unreliable, he had indeed saved the lives of Liu Yongwang and her son. That had been a difficult childbirth that even the entire Imperial Medical Bureau had been helpless against. With that thought, her confidence returned. Liu Yongwang scanned the crowd, especially glancing at the few doctors, before a smile blossomed on his lips. Master Wu, since these people want me to present my evidence, I can't refuse. However, I also cannot simply reveal it and teach them medical principles for free. Wouldn't you agree? Before Wu Ji could respond, Rong Huanzhong erupted in anger. You, a wandering physician, who the hell wants to learn medical principles from you? How absurd. I have been practicing medicine for decades. Even the great physicians in the capital respect me as old Rome. How could I possibly steal your medical skills? Rong Bingley trembled in rage, barely able to stand, as if he might collapse at any moment. This is utterly outrageous. It is intolerable. Who would steal your medical skills? The work of a barefoot doctor cannot even be called medical skills. Several doctors chimed in, angrily pointing their fingers at Liu Yongwang. The scene was chaotic. In the far corner of the room, Pan Jilian felt anxious. She was conflicted. On one hand, she did not want Liu Yongwang to be attacked, as she found this old man quite interesting. Yet on the other hand, she hoped Liu Yongwang was mistaken. She dreaded contracting the plague. The plague was a ferocious beast, a torrential flood. Once infected, everyone would shun and ostracize her. Under the shadow of the plague, she might not even survive. Ahem, Dr. Liu, the accusation of stealing medical knowledge seems somewhat excessive. Wu Ji interjected. It's merely an exchange of medical knowledge. You speak of your dialectical methods, they speak of theirs. Medical principles become clearer through debate. Such exchanges among peers are quite common, aren't they? Liu Yongwang shook his head. Magistrate Wu, once the dialectical method is disclosed, it can be stolen. It cannot be shared casually like a secret recipe or a hidden manual. Nonsense. I think you're just being deliberately mysterious. Rong Huanzhong cursed, hopping angrily. How outrageous. You dare to belittle the medical skills of our Rongji clinic. If you don't explain yourself today, I won't let this go. Rong Bingley exclaimed, equally agitated. The other physicians were also incensed. However, Wu Ji saw through the situation. He silenced the clamor and looked at Liu Yongwang with amusement. So what do you propose? Liu Yongwang smirked inwardly. This Wu Ji was indeed sharper than the others, quickly grasping his intent. He lifted his chin and said, if I provide clear proof of my diagnosis, then every physician here must pay a tuition fee. Rong Huanzhong and Rong Bingley were so furious their faces turned red on the verge of cursing. But Wu Ji stopped them. Name your price. Liu Yongwang gave a thumbs up. Truly a righteous magistrate. Very well, I'll speak. He glanced around triumphantly and raised one finger. 100 taels of silver per person. Boom. The crowd erupted. 100 taels per person, a colossal sum. An ordinary waiter working tirelessly all year without rest could earn at most 10 taels of silver annually. This unlicensed doctor with a mere word demanded 20 years of a waiter's wages, a blatant extortion. Rong Huanzhong jumped and cursed. You quack, you must be mad for money. Open your mouth and demand 100 taels. A pipe dream. Forget it, we don't want to hear it. Magistrate Wu, this woman just has urticaria. Follow Huanzhang's prescription for a few more days and shall recover. Rong Bingley sat down shakily, his gaze at Liu Yongwang full of contempt and disdain. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Everyone believed Liu Yongwang was deliberately inflating the price to intimidate the physicians, a clear sign of guilt. Only Wu Zhi's expression shifted uncertainly. He was more concerned whether his future wife truly had the plague. If he couldn't clarify this, marrying a plague bearer would ruin his future. He cleared his throat and said, "Dr. Liu, 100 taels is indeed excessive. Lower the price a bit." Liu Yongwang gave a sardonic smile. "This is exclusive medical knowledge. Once revealed, it exposes my secrets. 100 taels per person is hardly much, just a year's income for them." Hearing this, the onlookers murmured again. Throughout history, two professions have quietly amassed fortunes: lawyers and physicians. Everyone knows they earn money, but the exact amounts remain hidden. Now, hearing that they could earn 100 taels a year, the crowd grew agitated. This was blood money squeezed from them. Seeing the unrest, Rong Huanzhong leaped up and cursed. "We earn our money through hard work. How could we make 100 taels a year? You're talking nonsense." "He's spouting lies. We only charge a few dozen coppers per consultation. There's no such high income." Rong Bingli, still sharp, quickly grasped the dangerous implications. Physicians' earnings were a secret that must not be disclosed. It was like modern officials' hidden income. The declared income was just the surface salary. Actual earnings far exceeded it and must never be exposed. But someone in the crowd retorted, "Consultation fees are low, but the cost of medicine is high. I fell ill last year and still haven't recovered, spending over 10 taels already. Rongji Clinic is truly heartless. What can we do? If we're sick, who else can we turn to?" As the crowd grew heated, Wu Zhi coughed to intervene. Dr. Liu, lowered a bit. 100 taels is too much. Liu Yongwang wouldn't budge. He aimed to kill two birds with one stone: win Pan Jinlian's favor and extort money from these monopolistic physicians. He immediately said, "Magistrate Wu, are you so sure they'll lose?" At these words, the crowd fell silent. The next moment, Rong Huanzhong jumped up and cursed, "You're the one who'll lose. We've practiced medicine for years and seen every ailment. How could we lose to a wandering quack? Miss Pan just has urticaria. It's urticaria no matter what you say, not the plague." "You'll be the one to lose," Rong Bingli added shakily. Wu Zhi sensed something unusual. This Dr. Liu seemed to be deliberately stirring trouble. Just as he was about to speak, one of the Rong physicians shouted, "Liu, if your dialectical method proves unreliable and you lose, what then?" Wu Zhi frowned. This reckless fool had just sealed Liu Yongwang's scheme. Still, he found it hard to intervene. It wasn't his concern anyway. Yet he began to suspect that Liu's diagnosis might be true, that his future wife indeed had the plague. He beckoned his attendant, whispered a few instructions, then retreated to the doorway, watching the heated exchange. Liu Yongwang adjusted his sleeves and smiled. "Simple. If I lose, I'll also produce 100 taels of silver to distribute among you." Rong Huanzhong frowned. Where would a wandering doctor get silver? Liu Yongwang gestured arrogantly. "Xiao Shuang, bring my silver." Xiao Shuang agreed briskly, swaying her waist as she ran back to her lodging. Soon she returned, struggling to carry a bundle, and placed it on the octagonal table. The bundle opened, revealing neatly stacked ingots of silver. It was nearly 100 taels. "I have mine. What about you?" Liu Yongwang said, arms crossed. Rong Huanzhong suddenly caught on. Liu Yongwang was only risking 100 taels of silver to win their 800 taels. This deal was hardly advantageous. "No, you're just one person, and we're 8. If you lose, you only lose 100 taels, but if you win, you take 800. That's not fair." Liu Yongwang let out a scornful laugh. "I can see you're all just afraid of losing. Fine, I'll take a loss and add another 100 taels." He turned and called out to Xiao Shuang, "Go fetch my gold too." The crowd erupted again. This unremarkable little physician had 100 taels of silver and 10 taels of gold stashed away in his home. Wasn't he incredibly wealthy? He could practically be considered a magnate in Yanggu County. Everyone's confidence in Liu Yongwang's abilities surged instantly. In this era, much like later times, wealth signified capability and competence. For this itinerant doctor to possess so much silver proved his medical skills must be genuine. Wu Zhi observed the scene, his mind growing more certain. He took another step back, one foot outside the door and the other still inside, ready to flee at any moment. "Madman, madman!" Rong Huanzhong exclaimed in desperation. "We are legitimate physicians, we won't indulge your lunacy. Besides, even if you add another 100 taels, that's only 200. It still doesn't match. Right, we won't play along." Other physicians also came to their senses. Risking 100 taels on a bet with this madman was not worth it. "Yes, we won't indulge him." The rest snapped out of it, two stepping back in unison. Liu Yongwang grew anxious. He couldn't let this sure. He quietly approached Wu Zhi and murmured, "Lord Wu, as you can see, these physicians are colluding to ostracize. They deliberately inflate consultation fees and disrupt the market. In truth, their medical skills are mediocre, as I've just exposed today. Lord Wu, you must uphold justice." With that, he raised 5 fingers and wiggled them at Wu Zhi. Wu Zhi understood instantly. Liu Yongwang was proposing a 50-50 split. 800 taels split in half meant 400 taels. Even with just 200 taels, half would be 100. This deal was worth taking. Wu Zhi cleared his throat. "Everyone hear me out. Since physician Liu claims this is a pestilence and has a diagnostic method, I shall preside over this matter for the safety of the entire town. To be fair, if physician Liu's diagnostic method gains your approval, you 8 must also contribute 200 taels of silver as tuition." Wu Ji sat down heavily. I've closed the yamen today. If you don't cure her, Rong Bingli tried to speak, but his slow speech was cut off by Wu Ji's next words. If his method fails to win your recognition, then physician Liu must hand over 200 taels for you to divide. Rong Bingli finally managed to say, the art of medicine should not be wagered upon. This is improper. Wu Ji's face darkened. It seems you're certain of defeat, and dare not debate with physician Liu. Rong Bingli was taken aback, unsure how to respond. Refusing outright would only make him appear guilty. Wu Ji turned to Rong Huanzhong. If you admit defeat now, I won't force the bet. However, from now on, the reputation of your Rong family medical hall. He will trust you. They'll also bring in outside physicians to open clinics in our county. The choice is yours. Rong Huanzhong wiped the sweat from his brow, pulled Rong Bingli aside, and whispered, Patriarch, what do we do now? Rong Bingli snorted. This is clearly urticaria. I've seen countless cases. I can't be wrong. It's just a gamble, we'll take it. I have faith in my skills. Rong Huanzhong felt reassured. Right, with my years of experience, I'm certain they'll have someone fetch the silver. We'll not only take this Liu's money, but also ruin his reputation and solidify the name of our Rong family medical hall. It's a bet. Beneath a massive sycamore tree on the street, guard Zhao and his attendant each sipped a large bowl of cold tea, their eyes scanning every passerby with keen attention. Chief, this isn't working. What if that Imperial physician Liu stays holed up inside? The attendant set down his bowl. Guard Zhao also put down his bowl, wiped his mouth, and his gaze was full of anxiety. This search is like looking for a needle in a haystack. We need to think of another way. His eyes suddenly caught sight of a shop across the street. A large sign hung on the second floor reading Rong Family Medical Hall. Guard Zhao's eyes lit up. I've got it. Since Imperial physician Liu chose to settle here, he must find a livelihood. He's practiced medicine all his life. He wants to switch careers. The money he took isn't much, just 100 taels of silver and 10 of gold. After buying a house, a few maids, and some furnishings, the money will be nearly gone. He stood up and headed toward the medical hall. He's bound to resume his old trade and open a clinic. We just need to search every clinic in town, and we might find a clue. The attendant's eyes brightened. Right, he's an Imperial physician. He'll never abandon his craft. Chief, you're brilliant. A shop assistant approached. Gentleman, is someone at home in need of a consultation? Guard Zhao shook his head. No, we're looking for the owner to ask about someone. The assistant apologized. I'm sorry, the owner is out on a house call. When will he be back? Hard to say. Perhaps you could come again tomorrow. Piles of gleaming silver sat on the table, drawing envious glances from the crowd. A full 400 taels, equivalent to nearly 2 million in later currency. Piles of gleaming silver sat on the table, drawing envious glances from the crowd. A full 400 taels, equivalent to nearly 2 million in later currency. Yes, let's see what diagnostic method you have to mistake simple urticaria for a pestilence, Rong Huanzhong said indignantly. He has no method. He's just bluffing. He thought we wouldn't call his bluff, but now that the silver's out, he must be panicking. Several physicians muttered among themselves. Liu Yongwang, however, remained unfazed. He glanced at the silver to confirm it was all there, then spoke. Everyone, let me ask you, what is a pestilence? Liu Yongwang, however, remained unfazed. He glanced at the silver to confirm it was all there, then spoke. Everyone. His gaze suddenly shifted to Pan's mother and an elderly maid of the Pan family, a cunning glint in his eyes. So to determine if Miss Pan's illness is a pestilence, the simplest way is to see if it has spread to others. Liu Yongwang smiled. Exactly. Urticaria doesn't infect others, but a pestilence does. His gaze suddenly shifted to Pan's mother and an elderly maid of the Pan family, a cunning glint in his eyes. So to determine if Miss Pan's illness is a pestilence, the simplest way is to see if it has spread to others. At these words, Wu Ji's other foot also stepped outside the door, his eyes darting nervously, clearly filled with fear. Rong Huanzhong, as if struck by a thought, quickly looked at Pan's mother. Pan's mother shuddered and instinctively tugged her sleeve downward. The old woman beside her began to tremble, turning to slip away unnoticed. Liu Yongwang dashed forward in a single stride, grabbing Pan's mother by the arm and rolling up her sleeve. Boom! A sudden gasp erupted from the crowd. Someone sprinted out shouting as they ran, Plague, the plague is here, the plague is here. More people panicked, retreating in haste. For all could see clearly that not only Pan Jinlian was afflicted, but even her mother's arm was covered in red spots. This disease could spread. Was it not the dreaded plague itself? Liu Yongwang, still unsatisfied, grabbed the old woman again and rolled up her sleeve as well. The old woman's arm was also covered in red rashes, a truly repulsive sight. At this, the last shred of hope in people's hearts vanished. A family of 3 all infected. This was the beginning of a pestilence. Wu Ji dropped his pretense and bolted outside. As for Rong Huanzhong and Rong Bingli, their faces turned pale as they involuntarily stepped back. Especially Rong Bingli, who despite his trembling retreated with no lack of speed. In ancient times, the plague was as fearsome as a demon. Everyone feared it, everyone fled from it. Yet people knew almost nothing about the plague. Rumors ran rampant in the streets, wild and terrifying. Some said the plague swept through like the wind, leaving nothing in its wake. Beast and man alike would perish. The plague was more horrifying than any devil. Within 5 minutes, only 5 people remained in the Pan household: Pan Jinlian, Pan's mother, the old woman Liu Yongwang, and Xiao Shuang. The 400 taels of silver lay gleaming on the table, yet no longer drew any attention. Outside, the magistrate of Yanggu County arrived swiftly with a group of constables, meeting up with the fleeing Wu Ji. Seeing the magistrate and constables, Wu Ji felt relieved. He waved from a distance, "Surround the Pan residence. Let no one leave, but allow entry." With a clatter, the constables sealed off both the front and back gates. The fleeing onlookers calmed down, standing behind the human wall formed by the constables, craning their necks to watch. Though the plague was fearsome, the spectacle was still worth seeing. Such was the ingrained spirit of gossip. Inside the house, Pan Jinlian's face turned pale. Her worst fear had come true. She had contracted the plague. This meant her life hung by a thread, and until she recovered, no one would dare touch her. It also meant her good days were over. She was doomed. Even if she survived, her future would be bleak and lonely. Pan's mother and the old woman clung to each other, weeping bitterly. The scene was utterly tragic. Terrible, too terrible. Our county has the plague. This Pan family truly is cursed. Why must they catch the plague of all things? We must seal them and don't let them out to harm everyone. Better yet, burn down the Pan house. That'll be clean. In broad daylight, we can't just set fires and kill people. Young Madame Pan was about to marry Magistrate Wu. Dare you burn her house? If we don't burn the plague victims, we'll be in trouble later. I think that folk doctor might have a way. Look, they're still inside. Right. That folk doctor diagnosed the illness, so he should be able to cure it too. We're counting on him. If he can, I swear I'll burn the Pan house down myself. Amid the murmuring crowd, 2 figures slowly emerged from the Pan residence: Liu Yongwang and Xiao Shuang. Wu Ji's heart began to pound with involuntary tension. The plague was a massive challenge for him as magistrate. If he couldn't contain the outbreak, his official career might end. But no physician had a good solution for plague prevention. His career now faced a tremendous trial. Worst of all, the infected person was the woman he had set his heart on. He truly couldn't bear to part with Pan Jinlian, that pure yet alluring beauty. Yet seeing Liu Yongwang's figure, a spark of hope flickered within him. This folk doctor seemed mysterious. Perhaps he could conquer the plague. Liu Yongwang was his savior. "Dr. Liu, I've ordered the scene sealed. Is there anything else that needs attention?" Wu Ji lowered his status, speaking with marked politeness. Liu Yongwang struggled to suppress his inner delight. His little scheme had worked wonders. Ancient people truly had limited understanding. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor, speaking in a calm tone. "Don't panic. Though it's the plague, it can be controlled. This disease spreads only through contact. As long as you avoid touching the patients, it won't spread." Wu Ji breathed a sigh of relief. Contact transmission meant that with proper containment measures, the outbreak, but a moment later his eyes widened. Rong Huanzhong and Rong Bingli both took the patient's pulses. Could they be infected too? Should we quarantine them? Liu Yongwang smiled. "Yes, seal their clinic for a few days. Once we're sure they're not infected, we can lift the restriction." Wu Ji waved his hand. "Magistrate Wang, send men to seal the clinic. No entry or exit. Keep watch for a few days." "Yes, sir." The magistrate led his men, driving Rong Huanzhong and the others away. This only heightened the panic among the watching crowd. Fear deepened. The plague was more terrifying than an enemy's. How terrible! It's the plague. This Pan family is a jinx. The Rome Medical Clinic is no good either, wasting precious time. What do we do now? Should we flee? I say the best way is to burn down the Pan house. Yes, it's all their fault. The onlookers were panicked, but seeing Magistrate Wu still there, they calmed down a little. And what about Jinlian's illness? How do we treat it? Wu Ji was still reluctant to give up on the lovely Pan Jinlian. Liu Yongwang stroked his chin. This plague starts with red rashes all over the body. If left untreated, it worsens. The voice becomes hoarse. In severe cases, breathing becomes difficult, and it can be fatal. Oh, what then? Do you have a cure? Wu Ji grew anxious. Though Wu Ji was reluctant, he had no choice. Since Liu Yongwang strode forward so boldly, he couldn't very well lag behind. After all, the whole county was watching. Awkwardly, he followed Liu Yongwang back to the gate of the Pan residence, but refused to step inside, standing at the threshold and observing. Liu Yongwang remained unfazed. He sat down heavily upon entering, casting a calm, silent gaze at the anxious Pan Jinlian and her mother, a faint smile playing on his lips. Pan Jinlian's heart raced with panic. She quickly asked, "Brother Liu, can my illness be cured?" "Yes, can we be saved?" Pan's mother added, her voice trembling with emotion. For them, Liu Yongwang was their only hope. Outside, Wu Ji also spoke up. "Dr. Liu, can their illness be treated?" Xiao Shuang shot Liu Yongwang a disdainful glare. Only she knew that he was the mastermind behind this whole charade. Yet unable to expose him, she could only play the accomplice. Sensing the tension had reached its peak, Liu Yongwang finally produced a porcelain bottle from his robe and placed it on the table with a sharp clink. "It can be cured, and it's not difficult." Pan Jinlian, her mother, the old servant, and Wu Ji all breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Ji asked eagerly, "Then how should it be treated?" Liu Yongwang held up the bottle with an air of profound wisdom. "It's simple. Just apply this medicine to the body. Pan's mother hurried forward to take the bottle, but Liu Yongwang dodged her. Wait, this medicine has its rules. It can't be applied carelessly. Wu Ji cleared his throat. Then how should it be applied? Liu Yongwang remained silent. A realization dawned on Wu Ji, and he quickly said, I have money. Name your price, and he'll pay. Is 300 taels enough? Liu Yongwang waved his hand dismissively. It's not about the money. The silver on the table is more than enough. But the application has its nuances. Wu Ji, Pan Jinlian, her mother, and the old servant were frantic with worry. They wished they could pry open Liu Yongwang's mouth to see what he was holding back. Yet Liu Yongwang remained utterly unhurried. He even had the old servant pour him a cup of tea, sipping it leisurely before speaking. This medicine requires the harmony of yin and yang to be effective. For instance, a male patient would need a woman to apply the ointment. Conversely, a female patient would require a man to apply it for it to work. Hearing this, Xiao Shuang finally grasped Liu Yongwang's intent. He was using the pretense of applying medicine to take liberties with Pan Jinlian. She glared at Liu Yongwang with a venomous look, her gaze sharp as a blade. Despicable. Utterly despicable. If Liu Yongwang applied the medicine all over Pan Jinlian's body, it would defile her purity. How could she marry anyone else then? She would have no choice but to marry him. Despicable, shameless, and lewd. A complete scumbag. Yet she was forced to be this scumbag's accomplice with no way to extricate herself. Nor could she expose him. As expected, Liu Yongwang raised the ointment and looked at Wu Ji. Magistrate Wu, would you like to apply this medicine to Jinlian? Wu Ji shuddered and quickly waved his hands. No. Though we are betrothed, we have not yet performed the rites. Touching Jinlian's body would violate our ancestral traditions. Absolutely not. Though his words sounded noble, everyone in the room knew the real reason Wu Ji dared not apply the medicine. He was afraid of infection. Liu Yongwang had said the disease spread through contact. How could he dare touch Pan Jinlian's afflicted body? Seeing Wu Ji's attitude, Pan Jinlian's heart turned ice cold. All her previous fantasies and hopes for Wu Ji vanished, replaced by a surge of disgust. She had been listening to Liu Yongwang's awe-inspiring tales of love for days. Romeo and Juliet willingly died for each other. Liang Shambua and Zhu Yingtai turned into butterflies for love. Cui Yingying gave herself to Zhang Sheng. But this Wu Ji was unwilling to take the slightest risk to cure her. He loved only her beauty, not her as a person. For Wu Ji, she was merely an object of possession devoid of love romance, or a bond of life and death devotion. She had placed her trust in the wrong person. 2 streams of clear tears slowly traced down her cheeks. The maiden's heart was filled with disappointment. Then what can be done? Liu Yongwang had anticipated Wu Ji's response. Everything was unfolding according to his plan, moving in the most favorable direction. He turned to Pan's mother. Are there any men in your household? She shook her head in despair. No. We are a household of widows and orphans. How could we have a man? The Pan family has only the 3 of us relying on each other. Liu Yongwang sighed. You must find a man willing to apply the ointment, or this illness will prove fatal. With a thud, Pan's mother knelt before the door. Magistrate Wu, please save us. You are already betrothed to Jinlian. It wouldn't violate ancestral traditions. The old servant also knelt. Yes. Jinlian is already yours in due time. Please save her. Liu Yongwang frowned slightly, but refrained from intervening. Wu Ji was beginning to waver. Just as he was about to agree, Pan Jinlian spoke. I. The sound of her voice startled Wu Ji. Her voice was hoarse, and she struggled to speak, a clear sign her condition had worsened. I. Pan Jinlian's face flushed red, but she could barely utter a few words. Wu Ji trembled with fear and quickly withdrew. I absolutely cannot violate ancestral traditions. Otherwise my official position would be unstable, and I could be impeached at any moment. It cannot be done. Then what can be done? Pan's mother was disheartened. Pan Jinlian was utterly devastated. She realized that for Wu Ji his official rank mattered far more than she did. Liu Yongwang said nothing, merely toying with the porcelain bottle, silently waiting for the opportune moment to close the trap. Cornered, Wu Ji's gaze swept over the few people in the room. But besides Liu Yongwang and himself, there were only 4 women. His eyes finally settled on Liu Yongwang. I have it. Dr. Liu is a man and a physician. Healing the sick is only natural. Let him apply the ointment to Jinlian. Pan Jinlian's face flushed crimson. She cast a shy glance at Liu Yongwang before quickly lowering her head. Applying the ointment meant direct physical contact. For an unmarried maiden, this was a profound humiliation. She might have reluctantly accepted it from Wu Ji, her future husband. But having Liu Yongwang apply it, how could she face anyone? She wanted to refuse, but Wu Ji was eager to leave. Jinlian's condition was worsening, and he feared being He quickly left with a final word. It's settled. Dr. Liu, you treat Jinlian. I trust you. Liu Yongwang was overjoyed but put on a reluctant facade. This is hardly appropriate. Though I am a physician who sees only patients, not gender, applying medicine to an unmarried woman is. It's decided. Wu Ji turned and hurried away, afraid Liu Yongwang might change his mind. Liu Yongwang smiled inwardly. Pan Jinlian was as good as his. A gust of wind swept into the room, swirling a fallen leaf through the air. Yet all around was eerily silent. Pan Jinlian's mind was a blank, her gaze vacant and hollow. Now she faced a harrowing choice. Either she could silently await death, or she could endure the humiliation, and allow Liu Yongwang to apply medicine to her ailment. Neither option was acceptable to her, yet she had to make a decision. Xiao Shuang pouted, glaring at Liu Yongwang. Only now did she realize how deep Liu Yongwang's schemes ran, how despicable his intentions were, enough to outrage both gods and men. And yet she herself had been an accomplice. Still, she had to admit inwardly that this Liu Yongwang was quite formidable. She also understood that Pan Jinlian could not escape his clutches. This seemingly unyielding fortress had indeed been breached by Liu Yongwang. Now he acted as if nothing had happened. He took out a porcelain bottle, his expression stern, but inwardly he was exultant. The moment of harvest had finally arrived. With things having come this far, Pan Jinlian had no choice but to submit. He toyed with the bottle, saying nothing, simply staring at the drifting leaves in silence. After what seemed an eternity, a voice shattered the stillness, and Liu Yongwang's heart clenched. The speaker was the least noticeable old maid. She beamed at Liu Yongwang and said, "Dr. Liu, how about applying the medicine on me first?" As she spoke, the old maid began to take off her outer garment. Liu Yongwang was dumbfounded, while Xiao Shuang could not help turning away, stifling her laughter. Liu Yongwang had forgotten that the allergic ones in the room were not just Pan Jinlian, but also Pan's mother and the old maid. Pan's mother, in her 40s, still retained some charm, making her easier to accept. But the old maid was over 60, her skin wrinkled. Applying medicine to her would be a torment for Liu Yongwang. "Right, let's try the medicine on Li Ma first." Pan's mother quickly seized the opening. Having Liu Yongwang treat Pan Jinlian was hard for her to stomach as well. Pan Jinlian was already betrothed to Wu Ji, awaiting the auspicious day to marry into his household and become the magistrate's wife. And she in turn would bask in the glory as the magistrate's mother-in-law. No longer would she have to toil from dawn to dusk to make a living. She would become someone who could strut through the county. If Liu Yongwang were to apply medicine to Pan Jinlian, how could she ever marry? Even if she married, Wu Ji would surely despise her. For herself, it was also inconvenient. A widow, though her husband had died long ago, would have her reputation ruined if a strange man touched her all over. Moreover, it was uncertain whether this medicine could cure the illness. If it proved ineffective with neither health nor reputation intact, the loss would outweigh the gain. The best course was to start with the old maid. If the medicine truly worked, then she and her daughter would take the risk. Life was paramount. If it failed, the old maid was already so aged that her reputation mattered little. Having Liu Yongwang treat the old maid first was the optimal choice. Wait. Liu Yongwang panicked. He had no intention of giving the old maid a full-body treatment. It would corrupt his Dao heart. Xiao Shuang was beside herself with glee, nearly bursting into laughter. She was eager to see how this lecherous Liu Yongwang would take advantage of the old maid. Or rather, how he might be taken advantage of by her. "What's wrong?" Pan's mother asked, puzzled. Sweat began to bead on Liu Yongwang's forehead. Their request was perfectly reasonable. Treat the old maid first to see the effect before attending to Pan Jinlian and her mother. He could find no grounds to refuse. Just as Liu Yongwang was sweating in desperation, Pan Jinlian suddenly swayed and nearly collapsed. Pan's mother quickly caught her daughter and helped her sit down. Just as Liu Yongwang was sweating in desperation, Pan Jinlian suddenly swayed and nearly collapsed. Pan's mother quickly caught her daughter. She had always dreamed of marrying into the Wu family, nurturing her husband and children, living in mutual respect and eternal romance. Reality had dealt her a harsh blow, shattering her illusions about marriage. To Wu Ji, she was merely an object of physical desire, not a soulmate. Her vision of love had been nothing, but the immense emotional shock left her unable to stand. But it provided Liu Yongwang with the perfect excuse. "No, her condition is worsening. I must treat Lady Pan first. Otherwise it will be too late," Liu Yongwang declared deliberately. Pan's mother was panic-stricken. Faced with her daughter's life, she cast aside all ethics and morality. "Then what should we do?" "Help her into the room, remove her garments, and begin the treatment." Liu Yongwang extended his predatory hand. Pan's mother and the old maid exchanged glances, both troubled. But looking at Pan Jinlian's pallid face, they gritted their teeth and agreed. Outside the house, Wu Ji stood with his hands behind his back, his face dark as he stared at the closed gates of the Pan residence. After the initial shock, a surge of shame and anger welled up inside him. According to Liu Yongwang, to control the epidemic, he had to personally apply the medicine to Pan Jinlian. After the initial shock, a surge of shame and anger welled up inside him. According to Liu Yongwang, to control the epidemic, he had to personally apply the medicine to Pan Jinlian. Once word got out, Wu Ji would be mocked behind his back, even as a magistrate. Yet he dared not apply the nor could he allow the epidemic to spread unchecked. Every choice seemed fraught with difficulty. "Magistrate Wu, the men are in place working in shifts to ensure no one leaves the house," the jailer whispered. "The Rongji Medical Hall is also sealed off with no one allowed in or out." Wu Ji cast a grim look at the Pan residence, then flicked his sleeve, returned to the county office. Outside the Rongji Medical Hall, two men watched the crowd in frustration. "How did the medical hall get sealed?" Xiao the guard frowned, staring at the constables on watch, disgruntled. The best place to gather news of Liu Yongwang was the... Now that it was sealed, where could they find Liu Yongwang? "Forget it, let's continue searching the county. This seal won't last long." "Well, wait until it's lifted," Zhao said, turning to leave. At the Pan residence, the setting sun slanted westward, dusk gradually enveloping the land. A breeze stirred, opening the dazed eyes of the young woman. Mother! No! She clutched the hem of her clothes, her maidenly modesty preventing her from letting go. Daughter, life is what matters, don't dwell on it so much, Pan's mother said, wiping away tears, trying to undo Pan Jinlian's collar. But Pan Jinlian held fast. Mother, please, no. She wanted to struggle and refuse, but her throat was too hoarse to utter a single word. Seeing Pan Jinlian's unwavering resolve, Pan's mother sighed and rose to her feet. This is a plague, you know. If left untreated, it could be fatal. And you'll be cremated. You must seek treatment. Pan Jinlian turned her face away, tears streaming down her cheeks. Pan's mother sighed once more, then turned and left the room, stepping into the courtyard. Liu Yongwang and Xiao Shuang were also in the courtyard waiting for news. Dr. Liu, my daughters simply won't relent. What can be done? Pan's mother said anxiously. Liu Yongwang strode inside. Let me have a word with her. But, don't come in. I'll speak with her alone and ease her troubled heart. Liu Yongwang entered without further ado and closed the door behind him. Pan's mother, the old maid, and Xiao Shuang exchanged helpless glances in the courtyard. At the county office, Wu Ji was already tipsy, waving his hand. Pour the wine. The county magistrate's assistant, bottle in hand, said with a fawning smile. Master Wu, drowning your sorrows won't solve the problem. Wu Ji glared at him. What do you mean? The assistant set down the bottle. Master Wu, even if that barefoot doctor cures Miss Pan, he'll still tarnish her virtue. And you, Master Wu, are a 7th-ranked county magistrate, a titled imperial official. Your reputation cannot afford even a hint of stain. Wu Ji slammed the table with a thunderous bang, startling the assistant. I know that perfectly well. But she's stricken with plague. What am I supposed to do? The assistant coughed. Master Wu, is it absolutely necessary to take her as a second wife? She's the most stunning beauty in the entire county. Of course I want to marry her. Wu Ji said with wide eyes. The assistant sighed. Then let me offer a suggestion. Take Miss Pan as a concubine instead of a wife. This way your honor remains intact. They'll find you a suitable match from a well-matched family for your principal wife. Won't that kill 2 birds with 1 stone? Wu Ji's eyes lit up. Excellent idea, excellent. I have a distant niece from a scholarly family, excellent in both looks and character. When you have time, shall I take you to meet her? Inside the room, Liu Yongwang sat down, gazing at Pan Jinlian lying on the bed. He was in no hurry. Haste makes waste. This was a lesson his many years of life had taught him. To win Pan Jinlian's heart, he had to unlock the knot in hers. Jinlian, let me tell you a story. Dr. Liu, I don't want to hear it. Pan Jinlian said hoarsely, but her words came. Liu Yongwang pretended not to hear and continued. They'll tell you a story about beauty and a beast. As the moonlight deepened, Pan Jinlian's heart gradually calmed under Liu Yongwang's narration. The maiden's heart began to stir with new vitality. The beast, terrifying in appearance, yet possessed a gentle and kind heart. Liu Yongwang's voice was unhurried, soothing her restless spirit. Belle saw beyond the beast's exterior to his kind heart. Before the last rose petal fell, she fell in love with the beast, who transformed back into a handsome prince. And so the lovers were united. Having finished the tale, Liu Yongwang took out a porcelain bottle and waited quietly. Pan Jinlian, captivated by the story, was lost in her own emotions, remaining silent for a long time. Liu Yongwang spoke again. Some people are ugly on the outside, but full of kindness within. Others are handsome on the outside, but harbor ugliness within. Jinlian, who would you choose? His words struck a chord with Pan Jinlian. Liu Yongwang poured some ointment from the bottle and looked at Pan Jinlian. I know you're shy. How about this? He'll apply the ointment to your arm first. See the effect before you decide. Without waiting for her response, he took her pale arm, dotted with red spots, and spread the ointment on it. This notion of men and women should not touch is nothing but a shackle imposed on women by a bunch of pedantic scholars. Brave women choose to break such chains. Just like choosing a future husband, it should be your own choice, not left to matchmakers or parents. Otherwise, on the first day of marriage, you wouldn't even know what your husband looks like. His character would be left to heaven's mercy and sheer luck. Something stirred deep within Pan Jinlian's heart. It felt as though a seed was beginning to take root. Over these days of listening to Liu Yongwang's stories, she had always envied the characters in them. Not just their love, but more so the freedom they had to pursue it. Reflecting on her own situation, she found it utterly. Though Wu Ji had sent betrothal gifts to take her as his second wife, it was still something she had passively accepted. She had no say in the matter. She was like a puppet on strings led by others. Especially her former admiration for Wu Ji. It had been completely eroded by this plague. The rose-tinted glasses she wore for him were shattered beyond repair. Between Wu Ji and her, it was merely a transaction of power and beauty. Wu Ji coveted her looks, while her mother coveted his authority. Wu Ji did not know her, and she knew even less of Wu Ji. Their connection was born of lust at first sight, not tender affection. All right. Liu Yongwang stood up. See the results tomorrow, then decide whether to continue treatment. He turned to leave, drawing Pan Jinlian's gaze. Will you tell me another story tomorrow? Pan Jinlian asked softly. Liu Yongwang turned back with a smile. Yes. Tomorrow I'll tell you a fun story called The Frog Prince. And mind you, it's a frog, not a toad. As she watched Liu Yongwang's silhouette disappear through the doorway, Pan Jinlian suddenly felt he no longer seemed so old. Not only was he not old, but he even seemed a little handsome. Recalling how she had called him a toad lusting after swan meat, she couldn't help but laugh. Her melancholy dissipated with the evening breeze. The cool sensation on her arm soothed the itching. Everything seemed to be taking a turn for the better. Yet it suddenly struck her. When Liu Yongwang had touched her arm just now, she had felt nothing. No resistance, no, not a single sensation. She thought back carefully and recalled that when he applied the ointment her mind had been in turn. Still in that instant when he grasped her arm, she had felt something. It was warm, steady, and not at all off-putting. Leaving the Pan residence, Liu Yongwang walked with his hands behind his back, still striding, with his characteristic swagger, toward his humble home. Xiao Shuang following behind was seething with resentment. Once inside, Xiao Shuang gave Liu Yongwang a hard pinch. "You old lecher, you've really done a number on Jinlian. Stirring up such a commotion. What will become of her now?" Liu Yongwang turned to face Xiao Shuang, his gaze profound. "Do you think him harming her?" Xiao Shuang glared at him. "Of course it does. There was nothing wrong at all, and you stirred up all this trouble. Now she has to bear the infamy." Liu Yongwang gave a sinister smile. "If I hadn't shown up, what do you think would have happened to Jinlian? She would have married the county magistrate, of course, and become the magistrate's wife. Would she have been happy as a magistrate's wife?" Liu Yongwang turned and continued walking. Xiao Shuang hurried to catch up. "Magistrate Wu is a court-appointed official, the father and mother of the county. He's tall and handsome. Many women want to marry him." And then, oi! Liu Yongwang entered the house, poured himself a cup of cold tea, and drank it in one gulp. Xiao Shuang was taken aback, recalling Wu Ji's behavior and attitude after learning that Pan Jinlian had contracted the plague. Her words faltered. Then, she couldn't continue. Even an outsider like her could see that Wu Ji felt no love for Pan Jinlian, only lust at first sight. As soon as he heard she might have the plague, he began to retreat toward the door. After confirming it was the plague, he moved out of the house entirely. He didn't even dare apply medicine to Jinlian. He wouldn't even step inside. How could this be the bond of lovers who would live or die together? True lovers, especially those in the stories Liu Yongwang told, feared not even death, so why fear a mere plague? This clearly showed Wu Ji's flawed character. Marriage is a lifelong commitment meant for a lifetime together. Liu Yongwang took Xiao Shuang's hand and made her sit beside him. "The most romantic thing in the world is to grow old with you slowly." Liu Yongwang shamelessly borrowed a lyric, but it was effective. Xiao Shuang's eyes lit up. The words were simple, yet they struck a chord in her heart. But what about Wu Ji? When Jinlian is no longer young and beautiful, will he still love her like this? Liu Yongwang spoke slowly, stroking Xiao Shuang's hand. Xiao Shuang was oblivious to his touch, moved by his words. She could imagine that when Pan Jinlian's beauty faded, Wu Ji would surely fall for someone else, take a new concubine, and neglect her. And given Wu Ji's violent temper, he might even beat Jinlian mercilessly when she lost her charm, just as he had done with his previous wife. Beaten her to death before finding a new beauty to replace her. This most likely was Pan Jinlian's fate. But aren't you also after Jinlian's beauty? Xiao Shuang suddenly thought of something and retorted. When she grows old and loses her looks, won't you abandon her too? Liu Yongwang laughed. First, I won't let Jinlian age. Second, even if she grows old, I will stay with her until our hair turns white. I don't believe you. You old lecher, you love whoever you see. I like new things but never tire of the old, Liu Yongwang said with an air of confidence. As long as my women are loyal to me, I will never give them up. Xiao Shuang was touched by his words. Her gaze toward Liu Yongwang softened. I hope you mean what you say. In the harem, a cry of alarm rang out. Your Highness! Your Highness! Your Highness! This was followed by stifled sobs. The Imperial physician's face was ashen. He stood helplessly to the side, not daring to move. The death of Consort Liu was a devastating blow to all the court physicians. It had been a wound that wasn't even serious, and they had used the finest medicines, yet they still couldn't save her. The Emperor hurried and glanced at the sickbed, and asked in a low voice, Is she dead? The physician nodded nervously. Consort Liu couldn't hold on. The Emperor cast a sidelong glance at him, but said nothing, showing no anger. Such trauma was unlike illness. Recovery depended entirely on one's constitution. Consort Liu had always been frail, so it was not surprising she couldn't survive. Suddenly his gaze fell on a palace maid. She had a scar on her forehead, quite long, but it had healed remarkably well. The wound had mostly closed. You come here. Let me see. The maid quickly shuffled over and stood before the... Raise your head. The Emperor pinched her chin and examined the scar closely. I remember there were stitches here. Where are the threads? The maid quickly replied, Miss de Shuang removed them for me. The Emperor released her and asked, Who else has de Shuang treated? Several of us sisters have been treated by her. Bring them all here. Soon 7 or 8 maids arrived and stood in a row before the Emperor. Their faces were rosy, showing no signs of illness. And they were all in high spirits. Were you all injured? The Emperor studied them. Yes, de Shuang treated us with her medicines and cured us, said a bold maid. Show me your wounds. Though the maids felt embarrassed, with physicians, eunuchs, and the Emperor present, their wounds were often hidden beneath their clothes. But no one dared defy the Emperor's command. After some rustling, the maids revealed their scars. Some were on their arms, others on their legs. Ling Ji even unfastened her robe to reveal a wound on her belly. The scars were visible, but all had healed. Ling Ji's injury had been particularly severe, far worse than Consort Du's. Yet she had recovered well. This spoke volumes. The Emperor looked closely and saw needle holes clearly showing that the wounds had been stitched. Cover yourselves. He flicked his sleeve and left with a parting remark. You physicians are no match for a simple palace maid. The vice director of the Imperial Medical Institute looked ashen, already contemplating resigning and retreating into seclusion. As the Emperor left the palace, the eunuch asked softly, Your Majesty, which consort's chamber shall we visit tonight? The moon is lovely tonight. Let's go to Consort Liu's chamber. And where shall your Majesty stay the night? The eunuch inquired. In his understanding, visiting Consort Liu was merely to see the young prince. After that, he would usually go to another consort's chamber for the night. I will naturally stay in Consort Liu's chamber. The Emperor stretched. I want to play with my son and enjoy some family happiness. Under the same moon, Liu Yongwang sipped wine and enjoyed the evening breeze. Xiao Shuang fanned him with a palm leaf fan to drive away mosquitoes. Old man, what will we do once we reach Anlu Prefecture? He'll live with you two, have a bunch of children, and enjoy. Liu Yongwang picked up a fava bean and tossed it into his mouth. This dynasty was in an awkward era. Columbus had already discovered the Americas 30 years ago. But peanuts, corn, sweet potatoes, chili peppers, and tomatoes had not yet been introduced to the country. Fortunately, there were fava beans and cucumbers, excellent snacks to go with wine. Otherwise, life would truly be unbearable. Who wants to bear your children? Xiao Shuang blushed and shot him, but Liu Yongwang reached out and grabbed her hand, leering. Consort Liu gave you to me. If you don't bear my children, whose will you bear? I'm here to study medicine with you, not to be your concubine maid, Xiao Shuang said sharply, yet she didn't pull her hand away, allowing Liu Yongwang to fondle it. He study medicine. Medicine is a craft too, and it requires a master. Liu Yongwang wiped the wine stains from his lips, squeezing her small hand a few more times. And to truly learn the art, you must sleep with your master. Ha! A dog's mouth spits no ivory, Xiao Shuang retorted, blushing with shame, as she withdrew her hand, shooting him a reproachful glare. Liu Yongwang was not annoyed. He picked up a piece of cucumber in garlic sauce and popped it into his mouth. Tell me, how can I get you to bear my child? Xiao Shuang's eyes suddenly lit up. Only if my sister and I are reunited. Liu Yongwang chuckled. Easy. By this time next year, I'll take you to the capital to find your sister. Under the moonlight, Liu Yongwang stole a glance at Xiao Shuang. Then you mustn't go back on your word. You'll have to give me a house full of children. I'm not talking to you anymore. Xiao Shuang's face flushed crimson as she stood up and rushed into the house. Yet her heart was restless. Somehow her aversion to Liu Yongwang had faded away. Instead, she had grown fond of this flirtatious banter with him. In the harem, upon hearing the emperor's arrival, Consort Liu was flustered. His Majesty usually comes during the day. Why tonight? Consort Liu knew well that ever since her difficult childbirth, a rift had formed between the emperor and herself. He doubted her purity, and she could not defend herself. Nor could she argue. Saying too much would only make her seem guilty. So the emperor only visited during the day to see his son, leaving immediately afterward, never staying overnight. He never came here at night. She thought their relationship could only be mended slowly, if at all. Perhaps it would. She was resigned to being neglected. Yet tonight he came. Perhaps the passing of Consort Liu has moved His Majesty, the announcing eunuch said. Will His Majesty stay the night? Yes. Consort Liu's heart stirred. She sensed a turning point between her and the emperor. Soon the emperor entered, and they sat chatting by the table. Consort Liu is gone, the emperor began. The imperial physicians said her wound festered, and she burned with fever until her body gave out. Consort Liu sighed. Consort Liu was a tragic soul. But the emperor turned to stare at her. Yet a maid in her palace with a graver wound has fully recovered. Consort Liu, unsure of his meaning, replied casually, physiques differ. Consort Liu was frail, so it's normal. The emperor shook his head. No, I suspect it's a matter of who treated them. Consort Liu's heart stirred. Was it de Shuang who treated them? The emperor was not surprised. So you knew? Consort Liu confessed frankly. When I heard of it, I sent ointments and liniment for de Shuang to heal them. Now Consort Liu finally understood why the emperor had come to her chamber tonight. It was because he had finally believed the lie she and Liu Yongwang had woven together. De Shuang treated 8 maidservants, all with severe injuries. Yet every single one recovered without exception. The emperor set his tone light, showing no grief for the deceased Consort Liu. In contrast of those treated by the imperial physicians, 3 died, and 3 or 4 still have festering, pus-oozing wounds with persistent fevers. They likely face grim odds. Consort Liu was startled. After giving the medicine, she had paid no further attention. She never expected such a stark difference. She realized this was her best chance to dispel the emperor's inner doubts. She quickly said, Physician Liu's medical skills are miraculous. Just a few hours of instruction greatly benefited de Shuang. This proves the depth of his expertise. The emperor hesitated a moment before speaking. I saw de Shuang stitching the maidservant's flesh with needle and thread. It was utterly astonishing. Was all this taught by that physician Liu? Yes. The emperor asked with keen interest. De Shuang said Physician Liu merely gave her some guidance. If Xiao Shuang whom he took away is more gifted, wouldn't she be even more remarkable? Consort Liu quickly added, indeed. Xiao Shuang is far more skilled than De Shuang. It was Xiao Shuang who delivered the prince, Shuang only assisted. The emperor nodded slightly. Consort Liu steeled herself and decided to take another gamble. Xiao Shuang also stitched my wound. Would your majesty like to see? The emperor was taken aback. Really? Consort Liu took the emperor's hand, and led him behind the bed curtains. Xiao Shuang cut me open with a knife to deliver the prince. Then she sewed the wound with needle and thread. It's nearly healed now. With that she unfastened her robes. When they emerged from behind the curtains, the emperor was visibly relieved. The heavy stone in his heart had finally been lifted. If De Shuang was so skilled, then the gifted Xiao Shuang must be even more formidable. This proved that Physician Liu and Consort Liu had not lied. Physician Liu had indeed never touched Consort Liu's body, nor seen her form. Her purity remained intact. His feelings for Consort Liu after this misunderstanding had only deepened. He pulled her into his arms, and said with emotion, "My beloved, it must have been painful. You have suffered." Consort Liu nestled in the emperor's embrace. "This is your child. No matter how great the hardship I bear." The emperor kissed her tenderly. "Rest well. When the prince reaches his first month, I will elevate you to Imperial noble consort." Consort Liu knelt at once to express her gratitude. "Thank you for your majesty's favor. I shall serve your majesty well, and care for the prince." The night breeze drifted in, stirring heartstrings and deepening the amorous atmosphere in the room. "I shall stay here tonight," the emperor said softly. Consort Liu embraced him. "I have longed for your majesty's affection for so long." The emperor thought of something. "Are you well enough?" Consort Liu breathed softly. "I yearn for you too much to care." The night was waning, spring stirred, and hearts were restless. In the darkness of Yanggu County, someone found sleep elusive. That someone was Pan Jinlian. She sat at the head of her bed, gazing at the moon outside the window, her heart in turmoil. Wu Ji had disappointed her deeply, while Liu Yongwang's standing in her heart had steadily risen. Especially Liu Yongwang's words, which stirred her deeply. The protagonists in the stories he told were all daring to love, even willing to sacrifice themselves. They feared no worldly gossip, no societal pressure, no familial obstacles, and no deception of appearances. Particularly the story of Beauty and the Beast he told today. How Bella Beauty could fall in love with a kind-hearted beast. It seemed impossible to outsiders, yet it was utterly convincing. To love someone is to love their heart, never their appearance. Just like Liu Yongwang. An inn. Guard Zhao stood by the second-floor window, gazing out over the quiet county town. Night had fallen deep, the town lay hushed and still, its silence broken only by the distant rhythmic chime of the night watchman, preventing the place from sinking into utter desolation. "Chief, we've searched all day, with no luck. Every apothecary and clinic in town has been sealed shut," said the accompanying guard, stifling a yawn. "How strange, that the moment we arrive clinics are shuttered. Could someone be deliberately obstructing us?" Guard Zhao frowned. If indeed someone is scheming, that person could only be Wu Ji, the 7th-rank magistrate, a petty official at best. The accompanying guard instinctively nodded. "Yet he likely lacks the audacity to do so," Zhao added, turning to close the window. "It's probably mere coincidence. Rest now. We'll resume our search across the town tomorrow." At dawn's first light, Pan Jinlian burst into her mother's chamber, breathless with excitement. "Mother, mother, my arm is healed." She raised her arm, now bearing only faint, almost imperceptible red specks, and her face glowed with uncontainable joy. This confirmed Liu Yongwang's treatment had taken effect. Their family no longer trembled on the precipice of death. Madame Pan slipped on her robe and stepped out, examining her daughter's arm closely in the morning light. Indeed, the dense rash that had covered her arm yesterday had nearly vanished, leaving behind only scattered faint traces. Lifting Pan Jinlian's sleeve, she revealed other areas still thick with angry red welts, a stark, heart-wrenching contrast. "Thank heaven, it's working. There's hope." Quickly summoned Dr. Liu. "He must treat all three of us." As she flung open the front door to rush out, a constable on guard barked a sharp command to halt. Indeed, the dense rash that had covered her arm yesterday had nearly vanished, leaving behind only scattered faint traces. Lifting Pan Jinlian's sleeve, she revealed other areas as if a single glance might infect them. Her earlier elation evaporated instantly. Her mood darkened like storm clouds gathering overhead. All three members of the Pan household instinctively turned toward the Barefoot physician's clinic across the lane, gazing with desperate starlit longing, awaiting Liu Yongwang's arrival. Yet as the sun sank low behind the western hills, Liu Yongwang remained absent, plunging the Pan women into gloom. Could it be? Dr. Liu won't come after all. Madame Pan opened the door again, peering across the lane. Still, no movement. She had done this countless times throughout the day, yet not once had she glimpsed even a shadow of Liu Yongwang. Could he too fear the epidemic, daring not approach? Their maid grew anxious. Pan Jinlian bit her lower lip, silent for a long while before murmuring, "No, he would never abandon us." She believed with quiet certainty that Liu Yongwang cherished her. Unlike Wu Ji, he would never recoil from her illness. At this moment she yearned for a man more intensely than ever before. And yet, he was a man she had once dismissed without a second glance. Unknowingly, Liu Yongwang had grown weighty in her heart, his presence now profound, indelible, even surpassing that of her own husband Wu Ji. Across the lane, Liu Yongwang reclined luxuriously, savoring watermelon slices, legs crossed, humming. Xiao Shuang peered through the crack in the door, then hurried back, voice urgent. The Pans have opened their door again. They're frantic. Why aren't you going over? Liu Yongwang tossed the rind, hitting the trash bin with uncanny precision. Before replying, a bargain pursued too eagerly holds no value. Only what's won through longing is truly cherished. He rose and gently ushered Xiao Shuang away. To wed Pan Jinlian, patience is paramount. Xiao Shuang rolled her eyes. You're devious, truly devious. Deceitful. Yes, that's precisely what they call men like me, Liu sighed. Had I lacked Gao, the emperor would have had me executed long ago, and you and your elder sister would surely lie buried beside me. Men without cunning perish young. Xiao Shuang fell silent. Indeed, if Liu Yongwang were not calculating, all three of them would already be dead at the hands of Imperial guards. And complex men, those layered with depth and artifice, are far more captivating. Simple, straightforward men hold no allure whatsoever. Then when will you go? When dusk begins to veil the sky, Liu replied, settling back onto his chair. In twilight's gentle ambiguity, much may unfold. Xiao Shuang gasped. You wouldn't force yourself upon her. What kind of man do you take me for? Liu rolled his eyes. I may not be virtuous, but I've never stooped to coercion nor dishonored a woman by force. Outside the door, guard Zhao and his companion paused. Barefoot physician. What an earthy rustic title. Can even peasants claim the mantle of healer? The accompanying guard scratched his head. Wait, could Imperial physician Liu be inside? Physician Liu specializes exclusively in gynecology and prides himself immensely. He'd never adopt such a humble, unrefined epithet. Zhao shook his head. Let's return. It's late. We'll rest tonight and see tomorrow whether the clinics may reopen. Once I find this physician, I'll tear him limb from limb, feed his corpse to dogs to quell my fury, the guard snarled. As evening's glow stained half the heavens crimson, Liu Yongwang arrived, late, deliberate, unhurried. The moment his knuckles tapped the door, the maid flung it wide open. Spotting Liu, she erupted in jubilation. Madam, Miss, Dr. Liu has come. He's here. Madame Pan and Pan Jinlian rushed from their chambers, greeting him with fervent warmth, surrounding him like celestial bodies orbiting a radiant star. Dr. Liu, you've returned. Jinlian's rash has nearly vanished. Brother Liu, I feared you'd never come. They spoke over one another, voices bright and overlapping. Liu smiled apologetically. Regrettably, yesterday's supply ran short. I spent today compounding fresh remedies and came straight here the moment they were ready. Madame Pan hastened to reassure him. Your arrival is timely, never too late. Inside, Liu cast a swift glance at Pan Jinlian. Jinlian, may I begin your treatment now? Her cheeks flushed crimson. To undergo treatment meant allowing Liu Yongwang's hands to apply ointment directly upon her bare skin, thereby compromising her honor. Madame Pan hesitated deeply, yet weighed against the fragile, intangible concept of reputation. Her daughter's life held infinitely greater worth. Moreover, Liu Yongwang was a physician. To heal was his sacred duty. No one could rightly reproach him for fulfilling it. Yes, please proceed. Without waiting for Jinlian's reply, Madame Pan gently guided her daughter into the inner chamber. Dr. Liu, please wait outside a moment. I'll call you once Jinlian is prepared. Liu settled slowly into a chair, calm and composed, his nearly 50 years granting him ample patience to await the slow, inevitable unfolding of beauty. Inside the private chamber, Pan Jinlian lay upon the bed, heart pounding fiercely. Though not entirely unclothed, she wore only a delicate silk bodice, her arms and legs fully exposed. This was terrain no man had ever beheld, yet now Liu Yongwang would witness it all. Her pulse raced like a trapped fawn's, wild, tender trembling. Madame Pan stroked her daughter's cheek. Daughter, endure it. Your healing comes first. Jinlian nodded shyly. But should Dr. Liu act improperly, call for me. I'll be right outside. Madame Pan whispered the last words into her ear. Jinlian blurted out, Brother Liu would never. He's no villain. Her mother gave her a curious, searching look, then said nothing more and quietly withdrew. The room fell silent. Moonlight crept in quietly, hanging by the window, smiling as it peeked at the man and woman inside. Liu Yongwang entered, and in the hazy moonlight, he beheld the beauty on the bed. The dim light only added to her allure. Her slender figure, fair skin, and shy expression stirred the old man. He suppressed his emotions and sat down by the bedside, hanging by the window, smiling as it peeked at the man and woman, a beautiful yet stiff statue. Nervous. Pan Jinlian, her voice restored, replied softly. The atmosphere remained tense. This was not what Liu Yongwang desired. He wished for their time alone to be gentle. Would you like me to tell you a story? Before he finished, Pan Jinlian eagerly said yes. The tension eased. Then he'll tell you the story of the Frog Prince. Liu Yongwang reached out, poured some ointment from a porcelain bottle onto his palm, and gently applied it to Pan Jinlian's arm. Starting with her arm could ease her nervousness and make the night more enchanting. How can a frog be a prince? To ease the awkwardness, Pan Jinlian became more proactive and asked a question. Because the prince was cursed by a witch and only a prince's kiss could break the spell and restore his true form. Liu Yongwang's hand moved steadily as his story unfolded. Pan Jinlian's heart raced as she lay in bed. She could feel the warmth and tenderness of his palm, a touch she had never experienced before. It was utterly different from her parents' touch and worlds apart from that of servants. This was the touch of a stranger. Though he was older, nearly 50, he was still a suitable man in her eyes. This direct physical contact made her maiden heart pound uncontrollably. Liu Yongwang's story also stirred the girl's heart, making her yearn to hear more. The only comfort for Pan Jinlian was that his hand never touched her vital parts. He did not take advantage of her. Looking at the frog in her hands, the princess felt she had fallen in love. A strong desire made her kiss it despite its ugliness. Pan Jinlian tensed up her eyes wide as she looked at Liu Yongwang. In the darkness, her eyes were exceptionally captivating. Suddenly, the princess felt her slender waist encircled by a pair of strong hands. Liu Yongwang embellished the tale. She also sensed heavy breathing nearby, not something a frog could produce. Pan Jinlian exclaimed excitedly, "Was the curse lifted?" Liu Yongwang nodded, subtly extending his hand. "A kiss can break the curse, just like your illness." Pan Jinlian's heart fluttered. When the princess opened her eyes, she saw a handsome prince kissing her passionately. This was the prince freed from the curse. Enchanted, she closed her eyes tightly, embracing him, their hearts pressed together. Liu Yongwang's voice was mesmerizing. The hazy night veiled his wrinkles, making him appear younger. His features were well proportioned, his silhouette handsome, and in Pan Jinlian's eyes, he now seemed irresistible. She murmured, "If I kiss, could I break the curse too?" "I don't know. I want to try." Before Liu Yongwang could reply, she suddenly reached out, wrapped her arms around his neck, and kissed him clumsily and eagerly. Liu Yongwang seized the moment to embrace her waist and kissed her gently. But it was a light kiss, brief and fleeting. Yet the strong masculine scent and tender touch left Pan Jinlian dizzy and entranced. Just as Pan Jinlian craved more, Liu Yongwang stood up. "All right, the ointment is applied. You should see a 50 to 60% improvement by tomorrow. One more application tomorrow, and you'll be fully healed." Pan Jinlian felt unsatisfied, reluctant to see him leave. Only when the door opened and he walked out did she calm down slightly. Yet her heart was even more unsettled. Liu Yongwang had not taken advantage of her vulnerability, nor had he pushed further. Instead, he withdrew, which deepened her fondness for him. But a sound from outside made Pan Jinlian burst into laughter. "Dr. Liu, when will you apply some ointment for this old—" "Oh, the ointment's all gone. Next time, next time." Liu Yongwang's voice was flustered and embarrassed. The thought of him applying ointment to the old maid struck her as hilarious. That scene must have been amusing. Now she was no longer shy. Instead, she secretly looked forward to the next day's treat. Success. Xiao Shuang, arms crossed, watched Liu Yongwang enter in disarray with a knowing smile. "Nonsense, I went to treat her. If you think I don't know how she got sick. Am I that kind of person? Aren't you? I won't take advantage of someone's vulnerability. Oh, I only want mutual affection. You really didn't do anything." Xiao Shuang was puzzled. In her mind, Liu Yongwang was an old lecher. His entire scheme was to win Pan Jinlian. Now that she lay in bed ripe for the taking, could he really resist? It seemed impossible, and it didn't match his persona. "No," Liu Yongwang ruffled Xiao Shuang's hair. "I want more than just her body. I want her heart." Liu Yongwang wasn't lying. He could have easily made up an excuse and forced himself on Pan Jinlian, leaving her help, but he didn't want that. He desired mutual affection, shared passion, and complete harmony, not one-sided conquest and forced submission. "Old lecher," Xiao Shuang rolled her eyes. "What about tomorrow?" "Well, we'll see about that tomorrow. You must take me, otherwise I'll expose you." Xiao Shuang threatened with a raised fist. She was annoyed that Liu Yongwang had sneaked out while she was washing dishes. Liu Yongwang said reluctantly, "You're just a kid. What would you do there? I want to hear your sweet talk and those silly stories of yours." I think you just want to hear the sweet nothings," I whispered to Jinlian. Liu Yongwang pinched Xiao Shuang's nose. Xiao Shuang's face flushed bright red. "No way. Who wants to hear your private talk?" "Not me." Watching her twist away, Liu Yongwang stroked his chin and smiled. Life was finally looking hopeful. In the thin mist, the city began to come alive. The cries of street vendors rose and fell in an unending chorus. Liu Yongwang also awoke. He dressed simply, pocketed 2 taels of silver, and stepped out the door. Since he claimed to be preparing medicine, he had to play the part to the fullest and go out to purchase herbs. Just as he left the room, Xiao Shuang tugged at him. "Master, there's a guest outside." "Who?" Liu Yongwang slipped into his cloth shoes and glanced at himself in the bronze mirror. The man reflected looked far more spirited than when he had first left the palace, nothing like a man nearing 50. "Who?" Liu Yongwang slipped into his cloth shoes and glanced at himself in the bronze mirror. The man Magistrate Wu, Xiao Shuang pouted. "He came early this morning, but I kept him outside." A hint of a smile curled at the corner of Liu Yongwang's mouth. Wu Ji's visit now was surely good news. He pushed open the door and stepped out. Outside, the pacing Wu Ji quickly raised his hand. "Good morning, Physician Liu." Liu Yongwang returned the gesture with a cupped fist salute. "Magistrate Wu, why not come in and sit?" No, I just have a quick question, then he'll be off." Wu Ji's eyes were bloodshot. He had clearly not slept well for 2 days. An epidemic had broken out in his jurisdiction and the afflicted was his own betrothed. No one could sleep under such circumstances. So how is she? Wu Ji asked obliquely. Liu Yongwang knew full well that Wu Ji wanted to ask if he had applied the medicine to Pan Jinlian. According to the moral code advocated by Chengzhu Neo-Confucianism, applying medicine to Pan Jinlian meant he had seen her body. Not only seen it, but touched it. Pan Jinlian's purity was thus lost. It was equivalent to a modern man's fiancée being secretly photographed naked with the images stored on someone else's computer hard drive. For a man, this was a profound humiliation. Moreover, Wu Ji was a county magistrate, the parent official of tens of thousands. He simply could not afford this disgrace. Yet this was precisely the effect Liu Yongwang desired. How could he pry Pan Jinlian away from Wu Ji without first making him suffer? She's much better after the medicine, Liu Yongwang said with a sly grin. The red rashes on her arms, belly, and thighs have faded considerably. He deliberately emphasized belly. As expected, the muscles in Wu Ji's face twitched. He was clearly in great distress. Liu Yongwang added fuel to the fire. He'll apply it once more tonight, and she should be nearly cured. Wu Ji's heart skipped a beat. Another application tonight. Of course, otherwise it could easily relapse. Liu Yongwang said with a sardonic smile, the ointment I prepared wasn't enough. Mother Pan and the maid didn't use any, and now they're suffering terribly with rashes all over their bodies. It must be controlled, otherwise if it spreads it will be disastrous. These words made Wu Ji's heart tighten with anxiety. Magistrate Wu, I must go prepare the medicine. Farewell. Liu Yongwang turned and left, leaving Wu Ji alone to dwell on his thoughts. Watching Liu Yongwang depart, Wu Ji felt a deep bitterness in his heart. Pan Jinlian was his betrothed, yet she was being wantonly handled by Liu Yongwang, and he was utterly helpless. He felt as if a vast green grassland had sprouted atop his head. Magistrate Wu, make your decision early, the county magistrate's assistant said in a low voice. Withdraw the betrothal gifts and change it to a concubinage, and all problems will be solved. He felt as if a vast green grassland had sprouted atop his head. Magistrate Wu, make your decision early, the county magistrate's assistant said in a low voice. Withdraw the betrothal gifts were for marriage. Bride price was a purchase. The meaning was entirely different. This change would reduce Pan Jinlian's status from a principal wife to a secondary consort. This idea cleverly avoided the shame of the green hat. A concubine was not a wife, their status and standing were completely different. A wife was the principal spouse, the face of the household. Thus she must be of pure background and unblemished character. But a concubine was different. A concubine held a low status, little more than a maidservant to the master. A maidservant's status was inherently humble. Whether she was chaste or not did not affect the family's reputation. Many court officials, nobles, and royalty kept one or two concubines who had come from brothels. Taking a prostitute as a concubine was considered a romantic dalliance among literati. It was for this reason that the assistant had given Wu Ji. Taking a prostitute as a concubine was considered a romantic dalliance among literati. It was for this reason that the assistant had given Wu Ji this advice. It would allow him to have Pan Jinlian without ruining his reputation. It might even win him a good name. But, Wu Ji said, will the Pan family agree to changing a marriage into a concubinage? Old man Pan has been dead for years. The Pan family's livelihood has long since dried up. The widow and orphan have been barely surviving by embroidery. Their status is already gone, the assistant said dismissively. You, Magistrate Wu, are the head of the county governing tens of thousands. Even taking her as a concubine is a step up for the Pan family. Old man Pan has been dead for years. The Pan family's livelihood has long since dried up. The widow and orphan have been barely surviving by embroidery. Their status is already gone, the assistant said dismissively. At the Rongji Medical Hall, after handing a string of cash to the head constable, Guard Zhao under his care entered the medical hall. Rong Huanzhang, seeing that the visitor was of extraordinary bearing, quickly stood up and said, esteemed guest, this shop is sealed by the county yamen. I cannot see patients or make house calls. Guard Zhao raised a hand to stop him. I'm just here to inquire about someone. He placed a tael of silver on the table. This is your compensation. Rong Huanzhang, a shrewd man, knew the visitor was no ordinary person and quickly declined. No need for payment. Whomever you wish to ask about, I will tell you all I know. Guard Zhao relaxed a little. May I ask if there have been any outside physicians in town recently? Rong Huanzhang frowned slightly. If you need medical treatment, there is no better physician in Yanggu County than myself at the Rongji Medical Hall. No, I'm just looking for someone, Guard Zhao said. A man and a woman. The man is nearly 50, the woman only 8. Rong Huanzhang stroked his goatee and spoke with deliberation. Now that you mention it, there might indeed be such a... Guard Zhao's heart leaped with joy. He placed another silver ingot on the table. Help me find this person, and this silver is yours. Rong Huanzhang looked askance at Guard Zhao. May I ask why you seek this person? An enemy. To settle a score. Guard Zhao's tone was low, but he did not conceal his intent. Rong Huanzhang's eyes lit up. At the North City Gate, there's a street called Qingshi Street. On that street is a newly opened medical hall called the Barefoot Doctor's Clinic. The people there match your description. Barefoot Doctor. Guard Zhao's eyes widened. He remembered seeing that clinic just yesterday. He had even made a few jokes about it. Yes, the physician's surname is Liu, his full name Liu Yongwang. He has a pretty young female apprentice with him. Guard Zhao breathed a complete sigh of relief. This was the man he was looking for. He clasped his hands in thanks. That's him. My thanks. With that he turned and left. The silver on the table glittered, filling Rome Huanzhong with great satisfaction. He had long taken a dislike to Liu Yongwang and had also suspected his identity. Now with Liu Yongwang's enemy showing up, everything was perfect, and he had pocketed a silver ingot for nothing. Delightful. A concubine. Pan's mother stared wide-eyed at the tall and handsome Wu Ji. After all, they were a respectable family in Yanggu County. Her late husband had been a county official, albeit of low rank, yet he was a legitimate servant of the imperial court. Moreover, Pan Jinlian was beautiful, undeniably the most stunning maiden in all of Yanggu County. Her conduct was also beyond reproach. Truth be told, even being a second wife would have been beneath Pan Jinlian's station. However, after her husband's death, the Pan family's fortunes had declined, leaving them in financial straits. She was forced to take up needlework to support the family, which diminished their social standing. Since Wu Ji was the county magistrate, the fatherly official to tens of thousands, she had agreed to the match. Now Wu Ji went further, demanding to change the marriage from a wife to a concubine. This was a world of difference. A wife was a mistress, a concubine was a servant. A wife had the authority to discipline a concubine. Their statuses were vastly unequal. No, my daughter is lovely and well-educated. Even being a second wife is a compromise, let alone a concubine. Pan's mother waved her hands frantically. Wu Ji furrowed his brow, having considered this himself. Yet the thought of Liu Yongwang touching Pan Jinlian's body unsettled him. Times have changed. Jinlian can only be a concubine now, Wu Ji said with a dark expression. But I will still treat her well. She won't suffer. However, Pan's mother still shook her head. No, I cannot betray my husband. The county magistrate grew impatient. Madam Pan, being taken as a concubine by Magistrate Wu is an honor for your family, especially since your daughter's purity is compromised. Who of good standing would marry her as a wife? At these words, Pan's mother flushed crimson, stammering incoherently. For the magistrate spoke the truth. Pan Jinlian was no longer chaste, though Liu Yongwang as a physician had applied medicine to treat her illness. The fact remained. A man touching an unmarried woman's body was akin to the women in brothels. But it was for treatment. The one applying the medicine was a doctor. How can that be losing purity? Pan's mother argued. Regardless of the reason, lost purity is lost purity. The magistrate retorted sharply. You should thank Magistrate Wu for not breaking off the engagement outright. Only his magnanimous heart can accept your daughter. Anyone else would have called it off long ago. Pan's mother bowed her head silent. Don't hesitate. Return the betrothal gifts, accept the bride price, sign the papers, and your family will enjoy prosperity under Magistrate Wu's protection. The magistrate's words pierced Pan's mother's heart like needles. Inside the room, Pan Jinlian overheard everything. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Any lingering illusion she had about Wu Ji shattered completely. The love she sought was not to be found in him. Madam Pan, rest assured, though she be a concubine, I will cherish her deeply, Wu Ji spoke. Return the betrothal gifts, and I will have the bride price sent in. The bride price will match the betrothal gifts, and the wedding date remains unchanged, all as before. Pan's mother looked up at Wu Ji pitifully. Magistrate Wu Jinlian is a free woman. The bride price will match the betrothal gifts, and the wedding date remains unchanged, all as before. Pan's mother looked up at Wu Ji pitifully. Given your daughter's current state, who would marry her? Only our Magistrate Wu, out of old affection, is willing to take her in. Hurry up and return the betrothal gifts. Wu Ji and the magistrate stood outside the door, while Pan's mother remained inside a gap between them. Their voices inevitably grew louder. The nosy neighbors overheard and poked their heads out to watch. Xiao Shuang also heard and ran out to listen. She hadn't anticipated things reaching this point. She felt a pang of resentment toward Liu Yongwang, for he had brought such misery upon Pan Jinlian. Yet upon reflection, she felt Liu Yongwang had done the right thing. Without this, how would Wu Ji's true nature have been exposed? Wu Ji was truly unreliable. Marrying him would not bode well for Pan Jinlian. Magistrate Wu, perhaps you could reconsider. A wife of equal status might suffice. Making her a concubine. I simply cannot face my husband. Pan's mother, tears streaming, reached out to grab Wu Ji's arm in supplication. Wu Ji immediately stepped back as if fearing contamination. The magistrate barked, a wife of equal status. What are you thinking? With her purity lost, what claim does she have to such? A concubine is the best path forward. Stop stalling, it's useless. The betrothal gifts must be returned. Pan's mother looked at Wu Ji. Magistrate Wu Jinlian only had some medicine applied, nothing else. How can that be losing purity? Wu Ji cleared his throat. Madam Pan, I will treat Jinlian well. Today the betrothal gifts must be returned. As for the bride price, he'll add a bit more to save face. Indeed, the betrothal gifts must be returned. The magistrate knew his role, to play the villain. With that he waved his hand, signaling the constables to enter and retrieve the items. With a sudden clatter, several ornate boxes were hurled out. A stunning beauty, eyes swollen and red, face drenched in tears, grabbed the boxes and threw them out. Who wants your betrothal gifts? Take them all back. A stunning beauty, eyes swollen and red face drenched in tears, grabbed the boxes and threw them out. Who wants your betrothal gifts? Take them all back. Dream of taking me as a concubine. I'd rather die alone than wed you. The basket filled with eggs and pastries struck Wu Ji, leaving him thoroughly disheveled. A vixen I am. What can you do? I thought you were a devoted lover, but you're just a heartless scoundrel. Pan Jinlian's temper ignited as she hurled more gift. A vixen I am. What can you do? I thought you were a devoted lover, but you're just a heartless scoundrel. Pan Jinlian's temper ignited as she hurled more gift boxes. Wu Ji stumbled backward, shouting, Madam Pan, stop your daughter immediately, or ill withdraw the bride price. The magistrate also yelled, enough. Continue, and it will bode ill for you. Pan Jinlian planted her hands on her hips, her defiance blazing. We want none of your favors. Take your betrothal gifts. I want Mary into the Wu family. Pan Jinlian planted her hands on her hips, her defiance blazing. We want none of your favors. Take your betrothal gifts. I want. Pan Jinlian planted her hands on her hips, her defiance blazing. We want none of your favors. Take your betrothal gifts. I want Mary into the Wu family. The onlookers turned their heads, gazing toward the outskirts of the crowd. There Liu Yongwang was strolling over slowly, holding several bundles of medicinal herbs in his hands, his gait exuding an air of arrogant nonchalance. As Liu Yongwang approached, the crowd parted to form a path. Wu Ji's face twitched once more. He hadn't expected this old man to come and disrupt matters. Dr. Liu, what do you mean by this? Liu Yongwang strode through the crowd, bypassing Wu Ji and the county magistrate, and walked directly to stand shoulder to shoulder with Pan's mother and Pan Jinlian. He lifted his head and said, Didn't you claim that Jinlian was unwanted? Well, let me tell you, I want Jinlian. A wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd. The county magistrate stepped forward and declared, Her purity is already lost. What would you want with her? You'd only ruin your reputation in vain. Liu Yongwang chuckled. How has she lost her purity? Her body has been touched by another. Where is her purity? The county magistrate shouted loudly. Pan Jinlian's face flushed with shame, and Pan's mother looked equally embarrassed. Even Wu Ji found it hard to maintain his composure. After all, Wu Ji had already sent a betrothal gift for Pan Jinlian. In name, she was still his fiancée. Now he felt as though he were wearing a green hat upon his head. A shade so vivid it was startling, a hue so vibrant it was multicolored. Who touched her body? Liu Yongwang asked, still in his unhurried manner. In truth, he was overjoyed inside. The matter of applying medicine to Pan Jinlian had originally been known only to a few. If Wu Ji had kept this news concealed, it would not have been so disgraceful, at most a minor embarrassment. But now it had become common knowledge, and Wu Ji's shame was magnified. This was exactly what Liu Yongwang had hoped for. He wanted the whole world to know that he, Liu Yongwang, had touched Pan Jinlian's body, so that marrying her would be only natural and justified. The county magistrate, still oblivious, continued loudly, Wasn't it you who touched her while applying medicine? Liu Yongwang rubbed his nose. Exactly. So if I marry her, where does she lose her purity? The county magistrate was stunned. Wu Ji too was dumbfounded, and he began to suspect that Liu Yongwang had orchestrated this entire scheme to win Pan Jinlian. The crowd buzzed with discussion. That's right. If Pan Jinlian marries Dr. Liu, her honor remains intact. It's a good solution. I think marrying Dr. Liu is her only way to save face. A man of talent and a woman of beauty. Truly a perfect match. Among the crowd, Xiaoshuang shot Liu Yongwang a disdainful glance. She knew that this old man had won. The great beauty Pan Jinlian had indeed been snatched away by Liu Yongwang. But the next moment her face flushed red. She had made a bet with Liu Yongwang. If he married Pan Jinlian, she would have to let him kiss her lips. The thought made her cheeks burn and her heart race. Wu Ji cleared his throat. Dr. Liu, this is inappropriate. Jinlian is the concubine I intend to take. This has nothing to do with you. Liu Yongwang shrugged. Have you delivered the betrothal gift? Wu Ji pointed to the servants carrying burdens behind him. This is my betrothal gift. Has the Pan family accepted it? Liu Yongwang asked with a sly smile. Pan's mother hesitated. Not yet. She was torn. Letting Pan Jinlian become a concubine felt like a betrayal to her deceased husband and to Jinlian herself, yet refusing Wu Ji, who was the county magistrate, seemed like a missed opportunity. Liu Yongwang turned to Pan Jinlian. The angry young beauty now had a touch of feistiness that made her even more endearing. He smiled gently. Jinlian, since someone has called off the engagement, there's no need to care. If you're willing, I will present the 3 letters and 6 gifts and take you as my lawful wife. Another wave of excitement swept through the crowd. This Liu Yongwang was truly audacious. He actually dared to cut in on Magistrate Wu's claim, and with such unyielding confidence. Wu Ji's face turned ashen. Dr. Liu, how dare you? He hissed through gritted teeth. He had coveted Pan Jinlian for a long time, even going so far as to beat his own wife to death for her sake. Just as he was about to succeed, an old man had appeared out of nowhere, determined to snatch the beauty from his grasp. This was unbearable. The county magistrate finally caught on and stepped forward, shouting, Liu, you insolent fool. How dare you steal Magistrate Wu's woman? You must have the guts of a bear and the heart of a leopard. Liu Yongwang cast a contemptuous glance at the magistrate, and Wu Ji a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. What of a magistrate? Even a magistrate cannot forcibly take a common woman. He turned to Pan Jinlian. Jinlian, tell me, would you rather marry me or become his concubine? Pan Jinlian, who had long harbored resentment toward Wu Ji, declared loudly, Brother Liu, if you send the betrothal gift, I will marry you. She meant to spite Wu Ji. The crowd erupted once more. This was the biggest news in the county. Wu Ji's face flushed crimson. This was the greatest humiliation he had suffered since becoming the magistrate of Yonggu County. He shook his sleeves in fury and spat a final threat. Pan Jinlian, you'll regret this. Then he turned and strode away. The porters carrying the betrothal gifts hurried after him. The county magistrate stamped his foot and yelled at Pan's mother, This is the daughter you raised. Your family is doomed, beyond saving. Amid the chaotic chatter of the crowd, Wu Ji and his entourage departed in disgrace, their faces completely lost. Pan's mother and daughter were unsettled. Only Liu Yongwang, though his face remained calm, was jubilant inside. He turned to Pan's mother and daughter and said, Go inside. From now on, if anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Looking at Liu Yongwang's steady and composed face, Pan Jinlian felt a faint sense of comfort. She thought to herself that marrying him might not be a bad choice after all. Old man, you've offended Magistrate Wu to the core. Is it worth it? Xiao Shuang fanned the stove where a medicinal pot emitted a rich herbal aroma. These were the herbs Liu Yongwang had bought at the pharmacy that morning. Tonics that wouldn't kill or cure. I've offended even the emperor. What's a mere magistrate? Liu Yongwang said dismissively. Xiao Shuang's small face remained furrowed. It's fine when we're away, but before you marry Pan Jinlian, we'll still be living here. That Magistrate Wu isn't a magnanimous man, he'll surely find ways to mess with us. Hearing this, Liu Yongwang straightened up. In this dynasty, the legal system was immature. A magistrate wielded immense power and could do almost anything within the county. If Wu Ji truly resorted to force, Liu Yongwang had no good way to counter him. At worst, we'll leave tomorrow. Once we settle in Anlu Prefecture, we can come back to marry Pan Jinlian, Liu Yongwang cursed. But didn't you just say you'd send the betrothal gift? Leaving tomorrow. How would the Pan family take that? Liu Yongwang was taken aback. This. Never mind, there will be a way. Xiao Shuang lifted the lid of the medicine pot and saw that the decoction had boiled down to a thick, dark brown. The medicine is ready. Liu Yongwang stood up and looked at the sky. It was already dusk time to apply the medicine to Pan Jinlian. Tonight, he would solidify his relationship with Pan Jinlian. Pour the medicine out, I'll take it to Jinlian. Xiao Shuang carefully poured the decoction into a porcelain bowl, handed it to Liu Yongwang, and said, By the way, you mentioned betrothal gifts for Jinlian. Don't you have a family back home? Liu Yongwang froze. He meticulously sifted through the fragments of memory in his mind, and suddenly realized that he indeed had a wife. Though a man could take multiple wives in the Ming Dynasty, there was only one true wife. Under extremely special circumstances, a concubine of equal status could be taken, but it required the consent of the primary wife. Any other wives could only be concubines. Their status was that of servants, not masters. According to the laws of the Ming Dynasty, he could not offer betrothal gifts to Pan Jinlian. Otherwise, it would be bigamy. He could only take her as a concubine, and even for that, custom dictated that he must obtain his primary wife's approval. But he was a time traveler. He couldn't even recall what his primary wife looked like. By his estimation, she must be at least in her 40s by now. Moreover, she was far away in Luoyang, a journey that would take a month each way. If he offered betrothal gifts to Pan Jinlian, he would be violating Ming law and could be arrested and imprisoned. Seeing Liu Yongwang's stunned expression, Xiao Shuang knew she had guessed correctly. You already have a wife, so how can you offer betrothal gifts? At most, you can take her as a concubine. She shot him a disdainful glance. If you take a concubine, what difference is there between you and that Wu Ji? Liu Yongwang shook his head, casting aside his worries. Forget it, he'll take it one step at a time. This was his one good habit. Whenever something troubled him, he would set it aside. When the cart reaches the mountain, there will be a road. When the willows are dark, the flowers will bloom again. This was the truth Liu Yongwang firmly believed in. Holding the bowl of medicine, Liu Yongwang carefully made his way across the street. Tonight was a very important night. He was going to pledge his life to Pan Jinlian in secret. At the same time, he needed to complete the system task and claim the system reward. Xiao Shuang followed him out and leaned against the doorframe, watching Liu Yongwang's figure disappear into Pan's courtyard with a complex look. This old man at his age, why is he so impulsive? I'd like to see how you explain this to your wife. Just as she was about to turn back, a sudden chill ran down her spine, because she saw a familiar figure. A man, his back to her, stood at the street corner. His gaze was fixed on the entrance of Pan's courtyard where Liu Yongwang had just disappeared. Xiao Shuang recognized him at once. It was Guard Zhao. He was the assassin sent by the emperor. The very assassin they had been desperately trying to evade. Indeed, as the old saying goes, beauty is a curse. Because of Pan Jinlian, their whereabouts had been exposed, and the Imperial guards had caught up with them. What should they do now? Just then the figure slowly turned around. Xiao Shuang quickly ducked back inside and peered out through a crack in the door. She saw Guard Zhao approach, slowly stop at the entrance, look up at the shop sign, and murmur, Barefoot Doctor. Physician Liu, how I've searched for you. Xiao Shuang's legs went weak. She leaned against the door, trembling uncontrollably, not daring to peek anymore. Only when she heard the sound of footsteps fading away did she dare to look through the crack again. Guard Zhao was already far off, and soon disappeared into the alley. Xiao Shuang slid to the ground, too weak to stand. Guard Zhao had found them. With the two of them, escape or evasion was impossible. What to do? At the Pan residence. Candlelight flickered. Several dishes were laid on the table, but the two people eating were both restless. Has Jinlian eaten? Liu Yongwang set down his chopsticks. His heart had long since flown to Pan Jinlian's chamber. She's eating now. Pan's mother was also uneasy. The reversal of fortune today was hard for her to accept. Originally, Pan Jinlian was to marry Magistrate Wu, transforming into the envied wife of an official. Now she could only marry Liu Yongwang, who was nearly 50. Yet she couldn't vent her frustration. After all, Liu Yongwang had meant well. Otherwise, with Wu Ji breaking off the engagement, neighbors pointing fingers, and people gossiping behind their backs, both she and her daughter would have no face left to live. Remember to take the medicine, Liu Yongwang said, making conversation. The old maid approached. Physician Liu, the young lady is ready and has taken her medicine. Liu Yongwang grew excited. He stood up. Then he'll go treat Jinlian first. Without waiting for Pan's mother to reply, he slipped out and headed straight for the western wing. Today, Pan Jinlian's room was no longer dim, for an extra oil lamp had been lit. Through the gauze curtain, Pan Jinlian lay flat on the bed, motionless. She was still clad only in a belly band covering a small part of her body. The rest was bare. Liu Yongwang cleared his throat. Jinlian, I'm here. Pan Jinlian's voice trembled. I've already taken the medicine. Her trembling voice combined with the room's alluring atmosphere, the hazy moonlight outside the window, and the flickering oil lamp, everything was steeped in ambiguity. Even the worldly wise Liu Yongwang couldn't help but feel stirred. He had a faint sense that his relationship with Pan Jinlian would surely progress tonight. Parting the gauze curtain, Liu Yongwang stood by the bed looking down at the shy beauty. The dim lamplight acted like a filter, making her even more enticing. Parting the gauze curtain, Liu Yongwang stood by the bed looking down at the shy beauty. The dim lamplight acted like a filter, making her even more enticing. All his efforts over these past days had not been in vain. Still staring. Aren't you going to apply the medicine? Another playful reproach helped Liu Yongwang barely suppress his inner turmoil. He sat down on the small stool by the bed, took out a porcelain bottle, poured out some ointment, and began to apply it to her arm. Perhaps because Liu Yongwang had boldly declared his intention to marry Pan Jinlian today, her reaction was particularly intense. As his palm gently pressed on her arm, her body tensed. Her silk-like skin grew taut. Today I need to apply it to your body, otherwise it won't heal properly. Liu Yongwang's voice trembled with excitement. Then untie it, Pan Jinlian whispered, barely audible. Liu Yongwang's hand shook. After a moment, he reached for the nape of her neck to untie the belly band strings. But just then he stopped. He felt that some things needed to be clarified first. Jinlian, I spoke too hastily this afternoon. Liu Yongwang carefully chose his words. After all, taking a concubine was vastly different from taking a wife. Taking a concubine only required a bride price, essentially buying her from her family. The woman would be a mere servant. The man had absolute control. But taking a wife meant both families jointly supporting the new household. The woman was also master of the home. The difference was enormous. Do you regret it? Do you despise me? Pan Jinlian grew agitated. Seeing Pan Jinlian about to sit up, Liu Yongwang quickly pressed her back down. No, I was just so excited that I forgot I have a family back home. Pan Jinlian fell silent. The room became eerily quiet. Liu Yongwang knew he had to do something, or else the bird in hand would fly away. But I will divorce my wife. My wife and I have no feelings. It was purely an arranged marriage, and we haven't seen each other for years. On this point, Liu Yongwang was not lying. The original owner of this body had lived in the capital for many years while his wife had never visited. They were essentially strangers. This was a common tactic of older men to deceive young girls. But it was very effective. Really? Pan Jinlian grew excited again. Young girls were so easy to fool. Really? Liu Yongwang took a deep breath. Once I divorce her, I will marry you with a grand procession. Pan Jinlian extended her arms and wrapped them around Liu Yongwang's neck. I want more. The girl's fervent breath made Liu Yongwang's heart waver. The maiden's yearning caused him to lose himself. He kissed her again. This time it was no fleeting touch, but a depth that touched the very soul. At the inn, Guard Zhao packed his belongings. Keep an eye on things here while I go to the post station to send word to our superiors. The accompanying guard was puzzled. Chief, didn't the captain say to kill him once found? Why do we need to report this? Guard Zhao shook his head. You don't understand the ways of officialdom. So many days have passed now. Who knows what stance the one in the capital has taken? Anyway, that Imperial physician Liu is still in the county town and can't escape. Reporting is the better choice. It can't hurt. The accompanying guard suddenly realized, no wonder you became a personal guard chief. There's so much to it. Just learn from me. Guard Zhao patted his shoulder. Once this mission is done, I'll recommend you for the inner court, so you can become a personal guard too. Thanks, Brother Zhao. Guard Zhao shouldered his pack, ready to leave. Then he turned back. Keep a close watch. Don't let him slip away again. They'll leave town tonight, and should have a reply by the day after tomorrow at the latest. No mistakes during this time. Don't worry. It's just a physician and a maid. They won't escape. The accompanying guard said casually. Don't be careless. This Imperial physician Liu is no ordinary man. I was careless last time, and he got away. Don't alert him. Just observe from a distance. Got it, Brother Zhao. Oh, and don't tell that Magistrate Wu. That man has crooked intentions. Don't worry, I know. The moonlight was hazy, the candlelight was hazy, and so was the heart. Though Liu Yongwang's lips had parted from hers, Pan Jinlian was still savoring the moment. The sensation of that kiss was truly wonderful. Especially when their tongues intertwined and lips clung together, it made her tremble all over. So this is what a kiss feels like. Pan Jinlian finally opened her eyes slowly. No wonder those girls long for it so much. Liu Yongwang was also reliving the sensation. A passionate maiden was indeed different. It gave Liu Yongwang the flutter of first love. This is love. His hand clasped hers, capturing her heart as well. With a giggle, glancing at Liu Yongwang, Pan Jinlian suddenly laughed. But a frog is still a frog, not a prince. Liu Yongwang laughed too, knowing she was teasing him. He picked up the porcelain bottle and continued applying ointment to Pan Jinlian. It was something he had to do, and also a tool to take things further. Because of the kiss, Pan Jinlian no longer felt resistant to Liu Yongwang. She lay on the bed, no longer tense. Her body completely relaxed. This made Liu Yongwang bolder. His hand began to move upward. The atmosphere gradually shifted from lighthearted to tense. The air grew thick, an ambiguous mood that refused to dissipate. Unconsciously, Pan Jinlian's breathing became rapid. In the quiet space, even the frantic beating of their hearts was audible. Brother Liu, what if you can't divorce your wife? Pan Jinlian asked, trembling. I will definitely divorce her, Liu Yongwang said firmly. He was determined to have Pan Jinlian. As for his so-called wife, he felt nothing for her. It's fine. Even if I have to be your concubine, I'm willing. Pan Jinlian's breath was fragrant as orchid, driving Liu Yongwang to distraction. Wait for me. Once I return to Luoyang and find my original wife, they'll divorce her. I won't let you be a concubine. They'll make you my lawful wife. Liu Yongwang said. Pan Jinlian suddenly tensed up. You're leaving. To marry you, I must go to Luoyang. Will you be like that scholar Zhang, never to return? Pan Jinlian was anxious. You're not Cui Yingying, and am not scholar Zhang. I will marry you. Liu Yongwang vowed. I mean what I say. But Pan Jinlian was deeply worried. No, I won't let you go. Liu Yongwang was a bit frustrated. If I don't go to Luoyang, how can I divorce my wife? Silence filled the room. Liu Yongwang's hand stopped. The earlier intimacy gradually faded. Pan Jinlian broke the silence again. She untied her sash herself, revealing everything, then leaned into Liu Yongwang's embrace. Then take me now. I want to be your woman. After you divorce your wife, you can make me your lawful wife. This. Before he could finish, his words were silenced by a passionate kiss. A pair of arms wrapped around Liu Yongwang's neck, pulling him into a tender trap from which he could not extricate himself. The night deepened, as if the moon itself shyly hid away. At the county office, Wu Ji stared at the jumble of brocade boxes, his heart bitter. The beauty he had almost claimed had flown away, stolen by a man over 50, filling him with unspeakable frustration and rage. This is all you're doing. I wanted a concubine, but instead I lost the beauty. Wu Ji glared at the county magistrate. The magistrate wiped the sweat from his brow. Your Honor, don't worry. This is Yonggu County, and you are its magistrate. The Pan mother and daughter probably haven't thought it through. Let me apply some pressure and make them realize that following you is their only way out. Then they'll beg you to take them in. Wu Ji said darkly. Then act quickly before that scoundrel Liu Yongwang defile Pan Jinlian. Yes, I'll plan it right away. Watching the magistrate leave, Wu Ji smashed his teacup to the ground. Liu Yongwang, it'll make you pay. Leaving Jinlian's room, Liu Yongwang swayed as he walked, his heart full of emotion. He finally understood why Pan Jinlian had earned the reputation of being the most lustful woman under heaven. She was naturally sensitive and brimming with vitality. An ordinary man could never handle her. Fortunately, Liu Yongwang was no ordinary man. He was a modern man who had studied various instructional love videos. He had some understanding of all the tricks. Yet even so, he felt utterly exhausted. Just as he was about to leave through the front door, he saw the old servant and Pan's mother staring at him eagerly. Liu Yongwang slapped his forehead. He had forgotten these two old widows were waiting for him to cure them. But he truly couldn't bring himself to do it. Physician Liu, did you use up all the medicine this time? Pan's mother asked eagerly. Liu Yongwang scratched his head. All used up, not a drop left. Pan's mother and the old servant grew anxious. What about us? We feel our condition is worsening. Red spots have appeared on our bodies. What should we do? Well, I've come up with a new prescription. They'll prepare the medicine tomorrow. Liu Yongwang opened the door. This kind of medicine doesn't require yin-yang harmonization and can be applied by yourselves. It will heal you. The old servant was stunned. No, just use the old prescription. I'm not afraid. Pan's mother nodded too. The old prescription is better. Jinlian is almost cured, which proves the old prescription is more reliable. Let's stick with it. Liu Yongwang nearly stumbled. He realized these two old widows were just waiting for him to apply the ointment himself. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Liu Yongwang opened the door and fled in panic. He suspected that if he stayed any longer, the two old women would detain him. He reached the clinic door. Before he could knock it swung open. Xiao Shuang pulled him inside looking tense, trouble big. What's wrong? Liu Yongwang turned and closed the door. Xiao Shuang said, when you were treating Jinlian earlier, I saw guard Zhao. He's clearly spotted our trail, and even lingered at the door for the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Liu Yongwang's heart sank. He pulled Xiao Shuang inside. Quick, pack up. We're leaving. Xiao Shuang stopped him. Old man, the city gates are locked now. We can't leave until dawn tomorrow. Liu Yongwang forced himself to calm down. Bewitched by beauty indeed. If not for pursuing Pan Jinlian, he would never have been spotted by guard Zhao. No, the reason guard Zhao found him wasn't because he lingered here in pursuit of pleasure. It was because the transportation in this era was too primitive. For long journeys besides post stations and carriage services, the only option was private merchant caravans. Joining a private caravan required special connections, and carriage services and post stations made it easy to track one's movements. Guard Zhao only needed to check the post stations and carriage services on the main routes to find clues about where he had stayed. This reminded Liu Yongwang that to truly escape, he needed to find a more reliable means of travel. He sat down to think carefully. After a moment he stood up and said, we can't leave the city. Why? In the city they can't act easily. With so many eyes around, they're afraid of causing a scene. Liu Yongwang's mind grew clearer. If we stay in the city, they'll find it harder to move against us. But we can't stay in the city forever either. Who knows if they'll get desperate and act right here. Xiao Shuang was genuine. Guard Zhao was the emperor's personal guard, highly skilled in martial arts. And Liu Yongwang was clearly a scholar, no match for him. Even if we leave the city, we can't escape. Liu Yongwang pondered. The fact that guard Zhao found us shows he's a skilled tracker with strong investigative abilities. Staying is no good, leaving is no good. What do we do? Xiao Shuang was completely panicked. Liu Yongwang's expression darkened. Since we can't escape, well, face them, Heaton. How? He's the emperor's guard, incredibly skilled. You're an old man. How can you fight him? Xiao Shuang said. Liu Yongwang said in a sinister tone, in a direct confrontation, I naturally can't beat him. But when it comes to schemes, that's another story. He stood up abruptly and going out. Where are you going? To find where they're staying. At the inn, the accompanying guards had already fallen asleep. Since the city gates were locked, he wasn't worried about Liu Yongwang and his men sneaking out of the city. By the counter on the first floor, Liu Yongwang crept and pulled out a small string of coins and handed them to the attendant. Brother, I'd like to ask about something. Are there two robust men speaking the official tongue staying at your establishment? The attendant quietly pocketed the money and lowered his voice. Yes, they've been here for several days. They look like... The attendant, being worldly wise, knew exactly who Liu Yongwang was looking for. Where are they staying? In the eastern wing, on the second floor. Liu Yongwang straightened up. Good. With officials here, it's definitely safe, and I can store some goods. Stepping out of the inn, he glanced back at the second floor. The second floor was pitch black with no light at all. This gave Liu Yongwang a sliver of confidence. A sinister plan began to take shape in his mind. He knew clearly that to survive, guard Zhao had to die. Otherwise, he himself would perish. Once guard Zhao was dead, he would be safe. Even if the emperor sent others, they would never find his trail. The morning breeze was exceptionally gentle, drifting into Pan Jinlian's room and stirring her emotions. Thinking of last night's intimacy, her face flushed. Though only a single night had passed since their separation, Pan Jinlian found herself already yearning for Liu Yongwang. So this is love, Pan Jinlian murmured to herself in the mirror, her face blooming like a peach blossom, her smile radiant. No wonder lovers are willing to sacrifice for each other. Pan Jinlian thought of Romeo and Juliet, of Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai. Before, she had only been moved by such tragic lovers. Now she realized that if Liu Yongwang were in danger, she too would willingly give up her life. Love, after all, should be passionate and grand. Daughter, what are you giggling about? Pan's mother entered to check on Pan Jinlian's condition. Mother, please urge Brother Liu to send the betrothal gifts quickly, Pan Jinlian said shyly. Pan's mother was taken aback. Betrothal gifts? Isn't it a formal proposal? He has a wife back home, so he can't marry me as his principal wife for now. Pan Jinlian lowered her head. I agreed to be his concubine first. Once he divorces his wife, he can elevate me. Pan's mother's eyes widened. What? Be his concubine? If you're willing to be a concubine, you might as well be Magistrate Wuss. After all, he's a court official. Pan Jinlian remained silent, her cheeks flushed crimson. Sensing something amiss, Pan's mother rushed to the bed and threw back the covers. Seeing what lay beneath, she felt dizzy and nearly fainted. Mother, what's wrong? Pan Jinlian quickly steadied her. Pan's mother pushed her away. That old scoundrel has taken your virtue. They'll report him to the authorities. Seeing her mother storming out, Pan Jinlian grabbed her. Mother, I consented. I've decided. I will be Brother Liu's concubine. Pan's mother fumed. Daughter, you're being foolish. Men are unreliable. Once they have your body, they'll abandon you. Everything he tells you is sweet talk. None of it counts, all lies. Brother Liu won't. I trust him, Pan Jinlian insisted, clinging to her mother. I don't trust him. If he were an honorable man, he'd marry you first before taking your body, not secretly. Pan's mother tugged forcefully. I'm going to report him to have him arrested. Pan Jinlian, lacking strength, couldn't hold her back. Pan's mother shook her off and rushed forward. Stop. If you don't agree, you'll kill myself. Pan Jinlian produced a pair of scissors, pressing the sharp tip. Pan's mother froze. She knew her daughter's temperament well. Though usually carefree, she was stubborn. Once she set her mind on something, she never let go, especially now with her resolute expression and firm gaze. Daughter, you've been fooled by that old man. Pan's mother stamped her foot. I bet that old scoundrel, having taken your virtue, won't come back for you. Pan Jinlian remained steadfast. Brother Liu won't. We truly love each other. Seeing Pan Jinlian's persistence, Pan's mother finally relented. Fine. As long as he sends the betrothal gifts, he'll agree to you entering his household. Pan Jinlian smiled. Mother, he will. Back at the inn, the accompanying guard was awakened by the commotion downstairs. Opening the door, he saw people moving goods below. A strong smell of tung oil filled the air. Descending, he saw the attendant directing the cargo. Attendant, what is this? The guard asked. Oil paper umbrellas, the attendant replied. They're to be shipped south. Why not store them at the transport depot? Oh, the depot was full, so they're kept here, the attendant said apologetically. Don't worry, sir, they'll be moved in a day or two. Please bear with us. It's no trouble. He lifted a corner to check. Indeed, they were oil paper umbrellas. Soaked in tung oil, they gave off that strong scent. He stepped outside and headed toward Greenstone Street. His task today was to secretly shadow Liu Yongwang, awaiting Guard Zhao's return. At the relay station, Guard Zhao had also risen. After breakfast, he took out his token, found a sturdy carrier pigeon, placed the letter into the bamboo tube on its leg, and released it. Watching the pigeon flutter away, he returned to his room to continue sleeping. The pigeon's round trip would take at least a day. That time was perfect for resting. At the Pan household. Opening the door, Pan's mother saw Xiao Shuang, and her face fell. Where's Liu Yongwang? Xiao Shuang, aware that Liu Yongwang and Pan Jinlian's affair had been exposed, said awkwardly, someone outside the city sought medical treatment, so my master went on a house call. She pulled out a box of ointment and handed it to Pan's mother. This is my master's new formula. Should be more effective. It's fortified with antler and cinnamon to tonify yang, so no need for a man to apply it. You can use it yourselves and recover. She noticed the obvious disappointment on Pan's mother and the maids' faces. Moreover, Pan's mother looked furious, so she had to flee quickly. We'll be going now. Before Pan's mother could speak, she bolted. Pan's mother tried to chase after her, but was stopped. Frustrated, Pan's mother wanted to curse. Inside the room, hearing her mother's words, Pan Jinlian remained calm. Brother Liu is a doctor, going on a house call, is perfectly normal. Pan's mother snorted. He's taken his fill and wiped his mouth, abandoning you. He won't. I trust Brother Liu. He loves me, Pan Jinlian said, still serene. Pa. Love and romance. Those are just stuff from storybooks. In the real world, it's only lust, Pan's mother said bitterly. Daughter, he's deceived you. I trust Brother Liu. He will not betray me, Pan Jinlian said, applying makeup before the mirror, unaffected by her mother's agitation. Pan's mother stamped her feet in desperation. Helpless, a daughter's heart turns outward. The maid entered, exclaiming joyfully, Madam, this medicine really works. It healed instantly. Look, the red spots on my arm are gone. Pan's mother's eyes widened. Heavens! Could it be that this so-called harmony of yin and yang was just a scheme to seduce my daughter? At a tavern outside the county office, Liu Yongwang was drinking with a man with a goatee. Steward Yi, you're so efficient. It only took half a day to pull the strings. His eyes secretly darted outside. A young man was reading the notice at the county office gate. This must be guard, also the spy tailing him. The goateed man proudly stroked his beard and said arrogantly, in Yanggu County, there's nothing I can't handle. Liu Yongwang produced a silver ingot and slipped it to the other under the table. The man weighed it with satisfaction, then pulled out a paper from his pocket and handed it over. Take this special permit to Captain Zhu at the North Gate. Even late at night, he'll let you out of the city. Thank you, Liu Yongwang said ingratiatingly. This deal should net at least this much. Liu Yongwang gestured with several fingers, and the other's eyes brightened. Steward, you just wait for my news. Liu Yongwang refilled his cup. Steward Yi, a toast to you. Nearby, the accompanying guard pretended to glance casually, confirming Liu Yongwang's position before returning to the notice. Liu Yongwang caught it from the corner of his eye, and a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Nearby, the accompanying guard pretended to glance casually, confirming Liu Yongwang's position before returning. In the Imperial harem, the Emperor was playing with his precious son, while Consort Liu looked on with a blissful expression. She silently thanked Liu Yongwang, wherever he might be. Had it not been for Liu Yongwang, even if she had survived, she could never have enjoyed such happiness now. Your Majesty, a guard requests an audience outside the gate. The eunuch entered to announce. The Emperor didn't look up. Tell him to come back tomorrow. The guard says it's urgent. The Emperor frowned slightly. Consort Liu quickly pushed him out. Go handle affairs first, then come back to play with Xiaobao. The Emperor smiled and stood up. You're sensible. Wait for me. He'll be back soon. Stepping out, he saw the captain of the guard standing under the eaves holding a rolled-up paper. What is it? Your Majesty, Guard Zhao has sent word from the front. He says he's found Imperial Physician Liu and asks for orders on whether to proceed. The Emperor was taken aback. Which Imperial Physician Liu? Imperial Physician Liu of the Imperial Hospital, the captain reminded him. The Emperor's face lit with realization. Oh, him. Thinking of Das Wang and Consort Liu, he smiled. No need. Call off the operation. The captain was stunned. Guard Zhao had endured nearly a month of hardship to finally locate Liu Yongwang, only to be told it was unnecessary. Disappointment flickered across his face. Seeing the emperor turn away, he quickly replied, "Yes, I'll inform him immediately." The emperor turned back. "Guard Zhao is reliable. Tell him he'll be rewarded upon his return." "Yes." The captain felt a bit better. Once the emperor entered the room, he hurried away. Soon a carrier pigeon soared into the sky, heading south until it vanished beyond the horizon. As dusk approached, the door of the Pan family creaked open a crack, and a pair of lively eyes peered through the gap at the house across the street. But the opposite door was tightly shut. Only the sign reading, "Barefoot Doctor," fluttered in the wind. "You heartless man, why haven't you come back?" Pan Jinlian closed the door in frustration and walked back dejectedly. Jinlian still not back. Pan's mother was also anxious. Pan Jinlian shook her head slightly. If it weren't for the constables at the door, I'd rush out and find that scoundrel. He took advantage and now won't own up to it. What a worthless man. Pan's mother grumbled. Mother, brother Liu isn't like that. I think he is. Daughter, you're so foolish. How could you give yourself to him? What will become of you now? Pan's mother rambled on. Mother, stop it. Pan Jinlian grew irritable too. She began to fear she might end up like Cui Yingying, abandoned and discarded. At the inn, the attendant was about to light the fire for cooking when a shout came from outside. "Old Ma." The attendant poked his head out and recognized the man who had stored oil paper umbrellas earlier. He greeted him warmly. "Master Wang, your goods are all safely stored, ready for pickup tomorrow. Rest assured." Boss Wang waved cheerfully. "I trust your work. Come, let me buy you a drink." The attendant was tempted but glanced upstairs. "But I have guests at the inn." "Our guests have hands and feet. They can help themselves. You don't need to worry." Boss Wang grabbed the attendant. "Let's go. The client specifically asked me to treat you to a good meal as a reward." The attendant quickly tidied up and followed Boss Wang out. No sooner had he left than the accompanying guard returned. He looked around and found himself alone in the inn. Even the attendant was nowhere to be seen. But having stayed for several days, he was familiar with everything. He went straight to the kitchen, scooped a large basin of hot water from the pot, washed his face, feet, and backside, then contentedly went upstairs. Yawning, he lay down on the bed, ready to sleep. He had toiled all day, trailing Liu Yongwang everywhere until the city gates were locked before returning. He was truly exhausted. Tomorrow the chief will be back. Once we complete our mission, we can return to the capital. The guard yawned again, closed his eyes, and soon began snoring softly. The setting sun cast twilight over the... Liu Yongwang pushed open the door and whispered into the room, "Are you ready?" Ready, came Zai Shuang's reply. Soon she emerged with a backpack. "The carriage is arranged, and the luggage is packed." She suddenly looked at him sideways. "Are you sure this is for a house call, not an escape?" "Why would I run?" Liu Yongwang took the backpack and hoisted it over his shoulder. "If you took a young girl's innocence and don't want to marry her, of course you'd run." Xiao Shuang muttered. Liu Yongwang ruffled her hair. "There's nearly 300 taels of silver in this house. Would I be stupid enough to leave without it?" Xiao Shuang suddenly understood. Right, the silver is still in the house. Then she grew worried. If no one's home, will someone steal it? Liu Yongwang was taken aback. His wealth had long been exposed. Thieves were surely eyeing his silver. If the house was empty, wouldn't it be doomed? "How about we take the silver and go straight to Anlu Prefecture?" Xiao Shuang suggested. "That way we can shake off Guard Zhao." Liu Yongwang shook his head. "Unless Guard Zhao dies, we'll never get rid of them." "Then what about the silver?" Liu Yongwang thought for a moment, then opened the door. Across the street, Pan Jinlian's door was open a crack, with a figure moving behind it. Liu Yongwang's heart raced. He knew Pan Jinlian was waiting for him. Remembering her passion from the day before he felt parched, he couldn't bear to leave such a rare beauty behind. "Come, give me a hand. Let's move the silver to the house across the street." At the Pan residence, Pan Jinlian grew excited. He's here, brother Liu is here." She quickly adjusted her clothes and hair to present herself at her best. Madame Pan snorted. "When he comes in, I'll give him a piece of my mind and drag him to the authorities." Pan Jinlian hastily grabbed her mother's hand. "Mother, he will be your son-in-law soon. You mustn't frighten him." Madame Pan shook her head. A daughter's heart turns outward, truly outward. Before the betrothal gifts are even presented, you already speak for him. Fine. If you wish to be his concubine, then go ahead. But how am I to explain this to your father?" Before Madame Pan could dwell on her sorrow, a knock came at the door. Pan Jinlian hurriedly opened it, and seeing Liu Yongwang, she greeted him with spring in her eyes. "Brother Liu, you've come." Liu Yongwang and Xiao Shuang carried a chest into the room. As soon as they set it down, Madame Pan roared, "Liu, do you know your crime?" Liu Yongwang was not easily intimidated. He turned and smiled placatingly. "Madame Pan, what crime have I committed?" "You have committed adultery with my daughter. Is that not a crime?" Madame Pan's fury made Xiao Shuang involuntarily step back. But Liu Yongwang said calmly, "Jinlian and I are of one heart and share mutual affection. How can this be called adultery?" Pan Jinlian also stood by Liu Yongwang, unashamedly linking her arm with his. "Mother, we are truly in love. You have committed adultery. You have violated moral principles." The next moment her mouth fell open and she could not utter another word. For Liu Yongwang had opened the chest. The best way to silence a woman is with money. This chest brimming with over 200 taels of silver was enough to seal Madame Pan's lips. Madame Pan Jinlian, I have to go on a medical call to another county for a few days, Liu Yongwang said, taking Pan Jinlian's hand. Lest you think me faithless, I will leave this silver here as my betrothal gift. This remark earned him a roll of the eyes from Xiao Shuang. Clearly he was just finding a safe place to stash the silver, yet he made it sound so noble. Indeed, a man's mouth is a deceiving ghost, utterly unreliable. Before Madame Pan could speak, Pan Jinlian eagerly agreed. Brother Liu, how thoughtful of you. I await your hand in marriage. Liu Yongwang quickly added, I know a betrothal gift cannot be just silver, it requires gift boxes and carrying poles. I will take some silver later to prepare everything, ensuring it is grand and splendid, nothing shabby. Xiao Shuang was both amused and exasperated. He clearly intended to take the silver back, yet he spoke so plausibly, leaving no room for objection. Madame Pan felt a deep discomfort in her heart. She had already sensed that this entire affair might be Liu Yongwang. He had deliberately misdiagnosed the rash as a plague, taken advantage of Pan Jinlian, ruined her chance of marrying into the Wu family, and then swooped in to claim the prize. However, she had no proof. Moreover, the silver in Liu Yongwang's chest was truly substantial. For an ordinary family, a concubine's bride price rarely exceeded a few dozen taels. Even for a wealthy household, 100 or 200 taels was the limit. But this chest clearly held far more than 200 taels. Most importantly, Pan Jinlian had already given herself to Liu Yongwang. The rice was cooked, and even if she resented it, there was nothing she could do. In light of the silver, Madame Pan's expression finally softened. You seem sincere enough. He'll take the silver. As for the gift boxes and carrying poles, they don't matter. You can forget them. She turned and called to the old maid, carry the chest to my room. Xiao Shuang covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Indeed, Madame Pan was no fool. By taking the chest to her room, she was tacitly accepting it as a non-refundable betrothal gift. Liu Yongwang's silver was not coming back. Liu Yongwang wanted to say something, but Pan Jinlian tugged at him, her eyes full of longing. Brother Liu, come to my room, let's talk privately. Xiao Shuang blushed, understanding Pan Jinlian's intent. She glanced sidelong at Liu Yongwang, curious to see how he would handle it. After all, time was short, he had no leisure for dalliance. Liu Yongwang's heart burned with desire. The pretty girl was so eager, and as a man he should naturally satisfy her. But one look at Xiao Shuang's expression told him it was inappropriate. Time was of the essence. His grand plan was underway and could not be delayed. The worst part was that Pan Jinlian was very clingy, and once inside her boudoir, he wouldn't emerge for an hour or two. Well, I'm in a hurry for the house call. Liu Yongwang couldn't finish his sentence. Pan Jinlian extended her jade-like arm and hooked it around his neck. Her fragrant lips pressed forward, her tongue half extended, ensnaring Liu Yongwang's soul. To hell with it, he thought, and embracing Pan Jinlian, he hurried into the boudoir. Behind them, Xiao Shuang stamped her foot, her cheeks burning. This pair of shameless lovers. Is it really that enjoyable? They've abandoned their important matters in such haste. Angry and anxious as she was helpless. She could only wait in the courtyard. The Pan residence was small, and the western chamber was on one side of the yard. Before long, Xiao Shuang heard intimate sounds coming from the room. She was somewhat surprised. As the personal maid of Lady Liu, she was no stranger to such affairs. Lady Liu had the skill to enchant the emperor, but in this moment Xiao Shuang saw the difference. Lady Liu's voice was mostly feigned and exaggerated, while Pan Jinlian's was genuine, filled with true emotion. The sounds made Xiao Shuang's face burn and her heart race. This pair of dogs and bitches, she muttered, stamping her foot, wanting to escape, but finding nowhere to go, forced to listen to the entire performance. Who knows how much time passed? The moon had risen high in the sky before Liu Yongwang staggered out. As soon as he stepped out, he grabbed Xiao Shuang's hand. Let's go, it's late. We must hurry. Xiao Shuang rolled her eyes. You realize it's late now? Shameless creatures. Liu Yongwang was taken aback. Damn, you could hear that. With all that noise, how could I not? Xiao Shuang retorted. Liu Yongwang scratched his head. We'll be more careful next time. Quick, we're running out of time. Xiao Shuang was too annoyed to scold the old lecher further. She quickened her pace. What exactly are you planning? I can't figure it out. Liu Yongwang smiled. It's simple. I'm going to burn Captain Zhao and his lackey to death, create an alibi, and divert suspicion to clear myself. The night was already deep. In theory, the county town should have imposed a curfew by now. However, in times of peace, such matters were handled with a degree of casualness. On the nighttime streets, there were still late returning pedestrians and people out enjoying the nightlife. Liu Yongwang and Xiao Shuang evaded the passers by hurrying toward the inn. Old man explained clearly what exact. Xiao Shuang followed closely behind Liu Yongwang, persistently questioning him along the way. Liu Yongwang had assigned her many tasks today, and he himself had been so busy that he hadn't returned home all day. But Xiao Shuang couldn't understand what Liu Yongwang was so busy with. Nor did she know how they should deal with the pursuit of the Zhao bodyguard. As they walked, Liu Yongwang asked, "Did you find the carriage as I instructed?" "I did. One is parked right at the inn's entrance, and another is tied up at a farmhouse outside the city wall." A ruthless glint flashed in Liu Yongwang's eyes. "At night the city gates are locked. The Zhao bodyguard and his men surely know we can't escape. And they don't know we've discovered their trail. So tonight they won't follow us. They'll let their guard down." He took Zai Shuang's hand and continued forward. I asked the innkeeper's assistant. Those two bodyguards go to sleep as soon as it gets dark and wake before dawn. Right now, they should be sleeping at the inn. During the day, I filled the inn with oil paper umbrellas, the perfect kindling. Once we set a fire, we can burn those two bodyguards to death. Xiaoshuang shuddered. You're so vicious. In this world, if I weren't vicious, I'd have died long ago. At the courier station outside the city. Inside the guest room, the Zhao bodyguard paced back and forth anxiously. A knock came at the door. Thump thump. The Zhao bodyguard quickly opened the door, seeing the travel-worn station master holding a bamboo tube. Flatteringly, the station master said, Lord Zhao, a carrier pigeon from the capital has just arrived. I rushed it over to you without a moment's delay. The Zhao bodyguard fished out a small string of coins and handed it to the station master. Much obliged. After the station master left, the Zhao bodyguard opened the bamboo tube, pulled out the scroll, and unrolled it to read. He nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. We're not to kill him. Return to the capital immediately to report. I've toiled and trudged for a whole month, and it all ends with a single sentence. The Zhao bodyguard felt an intense displeasure in his heart. The emperor had said that if he couldn't find Imperial physician Liu, he needn't bother returning. To complete his mission, he had endured the harsh elements and hardships, painstakingly investigating along the way. Now that he had finally located Imperial physician Liu and the mission was within his grasp, the emperor ordered him not to kill and to return. All that pent-up frustration had nowhere to vent. Fortunately, the last line of the note brought him some comfort. Rewards await upon your return to the capital. This showed that the emperor still remembered his hard work. Forget it. He'll head back to Yonggu County at dawn, retrieve my luggage, and return to the capital to report. The Zhao bodyguard lay down on the bed and was soon fast asleep. Just set a fire to burn them to death. Why all the extra schemes? With the inn in sight, Xiaoshuang still couldn't grasp the reason for Liu Yongwang's elaborate preparations. Liu Yongwang snorted. The Zhao bodyguard is the emperor's personal guard, holding a special status. If he dies in Yonggu County, it will be a major incident. Wu Ji will surely send someone to investigate. Therefore, we must create an alibi to clear ourselves of suspicion. There were some matters Liu Yongwang didn't mention, as there was no need to explain them in such detail to Xiaoshuang. This matter had been meticulously planned by Liu Yongwang. First, he contacted Steward Yi, the accountant under Wu Ji's command. Steward Yi was a local power broker in Yonggu County. Though he held no official rank, his influence was immense. As Wu Ji's trusted confidant, he had virtually no rivals in the county and could act with impunity. Liu Yongwang bribed Steward Yi, obtained his permission, and used Steward Yi's name to purchase a large batch of oil paper umbrellas from the county's umbrella workshop, storing them at the inn. The purpose of this was so that after burning the Zhao bodyguard to death, when the county investigated, the trail would lead to Steward Yi. Once the investigators discovered that the umbrellas belonged to Steward Yi, the matter would likely be dropped, or at the very least a major issue would be minimized and a minor one resolved. The fire would be dismissed as an accident, and the case would be hastily closed. Even if the capital sent investigators Wu Ji in order to protect his accountant and avoid trouble, would downplay. Even if the officials from the capital didn't defer to Wu Ji's influence, following the clues would place the blame on Steward Yi and implicate Wu Ji. It had nothing to do with Liu Yongwang. This was Liu Yongwang's strategy to kill two birds with one stone, using Wu Ji's identity to kill the Zhao bodyguard. And once someone investigated, he could frame Wu Ji, achieving two goals at once. To avoid involving too many lives and escalating the situation, he also had the umbrella workshop owner invite the inn's assistant out for a drink. Liu Yongwang had also confirmed through Xiaoshuang that only the two bodyguards were staying at the inn. Thus no one else would be implicated. Not even the inn's assistant would die. Moreover, very few people knew that the Zhao bodyguard was pursuing him. Even if the capital sent someone to investigate this case, no one would suspect Liu Yongwang of starting the fire. And since he had already left the city, he had an alibi. Naturally, he could clear himself of suspicion. The plan wasn't flawless, but it was sufficient to deceive and get by. If the Zhao bodyguard's death caused Wu Ji to lose his official post, that would be the best possible outcome. He could then openly marry Pan Jinlian and take the young beauty back to his hometown, Anlu Prefecture. This would also completely crush his greatest rival Wu Ji. Standing outside the inn, Liu Yongwang looked up at the upper floor. It was pitch black. The air was thick with the pungent smell of tung oil. Xiaoshuang, go untie the horse's reins and wait for me at the mouth of the alley. Liu Yongwang took a clay pot from his bosom. Inside were burning coals, the spark for his fire tonight. All right. Xiaoshuang quickly ran to the stable, soon leading a horse out, hitched it to the carriage, and positioned herself at the alley's entrance. Seeing that Xiaoshuang was in position, Liu Yongwang opened the lid of the clay pot, took out a piece of charcoal, and blew on it. The charcoal glowed with a faint crimson light, and the smell of burning charcoal wafted through the air. Liu Yongwang carefully placed the now burning charcoal on a wooden plank, covered it with a layer of damp straw, and finally tucked it beneath the oil paper umbrellas. Having done this, Liu Yongwang swiftly turned and ran toward the alley's entrance. Leaping onto the already prepared carriage, he drove it straight toward the North City gate. The sound of horse hooves was crisp and pleasant in the silent night. No one knew that a murder was quietly underway. After a frantic dash to the foot of the North City gate, Liu Yongwang and Xiaoshuang dismounted from the carriage. They tied the carriage to the highest slope north of the city and together gazed toward the direction of the inn. Under the moonlight, he could clearly see a plume of thick smoke forming. The next moment, a burst of flame surged forth from the smoke, standing out starkly against the night sky. It's done, let's go. Liu Yongwang grabbed Xiao Shuang's hand and dashed toward the city gate. Tung oil, especially on dried oil paper umbrellas, is highly flammable. Once the flames catch, nothing can stop them. At the city gate, a man with a hint of drunkenness paced back and forth in boredom. Hearing footsteps, he quickly asked, "Is that Dr. Liu?" Liu Yongwang hurried over, pressing a silver ingot and the special permit into Captain Zhu's hands. "Captain Zhu, I appreciate your trouble. Why do you doctors always prefer to make house calls at night?" Captain Zhu removed the crossbar and opened the city gate a crack. "Remember, once you're out, don't tell anyone I let." Liu Yongwang cupped his hands. "I left the city this evening, it has nothing to do with you." Captain Zhu chuckled, tucked the silver ingot into his sleeve, and returned the gesture. "Safe travels. I'm closing the gate now." The gate closed behind them, and on the distant horizon flames were rising, growing brighter and fiercer. Under the bright moonlight, a man and a woman hurried along outside the northern gate. Liu Yongwang pulled Xiao Shuang along as they journeyed forward, truly traveling under the stars. By the time the moon began to set, they had finally reached a farmer's home on the outskirts. They retrieved a horse-drawn carriage and continued their journey through the night. Their destination was a neighboring county dozens of miles away. If they appeared there by dawn, their alibi would be complete. At the Pan residence, Pan's mother suddenly opened her eyes. She propped herself up to listen, then called out, "What's happening outside?" An old maid lit an oil lamp and came over. "I don't know, there's quite a commotion. Could it be thieves?" Pan's mother quickly checked the chests in the room, her heart tightening. She hurried to the door, opened it cautiously, and found the constables outside were gone. In the distance, a great clamor arose. Many people still in their coats rushed over to see what was happening. "Madam, the constables are gone. Let me go see what's wrong." The old maid threw on an outer garment and ran out. Pan Jinlian, hearing the noise, came over. "Mother, what's happening?" "I don't know. Perhaps there's a fire." The two stood at the door, craning their necks to see. Neighbors also poked their heads out, inquiring amongst themselves. After what seemed like an eternity, the old maid finally returned with shocking news: the inn had caught fire, and 2 guests might have been burned to death. Pan's mother felt relieved. As long as no one came to steal her silver, she cared little how many died. Pan Jinlian grew excited. When Brother Liu returns, he'll tell him this big news. Having always listened to Liu Yongwang's stories, now it was her turn to tell him one. Her young heart was filled with joy. Pan's mother gave her a playful, reproachful look. Your heart is full of nothing but your brother Liu now." Pan Jinlian stuck out her tongue, her cheeks flushing with shyness. But when her gaze swept across to the opposite side, her heart ached. Liu Yongwang had only just left, and the thought that he might be gone for days made her heart heavy. She finally understood the words Liu Yongwang often said: lovesickness is a disease, the cause is you, and the cure is also you. As the morning sun leaped into the sky, the carriage finally reached a spot just over 10 miles from the neighboring county. Liu Yongwang yawned and called for Xiao Shuang to get out and walk. The carriage moved slowly forward, with Liu Yongwang and Xiao Shuang walking on either side, occasionally rubbing their shoulders and stretching their limbs. Suddenly, Xiao Shuang stopped, her eyes fixed intently on the road ahead. Liu Yongwang found it strange and turned to look at her. "Keep walking." Xiao Shuang's voice came out strangely. "Old man, look ahead." Liu Yongwang looked forward and his entire body froze. Someone was approaching them from the opposite direction. This person was on horseback with a robust build and agile movements. Clearly a master. Liu Yongwang recognized this man, and so did Xiao Shuang. It was the very guard Zhao they had tried to burn to death the night before. It was too late to hide now. Guard Zhao on his horse was already close to them. "Old man, what do we do?" Xiao Shuang's body was stiff, and she could barely speak. The man opposite was a master sent to kill them, and with their abilities, escape was impossible. Liu Yongwang's mind went blank. He had no idea what to do either. There was only this one road, and the man was too close to avoid. There were no other travelers nearby, and this desolate wilderness was the perfect place for murder and robbery. Guard Zhao could deal with them with ease without any hindrance. "Don't look at him. Pretend nothing's happening." Liu Yongwang awkwardly turned his body, facing away from the road ahead. Xiao Shuang quickly followed suit. But they both knew there was no way they could fool Guard Zhao, a member of the Imperial Guard. The carriage also stopped. The two of them and the horse stood awkwardly by the roadside, motionless. The sound of hooves grew closer, then slowed. Gradually they approached. Xiao Shuang was so tense she dared not breathe. Liu Yongwang's palms were sweating with anxiety. He frantically searched the system shop, but found no usable items. "Damn it, am I going to die just like this? Was this journey through time for nothing?" Countless thoughts flashed through Liu Yongwang's mind. "At least I have Jinlian, so it wasn't a wasted trip." It's just a pity for Jinlian. Though she won't have the title of the most wanton woman in history, she's still lost her purity and will struggle to find a good husband. This damn system is useless, absolutely worthless. The sound of hooves was now very close, and both of them tensed every muscle. Xiao Shuang couldn't help but tremble. Just then she heard Liu Yongwang's lowered voice. "Xiao Shuang will hold him tight. You run into the woods. He's after me. If I die, he might not chase you." Xiao Shuang wanted to say something, but couldn't speak. Tears instantly filled her eyes and streamed down her cheeks. Something inside her was touched. This old man in such a tense moment was still thinking of her safety. She felt she had treated Liu Yongwang too poorly in the past. When she thought about it, he had been quite decent. Getting her and her sister involved had been a necessity. But they wouldn't escape this calamity today. She would never have the chance to be kind to Liu Yongwang. The hoofbeats were right beside them. Liu Yongwang clenched his fists tightly, ready to die, holding onto the man's leg. He even prepared his dying words, "Take care of Jinlian for me." He knew that if Xiao Shuang escaped, she would look after Pan Jinlian just as Nanji had cared for Shiru. If Pan Jinlian could bear his child, then his journey to this era wouldn't have been in vain. He was ready to voice his final regret at any moment. Clop, clop, clop. The crisp sound of hooves echoed like heavy drums pounding against Liu Yongwang and Xiao Shuang's hearts. Clop, clop, clop. Each beat felt like the prelude before a starting pistol, tightening Liu Yongwang's nerves. Liu Yongwang closed his eyes, awaiting death. But a strange thing happened. The hoofbeats began to fade. Growing ever more distant, they gradually moved away from the pair. Yet Liu Yongwang and Xiao Shuang remained tense, not daring to turn their heads, fearing it was an illusion, that any movement would cost them their lives. Guard Zhao rode on horseback, a faint smile curling at his lips. He hadn't expected to encounter Imperial physician Liu and the maid Xiao Shuang here. What a twist of fate. He had spent over a month relentlessly searching for traces of these two, yet found nothing. Now that the mission was over and the Emperor had rescinded the order to execute Liu Yongwang, he stumbled upon the pair by the roadside. It filled him with deep emotion. These two are truly fortunate, Guard Zhao muttered to himself, swaying on his horse. If I had met you yesterday, you'd be dead. Behind him, Liu Yongwang and Xiao Shuang finally came to their senses. Old man, why did he leave? Liu Yongwang touched his head, still intact. I have no idea. They were utterly bewildered. Summoning his courage, he turned around and saw a lone figure on horseback moving slowly forward, as if completely oblivious to them. Did he not recognize us? Xiao Shuang asked, trembling. Impossible. He's an Imperial guard with eyes like a... Liu Yongwang glanced at Xiao Shuang, noting her pallor. Especially you. You've known each other for years. How? Xiao Shuang finally steadied herself, turning to look in Guard Zhao's direction. Then maybe he didn't notice us. Didn't see us. That's the only explanation, Liu Yongwang said, breathing a little easier. But the next moment his body tensed again. No. He recognized us. Xiao Shuang felt a chill run through her. She too had seen it. Guard Zhao had turned back to glance at them, and seemed to even smile. The message was clear, he had recognized them all along. Will he come back and kill us? Xiao Shuang asked her. Liu Yongwang shuddered. Go, hurry. Once we're in the county town, he won't dare act. They quickly mounted the carriage and urged the horses toward the nearby town, galloping for their lives. Upon entering the county town, Guard Zhao sensed a disturbance in the air. The entire town's populace was clustered together, whispering among themselves. Restlessness hung in the air. Even the street vendors had lost all interest in business. The city gate guards were distracted, and no one bothered to check his identity. A foreboding feeling crept over Guard Zhao. He quickened his pace, and when he spotted the inn from afar, his heart... The area around the inn was in shambles, with a crowd gathered outside. The inn itself had vanished, leaving only a heap of rubble and broken walls. Government officials were searching through the debris. A large number of constables were present, with the chief clerk personally directing the operations. Leading his horse, Guard Zhao hurried over. Sir, what happened here? His voice trembled slightly. The chief clerk was startled. Guard Zhao, so you weren't at the inn after all. What exactly happened? Guard Zhao demanded urgently. Alas, a sudden fire broke out last night and burned the entire inn to the ground. The chief clerk wiped the sweat from his brow. It's fortunate you weren't there, or else we would have. Suddenly someone shouted from the ruins, Sir, we found a body. Startled, Guard Zhao rushed forward. Among the debris lay a charred corpse curled into a tight ball, clearly having suffered immense agony before death. Oh, there's someone else. The chief clerk grew anxious. I thought only you two were staying at the inn. Guard Zhao ignored him. He prodded the body and retrieved a scorched identification token. A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he nearly fell. The dead man was his attendant, his most capable subordinate, and his dearest friend. Rage blazed within him. His eyes flew wide open as he glared at the chief clerk. Tell me what exactly happened. The chief clerk sighed. Since there had been a death, the matter was serious. Last night a fire broke out in the inn. The flames were too fierce, and even if the inn was built of wood, a fire takes time to spread. Given my subordinate's alertness, how could he have not noticed? Guard Zhao was deeply suspicious of the clerk's account. He knew exactly what his man was capable of. An ordinary high wall couldn't have trapped him. Even if the building were twice as tall, he could have leaped to safety. Burning his attendant to death was no simple feat. The chief clerk coughed. Last night the inn was packed with oil paper umbrellas. They burned ferociously. No matter how skilled your man was, he had no time to escape. Trembling inwardly, Guard Zhao crouched down and picked up a charred umbrella handle from the ground. His gaze sharpened. How convenient. When I left, the inn was empty. Last night, it was suddenly filled with oil paper umbrellas, and it just happened to catch fire that very night. The chief clerk coughed again. Truth is stranger than fiction. Alas, please accept my condolences, Guard Zhao. That you are unharmed is a blessing amidst misfortune. Guard Zhao said nothing. He was no fool. No deep reasoning was needed to know there was foul play at work. This was no accidental fire, nor mere coincidence. This was murder. A murder aimed at him. Only because he had happened to leave the county town yesterday had he escaped death. Otherwise he would have burned to death here, just like his subordinate. As for who the killer was, he needed to piece together the clues. Liu Yongwang had been the prime suspect. But as luck would have it, he had encountered Liu Yongwang in a neighboring county. The fire had occurred late last night. Liu Yongwang was dozens of miles away. This meant Liu Yongwang couldn't have committed the crime. Who the murderer was required further investigation. As Liu Yongwang entered the county town and saw the idle guards and bustling crowds, the taut string within him finally relaxed. Old man, he didn't follow us. What's going on? Xiao Shuang's face was flushed from their frantic ride, making her look quite fetching. But Liu Yongwang had no mind to admire her. He sat on the carriage pondering for a long time before speaking. There's only one possibility: the Emperor has called off the hunt for me. Xiao Shuang's eyes widened. Why would the Emperor stop the pursuit? Liu Yongwang turned to her. It must be that Consort Liu and De Shuang have persuaded him. Suddenly a thought struck him. Xiao Shuang, is there any way to send something to your sister? Xiao Shuang furrowed her brows in contemplation. As they passed a storefront, her eyes lit up. I've got it. The main branch of this cosmetics shop is in the capital. The palace often purchases rouge and powder from this establishment. If we could get acquainted with its owner, they might be able to transfer items to my sister when they go to the capital for stock. A smile curled at the corner of Liu Yongwang's lips. What a coincidence. The person we're going to see for medical treatment happens to be the owner of this very shop. The carriage came to a halt. Liu Yongwang descended, walked to the storefront, and called out to the clerk, inform your master that the Barefoot Doctor from Yonggu County has arrived. Where did you go last night? Zhao the guard held a dagger, paring his nails with the razor-sharp blade. The edge was keen, yet his hand remained steady. So steady it sent chills down one's spine. The hard nails crumbled like tender tofu beneath the blade fragments, scattering down, making the shop assistant's heart pound with terror. Sir, a friend invited me for a late-night meal last night. Who was this friend? Zhao the guard appeared composed, yet every word struck the assistant's ears with piercing sharpness. It was Boss Zhou from the oil paper umbrella workshop. The assistant dared not conceal a thing. He asked us to store the umbrellas temporarily at the inn. My boss agreed, seeing how slow business was. He said they'd be shipped to the capital this morning. Who'd have thought a fire would break out in the dead of night? Zhao seized the assistant. Lead the way. We're going to see Boss Zhou. So you're the Barefoot Doctor? A middle-aged woman eyed Liu Yongwang and Xiao Shuang with suspicion. You're not some swindler, are you? Liu Yongwang smiled. No cure, no charge. The woman remained dubious. Fine. As it happens, Dr. Zhong from Xinglin Hall in the neighboring county is also here. Let's see which of you has more skill. In Yonggu County, faced with such an arrogant patient's family, Liu Yongwang would have walked away long ago. But he needed an excuse for his travels to strengthen his alibi, so he had to swallow his pride. Xiao Shuang grew indignant, but Liu Yongwang quickly tugged her hand and followed the woman into the house. Inside stood an old man with a white beard wearing a square cap, the very image of a seasoned physician. Liu Yongwang held a measure of respect for such veteran doctors. Some of them could indeed heal, but certain ailments, due to historical and cognitive limitations, could not be treated correctly. That was precisely why Liu Yongwang dared to take on this consultation. This is Dr. Liu, who calls himself a Barefoot Doctor, the woman announced into the room. A middle-aged man sat in the center of the hall, sallow and listless. Seeing Liu Yongwang, he quickly clasped his hands. Forgive me for not rising. I am unwell. The white-bearded old man shot Liu Yongwang a sidelong glance, his eyes brimming with contempt. A barefoot fellow playing doctor. That remark erased all Liu Yongwang's respect for him. Respect those who respect me, I honor them tenfold. Despise those who despise me, I will repay in kind. Such was Liu Yongwang's way. He said calmly, a peasant in the morning can ascend to the emperor's hall by evening. If a barefoot man can become an official and face the son of heaven, why can't he be a doctor? Xiao Shuang cast a glance at Liu Yongwang, sensing that her master's skill at sparring with words was truly unmatched. And the feeling he gave her was peculiarly strange. If you said he was cultured, his words were the plainest of vernacular. If you said he was uneducated, he somehow used that simple speech to convey profound truths. Both of you are physicians I've invited to treat me. I thank you for coming, the middle-aged man said, clearly sensible and quick to defuse the hostility between them. The white-bearded old man finally spoke. I've completed the 4 diagnostic methods: observation, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. I have a clear picture of the illness. They'll write a prescription now. They'll write the prescription now. This statement drew another sneer from the white-bearded old man. But Liu Yongwang said nothing. A single glance told him exactly what the man was suffering from. They'll write the prescription now. This statement drew another sneer from the white-bearded old man. But Liu Yongwang said nothing. A single glance told him exactly what the man was suffering from. The middle-aged man's toe joints were swollen and red, a clear sign of gout. The pain of gout was the most tormenting. Though not fatal, it hurt beyond bearing. The white-bearded old man handed his prescription to the man. I've written the formula. Follow it, and you'll see improvement in 2 months, full recovery in half a year. More likely worse. Liu Yongwang said dismissively without looking up. The old man bristled, his beard bristling. You quack. Do you even know what this disease is, eh? How dare you spout nonsense? Liu Yongwang handed his own prescription to the man. This is white tiger joint running disease. You must change your diet or your leg won't heal. In ancient times, gout was called white tiger joint running disease. It was believed to be caused by wind-cold dampness and blood stasis. Treatments involved dispelling dampness and cold or bloodletting. Not only were these ineffective, but they could worsen the condition. Such was the gap in understanding. The white-bearded old man was taken aback, but refused to yield. Even if you can diagnose it, your prescription can't, he boasted. This is a millennium-old formula specifically for white tiger joint running disease. The middle-aged man glanced at the old man's prescription, his face showing embarrassment. Ahem, Dr. Zhang, I already have 2 prescriptions just like this one from other doctors. Not identical, but exactly the same. Not a single character different. The white-bearded old man was stunned, momentarily speechless. The middle-aged woman and Xiao Shuang struggled to suppress their laughter. Liu Yongwang chuckled carelessly. Boss Zhou, if I'm not mistaken, you've been taking these prescriptions for a long time. Your condition hasn't improved. It's worsened, hasn't it? The white-bearded old man grew agitated. Nonsense. This is a sacred formula from Zhang Zhongjing, the medical sage passed down for 1,000 years to treat white tiger joint running disease. How dare you refute the medical sage's prescription? This is utter blasphemy. Boss Zhou and his wife didn't intervene this time. Instead, they fixed their eyes on Liu Yongwang, waiting for his response. Xiao Shuang also stared at Liu Yongwang, knowing his medical skills were miraculous. But this accusation of blasphemy was no easy charge to shake off. Medicine valued lineage above all. A millennium-old formula came with its own legendary aura stacked with prestige. To call it ineffective was to dig up the ancestors of the medical profession. A careless reply would not only lose face, but invite attacks from peers. It could even ruin one's reputation entirely. The old man's question was a trap steeped in malicious intent. An ordinary person would indeed find it hard to answer. But Liu Yongwang was no ordinary man. He asked calmly, for the same wind-cold dampness pathogen, the prescription of the medical sage Zhang Zhongjing focuses on expelling the pathogen outward, while the contemporary renowned physician Xue Ji primarily focuses on supporting the vital energy. The 2 treatment methods are completely opposite. Tell me, is Xue Ji guilty of gross insubordination, of betraying the ancestors? Xue Ji was a famous doctor of the time with a prominent reputation. Although his status couldn't compare to the medical sage Zhang Zhongjing, he was still highly influential in that era. This was quite intriguing. For the same illness, Zhang Zhongjing's prescription was a concentrated fierce attack, while Xue Ji's prescription was to warm, yang, and nourish. These were 2 entirely different paths. In other words, Xue Ji had refuted the medical sage Zhang Zhongjing's prescription exactly the same as what Liu Yongwang was doing now. If Liu Yongwang was guilty of gross insubordination, then so was Xue Ji. If the famous physician Xue Ji was correct, then Liu Yongwang was naturally correct as well. No matter what the white-bearded old man said, he couldn't gain the upper hand. This retort left the white-bearded old man dumbfounded, unable to utter a single word. You actually dare to compare yourself to the contemporary master physician Dr. Xue? This is utter arrogance. The white-bearded old man could only make wild accusations. Liu Yongwang cast a contemptuous glance at the white-bearded old man. The path of medicine requires gradual progression, not stubborn adherence to the old ways, and a refusal to think. Our predecessors were not sages either, they also had cognitive blind spots. We later generations must stand on the shoulders of our predecessors, continuously advancing medicine to better treat illnesses and save people. This statement instantly ended the debate. The white-bearded old man was left wide-eyed and speechless, unable to refute him any longer. Although the people in the room didn't fully understand, they knew that Liu Yongwang had won this round, and won decisively. Xiao Shuang's gaze towards Liu Yongwang held much more meaning. The maiden's heart fluttered once again. Boss Zhou felt relieved, his gaze falling upon the prescription in his hand. After just one look, he was astonished. Dr. Liu, you're telling me to abstain from alcohol. But other doctors all say it's wind-cold dampness evil, and I need strong liquor to dispel the cold and ward off the pathogen. This. Liu Yongwang gave him a sidelong glance. And, did you get better? For gout, alcohol, organ meat, seafood, and the like were major taboos. However, in the hands of physicians from this dynasty, these were considered excellent remedies for dispelling cold and evil. Alcohol especially was misused and abused. It was said that drinking it warded off cold and eradicated the cause of the illness. Little did they know this actually worsened the condition. Most alcohol in this dynasty contained rice wine, which is very high in purines. Even strong distilled liquor would slow down the metabolism of purines, aggravating the illness. Abstaining from alcohol was the best choice. No, it got worse, the man sighed. There you have it. If you follow my instructions on what to eat, your condition won't worsen and will even improve, Liu Yongwang said. Nonsense, utter nonsense. This defies the basic principles of medicine and pharmacology, the white-bearded old man exclaimed excitedly. The white-bearded old man's vehement opposition also stirred worry and doubt in Boss Zhou and his wife. Unruffled, Liu Yongwang merely cast a faint glance at the other man and asked, I'd like to ask you, in your many years of practice, you must have encountered quite a number of cases of white tiger joint pain. Dare I ask, has any been completely cured? The white-bearded old man was stunned, then his face twitched. Just as he was about to answer, Liu Yongwang realized there was a flaw in his question and added, I mean severe cases, not those with mild symptoms. Before the white-bearded old man could speak, Liu Yongwang added another sentence. If there is one ill, take a carriage right now to verify it on the spot. He knew very well how these physicians' reputations were built. Not just in the Ming Dynasty, even in modern times, many so-called famous doctors gained their titles through hearsay and baseless claims. If a patient was cured, it was due to the doctor's superb skill. If the patient died, it was because they didn't follow the doctor's orders and brought it upon themselves. After all, the dead could not testify. Liu Yongwang didn't believe for a moment that anyone could cure gout by drinking alcohol and eating meat. The white-bearded old man became visibly agitated. He stammered for a long time, racking his brains, but could not think of a single verifiable case. Of course there are some, but they are just hard to find at the moment, the white-bearded old man said very reluctantly. Liu Yongwang shrugged, ignoring the old man. He looked at Boss Zhou and said slowly, Boss Zhou, if you want to get better, just do as I say. Boss Zhou fell into silence. After a long while, he looked up at Liu Yongwang. How long until I see results? You'll see initial results in a month or two. The effect will be quite noticeable after sticking with it for half a year to a year. The man seemed a bit disappointed. But I can't even sleep right now because of the pain. Is there a faster way? Liu Yongwang assessed him. There is. It can take effect in just a few days. But it requires using a knife. I can use a knife too. Draining the stagnant blood will provide relief, the white-bearded old man interjected, seemingly finding a new point of attack. Other doctors have also let blood, but it didn't work, the middle-aged woman interjected. Liu Yongwang glanced contemptuously at the old man before saying, Using a knife isn't for draining stagnant blood, but for removing gouty tofu. This statement hit a blind spot in the white-bearded old man's knowledge. He mumbled for a long time, but couldn't articulate a coherent response. Boss Zhou understood now. He quickly asked, How is it done? They'll cut open the joint of your toe and remove the crystallized stones to relieve the pain, Liu Yongwang said. However, you must change your diet as I instructed. Otherwise the condition will recur before long. Boss Zhou's eyes widened, his expression becoming conflicted. His wife was also very worried. The white-bearded old man remained silent. The scene fell into a dead silence. Liu Yongwang wasn't impatient, simply waiting quietly. His purpose in coming here to treat patients was merely to show his face, making his departure from the city seem justified. Now that his goal was achieved, he planned to stay a few more days before returning to Yanggu County to take his beloved Pan Jinlian and flee far away. Whether or not the patient accepted treatment didn't matter. Husband, using a knife is very painful. What should we do? The woman's face was full of anguish. But Boss Zhou steeled himself. I don't want to endure this anymore. Every night my foot feels like it's being stabbed by needles. I can't sleep all night. I've lost the heart to manage my business, and it's been declining rapidly, severely impacting my livelihood. If I don't recover soon, my shop will be completely ruined. Dr. Liu, please treat me. Liu Yongwang sat down with an air of composure. All right, prepare the necessary materials. Once everything is ready, I'll begin the operation. Operation? What does operation mean? The white-bearded old man had never heard the term before and was very curious. Liu Yongwang stretched lazily. Want to know? Pay the tuition fee. They forced him to die to protect those above them. The old maid spoke with spittle flying. The steward heard noises in the room, people arguing and scolding. The inn-servant beside him was so scared his legs turned to jelly. Guard Zhao, holding a dagger and continuing to pare his nails without even looking up, asked in a sinister tone, Speak. Who sent you to start the fire? I am innocent. I truly did not set the fire. The boss cried, tears and mucus streaming down his grimy face. Of all times, why did he have to invite me for a late-night snack last night? Do you take me for a fool, eh? Guard Zhao brandished the dagger and gestured near the boss' face as if contemplating where to make the first cut. It was the consignor who insisted I treat the inn staff to supper. It wasn't my idea, the boss wailed. Guard Zhao's eyes lit up. Who is the consignor? It's Steward Yi, the boss blurted out in sheer terror. Last night, Liu Yongwang had said that Steward Yi wanted him to treat the inn staff to a meal so they would take good care of the goods and avoid any mishaps. He was of course unaware that Liu Yongwang was merely using Steward Yi's name to bolster his own authority. He directly implicated Steward Yi to make his own report easier. After all, Steward Yi was a figure of greater influence, perhaps enough to intimidate the fearsome Guard Zhao. Who is Steward Yi? Steward Yi is the accountant for Magistrate Wu Ji. Guard Zhao now understood Wu Ji. At this point, he felt the logic had come full circle. He believed that Wu Ji was the mastermind behind everything. As for the motive, he could guess it with near certainty. This Wu Ji must have a guilty conscience, fearful of exposure. Seeing two men from the capital lingering in the county, he assumed they were investigating him. Thus Wu Ji, having made up his mind, instructed Steward Yi to purchase a large batch of oil paper umbrellas from the workshop and store them in the inn where Guard Zhao was staying. Then under the cover of night, he would set a fire to burn both Guard Zhao and his attendant to death, deliberately staging it as an accident. In this way his crimes would remain hidden. And then he would blame everything on the fire to cover up the truth. But every wrong has its perpetrator, and every life lost demands a blood debt. The lives of his men could not be forfeited in vain. Blood must be repaid with blood. Do not breathe a word of what was said today, or you both will die, Guard Zhao declared, and with a wave of his hand, he cut the ropes binding them. Thud. The owner of the oil paper umbrella workshop crashed heavily to the ground, unable to rise for a long time. Everything is ready as you instructed. When shall we perform the surgery? Boss Zhou asked urgently. Liu Yongwang inspected the items: a sharp knife, distilled liquor, sewing needles, boiling water, clean gauze, and medicinal ointment. We'll start now, Liu Yongwang ordered. Xiao Shuang, assist me. Xiao Shuang immediately perked up, the memories of that night flooding back. He'll go boil the water. Once everything was ready, Liu Yongwang used the liquor to disinfect Boss Zhou's ankle joint. After thorough disinfection, he had someone tie Boss Zhou's feet. Boss Zhou, the surgery will be painful. You must endure it. Boss Zhou gritted his teeth. Better a short agony than a long one. I can bear it. Liu Yongwang had Boss Zhou bite down on a wooden stick. It's a pity we have no anesthetic, otherwise this would be a minor procedure. Legend has it that Hua Tuo had long invented mephisin, but it had been lost to the ages. In ancient times, people endured all ailments through sheer fortitude. As the knife cut through Boss Zhou's skin, blood oozed out. Liu Yongwang used the red-hot needle tip to cauterize the blood vessels and stop the bleeding. After wiping away the blood, the toe joint was exposed. One by one, the gout crystals were revealed, starkly visible. Liu Yongwang used tweezers to extract each. Everyone watched in utter astonishment, especially the white-bearded old man, who was dumbfounded. He now finally understood that what was in the joint was not stagnant blood, but these stone-like deposits. Though the scene was bloody, it was profoundly shocking. After cleaning the joint, Liu Yongwang once again showcased his suturing skills, stitching the flesh together, then wrapping the wound with cloth strips coated in medicinal ointment. Having done all this, Liu Yongwang noticed that Boss Zhou had long fainted from the pain. All right, from now on, watch your diet: no alcohol, no organ meats, no seafood, and no bamboo shoots. Stick to a light diet to prevent recurrence. Liu Yongwang straightened up and stretched. A divine man, truly a divine man, the white-bearded old man exclaimed in awe. No matter how pedantic he was, he could now see that Liu Yongwang was the true expert. Don't rush to flatter me. What about the tuition fee? Liu Yongwang asked with a chuckle. The white-bearded old man looked toward the door, where a servant entered carrying a heavy bundle. The old man handed the bundle to Liu Yongwang. Physician Liu, today I admit defeat. This 100 taels of silver is my tuition fee. Please guide your foolish disciple. Xiao Shuang couldn't help but snicker. She never expected to gain a white-bearded junior apprentice out of the blue. Liu Yongwang accepted the silver without ceremony, patted the old man on the shoulder, and said, "You are teachable. I will impart a secret to you that will elevate your medical skills." "Thank you, master," the white-bearded old man said without hesitation, dropping to his knees and kowtowing to Liu Yongwang with thuds. Xiao Shuang covered her mouth, stifling her laughter. "Guard Zhao, I truly did not plot to kill you," Wu Ji pleaded, kneeling and trembling with fear. But Guard Zhao did not believe a word. He was convinced that Wu Ji had orchestrated everything. He still held the sharp dagger, pressing its tip against Wu Ji's neck. "Now tell me, what corrupt and lawless acts have you committed since taking office?" Feeling the blade pierce his skin, Wu Ji froze, not daring to move. I only embezzled a few 100 taels of silver. It's common practice." Guard Zhao's face darkened. "Take the pen and write down everything you've done." Wu Ji dared not resist, and reluctantly wrote down all his misdeeds since taking office. He filled several pages. After Wu Ji finished and signed his name, Guard Zhao said nothing more. He used a prepared rope to loop around Wu Ji's neck and hung him from the beam. Wu Ji struggled desperately, his legs thrashing wildly, but to no avail. After a few minutes, he stopped moving, his tongue protruding and eyes wide open in death, a sight of unending grievance. Guard Zhao pressed Wu Ji's fingerprint onto the written confession and placed it on the table. Though Wu Ji denied setting the fire, Guard Zhao remained certain that Wu Ji was the culprit. After all, every clue pointed to Wu Ji. Only Wu Ji knew his identity, and only Wu Ji had the capability to plot this. Every wrong has its perpetrator, and Guard Zhao would not kill indiscriminately. His target had always been Wu Ji. Moreover, he would leave no evidence of murder, which was why he had Wu Ji write the confession, to create the illusion of suicide out of guilt. Having done all this, Guard Zhao sheathed his dagger, tucked it into his robe, walked out of the courtyard, mounted his tall horse, and rode toward the capital. The matter here was finally concluded. Under the clear moonlight in the tranquil courtyard, a beautiful maiden sat alone, gazing up at the moon. The moon hung solitary, much like the young girl's heart. Her inner longing surged like the waters of a river, ceaseless and unending. Pan Jinlian finally understood what it meant to yearn, what it meant to be lovesick, and what it meant to anticipate. The neighboring county Tins of Liuwei was the direction of her longing. Liu Yongwang's face, which once appeared somewhat aged, now completely occupied her heart. She found him not old at all, but rather mature, and exuding a captivating charm and mystery that made her desire to explore every facet of him. "The night is cold, you put on a cloak," Pan's mother observed, yet felt helpless. She too had been through this, and understood the heart of a maiden experiencing first love. Pan Jinlian murmured, will he return tomorrow? All his property is here, he will surely come back. Pan's mother comforted her. But I miss him so much. What should I do? Pan Jinlian's exquisitely beautiful face was etched with loneliness and solitude. Sigh, how did that fellow manage to steal our daughter's heart? Pan's mother muttered as she draped the cloak over Jinlian and turned to go inside. Suddenly the old maid rushed in, her face flushed with excitement, and shouted at Pan's mother and Pan Jinlian, big news, big news. Something terrible has happened. Pan Jinlian showed no reaction, but Pan's mother grew agitated. Anything that could excite the old maid so much must be momentous. She quickly asked, what's the hurry? Has there been another fire somewhere? The old maid picked up a teacup, gulped down a large mouthful of water, and said, Wu Ji, the county magistrate, is dead. Pan Jinlian was startled and looked at the old maid. Pan's mother nearly stumbled. How did he die? Tell me quickly. He hanged himself. The old maid chattered on. He left a suicide note detailing every sum of silver he had embezzled over the years of. How suspicious. Pan's mother sensed something was amiss. The steward said it wasn't really suicide. He was driven to death by his superiors. They forced him to die to protect those above them. The old maid spoke with spittle flying. The steward heard noises in the room, people arguing and scolding. The servants wanted to enter, but Wu Ji ordered them back. Pan's mother understood. This is all the dark underbelly of officialdom. Officials colluding from top to bottom. Now that trouble has arisen, they make Wu Ji take the fall alone to shield those higher up. Alas, this is nothing new, but it's been the same since ancient times. Pan Jinlian suddenly smiled. Now that he's dead, no one will cause brother Liu any trouble. Pan's mother also realized. Ah, thank goodness we called off the engagement. Otherwise our Jinlian would have been branded a husband killer before even marrying. A shiver of fear ran down her spine. The stigma of being a husband killer was far worse than being a concubine. A concubine might be elevated to a wife, but a husband killer would bear the curse for life. A shiver of fear ran down her spine. The stigma of being a husband killer was far worse than being a concubine. A concubine might be elevated to a. Liu Yongwang pocketed the 100 taels of silver from the table and stretched. With this money, he could travel to Anlu Prefecture to seek his ancestral home from centuries past. He could forego the money left at the Pan residence. Taking on this apprentice had been well worth it. Of course, he had also imparted some modern medical knowledge to the white-bearded old man. How much the old man could grasp was up to him. Old man, wash your face. Xiao Shuang brought in the basin of water and set it on the stand. Liu Yongwang leaned forward and tilted his face up. Xiao Shuang wrung the towel until it was half dry and gently wiped his face. Her movements were soft and soothing. Compared to before, there was a great difference. Previously, she would wipe his face with brisk, even rough motions. Now there was an added tenderness. This reflected the change in Xiao Shuang's inner feelings. After wringing the towel dry again and wiping his face, her heart suddenly pounded fiercely. There was a wager between her and Liu Yongwang. If he married Pan Jinlian, she would lose. The forfeit was to let him kiss her on the lips. Now that Liu Yongwang was betrothed to Pan Jinlian, she had already lost. What would she do if he wanted to claim his Would she submit, or would she submit? If she let him kiss her, would he press for more? The maiden's heart was filled with fantasy. Her cheeks flushed involuntarily. Are you feeling hot? Liu Yongwang asked, oblivious. No. Then why is your face so red? Ah, it must be the steam from the hot water. Xiao Shuang quickly made an excuse, then knelt to prepare to wash his feet. Since becoming his apprentice, these chores were her duty. Fortunately, she had performed similar services in the Imperial harem, so she was adept and skilled. As she gently massaged his toes, her heart hammered in her chest. She still couldn't shake the fantasy of Liu Yongwang kissing her. Though she was a maiden who had never been with a man as Lady Liu's personal maid, she had witnessed much of the affairs between men and women. She hadn't thought much of it before, but now that it concerned her, she found she couldn't dwell on it without becoming flustered. Liu Yongwang, however, noticed nothing amiss. He took the towel and said, "I'll dry my own feet." Gout was a stubborn ailment, even in later generations. Dietary control was only one aspect, it also required medicinal treatment. Unfortunately, this era lacked the specific remedies. Gout was a stubborn ailment, even in later generations. Dietary control was only one aspect, it also required medicinal treatment. Unfortunately, this era lacked the specific remedies. Boss Zhou's gout would likely recur within half a year or a few years. When do we go back? The day after. Liu Yongwang yawned. Well, leave once the wound shows no sign of infection. Seeing that Liu Yongwang seemed to have forgotten the wager, Xiao Shuang felt a twinge of disappointment. She picked up the footbath ready to empty it in the yard. Suddenly, Liu Yongwang's voice came from behind her. Don't forget you still owe me on our bet. Up. Xiao Shuang stumbled and nearly fell. But in her heart, there was an inexplicable sense of anticipation and happiness. As Liu Yongwang entered the county town, he sensed something was off. An eerie atmosphere pervaded the entire town. Everyone's demeanor was marked by a restlessness and unease. However, Liu Yongwang paid it no mind. He assumed it was due to the fire. The carriage slowly arrived at their rented residence. Before Liu Yongwang could alight, a delicate figure rushed over and threw herself into his arms. Behind her came Pan's mother's hushed voice. You reckless girl, not even married yet, and so eager for your man. Have you no shame? But Pan Jinlian buried herself in Liu Yongwang's embrace, holding him tightly and refusing to let go. The one she had dreamed of day and night had returned. She couldn't care less about the stares of others. She already belonged to Liu Yongwang, and the feudal moral codes could no longer bind her. Having heard so many tales of love, her heart was brimming with a desire to shatter the confines of Chengzhou Neo-Confucianism. Feeling the firm and fit body of the girl in his arms, Liu Yongwang was also filled with impulsive desire. "Let's go inside," he said, wrapping his arm around Pan Jinlian as they quickly strode into the house. Outside, a few neighbors witnessed the scene, their eyes wide with shock. Such a scandalous display was simply too disgraceful. Yet with the county magistrate dead and the entire town in a state of panic, no one bothered to raise an objection. Inside the room, the air was thick with the aroma of food, and the table was a mess of scattered dishes and cups. Everyone at the table had flushed faces, having drunk a bit too much. The old maid in particular became quite loquacious after a few cups of wine. Ordinarily, the old maid would not have been allowed to sit at the table. However, in Liu Yongwang's home, such rules were not strictly observed. When there was good food, everyone would gather around and share it, which also made for a more convivial atmosphere. Steward Yi said it was the Imperial guards from the capital who hanged Wu Ji. "Tisk tisk, it's all so complicated," the old maid said, shaking her head. After listening for a long while, Liu Yongwang finally managed to piece things together. For some unknown reason, Guardian Zhao had gone to a neighboring county on business that night. As a result, the fire had only claimed the life of one accompanying guard. Upon returning to Yanggu County and discovering the death, Guardian Zhao began his investigation. This caused Liu Yongwang to secretly wipe the sweat from his brow. At the time, in order to divert attention, he had given Steward Yi a sum of money and used the steward's name to purchase these oil paper umbrellas. His original intention was that when the chief constable investigated the case and found it was connected to Steward Yi, he would let the matter drop, treating it as an accidental fire. Unexpectedly, this had the unintended effect of making Guardian Zhao believe that Wu Ji had secretly orchestrated the guard's death. Just thinking about it sent a chill down Liu Yongwang's spine. Fortunately, he had established an alibi and had even encountered Guardian Zhao on the road, thereby solidifying his proof of being elsewhere. Otherwise, Guardian Zhao would surely have suspected him and taken his life. Reflecting on Guardian Zhao's unusual behavior, Liu Yongwang thought of another matter. The emperor probably no longer wished to kill him. Otherwise, Guardian Zhao would not have let him off so easily. He should be safe for now. However, to be prudent, he still needed to hurry to Anlu Prefecture, change his name, and live out his days as a carefree country gentleman. Leaving this place was an urgent necessity. "My good son-in-law, renting someone else's shop is not a permanent solution. I think you should take out some more money, buy a storefront, and open a pharmacy. You could treat patients and dispense medicine all under one roof. In Yanggu County, that would make you a somebody." Pan Jinlian's mother, also tipsy, kept calling him son-in-law. Pan Jinlian's little face was flushed, and she stared intently at Liu Yongwang, waiting for his answer. Liu Yongwang cleared his throat. "Mother-in-law, that might be a bit difficult." Pan's mother waved her hand dismissively. "What's so difficult about taking out a few dozen taels to buy a shop? By the way, when do you plan to welcome Jinlian into your home?" Pan Jinlian's heart pounded fiercely, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on Liu Yongwang. Liu Yongwang rubbed his nose. He could not settle down here. If the emperor ever changed his mind, he would be as good as dead. He had to seize this opportune moment to head south and go into seclusion in Anlu Prefecture. "Mother-in-law, I have some business interests in the south that I must attend to. Once I am settled in Jiangnan, I will send for Jinlian to join me." Pan Jinlian was startled. She grabbed Liu Yongwang from under the table, her voice trembling. "Brother Liu, are you—" Liu Yongwang shuddered and quickly said, "Rest assured, Jinlian. It won't be long. 3 months at the earliest, 5 at the latest. I will come with a grand sedan chair and take you as my lawful wife." Pan Jinlian was on the verge of tears. In the throes of passionate love, even a day apart felt unbearable. "Brother Liu, let me go with you." Pan's mother quickly shook her head. "Jinlian, you cannot go. With Wu Ji dead and the magistrate's post vacant, the county's affairs are in chaos. You won't even be able to get a travel permit. If you leave, you'll be treated as a vagrant and driven back." A single tear traced a path down Pan Jinlian's delicate face. She looked at Liu Yongwang with pitiful eyes. "Brother Liu, then don't go. Wait until the new magistrate arrives, and I can get my travel permit before we leave." Before Liu Yongwang could speak, Xiao Shuang interjected. "Sister Jinlian, the master's travel permit has an expiration date. If we delay too long, it will become invalid." Seeing no other option, Pan Jinlian clung tightly to Liu Yongwang, her eyes filled with reluctance. Liu Yongwang quickly grasped Pan Jinlian's hand to prevent her from acting rashly. "Listen, Jinlian, how about this'll come back for you in a month, alright?" Pan Jinlian finally let go, pouting. "Then I want to be with you tonight." Pan's mother spat out a mouthful of wine. She wanted to scold her daughter, but seeing the resolute look in her eyes, she could only sigh. She had come to realize that Pan Jinlian was now utterly determined to give herself to Liu Yongwang, her heart having already flown away. Her own objections would be futile. She stood up, feigning anger, and called out, "Old Li, let's go." The old maid quickly drained the wine from her cup, grabbed a braised chicken leg, and followed after her. Only Pan Jinlian, Xiao Shuang, and Liu Yongwang remained. That night Xiao Shuang could not sleep a wink. The sounds from the next room kept her wide awake. It was not until the dead of night that Pan Jinlian finally fell into a deep slumber. Liu Yongwang, however, could not sleep. Tomorrow he would set out for Anlu Prefecture. He was filled with curiosity about the future. His very presence had already altered the course of history. In the original timeline, after Zhu Haozhou's death, there was no heir. Empress Dowager Zhang and Yang Tingyi had chosen Zhu Hozong to succeed the throne. But now Zhu Hozhao had a son, a crown prince and heir. After his death, the surviving consort Liu would likely share power with Empress Dowager Zhang, jointly overseeing the inner court. As for Zhu Hozong, he would lose his chance to become emperor. As he journeyed to Anlu Prefecture, he wondered if he would meet Zhu Hozong. Would Zhu Hozong ever have the opportunity to become emperor? That enigmatic sovereign who had not held court for 30 years. He also wanted to see what the young Zhu Hozong was like. Most importantly, he yearned to see what his hometown from over 500 years ago truly looked like. Dawn broke and Liu Yongwang's eyes snapped open. He found Pan Jinlian lying on top of him, her face filled with longing. Liu Yongwang shifted his body with difficulty. He was nearly 50, no match for the youthful and vigorous Pan Jinlian. Yet seeing her pitiful, desirous little face, he gritted his teeth, mustered his courage, pulled her up, and rolled over to pin her down. The sounds of passion once again filled the room. Xiao Shuang, who was preparing breakfast, rolled her eyes and muttered, "Old man, do you have a death wish?" Despite her words, her hands moved swiftly. After the two finally arose, those sated they would surely be hungry. In Anlu Prefecture, within the Xing Prince Manor, a young girl with a sickly countenance gazed into the distance from a pavilion in the rear courtyard. She leaned against the embroidered stool by the railing like a crabapple blossom drenched by the late spring drizzle. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting faint shadows on her face. Shadows that seemed wearied themselves, lying softly and still. Her skin was pale, so pale that the blue veins beneath were visible, yet unnaturally flushed on her cheeks with a feverish sunset-like red. Not a healthy hue, but like spilled rouge on rice paper that had yet to spread. Her lips were faintly colored like the fading pink at the edge of a cherry blossom petal when pressed together, yet when she spoke, dry cracks subtly emerged. But it was her eyes that were most striking, beautifully shaped with a slight upward tilt at the corners that should have held warmth. Now, however, they were misty with a watery sheen. When she looked at someone, her gaze drifted vaguely, her focus arriving a beat too late, as if part of her soul had already dissipated into the air with the scent of medicine. She reached for the teacup on the couch, revealing a slender wrist from the sleeve of her plain white robe, so thin that the bones were visible. Her movements were so slow and gentle that one might suspect the cup was made of paper. "Your Highness, the medicine has cooled. You may drink it now," whispered the attending maid behind her. The young girl slowly turned, glanced at the dark medicinal brew on the table, and frowned. "I won't drink it. It's bitter." It was ironic that she, frail and sickly since childhood, had been titled the Longevity Princess. Because of her ailing body, she had always been confined to the manor, rarely able to go out. This filled her 18-year-old heart with sorrow. "Sister, I've been looking everywhere for you," a young boy's voice rang out from a distance. He ran over quickly, covered in dirt, holding several crucian carp strung on willow twigs. "Look at the fish I caught." Seeing the disheveled boy, the girl couldn't help but laugh, covering her mouth with a smile. "Oh, you're always so mischievous." Then she sighed softly. "I truly envy you, free as a bird." The boy wiped the sweat from his brow, still excited. "Father said a matchmaker came today. How did it go?" The girl frowned slightly. "Just a mediocre scholar, nothing remarkable. He has a handsome face, but an empty." The boy waved his hand grandly. "If you don't like him, we won't settle. Once I inherit the title, I'll take you to the capital. I'll summon all the talented poets and elegant scholars, and you can pick whichever you please." "Nonsense, don't speak recklessly," the girl said, her eyes smiling, but she quickly stopped him. The boy realized his mistake and stuck out his tongue. The title could not be casually inherited, it would only pass to him upon their father's death, making him the new prince. Less than 2 li from the Xing Prince Manor at the North City gate, a carriage slowly came to a halt. A delicate face leaned out the window, gazing at the bustling, prosperous street. "Is this Anlu Prefecture?" Liu Yongwang stepped down from the carriage, pulled out a silver ingot to pay the fare, and then surveyed the ancient city. It was vastly different from the hometown he remembered. Yet upon closer observation, there was a familiar feeling. "Let's find a place to stay first," he said, adjusting his head. Inside were 100 taels of silver and 10 taels of gold. The remaining 200 taels of silver Mother Pan refused to give him, keeping them for the bride price. "Old man, can your medical book reach sister?" asked Xiao Shuang. Liu Yongwang shouldered his bundle and walked slowly, saying, "I don't know. I hope your sister receives it so her days might be a little better." When he left Boss Zhou at the Mingji Cosmetics shop, Liu Yongwang had entrusted a handwritten copy of the Barefoot Doctor's Manual to Boss Zhou, hoping he could find a way to pass it to Shuang. This manuscript was not extensive, mainly containing common sense knowledge, such as the principles and treatments for headaches. It also included emergency procedures and first aid methods, as well as the prevention, management, and treatment of epidemic diseases. Getting this Barefoot Doctor's Manual to Shuang was no easy task. First, it had to be successfully delivered to the Mingji headquarters in the capital. Then someone from the headquarters would pass it to the palace's purchasing agent, who would then hand it to Shuang. If any link in this chain failed, the book would never reach her. I hope sister gets it, Xiao Shuang also said. The two slowly made their way through this strange, yet familiar city. In the capital at the Mingji cosmetics shop, Boss Zhou looked down at his healed feet, his heart filled with excitement. He grabbed a shop assistant. Young man, will anyone from the palace come out today? The assistant smiled apologetically. Boss Zhou, there's no set schedule for palace visits. If you can't wait, you could go back to your inn. Rest assured, when someone comes ill, make sure to deliver it for you. Boss Zhou hesitated, but decided to stay sitting down and sipping tea while waiting quietly. Having been entrusted, he felt bound to fulfill the task. Since Liu Yongwang had cured his illness as an honest businessman, he had to complete Liu Yongwang's commission. That was the way of integrity. Until he delivered the book, he would not be at ease. Seeing a customer enter, the assistant hurried over. After a long while of bustling, the assistant finally had time to drink some cold tea. Boss Zhou approached again. Young man, did anyone from the palace come just now? The assistant slapped his head. Oh no, that old woman was the palace purchaser buying items for the maids. I got busy and completely forgot. Damn it. Before he finished speaking, Boss Zhou had already vanished. Boss Zhou sprinted and finally spotted the purchasing woman in the crowd. He quickly called out, Madam, please help deliver something to a palace maid. The woman stepped back nervously. I can't do that. Passing items without authorization is a capital offense. Boss Zhou quickly smiled apologetically. It's nothing improper, just a book, a medical book. It's for Deshuang, the maid in Lady Liu's chamber. The woman's eyes lit up. You mean Deshuang? Yes, Deshuang from Lady Liu's chamber. Seeing hope, Boss Zhou pulled out a silver ingot and pressed it into her hand. Look, it's just a medical book, nothing else. The woman discreetly slipped the silver into her sleeve, muttering, for anyone else, I'd never dare. But Deshuang is kind-hearted. He'll take the risk and deliver this for you. Do you need a reply? Deshuang had saved her life. Even with the risk, she had to help. I'm just acting on someone else's behalf, and I can't find them now. No reply is needed, Boss Zhou said excitedly. The weight in his heart finally lifted. The woman carefully put away the manuscript and said, pretend this never happened. Even if you identify me, I won't admit it. Boss Zhou quickly clasped his hands. Of course not, of course not. Within the Imperial harem, in the Palace of Tranquil Grace, Das Wang made a slight curtsy and performed a salute. Greetings, Your Majesty the Empress. Empress Xia extended her hand in a gesture to rise. No need for such formalities. I hear from the palace that your medical skills are remarkable, even surpassing those old fossils in the Imperial Medical Academy. Where did you learn your medicine? I possess no true medical skills, though I merely received a modicum of guidance from Imperial physician Liu and have grasped only the most superficial knowledge. Das Wang spoke with some trepidation. I never realized Imperial physician Liu possessed such skill. Since you were guided by him and your abilities are considerable, I who cherish talent have already mentioned you to His Majesty and recommended your entry into the Imperial Medical Academy. His Majesty has approved it. Prepare yourself well, I have high hopes for you. Empress Xia beamed with a full smile. Dashwang's eyes widened in shock. She was acutely aware of her own limitations. She only understood a superficial level of wound treatment. She had spent merely one evening with Liu Yongwang, learning very little. Treating the maid's wounds last time had been a stroke of luck. Now being asked to enter the Imperial Medical Academy, how could she dare agree? Your Majesty, this is not appropriate. This servant lacks the capability. I beg Your Majesty to rescind the order. Empress Xia's countenance darkened. I have already recommended you to His Majesty, and he has consented. Now you wish me to take it back. With a thud, Das Wang knelt. She knew the die was cast. There was no turning back. She had no choice but to go to the Imperial Medical Academy. I beg Your Majesty to calm your anger. This servant is deeply grateful for your great kindness. Empress Xia smiled then. That's more like it. Don't be nervous. If there's anything you don't know, learn as you go. When you achieve success, it reflects well on me, your recommender, doesn't it? Das Wang quickly expressed her thanks once more. Leaving the Palace of Tranquil Grace, Dashwang's heart was in turmoil and her legs felt weak. Lost in her tangled thoughts, she unconsciously arrived at Consort Liu's palace. Dashwang, what brings you here today? Is the Bureau of Medicine Management idle? Consort Liu, holding an infant, asked with a cheerful demeanor. Das Wang hurriedly replied, Your Highness the Empress just summoned me. She said she recommended me to the Imperial Medical Academy and wants me to report there tomorrow. Consort Liu's heart stirred. She handed the infant to the wet nurse, walked before Dashwang and sneered, That woman is quite clever. Knowing the Emperor appreciates you, she immediately seeks to win you over. Das Wang was startled and quickly asked, Your Highness, what should I do? Consort Liu gave a cold laugh. She claimed to care for me, made me eat constantly to nourish the fetus, nearly causing my death and the child's. Now she wants to take you from my side and buy your loyalty. How ridiculous. She has no idea that you and I share a bond forged through life-threatening danger. How could she ever take you away? Das Wang nodded fervently. Indeed, Your Highness and I are bound by life and death. I will never betray you. In such a situation, she had to pledge her loyalty. Don't panic. Go as she commands. But aside from some wound treatment methods, I know nothing else. I don't know how to diagnose by observation, auscultation, interrogation, and pulse taking, nor how to apply acupuncture or prescribe formulas. What should I do? Das Wang asked anxiously. Consort Liu's eyes darted thoughtfully. Wound treatment is your strength from now on. Specialize in trauma. Imperial physician Liu previously specialized in gynecology. As a woman, treating gynecological cases is most convenient for you. In the academy, focus solely on gynecology and trauma, ignoring everything else. With these two specialties, you can establish yourself in the Imperial Medical Academy. Seeing Dashwang's distress, Consort Liu smiled. Don't worry. Once you start learning, you'll master it. Learn enough and you'll know. Yes, Dashwang agreed reluctantly. She knew her own capabilities all too well. For someone of her level to enter the Imperial Medical Academy was like forcing a duck onto a perch. Yet both Empress Xia and Consort Liu insisted she go, leaving her no escape. What could she do? She was frantic and at a loss. Dazedly returning to her quarters, she found an old woman waiting for her. Auntie, is something the matter? Dashwang approached and asked, is there a problem with the wound? The old woman shook her head. No. She pulled Dashwang into the room, checked to ensure no one was around, and said, someone asked me to bring you something. From her bosom, she produced a handwritten booklet and handed it to Dashwang. Dashwang took the book and read the title, The Barefoot Doctor's Manual. Filled with confusion, she asked, Auntie, who sent this? It was someone from the powder shop, the old woman said, patting Dashwang's hand. I must go now. Don't tell anyone. After seeing the old woman off, Dashwang opened the booklet and began to leaf through it. After reading just one page, her heart began to race. This book had to have been sent by Imperial physician Liu, because some of the emergency treatment methods within were exactly what she had used a few days ago. Her previously anxious heart suddenly calmed. With this book, she now had the confidence to establish a foothold in the Imperial Medical Academy. Moreover, she had always been worried about her younger sister Xiaoshuang. The fact that this book could be delivered meant Xiaoshuang was still alive. Perhaps she was even thriving. This also dispelled the last of her lingering concerns. This book had arrived at the most opportune moment. She closed the volume and murmured, Thank you, Imperial physician Liu. I hope you treat my sister well. When we meet again, I will surely repay you handsomely. Achut. Liu Yongwang sneezed. Who's cursing me? Xiaoshuang rolled her eyes at him. Maybe someone is thinking of you. Liu Yongwang suddenly realized, it must be Jinlian thinking of me. When they left Yanggu County, Pan Jinlian had truly let herself go, clinging tightly to Liu Yongwang and refusing to release him. She insisted on kissing and cuddling with him for over 10 minutes before finally letting go. She completely ignored the strange looks from the neighbors. After leaving Yanggu County, it took Liu Yongwang a full week to recover his energy. Even now thinking about it made Liu Yongwang's blood run hot. But Pan Jinlian was far away in Yanggu County, over 1,000 li from here. Even traveling day and night would take half a month. Distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. His gaze involuntarily shifted to Xiaoshuang. Seeing Xiaoshuang's slender figure and youthful vitality, Liu Yongwang felt a surge of desire. Xiaoshuang, when are you going to honor our bet? Smash! The teacup in Xiaoshuang's hand fell to the floor. She quickly crouched down to hide her inner panic. Oh, what a pity. This tea set cost 50 coppers. Liu Yongwang knew she was changing the subject, but didn't expose her. Taking Xiaoshuang as his woman was not yet on his agenda. He needed a capable assistant. If he were to take Xiaoshuang, she would become the mistress, no longer an assistant. Many things would become difficult to arrange. Liu Yongwang was very clear on this point. Only when he found another suitable assistant would he take Xiaoshuang and make her his woman. Shall we find a shop in the prefectural city to settle down? Xiaoshuang asked. No, we're going to the countryside. Liu Yongwang yawned. We are barefoot doctors from the villages, and we should return to the villages. Spirit fruits, spirit fruits. 2 caddies for a single copper coin. A vendor called out, carrying a shoulder pole laden with baskets covered in lotus leaves, steam rising from them. Hearing the familiar local accent, Liu Yongwang felt a surge of emotion. Home at long last. The local dialect once again filled the air. Old man, what is he selling? What are these spirit fruits? Xiaoshuang gazed curiously at the porter, tempted to lift the lotus leaves and take a peek. Fellow countrymen, I'll take 2 caddies of spirit fruits, Liu Yongwang said with a smile, stopping the vendor. The vendor set down his load, uncovered the tightly wrapped lotus leaves, and used a scale to scoop out some 4-cornered objects, beginning to weigh them. Xiaoshuang's eyes widened at the spiky little things. She had never seen anything like them. Liu Yongwang, however, casually picked a few and popped them into his mouth. Crack! He bit through the hard shell, revealing the tender white flesh inside. These are water caltrops. But aren't water caltrops supposed to have 2 horns? These have 4 horns, all fierce and prickly. How do you even bite into them? Xiaoshuang picked one up, frowning. No matter how she tried, the sharp points jabbed her lips. Yet Liu Yongwang ate with great relish, leaving her utterly dumbfounded. These are the wild little water caltrops unique to Anlu Prefecture. They're far tastier than the big ones. Liu Yongwang bit off 2 horns with his front teeth and handed the rest to Xiaoshuang. Eat them like this. Bite top and bottom, and the kernel pops right into your mouth. Xiaoshuang took the caltrop, her heartbeat racing. Liu Yongwang had just bitten it. If she ate it, wouldn't that be an indirect? Seeing that, Liu Yongwang seemed completely at ease, folding the cooked lotus leaf into a pouch, while the vendor poured the caltrops from the scale into it. She felt she was overthinking and quickly stuffed it into her mouth. Following his method, she bit down and the fresh kernel indeed fell onto her tongue. As she chewed slowly, a sweet fragrance filled her mouth. "Delicious," Xiao Shuang exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. Liu Yongwang handed a copper coin to the vendor and walked on, munching from the lotus leaf bundle. Every now and then he would crack one open and offer it to Xiao Shuang. She tried to open one herself, but the hard shell and spiky horns defeated her every attempt. Liu Yongwang, in contrast, cracked them open one after another with practiced ease, the sharp horns yielding under his fingers like tame pets. "It seems this really is your second hometown," Xiao Shuang conceded. Stopping under the shade of a tree, Liu Yongwang hailed a passing farmer. "Old brother, which direction is the Imperial estate?" The farmer eyed him suspiciously. "There's no Imperial estate around here. Only the prince's estate." Liu Yongwang slapped his forehead. He had forgotten Zhu Hotzong was still a young man yet to inherit his title, not yet the emperor in the capital. Of course there was no Imperial estate, only the prince's estate. Right, the prince's estate. "About 3 li ahead you'll reach the prince's estate boundary," the farmer said, pointing ahead. Liu Yongwang turned to Xiao Shuang. "Once we submit the registration papers and permits at the county office, we'll settle down here." He looked around. "First we need to find a house and some land, hire an experienced farmhand, and buy a couple of maids. This will be our home from now on." The Imperial Palace. The Imperial Medical Academy. De Shuang entered nervously. The eunuch leading her addressed the newly appointed director. "This is Miss De Shuang. By special decree of His Majesty, she is to serve here. Please make arrangements." A fat old man in the room glanced at De Shuang and said, "De Shuang, is it? Which specialty are you skilled in?" De Shuang murmured, "I know a bit of surgery and a little about gynecology, but am far from proficient." "Being modest," said a gaunt old man swaying a medical text in his hand. "Director Ming, this is the brilliant student that physician Liu taught for a whole hour. Naturally, she's a master of gynecology. A physician personally appointed by the emperor must be exceptionally skilled," added another bald old man. De Shuang could clearly hear the sarcasm in their words. As a newcomer, she could only remain silent. The fat old man, the newly promoted Director Ming, cleared his throat. "In that case, from now on you will be responsible for all surgery and gynecology in the rear palace." De Shuang's heart tightened. She was no physician, not even a doctor. The little she knew was nowhere near enough to stand. Now Director Ming was entrusting her with such critical duties in the rear palace. A burden she simply could not. "Director Ming, I have only just begun my medical studies. I am not fit for such a great responsibility. I would be better suited to assist the esteemed physicians. I truly cannot handle this alone," De Shuang pleaded. Director Ming finally looked at her squarely. "It seems you at least have some self-awareness. Very well, you may stay here and learn from the physicians." After all, she was sent by the emperor himself, so he dared not be too harsh. "By the way, where has your master gone?" Director Ming asked. The other physicians crowded around. Everyone was curious about physician Liu's whereabouts. "I don't know," De Shuang said innocently, seeing their skeptical looks. "I really don't know." With 50 taels of silver, Liu Yongwang bought a large compound with 3 courtyards and 3 halls. Another 10 gold taels secured 20 mu of prime paddy field and 10 mu of dry land. His funds were nearly depleted. Only about 30 taels of liquid capital remained. Still, at last he had a home. Money could be earned again. With a home there was hope. Moreover, Liu Yongwang still had 1,000 points, far more valuable than 1,000 gold taels. Opening the system shop, he spent 500 points to exchange for seedlings of potatoes, tomatoes, chili peppers, sweet potatoes, and corn. These were the golden keys to future prosperity. "Old Jean, have you memorized the characteristics of these seedlings?" Liu Yongwang asked, lounging with his feet up, eating a watermelon. Old Jean was the farmhand he had hired, skilled in agriculture. He was actually not old, only in his 30s, but poverty had left him unkempt and weathered. "Master, I've never heard of such seedlings before," Old Jean said, examining them closely. "But as long as they're crops, you'll soon figure out their habits." Liu Yongwang smiled. "Take good care of these seedlings. With them many families won't go hungry." Corn, sweet potatoes, and potatoes were excellent substitutes for staple grains. Anlu Prefecture lay in the heart of the Jianghan Plain, a land of fish and rice. Yet even so, rice and wheat alone could barely feed everyone. In lean years, throngs of refugees still wandered the roads. These seeds would be his key to becoming a wealthy country squire in the future. "Rest assured, master, he'll make sure no harm comes to these seeds." Liu Yongwang stretched lazily, watching Xiao Shuang bustle about the house. A longing stirred within him. He wanted to make her the official mistress of the household, to share the burdens of running the home. The Xing Prince's mansion. The summer breeze was thick, carrying the fragrance of rice. In the pavilion, a young girl coughed gently. Though a faint blush colored her cheeks, it could not conceal the sickly pallor on her face. Zhu Hotzong hurried over, asking with concern, "Sister, I heard you're ill again. Is there anything uncomfortable?" Zhu Ningyan looked up wearily, forcing a faint smile. "It's nothing serious." Zhu Hotzong took his sister's hand. "Tomorrow, I'll find a physician to cure you. I refuse to believe there is no one in this world who can heal you." Zhu Ningyan shook her head. "Brother, if such a physician truly existed, father would have found them long ago. There's no need for you to search. I don't care. I'm going now." Before Zhu Ningyan could stop him, Zhu Hotzong vanished swiftly beyond the courtyard. Zhu Ningyan smiled and shook her head. Brother, you are the only one I worry about. Her face, beautiful as a sick, she sure was filled with tenderness and happiness. Liu Yongwang gazed at the sign reading Barefoot Doctor, hanging above his door, feeling deeply satisfied. His ambitions were modest in this turbulent dynasty: to live as a wealthy country squire, marry 8 or 10 wives, father a dozen children, and savor life to the fullest. Other transmigrators dreamed of becoming princes, tycoons, or even emperors, conquering the world. He did not. Enjoying the present was all he truly desired. Old man, will anyone come to see a doctor in this remote village? Xiao Shuang had already gone out to check several times, yet no patient had arrived. It doesn't matter, Liu Yongwang said, taking Xiao Shuang's hand. As long as I'm with the one I love, nothing else matters. Xiao Shuang's face flushed crimson, and she quickly pulled her hand away, twisting her slender waist as she fled into the house. Liu Yongwang chuckled softly, then took out a blank residency approval document and began to fill it in. Only with this document could he settle down here. The household registration system of the Ming Dynasty was strictly enforced. Being an unregistered person was tolerable, but to run a legitimate business, like opening an apothecary or becoming a landlord, registration was mandatory. You tidy up the house. I'm going to the county office to register. With those words, Liu Yongwang clasped his hands behind his back and strode off toward the county office with an unmistakable swagger. At the prefectural office, the prefect smiled obsequiously. Little prince, I have summoned every renowned physician in Anlu Prefecture. They all say the longevity commandery princess suffers from consumption, which is difficult to cure. Moreover, the princess is naturally frail. Tonics like ginseng and bird's nest have little effect. Zhu Hotsong waved his hand dismissively. Spare me your excuses. What naturally frail? I say they're all quacks. I don't care. I want you to summon every physician in the prefecture, including those from neighboring prefectures. Everyone with a shop sign. I refuse to believe that in this vast world no one can cure my sister. This. The prefect wiped the sweat from his brow, his face full of helplessness. Though young Zhu Hotsong, as the only son of the Prince of Xing, held absolute authority in Anlu Prefecture, the prefect dared not offend him. The assistant prefect beside him tugged at his sleeve and interjected, "The little prince is right. I will immediately issue a summons inviting famous physicians from nearby prefectures to treat the longevity commandery princess." Ordinarily, the prefect was the highest official of a prefecture, and the assistant prefect was his aide. Together, they were the most powerful figures in the prefectural office. But not in Anlu Prefecture. The presence of the Prince of Xing placed him above all officials. And the little prince, Zhu Hotsong, wielded immense power that they dared not defy. Zhu Hotsong turned to leave. "Make it fast. I want all these physicians at the mansion tomorrow." The prefect quickly stopped him. "Little prince, issuing the notice takes time. Even the fastest physicians from neighboring prefectures will need at least 2 days. The earliest they can come to the mansion is the day after tomorrow." Zhu Hotsong frowned. "Can't you use the 300ly express relay?" "I don't care. The day after tomorrow by morning, I want every physician here. Not one missing." As Zhu Hotsong departed, the prefect quickly issued orders. "Go. Use the 300ly express. Summon every famous physician from nearby counties to the prince's mansion. Anyone who delays will be arrested." The sun blazed fiercely. Liu Yongwang, wearing a self-tailored short-sleeved shirt, strolled leisurely into the county office. He handed his residency document to the gatekeeper. "Officer, I'm here to register." The gatekeeper sized up Liu Yongwang. Seeing his strange attire and lack of bearing, he knew this man was of no status. Putting on airs, he said, "Do you know what time it is? Come back tomorrow." Liu Yongwang looked up at the sky. It was still morning, well before noon. He immediately understood this man was deliberately obstructing him. Since ancient times, the king of hell is easy to meet, but the little demons are hard to deal with. The lower the rank, the more they love to show off. This gatekeeper had no official post, no rank, no status. Yet he was the most troublesome of all. They didn't even receive a court salary, only paid by the county office. Utterly insignificant. Yet toward commoners they were exceedingly petty and harsh. Even when someone came with proper documents to handle official business, they would find excuses to obstruct. To get things done smoothly, one had to bribe them. "It's still early," Liu Yongwang said calmly, refusing to indulge such people. The gatekeeper shot him a sidelong glance and rolled his eyes. "I say it's not early, so it's not. Come back tomorrow morning if you want to do business." Liu Yongwang's temper flared. This kind of person was the most detestable. Whether in the Ming Dynasty or modern times, it was always the same. Some government gatekeepers acted more arrogantly than the county magistrate. They bossed ordinary people around and shouted at them. A trivial matter they could turn into a mountain of trouble. What could be done in minutes they could drag out for 10 days or half a month. But if you greased their palms or had an acquaintance, it would be resolved in an instant. Utterly nauseating. Yet the moment they encountered someone with even a shred of authority, they became fawning lapdogs, wagging their tails in sycophancy. "You say it's not early. Are you greater than the prefect? Greater than the emperor?" Liu Yongwang sneered. "Office hours are decreed by His Majesty. Do they require your approval?" The gatekeeper shuddered and stammered. "Nonsense, nonsense. You can't say such things. Work starts at the hour of the Mao and ends at the hour of the Yu. That is the law of the court," Liu Yongwang said, fixing his cold stare on the gatekeeper. It's not yet noon, yet you claim the office is closed. Are you saying your authority surpasses the Emperor's? Frightened, the gatekeeper realized he had met a formidable opponent. He quickly softened. Sir, you mustn't speak recklessly. You want to register right. Follow me. They'll take you to the clerk. Liu Yongwang clasped his hands behind his back once more and strode into the prefectural office with that unmistakable. The household registration procedure went smoothly. As the elderly clerk handed the registration certificate to Liu Yongwang, he inquired, "Esteemed Sir Liu, may I ask what occupation you pursue?" Liu Yongwang did not conceal the truth. "Oh, I plan to open a medical clinic." "So you are a physician? Allow me to see you out," the clerk said courteously, leading the way as he escorted Liu Yongwang out of the county office. The gatekeeper witnessed this scene, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. When the clerk returned, he quickly approached, fawning. "Officer, why were you so polite to this Liu fellow? Does he have some background?" The clerk, however, paid him no heed. Clutching the registration approval, he hurried into the inner hall, found his superior, Clerk Wang, and presented the document. "Sir, someone came today to register with this approval." Clerk Wang looked at the clerk suspiciously. This clerk was his most trusted subordinate. Now, with an air of mystery about him, his curiosity was piqued. He took the registration approval and examined it carefully, immediately noticing something amiss. Strange, the official seal on this document seems to have been stamped before the text was written. On the approval, the ends of several characters overlapped the seal. Ordinarily, in standard approvals, the text is written first, then the seal is stamped. The seal should invariably be atop the text. Yet on this approval, the text lay above the seal. Moreover, the format differs. A standard approval must specify the place of settlement, the clerk stated earnestly. But this one lacks that. It merely states settle locally, request relevant authorities to assist with registration. This should be a blank registration approval. Clerk Wang's eyes widened. Good heavens, doesn't this mean the person registering has significant connections? It seems likely. Clerk Wang grew anxious. Was there any lack of hospitality? The clerk coughed. "Well, speak up, don't beat around the bush." Clerk Wang made a motion to kick the clerk. Only then did the clerk say, "It's the gatekeeper." He was somewhat discourteous. Clerk Wang's face twitched. That oaf I knew had messed things up. Notify the others, dismiss the gatekeeper, and replace him with someone more astute. The clerk quickly intervened. "Sir, simply replacing the gatekeeper won't have much effect." Clerk Wang understood. "Then have the gatekeeper go to that household and apologize. If the other party doesn't forgive him, he can't return to his duties." Only then did the clerk flatter him. "Your Excellency's consideration is thorough. This will appease the other party and make them understand that you hold them in high regard." Having bought half a caddy of braised pork head, Liu Yongwang hummed a modern pop song as he returned to his residence. Old Jean approached and said, "Master, all the seedlings have been planted. There's still plenty of empty space in the 10 mu of dry land. May I ask what you wish to plant?" Liu Yongwang stroked his chin. The exchange seeds, corn, sweet potatoes, chili peppers, tomatoes, and potatoes, were not abundant. The season was also somewhat late. Especially for corn, chili peppers, and tomatoes, the yield this year would be minimal enough only to harvest some seeds. Sweet potatoes and potatoes, however, posed little issue. All told, the dry land used less than 2 mu, leaving 8 mu fallow. As for the paddy fields, rice was planted there, and by autumn there would be a harvest. "Let's plant digua," Liu Yongwang said. The local digua was not the sweet potato, for sweet potatoes had yet to enter the Central Plains. This digua was known as liangshu. It yielded abundantly, was sweet and refreshing, and could be eaten raw or stir-fried. A fine delicacy. It was also one of Liu Yongwang's favorite foods. "Very well, we'll plant them tomorrow." After speaking, old Jean stared longingly at the kitchen. Hired laborers were provided meals. Being able to eat his fill was old Jean's greatest hope. Time to eat. Xiao Shuang emerged carrying a rice pot. There was a plate of cucumber salad, a plate of stir-fried water spinach, a plate of braised brim, a plate of stir-fried eggplant, and a plate of pork head meat. Both meat and vegetables were present, causing old Jean to swallow involuntarily. His stomach growled audibly. However, he was well aware of the hierarchy. As a hired hand, he could only eat the leftovers after the landowner had his fill. Yet with so many dishes there should be. Liu Yongwang sat down casually, picked up his chopsticks, and prepared to eat. Seeing old Jean standing to the side, swallowing his saliva, he asked, "What's wrong?" "Sit down." Old Jean quickly waved his hands. I couldn't possibly. How could a lowly servant sit at the table?" Liu Yongwang chuckled. "In my house there are no such rules. As long as you're human, you eat at the table together. Xiao Shuang, get him a bowl and chopsticks." Old Jean's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Liu Yongwang. Liu Yongwang pulled him, "Sit and eat." Xiao Shuang handed him a large bowl filled to the brim with rice and a pair of chopsticks. "If the master tells you to eat, then eat. There aren't so many rules in our household." Old Jean held the large bowl, his body beginning to tremble. The next moment, he placed the bowl on the table and fell to his knees with a thud. He kowtowed firmly to Liu Yongwang. "Thank you, master. From now on I will serve you with utmost loyalty, toiling like a beast of burden." Liu Yongwang smiled. A single bowl of rice had won over a stalwart man. Worth it. "Enough talk, pick up your bowl and eat." He placed a piece of fish in old Jean's bowl and began eating himself. "By the way, Xiao Shuang, we need to make rice tea tomorrow." Liu Yongwang wiped the sweat from his brow. It's so hot a cool bowl of rice tea would be refreshing. Xiao Shuang looked bewildered. What is rice tea? Old Jean, now composed, quickly explained, stir-fry brown rice in an iron pan until it's scorched and crisp, then wash it. Take a small handful and boil it. Once the rice grains have bloomed, let it cool. Old Jean chattered on. This is an essential summer refreshment in Anlu Prefecture. Especially when chilled with well water, a bowl of it is cool and refreshing, the best way to beat the heat. Xiao Shuang suddenly understood. First water caltrops, now rice tea. This little Anlu Prefecture has so many specialties. There's one more famous specialty, a must-have during festivals, called Panlong Kai. Liu Yongwang ate slowly, speaking in a leisurely tone. Old Jean looked puzzled. Master, I've never heard of this so-called Panlong Kai. Liu Yongwang was taken aback. Zhongxiang, also known as Anlu Prefecture, had three most famous specialties: wild small water caltrops, rice tea, and Panlong Kai. Treasures that had been passed down for centuries without decline. Why hadn't Old Jean heard of Panlong Kai? But he immediately understood. Panlong Kai was invented by the chef of the Jiajing Emperor. Calculating the time, it would be invented only next year. It didn't exist yet. Moreover, the emergence of Panlong Kai was closely tied to the Jiajing Emperor's ascension. He had altered history. Whether Zhu Hozong could still become emperor was uncertain, and whether Panlong Kai would appear was also hard to say. By next year you'll know what Panlong Kai is, Liu Yongwang said dismissively. A knock came from outside the door, and a timid voice asked, "Is this the residence of Sir Liu?" Xiao Shuang opened the door, and Liu Yongwang saw the gatekeeper from the yamen. A hint of a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. His goal had been achieved. Outside the door, the gatekeeper, having clearly recognized Liu Yongwang, who was eating a bowl of rice, felt his knees go weak and knelt directly, kowtowing repeatedly as he begged, "Master Liu, please overlook my offense. I apologize for my rudeness. Please spare me." This scene left Xiao Shuang and Old Jean utterly bewildered. They looked at Liu Yongwang, and Liu Yongwang, however, remained remarkably composed. He walked over slowly, looked down at the gatekeeper with undisguised contempt in his heart. This was a quintessential petty person. "What crime have you committed?" "What crime?" Liu Yongwang asked with feigned surprise. "Isn't this the esteemed officer from the prefecture? I, a mere commoner, cannot accept such a grand gesture from you." His words were polished, yet his hands remained idle, making no move to help up the snobbish wretch. "What crime have you committed?" "What crime?" Liu Yongwang asked with feigned surprise. "Isn't this the esteemed officer from the prefecture? I, a mere commoner, cannot accept such a grand gesture from you." The magistrate said that unless I obtain your forgiveness, I am to pack my things and leave. "Please, Master Liu, forgive me. I was blind and looked down upon you. I beg your pardon." Liu Yongwang said calmly, "Very well. Go and tell the magistrate that I understand. You haven't committed a grave offense. You may return." The gatekeeper sensed something amiss with these words and wanted to protest, but Liu Yongwang had already turned and gone back inside, sitting down to continue his meal. Knowing it would be unwise to linger any longer, the gatekeeper slunk to his feet, made another bow, and departed. Xiao Shuang closed the door and asked curiously, "Master, who was that man? Why did he kneel as soon as he entered?" Liu Yongwang picked up a piece of braised pork head with his chopsticks, savoring it with delight before answering, "He is irrelevant. The main thing is that my goal has been achieved. The county magistrate should now know that I am not someone to be trifled with. This will make our settlement here much simpler. In any era, including the modern one, countless snobbish individuals infest every position. Offending such people makes life extremely difficult for ordinary folks. With a modicum of authority, they dare to abuse it deliberately, making things hard for commoners. But the moment they encounter someone powerful, they transform into fawning, obedient lapdogs. To thrive in Anlu Prefecture and avoid such unnecessary troubles, one must strategize carefully. As a newcomer, Liu Yongwang needed to create a mysterious background for himself to prevent being bullied by these petty "What do you mean? I don't understand." Xiao Shuang had lost her appetite. She knew that old Liu was a sly old That gatekeeper had surely been set up by Liu Yongwang. He eat. Liu Yongwang said, picking up another piece of meat. But Xiao Shuang couldn't eat. Such matters couldn't be left hanging, otherwise she wouldn't sleep a wink all night. She grabbed Liu Yongwang's arm, half coaxing, half pleading. "Old man, just tell me. I want to hear." Old Jean nearly sprayed out a mouthful of rice, quickly covering his mouth and swallowing the grains. He had never seen such an intimate relationship between Xiao Shuang and Liu Yongwang before. In other wealthy households, even if the master had an affair with a maidservant, it was done discreetly. Never had he seen such open display as this pair. Yet he also sensed that Liu Yongwang was different. There was no sense of hierarchy. He treated Xiao Shuang and Old Jean as equals with a measure of respect. This Liu Yongwang was truly unique. Feeling the astonishing sensation on his arm, a smile tugged at the corner of Liu Yongwang's mouth. He wiped his lips and said, "When I wrote the registration approval, I deliberately let the strokes of 2 characters cover the official seal." He glanced sideways at Xiao Shuang. "Guess why I did that?" Xiao Shuang shook her head blankly. "Wouldn't that make it seem like—" Liu Yongwang just smiled and said nothing. Old Jean held his bowl, wanting to observe their expressions, but not daring to caught in a dilemma. "Old Jean, go get more rice if you've finished." Do you expect Xiaoshuang to serve you? Liu Yongwang noticed that Old Jean's bowl had been empty for a while. Old Jean was shocked. May I have more? In other landlords' homes the meal, served by the master, was always a single bowl. Refills were not allowed. Of course you can. With the amount of work you do, one bowl won't fill you up, Liu Yongwang. Old Jean quickly stood up and headed excitedly to the kitchen. Inside, he found a generous amount of rice in the pot. In this season, rice couldn't be kept overnight, it had to be eaten that day. Liu Yongwang and Xiaoshuang clearly had small appetites. The extra rice was obviously meant for him. This showed the master had planned it all along, it wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. A tear escaped his eye. He silently resolved to work his heart out for the master. Such a magnanimous master was 1 in 10,000. Other masters were always afraid their hired hands would eat too much. And the hired hands always ate in corners, never at the table. Here the food was plentiful. It was like paradise on earth. Outside, an evening breeze blew, bringing a sense of tranquility. Xiaoshuang shook Liu Yongwang's arm again, coaxing. Old man, just tell me. Stop being so secretive. She had long discovered that this trick always made Liu Yongwang surrender. This old man loved to take advantage. Let him have his fun and had agreed to anything. You're not quite right. Writing later doesn't necessarily mean forgery. Forging a seal would cost you your head. Liu Yongwang deliberately moved his arm, enjoying the sensation. Since it's not a forgery, it implies a certain... Xiaoshuang, being sharp, immediately understood. I get it. When they see the text was filled in after the seal, they know it's a blank approval document. Only someone with wealth or power could obtain a blank approval. That intimidates the officials. Old Jean, returning with his refilled rice, widened his eyes. The magistrate was a government official drawing a salary from the state, the parent official of over 100,000 people in the prefecture. Yet in Liu Yongwang's words, he was merely a minor figure to be manipulated at will. His heart was in turmoil once more. To thrive in a small place you need strength, Liu Yongwang said, stroking Xiaoshuang's hair. And you need cunning, or life won't be good. The setting sun cast a brilliant crimson glow across the horizon, painting Xiaoshuang's delicate face a rosy hue, as tempting as a ripe apple. Liu Yongwang stroked his chin, watching Xiaoshuang's youthful figure as she gathered the drying laundry. The scenery was picturesque, and so was she, leaving Liu Yongwang utterly captivated. Xiaoshuang turned and caught his admiring gaze, her cheeks flushing even deeper. She hurried past him, but noticed his gaze didn't follow her, and a faint sense of disappointment crept in. Would his eyes have lingered if it were Pan Jinlian? Xiaoshuang pondered this in her heart. If only there were an electric fan, Liu Yongwang muttered. Xiaoshuang overheard and turned to ask, what's an electric fan? A machine that can keep fanning continuously, Liu Yongwang replied patiently. If you were rich, you could hire a few beauties to take turns fanning you, Xiaoshuang chuckled. That's inhumane. The electric fan I'm talking about doesn't need anyone to fan it. If not people, then livestock. Liu Yongwang slapped his forehead. Right, livestock could work. A preliminary plan began to take shape, and Brother Liu, when can I see my sister again? Xiaoshuang finished her chores, sat down beside him, and stared at the sunset, chin in hands. Liu Yongwang patted Xiaoshuang's head. The sisters had never been apart this long. Though they bickered when together, separation brought true longing. He understood this feeling. 1 year? In 1 year I'll take you to the capital to find your sister, Liu Yongwang. Xiaoshuang's eyes lit up, but then doubt crept in. Brother Liu, it's not that I don't trust you, but you're not a fortune teller. How can you be sure I'll see my sister in a year? This question caught Liu Yongwang off guard. How could he be certain of reuniting them in a year? If history remained unchanged, Zhu Hozhao would die from a fall-induced shock in a year. With Zhu Hozhao dead, Liu Yongwang's own life would no longer be in danger. But now he had altered history by giving the heirless Zhu Hozhao a child. Would Zhu Hao's fate change as well? It's destiny, Liu Yongwang replied, his mind gradually clearing. He recalled a theory he had heard somewhere: history doesn't change due to isolated events. Though Zhu Hozhao now had a son, and heir, the wheels of history would remain unaltered. Zhu Hozhao would still likely die, and Zhu Hozong might still ascend the throne, becoming the alchemy-obsessed emperor who ruled for 30 years without attending court. As for the reason, he didn't yet know. The only certainty was that in a year he would take Xiaoshuang to the capital to find. Liu Yongwang grasped Xiaoshuang's small hand tightly. I promise you, in 1 year I will take you to the capital to find your sister. Xiaoshuang softly agreed. After all they'd been through, she trusted Liu Yongwang. Whatever he promised, he would fulfill. By the way, about our bet. Whoosh. Xiaoshuang sprang up and ran off, shouting. Master, he'll go heat water. He'll bathe in cold water, no need to heat it. Then he'll wash your clothes. It's dark, what clothes are you washing? Watching her flee, Liu Yongwang shook his head, little rascal, going back on her word. Time passed quickly, and Liu Yongwang became familiar with the county town's layout. It was vastly different from later eras. The surrounding terrain remained largely unchanged, but the urban planning had shifted. Most of what would become the future county town was now farmland. Only the northern part, a smaller area, was the old city, which was the current Anlu prefecture. The entire Anlu prefecture was encircled by a massive, magnificent city wall. Old Jean, carrying a shovel, approached. Master, those seedlings have all sprouted. Liu Yongwang stood up. Take good care of them, and apply more fertilizer. Are you heading to the city again, master? Old Jean asked. Yes, to listen to some tunes. Liu Yongwang clasped his hands behind his back and strolled toward the prefecture. It was 3 or 4 li away, and walking there daily was his favorite exercise. At the entrance of the Anlu Prefecture office, a group of white-bearded old men gathered waiting. The prefect emerged and bowed to them. "Gentlemen, doctors, your efforts are appreciated. I will now escort you to the prince's mansion. The mansion has many rules, and I urge you all to conduct yourselves properly." The old men raised their hands. "We understand." The prefect waved his hand and boarded his sedan chair ready to depart. Clerk Wang called out, "Everyone onto the carriages." The old men climbed aboard, settled in, and waited for the sedan to lead the way. Suddenly Clerk Wang spotted a man who had left a deep impression on him, Liu Yongwang. He immediately got off the carriage, rushed to the sedan, and lifted the curtain. "Your Excellency, there's a new doctor we've just encountered. Should we invite him along?" The prefect waved dismissively. "If he's a doctor, bring him." Clerk Wang nodded, turned, and hurried to Liu Yongwang, his face beaming. "What a coincidence, Dr. Liu." Liu Yongwang recognized him as Clerk Wang and returned the bow. "Clerk Wang, what a coincidence." Over the past few days while handling his household registration, they had interacted a few times and become acquainted. Clerk Wang had always treated him kindly and amiably, without any official airs. Behind them, the old men, irritated by the scorching sun, saw the prefect's sedan already departing, while the clerk lingered to talk to a strange-looking man and grew impatient. "Who's that?" Judging by his clothes, probably a farmer. "Clerk Wang is something else, leaving us to bake in the sun for Let's wait. Visiting the prince's mansion is a first for us too." At this, the group quieted down. Yet the looks they cast at Liu Yongwang were far from kind. Liu Yongwang had no idea that just because Officer Wang exchanged a few words with him, the group of physicians had already taken a disliking to him. "Physician Liu, these are renowned doctors from nearby prefectures and counties, all heading to the prince's residence to treat an illness." Officer Wang said with great enthusiasm. "You're a physician too, why not join them?" Liu Yongwang was bewildered. "Is it that casual?" Officer Wang chuckled. "Meeting by chance is better than by appointment. Your appearance here at this moment is fate." In truth, Officer Wang had his own calculations. Liu Yongwang, carrying a blank household registration permit, arriving in Anlu Prefecture, surely had significant backing. As the official in charge of household registration and census in Anlu, he had to ascertain Liu Yongwang's background. Thus, he recommended Liu Yongwang to the prince's residence, hoping to probe his origins. The greatest power in Anlu Prefecture was the Prince Xing's mansion. Even the prefect had to bow deeply before Prince Xing, who was practically the local emperor. Officer Wang wanted to see if Liu Yongwang was connected to the prince. If he was, that would be excellent. Building a good relationship with Liu Yongwang would mean forging a bond with the prince. But if not, he would suspect Liu Yongwang of bluffing. Liu Yongwang hesitated for only a second before agreeing immediately. He was also eager to enter the prince's residence. He was filled with curiosity about the mysterious mansion. Ordinarily, the prince's residence was heavily guarded, and ordinary people couldn't get in. Liu Yongwang had been here for 7 or 8 days without ever getting close. He had only wandered near the prince's estate. He especially wanted to see what the young Jiajing emperor looked like. Well, obedience is better than politeness. "It just so happens I'm new here and have nothing to do," Liu Yongwang quickly said. "Then please get on the carriage." Officer Wang's face was full of smiles. Liu Yongwang walked to the carriage. Several old men pretended not to see him. Some feigned conversation, some dozed off, others gazed at the sky. In any case, no one offered him a seat. Liu Yongwang didn't stand on ceremony. He was relatively young among this group. He found a gap, sat down with a squeeze, and jostled the others aside. Ignoring their complaints, Liu Yongwang settled in comfortably. After all, the journey was only about 10 minutes. On the carriage behind, the most renowned physician in the prefecture, Old Gu, turned and asked, "Physician Zhu, who is this person?" A gaunt old man looked over and shook his head. "Old Gu, I've never seen him before." Old Gu frowned. "He's not a physician from your prefecture." "No," the gaunt old man said. "I know every physician in the prefecture and counties. All the reputable ones are basically on these carriages. But this fellow, I've never laid eyes on him. Yet Officer Wang treats him with such respect." "Why?" The gaunt old man shook his head again. "I don't know, truly I don't. When we get off, feel him out. Find out if he's here to treat the illness or for something else." Old Gu finished speaking and closed his eyes. The sun was too glaring. Sitting on the carriage left them dizzy and lightheaded. He had to rest his eyes. "Yes." The gaunt old man pulled out a folding fan to shield the sunlight. His eyes remained fixed on Liu Yongwang. As a longtime resident of Anlu Prefecture, he truly had never seen him before. At the Prince Xing's mansion, Zhu Hotsong rushed excitedly to the back courtyard, trotted into the yard, and shouted toward the house, "Sister, sister. The prefect just sent word. All the famous physicians from nearby prefectures and counties have arrived. Today, no matter what, will cure your illness." Zhu Ningyan coughed softly. "Brother, your thoughtfulness alone makes my illness is consumption. Even famed doctors can't cure it." "That's not certain," Zhu Hotsong insisted, helping his sister up. 3 cobblers are worth a zhuge liang. Besides, there are a dozen or more physicians today. Surely they can surpass the ancient masters. He shouted to the servants inside, "Quickly prepare the consultation room." Soon a layer of window gauze was drawn in the room, separating the inside from the outside. Outside was bright while inside was hazy and dim. This was the consultation room. When the physicians arrived, Zhu Ningyan would sit behind the gauze curtain, extend a hand covered with silk, and wait for them to take her pulse and prescribe remedies. This was how noble ladies from wealthy families were examined by male physicians. After getting off the carriage and following the crowd through the gate, Liu Yongwang looked around. However, he was soon disappointed. He had imagined that as the emperor's uncle, the Prince Xing's mansion would be resplendent and magnificent. Yet passing through the ceremonial gate, the scene before him revealed a cramped feeling bound by rigid rules. The main hall was the silver piece hall with a heptangable roof, proper in form, but only 5 bays wide and shallow in depth. The vermilion lacquered pillars showed fine cracks under the midday sun. The marble steps in front of the hall were modest, accommodating only a few people standing side by side, lacking the overwhelming grandeur of the Forbidden City. The side halls on the east and west were pressed close to the main hall, their eaves nearly touching, enclosing a square, oppressively confined sky within high walls. It couldn't compare to the Forbidden City. Yet every pillar and window was intricately carved with exquisite craftsmanship. So the nobility of the prince's mansion was expressed in these details. Everyone please take a seat in the courtyard and enter one by one for pulse diagnosis, the prefect commanded, arranging the consultation. The other physicians stood on tiptoe, eagerly awaiting their turn. Only Liu Yongwang held a teacup, observing care. The teacup was fine. If placed 500 years later, it would fetch tens of thousands. The tea was fragrant too. Everything in the room piqued Liu Yongwang's interest. He examined every detail, even the wood of the doors and windows. The prefect noticed and found it odd. He quietly asked, "Who is that sneaky fellow?" Officer Wang quickly replied, "He's a newly settled physician in the prefecture running a clinic north of the city. I happened to meet him on the road and brought him along." The prefect frowned slightly. "Tell him to behave. This is the prince's mansion." "Yes," Officer Wang agreed, walking over to Liu Yongwang. "Physician Liu, please be patient. Your turn for pulse diagnosis will come soon." Liu Yongwang said nonchalantly, "No rush, no rush. Let me look around first." "Ahem, this is the prince's mansion. You must not act recklessly." Officer Wang grew anxious and quickly grabbed Liu Yongwang. He began to regret bringing this rash fellow. Moreover, judging by his provincial manner, he clearly had no connection to the prince. Bringing him today was a wasted effort. Just then old Gu, who had entered first, walked out. "How is it?" a crowd gathered. Old Gu waved his hand with an air of authority. "In medicine, nothing is worse than following the crowd. After everyone has taken the pulse, we'll discuss and see if our opinions align." This was treating the princess. None of the physicians dared to be careless. Prince Xing was the sovereign of Anlu, and no one could afford to be negligent. Naturally, everyone wanted to earn merit and gain favor with the prince. At that moment, a crowd suddenly surged through the gate. Among them, a man entered with an imposing aura, surrounded by attendants. The people in the room saw him and immediately knelt down. Liu Yongwang didn't kneel. He blended into the crowd, inconspicuously staring at the man. He knew this was Prince Xing Zhu Yuan. But Liu Yongwang found it strange, for the prince's complexion was ruddy, not at all like someone on the verge of death. Yet according to historical timing, Prince Xing would soon die of illness. This seemed very odd. The man waved his hand and said, "You are all honored guests invited by my mischievous son. Rise." Only then did the white-bearded old men in the room stand up, trembling. Even the few younger physicians among them imitated the trembling stance. In the field of medicine, seniority was paramount. The older one appeared, the greater one's skill was assumed to be. Unlike other professions, physicians did not wish to appear young. They all wanted to look aged. Everyone in this room donned a venerable air, afraid of being looked down upon. This made Liu Yongwang stand out conspicuously. Fortunately, the arrogant Prince Xing paid no heed to anyone. He took a turn around the room and then left for the front courtyard with the prefect. Only then did the group of old men relax. They whispered among themselves. Liu Yongwang listened and found they were all praising the prince's demeanor, vitality, and authority. Liu Yongwang paid them no mind and continued his archaeological research. The physicians came and went like a revolving door, each entering to examine the patient and then exiting. They did not discuss the illness, but simply waited. After nearly everyone had entered, a young man walked out and addressed the crowd. "Honorable physicians, do you have any thoughts on my sister's condition?" Liu Yongwang had learned that the patient today was Princess Changshou. This young man was undoubtedly Zhu Hozong, the future Jiajing emperor. He observed carefully. The young man appeared intelligent and sharp-witted. He must also be mischievous, for there were traces of sunburn on his skin. The physicians exchanged glances, but remained silent. Zhu Hozong grew anxious. "Speak up. Why is no—" Clerk Wang quickly interjected. "Physician Gu, you are a titan in the medical field. Please share your insights." Physician Gu spoke with affected gravity. "In medicine, there are no titans, only individual opinions. Let others speak first." His intention was clear. He did not want others to steal his credit. Treating a princess of the prince's manner was undoubtedly the best way to curry favor with the royal household. He would not easily let this opportunity slip. Impatient due to his youth, Zhu Hozong said, "Why all this hesitation? He'll call on you one by one." He pointed to the oldest physician with the whitest hair. "You start." The old man stood up and said, "This old man is unworthy, but I shall speak first." He declared confidently, The princess suffers from yin deficiency and blazing fire with consumptive worms eroding the lungs. This is consumption already in a state of depletion. The treatment requires decoctions of nourishing yin herbs such as glynia root, Ophiopogon rehmannia, and turtle shell to restore vitality. After finishing his speech, he puffed out his chest with pride. He had thoroughly prepared for this case of pulmonary consumption. The prescription he used was a classic ancient formula. He was confident it would astonish the entire assembly and make him stand out among his peers. But when his voice fell, there was no applause, no murmurs of approval. Instead, everyone stared at him with strange The grand words he had prepared to graciously accept his colleagues' praise died on his lips. He vaguely sensed that the others had all reached the same diagnosis as he had. Zhu Hotsung, too young to hide his displeasure, said impatiently, "That's old news. Does anyone have a different opinion?" The physicians in the room exchanged glances and fell silent. Even Physician Gu, who had been so composed and eager to demonstrate his skill, remained silent. For his diagnosis and prescription were almost identical to the others. An eerie silence fell over the scene. Zhu Hotsung snorted. Could it be that everyone shares this same opinion? Still no one spoke. Clerk Wang, unable to bear the tension, stood up and addressed Dr. Gu. Old Gu, you are the most renowned medical sage in the surrounding prefectures. What do you have to say? Dr. Gu had been filled with frustration from the start, believing his diagnosis and prescription would astonish everyone. Unexpectedly, the first doctor to speak had already revealed both his diagnosis and prescription. All his prepared arguments were stifled within him, festering into resentment. He stood up, fixed his gaze on Zhu Hotsung, and said, "Little prince, your elder sister indeed suffers from consumption. The treatment is merely a matter of internal regulation and external care. There is no other way." Zhu Hotsung retorted angrily, "My sister has followed this regimen for 2 years. Not only has her condition not improved, but it has worsened. I see it as a failure of your medical skill." Dr. Gu, choked by the rebuttal, coughed a few times before saying, "This disease is the most severe and difficult to cure. Mild cases may last years, while severe ones may defy salvation. Abstaining from alcohol and lust, refraining from marital relations, calming delusions, and moderating diet. These are the only ways to prolong life. There is no alternative." Liu Yongwang listened to this half-literate speech and sneered inwardly. Ancient medical arts were indeed miraculous, but in certain aspects, due to historical limitations, they had significant shortcomings. For example, with tuberculosis, some methods were beneficial, but many actually aggravated the condition. Tuberculosis patients required enhanced nutrition to strengthen their immunity. Yet Dr. Gu's prescription emphasized a bland diet, even fasting. They believed this would dispel internal deficiency heat. Not only did this fail to cure, but it also weakened the patient's resistance, worsening the illness. A bunch of incompetence. Zhu Hotsung fumed, unwilling to watch his sister approach death step by step. "Since you cannot cure her, do not call yourselves renowned physicians. Leave at once." The room full of doctors wore grim expressions, furious but afraid to speak. They were all aggrieved. Such consumption had been an incurable disease since ancient times. Those afflicted could only survive if at all. The prescriptions they offered were already the best available treatments. Clerk Wang, seeing the awkward situation, wished to mediate, but knew not how. Zhu Hotsung, accustomed to arrogance, waved his hand. "Guards, throw these useless doctors out." The doctors panicked, utterly at a loss. Hearing the commotion, Prince Xing and the prefect approached. Prince Xing immediately asked Conger, "What's wrong?" Zhu Hotsung fumed, "They are all useless. Not one can cure my sister. Their prescriptions are identical to those of the quacks before, utterly useless." Prince Xing sighed as expected. "The physician who prescribed for your sister was specially summoned from the capital. If even an imperial physician cannot cure her, it is only natural they are helpless." He turned to the prefect. "Thank you for your efforts, Prefect Shui. My son has been spoiled since childhood and has caused you much trouble. Please let the doctors return." He then said to Zhu Hotsung, "Conger, give each doctor a small reward for their trouble." Hearing this, the doctors felt a pang of regret. After all, this was a golden opportunity to curry favor with the prince. Missed it would likely never come again. But consumption was an incurable disease. Survival was the best one could hope, for a cure was utterly impossible. Just then a voice rang out from the crowd. "Hey, I haven't examined the patient yet." The doctors all turned to look at There stood a man in strange attire with a bald head, no hat, no hair bun, of indeterminate age, perhaps 50, yet seemingly younger. He stood lazily, his stance casual, his expression relaxed, his eyes serene. "What use is your examination? Can you see what we cannot?" Dr. Gu, already irate, vented his pent-up anger on this insolent fellow. "So many of us have diagnosed consumption, your examination will yield the same result." Others chimed in, "Don't make a fool of yourself. Who is this fellow daring to step forward like this?" The doctors buzzed with discussion. But Liu Yongwang, unperturbed, said calmly, "Whether I have a different opinion can only be determined after I see the patient." Clerk Wang grew nervous and quickly said, "Everyone, this is Dr. Liu Yongwang from the newly opened clinic in the prefecture." "Which clinic?" asked Dr. Gu. "Oh, it's the Barefoot Doctor Clinic." A burst of laughter erupted from the crowd, clearly disdainful of such a rustic. "Dr. Liu, who was your master, and what ailments do you specialize in?" Dr. Gu pressed, intending to vent all his anger on Liu Yongwang. My master is not worth mentioning. Liu Yongwang, unwilling to engage with these men, addressed, Zhu Hotsung, little prince, please allow me to see the patient first. Since he had come, Liu Yongwang naturally intended to treat the patient. For any other patient, he would not have stepped forward, nor would he have bothered. But this was the prince's mansion. If he could ingratiate himself with the prince, his days in Anlu Prefecture would be smooth sailing. Moreover, Zhu Hotsung had a high probability of becoming the future emperor. Having a favor owed by Zhu Hotsung would surely make his future life delightful. Zhu Hotsung stared at Liu Yongwang for a few moments, feeling the doctor seemed too young and unreliable. But Prince Xing spoke up, Conger, take Dr. Liu to see her. Only then did Zhu Hotsung turn, follow me. Dr. Gu, unable to stop Liu, immediately said, I will accompany him. I want to see what new insights this Dr. Liu can produce. We will go too. The other doctors, fond of excitement, all followed. Soon Zhu Ningyan's room was crowded with people. Zhu Ningyan was surprised by the commotion. From behind a gauze curtain, she asked, brother, why have all the doctors come? Zhu Hotsung grumbled, a bunch of quacks, all with the same prescription. Only this one doctor hasn't examined you. Sister, stretch out your hand for him to take your pulse. Just as Zhu Ningyan was about to speak, Liu Yongwang said, little prince, I don't take pulses. Nonsense. How can you diagnose without taking a pulse? Dr. Gu, thoroughly enraged, scolded in a low voice. Liu Yongwang glanced at him sideways. Dr. Gu, what are the principles of medical diagnosis? Of course it's inspection, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation. Things even a child knows. And you ask me. Dr. Gu remained fuming. Behind the curtain, Zhu Ningyan curiously observed the scene outside. Especially through the gauze, she vaguely made out Liu Yongwang. Then I ask you, have you employed inspection, auscultation, inquiry, and palpation? Liu Yongwang asked with a faint sardonic smile. Of course we have all taken pulses. Mid-sentence, Dr. Gu stopped, realizing he had omitted a step. Liu Yongwang said leisurely, you missed the inspection. Inspection is first and foremost the most important. Yet you skipped it entirely. And you call yourselves doctors. Without doing that, how can you treat patients? You are worse than children. Dr. Gu was momentarily stunned. Another doctor interjected, but this is a princess. She cannot be casually looked upon. Liu Yongwang turned to face the interjector. Is the princess a patient or not? Well, of course she is. Since she is a patient, one should first inspect her complexion before making a diagnosis. Having said this, Liu Yongwang clasped his hands toward the curtain. Little princess, if you wish for a diagnosis, please reveal your true face, so I may observe carefully. An uproar erupted among the doctors. Dr. Gu, exasperated, shouted, Liu, what do you think you are? Daring to peek at the prince's true face. You are courting death. This is intolerable. Throw this audacious man out. Someone echoed. Peeping at the princess is a cap. The doctors behind clamored noisily, the scene in chaos. Clerk Wang wiped the sweat from his brow. Oh, he had never imagined that casually bringing Liu Yongwang would land him in such trouble. The Ming Dynasty had a strict hierarchy, and Chengzhou Confucian ethics were deeply ingrained. Peeping at another man's female relatives was a grave crime, let alone the daughter of Prince Xing, the Princess of Longevity. A member of the Imperial family, a golden branch and jade leaf. Yet he noticed Liu Yongwang remained unruffled, even remarkably calm. This gave him a glimmer of insight. This fellow seemed no ordinary man. Behind the curtain, Zhu Ningyan blushed. She hadn't expected this peculiar doctor to demand her presence in person rather than simply taking her pulse. Zhu Hotsung also grew anxious and immediately rebuked, how dare you? My sister is not someone you can casually look at. Indeed, she is the Princess of Longevity. How dare a mortal like you peek? Dr. Gu chimed in. Liu Yongwang shrugged. If I cannot perform inspection, then I shall not treat this case. Farewell. With that, he truly turned and walked away. This stunned everyone in the room. They all looked at each other at a loss. Zhu Hotsung frowned hesitantly, looking at Zhu Ningyan's sister. This. Before Zhu Ningyan could respond, Liu Yongwang had already walked out. His steps were exceptionally firm. Her heart grew complicated. Ever since learning she had consumption, her spirits had been deeply low. Had it not been for Zhu Haokong's constant encouragement, she would have found life utterly meaningless. She had always yearned for someone to cure her. A strong will to survive made her speak. Perhaps. Let him come in and take a look. No, as a princess you cannot simply meet anyone. Prince Xing spoke up. Zhu Ningyan said softly, Father, I wish to be cured. These words brought silence to the entire hall. Indeed, only the afflicted yearned so desperately for health. For Zhu Ningyan's survival was what she must prioritize above all. The rigid Confucian doctrines could be set aside. Zhu Hotsung added, Father, let my sister see the physician. In the Tang and Song dynasties, women could meet people openly. It is only in our great Ming that such restrictions exist, which is truly excessive. How dare you? Prince Xing thundered. As the heir you must abide by propriety. Zhu Hotsung sighed, and Zhu Ningyan lowered her head in melancholy. Just then Prince Xing spoke again. When circumstances are urgent, we need not be overly bound by rules. Let Physician Liu and Physician Gu stay, the rest of you withdraw and wait outside. Zhu Ningyan was overjoyed. Zhu Hotsung quickly waved his hand. Everyone out, everyone out. Only Physician Liu and Physician Gu remain, all others leave. Liu Yongwang smiled and slowly turned around. He too was curious to see what the girl behind the gauze curtain looked like. If she were plain, he would simply give a cursory glance. If she were beautiful, he would insist on a thorough examination, perhaps even an undressing for a meticulous check. Yet thinking about it, as a princess, she could hardly be unattractive. After all, Prince Xing was handsome, Zhu Hozong was clever and good-looking, and the consorts were chosen beauties. The longevity princess would naturally be no exception. The other physicians felt disgruntled, but within the prince's mansion, who dared to cause trouble? They could only slink out obediently. Soon only 4 people remained in the room: Liu Yongwang physician, Zhu Hozong, and Zhu Ningyan. Even Prince Xing had left. Clearly he bore some psychological burden. The gauze curtain was drawn aside, gradually revealing the real person. A delicate, yet exceedingly frail figure appeared before Liu Yongwang's eyes. The longevity princess sat upright on the edge of the rosewood canopy, bent her back straight, as a ramrod, her hands demurely folded over the moon-white palace silk gown on her lap. The room's furnishings were not lavish. There was no dazzling gold or jade, only a curio shelf displaying some roux-kiln porcelain vases and thread-bound medical texts. Sunlight streaming through the window carried motes of dust, illuminating her pallid, almost translucent complexion. She kept her eyes slightly lowered, her crowfeather lashes casting a small shadow beneath them. Though a touch of rouge was lightly applied to her cheeks, it could not conceal the haggardness of her illness. Her breathing was shallow, her chest rose and fell faintly. She resembled an exquisite, yet fragile porcelain doll quietly placed in this corner of the inner chamber, exuding a heart-wrenching frailty. Liu Yongwang's heart involuntarily skipped a beat. Though the person before him and Pan Jinlian were both beauties, they formed a stark contrast. One was youthful, lively, spirited, and adorable, like apricot blossoms on a March branch kissed by morning dew, brimming with vitality and an innocent exuberance. The other was serene, distant, frail, and composed like a white chrysanthemum on the verge of withering in a late autumn courtyard. Beautiful, yet shrouded in a thin, lingering haze of decline and medicinal scent. Such a peerless beauty would die in 3 years, filling Liu Yongwang with deep regret. It also stirred in him the desire to save her. A gaunt face, flushed complexion, incessant coughing, and sallow skin. These are still the symptoms of consumption, no different, Physician Gu declared, fixing his gaze on Liu Yongwang. Inspection yields the same result. Prescribing the same formula, I wonder what brilliant insight Physician Liu might offer. His meaning was clear. Even if he had omitted a step, he could still diagnose the patient. That was skill. And indeed, seeing the prince's true appearance did not alter the diagnosis at all. Zhu Haokong's expression darkened, while Zhu Ningyan grew somewhat flustered, her face flushing, even more revealing an unusual beauty. The light is too dim. Bring a lamp so I can examine her more closely, Liu Yongwang said with a smile. How dare you? Physician Gu fumed. Though the light is not bright, it is sufficient for diagnosis. Zhu Hozong also felt uneasy. After all, a man nearing 50 staring so intently at his sister was... Zhu Ningyan coughed softly and stole a glance at Liu Yongwang. In her eyes, he was a middle-aged man, odd in dress and demeanor. Yet his eyes sparkled, seemingly full of wisdom. Moreover, aside from his age, he had a certain handsomeness. Compared to other white-beard physicians, he could be considered quite refined. Treating illness requires attention to detail, Liu Yongwang said calmly. Now that we've seen the prince's true face, why not see it more clearly? Liu Yongwang was being deliberate. Inspection, auscultation, inquiry, and pulse taking were all unimportant to him. He had already confirmed that Zhu Ningyan suffered from tuberculosis. But the greatest obstacle to treating her was not the disease itself, but the arrogance and status of the prince's mansion. He had to establish authority and make royal power bow before he could successfully treat Zhu Ningyan. Otherwise, any treatment would be in vain. Now was the critical moment to assert his authority. Zhu Ningyan was clearly impressed by Liu Yongwang's composure. She hesitated, then said, "Brother, light the lamp." Hearing Zhu Ningyan's response, Physician Gus' eyes widened in shock. He stared at Liu Yongwang in bewilderment, finding every move he made incomprehensible. This was the prince's mansion. Who would dare to act rashly? Yet Liu Yongwang was audacious. First he demanded to see the princess unveiled, now he was requesting a lamp. He knew well that although the room's light was dim, it was sufficient for diagnosis. But Liu Yongwang insisted on more. If he failed to cure her, his life would be forfeit. Was this man ignorant or arrogant? How dare he trifle with the prince's household? Was he not afraid of incurring? Indeed, Zhu Hozong gritted his teeth and said to Liu Yongwang, "Physician Liu, if you cannot cure my sister, do not blame me for being harsh." Liu Yongwang chuckled. "Rest assured, I am a healer. In a healer's eyes there are only patients, nothing else." Soon Zhu Hozong brought a lamp and placed it before Zhu Ningyan. Liu Yongwang, however, was unconcerned. He picked up the lamp and leaned closer to Zhu Ningyan. He wanted to examine every detail of the beauty. Never having been... Liu Yongwang, however, was unconcerned. He picked up the lamp and leaned closer to Zhu Ningyan. He wanted to examine every detail of the beauty. Never having been so closely observed by a stranger, Zhu Ningyan's cheeks flushed crimson, almost bleeding. Yet she was exceptionally captivating. Her skin was smooth and delicate, finally revealing a hint of youthful vitality. Her long lashes fluttered, her eyes flustered and evasive. Even Zhu Hozong was momentarily stunned. Though his sister was frail, she was strong-willed and decisive. This was the first time he had seen her so shy. Just as Zhu Ningyan was about to turn and flee, Liu Yongwang finally put down the lamp in his hand and spoke. It is indeed tuberculosis. Pooh. Old Dr. Gu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This guy made such a fuss, and in the end it all boiled down to just one statement: tuberculosis. Isn't this playing with lives? If the prince gets angry, this guy's life will be in danger. It might even implicate me. Old Dr. Gu, having seen the world, quickly tried to distance himself from the matter. Dr. Liu, we already confirmed it. Old Dr. Gu, having seen the world, quickly tried to distance himself from the matter. Dr. Liu, we already confirmed it long ago. The county princess has tuberculosis. But you went and created such a scene only to reach the same conclusion everyone else had. What are your true intentions? His words were timely and clever. He was clearly trying to dissociate himself from the situation. This was his way of signaling to the young prince that the commotion caused by Liu Yongwang had nothing to do with him. Zhu Haozhong's expression darkened. Growing up with a golden key in his mouth, he lacked basic respect for human life. To him, ordinary people like Liu Yongwang were perhaps even less than a dog he raised. He scowled. You have tarnished my sister's reputation just to arrive at a conclusion that everyone has already reached. Zhu Ningyan was also filled with anger. Initially, she still held some hope for Liu Yongwang. After all, this guy was frighteningly calm. Who would have thought he would turn out to be a quack? She stood up, wanting to escape, but Liu Yongwang spoke up. Though both are confirmed cases of tuberculosis, there are still differences. Hearing this, Zhu Ningyan sat back down. She truly wanted to cure her illness. Zhu Hozhong also maintained his composure. What differences? Even old Dr. Gu became serious. Liu Yongwang cleared his throat, beginning to ponder his words. Tuberculosis is tuberculosis. How could there be any differences? He had just lit the lamp to observe closely. It was also to break the dignity of the royal family. Well, although it's all tuberculosis, there are indeed significant differences, Liu Yongwang said casually. Tuberculosis can be divided into infectious and non-infectious stages. Currently, the county princess is in the non-infectious stage, but if not addressed, she will soon enter the infectious stage. At that point, she will need to be isolated and no one must approach her, otherwise it will spread widely, putting everyone in the prince's residence at risk. After he finished speaking, Zhu Hozhong fell silent. Zhu Ningyan also remained quiet. Even old Dr. Gu was silent. Most people knew that tuberculosis could be contagious, but how it spreads when it spreads and how to prevent and treat it, no one knew. Liu Yongwang's explanation was, then what is the difference? Zhu Ningyan quickly asked. The difference is significant. Liu Yongwang asked with a calm demeanor. Did they prescribe to you a diet urging you to eat light, rest in bed more, and avoid going out to breathe fresh air, correct? Zhu Ningyan nodded. But deep down you crave meat, long to go out and breathe fresh air, and want to see the scenery outside. Liu Yongwang pressed on. Zhu Ningyan nodded again. Old Dr. Gu interjected. From ancient times to the present, the treatment methods for tuberculosis have always been this way. Avoiding alcohol, abstaining from sexual activities, ceasing to entertain fantasies, eating lightly combined with malposition to fumigate the lungs and kill the pathogens. These are classical prescriptions adopted by countless renowned physicians. Liu Yongwang glanced contemptuously at old Dr. Gu. You are of a certain age and have seen many patients, right? How many have you cured using this method? How many lived to middle age? Old Dr. Gu fell silent. Tuberculosis is a terminal illness. This has been a recognized fact throughout history. Once contracted, all efforts can only prolong life by a few years. Moreover, in the later stages, everyone is afraid and strict isolation is required. At that time, the death rate rises dramatically. So-called ancient famous doctors and ancient prescriptions are not so miraculous. Liu Yongwang stroked his chin and said, medicine has developed too slowly. It is caused by people like you who only know to consult ancient prescriptions and follow ancient medical texts. After Liu Yongwang finished speaking, Zhu Hozhong and Zhu Ningyan exchanged glances, seeing the astonishment in each other's eyes. The Ming Dynasty is known for its conservatism. Many things are indeed stuck in the past. Liu Yongwang's statement was truly shocking. However, it also gave Zhu Ningyan a glimmer of hope. With hope in her heart, she asked, Dr. Liu, can my illness be cured? It can be cured. I wouldn't say you could live to 80, but at least 70 is not a problem. Liu Yongwang said confidently. Old Dr. Gus' face twitched a few times before he could no longer hold back. We as healers must not speak recklessly. Tuberculosis is a terminal illness, and this has been a universally recognized fact for thousands of years. If you have tuberculosis, living an extra 10 years is already unusual. 20 years is a rarity. 30 years is unheard of. Moreover, it is tough for an ordinary person to reach. But Liu Yongwang is boldly claiming that Zhu Ningyan can live to 70. To him, this is nothing but the talk. Isn't it just a matter of treating to find out if it's talk or not? Liu Yongwang turned to Zhu Ningyan. What do you think, county princess? Before Zhu Ningyan could speak, Zhu Hozhong interjected. Dr. Liu, if you can cure my sister's illness, I will treat you as an esteemed guest. But if you are just boasting, you better be careful with your life. Liu Yongwang shrugged. I never make empty claims. Then how will you treat it? Zhu Hozhong pressed. First, improve the diet and enhance the botus resistance, Liu Yongwang replied as he sat down, turning to old Dr. Gu. Old Dr. Gu, help me take notes. Old Dr. Gu pointed to his own nose. You want me to take notes for you? I am a renowned healer in this region. Otherwise, should the heir write it for him? Liu Yongwang had no intention of writing himself. His brush calligraphy was so terrible it could scare people to death. It would damage his prestige. Why don't you write it yourself? Physician Gu protested in disbelief. Zhu Hotsong and Zhu Ningyan also looked at Liu Yongwang and asked in unison, yes, why? They were also curious. How could a physician not write his own prescriptions? But Liu Yongwang remained unhurried, calmly saying, I'm thinking. Writing would disrupt my train of thought. What are you standing there for? Grind the ink. But, Physician Gu hesitated. Zhu Hotsong interjected, Physician Gu, write. Only then did Physician Gu reluctantly pinch his nose, grind the ink, and pick up the brush to write. 1 egg daily and rotate chicken legs, river shrimp, mandarin fish, beef, and pork, at least 2 yang per day. Eat well. Physician Gu widened his eyes and put down the brush. This is absurd. The diet should be light. Silence. Zhu Hotsong cut off Physician Gu's following words. Listen to Physician Liu. In that brief moment, Liu Yongwang had already established authority in the hearts of the 2 young nobles, and that was precisely Liu Yongwang's goal. Otherwise, forget about treating patients, head exhaust all his energy on trivial matters. Although it's not the contagious period now, we must still prepare. The princess must wear a mask daily, and any sputum should be disinfected with quicklime. Liu Yongwang listed out the measures one by one. Wait slower. Physician Gu, now advanced in years, was unsteady in his movements, yet he was forced to write for Liu Yongwang. Masks should be changed every 3 to 4 hours and burned on site. Liu Yongwang showed no concern for Physician Gu's hardship and continued his torrent of instructions. Oh, what is a mask? Zhu Ningyan couldn't help but ask. We'll discuss that later. Liu Yongwang waved his hand impatiently, which struck Zhu Hotsong and Zhu Ningyan, accustomed to being pampered, as rather odd. In Anlu Prefecture, their family had always been used to being willful. No one had ever dared to treat them so lightly. Yet strangely, Liu Yongwang's disregard didn't annoy the siblings, instead it earned his respect. Boil Stamonas scutularia and loquat leaves into a decoction and take it 3 times a day. Physician Gu finally looked up. This touched upon his expertise. He felt he could finally contribute. But the next sentence left him bewildered again. Ventilate the room daily, let the patient go outside, and engage in moderate exercise to boost immunity. Liu Yongwang continued. Physician Gu sighed and had no choice but to speed up his writing. Writing well required writing slowly. Those who could write both fast and well were rare geniuses. Most people had to sacrifice speed for quality. There was a modern rule: those with good handwriting often didn't have top grades. Generally, top students had poor handwriting, because writing slowly couldn't keep up with the speed of thought. To think quickly, one had to sacrifice neatness for speed. To keep up with Liu Yongwang's dictation, Physician Gu had to write hastily. Also administer atomization treatment to the patient's lungs. They should inhale steam boiled from mint, tangerine peel, and aged vinegar to kill the bacteria in the lungs. Liu Yongwang recalled the methods for treating tuberculosis from the Barefoot Doctor's Manual. This disease is contagious. The maids and servants around the princess may already be infected. To avoid cross-contamination, everyone in contact with her must wear masks. Clothing, utensils, and all touched items must be disinfected at all times. Oh, what does disinfection mean? And sterilization? Physician Gu, true to his reputation as a renowned doctor, managed to ask key questions while scribbling furiously. Consumption is actually a bacterial infection. Bacteria are tiny creatures invisible to the naked eye, transmitted through droplets and air. Seeing the confusion on Zhu Ningyan and Zhu Haokong's faces, Liu Yongwang patiently explained. Oh, I see. Zhu Ningyan seemed to understand, but felt Liu Yongwang was very capable. Physician Liu, should I still drink my medicinal wine? It can kill the bugs, right? Liu Yongwang was taken aback. Medicinal wine? Yes, the imperial physician from the capital prescribed it. To drink 1 or 2 liang daily. A blush crept onto Zhu Ningyan's face, as if she were drunk. She had apparently developed a habitual reaction to alcohol. Has the medicinal wine improved your condition? Liu Yongwang asked instead. Zhu Ningyan paused, then shook her head slightly. Case closed. Liu Yongwang sighed. You must abstain from alcohol completely. Drinking harms the body, especially for you. Not only does alcohol not cure the disease, it makes it worse. Physician Gu couldn't help but put down his brush and look up, but ancient texts say that for consumption strong liquor can attack the disease. Silence. 2 voices spoke at once. This time without Liu Yongwang saying a word. Zhu Ningyan and Zhu Hotsong directly silenced Physician Gu. Physician Gu, feeling aggrieved, picked up the brush and continued his wild cursive. The prince's mansion has good conditions. Follow my instructions strictly, and in 3 months your condition will surely improve. Liu Yongwang slapped Physician Gu on the shoulder. Done writing? Physician Gu quickly nodded. Liu Yongwang picked up the paper from the table, glanced at it, and said disdainfully, Physician Gu, is your handwriting really this bad? I should have written it myself. Physician Gu was choked, bitterness swelling in his heart, but unable to explain. After staring for a long time, Liu Yongwang couldn't recognize many of the traditional characters, so he handed the prescription to Zhu Hotsong. You there, read it aloud. Let me see if anything's missing. Zhu Hotsong obediently took the prescription and began reading. 1 egg daily. After listening for a while, Liu Yongwang confirmed the contents and clapped his hands. Let's leave it at that for now. Everything must be done according to my methods, no mistakes. If there's anything you don't understand, come ask me. Liu Yongwang yawned. Alright, I'm tired. Time to head back. Zhu Hotsung quickly stepped forward. Physician Liu, don't go yet. We have many more questions. How about this? Let's arrange a guest room for you to rest, and when we're ready, we'll come to consult you. Liu Yongwang shrugged. That works too. In the outer study, several people sat uncomfortably in the room. Among them were the prefect, Clerk Wang, and accompanying officials. Each sat rigidly upright, expressionless, eyes fixed on the tip of their nose or their heart, as if contemplating something profound. Only one person drank tea, as if no one else was there, though his expression also carried a hint of anticipation. That person was the Prince of Xing. Finally, a commotion came from the doorway. Zhu Hotsung rushed in holding a prescription and handed it to the Prince of Xing. Father, take a look at this prescription. Is this what you call a prescription? Prince Xing asked, unable to help himself after reading it. Seeing Prefect Shui approach, Prince Xing handed the paper to him. Prefect Shui, take a look. Have you ever seen such a bizarre prescription? Prefect Shui took it and read it carefully, then frowned immediately. The handwriting is indeed sloppy. As for the prescription, I've never seen one so detailed. Prince Xing waved his hand. Aren't those physicians still here? Go ask them. Before long, a dozen elderly men crowded into the room. Clerk Wang began reading the prescription aloud. First, 1 egg daily, and alternate between chicken legs, river shrimp, mandarin fish, beef, and pork. No less than 2 liang each day. Eat well. Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. Does this quack think he's greater than the ancient masters? To overturn a millennium-old prescription. This is sheer madness. After hearing the first item, nearly all the physicians erupted in outcry. Liu Yongwang had completely overturned every one of their diagnoses and treatments. Prince Xing frowned slightly. The imperial physicians in the capital had also said that consumptive patients must maintain a light diet, abstain from meat, grease, and spice, and nourish themselves gently. Only by sustaining life with precious medicinal herbs could one survive a few more years. Yet Liu Yongwang's first point shattered all of that. Clerk Wang pressed on, reading stubbornly. Second, the princess must wear a mask daily, and her sputum must be disinfected with quicklime to sterilize it. The physicians erupted again. Disinfect? Disinfect what? Sterilize? What is sterilize? What is a mask? Nonsense. Pure grandstanding and foolishness. I'm starting to wonder if this man surnamed Liu is even a physician. These words grated on Zhu Haokong's ears, and he felt deeply unsettled. By instinct, he believed Liu Yongwang was far superior to these physicians. Their prescriptions were all the same, yet his sister had followed them for years. Her condition only worsened. That spoke volumes. He declared loudly, as for masks, disinfection, and sterilization, Dr. Liu will explain them to us later. Your medical knowledge is shallow, but it's no surprise you don't understand. Prince Xing cast a peculiar glance at his son. He knew well that his son held himself in high regard and looked down. He didn't even respect his private tutor. Yet now he spoke so highly of Liu Yongwang, a commoner. There must be something. He cleared his throat. Gentlemen, what are your views on this prescription? An old physician stepped forward, cupping his hands. Your Highness, this prescription is neither refined nor plain, riddled with flaws. It is certainly not the work of a renowned physician. It sounds like something made up on the spot. It must not be used. Another chimed in. Elder Su is right. This isn't a real prescription, more like a folk remedy. The princess is a precious soul. We cannot risk it. We share the same view. The others echoed, cupping their hands. Prefect Shui coughed and shot a glare at Clerk Wang before saying, Your Highness, this official failed in his oversight. Zhu Hotsung lost his composure. What nonsense are you spouting? If you're so capable, produce a useful prescription. That so-called millennium-old remedy you've given my sister. What good has it done after years? She's coughing up blood now. Meanwhile, Dr. Liu speaks sense. Every point hits the mark. He's 100 times better than you lot. Hearing the young prince's words, the physicians hung their heads in shame, falling silent. Prince Xing raised an eyebrow and spoke slowly. My son summoned Dr. Liu. Dr. Liu is tired and resting, Zhu Hotsung replied. Zhu Haokong's answer caught Prince Xing off guard. His son was acting strangely today. Prefect Shui interjected. Dr. Liu is the youngest among the physicians. He should be fine. Besides, the art of medicine thrives on debate. Medical principles are the same. Without debate, there's no clarity. Please, young prince, call Dr. Liu out to discuss this. Clerk Wang chimed in. Yes, principles must be debated to be understood. I'm sure Dr. Liu won't mind. Prince Xing nodded. Conger, go ahead. Zhu Hotsung turned and ran. Soon Zhu Hotsung returned with Liu Yongwang, followed by a bustling old physician Gu. Entering, Liu Yongwang rubbed his eyes, yawned, and made a perfunctory bow to Prince Xing. Your Highness, what are your orders? Prince Xing gestured toward the elderly physicians who were already prepared to denounce Liu Yongwang. They don't understand your prescription and wish to seek your advice. Liu Yongwang scratched his head. Your Highness, I charge a fee for teaching disciples. The room exploded. Arrogant fool. Who asked you to teach us? Insolent. Utterly insolent. Incomprehensible. This man has no shame. We are not apprentices. Who would pay you? Faced with the indignant crowd, Liu Yongwang remained unfazed. If you want pay, why should I teach you? Prefect Shui shot another glare at Clerk Wang, clearly blaming him for bringing such a character to the manor. The situation was spiraling out of control, and if the prince grew angry, no one could bear the consequences. Clerk Wang understood this well. Wiping his sweat, he tugged at Liu Yongwang. Dr. Liu, these are renowned physicians from nearby prefectures and counties. Show some restraint. Liu Yongwang rolled his eyes. No money, no lecture. This retort nearly choked Clerk Wang. He glanced nervously at Prince Xing, but found him not angry, rather lost in thought. Now he was at a loss. Amid the chaos, Zhu Hotsong spoke. Dr. Liu, may I ask you a few questions? Prince Xing's eyes widened. Normally when his son had questions for a tutor, he was rude and dismissive. Yet now he was so polite to Dr. Liu, how strange. And Zhu Hotsong was clearly giving Liu Yongwang a way out, calming the turmoil. This was the first time Prince Xing saw his son show humility and reason. His curiosity grew. But Liu Yongwang's reply nearly made him choke. Liu Yongwang waved his hand. Let's discuss it inside, away from these quacks, so they don't steal my knowledge. The room erupted once more in a cacophony, the scene nearly beyond control. A white-bearded old man trembled with rage, barely able to stand, unable to utter a single word, merely pointing at Liu Yongwang, his whole body shaking. His hand trembled so violently that he could hardly aim at Liu Yongwang. The others were also bristling with fury. You? Explain yourself, who is a quack? Though this is the prince's mansion, we demand an explanation. We will not suffer such humiliation. How arrogant, how utterly arrogant. Who do you think you are to insult us? A dozen or so people spoke at once, their voices a chaotic jumble, making it impossible to discern what anyone said. But they were truly enraged. Old Dr. Gu also began to flare up. Earlier in the inner chamber, the young prince and princess had suppressed him, leaving him unable to retort. Now emboldened by numbers, he leaped forward and bellowed. We are healers who have cured countless patients. We dare not compare ourselves to Hua Tuo or Bianke, but we are renowned physicians in our own right. How then do you brand us quacks? If you cannot clarify today, do not think you can slip away. Prefect Shui coughed and interjected that Dr. Liu medical principles are clarified through debate. A discussion would be beneficial. What say you? Prefect Shui's tone was remarkably mild. On one hand, this was the prince's mansion, not his own prefecture. On the other, Zhu Hotsong clearly held Liu Yongwang in high regard, so he dared not speak harshly. Yet how could Liu Yongwang, a barefoot doctor who only treated common folk, compare to the physicians he had hired at great expense? Seeing Prefect Shui speak, Prince Xing knew he could no longer remain silent. He raised a hand to quiet the clamor before saying, Dr. Liu, I shall pay their tuition fees. Please enlighten them. Liu Yongwang smiled. He cared little for others' opinions, but he had to respect the prince. The reason was simple: the prince could kill anyone with impunity. The prince was the current emperor's own uncle, the local magnate with power to do as he pleased. However, Liu Yongwang had no intention of letting the attacking physicians off the hook. He stepped forward, nodded to the prince, and then addressed old Dr. Gu. Old Gu, I know you've been resentful. Final debate with you. Let me ask, how many consumption patients have you treated? Old Dr. Gu paused, then began counting on his fingers. Liu Yongwang, not waiting for his answer, called out to the others. All of you calculate how many consumption patients you've encountered. After about a minute, someone replied, I've seen 8. I've seen 10. I've seen 20. Old Dr. Gu finally finished counting, extending his fingers. I've seen over 30. Liu Yongwang nodded slightly. Of those patients, how many received prescriptions, and how many went home to recuperate without treatment due to lack of funds? Old Dr. Gu fumbled again before saying, about a 70-30 split. In the Ming Dynasty, medical costs were exorbitantly high, much like modern times. Many families fell into poverty due to illness. When they learned of a consumption diagnosis, many simply gave up treatment knowing it was incurable, preferring to save money for the rest of the family. It was akin to terminal cancer patients today who choose not to waste money on prolonging life by a few days, sparing their families from crushing debt. Especially since many patients only sought medical help when their condition was severe. By the medical standards of the Ming Dynasty, their cases were already beyond recovery. 70% of patients would take prescribed medicine, while the remaining 30 would at most take 1 or 2 doses before stopping. Now recall carefully, how long did those who followed the prescription live? And those who didn't? What was the difference in years? Liu Yongwang then turned to the prince and bowed. Your Highness, please summon a scribe to calculate the average life. The prince regarded Liu Yongwang with curiosity, sensing this man was no ordinary person. Most people upon meeting him for the first time would tremble, feel faint, or even struggle to walk. Even those who were relatively composed would be nervous, daring not to speak much. Yet Liu Yongwang acted as if nothing was amiss. Such a man must have seen great things. The prince began to believe that Liu Yongwang truly possessed remarkable abilities. Only those with real skill could remain so calm and composed. This was the prince's practiced judgment of character. Go summon an accountant, Prince Xing ordered his servant. Liu Yongwang added, they will need time to calculate. Let us sit first. Prefect Shui stared at Liu Yongwang, a complex feeling stirring within him. He had never seen anyone so unruffled in the presence of Prince Xing. He knew he could not do the same. In speech and manner, Liu Yongwang seemed to treat the prince as an equal, not a superior. Just who was this Dr. Liu? In the capital at the Mingji cosmetics shop, De Shuang asked softly, "Excuse me, who was the person who delivered the item to me last time?" The shopkeeper wiped sweat from his brow. "I asked my clerk. The one who delivered the item to you was Boss Zhou from the Qinghe County branch." De Shuang's eyes widened. "Qinghe County?" "Yes, Qinghe County." De Shuang took a letter from her bosom and handed it over. "Could you please give this letter to Boss Zhou and ask him to pass it on to the intended recipient?" The shopkeeper carefully received the letter and placed it gently on the desk. "I will certainly forward the letter to Boss Zhou. As for whether it reaches the recipient, that will depend on what Boss Zhou says. Thank you for your trouble." De Shuang stood, placed a silver ingot on the desk, and gracefully walked out. The shopkeeper quickly picked up the silver and handed it back. "Sir, you are a royal physician of esteemed status. How could I accept your silver? This is but a small favor." De Shuang waved her hand. "Keep it. I hope you will handle this with care." The shopkeeper relented. After seeing De Shuang off, a clerk approached and asked, "Is there really a female physician in the Imperial hospital?" The shopkeeper nodded. If she weren't a female physician, how could she leave the palace so freely? Remarkable. A female physician is rare even throughout history, isn't she? The clerk gazed with admiration. "Rare indeed. Like a phoenix feather or a unicorn's horn," said the shopkeeper. "In all my years, this is the first time I've seen a real female physician. This favor must be done." He carefully wrapped the letter in paper and handed it to the clerk. "When someone from Qinghe County comes for supplies, make sure to explain clearly that they must find the person this female physician is looking for. This is also our chance to curry favor with the palace." Walking along the street, De Shuang gazed at the familiar, yet unfamiliar scenery, feeling as if she were in a dream. Since entering the palace, she had never left. Her younger sister, however, due to her lively nature and quick wit, had accompanied the Empress on a visit to her family and had some contact with the outside world. Later, with the Empress' permission, she had left the palace once or twice. But De Shuang had always been confined by the palace walls. Only now, with her status as a royal physician, could she seize the chance to leave. All of this she owed to Liu Yongwang. Her feelings toward him were complex. On one hand, she resented him for separating the sisters. But on the other hand, Liu Yongwang had opened a completely different path for her, a chance to change her destiny. Initially, these two emotions were balanced. But once she found her sister, her hatred would greatly diminish and her gratitude would grow. "Sister, are you still in Qinghe County?" she whispered to the heavens. The heavens did not answer, only sent a gentle breeze that stirred the hair by her ear. "Everyone, you must swear by the medical sage that what you say is true. Only then will this debate hold meaning." Liu Yongwang grinned as he watched the white-bearded old men bent over their calculations. The white-bearded old men glared at Liu Yongwang. Dr. Gu huffed. "We have practiced medicine for decades. Naturally, we wouldn't speak carelessly." "Very well then, report the numbers. For the patients you know of, how many more years did those who took medicine live, and how many more years did those who didn't live? Report them in order." Liu Yongwang crossed his legs, looking utterly at ease. Meanwhile, the white-bearded old men stood in solemn seriousness, counting on their fingers as they labored over the calculations. The accountant swiftly recorded with his brush. After nearly an hour of toil, the data finally emerged. The accountant said there were over 130 patients who received prescriptions and medicine, surviving an average of 5 years and 3 months. There were over 50 patients who did not receive prescriptions or medicine, surviving an average of 3 years and 5 months. The difference is 1 year and 10 months. As these words fell, the faces of all the white-bearded old men changed color. No one had ever conducted such statistics before. Everyone treated so-called consumption patients by following traditional ancient prescriptions and administering medicine. They all felt the treatment was effective, but how effective, none had a clear idea. Now that the data was out, it was truly astonishing. It was merely 1 year and 10 months, less than 2 years. This also proved the prescription was effective. But its efficacy was limited. Compared to the enormous costs invested, the disparity was immense. The prince's face darkened instantly. His hands trembled slightly. Because the princess had been ill for 3 or 4 years. According to the average, she had but a few years left to live. Yet Liu Yongwang knew clearly that the longevity princess indeed had only a few years left. In the 3rd year of Emperor Jiajing's reign, she would die. Though she was granted the title of Grand Princess before her death and married to a talented scholar, fulfilling her wish, dead she would be. The emperor's sister would also succumb to tuberculosis. That was the reality. Liu Yongwang stood up, dusted off his sleeves, turned to face the prince, and cupped his hand, saying, "Your Highness, medical principles are hard to explain or argue in a short time. But the facts are laid out here. If the princess follows their prescriptions, in another 3 or 4 years her fragrant soul will depart." Prince Xing's face turned deathly pale. Zhu Hotsong nearly stumbled. They all knew consumption was an incurable disease. Once contracted, death was certain. Yet they never expected death to come so swiftly. The longevity princess was at most only 3 or 4 years away from death. For a moment, both their hearts ached with a gripping pain. Dr. Gu tried to speak, his mouth opening, but not a word came out. The other physicians were also struck silent. Prescribing medicine only granted 3 or 4 more years of life. This was a harsh revelation for them as well. No one had ever recorded such statistics before. Liu Yongwang's method today had broadened their horizons. Naturally, they had nothing more to say. Can your prescription save her? Prince Xing took a deep breath, calming himself to ask. Liu Yongwang nodded. Naturally, it is effective, and she can be fully cured. At most she'll live 3 to 5 years less than others. Are you certain? Do you have a choice? Liu Yongwang's reply was arrogant yet calm, leaving Prince Xing speechless. Indeed, for Prince Xing there was no choice. If he didn't trust Liu Yongwang, his eldest daughter would live at most another 3 to 5 years, and in great agony. If he trusted Liu Yongwang, there might be hope. It was his only option. Prefect Shui and Clerk Wang exchanged glances, then lowered their heads in silence. Matters having reached this point, they could only remain inconspicuous. Prince Xing and Liu Yongwang stared at each other for a few seconds before the prince finally waved his hand. Gentlemen physicians, you have labored hard. Take your rewards, silver, and go. He said to Zhu Hotzong. You entertain physician Liu and thoroughly understand the prescription. He didn't wish to stay, for he felt he held no advantage before Liu Yongwang. Everything was under Liu Yongwang's control. This made him deeply uncomfortable. Yes, father. Zhu Hotzong turned and grabbed Liu Yongwang's arm. Come, let's go to sister's room. She also wants to hear your detailed explanation of this prescription. Liu Yongwang smiled faintly. He too wished to leave this place and go to the Bowtie's boudoir for an intimate chat. What was there to discuss with these old men? In the outer study, Prefect Shui stood up and ushered the other physicians out. Each took a small portion of reward silver-boarded carriages and swayed back toward the prefectural city. Compared to the clamor of their arrival, the 20 or so people now made not a sound. The capital. Outside the palace. Passing by a winery, Dashwang's footsteps halted. Ever since obtaining the book, Barefoot Doctor's Manual, she had been diligently studying it. Though many terms eluded her, she could roughly grasp their meanings. For instance, the term alcohol. She guessed it must be the pure essence within spirits. And boiling point. This term likely referred to the temperature at which a liquid boils. There was also temperature, which she didn't fully understand. Yet she could guess it was a scale for measuring hot and cold. This notion struck her as novel. That temperature could actually be measured. She just didn't know the method for measuring it. Though she was now a royal physician, she only treated external injuries. Using spirits for disinfection was her common practice. But the disinfecting effect was sometimes poor, requiring repeated application. If any area was missed, the patient might develop inflammation and abscesses. She read in the manual that this was due to insufficient spirit concentration. Spirits could be purified into alcohol, which had much better disinfecting power. The purification method was also given heating the spirits and then condensing them. She had tried it herself, but failed to grasp the technique. Today, upon leaving the palace, she decided to ask a brewer. Entering the shop, an attendant greeted her. Madam, would you like to buy some spirits? Das Wang shook her head. I wish to ask the master brewer a question. Seeing her well-dressed and evidently of noble birth, the attendant dared not be negligent, and quickly said, the master is inside, but the place is a bit dirty, not fit for your eyes. No matter, I come from humble beginnings as well. The attendant relaxed. Please. Inside the distillery, steam mingled with the smell of fermented grains. Though the place was cluttered with various objects strewn about, it did not hinder Dashwang's stride. She hurried to the cellar entrance and saw an old man with a deeply wrinkled face tending the fire. Master Lin, this lady wishes to speak with you, the attendant called out. The old man, seeing a young woman in elegant attire, grew a bit tense. He forced a smile onto his weathered face. Milady, this place is quite a mess. If you have questions, let's step outside. Dashwang, however, produced 2 small strings of coins and gave one to each of them. No need, right here is fine. She found a stool and sat down. Master Lin, how is this distilled liquor made? Hearing a question about his expertise, the old man's face lit up. Pointing at the enormous steaming vessel, he said, it's all done with this heavenly pot for distilling. At the very bottom is the earth pot, which heats the water. In the middle is the steaming bucket, filled with fermented grains. When the water gets hot, it causes the grains to steam. He then pointed to the pot above. The vapor travels through a pipe into this heavenly pot. Cold water surrounds it, so the vapor cools and condenses into liquor, which flows out. He led Das Wang to the spout. A thin stream was trickling from the pipe into a wine jar. What comes out first is the head, with a harsh smell that goes straight to your head. What follows is the real liquor, potent and strong. This is what we sell in our shop. Das Wang carefully observed the entire apparatus, a hint of understanding dawning in her mind. How do you control the strength of the liquor? Too much steam entering the heavenly pot weakens the flavor. Can you make it even stronger? Das Wang pressed. The Barefoot Doctor's Manual mentioned that ordinary liquor was only around 40 to 50% alcohol, while the best medicinal alcohol needed to be above 75%. Though she didn't know how to measure that concentration precisely, Das Wang now had a benchmark. She would need to further purify the liquor by more than half to obtain medicinal alcohol. That's very difficult. Steam gets in everywhere, diluting the flavor. The old man shook his head. There's no way to completely block the steam. Making a stronger spirit is extremely hard. Das Wang nodded. Thank you. Just as she was about to rise, the old man added. You could try Hijis liquor shop near the drum tower. Their burnt knife liquor is much stronger than ours. You can see how they distill it. Thank you. Das Wang turned and left. A concept was already forming in her mind. The manual stated that alcohol's boiling point is lower than water's. If she could precisely control the boiling point, perhaps she could obtain purer alcohol. The princess' boudoir was scented with incense, carrying a faint, elusive fragrance. Upon entering, one immediately felt it was a young maiden's chamber. Zhu Ningyin no longer hid her face, but revealed it openly to welcome Liu Yongwang. Only Zhu Hotsong accompanied her inside. The three sat down, and a maid served tea before preparing to leave. Liu Yongwang stopped her. Put out the incense. Remember, no more scented items in this room from now on. Malposition is absolutely forbidden. Malposition had little clear benefit, but obvious harm, especially for those with lung problems. It was like a direct magical and physical attack combined. In this sealed boudoir, one session of malposition was almost equivalent to smoking half a pack of cigarettes. Zhu Ningyian's eyes widened. She felt the same. Each time after malposition, she felt particularly awful. But medical texts said malposition could warm the meridians and dispel cold, promoting blood flow. Every physician had also prescribed it as an auxiliary treatment. This made Zhu Ningyin trust Liu Yongwang even more. What is a mask? She asked. Bring in the seamstresses and I will teach them the method. Liu Yongwang's method for making masks naturally followed the cotton gauze mask technique. First, sterilize the cotton using steam and sunlight, then sew it together with similarly treated thin gauze to form the mask. For safety, the masks were to be burned after use. Meanwhile, any potentially ill maids or servants were to be isolated and treated together. To prevent cross-infection, phlegm must be disposed of promptly at least every 2 or 3 hours, Liu Yongwang continued explaining. No, dispose of it immediately, Zhu Hotsong said. If we lack hands, I will transfer more people. As long as it cures my sister's illness. Don't sit in the room for too long. Go out and walk often. Exercise your body. Liu Yongwang thought for a moment. You can use brisk walking as your exercise. Walk 5 li briskly every day. Zhu Ningyian's eyes went wide. 5 li. She barely walked that far in a month. Now she was being asked to walk 5 li daily. The pressure felt immense. What can't do it? Liu Yongwang glanced at her sideways. My sister always travels by sedan chair, but she never walks. Zhu Hotsong added. And since she fell ill, she's been told to rest quietly and not move about. Walking half a li in a day would be a lot. Liu Yongwang stood up and grabbed Zhu Ningyian's hand. He'll take you for a walk right now. We'll stroll around the back. As Liu Yongwang held her small hand, Zhu Ningyian's face flushed a deep, unnatural crimson. Physical contact between men and women was forbidden. Apart from her brother and father, no other man had ever touched her hand. Even physicians only felt her pulse through a silk cloth. Now Liu Yongwang held it directly in his grasp, making the maiden's heart race wildly, yet she dared not pull away. After all, he was the doctor who could save her life. Zhu Hotsong also stared at Liu Yongwang with a strange expression. An old man of 50 holding his sister's hand like that. If it were anyone else, he would have cut them down with his blade. But since it was Liu Yongwang holding his sister's hand, he was at a loss. Still, he felt it was inappropriate. Just as he was about to speak, Liu Yongwang spoke first. What are you standing there for? Come walk with us. It will help relieve the fatigue. Oh, okay. Zhu Hotsong stood up involuntarily. You hold your sister's other hand, or she won't be able to walk, Liu Yongwang said. After a brief internal struggle, Zhu Hotsong obediently complied, taking his sister's other hand. Thus the two of them pulled Zhu Ningyin out of the room and into the back garden. The servants nearby watched in stunned disbelief, their eyes wide. To them this scene was utterly scandalous. Not only had this man Liu Yongwang seen Zhu Ningyian's true face, but he was also holding the prince's hand and strolling through the back garden. Who exactly was this man? Soon Liu Yongwang understood the true meaning of too frail to stand a gust of wind. He had once thought the descriptions of Lin Daiyu in Dream of the Red Chamber were somewhat exaggerated. Surely no real girl could be so weak that a breeze would knock her over. But now he had encountered one. Zhu Ningyin was exactly like Lin Daiyu, the very embodiment of delicate fragility. After walking barely 200 steps, she began to gasp for breath, her face flushed crimson and a faint sheen of sweat glistening on her skin. This filled Liu Yongwang with a sense of unease. Without exercise, her resistance was poor. Yet the moment she exerted herself, her frail body could not endure it. Dr. Liu, I cannot go on. I must rest for a while. Zhu Ningyin panted. Zhu Hotsong grew anxious. Sister, we have only walked a few steps. Do continue. Brother, truly I can walk no more. Zhu Ningyin was on the verge of crouching down. Liu Yongwang had no choice but to release her hand and let her rest. Yet after a few minutes of rest, she could no longer even stand. Her constitution was indeed far too weak. Dr. Liu, what shall we do now? Zhu Hotsong asked, his voice filled with concern. Liu Yongwang scratched his head. This princess was far too pampered. Coupled with her prolonged illness, she was even more feeble. Her willpower was also lacking. He had to find a way to get her moving. I have another skill. I can tell stories. How about I tell you the tale of Su Xian and the white snake? Would you like to hear it? Yes. Zhu Hotsong and Zhu Ningyin said in unison. It is said that a white serpent, having cultivated for 1,000 years, transformed into human form. Liu Yongwang began the tale slowly and unhurriedly. Zhu Hotsong, and Zhu Ningyan were soon captivated. The Ming Dynasty was an era when tales and romances began to flourish, and the story of Su Xian would take shape decades later. Liu Yongwang was stealing the thunder of future storytellers launching into his narrative. By Westlake, the White Lady fell in love with Su Xian at first sight. Liu Yongwang rose as he spoke. Come, let us walk while we talk. He understood well that treating Zhu Ningyan required a gradual approach. Haste would not serve. Nor was Liu Yongwang in a hurry. Such a beautiful woman, he wished to grow closer to her. By forging ties with the princely mansion, he could strut through Anlu Prefecture with impunity. Zhu Ningyan rose involuntarily and placed her hand in Liu Yongwang's, allowing him to lead her slowly forward. By forging ties with the princely mansion, he could strut through Anlu Prefecture with impunity. Zhu Ningyan rose involuntarily and placed her hand. Though her body was weary, she truly wished to hear Liu Yongwang's tale of the white snake. The three of them trudged on slowly and laboriously. After a long while, when Zhu Ningyan could walk no more, Liu Yongwang finally stopped. Seeing the flushed, gasping, utterly exhausted Princess Changshu, he reached out to lift her into his arms. Zhu Hotsong was startled and quickly said, "Dr. Liu, what are you doing?" Liu Yongwang replied with perfect composure, "Your sister cannot walk. I am carrying her back." Though panting heavily, Zhu Ningyan struggled to wave her hand. No. Holding hands was one thing. It was not yet physical contact. But being carried back like this would be a grave breach of propriety. A princess of such noble birth could not be casually held by a man. Zhu Hotsong hurriedly said, "No need. A sturdy matron can help my sister back." Liu Yongwang straightened up helplessly, his plan to gauge the princess' weight abandoned. "Be careful. Do not let her bump into anything." In the capital, having returned to the palace, Das Wang did not pause, but went straight to Consort Liu's chambers. Extracting pure alcohol was now her most urgent task. She had also discovered that using strong liquor to clean the maidservant's wounds was sometimes ineffective. It required repeated application. Moreover, the liquor evaporated slowly, failing to achieve the quick drying effect described in the manual. She analyzed that the problem might lie in the purity of the liquor. "Dashwang, why have you come?" "Do sit down," Consort Liu said warmly, welcoming her to take a seat. Das Wang was now her eyes, her confidant, and her assistant. After performing the customary greeting, Das Wang sat down and said, "Your Highness, physician Liu left me a manual. It was with this manual that I began learning medicine. Now I have encountered a difficulty and beg your Highness' assistance. Tell me, what do you need?" Consort Liu was pleased. That Das Wang came to her with problems showed that she still regarded her as a pillar of support in this place's home. "I wish to set up a distillery here." "A distillery?" Consort Liu was astonished. "When did you develop a taste for liquor?" "It is not for drinking, but for making medicinal spirits." Consort Liu pondered for a moment, and then said, "Very well. I will speak to the steward about establishing a medicinal distillery under the Imperial Medical Institute with you in charge." "Thank you, your Highness." Lying in bed, Zhu Ningyan did not wish to move a single muscle. Zhu Hotsong looked at Liu Yongwang with eager eyes. "Dr. Liu, is today's treatment finished? Shall I see you back?" Liu Yongwang shook his head. "Your sister walked too much today, her muscles are sure to ache. She must have a massage to relax the muscles and flush out the lactic acid. Otherwise tomorrow she will be in pain and unable to walk." Zhu Hotsong immediately summoned a matron to massage the princess. Zhu Ningyan lay on the bed deeply embarrassed. In all her life, she had never been observed by a man at her bedside. Even her brother and father had only seen her lying in bed through a gauze curtain. But now Liu Yongwang stood by the bed directing the matron in her massage. Startled, the matron dared not exert force and only massaged gently. "Press harder," Liu Yongwang frowned. Draining lactic acid was indeed. Startled, the matron dared not exert force and only massaged gently. "Press harder," Liu Yongwang frowned. Draining lactic acid was indeed painful, but failing to do so would bring even greater pain tomorrow. After exercise, muscles undergo a process of tearing and rebuilding. Only thus would they gradually grow stronger and thicker. If the lactic acid was not massaged away, Zhu Ningyan would be unable to get out of bed tomorrow. "But the princess is in pain," the matron muttered, applying a little more pressure, which immediately made Zhu Ningyan cry out. Zhu Hotsong stood by dumbfounded. His usually gentle and demure sister was now crying out incessantly, completely shedding her former demeanor. "If it does not hurt today, it will hurt far worse tomorrow." Liu Yongwang gritted his teeth. "You must press harder." The matron hesitated, glancing at Zhu Hotsong. Zhu Hotsong nodded helplessly, signaling her to follow Liu Yongwang's instructions. The matron applied a little force, and Zhu Ningyan immediately cried out again, even beginning to scold the matron. Yet as a well-bred lady, her manner of cursing was quite refined and literary. "You old hag, are you treating my body as a chopping board? You are killing me. Are you settling a private grudge?" At these words, the matron dared not press harder. No matter how much Liu Yongwang argued, she would not exert any more force. In a fit of desperation, Liu Yongwang shoved the matron aside and began to press with his own hands. Zhu Ningyan and Zhu Hozhong were both taken aback. Yet before they could fully comprehend the shock, their attention was diverted. Zhu Ningyan felt a sharp pain, prompting her to emit a cultured, yet sorrowful cry. Upon hearing his sister's anguished scream, Zhu Haozhong's heart ached and tears welled in his eyes. He wanted to pull Liu Yongwang away, but knew that Liu was helping his sister with her ailment. His beloved sister had only 3 to 4 years left to live if her condition remained untreated. Liu Yongwang's feelings were quite complex. Though his hand touched Zhu Ningjian's thigh through her clothing, he could still feel an extreme softness. This softness was unusual. A trend among girls was the appearance of the skinny fat figure. Their arms appeared slender and thin, yet they felt incredibly soft to the touch, devoid of any muscle. Pure fat. She looked thin, but was actually quite unhealthy. Zhu Ningyan was one such example. Her arms and legs lacked muscle, consisting entirely of fat. Soft and squishy, squeezing her felt like handling an underfilled balloon. It had no elasticity. It was unhealthy to the extreme. Liu Yongwang's kneading caused Zhu Ningyan immense pain. She pounded the bed with her fists as tears streamed down her face. However, Liu Yongwang did not relent. He continued to massage quickly. He massaged from her thigh down to her calf, before finally stopping. Zhu Ningyan was left in agony, on the verge. Your Highness, do not blame me for my harshness. To save your life, I must do this. Pain is better than losing your life. Liu Yongwang turned to leave. Young Prince, the treatment ends today. I'll arrange for someone to take me back. Zhu Hozhong paused for a moment before agreeing. He felt something was amiss, but couldn't pinpoint it. After everyone left the room, Zhu Ningyan finally regained her composure. Her body no longer hurt as much. In fact, she felt a faint sense of relief, a liberation following the pain. The fatigue in her body had also dissipated significantly. Gurgle. Her stomach made a strange sound for the first time. Startled, she quickly called her maid. I'm hungry. The maid looked shocked. Just moments ago, she had seen the princess in excruciating pain, even beginning to subtly curse. And now, less than half a stick of incense later, she wanted to eat. The maid looked shocked. Just moments ago, she had seen the princess in excruciating pain, even beginning to subtly curse. And now, less than half a stick of incense later, she wanted to eat. Now she was actively calling out her hunger. The maid quickly brought out food and placed it on the table. Then she turned to assist the princess in getting up to eat, only to find that the bed was empty. Turning around, she saw the princess already sitting at the table drinking a bowl of lean meat porridge. Her eyes widened in disbelief. It was the first time she had seen the princess eat like this. It was simply astonishing. But what followed left her even more surprised. In the past, the princess could barely finish a third of a bowl of porridge. Now she not only finished it in one go, but also began nibbling on a peeled egg. It was known that the princess usually disliked eggs due to their taste. Eating an egg was as unpleasant as taking medicine. The maid's shock was far from over. Although the dishes served were usually scant, there would always be leftovers to take back. Today, however, the princess finished everything in one sweep, and even asked for more rice. As the maid hurried to fetch more, she felt a sense that the princess was truly beginning to recover. All this was thanks to Dr. Liu. The evening sunlight was just right. It was neither hot nor dry, filtering through the tree's shade, and casting a glow upon the beautiful face that was longing at the door. Liu Yongwang smiled, and Xiao Shuang also smiled. Their smiles were bright and exuberant. As soon as she got off the carriage, Xiao Shuang rushed over, almost leaping into Liu Yongwang's embrace. Only when she got closer did she pull back, inspecting Liu Yongwang from head to toe. Old man, I thought you had been captured by the Zhao Guard. You didn't come back all day, making me anxious. Liu Yongwang tossed a few coins to the coachman to send him away, then took Xiao Shuang's hand and led her inside. Compared to the frail Zhu Ningyan, Xiao Shuang's hand felt much healthier. Strong, elastic, smooth, and delicate. It felt very nice to hold. He couldn't help but squeeze Xiao Shuang's palm. Only then did Xiao Shuang realize that she had been taken advantage of by Liu Yongwang. As she quickly pulled back her hand, her face flushed as she said, Have you eaten? The food is ready. No worries, I can drink a cup with you even if I have eaten. Liu Yongwang attempted to grasp Xiao Shuang's hand again. Xiao Shuang twisted her small waist and dashed into the kitchen. Once she had laid out the food, she finally asked, Where exactly did you go? To the prince's residence, Liu Yongwang said as he enjoyed a refreshing sip of rice wine. Why didn't you let me know? Xiao Shuang shot him a glare. You made me worry. I was also suddenly conscripted and intercepted by Wang Sili, so I didn't have time to inform you. Liu Yongwang felt quite satisfied. In fact, from the moment he saw Xiao Shuang leaning against the door waiting expectantly, he had felt content. Being away from home and returning to find a beloved waiting, this feeling was something a rogue could truly understand. It was a pure and beautiful feeling. Only through traversing could one experience it. Today's society was too restless, too pragmatic, and too utilitarian. Gone were the days of pure emotions. I thought you were found by Zhao Guard, Xiao Shuang muttered as she ate. Rest assured the Zhao Guard won't be able to find us now, Liu Yongwang replied, munching on a piece of orchid bean. Learning from past mistakes. Throughout this journey, Liu Yongwang had navigated numerous hurdles and taken many measures to reach Anlu Prefecture, especially avoiding the main roads and post stations. Though it was arduous, it at least concealed his whereabouts. For the Zhao Guard to track his whereabouts was nearly impossible. Moreover, it seems that the Emperor no longer wishes for my demise, Liu Yongwang remarked. Though I do not know the reason, it likely has something to do with your sister. Xiao Shuang's eyes misted over. I miss my sister. They say twins are connected in spirit. Have you had any bad Liu Yongwang inquired. Xiao Shuang shook her head. No. Only at the beginning for a day or two, I felt a sharp pain all over. Then you can rest easy, your sister is fine. Liu Yongwang patted Xiao Shuang's head. Persevere for a year, and you will reunite with your sister. I hope so. Xiao Shuang put down her bowl and chopsticks. About our wager. I'll go wash the dishes. Xiao Shuang hurriedly took her bowl and dashed into the kitchen almost. Liu Yongwang smiled. The young girl was shy. Life was truly beautiful. In the prince's residence in the princess' bedroom, Zhu Ningyan lay contentedly on the bed, even shamelessly burping. This feeling seemed to have been absent since she became aware of herself. Though she felt exhausted, she felt very fulfilled. It was the first time she experienced such a feeling since becoming an adult. Suddenly, in her chaotic mind, she recalled the story of Su Xian and Bai Shi told by Dr. Liu. She never expected that the seemingly stern Dr. Liu could tell such a captivating story. It was just a pity that she lacked the strength to hear the rest of the tale. Thinking of the romantic scene by West Lake where an elegant scholar held an umbrella for the beautiful white snake, her cheeks flushed. Women in the Ming Dynasty were bound by too many constraints. Even a princess of a princely mansion was no exception. Such tales of romance were the only means to satisfy her fantasies of love between men and women. As this thought crossed her mind, she suddenly recalled that physician Liu had held her hand. And he had done so twice. At the time she had been too nervous and too engrossed in the story to notice the sensation. Now reminiscing, she felt that physician Liu's hand was warm, dry, and steady. It instilled a profound sense of trust. Holding his hand, she suddenly felt a sense of reliance. No matter how grave her illness, she was no longer afraid. She believed physician Liu could surely cure her. Suddenly her body stiffened. It wasn't just her hand. Physician Liu had also touched her thighs and calves. That thin layer of silk gauze could not conceal anything. She could clearly feel physician Liu's hand pressing and kneading her body. The warmth of his hand could be felt even through the silk. It brought her a mingling of pain and pleasure. Unconsciously, the maiden's face turned red. She felt that although physician Liu was treating her, his actions were too rash. After all, she was the Princess Changshu, the emperor's own cousin. A person of supreme nobility, second only to the emperor himself. For Liu Yongwang to touch her so indiscriminately was highly improper. If her father, the Prince of Xing, found out, Liu Yongwang might lose his life. She sat up, her heart pounding wildly. She realized that her illness required long-term treatment. If physician Liu continued to touch her body tomorrow, it would be highly inappropriate. It might even cost him his life. What should she do? Should she remind physician Liu tomorrow not to go too far? Yet deep down she herself was unaware that she secretly looked forward to the next day's treatment. Seeing Zhu Ningyan wearing a mask, Liu Yongwang was momentarily stunned. She was already beautiful, and the partial concealment made her even more alluring. She was even more captivating than the stars on television. In terms of pure appearance, neither Pan Jinlian nor Zhu Ningyan could rival those actresses. But the stars on television were too artificial, too heavily made up, too perfect, lacking a touch of humanity. Zhu Ningyan and Pan Jinlian, however, exuded a vibrant sense of life. They were also more captivating. Liu Yongwang couldn't tear his gaze away. Physician Liu, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? Zhu Ningyan asked, flustered. Liu Yongwang nodded. There is something in your eyes. What? Zhu Ningyan grew even more anxious. A man who's been bewitched by a beauty. Zhu Ningyan was taken aback for a moment, only realizing after a while that Liu Yongwang was flirting with her. Having never been courted before, she felt stunned and flustered. A rosy blush quietly crept onto her cheeks, making her even more enticing. It also made her heart race. She inwardly regretted, wondering if such words would sound sweeter from a young, handsome scholar. No, how could she harbor such thoughts? It was too unorthodox. She quickly regained her composure, intending to rebuke Liu Yongwang. But from outside the door came Zhu Haokong's voice. Sister, has physician Liu arrived? Zhu Ningyan, with the part of her face visible above the mask, shot Liu Yongwang a glare before replying, he is here. Liu Yongwang smiled faintly and stood up. Princess, would you like to hear a story? Yes, what happened to the white snake later? Zhu Ningyan rose involuntarily. Then let's talk as we walk. This time Liu Yongwang did not offer to support Zhu Ningyan. Zhu Hotsung quickly steadied her, and the two followed closely behind Liu Yongwang. In truth, Liu Yongwang longed to hold Zhu Ningyan's small hand again as they strolled. But he knew that as a princess she was proud and noble. Yesterday's touch had already crossed the line. However, it could still be excused as a necessary measure for treatment. If he touched her again today, he would be seen as a lecher, likely arousing Zhu Ningyan's disgust, and perhaps even incur the wrath of the Prince of Xing. To win over such a maiden, he needed time to unlock her heart. He must take it slow. And for Liu Yongwang, time was plentiful. The Imperial Palace. Consort Liu's words carried weight. Early the next morning, a eunuch in charge led Das Huang to a brewery, allocated her a space, assigned 2 young eunuchs to assist her, and arranged for a eunuch knowledgeable in brewing to support her. After Das Huang explained her ideas, the brewing eunuch began modifying the distillation process according to her instructions. Instead of using boiling water, they employed hot water at 70 to 80% heat for distillation. The efficiency was low, but after a full day's effort, they finally distilled some liquor. Upon smelling and tasting it, the liquor was strong and pungent. Clearly, its concentration was higher than that of traditional spirits. This thrilled Dashwang, and she began working with her 3 assistants to refine the process and produce even purer alcohol. At Consort Liu's palace, the emperor handed the child to a maid, stretched his limbs, and prepared to sit down and relax. Just then the maid yawned. The emperor's face darkened. "Did you not sleep? Find someone else to hold the child." The maid immediately knelt down. "Your Majesty, forgive me. This servant deserves death." Consort Liu quickly took the child and said with a smile, "Don't blame Xiaoyan." After Dashuang and Xiaoshuang left, their workload increased significantly. The emperor's expression softened slightly. After a moment's thought, he said, "Then I will transfer 2 clever maids from other palaces to serve you." "That wouldn't be appropriate. The other palaces are short-staffed too." Consort Liu quickly demurred. "Better to select 2 from outside." She had no intention of taking maids from other palaces. She had already experienced Empress Xia's insidiousness. Both she and her son had nearly fallen victim to Empress Xia's schemes. The maids from other palaces were utterly unreliable. Instead, selecting people directly from outside was more suitable and safer. Moreover, the newly chosen maids would not enter the inner chambers immediately. They would only be used for rough chores. They would handle menial tasks. Only after their character and conduct were clearly understood would they be gradually trusted with more responsibilities. "All right," the emperor stood up and yawned as well. "I will arrange it." The Prince of Xing's mansion. The princess' bedchamber. Liu Yongwang entered with Xiaoshuang. By now his comings and goings to and from the prince's chambers were unimpeded, no one dared to stop him. In fact, everyone had grown accustomed to it. They all knew he was the physician treating the princess. Zhu Ningyan lay face down on the bed, utterly exhausted. At the start of today's walk, her entire body had ached. But driven by her desire to hear the story, she gritted her teeth and continued walking. Fortunately, after walking for a while, her body felt more comfortable. Nevertheless, her frail constitution only allowed her to walk less than a li before she was too tired to continue. Upon hearing the heavy, distinctive footsteps of a man, her face involuntarily flushed. She knew it was time for the painful yet pleasurable treatment. Especially when she thought of Liu Yongwang's hand touching her body again, she felt deeply embarrassed. But she was overthinking. Liu Yongwang's voice came. "After all, physical contact between men and women is improper." Thump, thump, thump. Footsteps echoed from the staircase. The elderly man quickly said, "Dr. Liu has arrived." The stunningly beautiful woman also, she was momentarily stunned. For some reason, a faint sense of disappointment stirred within her. The Imperial Palace. 8 palace maids knelt before the hall, their heads bowed in anticipation of being selected. Lady Liu, with a majestic demeanor, sat in her chair gazing at the kneeling maids and slowly said, "Lift your heads." The 8 maids timidly raised their heads. However, one of them quickly adapted, her eyes darting around curiously as she surveyed her surroundings. She appeared quite clever. The personal maid whispered, "Your Highness, the one on the left looks quite clever and has a clean appearance. Oh, choose her." Lady Liu, however, remained silent, her gaze drifting to a maid at the far edge. This maid was young, her demeanor timid, her expression dull, and her appearance rather average among the 8. Another maid nearby was similar. Lady Liu raised her hand and pointed these 2. The personal maid was somewhat surprised, as these 2 maids appeared quite ordinary and not clever, resembling those from peasant families. It was obvious they had not seen much of the world. Lady Liu was always quite picky about looks. In the palace where beauties gathered both large and small were not lacking. Now choosing 2 maids of such ordinary appearance was unexpected for everyone. However, since Lady Liu had made her decision, they naturally had no objections. "State your names." "This servant is Yu Xiang. This servant is Lu Chun." "Good, it will be you 2. Today you will serve in the palace of your highness." Kuan-Ning Palace. Queen Xia raised an eyebrow. "You chose Lu Chun." "Yes, I chose Lu Chun," the eunuch replied respectfully. Queen Xia smiled. "I knew you would choose the one who looks honest. Your little schemes cannot escape my grasp. Fine, tell Lord Xia to properly appease Lu Chun's family." The last sentence was heavy and carried special meaning. The eunuch understood and immediately lowered his head yes. Once the room was empty, the smile on Queen Xia's face faded, turning dark and eventually somewhat ferocious. "Lady Liu, you have taken all the emperor's favor, and that is one thing. But you should not covet my position." Queen Xia's gaze was cold. "I will make you lose all your favor. The harem will still be my domain." Liu Yongwang was very busy. Busy treating the princess, busy advising old Jean, and busy teaching Xiaoshuang about medicine. At the same time, he was busy telling the princess stories and enjoying Xiaoshuang's tofu. Unknowingly, nearly half a month had passed. He entrusted someone to send a letter to Pan Jinlian in Yanggu County stating that due to circumstances, he would need to wait 6 months before fetching her. He could only imagine how anxious Pan Jinlian would be. There was no other choice in this era. Transportation was simply underdeveloped. Fetching Pan Jinlian would take at least half a month for a round trip and at most 2 to 3 months. He truly couldn't spare the time. Old Jean came in excitedly and said, "Boss, the seedlings have emerged. They look quite promising." This season was not too late for sweet potatoes and potatoes, but corn, peppers, and tomatoes were somewhat behind schedule. Even if they grew, it would not yield a bountiful harvest. Fortunately, Liu Yongwang was not in a hurry. As long as there were seeds, he could plant extensively next year and surely make a good profit. Accompanying old Jean to the vegetable field, he saw familiar peppers, tomatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes. Liu Yongwang smiled and patted old Jean's shoulder. Well done. When winter comes I will matchmake you with Widow Wang from the front village. Old Jean suddenly became bashful, his face turning red. I'm just a laborer who can't even support myself. How can I afford to marry? Liu Yongwang rolled his eyes. Is that what you mean? You doubt my ability to support you? Old Jean quickly waved his hands. No, boss is a capable person. How could I doubt you? Do you want to marry a fresh young girl? No, I'm already old. It's not suitable. Old Jean waved his hands again. If I could marry Widow Wang, I would be smiling secretly. I'm older than you, and I still married a beautiful young wife. Men must dare to dream. Only then are there. If you don't dare to dream, then there won't even be opportunities. Liu Yongwang walked leisurely toward the prince's residence with his hands behind his back. Not only Pan Jinlian, but even the current Princess Changshou and the future Grand Princess were also part of Liu Yongwang's plans. Tell Xiao Shuang that I'm going to the prince's residence, and let her hurry over. All right. The gentle breeze swayed the book and stirred the heart of the young girl. Zhu Ningyin, however, could not concentrate on the contents of the book. After all, what was on the pages was nowhere near as interesting as what Dr. Liu told. Every day, she looked forward to Liu Yongwang's arrival. If one day Liu Yongwang did not come, she would feel a sense of emptiness. However, she firmly denied that she had developed feelings for Liu Yongwang. She merely thought of him as her doctor, her lifesaver, and someone who tells stories, nothing more. The maid softly said, Dr. Liu is here. Zhu Ningyin, who had been resting her chin on her hand, suddenly stood up. Get me changed. I want to go out and exercise. After half a month of training, her body had clearly improved. She had gained strength for eating and doing tasks. Her movements were much more agile. She no longer looked sickly. By the time she changed her clothes, Liu Yongwang had already entered the courtyard. Zhu Ningyin stepped out and bowed to Liu Yongwang. Dr. Liu, let's exercise. After saying this, she took the lead and turned to Liu Yongwang, asking, what story will you tell today? Liu Yongwang remained silent. He had already realized that due to the disparity in their statuses, the relationship between him and Zhu Ningyin had stagnated. He could sense that Zhu Ningyin actually liked him. However, because of his status, she maintained her distance, even showing a hint. After all, she was the emperor's cousin of noble status. If she were to realize that she had developed feelings for an ordinary doctor, she would undoubtedly feel ashamed. To take a step further, he needed to employ some means to break her pride. He clasped his hands. Princess, I won't accompany you for training today. Zhu Ningyin was taken aback. What happened? Liu Yongwang understood this kind of girl's mindset. If he pressed too closely, she would put on airs and distance herself even more. On the contrary, maintaining a suitable distance would be more touching to a girl's heart. I came to take my leave, Liu Yongwang said calmly. I need to go to a neighboring county to see a patient. Zhu Ningyin felt her throat go dry. How long will you be gone? That depends on the patient's condition. At the very least, it will be 3 to 5 days, at most 10 days, to half a month. In Yanggu County, a man in a straw hat raised his hand to knock on a door. The door creaked open, revealing a young boy's head. Sir, whom are you looking for? Excuse me, does Dr. Liu Yongwang live here? Boss Zhou inquired. Upon receiving a letter from the capital, he had rushed to Yanggu County in search of Liu Yongwang. He sensed that this letter was of great importance. From inside the house, a woman's voice emerged. Sir, Dr. Liu used to reside here, but he left a month or 2 ago. Boss Zhou's disappointment was palpable. Then do you know where he went? I do not. I moved in later. I know of him, but never met him, the woman replied. Boss Zhou sighed and turned to leave. As he passed the house, a delicate young woman stepped out to hang clothes. Though youthful and beautiful, a trace of melancholy lingered in her brows. This only added a layer of charm to her beauty. Boss Zhou couldn't help but glance at her, then feeling it improper, quickly lowered his head and hurried away. He planned to inquire at the carriage houses and postal stations about Liu Yongwang's whereabouts. If he couldn't find him, the setting sun painted the sky with crimson clouds, lifting everyone's spirits. Today, Liu Yongwang himself had cooked, preparing a table full of dishes. There was braised wuchang fish eel segment stewed with old cucumber, spicy stir-fried river snails, flash-fried frog meat, and a plate of orchid beans to accompany the wine. The fish was caught by Liu Yongwang, the eels trapped in his bamboo basket, the snails gathered from the riverbed, and the frogs caught by him at night. Everything was self-sufficient, bringing great contentment. In Anlu Prefecture, as long as one was willing to put in the effort, there was an abundance of delicious food. This land of fish and rice was no joke. Everything was self-sufficient, bringing great contentment. In Anlu Prefecture, as long as one was willing to put in the effort, there was an abundance of delicious food. This land of fish and rice. Xiao Shuang looked up puzzled. But weren't you born and raised in Luoyang? In my past life, Liu Yongwang deflected. When I crossed the bridge of helplessness, I didn't drink Ming Pa's soup, so I remember everything. Xiao Shuang rolled her eyes. Old Jean took a sip of the cool rice wine. I'm a local, but even I only get to enjoy such fine fare thanks to your generosity. He spoke the truth. Since childhood, he had to busy himself with making a living, never having the time to laze around fishing and catching shrimp like Liu Yongwang. Zhongxiang has 3 treasures: water caltrip, kudzu powder, and sanpiguan. It also has 3 specialties: rice tea, crisp cakes, and panlong kai. The clear rice wine went to his head, and Liu Yongwang grew tipsy. Xiao Shuang was baffled. Where's Zhongxiang? Here, Liu Yongwang said. But this place is called Anlu Prefecture, formerly Yingzhou. There's no such name as Zhongxiang, she persisted. Even old Jean stared at Liu Yongwang. It was during the jiajing. Liu Yongwang stopped mid-sentence, realizing he had let something slip. The name Zhongxiang would only be bestowed 3 years after the jiajing emperor, Zhu Hozong, ascended the throne. It meant that this land, blessed with outstanding people and auspicious signs, had produced a wise and mighty emperor like him. But at this time, Zhu Hozong was still comfortably nestled in the Prince Xing's mansion as a carefree young prince. Naturally, the name Zhongxiang did not yet exist. Hey, it's an ancient name you wouldn't know, Liu Yongwang said, sucking vigorously on a snail to mask his slip. I know water caltrop and kudzu powder, but what is Sampi Guan? Xiao Shuang pressed on relentlessly. Old Jean smiled, picked up an earthenware pot, and poured Xiao Shuang a cup of tea. The brew was strong with an elegant and lingering fragrance. A sip brought cool refreshment, instantly dispelling the summer heat. Miss Xiao Shuang, this is Sampi Guan, old. Just 3 leaves can brew a whole pot of tea. It's cool and thirst-quenching, one of our 2 great summer remedies. Hence the name Sampi Guan, 3 leaves for 1 pot. Xiao Shuang's eyes curved into crescent moons. I thought these tea leaves looked unfamiliar, but they taste so good. So it's called Sampi Guan, such a vivid name. She turned to Liu Yongwang. I've already tried the rice tea and the crisp cakes from the 3 specialties. What is this Panlong Kai? Yes, even I, a local, haven't heard of it. Old Jean said, setting down his wine bowl and looking at Liu Yongwang curiously. Liu Yongwang realized he had let something slip again. Although Panlong Kai was Zongxiang's most famous hallmark, it wouldn't be invented until a year later. It was created only after Zhu Hozong was summoned to the capital to become emperor. His chef, racking his brains overnight, invented it as a tribute dish for the Ming court. At present it was nothing at all. I was just rambling. Don't take it seriously, Liu Yongwang said, frantically sucking on snails to hide his embarrassment. Xiao Shuang gave him a suspicious look, feeling something was off. She knew Liu Yongwang well by now. He never spoke nonsense. What he said must be true. But what exactly was Panlong Kai? Xiao Shuang, starting tomorrow, go to the prince's mansion to treat the princess. Liu Yongwang changed the subject. If she asks, tell her I'm out on a house call. Xiao Shuang's eyes darted around. Old man, why deceive the princess? To humble her pride. Xiao Shuang was taken aback, then suddenly gasped. Old man, don't tell me you want the princess. Plop. Old Jean's snail fell to the ground. Even the frugal man didn't bother to pick it up, stunned by the revelation. Old Jean's snail fell to the ground. Even the frugal man didn't bother to pick it up, stunned by the revelation. Princess Changsho was a godlike figure in Anlu Prefecture, lofty and looking down upon all. Ordinary people dared only prostrate themselves before her, not even raising their heads. Yet Xiao Shuang suggested Liu Yongwang wanted to marry the princess. Though he found Liu Yongwang talented, he didn't think him worthy of such a match. After all, a vast chasm lay between them. Liu Yongwang, however, remained unfazed. Why so shocked? As if I'm not good enough. You really aren't, Xiao Shuang glared at him. Not good enough? Old Jean muttered under his breath. This displeased Liu Yongwang. He downed the cool rice wine in one gulp, wiped his mouth, and picked up a fishtail. After a long pause, he said, remember, the princess is also a woman who must marry. And I happen to be unmarried. He stopped mid-sentence, feeling stifled. He wasn't single. In Luoyang, there was a wife whose face he didn't know. In Yanggu County, there was a concubine he hadn't yet brought home. Anyway, I'm determined to have this princess. In the capital city. Inside the Imperial Palace. In the Imperial Medical Institute. Da Shuang held a handwritten manuscript in both hands, reading it earnestly. This manuscript was peculiar, as some characters were simplified, and only by connecting the context could one understand their meanings. At first it appeared quite unappealing, but as she continued to read, it began to seem quite reasonable. After all, some characters had too many strokes, making them cumbersome to write. For instance, the character for medicine had excessively redundant strokes. However, the character left by Dr. Liu only took the upper left corner of the component, making it immediately comprehensible and simple. It was entirely reasonable. Moreover, the character for listen was changed to hear, greatly reducing the number of strokes. The efficiency was remarkably high. This Dr. Liu is truly remarkable, Da Shuang exclaimed in admiration. Oh, she really considers herself a physician now. A sharp voice came from behind, expressing undisguised criticism. Da Shuang frowned slightly. She had heard such remarks frequently in recent days. Those physicians did not take her seriously. No one truly regarded her as a physician. Apart from external injuries, she knows nothing else, an elderly voice remarked. She can't even specify the medicinal ingredients needed for gynecological pills. If it weren't for Lady Liu's recommendation, she wouldn't even qualify as a wandering doctor. Look at her, always clutching medical books. Little does she know that in medicine, without a master's instruction, one cannot grasp the profundity of medical texts. The sharp voices responded, their conversation loud enough for Da Shuang to hear clearly. Their intention was to ensure that Da Shuang heard them. They all knew Da Shuang's background. It was due to Lady Liu's recommendation that this maid transformed into the first female physician in the palace's history. Haha, even in external injuries, she only understands the surface, the elderly voice continued. The patients she treated were merely coincidences. If she were to truly encounter a serious situation, she wouldn't be able to treat it at all. Dashwang took a deep breath, pulled out 2 cotton balls, and prepared to block her ears. These cotton balls were made by her based on the requirements from the Barefoot Doctor's manual. They had been boiled in hot water, then dried in the sun, and stored in a sealed container. Bang! The door of the Imperial Medical Institute was slammed open, and 2 palace maids supported a plump old maid as she rushed in shouting, "Help! Help!" The old physician stood up and saw a gash on the plump maid's thigh, blood gushing out profusely, leaving a trail. He was alarmed and his hands and feet became somewhat flustered. Such a serious injury was beyond his capabilities. However, as a physician he could not ignore it. Just as he steeled himself to take action, the maid waved her hand saying, "I don't want you. I want Dr. Dashwang to treat my wounds." The old physician was momentarily stunned, initially feeling some anger. But he soon felt delighted. Such a patient was best to let go. He took a step back and turned to Dashwang shouting, "Dr. Dashwang, this maid insists on you to save her, hurry up." He had no desire to treat her. He didn't even know where to start. Such a severe injury was impossible to treat. "Yes, Dr. Dashwang, showcase your skills once again, let us mediocre physicians open our eyes," the sharp voice added. Dashwang was not interested in arguing with these people. She quickly took out bandages to stop the maid's bleeding. However, while the bandage secured the thigh, the blood continued to ooze out quickly, staining the bed a deep crimson. Dashwang wanted to disinfect and stitch the wound, but it was impossible to do so. The blood kept seeping out, washing away the alcohol. She couldn't even stitch the wound. The maid, who could still speak moments ago, gradually became weaker. In the end, her head tilted, and she became motionless. Dashwang persisted, but it was all in vain. The blood continued to flow out, staining Dashwang entirely red. The 2 supporting maids were also covered in blood, but could offer no assistance. Once the bleeding slowed down, Dashwang finally managed to stitch the wound. Before she could feel any joy, she heard the maid's sobs beside her. She's dead, she died." Dashwang's heart sank, and she looked up at the maid. The maid's face was pale excessively, so her eyes wide open, already dead. Dashwang sat down heavily, feeling incredibly dejected. This was her first time feeling powerless in front of a patient. Her former faith crumbled at this moment. "Oh, I thought Lu Taiyi's disciple was quite remarkable, yet ended up killing someone instead." The sharp voice echoed again. "She truly considers herself a divine physician. But it makes sense after all, the wound was stitched. Whether the person lived or died is irrelevant," the elderly voice also mocked. "She truly considers herself a divine physician." More and more people entered, sighing at the scene, casting strange glances at the stitched wound, whispering a few comments before covering their mouths and noses as they exited. In Anlu Prefecture, at the Xinguang Manor, upon seeing Xiaoshuang appear, Juning could no longer help but bite her lip and stamp her foot. It had been 7 or 8 in Anlu Prefecture, at the Xinguang Manor. Upon seeing Xiaoshuang appear, Juning could no longer help but bite her lip and stamp her foot. It had been 7 or 8 days since she last saw Liu Yongwang, leaving her feeling quite uneasy. "Where is your master? Why hasn't he returned yet?" Juning couldn't help but complain. "Oh, he actually returns every night, but it's too late, and it's inconvenient to disturb the princess," Xiaoshuang replied, glancing sideways at Juning. "Can't he come back earlier?" Juning said, twisting the handkerchief in her hands. "What patient could possibly be more important than me, the long-lived princess? My master said that the princess' illness requires long-term treatment, which may take 3 to 5 years, Xiaoshuang. Juning understood, her brows furrowing slightly. Has Dr. Liu grown weary? How could he? He really is out on a visit, Xiaoshuang quickly explained. He went to Qianjiang County, which is over 100 miles from here. He won't return tonight. In a luxurious courtyard, Liu Yongwang walked slowly into the courtyard, his steps ostentatious and domineering. He did not notice that on the second floor a stunning woman was watching him through the window. "Is this the famous Dr. Liu?" the woman softly asked. "He seems a bit different from other physicians." "Yes, he's the one treating the long-lived princess," an elderly man replied. "Madam, this Dr. Liu examines people before taking their pulses. Would you kindly show yourself and meet him?" "If my husband agrees, then I have no objection," the woman responded. The elderly man comforted himself, saying, "In the Tang and Song dynasties, whether married or unmarried, whether from noble or common families, women could show their faces without it being considered improper." Thump, thump, thump. Footsteps echoed from the staircase. The elderly man quickly said, "Dr. Liu has arrived." The stunningly beautiful woman also rose to her feet, her gaze fixed on the stairway. Truth be told, she was rather curious about this meeting. Ever since her marriage, she had been largely confined to the inner chambers with scarce opportunity to encounter other men, let alone such close contact. Liu Yongwang entered, a faint carefree smile gracing his lips. He nodded casually at the old man and the young woman. "Good morning, sir and madam. Your reputation, Dr. Liu, has spread far and wide through our neighboring counties. Please examine her thoroughly," the old man urged hastily. Liu Yongwang waved a hand. "You may take your leave." "Huh. I mean, you can go now." Liu Yongwang cast a sidelong glance at the old man, which only made the latter feel uneasy. He seemed to grasp the implication, offered a bow, and departed. The room was left with only the lovely young wife and a maidservant. He assumed that Dr. Liu had matters to discuss that couldn't be shared in his presence, given this was a consultation for his wife, particularly regarding fertility issues. His absence naturally was the more appropriate course. Once seated, the woman extended her hand ready for Liu Yongwang to take her pulse. Convention dictated that Liu Yongwang should place 3 fingers, index, middle, and ring, gently on her wrist, then concentrate in silent diagnosis. Instead, Liu Yongwang directly grasped her hand, holding it with both of his, and even examined her palm repeatedly. The Fenar eminence is full and rosy. It carried a thrill of transgression. Yes, I have been married for 10 years yet never conceived. Liu Yongwang frowned. Married for 10 years. How old are you? The bowtie's cheeks flushed slightly. Her hand was still clasped in Liu Yongwang's. This was the first time since her marriage that another man had touched her palm, a sensation both strange and deeply stirring. It carried a thrill of transgression. Yes, I have been married for 10 years yet never conceived. Liu Yongwang frowned. Married for 10 years. How old are you? 25. Damn, married at 15, quite early. Liu Yongwang shook his head, continuing to study her palm. He knew nothing of pulse taking, but why not take advantage of such a bowtie's charms? Moreover, the palm could reveal many secrets. A woman's hand in particular spoke volumes. The Fenar eminence, for instance, held considerable information. This fleshy mound below the thumb. If it was full and rosy, it signified robust blood, and she along with strong desires. That's not so early. My sister married at 14. The woman spoke. Yet her heart was a tumult of emotions. Liu Yongwang's hand kneaded her palm, sending a tingling sensation through her, igniting a warmth throughout her body. How many times a month do you share a bed? Liu Yongwang got to the point. Since the consultation was about infertility, he had to appear professional. In truth, treating infertility in the Ming Dynasty was exceedingly difficult. According to modern medicine, infertility in women primarily stemmed from several factors: ovulation disorders, blocked fallopian tubes, uterine issues, and the like. These essentially required gynecological examinations, and diagnosis often depended on modern technological instruments. Such things were impossible in the Ming Dynasty. Ancient physicians had limited success in treating infertility. The bowtie's face flushed crimson as if about to drip blood. Never had she been subjected to such a blunt inquiry into her private affairs. Had it been anyone else, she would have deemed him a lecher, a womanizer. But this was Dr. Liu, the physician, who treated the longevity princess. Since she was consulting him for infertility, despite her shyness, she had no choice but to answer. Once. Or twice. Liu Yongwang was somewhat surprised. Though her husband was advanced in years, this frequency was still rather low. Does he have concubines? Yes. 3. Liu Yongwang stroked his chin. Have any of the other concubines borne children? He wondered if the old man was simply too aged to sire offspring. The 3rd concubine had one. The bowtie's answer caught Liu Yongwang off guard. And the others? None. Liu Yongwang had a fair idea now. Just as he was about to continue his questioning, a screech arose from downstairs, as if a feline was hunting a rodent. He asked, "Is there a cat downstairs?" The bowtie's face grew even redder. It's quite sparse. Liu Yongwang was taken aback, failing to grasp her meaning at first. But seeing her face flushed to a deep scarlet, realization dawned. He cleared his throat tactfully before saying, "Madam, you do not seem to be the one afflicted. The root of the problem may lie with your husband." But the 3rd concubine gave birth. The beauty exclaimed, snapping back to reality in surprise. Does the 3rd concubine often go out? Yes. There you have it. Liu Yongwang released her hand, but his finger traced a pattern on her palm. If you wish to conceive, I have a way. It depends on you. Before the beauty could react, he produced a prescription and handed it to her. This won't cure anything, only nourish the body. But it can fool your husband. Even after Liu Yongwang had left, the beauty remained in a daze. After an indeterminate time, her eyes flew wide open. Heavens, so that's what he meant. A blush crept across her cheeks, leaving her shy and flustered. The carriage rumbled along the official road. Liu Yongwang, eyes half closed, savored the memory of the consultation. He had planted a seed in that bowtie's heart. Now it was only a matter of time before it sprouted. By now he had earned a reputation throughout Anlu Prefecture. The longevity prince's spirits improved day by day, and even a fool could see it was Liu Yongwang's doing. Naturally, his fame spread far and wide. Yet Liu Yongwang did not see just anyone. This household in Xinjiang County was a carefully chosen target. It was a pity, though, that Qianjiang's world-famous crayfish were nowhere to be found in this era. They would not be introduced from Japan for another 400 years. And it would take 500 years for them to travel from Jiangsu and Zhejiang to Xinjiang, becoming its most celebrated specialty. Dreaming of a plate of spicy crayfish now was pure fantasy. Still, a trip to Japan might be worthwhile to bring this delicacy back 5 centuries early. At this thought, Liu Yongwang's mouth began to water. He would need a bowl of rice tea to cool down upon his return. Thankfully, rice tea had already been invented, or life would lose much of its pleasure. The incessant chirping of cicadas stirred an unbearable restlessness within Zhu Ningyan. "Sister, look at the cicada I caught." Zhu Hotsong held a fluttering cicada in his hand and brought it close to Zhu Ningyan. "Annoying. Zhu Ningyan swatted the cicada away. With a shrill buzz, it seized the chance to fly off, landing on a nearby tall tree, not daring to show itself again. Sister, what's wrong? Why are you unhappy? Zhu Hotsung, just at the dawn of understanding matters between men and women, asked with a mix of comprehension and confusion. Are you upset that Dr. Liu didn't come to tell you stories? Zhu Ningyan furrowed her delicate brows and gritted her teeth. Exactly. Last time he stopped right at Fa-Hai flooding Golden Mountain, and there's been no follow-up. It's driving me crazy. Zhu Hotsung scratched his head. I'm anxious too. He'll go to the Barefoot Doctor's shop right now and bring him here. Could make him finish the story before he's allowed to leave. Zhu Ningyan said, puffing with anger. I'm off then. Zhu Hotsung dashed out in a flash and vanished in an instant. Only then did Zhu Ningyan feel much better. She didn't think she missed Liu Yongwang himself, but only longed to hear his stories. Nothing more, absolutely nothing else. How could a mere commoner ever find a place in her heart? Oh, he's gone on a house call. Zhu Hotsung, disappointed, mounted his horse and turned to ask, when will he be back? Most likely by evening, old Jean replied nervously. Now old Jean had grown much bolder. He no longer trembled and stammered at the sight of the young prince, Zhu Hotsung. Watching Zhu Hotsung ride away, old Jean let out a sigh of relief. Not far off, a well-dressed mature woman holding a cucumber walked over. She wiped it on her clothes, handed it to old Jean, and asked in a syrupy voice, Old Jean, was that the young prince just now? Old Jean panicked, wiped his hands on his clothes before taking the cucumber, but didn't eat it, hiding it in his sleeve instead. A fawning smile spread across his face. Madame Tian, yes, it was the young prince. The woman's eyes darted around as she looked at old Jean, her voice still saccharine. Your master has really climbed up the social ladder, befriending the prince's household. How enviable. Old Jean panicked, wiped his hands on his clothes before taking the cucumber, but didn't eat it, hiding it in his sleeve instead. A fawning smile spread across his face. Madame Tian, yes, it was the... She smiled again. Why aren't you eating? What do you think, my hands are dirty? No, not at all. Old Jean quickly stuffed the cucumber into his mouth, took a big bite, and nearly choked. The woman laughed heartily. Old Jean, you go ahead and work. I'm off. Madame Tian, if there's any work at your place that needs doing, I can come and help. Old Jean finally mustered the courage to speak. He as a matter of fact, there is, the woman said, her eyes lively. My cat keeps going into heat, meowing all day long. Come and teach that slutty cat a lesson. Fine, I'll go. Imperial Palace. Imperial Medical Institute. The oil lamp flickered, casting an unsteady light like a young girl's troubled heart. Das Wang was crestfallen. She dared not close her eyes, for whenever she did, all she saw was the gruesome death of the palace maid. This was the first time she had felt such a profound sense of defeat. She had once believed that with the Barefoot Doctor's manual in hand, she could become a qualified physician. Now she realized she still had a long way to go. She was certain that if Liu Yongwang had been there, he wouldn't have let the maid die. She stubbornly believed that her own inadequate skills had caused the maid to die before her eyes. This left her momentarily lost her motivation to study, drained. I thought you were so impressive, and look, you've killed someone, a sharp, sarcastic voice said before fading away. The room fell silent. Das Wang sighed, took out paper and brush, and wrote the opening resignation letter. But she couldn't bring herself to write the rest. Studying, a voice came from outside. Das Wang quickly stood up, hiding the paper behind her back. Consort Liu walked straight over, took the paper from behind her, and after reading the opening, laughed. Giving up at the first sign of trouble. Das Wang felt aggrieved. She died because of me. I could do nothing, just watched her die. It's all because my skills are poor. Useless. Who says you're useless? My life was saved by you, a maid said, walking in and lifting her hair to reveal a prominent scar marked her forehead. She was one of the maids Das Wang had healed. And me, without you, Das Wang, I would have died long ago. Another maid entered, pulling up her clothes to show a scar on her belly. It was Lingji. And me. 8 maids filed in one by one, each displaying their scars. Some scars were even faint, almost yet their faces were brimming with gratitude. Dashwang's eyes welled up with tears. If your skills are lacking, then study hard. Consort Liu stroked Dashwang's hair. Having studied with Dr. Liu for less than 2 hours, you've already become so skilled. That's remarkable. As long as you keep learning, you'll surely become a renowned doctor and save many more lives. Don't give up, Das Wang. I believe in you. Yes, we all believe in you. Those doctors are just jealous of your talent and your growth. Ignore them. Das Wang, my family has set up a longevity tablet for you, burning incense day and night, praying for your long life. A maid said earnestly. Das Wang was stunned. A sense of mission welled up within her. Her indomitable spirit rekindled. Thank you, sisters, for your encouragement. I will persevere. Consort Liu smiled. I knew you'd bounce back. It wasn't in vain that I went to all the trouble to gather everyone here. No one noticed a maid standing in the corner, her gaze suddenly turning malevolent. But it vanished in an instant, and she resumed her wooden demeanor as the palace maid called Lu Chun. Xing Prince's mansion. Zhu Hotsung rushed into the backyard and said to the eagerly waiting Zhu Ningyan, Sister, Dr. Liu has gone to Xinjiang County, over 100 li away. He probably won't be home until this evening. Upon hearing that Liu Yongwang had indeed gone to Xinjiang County, her anger subsided slightly. How much money can he earn toiling so hard? Isn't the silver our mansion gives him enough? Zhu Hotsong was taken aback. It seems our mansion hasn't paid him. The prince's mansion never paid for medical treatment, as being treated by them was considered a great honor in itself. Upon hearing that Liu Yongwang had indeed gone to Xinjiang County, her anger subsided slightly. How much money can— Yet the prescription Liu Yongwang had written contained only a handful of herbs, and the Barefoot Doctor's clinic was scarcely stocked with medicinal materials. In truth, Liu Yongwang had earned little more than a meager travel fee for treating Zhu Ningyan. Zhu Ningyan felt she had finally found the root of the problem. I knew he was always running off. Tell him that if he comes to treat me, our family will reward him handsomely. We won't let him suffer a loss. She removed a golden hairpin from her head and handed it to Zhu Hotsong. Give this to him as a down payment. From now on he mustn't wander about. He should focus solely on treating me. Alright, I'll go tonight. Zhu Hotsong tucked the golden hairpin away. Sister, I'll accompany you on your walk. Today we'll break the record and cover 3 li. The term break the record had also been picked up from Liu Yongwang. The siblings found it novel yet fitting. As dusk fell, silence enveloped everything. The gates of Anlu Prefecture had long been shut. Fortunately, Liu Yongwang lived in the rural outskirts, so entering the city was unnecessary. A stormproof lantern illuminated a few yards ahead, attracting countless swirling insects. Darkness reigned all around. Yet on the hill ahead, a single house still glowed with light, standing out vividly in the night. It also radiated warmth. It was the oil lamp lit by Xiaoshuang guiding his way through the gloom. A wave of warmth surged in Liu Yongwang's heart. He knew full well that Xiaoshuang had grown fond of him. He too intended to take her as his own. However, he needed to resolve the knot in her heart and give her a grand ceremony before claiming her. For she deserved no less. Hearing the hoofbeats, the door of the hilltop house creaked open, and a petite shadow dashed out, calling toward him, "Old man, you're back." Liu Yongwang cracked his whip and back, "And I've brought you crispy cakes, deliciously flaky." At the Prince of Xing's mansion, staring at the tray of silver on the table, Liu Yongwang was somewhat dumbfounded. It was an unwritten rule in Anlu Prefecture's medical circles that the prince never paid for treatments. No one, for curing anyone in the prince's household, was a badge of honor, granting free access to the upper echelons of Anlu society. Events like poetry gatherings, flower queen selections, lantern festivals, and spring blessings would all invite you as a guest of honor. Every wealthy family would vie to have you treat them, allowing you to name your fee. Treating the prince's household was essentially free advertising. Liu Yongwang had accepted this fact and never expected any consultation fee. Yet now the Prince of Xing personally handed him this tray of silver. The princess said, "You stopped coming because we didn't pay." The Prince of Xing, teacup in hand, shot Liu Yongwang a sidelong glance, tinged with suspicion. "If you needed silver, you could have just said so. Our prince's household is no miser." Liu Yongwang tactfully rubbed his nose. This longevity princess was quite perceptive, having the prince deliver so much silver directly. Quite intriguing. He patted his chest where the prince's golden hairpin lay heavy and solid. "I haven't attended to the princess these past days because I've been making house calls during the day and returning only at dusk. It hasn't been convenient timing-wise." Liu Yongwang fabricated an excuse. The Prince of Xing pondered for a moment, then took a waist token from his person and handed it to Liu Yongwang. "No matter. The princess retires late, so evening visits are fine. With this token, you can pass freely even after the game." Liu Yongwang's heart stirred as he accepted the token. This was a treasure. When the time was ripe for a nighttime rendezvous with the princess, it would certainly come in handy. Tucking the token into his belt, Liu Yongwang couldn't help but take another look at Prince Zhu Yuan. This prince was actually a decent man. He appeared healthy with no signs of impending illness or sudden death. Liu Yongwang found it curious. Historically, Prince Zhu Yuan had fallen ill and died half a year before Jiajing ascended the throne. 6 months later, the 15-year-old Zhu Hotsong entered the capital to become the new emperor. With the journey to the capital so imminent, why did the prince show no trace of illness? "Go on, the princess is waiting for your treatment." The Prince of Xing waved his hand. Liu Yongwang bowed in salute, and the prince ordered a servant to follow him with the silver to the rear courtyard. The morning wind was brisk, rustling the girl's dress loudly. Pan Jinlian held a letter in her hands, reading it. "Go on, the princess is waiting for your treatment." The Prince of Xing waved his hand. Liu Yongwang bowed in salute, and the prince ordered a servant to follow him with the silver to the rear courtyard. The old maid grinned. He even sent someone with a letter. Pan Jinlian's cheeks flushed pink as she twisted her waist and dashed into her room. She wanted to pore over the letter. A knock came at the door. The old maid opened it to find a stranger. "The house is full of women, so it's inconvenient to receive guests. State your business outside." The stranger produced a letter. "Excuse me, is your young lady married to Dr. Liu Yongwang?" The old maid was taken aback and called inside. Madam, another letter from Dr. Liu." Pan's mother hurried out and welcomed Boss Zhou into the house. Soon the matter became clear. Boss Zhou carried not a letter from Liu Yongwang, but one from a female official in the capital's palace addressed to Liu Yongwang. This aroused Pan's mother's suspicion. Just who was this Liu Yongwang, and how was he connected to a palace official? "Boss Zhou, leave the letter here. He'll have it forwarded to my son-in-law." Pan's mother rose to see him out. Boss Zhou sighed with relief. "Dr. Liu has been kind to me. Now that the letter is in your hands, I can rest easy." Watching Boss Zhou leave, Pan's mother held the envelope up to the sun, scrutinizing it. Yet she could discern nothing. What secrets does it hold? At the Prince of Xing's mansion, Zhu Ningyan looked at the composed Liu Yongwang, wanting to be angry, but unable to muster it. She could only chide softly, "Heartless man, you treated me, and then abandoned me to fate. Aren't you afraid I'll stray from the path and worsen my condition?" Her handsome face bore 3 parts indignation and 7 parts reproach. Liu Yongwang smiled faintly. "Your Highness, your complexion looks much improved. How far can you walk now?" At these words, the pouty anger in Zhu Ningyan dissolved entirely. She declared with excitement and pride, "I can walk 3 li. 3 li. Not bad," Liu Yongwang praised casually, then added, "Do your legs hurt?" "No. Not at all." Zhu Ningyan continued, proudly eager to show she hadn't been slacking. "No pain means it's not enough. Come today, they'll walk 5 li with you." Liu Yongwang stepped forward and took Zhu Ningyan's hand, as naturally, as if it were the most ordinary thing. Zhu Ningyan gasped, involuntarily pulled along by Liu Yongwang. The maidservants in the room stood dumbfounded. Was the prince's hand something to be held so casually? Yet since it was Dr. Liu, perhaps it was a different matter. Tired. Truly exhausted. Zhu Ningyan could barely move, yet Liu Yongwang showed no mercy, still dragging her along at a frantic pace. Even halfway through, he made her remove her mask to breathe easier. Just to tire her out more. To hear stories, and to keep Liu Yongwang close, as Zhu Ningyan gritted her teeth and persevered. By the time they returned to the room, she was utterly drained. Lying on the bed, she didn't want to move at all. However, a thought suddenly crossed her mind, and her entire body tensed up again. Today Xiao Shuang did not come. That meant Liu Yongwang would be massaging her. The heart of the young girl began to race. Sure enough, Liu Yongwang put on a pair of silk gloves, stretched his muscles, and said, "Your Highness, I hope you will forgive my presumptuousness." After saying that, his hands pressed onto her calves. Although it was the second time he had massaged Zhu Ningyan, she felt even more nervous than the first. During the first massage, she had been too fatigued and in too much pain to notice many details. This time her endurance had greatly improved, allowing her to be keenly aware of Liu Yongwang's touch. Though separated by clothing and silk gloves, it felt as if he was touching her directly. The warmth of his hands transmitted directly to her skin. This time Liu Yongwang did not start with force, but rather focused on relaxing her body first. That gentle touch made Zhu Ningyan entranced. She had never imagined that direct contact with a man could strike so deeply at her soul. As Liu Yongwang's hands moved upwards, she felt her whole body tremble, even struggling to breathe. All her attention was concentrated on his warm and steady hands. No wonder the white snake transformed into a human form, wanting to be intimately entwined with Su Xian. Such a thrilling touch left her unable to extricate herself. As his hands gradually moved higher, her breathing shifted from a pause to rapid gasps. She felt she had reached her limit. If this continued, something undesirable would surely happen. She had to stop Liu Yongwang from advancing any further. Just then a sharp pain made her cry out. Liu Yongwang had applied more pressure. His hands kneaded her sore muscles, instantly dissipating all of Zhu Ningyan's pleasant thoughts. "Oh, Liu Daifu, you are so cruel." After enduring the first wave of pain, Zhu Ningyan managed to shout. But it was futile. Liu Yongwang's hands continued to knead, gradually moving down, following the muscle fibers. "I can't take it anymore, it hurts too much." Liu Daifu let go. Zhu Ningyan, no longer caring about propriety, shouted. The nearby maidservants exchanged strange looks, too stunned to speak. They had witnessed this loss of composure from the princess before, yet it still shocked them. This was in stark contrast to the usually gentle and soft princess. Yet Liu Yongwang remained unfazed, continuing to knead and relax her without changing his expression. "You old fool, be gentler. I command you to be gentle," Zhu Ningyan yelled. But in response, Liu Yongwang only increased his pressure. Zhu Ningyan was on the verge of sobbing from the pain, yet Liu Yongwang showed no sign of stopping. The initial gentle touch had completely vanished. Zhu Ningyan pounded the bedboard again in pain, as if only this could alleviate her suffering. Especially when Liu Yongwang pressed on the acupoints in her calves, it felt like she was about to cramp. Lu gu, please go easier." Seeing that being stubborn wouldn't work, Zhu Ningyan wisely switched to a... This time it worked well. Liu Yongwang noticeably eased his grip, applying a gentler force that allowed Zhu Ningyan to catch her breath slightly. However, the relief only made her feel more constrained inside. As a dignified princess, the emperor's cousin, she was forced to call this older man Lu Gu, which was utterly humiliating. She became stern again, saying, "You named Lu, are you doing this on purpose?" But she couldn't finish her sentence. The pain in her legs forced her to pound the bedboard with all her might to relieve it. Seeing Zhu Ningyan's face flushed, with veins popping on her forehead, Liu Yongwang smiled. His years of experience in foot massage parlors had not gone to waste. He had mastered some basic massage techniques. Especially the acupoints that were excruciating, he knew them well. He intended to use this method to conquer the proud and noble princess, making her realize that she shouldn't act lofty in front of him. It was useless. Lu gu, be gentle." Zhu Ningyan surrendered. The pain in her body compelled her to abandon her lofty status. After all, no matter how noble her identity, when faced with illness, she was no different from an ordinary person. When it came to getting sick, she would get sick. When it came to dying, she would die. There was nothing special about it. Liu Yongwang quickly patted her legs, then casually slapped the meatiest part. "All right, get up and move around." Only after finishing did Liu Yongwang feel something was amiss. He had grown accustomed to it, and had become reckless, actually slapping the princess on her bottom. This was not just flattery, it was a slap on a person's rear. If taken seriously, this could be a death sentence, possibly even implicating 9 generations. He glanced at Zhu Ningyan with concern, but found that apart from her flushed cheeks, she showed no other reaction. I'll take my leave now. Your Highness, please pay attention to your diet, and continue the nebulized breathing. Liu Yongwang found an excuse and turned to leave. As he walked away, he didn't forget to pack the silver from the plate. Suddenly Zhu Ningyan's voice came from behind. Did you get the golden hairpin? Liu Yongwang turned around and fished out the golden hairpin from his pocket. Here, take care of it. This is your Highness' personal item, extremely precious. Zhu Ningyan realized that Liu Yongwang was flirting with her. She shot him a glare. Don't go out of town for consultations, you need to follow up on my illness too. If you need money, I can give it to you. Liu Yongwang made a gesture he thought was charming and turned to leave. Under Zhu Ningyan's watchful gaze, he gradually disappeared. The room fell silent, and the maidservants knew that the princess disliked being observed during treatment, so they did. The room was quiet. But Zhu Ningyan's heart was tumultuous, filled with a storm of emotions. No one had ever dared to humiliate her like this. With her noble status, all men acted timidly in her presence, treating her with utmost caution. Only Liu Yongwang showed no respect for her. His hands could touch as he pleased. His body could brush against hers at will. During the massage, there were no distinctions between soft and hard. He used full strength. Yet such a man had intruded into her heart, and she could no longer drive him away. Moreover, the rougher Liu Yongwang was with her, the happier she felt. It wasn't just psychological happiness, but physical pleasure. A joy that was beyond her control. Especially with that final touch, which was absolutely a forbidden zone. Since she became aware of things, there had been no forbidden zones for touching with the opposite sex. Even her father and brother would not dare to touch those areas. Yet Liu Yongwang had casually broken that barrier with a single slap. She was furious, yet also bashful. And the feeling of bashfulness far outweighed her anger, overwhelming it to such an extent that she could no longer sustain her rage. She could only recall that startling slap. Your Highness, shall we serve the meal, eh? Her personal maid approached, inquiring cautiously. The maid was also filled with curiosity today. In the past, after finishing her walk and receiving a relaxing massage, the princess would always feel hungry. But today, after a lengthy massage, she stood motionless in the room, not even calling for the meal. Yet even in the midst of such hunger, she ate absent-mindedly. Keep the silver safe. Liu Yongwang. Yet even in the midst of such hunger, she ate absent-mindedly. Keep the silver safe. Liu Yongwang tossed the bundle to Xiao Shuang and walked out to the backyard. This silver, at least 100 taels, was more than enough for Liu Yongwang to realize many of his ideas. Old Jean, seeing Liu Yongwang approach, quickly came over and said, Boss, come look at the vegetable patch. See these potatoes? They're growing so fast. I'm really curious what a potato actually looks like. Whatever the seed looks like, that's what the potato looks like. Mid-sentence, he remembered that what he had exchanged from the system mall was potato seedlings, not the potatoes themselves. Old Jean had never seen what the seeds looked like. Sure enough, Old Jean looked puzzled. That's what the seed looks like. So small. You'll find out if it's small when the time comes. Liu Yongwang, with his hands clasped behind his back, continued strolling. As he passed by the pond and saw the blooming lotuses, a sudden warmth surged in his heart. He thought of Jean Lian. That girl who both satisfied and exhausted him. Insatiable, forever clinging and demanding more. No, I must bring her here quickly. One thing the novel Jean Ping Mei got right was that Pan Jinlian was born with a bewitching allure. He had to keep her by his side to be at ease. The sky was dark and the stars were dim. Pan Jinlian pushed open her mother's door, a look of resolve on her face. Mother, I've decided. I'm going south to find my husband. Pan's mother quickly stood up, throwing on a robe, and reached out to feel Jinlian's forehead. It's the middle of the night. What nonsense are you talking? Pan Jinlian's eyes were dark-rimmed, her expression haggard. This letter is very important to my husband. I must get it to him as soon as possible. Pan's mother rolled her eyes. Just say you miss your husband. No need to make up an excuse. Pan Jinlian perked up. Mother, you agree? Pan's mother sighed. If we wait any longer, I'm afraid you'll pine away. Since you want to go find your husband, alright, I have nothing pressing anyway. He'll pack up our valuables and go south with you. But Pan's mother hesitated. Your husband didn't say where he is. How will we find him? Liu Yongwang's letter had indeed arrived, but it didn't specify his whereabouts. Questioning the messenger only revealed that the letter had been sent from the Huguang region. The messenger guessed it was from the Jingzhou area. As for which prefecture or county, no one knew. Pan Jinlian, however, was confident. My husband's medical skills are unmatched in the world. He won't be unknown. If we visit every medical practitioner, we're sure to find him. Pan's mother sighed. It's all your husband's fault for not being clear. Now we can't even send a reply. Mother, don't speak ill of my husband behind his back. Pan Jinlian pouted. Pan's mother rolled her eyes. Truly, a daughter's loyalty lies with her man. You haven't even married into the family yet, and you're already taking his side. Enough, go back to sleep. Tomorrow morning, well, pack. The day after, well, get travel permits, hire a cart and driver, and set off. Wonderful. Pan Jinlian finally had a smile on her face. The capital. The Imperial Palace. De Shuang put down the manual and rubbed her eyes. She finally understood why she couldn't save that palace maid. The maid had injured an artery, the blood vessel with the fastest blood flow. The manual said the only way to handle such an emergency was to tightly bind the thigh to stop the blood from gushing. Her strength was too weak to fully stop the bleeding with a rope. Moreover, facing such an extreme crisis for the first time, her panic led to an uncontrollable situation. The manual also stated that in such cases it was best to send the patient to a hospital, not to operate on one's own. But this was the Imperial hospital. Where could she send her? She had a vague realization that she couldn't save that palace maid. Not only she, but the entire Imperial hospital couldn't save her. The only person in the world who could was probably her half-day teacher. She gently rested her chin on her hands and murmured to herself, "Xiao Shuang, where are you? What medical skills did Dr. Liu teach you?" Just then a caustic voice came from behind. "Oh, you're really thick-skinned, coming back on duty again. You actually think you're a doctor?" De Shuang didn't turn around as she knew who was speaking. In the sores and ulcers department where she worked, there weren't many Imperial physicians. As Liu Yongwang's disciple, she also oversaw gynecology. Besides her, the department had 3 physicians. The caustic one was Dr. Sure, the one with an old-fashioned air was Dr. Jiao, and the supervisor was Dr. Hong. Apart from Dr. Hong, the other 2 always taunted her with sarcasm. She was used to it and ignored them. From the voice, she knew it was Dr. Sure again. "Dr. Sure, could you have cured that patient?" A steady voice interjected. Dr. Sure shrank his neck and fell silent. The one who entered was the supervisor, Dr. Hong. He glanced at De Shuang with a complex look. On one hand, he detested the fact that she had been placed here through connections. He had assessed her and found she knew virtually nothing about medicine. She was a pure product of nepotism. Yet it was also a fact that De Shuang had cured 8 palace maids. Moreover, since entering the Imperial hospital, her diligent study and research into medicine had earned his approval. Thus his feelings towards her were mixed. De Shuang picked up the manual again and continued flipping through it. However, she also sensed that this manual was very strange. Its concepts seemed to surpass all medical texts, even the era itself. Concepts like bacteria had never been mentioned by either the head of the hospital or the deputy head. Furthermore, its descriptions of the functions of internal organs didn't match traditional medical texts. Comparing traditional medicine with this Barefoot Doctor's manual revealed a vast gap. For instance, concepts like the heart meridian or lung meridian from traditional texts were completely absent in the Barefoot Doctor's manual. The lungs govern respiration. The heart governs blood circulation, nothing else. She also noticed that this handwritten copy was not the complete version, but an excerpt. Many passages were disjointed. She longed to contact Liu Yongwang to see the rest of the content. This was another important reason she wanted to find Xiao Shuang's whereabouts. Bang! The main gate of the Imperial hospital was suddenly slammed open. A young eunuch rushed in, panting, "Quick! Quick! Go save the little prince." Yanggu County. After receiving the travel permit, a horse-drawn carriage set off. Because there was gold and silver on the carriage, Lady Pan also hired a bodyguard to accompany them. Turning around an artificial hill, they saw a group of palace maids crying out loud. The head steward had also arrived, and after catching his breath asked, "Where is the young prince?" What happened? In the capital city. At the palace. Several doctors were rushing along with a young eunuch. Das Wang was panting heavily, yet dared not stop. Turning around an artificial hill, they saw a group of palace maids crying out loud. The head steward had also arrived, and after catching his breath asked, "Where is the young prince?" What happened? The equally soaked infant was being held by a crying maidservant. Das Wang immediately recognized the palace maid as Liu Yongwang's maid name. The equally soaked infant was being held by a crying maidservant. Das Wang immediately recognized the palace maid as Liu Yongwang's maid named Lu Chun. And the infant, there was only one in the entire palace, that was the young prince. Everyone was shocked. They didn't even dare to breathe. The 2 were soaked to the skin, their eyes tightly closed, clearly having drowned. "The Imperial physician is here, hurry and save the young prince," the maidservant cried out. The head steward stumbled over, reached out to check the infant's breath, while asking, "How could this happen?" One maidservant knelt down and cried, "I took the young prince out for fresh air today, and just as my clothes loosened, I asked this useless girl to help hold him for a moment. I thought I would take him back as soon as I fixed my clothes. In such a short time, nothing should happen. But this useless girl took the young prince and ran away. I was shocked and hurried to chase her. This useless girl dashed to the pond and jumped in with the young prince wailing." Nearby palace maids chimed in, "Yes, it was just like that. I saw it all." In the blink of an eye, the one named Lu Chun ran off. Her speed was so fast that we couldn't catch up. The head steward's face twitched as he couldn't detect any breath from the infant. He quickly attempted to feel the infant's pulse, but still sensed nothing. "None of us can swim, we just want to call the guards." That useless girl didn't struggle at all and sank into the water. By the time the guards arrived, both were like this. Whoa. A palace maid also began to weep. Everyone understood that if something happened to the young prince, every maid present would face dire consequences. The head judge also arrived, gasping for breath as he inquired, "Head steward, what happened?" The head steward shook his head. "No breath, no pulse, the young prince." The head judge immediately knelt down and rushed to check. The emperor had no sons, and had only just turned 30 finally having this child. Furthermore, this son was born after numerous life-threatening challenges. For this young prince, all the imperial physicians had been beaten severely. If anything happened, the emperor would certainly punish these physicians again. This was a shocking matter that could shake the world. Wang furrowed her brow tightly, and asked, "How long has he been submerged?" "Not long, only about 50 breaths, I suppose," Lingji said from the side. She had witnessed everything unfold, and was still relatively clear-headed. 50 breaths is enough to claim a life. The head steward sighed. Wang felt a flicker of hope. The Barefoot Doctor's manual recorded emergency methods. However, the measurement units were different. The manual stated that if breathing stops for 3 to 4 minutes, revival methods could still save a life. But how long 3 to 4 minutes actually was, she didn't know. However, there was no time to dwell on that now. 50 breaths should be within the range for emergency aid. "What do we?" the head steward asked heavily. The head judge withdrew his hand, shaking his head. "The young prince is gone." With a thud, several palace maids fainted. They were scared. Everyone knew that if the young prince perished, they would not escape unscathed either. Wang could not care less. She picked up the infant, undid his clothing, and began performing CPR according to the Barefoot Doctor's manual. But after only a few compressions, the head steward and the head judge were stunned. They pulled Wang apart from both sides while angrily shouting, "Wang, what are you doing? How dare you desecrate the young prince's body?" Wang struggled desperately. "The young prince is not dead. There is still hope. Let me save the young prince." The head judge held Wang tightly, refusing to let go. "Nonsense, both I and the head steward have diagnosed him. There is no pulse or breath. The young prince has passed. Yet you still want to disgrace the body. Oh, what are you trying to achieve?" Dr. Sure also jumped in to restrain Wang. "I've long noticed something was off with you. You must be using some dark arts to ensure the young prince cannot be reborn. Your intentions are wicked." As a woman, Wang found it hard to resist these large men. Tears streamed down her face in desperation. "I was involved in the young prince's delivery. If I had ill intentions, how could I have assisted in the birth? Hurry and let me go. The young prince can still be saved." "Nonsense, there is no pulse, no breath. The person is gone. How can he be saved?" Dr. Sure, cursed. I suspect you entered the Imperial Medical Institution with ulterior motives. The scene was utterly chaotic. Wang was on the verge of tears. She turned to the head steward. "Sir, please believe me, the young prince can still be saved. As long as CPR is performed, he can be saved. Hurry, let me go. If we delay, it will be too late." The head steward hesitated. Wang spoke earnestly, unlike someone joking. Dr. Sure scoffed. "From ancient times to now, I've never heard of CPR. You're just using a corpse to cast spells and create puppets. Your master is also quite sinister, having never delivered before yet suddenly knows how. You all are clearly practicing dark arts." Dr. Sure had long harbored ill feelings toward Wang, becoming more agitated as he spoke. "I've heard that in the southern barbarians there is a kind of witchcraft that uses a corpse with royal blood to cast curses which can influence the royal fortune. The intent is truly malicious, so she must not be allowed to succeed. I even suspect she might be in cahoots with that palace maid." Wang spat in disdain. "Shut up. Nonsense, this is not a place for you to speak." She turned to the head steward. "Sir, let me save him. The young prince was delivered by my master Liu Yongwang, who I was present. How could I let the young prince fall into danger? How could I exploit the young prince's body for evil?" Upon hearing Liu Yongwang's name, the unpleasant memories from 2 months ago flooded the head steward's mind, and he tightened his grip on Wang. "I think you are indeed trying to perform sorcery. I absolutely cannot allow you to do that." Wang grew anxious, but felt powerless. With 3 men restraining her, she was truly at her wit's end. This young prince was born under her watch, growing from a wrinkled mass into today's adorable baby. Now she could only watch him die before her eyes. Her heart ached as if it were being sliced. She finally understood what it meant to be powerless, what it meant to be unable to turn back the tide. "The young prince can still be saved. Oh, let me save him." Wang pleaded desperately, tears streaming down her face, yet could not touch the hearts of these physicians. At this moment, Dr. Hong also arrived. Hearing Wang's words, he hurriedly said, "Head steward, head judge, Wang's medical skills differ from ours. Perhaps she really has a method. Why not let her try?" Wang quickly said.
Head's face flushed with various emotions. After a long while she whispered,
The head judge and head steward exchanged glances. Though it was merely an exchange of looks, it had conveyed their inner thought. In unison they said, "No, the young prince's body must not be desecrated." Dr. Hong sighed. He understood the head judge and head steward's response. The young prince was already without breath. In past experiences, that meant he was dead. The blame lay entirely on the palace maid who had jumped into the water with the infant. This had nothing to do with the physicians. Even if there were consequences, only the palace maid would be implicated and the physicians would remain unaffected. However, if Wang was allowed to administer aid, the nature of the situation would change entirely. Once aid was given, the responsibility would shift to the Imperial Medical Institution. If the young prince still died, it would no longer be solely the palace maid's fault, but also due to the inadequate rescue efforts of the Imperial Medical Institution. Moreover, no one was certain whether Daswang truly possessed any dark arts. If she succeeded, that would be fine. But what if she failed? It would mean desecrating the body, cursing the entire Ming Dynasty, and jeopardizing the Zhu family's fortune. The implications would be severe. Witchcraft was strictly forbidden in the palace. Anyone who meddled would face a bloody storm. This Daswang also had a mysterious demeanor. She could treat external injuries that others could not heal with just a cotton ball. In the eyes of these physicians, this was almost equivalent to dark arts. Whether Daswang genuinely wanted to save a life or merely sought to practice witchcraft on the young prince's body to disturb the fortunes of the Ming Dynasty, no one could be sure. Neither the head steward nor the head judge dared to take that gamble. In comparison, not allowing Daswang to act was the most prudent choice. At worst, a few palace maids would lose their lives. As for the young prince, he could always be reborn. The emperor was still under 30, still in his prime with plenty of time ahead. If the young prince was lost, he could certainly have more children. Not allowing Daswang to perform rescue was indeed the safest course of action. Just then a voice called out from outside the crowd, "What has happened to my son?" Daswang instantly perked up. She shouted towards the crowd, "Your Majesty, let them release me. The young prince can still be saved." Far away in Anlu Prefecture, Liu Yongwang remained unaware that an event destined to recalibrate the course of history was unfolding. At this very moment, he was hurrying along with Zhu Ningyan. A month ago, the commandery princess could not have even dreamed of walking at such a pace. Her daily physical exertion had barely amounted to a mere 100 meters. Her greatest journey each day had been from her boudoir to the pavilion in the rear garden, where she would sit and await the mischievous Zhu Hotzong to return from outside bearing some novel trinket. Yet after a month of training, she could now walk with such swiftness. Though her breath came in heavy gasps, she could persist for a long, while even covering a li or two. However, this brisk pace required Liu Yongwang to hold her hand. On her own, she could not achieve such speed. "Commandery princess, have you ever run before?" Liu Yongwang turned to look at Zhu Ningyan, whose cheeks were flushed from exertion. She shook her head. Since coming of age, she had never once run. Never. Liu Yongwang found this almost unbelievable. Before his transmigration, watching videos of women in certain religious countries who had never run in their lives had seemed incomprehensible, even unimaginable to him. And now a living example stood before him. Zhu Ningyan had never run. Nor was she alone. Many women of status had never run. For running violated a woman's virtue. From childhood, they were instilled with the precept to walk without swaying one's skirt, laugh without showing one's teeth. Even a slightly quicker step would prompt a matron to caution, "Mind your footing." Running was considered a nearly wanton posture reserved for rustic village women, fleeing refugees, or actresses on stage portraying fallen maidens in distress. Their feet were bound within delicate embroidered shoes and long trailing skirts like two fish gently imprisoned by waterweed, their very rhythm of breath disciplined and constrained. He suddenly understood why, when he first met her, even a slip of her foot resulted in merely a slight sway of her body, promptly steadied by a maid. It was not innate balance, but a fear etched into her very bones, a terror of never losing composure. Her world had even pre-rehearsed the posture and the servant's response for a fall. It was said that feudal thought imprisoned women's freedom, but now he truly grasped its depth. Her world had even pre-rehearsed the posture and the servant's response for a fall. It was said that feudal thought imprisoned women's freedom, but now he truly... Zhu Ningyan hesitated for a moment, then feeling the resolve in Liu Yongwang's grip, she finally nodded. He began to jog, his pace very slow. Yet even so, Zhu Ningyan panicked. Her feet tangled and she nearly fell. Fortunately, Liu Yongwang was quick-eyed and nimble-handed, catching her. In that instant, their faces were nearly touching. Zhu Ningyan's heart nearly stopped, her breath caught in her throat. She could feel Liu Yongwang's breath. Warm, heavy, carrying a uniquely masculine scent. It made her heart flutter. Liu Yongwang, too, felt her breath as sweet as orchid, was an apt description. They remained close for a mere fraction of a second, yet it left a profound impression on them both. Liu Yongwang realized that while he was tempting Zhu Ningyan, he was also being tempted by her. He could sense himself being powerfully drawn to this innocent yet proud girl. Breath as sweet as orchid was an apt description. They remained close for a mere fraction of a second, yet it left. Liu Yongwang also shook off his stray thoughts, releasing her hand. He demonstrated in front of her, using the action to mask his own moment of attraction. "Like me, stride with your legs, swing your arms, and start running." Zhu Ningyan relaxed and began to try running. But she was clumsy, a beautiful monster with uncoordinated limb. Liu Yongwang couldn't help but laugh, doubling over. This provoked Zhu Ningyan's displeasure. She stamped her foot, scolded him coquettishly, and then she too laughed. After their laughter subsided, she continued her attempts. From a distant tower, Prince Xing, Zhu Yoyuan stared at the pair in the rear garden, his expression dark and stormy. His gaze turned particularly icy when he saw Liu Yongwang supporting Zhu Ningyan. A strategist behind him murmured, "Your Highness, this physician, Liu, seems to be overstepping his bounds." Zhu Yuan's jaw tightened, and after a long pause he said, "Yet he truly seems capable of saving Ningyan." Even a blind man could see that Zhu Ningyan's health was improving day by day. In the past, Zhu Ningyan had been frail and sickly, the very picture of a delicate, ailing beauty. But now she had regained the vibrant youthful vigor of a young maiden. She no longer even resembled a patient. The unhealthy flush on her face had vanished, and the frequency of her nighttime coughs had diminished. All of this was thanks to Liu Yongwang. Should we ask Physician Liu to be more discreet to avoid damaging the prince's reputation? The strategist suggested. No. Last time we tried that, and Physician Liu took note, deliberately keeping his distance. But the princess couldn't bear it, and it did nothing for her health. Prince Xing Zhuyoyuan wore a conflicted expression. On one hand, he wished for his eldest daughter to live in peace. He had fathered children before, but all had died young. Zhu Ningyan was the first of his children to reach adulthood, and she was his most beloved. If he had to choose between feudal propriety and her health, he would undoubtedly choose her health. He would rather his daughter be a morally flawed but healthy woman than see her wither away from illness at such a young age. Moreover, the Zhu family's lineage was not flourishing. His branch, despite having numerous consorts, had only 4 children, and of those only 2 were male. One was his nephew Zhu Hozhao, the current emperor. The other was his own son Zhu Hozong. Zhu Hozhao was nearly 30 and had only fathered his first son this year. That child was the first and only grandchild of their lineage. As for daughters, there were only his 2. His eldest Zhu Ningyan was 18 and had come of age, but she was afflicted with consumption. His youngest daughter was only 11 and for now healthy. But who knew what the future held? For his daughter's health, he was willing to take the risk. He gave Liu Yongwang his pass, granting him the privilege of entering and leaving the princely mansion even after the gates were closed. But the prince's reputation cannot be compromised, the strategist said indignantly. Patience. Once the maids have learned Physician Liu's treatment methods, you may arrange for his removal. Prince Xing turned and walked away. For now, let them be. As you command. The surrounding maids parted to form a path, at the end of which stood Lady Liu, her face pale. Daswang cried out excitedly, Your ladyship, please tell them to release me. But Lady Liu paid her no heed. Her eyes fell upon the infant lying on the ground, and she stumbled over, collapsing onto the child. My son. The Imperial medical director and his deputy involuntarily let go. With Lady Liu present, they were no longer responsible. Whether to allow Daswang to continue the treatment was now Lady Liu's decision. Daswang wrenched herself free from the director and his deputy, rushing towards Lady Liu. Your ladyship, the prince can still be saved. With Lady Liu's arrival there was hope. But the next moment her eyes widened in horror. Lady Liu's body swayed, and she collapsed to the ground unconscious. Daswang stamped her foot in frustration. At the most critical moment Lady Liu had fainted. Yet thinking about it, it was understandable. After years in the palace, Lady Liu had only this one precious child, whom she cherished like a treasure. Seeing her only child dead was a shock too great for her, still weak from childbirth. However, this delay cost precious time for the rescue. With every passing second the prince drew closer to death. She had to act quickly to save the child. She grabbed the infant, pressed on his chest 30 times as the manual dictated, then performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. In the ensuing chaos, everyone was in disarray. Some tried to revive Lady Liu by stimulating her philtrum. Others were paralyzed with fear, weeping uncontrollably. The physicians from the Imperial Medical Academy exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to do. They were particularly conflicted about Dashwang's actions, uncertain whether to stop or support her. 28, 29, 30. Sweat poured down Dashwang's forehead. Though the infant was small, the intense concentration and the effort she had expended in breaking free were taking their toll. Fatigue was setting in. Time for rescue breathing. She pinched the baby's nose, opened his mouth, took a deep breath, and blew into it. What is she doing? Physician Shi cried out in alarm, pointing at Daswang. Isn't this sorcery? Stop her. Physician Hong was stunned for a moment before asking, Physician Daswang, what are you doing? Daswang ignored them both, continuing the mouth-to-mouth breaths. After a few cycles, she resumed, chest compressions counting as she pressed. She's muttering incantations. That's sorcery. This is a grave threat to the great Ming. Stop her. Physician Shi rushed forward and grabbed Dashwang's arm. He shouted to Physician Hong, hold her down. She's a witch. The commotion finally caught the attention of the medical director and his deputy. Seeing that Lady Liu was still unconscious, they turned to seize Daswang. Daswang screamed in fury, what are you doing? You're murdering the prince. Stop. You're the one who needs to stop. This is sorcery. You're using the great Ming's fortune for your spell. Physician Shi held Daswang in a vice-like grip, preventing her from administering aid. In desperation, Daswang kicked him. Physician Shi was elderly, and Daswang, using all her strength, managed to shove him away. She grabbed the infant again, ready to resume the resuscitation. But the medical director and his deputy rushed over and pinned her down from both sides. The kicked Physician Shi scrambled to his feet and joined them, pressing down on her head. You witch, you're not getting away. 3 men, though aged, were far stronger than Daswang. She was pinned to the ground, utterly helpless. Daswang saw Lady Liu lying in the maid's arms and cried out in anguish. Your ladyship, wake up. If you don't, your son will be lost. But Lady Liu did not stir. In Anlu Prefecture at the Prince Xing's mansion, Zhu Yuan's eyelids began to twitch violently. He rubbed them suspiciously, but the twitching persisted. What's happening? Why are my eyelids twitching so badly? The princess consort prepared a bowl of lotus root starch for him and set it before him. Twitching in the left eye means wealth, twitching in the right means disaster. Which eye is it? Prince Xing raised both hands and pointed 2 fingers at his eyelids. Both are twitching fiercely. The princess consort was stunned. This is rare indeed when have both eyelids ever twitched together. Why not consult the village shamaness? They say she is quite efficacious. Prince Xing coughed. The dignity of the royal house must be upheld. How could we consult a shamaness and bring shame upon the imperial family? The princess consort quickly added, then we could ask physician Liu to see if it is a physical ailment. Prince Xing nodded. Then send someone with my token to summon physician Liu. No need to summon him. Physician Liu is already in the rear courtyard treating Ming Yan, said the princess consort. I will send someone to fetch him at once. Before long, Liu Yongwang arrived, wiped the sweat from his brow and bowed. Your highness, you have need of me. Liu Yongwang held a rather unique position within the prince's manor. In an ordinary household, a man like Liu Yongwang, an outsider, would never be permitted to see the princess consort's true countenance. But Liu Yongwang frequently entered the rear courtyard of the manor, and since he was treating the beloved Princess Changshu, she often had to appear in person and had grown somewhat familiar with him. But Liu Yongwang frequently entered the rear courtyard of the manor, and since he was treating the beloved Princess Changshu, she often had to appear in person and had grown somewhat familiar with him. Asked the princess consort. Liu Yongwang's heart stirred. Historical records noted that Prince Xing had died at this very time. The exact date was uncertain, but it should have been in the summer. There would surely be a mysterious force quietly correcting the history he had altered. And human intuition could sometimes be quite wondrous. There would surely be a mysterious force quietly correcting the history he had altered. And human intuition could sometimes be quite wondrous. Zhu Yuan's violent eyelid twitching now indicated that his intuition had sensed something. Especially since both eyelids twitched together, it was even more remarkable. Generally speaking, a twitching left eye foretells wealth, a twitching right eye foretells disaster. When both eyes twitched together, it could only mean that great calamity and great fortune had arrived together. The great calamity might be that Zhu Yuan's life was in danger. The great fortune might be that Zhu Haokong's destiny as emperor was once again reversed, regaining hope. This speculation, however, could not be spoken directly. Liu Yongwang coughed once before saying, a physician does not believe in ghosts or gods. I can only explain it to you from a professional perspective. Eyelid twitching indicates that you have been overusing your eyes recently, or are sleep deprived, or under excessive stress. You need to rest. Zhu Yuan sensed something, stared at Liu Yongwang for a few moments, then finally waved his hand. That must be it. I have been sleeping a bit late lately. Rest should cure it. You may go. Treat the princess well. In the palace, consort Liu lay motionless. A personal maid pressed firmly on her philtrum, turning it red, yet still could not awaken consort Liu. Das Wang was on the verge of despair. Time trickled away, and the time left for her to save the person was also rapidly flowing and disappearing. If she did not act soon, the prince would be beyond saving. But with consort Liu unconscious, what could she do? Suddenly her gaze shifted to the maid kneeling and weeping on the ground. This maid was also one of consort Liu's most beloved personal attendants. She was also on good terms with Das Wang. Now, because of her own dereliction of duty, she faced death. She saw a glimmer of hope. Show her, don't cry. The prince can still be saved. Pull these imperial physicians away, and let me save the prince. If the prince lives, you will all be saved. If by some chance Das Wang saved the prince, she would not have to die. She would certainly face punishment, but to be alive was enough. As for whether it was sorcery, it did not matter. If the prince died, she would surely be executed. She had thought herself without hope, but Dashwang's words gave her if by some chance Das Wang saved the prince, she would not have to die. She would certainly face punishment, but to be alive was enough. As for whether it was sorcery, it did not matter. The outcome could not be worse. A powerful will to survive lent her sudden strength. She pulled fiercely at the chief physician, dragging him away. But she could not. She shouted, Lingji, what are you standing there for? Help! Xiaoer was also frantic, calling to the weeping maids around. What are you standing there for? Come and help. But she could not. She shouted, Lingji, what are you standing there for? Help! Xiaoer was also frantic, calling to the weeping maids around. What are you standing there for? Come and help. If Das Wang saves the prince, we can all live. Hurry! The weeping maids suddenly snapped awake as if from a dream and rushed forward to seize the medical director and physician, allowing Das Wang to break free. Das Wang dared not waste a single second. She threw herself forward again, laid the infant down, and continued pressing on his chest, performing CPR. Physician unable to free himself from the maids, shouted in anger, Let me go! Let me go! She is a witch. She is practicing witchcraft. Stop her! The medical director and chief physician were held fast by the maids and could not stop Das Wang. At that moment, the medical director panicked. The chief physician panicked as well. They realized a fatal problem. If they allowed Das Wang to continue her treatment, they were finished. If she succeeded, their obstruction of her efforts to save a life would be a capital offense. If she failed, Das Wang was still a member of the Imperial Medical Institute, and the institute would bear responsibility for failing to save the prince. They would also be guilty of a crime. If Daswang truly was a witch and had used witchcraft on a prince of Imperial blood, the entire Imperial Medical Institute would be punished. No matter what, they would be implicated. The only way was to stop Daswang from treating him and let the prince die. Then all blame would fall on the maids, and the Imperial Medical Institute would be absolved. They had to stop Daswang. She had begun counting again while pressing on his chest. Large beads of sweat rolled down her face, but she had no time to wipe them away. Saving the prince was paramount. She was now saving not only the prince, but also Xiao'er and the other maids. Her only enemy now was time. Just then a roar came from behind. Guards! Guards! Come and stop this witch! The voice belonged to the man. He had staked everything. Now whether the prince could be saved or not, he could not take the risk. Stopping Daswang and letting the prince die was the only answer for the Imperial Medical Institute. 2 months ago, the previous medical director had been beheaded by the emperor. He had been in office for less than 2 months, and the emperor's distrust of the Imperial Medical Institute had not yet dissipated. If he courted disaster again, his own life might be forfeit. He had to stop Daswang. Hearing the medical director's shout, Daswang's heart tightened. She turned her head and saw several guards charging toward them. She panicked, quickened her compressions, and in a spare moment patted the infant's face. Prince, wake up. But it was too late. The guards rushed and pulled the maids away and dragged Daswang aside. The rescue effort was thwarted once more. Daswang felt utterly powerless for the first time. She could even sense that the infant's originally purple lips had begun to turn rosy. This indicated that the rescue was working. But now nothing could be done. She could only watch helplessly as the prince died. How could a few maids withstand these robust, highly skilled guards? It was over. Everything was over. All her efforts had been in vain, and her own life might be lost as well. The stigma of being a witch would likely fall upon her. In the Qing prince's mansion, Liu Yongwang was massaging Zhu Ningyan after her exercise. The personal maids had grown so accustomed to this sight that they paid it no mind. Brother Liu, why did you stop? Zhu Ningyan, her tolerance greatly enhanced, endured the pain and asked, what happened to Du Linyang afterward? The story he was telling her was none other than the renowned Peony Pavilion from later ages. The original author Tang Xianzu had not yet been born, so it was convenient to borrow it. After all, in this dynasty, just like in his past life, plagiarism carried no consequences. As long as one altered the phrasing, it could become a massive hit. Love begins without reason, yet deepens with every breath. Liu Yongwang said casually. So this is what deepening love means, Zhu Ningyan murmured to herself. She suddenly felt that her feelings for Liu Yongwang might be akin to this. A love that began she knew not when or where, yet had deepened beyond her control. But she quickly snapped herself awake. No, it cannot be. I am a princess of royal blood while he is merely a wandering healer. I must not form an emotional bond with him. Never. Lost in her tangled thoughts, she fell silent. Liu Yongwang too said nothing, and the atmosphere in the room grew unusually quiet. He was immersed in his own reflections. Some things in this world were truly beyond explanation. The occurrence of great events often came with portents. He recalled that in his past life, a childhood neighbor who never ate noodles suddenly asked for a bowl one morning. His behavior throughout the day was strange and out of character. That evening they went swimming in the river, and the boy, an excellent swimmer, got trapped in a culvert and drowned. Considering the location, it seemed not far from here. In other words, about 500 years later, his childhood friend died there after a series of bizarre actions. It was as if he had known he would die that day, so he ate a dish he never liked, and did many peculiar things as if fulfilling a final wish. Today Prince Xing Zhu Yuan was the same. Both his eyelids twitching might also indicate that his fate remained unchanged. He would not survive this summer. As for the cause of death, Liu Yongwang did not yet know. In the palace, under the scorching sun, chaos reigned. Maids had seized the physicians while guards restrained the maids. Daswang was pinned down by several guards, unable to move. She wept until her voice grew hoarse, but she was powerless. The infant's lips had turned purple once more. Hope was slipping away. The only hope lay with Lady Liu. If only Lady Liu woke up, she would surely allow her to save the prince. She firmly believed this. But Lady Liu remained unconscious, driving her to despair. Just as Daswang was losing hope, footsteps startled everyone. A group hurried in, and a resonant voice called out, "What is happening here?" Daswang was overjoyed. She knew hope had arrived. The newcomer was none other than the most powerful figure in the harem, Empress Dowager Zhang, the emperor's own mother and the supreme authority of the inner court. Daswang cried out, "Your Majesty, the prince can still be saved. Let me save him. Oh, we cannot delay any longer." The imperial physicians, especially the director, regaining their composure and assessing the situation, shouted, "Your Majesty, do not listen to her. The prince has no breath or pulse. He has passed away." The Empress Dowager took one look and understood the situation. But seeing the infant's chest bared, she asked tremblingly, "What is the meaning of this?" "Your Majesty, this witch attempted to practice sorcery on the prince's body. We stopped her." Physician Sure Daswang spat in disdain and quickly said, "Your Majesty, the prince can still be saved. This is the method I used to revive him. Please order them to release me immediately. I must save the prince. There is still hope." "Your Majesty, this witch attempted to practice sorcery on the prince's body. We stopped her." Physician Sure Now that he had finally arrived, his face was blue, especially his lips, which were dark purple. Clearly it was due to drowning. Given the prince's condition, she knew he was dead. Old Ming explained what happened. She commanded with the authority of a ruler, silencing all others. The director knelt and said, "We heard the prince had fallen into the water and rushed here, but it was too late. He had no breath or pulse, he was gone." But this witch insisted he was still alive and demanded to practice her sorcery. She incited these maids to join her, and only the guard's arrival stopped them. Deshuang grew desperate. "Your Majesty, that is not true. The prince has only been in the water a short while, his breathing has stopped, but with first aid, he can be revived. Your Majesty, we must not delay. Act now, and there is still a chance." The Empress Dowager hesitated. Logically, she should grasp at any straw. Since Deshuang claimed there was hope, even a slim one, she should let her try. But this was the imperial household, not an ordinary family. Matters of the royal court were fraught with complications. Sorcery had recently run rampant. Several incidents of maids making dolls to stab with needles had unsettled the entire palace. A series of strange events had also occurred, most notably Lady Liu's difficult labor. The Empress Dowager had been privately investigating. She had summoned all the midwives and maids present that night, as well as the physicians, for questioning. She concluded that everything was steeped in eerie, sinister forces. First, both the physicians and midwives believed that with Lady Liu's condition, sacrificing the mother to save the child was the only option. Otherwise, both would die. But when physician Liu intervened, both mother and child survived. This was astonishing, suggesting some mysterious. Second, from the accounts of many physicians, especially those close to physician Liu, it was learned that he specialized in. The main reason was that they could not examine the patient directly. The emperor's women could not be seen by just anyone. Without seeing the patient, relying only on pulse diagnosis, the main reason was that they could not examine the patient directly. The emperor's women could not be seen by just anyone. Without seeing the patient, relying only on pulse diagnosis made it hard to grasp the condition. Truly skilled gynecologists disdained becoming imperial physicians. Physician Liu's abilities were hardly top-notch. Finally, Liu Yongwang had reportedly guided Xiao Shuang in delivering the baby that night. After the delivery, he fled with Xiao Shuang. This was baffling. Xiao Shuang, an ordinary maid with no medical training, could outperform midwives in a difficult labor. That was highly suspicious. And then they fled in haste, as if avoiding something. These were all huge questions fueling endless gossip in the palace and the Imperial Medical Institute. Moreover, Deshuang, who had spent only a short time with Liu Yongwang, had acquired medical skills and saved 8 maids. Her methods were bizarre, using sewing needles to stitch wounds like cloth. This was utterly unheard of. It seemed more like sorcery than medicine. The palace was abuzz with rumors. Now, with the director and physician Shi's account, the Empress Dowager was growing skeptical. The 2 palace maids, Deshuang and Xiao Shuang, who had never studied medicine, had suddenly become healers. There was truly something sinister about this. She felt a sense of difficulty if she allowed her to administer treatment, but she was actually practicing witchcraft, endangering the great Ming Dynasty. What then? The prince was indeed important, but not as important as the great Ming Dynasty. Even the Dowager Empress Zhang, who doted on this imperial grandson, had to weigh this carefully. But if she didn't let her save him, and simply watched her only grandson die, who would inherit the throne? Your Majesty, this is witchcraft. It will certainly harm the great Ming Dynasty, physician Shi said, completely throwing caution to the wind. He had long harbored a grudge against Deshuang. If he could topple Deshuang today, his status in the Imperial Medical Institute would rise significantly. Moreover, he was certain the prince was already dead. The prince's body had turned bluish-black, indicating that his qi and blood had necrotized. Based on his years of medical experience, it would be strange if he didn't die. Deshuang scolded, "If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense. If the time since breathing stopped is short, a person can still be saved. Your Majesty, we can't delay any longer. Let me save him immediately. Your Majesty, the prince has no breath and no pulse. He is gone." The imperial director immediately interjected. Physician Shi shouted even louder, "I have practiced medicine for years. If I cannot even determine life or death, I might as well die." Physician Shi's resolute attitude made the Empress Dowager hesitate. On one side was the life of the prince, and on the other was the Ming family's dynasty. This palace maid was the same, eyes tightly shut, face cyanotic, lips black. She was clearly in worse condition than the prince. Pointing at the maid, she said, "Fine, since..." This palace maid was the same, eyes tightly shut, face cyanotic, lips black. She was clearly in worse condition than the prince. Pointing at the maid, she said, "Fine, since you claim you can save people, revive her first." She was even being asked to revive this maid named Lu Chun first. She was the criminal who had attempted to kill the prince. How could she save this criminal first? She was even being asked to revive this maid named Lu Chun first. She was the criminal who had attempted to kill the prince. How could she save this criminal first? But she had no time to dawdle. This was the only way. She scrambled up, rushed to the maid, tore open her clothes, and began chest compressions. As she pressed, she said to Lingji, "Lingji, come help. Clear her mouth and nose." Lingji was somewhat timid. This was a dead person. But seeing that Deshuang showed no aversion, she steeled herself. After all, Deshuang was her savior. She pried open the maid's mouth, scooped out the filth, and wiped it clean with a silk handkerchief. 28, 29, 30. Deshuang quickly bent down and performed mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. The crowd was stunned by the sight. A woman in broad daylight blowing into another woman's mouth, especially since this woman had no breath and was already dead. The scene seemed truly eerie. Everyone secretly speculated that this was sorcery witchcraft. Only this explanation seemed plausible. Even the Dowager Empress Zhang's expression was extremely grave. She finally understood why her grandson's clothes were open, exposing his chest. The atmosphere was oppressive and eerily silent. Everyone stared intently at Shuang and the maid on the ground. After 3 rounds of compression, someone exclaimed, "It seems to be working. The lips and skin aren't as dark." The Imperial deputy knelt down, reached out to test the breath and nose, and immediately shook his head. No use. No breath. He also felt for a pulse, no pulse either. Everyone's hopes sank again. The Empress Dowager watched the scene with a solemn expression. She hoped Shuang could truly revive this maid, so that her grandson might also be saved. Everyone present had their own thoughts. Only Shuang was completely focused, devoting herself entirely. Seconds ticked by. Sweat streamed down, blurring her vision. She didn't even have time to wipe it away, just shook her head and continued pressing. Suddenly the maid on the ground twitched, spewed white foam from her throat, and arched her back. The maids were about to cheer when Physician Sure shouted in terror, "A zombie! A zombie!" The maids panicked, and some turned to flee. Shuang, whose heart had just begun to relax, suddenly felt choked. She roared, "Shut up!" Seeing Shuang's fierce demeanor, the restless crowd quieted down again. After a few more compressions, the maid Shuang knew this person was alive. She rushed to the Dowager Empress Zhang, grabbed the infant, and said, "Your Majesty, give him to me. Hurry!" The Empress Dowager involuntarily handed the baby over. Now her regal authority had vanished, suppressed by Shuang's earnestness and persistence. Shuang took a deep breath and began chest compressions on the infant again. However, the infant's skin had already turned bluish-black and his lips were severely cyanotic. She didn't know if she could. Behind her, the Imperial director quickly reached out to feel the maid's pulse. This time he clearly detected a pulse and breathing. He looked up in shock. "She's really alive." Cough, cough, cough. The maid coughed violently. Her complexion had regained some color, but her mind was blank, her expression dazed and vacant. Physician Sure was stunned and began to stealthily retreat. He knew he had bet entirely wrong. He had sealed his own. With everyone's attention on Shuang, fleeing was the only sensible option. He slipped out of the crowd, turned, and sprinted toward the Imperial Medical Institute. His steps were clumsy and panicked. On the official road, a carriage sped along. The window curtain was lifted, revealing a youthful and beautiful face. It was Pan Jinlian. Her small face was full of longing and hope. "Jinlian, don't look around. It's not good if a villain sees you," Pan's mother said, pulling her. Pan Jinlian was unimpressed. In this peaceful era, there aren't that many villains. The accompanying escort, however, said, "Miss Pan, there are plenty of villains in the world. Old Neo has seen them several times." Pan Jinlian giggled. "Hee, if Brother Liu were a bandit chief, I'd gladly be his wife." "Shameless," Pan's mother scolded. "You haven't officially entered the family yet. Don't keep thinking about him." Pan Jinlian giggled. "Hee, if Brother Liu were a bandit chief, I'd gladly be his wife." "Shameless," Pan's mother scolded. "You haven't officially entered the family yet. Don't keep thinking about him." "If I didn't think about him, why would I travel thousands of miles south?" Pan Jinlian said nonchalantly. The breeze blew, stirring the girl's hair, and her heart drifted with the wind to the distant south. In the Imperial Palace, Shuang did not notice Dr. Shi's attempt to flee. She was pouring every ounce of her strength into saving the prince. No one else perceived Dr. Shi's escape. Except for one person, Hong Dafu. The usually taciturn Hong Dafu had watched with cold detachment. From the start, he had believed that Shuang truly understood emergency treatment. Yet the director and the deputy director were his immediate superiors, and he could not openly support Shuang. As Dr. Shi began to stagger away, Hong Dafu whispered to a guard, "Seize him. Do not let him run." The guard turned and saw Dr. Shi striving to run in an awkward, desperate manner. He nodded, stepped out lightly, and caught Shi escorting him back in custody. Dr. Shi's face went ashen, a fear gripped him. Hong Dafu only gave him a cold glance. "Shi Dafu," he said, "this is a critical place. Where do you think you are going?" Hong Dafu knew perfectly well that Shuang had already reversed the entire situation. The accusation of sorcery could no longer stand. Because they had delayed Shuang's rescue, the physicians of the Imperial Medical Court could not escape blame. Even he might be implicated. If Dr. Shi escaped, all the physicians would face a bloody purge. By capturing Shi, he might still have a chance to absolve himself. Indeed, by pinning all responsibility on Dr. Shi, the others might walk away unscathed. At the very least, he felt no remorse. He had long treated Shuang kindly. Sacrificing Dr. Shi's life to save them all was the only path to self-preservation. He convinced himself it was righteous. In the crowd, Shuang persisted with her compressions. The prince's skin, once a pale bruise, gradually regained a fairer tone and even a faint flush. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed on Shuang. Her strength was near exhaustion, yet she continued to endure. White froth was forced from the prince's mouth. At last, after a press, the prince gave a soft cough. Relief flooded Shuang. She knew the prince had lived. The next moment her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Empress Dowager Zhang panicked, cried, Imperial physicians, what are you standing there for? Continue the treatment at once. The director rushed forward, took the infant's pulse. It was weak, but still beating. He raised his head with a complicated expression. Your Majesty, he is truly alive. The Empress Dowager breathed a sigh of relief and murmured, Ba, turning the prayer beads that hung at her neck. At that moment, Consort Liu slowly came to. As soon as she awakened, she lunged forward. Seeing the baby waving his tiny fists and feet, she wept for joy and embraced him. My child, you frightened your mother to death. My precious. From afar came hurried footsteps and an urgent, angry shout. What has happened to the prince? It was the Emperor Zhu Hozhao belatedly arriving upon hearing the news. At the Prince of Xing's residence, Prince of Xing, Zhu Yuan toyed with his favorite jade thumb ring, but his mind was elsewhere. For half an hour he had been in a state of unease. The investigation is complete. Liu Yongwang was recently registered in Anlu Prefecture. An advisor entered, bowed, and reported, Your Highness, the investigation is complete. Liu Yongwang was recently registered in Anlu Prefecture. Oddly, his certificate was issued blank and his name filled in later, which suggests his identity is complicated. It cannot be clarified immediately. The Prince of Xing's face went cold. Then do not pursue it. Bring Dr. Gu in. The servant answered at once. The prince waved his hand and motioned the advisor closer. Have those maidservants learned it? The advisor nodded. Report, Your Highness. I questioned them carefully. The maidservants have basically mastered the healing method. That Liu Yongwang had nothing more to teach, the advisor added. The prince remained silent and waited. Soon Dr. Gu entered trembling and offered a salute. Your Highness, greetings. In as calm a tone as he could muster, the prince asked, Have you mastered Dr. Liu's methods? This old physician lacking merit has fully mastered them, Dr. Gu replied with confidence. Dr. Gu said assuredly, In future, when consumption appears, I too will be able to treat it. Is that so? A woman in my jurisdiction has contracted consumption, you will treat her. All expenses will be borne by the manor. Dr. Gu looked puzzled. Why not summon Dr. Liu? Dr. Liu is busy, the prince said sternly. And you must treat independently. Do not consult Liu. I want to see whether you have truly mastered the method. Dr. Gu, though uncertain, understood this was an internal matter of the manor and that an outsider should not pry. He would simply follow the prince's instructions. Yes, I will obey. After Dr. Gu left, the prince's eyes turned icy. Keep a close watch on Dr. Gu. Once it is confirmed that he has mastered the treatment, we may act. The advisor cupped his fists. Rest assured, Your Highness, that Liu Yongwang is doomed. Back in the palace facing the scene of disarray, Zhu Hozhao felt a bitter taste in his throat. A gush of blood sprang forth, and he suddenly grew faint and listless. The nearby guards hurried to support the emperor, their faces pale with fright. Empress Dowager Zhang, heartbroken, took the emperor's hand to soothe him. Do not fret, Your Majesty. The prince is alive, all is well. Consort Liu, holding the crying infant, said, Your Majesty, the baby is fine now. He is safe. The emperor forced down his agitation and waved his hand. Investigate. Find out precisely what happened. At that pronouncement, everyone shivered, for it heralded a coming storm. All present were likely to be swept up in it. At the Liu family courtyard, having plucked a handful of green chilies from the field, Liu Yongwang walked into the kitchen with a smile. Although planted late, the crops had been well tended and borne plentiful fruit. Old Jean's farming skills were beyond doubt. Not only the chilies, but also the tomatoes and potatoes flourished. The corn was a little lacking, few ears and small in size. But it mattered little, a few boiled ears of corn would satisfy a craving. The weather was about to slip from early to late autumn, everything was just right. Old man, how do you eat these chilies? Xiao Shuang, seeing such curious plants for the first time, asked with great curiosity. Old Jean followed them into the kitchen, picked up a chili, and sniffed it, detecting an unfamiliar aroma. They'll make you tiger skin green peppers, Liu Yongwang said, and set about his work. Old man, you hide your talents well. How are you so adept at cooking? Xiao Shuang asked, curious. Usually Xiao Shuang did the cooking, but Liu Yongwang often offered instruction. Whenever he gave guidance, it was like a stroke of genius. The flavor changed at once. For example, his tips transformed dishes like Dubon Crucian carp, stir-fried water spinach, and steamed pork. Each time the result was remarkable. Such was the way in the Liu household kitchen: simple ingredients, careful hands, and an unerring sense for taste. According to Xia Shuang's usual cooking style, the dishes were not exactly unpalatable, but they lacked any distinctive character. However, after receiving guidance from Liu Yongwang, their quality immediately soared by several levels. They even surpassed the culinary creations of the Imperial kitchen's master chef. This made Xiao Shuang wonder if she had truly cooked these dishes herself. With these chili peppers, your future dishes will be even more delicious. Liu Yongwang smiled as he heated oil in the wok, tossed in the green peppers, and within minutes a plate of fragrant, visually stunning, and flavorful tiger skin peppers was ready. After just one bite, Xiao Shuang was astonished. She had never imagined such a delectable vegetable could exist in the world. Liu Yongwang also tried one. Since it was the first batch of peppers, the spiciness was mild, but the aroma was exceptionally rich. It was perfectly suited for Xiao Shuang and Old Jean, who had never tasted chili peppers before. The setting sun dipped into the distant woods, painting the sky a brilliant gold. The three people dining in the small courtyard all sensed something called happiness brewing in the air. If only my sister could taste these green peppers, Xiaoshuang murmured softly. Liu Yongwang took her small hand in his. She will, and very soon. He had a premonition that day was approaching. Since the prince was doomed to die, then the Emperor Zhu Hozhao would surely meet his end as well. The course of history had already been corrected. Physician Liu, please save my daughter's life, or she may not survive, a voice pleaded at dawn. Early in the morning, Liu Yongwang's courtyard gate was blockaded by a visitor. I have consulted famous doctors everywhere, but none could cure her. Fortunately, the magistrate recommended you, saying your medical skills are miraculous. I beg you, please save my daughter. An old man in his 50s or 60s knelt before Liu Yongwang's gate, refusing to leave. Liu Yongwang was reluctant to take on the case. His relationship with Zhu Ningyin was currently in a blossoming phase, and he missed her terribly if he went a single day without seeing her. Moreover, Liu Yongwang had never intended to use his medical skills to establish himself in this era. He preferred to rely on agriculture to earn a living. The art of medicine tended to attract trouble and complications. One misstep could lead to death. Bian Ke and Hua Tuo were prime examples. There was also the Imperial Academy physician who was beheaded immediately after time traveling. Such examples were countless. Being an imperial physician in particular was an extremely high-risk occupation. Once one gained fame for their medical skills, it became almost impossible to avoid becoming a court physician. The emperor would not allow you to roam the Jianghu freely. He would surely recruit you into the Imperial Medical Institute to treat the royal family. Your life would then be held in the royal family's hands, vulnerable to being snuffed out at any moment. Agriculture, on the other hand, was much simpler and purer. Grain was the foundation of life. It only required dealing with the land and the heavens without entangling with the corrupt bureaucratic system. Although the heavens were capricious, they harbored no selfish motives and treated everyone with absolute fairness. By understanding their rules, one could earn a living from them. But the bureaucrats in any dynasty were consumed by petty scheming and insatiable greed. The human heart was unfathomable and difficult to handle. Well, I am currently treating the longevity commandery princess of the Xing Prince's mansion, and I have no time to spare. Liu Yongwang refused without hesitation. However, the other man remained kneeling, unwilling to rise. I implore the divine physician Liu to spare some time to treat my daughter. I am willing to offer a substantial consultation fee. Liu Yongwang grew irritated. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a familiar voice. Physician Liu, pardon the intrusion. This is my close friend, and only you can save his daughter. Please, for my sake, lend a hand. Liu Yongwang turned to see the speaker, Prefect Shui of Anlu Prefecture. Liu Yongwang felt the pressure. With Prefect Shui personally calling upon him, he knew he could not refuse. Very well, since the prefect himself has come, it would be Liu Yongwang felt the pressure. With Prefect Shui personally calling upon him, he knew he could not refuse. Very well, since the prefect himself has come, it would be discourteous of me to decline any further. Liu Yongwang sighed inwardly. Let's go. I will accompany you there. Meanwhile, within the palace, the entire Forbidden City was shrouded in an atmosphere of grim austerity. All the involved maids were isolated and interrogated, especially the one named Liu Chuan, who was subjected to severe torture. Everyone was filled with dread. In a sealed small room, Daswang sat calmly. After experiencing so much, her mind had grown composed and steady. Did you know Liu Chun before? No. Where did you learn the emergency treatment you used? From physician. Guard Zhao smiled slightly. Everyone knows you rendered meritorious service. I am merely following procedure to inquire about the situation. I understand. Daswang nodded slightly. Did you know Liu Chun before? No. Where did you learn the emergency treatment you used? From physician. Guard Zhao nodded slightly. It's quite a coincidence. When I was on official business in Yanggu County, I happened to encounter physician Liu and your younger sister Miss Xiaoshuang. However, it was only a fleeting glance, and we did not converse. Daswang shot to her feet. You saw them? Guard Zhao looked surprised. Haven't you been in contact? No. Daswang dared not mention that Liu Yongwang had given her a medical book. Such a matter could be trivial or serious. It was best left unsaid. That makes sense. Physician Liu is very cautious. Guard Zhao suddenly realized he had let something slip and quickly changed the subject. Ahem, you should rest now. I'll take my leave. Daswang quickly stopped him. When you saw my sister, how was she? She looked well, even more radiant than before. But Daswang had already sensed a problem. Could Guard Zhao's so-called official business in Yanggu County have been to target physician Liu and Xiaoshuang? Was your official business related to my sister? Daswang asked cautiously. The question was somewhat abrupt, imprudent, and even fraught with risk. But she had to ask. Otherwise, she would never be able to sleep peacefully again. Guard Zhao was also astute and immediately grasped Dashwang's implication. Now that Daswang was a favored figure in the palace and a great heroine for saving the prince, he did not wish to be misunderstood by her. Physician Dashwang, rest assured. Your sister is fine, and physician Liu is also well. His words were sincere and earnest. Daswang understood. He was not lying. The heavy weight in her heart finally lifted and tears streamed down her face involuntarily. That's wonderful. Thank you, Guard Zhao. Guard Zhao waved his hand. No need to thank me. Farewell. After he left, Daswang clenched her fists in excitement. Finally, she had news of her sister which made her feel that all her perseverance had been worthwhile. She also began to feel grateful to Physician Liu. Without him her life would not have been so colorful. In a remote corner of the palace faint intermittent sounds of weakness drifted out. A fierce-looking eunuch tossed a blood-stained torture instrument to the ground and snorted, "If you had confessed earlier you wouldn't have had to suffer so much." A junior eunuch handed over the written confession for Lu Chun to affix her thumbprint, carefully folded it, and presented it to the senior eunuch. The senior eunuch took the confession and hurried towards the Empress Dowager's palace. For the contents of this confession were truly shocking. Remnants of the Prince of Ning's rebellion. A year ago the Prince of Ning had revolted. After Wang Yongming led the forces to quell the rebellion, Zhu Hozhao ordered the extermination. Remnants of the Prince of Ning's rebellion. A year ago the Prince of Ning had revolted. After Wang Yongming led the forces to quell the rebellion, Zhu Hozhao ordered the extermination of the entire Prince of Ning's household. Unexpectedly, some had slipped through the net, and they had nearly claimed the prince's life. This realization sent a jolt of fury through Empress Dowager Zhang. She slammed the table hard. Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. How did someone of her status manage to enter the palace? This matter involves others. Uncover every last one of them. Not a single one shall escape. The Grand Eunuch exclaimed excitedly, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, our Internal Affairs Bureau will get to the bottom of this." With palpable excitement, he hurried out. A greater storm was beginning to brew. Within the harem, Consort Liu cradled the prince, gently patting him. Suddenly the prince's body tensed up, and he began to convulse. Foam started to form at the corners of his mouth. Terrified out of her wits, Consort Liu hastily ordered for the imperial physicians to be summoned. Before long the chief imperial physician and several others arrived in a rush, including Dashwang, who had been hailed as a hero. Dashwang's status in the palace had soared, compelling even the chief imperial physician to regard her with newfound respect. Seeing the infant's convulsions, the physicians fell silent. This child was truly ill-fated. "Dashwang, please take a look. What's wrong with Bauer?" Consort Liu asked, her eyes swollen from weeping. Dashwang took the infant, her expression grave. Her worst fears might have come true. Due to prolonged pressure, several of the infant's ribs were fractured. However, this was not a major issue. With quiet rest and a child's remarkable self-healing ability, he would soon recover. What truly worried Dashwang was the potential brain damage. According to the Barefoot Doctor's manual, prolonged suffocation could impair the brain. But having no prior experience with such a case, she hesitated to jump to conclusions. She turned to the chief imperial physician, almost pleadingly, "Chief imperial physician, my medical knowledge is shallow. I implore you to examine him." She spoke the truth, but to Director Meng's ears it sounded like a stinging rebuke. Nevertheless, Director Meng saw a glimmer of hope for himself. He had been temporarily released from the Internal Affairs Bureau's prison. Ever since the prince was revived, he had been under relentless interrogation. The matter was extremely serious, and given Zhu Haozhou's temperament, even if he escaped the death penalty, the punishment would be severe. But now Dashwang offered him a way out. If he could diagnose the prince's illness and propose a treatment, it would be his atonement, allowing him to retain his position as chief imperial physician. He immediately reached out to take the prince's pulse. Consort Liu wiped her tears and grasped Dashwang's hand. "Dashwang, what's wrong with Bauer?" Dashwang sighed. According to the Barefoot Doctor's manual, if the brain was truly damaged, the child would essentially be, at best, he would suffer from epilepsy, at worst, he would become a mentally disabled invalid. "Your Majesty, let us await Chief Imperial Physician Meng's diagnosis," Dashwang consoled. She needed to hear the Chief Imperial Physician's assessment before confirming her suspicions. Director Meng withdrew his hand, examined the prince's eyelids, and promptly declared, "Your Majesty, it is epilepsy." Hearing his diagnosis confirmed her own guess. Dashwang immediately found a bamboo sliver, cleaned it, pried open the infant's mouth, and inserted it. "Your Majesty, remember, when his epilepsy strikes in the future, do as I have done to prevent him from biting off his tongue once his teeth grow in." She was subtly warning Consort Liu that the child's epilepsy would be a recurring affliction. Consort Liu stared at Dashwang as if seeing a stranger, then suddenly let out a cry, rolled her eyes, and fainted. Dashwang instinctively moved to revive her by pressing her philtrum, only to find it was already raw and bruised from previous pressure, leaving no spot untouched. She could only take Consort Liu's hand and press the pressure point between her thumb and forefinger. Seeing Director Meng still in a daze, Dashwang urged sharply, "Chief Imperial Physician, please treat Bauer immediately." Director Meng snapped back to reality, feeling a pang of shame. Dashwang, an 18-year-old woman, remained composed and clear-headed under such dire circumstances. While he had been utterly bewildered, he quickly retrieved his acupuncture kit, selected 3 silver needles, and began treating the prince. The air in the room grew heavy with tension. After a long while, Consort Liu regained consciousness. She looked at the infant with concern, finding him no longer agitated, but curled up, sleeping from exhaustion. She grabbed Dashwang's hand. "Dashwang, what is wrong with Bauer?" Director Meng glanced at Dashwang, and upon seeing her slight nod, he replied, "Your Majesty, the prince indeed suffers from epilepsy. I just administered 3 acupuncture needles to suppress the seizure and allow him to sleep." Consort Liu's body jerked, and she nearly fainted again. After a moment she sobbed, "How did this happen? How did he come to have this epilepsy? My poor child, his fate is truly cruel. Daswang sighed. Your Majesty, you must prepare yourself. Epilepsy may be the least of his problems. Consort Liu's eyes widened as she stared at Daswang. What other problems? Daswang turned to look at Director Ming. Understanding her cue, he immediately gestured for the other physicians to Daswang, then signaled for the remaining maids to leave as well. Once they were alone, she said, Your Majesty, all of this stems from the delay in rescuing the prince. The prolonged cessation of breathing has affected his brain. The prince may suffer not only from epilepsy in the future, he might experience uncoordinated movements, slurred speech, arrested development, and low intelligence. Consort Liu's eyes rolled back, and she seemed on the verge of fainting again. Anticipating this, Daswang slapped her cheek lightly to revive her. Your Majesty, your health is paramount. You must take care of yourself. Consort Liu trembled, clutching Daswang's hand, and Bower's life. As long as his epilepsy is managed properly, and he has someone to care for him, it will not be life-threatening, Daswang reassured. Consort Liu finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he lives, that's enough. I will take good care of him. Yet tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. She had also come to a realization she was still young. She could bear another child, a younger brother, who could one day care for this simple-minded elder brother. It was the only way. Jingling County, Tianmen City. The early autumn breeze was refreshingly cool, bringing a sense of ease. But Liu Yongwang could not feel happy. He had initially thought that by transmigrating to the backward Ming Dynasty armed with knowledge over 500 years ahead of its time, he could live a life of luxury and ease. Yet upon arrival, he was hunted by the Emperor. Now that he had barely secured a foothold, he was forced back into the grind. Social obligations were inescapable. How could he refuse the invitation of Prefect Shui of Anlu Prefecture? Unless he wanted to be driven out of Anlu. Ultimately, it came down to a lack of real power. If he possessed the authority to command the world, who would dare force him to work? After disembarking from the carriage, I gathered my spirits and walked into a large house with 3 rooms and 5 bays. This layout of 3 rooms and 5 bays is the largest house that an ordinary wealthy merchant can reside in. During the Ming Dynasty, the rules were strict. Only officials could live in houses with more than 3 entrances and exits. For ordinary merchants, 3 rooms and 5 bays were already the pinnacle of luxury. Naturally, to comply with regulations, wealthy merchants devised various ways to skirt the rules. For instance, in the home of this Lin merchant, each room was quite large, further divided into several smaller rooms. Although it was said to be 3 rooms and 5 bays, in reality, it was even larger than the grand residences of 5 entrances and exits. This also reflected the financial power of Lin the merchant. I walked to the back courtyard where Lin the merchant finally stopped and said, The one who is ill is my youngest daughter, named Lin Yue. This is her boudoir, please come in. A beautiful woman in her 30s approached from the corridor, bowing to Liu Yongwang. Are you the great Dr. Liu? How wonderful, we have been looking forward to your arrival. Liu Yongwang glanced at her. She was about 35 or 36, the prime of her beauty, with elegance flashing in her expressions, her figure impossible to conceal beneath her silk garments. He began to feel some interest. Is this your daughter? The beautiful woman laughed. Lin the merchant quickly clarified, No, this is my wife and the mother of Yue. Liu Yongwang understood instantly. Indeed, in the Ming Dynasty, age was not an issue. Lin the merchant was already 60 while his wife was only around 35 or 36, and their daughter was merely 18. There might even be younger children. This was quite common. However, upon reflection, it seemed to be the same in wealthy and powerful old men still won the hearts of youthful girls. Perhaps not hearts, but rather greed and vanity. The room was filled with incense, with various paintings hanging on the walls and unfinished papers scattered across the desk, all indicating that the room's owner had a passion for calligraphy and art. Liu Yongwang felt a spark of curiosity. If the mother was so beautiful, her daughter surely wouldn't be lacking. Upon entering, he saw a charming figure lying on the bed, her brows furrowed and her expression weary. In a merchant's home, there was no need for fancy drapes, allowing a clear view of her true appearance. After a brief inquiry, Liu Yongwang understood the nature of her ailment. In simple terms, it was a case of urinary retention. After ruling out urinary stones, Liu Yongwang confirmed it was purely simple retention of urine. This type of patient experiences difficulty urinating and abdominal discomfort. It was quite painful. What medications have you used? Liu Yongwang inquired. We tried Zishintongguanwan and other medicines, but there has been no improvement. Lin the merchant wiped the sweat from his brow, speaking anxiously, This is my most beloved young daughter. Seeing her in pain, my heart aches deeply. Liu Yongwang looked at the girl on the sickbed, especially noting her frowning expression, and he too felt a pang of sympathy. The term sick beauty perfectly described this kind of beauty. In the capital city, in the Sinang Palace. Despite the room housing only 2 people, the atmosphere remained quite serious. Empress Zhang sat majestically in her chair, quietly waiting for Yang Tingyi to finish reading the confession. After a long while, Yang Tingyi finally folded the not particularly complex confession and put it away. He was not a slow reader. He was contemplating the information conveyed by these words. After the Emperor Zhu Hozhao spat blood, he was in his. As for the person in charge of the inner palace, that was naturally Empress Zhang. Together they held the power of speech for the entire nation. The remnants of Prince Ning. Yang Tingyi murmured, they actually found a way to infiltrate the inner palace. Empress Zhang's tone was equally cold. This matter is not so simple. To infiltrate the inner palace, I do not believe it can be done without collusion inside and out. On the outside, I have already sent the Jinui to investigate, and on the inside, I have also instructed the internal agency to look into it. Lord Yang, this matter still requires your full cooperation. The renowned statesman Yang Tingyi slightly furrowed his brow almost imperceptibly. Empress Zhang rarely directly intervened in political affairs, but evidently her son Zhu Hao's blood loss and her grandson's near-death experience had enraged her, prompting her to bypass the emperor and engage in external investigations. This was a dual wrath from a grandmother and mother. At this moment, hastily stopping Empress Zhang from intervening in politics was not a wise choice. Empress Zhang rarely directly intervened in political affairs, but evidently her son Zhu Hao's blood loss and her grandson's near-death experience had enraged her, prompting her to bypass the emperor and engage in let him in. Empress Zhang tucked away her anger and resumed a dignified demeanor, waiting quietly. Yang Tingyi noticed that Empress Zhang did not instruct him to step aside, indicating that he should also participate in this matter. He said nothing further and sat down on a nearby stool, quietly waiting while observing inward. De Shuang walked and paid his respects and then stood to the side. Dr. De Shuang, thanks to your intervention, otherwise the Ming Zhu family dynasty would be in great danger. Empress Zhang said with a smile. De Shuang was taken aback, quickly kneeling. Your Majesty, you flatter me. I was merely fulfilling my duty. Rise, Empress Zhang said, still smiling. I just heard that you and the court physicians went to the palace of Lady Liu. Though De Shuang was young and inexperienced in the political arena, she understood Empress Zhang's meaning. She controlled all movements within the inner palace. If she sought to conceal something, it would be futile. It was better to lay it all bare. De Shuang steeled herself and said directly, Your Majesty, the young prince developed a hidden ailment due to a delay in rescue. With a loud slap, Empress Zhang's body shook, nearly causing her to fall. Yang Tingyi widened his eyes, staring fixedly at De Shuang. Both of them understood the implications of De Shuang's words. The Emperor Zhu Hozhao had only this one son, and if something happened to him, the Zhu family dynasty would be thrown into turmoil. This was a grave taboo. What hidden ailment? Empress Zhang barely managed to control her emotions, pressing for more information. De Shuang lowered her head, carefully weighing her words. Just now Lady Liu summoned us from the Imperial Medical Institute to her palace, and we discovered the young prince foaming at the mouth and convulsing. After diagnosing, Meng Yuan confirmed it was epilepsy. Uffed. Empress Zhang spat out a mouthful of blood. De Shuang hurriedly supported Empress Zhang. Empress Zhang waved her hand. It's nothing, just a momentary surge of anger. She picked up the teacup to rinse her mouth, taking a deep breath. Epilepsy, Dr. De Shuang, do you have any methods for treatment? De Shuang shook her head. I specialize only in external injuries and emergency treatments. I don't know much else. However, Ming Yuan has already prescribed medicine and performed acupuncture. The young prince is now stable and currently sleeping. Ming Yuan I trust him not at all now. Empress Zhang fixed her gaze on De Shuang. Dr. De Shuang, tell me, is the young prince's epilepsy congenital, or is it a result of this recent incident in the water? Da Shuang, having made up her mind, spoke earnestly. Your Majesty, based on my medical knowledge, I can conclude that this is a sequela caused by delayed rescue after drowning. The Dowager Empress was taken aback. She knew that Da Shuang was resentful of her earlier distrust. She felt somewhat in the wrong, yet as the most powerful woman in the realm, how could she admit her mistake? She immediately said indignantly, it's all those quacks from the Imperial Hospital who hindered your treatment. Guards passed my decree. Imprison that Dr. Shi in the death cell, interrogate him, and execute him in autumn. Yang Ting's brows twitched. This Dowager Empress Zhang had once again crossed the line by meddling in state affairs. However, Dr. Shi was a court physician serving the royal family. The Empress' intervention might seem justifiable. Moreover, in her fury, it was wise not to provoke her. He prudently chose to remain silent. Physician Da Shuang, you are not only skilled in medicine, but also mindful of the greater good, daring to offer blunt counsel. In contrast, Director Ming is all show and no substance. I decree that you be appointed director of the Imperial Hospital, overseeing all its affairs. Thud. Da Shuang knelt down. She could never have imagined that 3 months ago a mere maid she would now be personally appointed director by the Empress Dowager. Yet she knew well how little she knew. She could not take pulses, prescribe formulas, or prepare medicine. Her only knowledge came from the Barefoot Doctor's manual. And much of it she only half understood. Your Majesty, this is unacceptable. I am but a humble maid with scant medical skill. Da Shuang kowtowed, pleading for the Empress Dowager to retract the appointment. To make her director was like forcing a duck onto a perch. If you are mediocre, then the other physicians might as well buy tofu and dash their heads against it. The Empress Dowager's tone was laden with meaning. Da Shuang wanted to protest, but Yang Tingyi helped her up. Physician Da Shuang, no one is good at everything. I have heard of your deeds. I believe the Empress Dowager's decision is wise, for you possess a steadfast, and under your leadership the Imperial Hospital will surely not remain as chaotic and useless as it is now. Dashuang tried to argue, but Yang Tingyi shook his head slightly. Physician Dashuang, I cannot judge medical skill, but in management responsibility and courage you are the ideal candidate for director. Dashuang finally understood. She could not defy the Empress Dowager's decree and had to accept it. Yang Tingyi had also pointed her a direction: focus on management. Her medical skills might be lacking, but her management ability should surpass these timid physicians. The most important quality for a director is not supreme medical skill, but knowing how to handle people. At the Xing Prince's mansion. After a busy day, Prince Xing Zhuyuan sat down holding a teacup and asked, "That Liu Yongwang didn't come today, did he?" The strategist whispered, "Prefect Shui had an old friend whose relative was ill. He personally invited Liu Yongwang to a neighboring county Jingling to treat the patient." Prince Xing nodded slightly. "Inform Prefect Shui that I owe him this favor." Setting down the cup, he added, "Better keep Liu Yongwang delayed, don't let him return. Wait until that physician Gu can treat patients alone." "Yes." In Jingling County, Liu Yongwang carefully pressed Lin Yuer's abdomen. His touch light, yet it drew pain sounds from her. Liu Yongwang frowned deeply. The condition was severe. The abdomen was swollen, indicating she had not urinated for a long time. Kidney hydronephrosis might have already begun. If urine was not drained soon, both kidneys would likely fail. In the Ming Dynasty, without kidney transplant capability, this was a death sentence. Yet the girl's illness was strange. Even with physiological urinary retention, she should have been able to expel some urine with assistance, not be completely unable to. "We must start treatment immediately, or your daughter's life is in danger." Liu Yongwang stood up, his expression grim. The wealthy merchant Lin panicked, trembling. "Physician Liu, how will you treat her? What should we prepare?" "Soak her lower body in warm water up to the abdomen. Simultaneously massage the abdomen to guide excretion." Liu Yongwang instructed urgently. "You wait outside, have your wife assist inside." Soon a bathtub was set up in the room, steam rising. A cloth curtain was hung in the middle to block the view. Liu Yongwang directed from outside. After about 10 minutes, a joyful shout came from inside. "It's working, it's working. It's released." Liu Yongwang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the problem wasn't too severe. The simplest method had worked. But soon an uneasy voice came. "Oh, it stopped again." Liu Yongwang immediately said, "Get her up quickly, dry her, and lay her on the bed. Cover her with a sheet. Ill press her abdomen to guide excretion." The curtain opened. The girl was both embarrassed and uncomfortable, her face showing extreme exhaustion. Liu Yongwang did not hesitate. He began pressing around her abdomen with a downward circular motion to clear the passage. Soon the girl squirmed. Liu Yongwang knew the massage was working. He continued. Her face grew redder, clearly in the process of excretion. When her abdomen softened slightly, Liu Yongwang found the massage no longer effective. He glanced at the girl, whose cheeks were flushed and eyes evasive. He understood. She might now have some control and didn't want to be so embarrassed before a stranger. He withdrew his hands and said, "It's almost done. Don't take any random medications in the future. If there's another blockage, use my method." The woman nodded in agreement. Stepping outside, Liu Yongwang stretched. "Mr. Lin sent me back to Anlu Prefecture." He was eager to return to see the lovely Zhu Ningyan. Now he felt like a young man in love. A day apart felt like 3 autumns. "It's getting late. It's at least 200 li to Anlu Prefecture. Let me host you tonight to thank you for your treatment. We can leave early tomorrow morning." Merchant Lin urged. Liu Yongwang looked at the sky. It was indeed late. Ancient transportation was so inconvenient. 200 li, just 100 kilometers, would take an hour on a highway in later ages. But in the Ming Dynasty, even the fastest carriage took a whole day. "All right, I'll leave early tomorrow," Liu Yongwang agreed. "They'll take a look at Jingling County streets." In the capital, at the Imperial Hospital of Medicine, Dashuang could not feel joy despite the flattering smiles around her. She was acutely aware of her own limitations. All her medical knowledge came from half a copy of the Barefoot Doctor's Manual given to her by Liu Yongwang. She only knew how to treat wounds, perform emergency care, and prevent epidemics. As for the 4 diagnostic methods, observation, auscultation, and olfaction, inquiry, and pulse taking, as well as prescribing medicine, acupuncture, and moxibustion, she knew nothing. Yet she could not refuse the appointment from Empress Dowager Zhang. Now she felt like a duck forced onto a perch. Everyone is a woman favored by the Empress Dowager to become the director. I am truly honored and humbled. I must rely on the full cooperation of all you physicians. Dashuang took a deep breath and began her inaugural address. "Judge Ming, I need you to take charge of treatments. Do not slacken your efforts due to your demotion." Young and outspoken, Dashuang spoke plainly. Judge Ming was taken aback, but quickly bowed. I dare not. I escaped punishment only thanks to your intercession, Director. I am not an ungrateful person. Please rest assured, Director." Judge Ming had never encountered someone so direct. The officials he had known always spoke in riddles and half-truths. This young woman was entirely different. Moreover, Dashuang was favored by Consort Liu, now by Empress Dowager Zhang, and trusted by the Emperor. He had feared she would settle old scores. But her words put him at ease. Her candor even stirred a sense of gratitude. "Physician Hong, you were once my superior and half my mentor. I need your strong support in my work." Dashuang continued calling out names. Physician Hong's eyes lit up. Their department of sores and ulcers had been the least respected in the Imperial Hospital. Now thanks to Deshuang's promotion their status had risen significantly. He held both respect and affection for Deshuang. Good, I will give you my full support, Physician Hong said. Everyone, what difficulties do we face now? Let's speak openly and discuss solutions together, Deshuang said. She knew she lacked medical expertise, so she needed to harness others' strengths to keep the Imperial Hospital running smoothly. This open forum approach could resolve many issues. This was the essence of pooling wisdom. The meeting proved highly successful. Previously, due to the director's authority, no one dared voice their true opinions for fear of contradicting him. There were many yes-men and sycophants, but few who spoke their minds. Almost none. Now with Director Deshuang admitting her lack of skill and seeking their input, everyone could speak freely. Medicine cannot be practiced in isolation or restricted by school dogmas. Only through collective discussion, research, and summarization can progress be made. This is why traditional Chinese medicine has failed to advance rapidly. Every old physician hoarded their secrets, fearing others would learn them. Their prescriptions were guarded like treasures never shared with outsiders. Consequently, much medical knowledge was lost. For instance, Hua Tuo's mefezin narcotic powder bone-setting therapy and pioneering abdominal surgery vanished with his death. Many classic therapies and formulas were gradually lost due to secrecy. Ancient medicine remained stagnant, making progress difficult. Schools of thought valued seniority, leaving little room for new voices. Even if leaders were wrong, followers dared not dissent. For these reasons, Chinese medicine clung to old traditions, revering ancient formulas and methods from centuries or millennia past, never moving forward. Otherwise, it would have gained worldwide renown instead of being overshadowed by Western medicine. After the meeting, everyone gained insights and found new ideas and inspiration. Their attitudes toward Director Deshuang shifted rapidly, from disdain to respect and regard. They even felt she had brought a new spirit to the Imperial Hospital. But when Deshuang spoke again, silence fell. The air grew thick. Everyone, the discussion has been fruitful, Deshuang noted carefully. Now regarding the Emperor's illness, what are your views? In Jingling County, Liu Yongwang, slightly drunk, wandered the streets. In his past life, this place was called Tianmen City, an ancient town of 1,000 years. It neighbored Zhongxiang and Xinjiang. But unlike Zhongxiang, which produced Emperor Jiajing, or Xinjiang famous for crayfish, it had no distinguishing features. Yet Liu Yongwang had visited often in his past life, and the familiar accents felt warm. Suddenly, commotion ahead caught his attention. He staggered over to watch. A tattered man curled on the ground, enduring kicks and punches from the crowd. This thief is back at it. Beat him to death. Send him to the authorities. He steals every day, it's infuriating. What's the use? He only stole a few steamed buns. The officials will just beat him and let him go. Infuriating. They'll kick him too. The crowd rained blows on the man. Liu Yongwang gathered that the ragged man had stolen a steamed bun and was beaten for it. A repeat offender. In the Ming Dynasty, buns were called zhongbing. Meanwhile, man too referred to stuffed buns. Eventually, the crowd tired and dispersed, cursing. The man slowly got up, felt his chest relaxed, and limped away. Having nothing better to do, Liu Yongwang followed. The man left the county town and reached a dilapidated temple. He pulled 2 steamed buns from his chest, brushed off the dust, forced a smile, and entered, calling, "Mother, have some zhongbing." A weak, reproachful voice came from inside. "Son, you didn't steal those zhongbing again, did you? I see new bruises." "No, I earned them by carrying loads." Liu Yongwang understood. The thief was a filial son. During the beating, he had protected the buns in his chest to feed his mother. In the Ming Dynasty, there was a poverty line. Once someone fell below it and resorted to begging, their life was essentially over. They wouldn't last long. This man was no exception. Other than selling himself into slavery, there was no way out. But as a slave, one's life was in another's hands, never escaping servitude, a ruined life. A thought struck Liu Yongwang, and he stepped into the temple. The man turned warily, shielding the old woman behind him, his eyes filled with caution and concern. The old woman behind him stood up nervously, holding out the steamed bun. "Did my child steal your family's zhongbing? I've only taken 1 bite. Please return it to you. Don't beat my child." The man's expression was tense, wanting to stop his mother's actions, yet feeling utterly helpless. Liu Yongwang finally saw clearly. The man was around 25 or 26, with a resolute gaze and rugged features. This matched Liu Yongwang's expectations. He chuckled. "Elder, your child didn't steal the steamed cakes. He earned them with his own money at my shop." The man was stunned. Liu Yongwang beckoned. "Come with me, oh, I have something to discuss with you." The man calmed his mother and turned to follow. Standing outside the temple, Liu Yongwang clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at the sky with an air of superiority. When the man emerged, Liu Yongwang said, "I am Liu Yongwang, a physician from Anlu Prefecture." The man bowed awkwardly. "My name is Sun Daxing, just a destitute wretch." Liu Yongwang turned, eyeing him sidelong. "I see deep discontent in your heart. Do you wish to turn your life around?" A destitute wretch meant he had once been prosperous, now fallen. This suited Liu Yongwang's expectations perfectly. He had long sought a follower, no a loyal agent. Many matters were inconvenient for him to handle personally, requiring a trustworthy agent. This agent must also have a weakness he could exploit. Now Sun Daxing fit the requirements flawlessly. His mother was his Achilles heel. By controlling her, Liu Yongwang need not fear betrayal. It was a simple principle. Controlling his mother was equally simple. Just provide her with shelter and food costing next to nothing. Sun Daxing's eyes lit up. I do more than anything. Liu Yongwang pulled out a small string of coins and handed them over. Buy clothes for yourself and your mother and get cleaned up. Wait for me tomorrow. From then on you'll work for me. Sun Daxing refused the money, stubbornly declaring, I will not be a servant. Liu Yongwang smiled. He wanted someone with backbone. I don't need a slave. You'll just work for me and he'll pay you monthly. It's an employment relationship. And my mother. He glanced back at the dilapidated temple. I won't abandon her. He'll provide a small dwelling for you to live in with your mother. However, it's in Anlu Prefecture, not here. The man's face lit up with joy. I've grown weary of this place. Liu Yongwang turned to leave. They'll come for you early tomorrow. After a few steps, he sensed movement behind him. Turning, he saw Sun Daxing kneeling on the ground, kowtowing to. The knees of ancient men were so pliable. A small favor, and they knelt. Yet their backs remained straight, unbowed despite countless beatings. This trip to Jingling County had not been in vain. The capital, the Imperial Medical Academy. Deshuang listened, the gravity of the situation growing. Thanks to Deshuang's candid attitude, the imperial physicians spoke freely. The emperor's condition gradually. Zhu Hozhao, seemingly robust and mighty, had actually long been frail at his core. This was the fundamental reason he had no children. To father an heir, the emperor had sought treatment from a wandering physician, taking harmful aphrodisiacs that damaged his health, which finally allowed Consort Liu to conceive. Had he rested and recuperated, his bodis deficits might have slowly been replenished. But when the prince drowned, the emperor was overcome with rage and grief, vomiting blood, and his condition deteriorated sharply. Deshuang finally understood why the emperor cherished that prince so deeply. He was hard-won, truly earned at the cost of his own life. Can His Majesty's health be restored? Deshuang asked the group. But wherever her gaze fell, the physicians lowered. Add to that the shock in his mind is unsettled. I fear it will be very difficult. Deshuang gasped. Does the Empress Dowager know? The physicians add to that the shock in his mind is unsettled. I fear it will be very difficult. Deshuang gasped. Does the Empress Dowager know? The physicians exchanged glances, remaining silent. Deshuang understood. These physicians dared not inform the Empress Dowager, only discussing it privately among themselves. I see. I will go report to Her Majesty immediately. Though young Deshuang was keenly aware that the Zhu dynasty was about to face a violent upheaval. Zhu Hozhao was dying, and his only son was likely mentally deficient. Who would inherit the Ming Empire became. Preparations and plans must be made early. Director Deshuang, your report may incur the Empress Dowager's wrath, Physician Hong said with concern. Deshuang replied calmly, since I have assumed the role of director, it is my duty to bear this responsibility. Physician Hong looked at her. Her delicate face still bore traces of youth, yet a hint of maturity had emerged. Youth truly allows one to charge ahead fearlessly. Your master will go with you, Physician Hong said, gritting his teeth as he stood. I will go too. Vice Director Meng also rose. We will all go, the other physicians joined in. Though they knew they would face the Empress Dowager's storm, they decided to share the burden. This Deshuang had a sense of responsibility and character worthy of their support. Deshuang smiled gratefully, but shook her head. No need. This is also a royal secret. The fewer people involved, the better. She added a warning. Everyone, the emperor's condition must not be leaked. Otherwise, the embroidered uniform guard will intervene. At the mention of those 3 words, everyone shuddered. Everyone knew what the embroidered uniform guard represented. The sun was setting. A carriage entered the borders of Anlu Prefecture. The door opened, revealing a weary yet stunningly beautiful face. Finally arrived in Anlu Prefecture. My husband, are you here? Pan Jilian murmured. Pan's mother alighted, stretching her limbs. He should be here. Nearby counties all say a famous doctor cured the princess. That doctor must be Liu Yongwang. Their journey had been arduous. At every stop they inquired about any newly renowned physicians. Only in Huguang province did they hear of a famous doctor who had cured a princess of consumption. So they journeyed to Anlu Prefecture and arrived. They'll go look for him now, Pan Jilian said, stepping down from the carriage, eager to search. Pan's mother quickly stopped her. It's dark, where will you search? Let's find lodging first, and ask the innkeeper for details. Pan Jilian reluctantly agreed. The 3 took their luggage and, escorted by the escort, entered an inn. Soon Pan Jilian jumped with joy. The innkeeper's words confirmed their guess. There was indeed a barefoot doctor named Liu Yongwang, the most sought-after physician in the area. However, Dr. Liu rarely took patients. Many came in vain, leaving disappointed. It's hard to see Dr. Liu. He's mostly at the prince's mansion, the innkeeper said. Where does he live? Pan Jilian asked, undeterred. North of the city by Wang village. They'll go now. Pan Jilian turned to dash off. Pan's mother grabbed her. The city gates are closed. Oh, we can't leave. Wait until tomorrow morning. Pan Jilian nodded helplessly. Her gaze drifted northward. Her heart had already flown to that unseen, yet deeply familiar barefoot doctor's clinic beyond the city walls. In the capital city, within the Sinaying Palace, Dowager Empress Zhang remained motionless. Only after Deshuang softly called her several times did she finally respond with a faint murmur. Your Highness, are you all right? Deshuang asked with palpable tension. The Dowager Empress' reaction caught her off guard. She had anticipated an outburst of agitation, fury, or even a fainting spell. Yet none of that occurred. Aside from a momentary daze, the Dowager Empress appeared remarkably composed. "You may take your leave. I wish to be alone for a while." Her voice carried a bitter edge, betraying an inner turmoil far from the calm facade she presented. De Shuang wanted to speak, but found herself rendered speechless. She could only rise, bow, and withdraw. It struck her that the Dowager Empress seemed unsurprised by the Emperor's illness, as if she had long anticipated this turn of events. This Dowager Empress was no mere embodiment of kindness and gentleness. She appeared to be a woman of profound depth and cunning. Once De Shuang departed, the Empress summoned a eunuch, summoned the Grand Secretary. Within the cunning palace, tranquility was equally absent. Empress Xia stood by the window gazing at the moon, murmuring to herself. He had no breath left. How was he revived? Footsteps approached. Empress Xia turned to see her elder brother entering and hurried to meet him. "Brother, what?" Vice Minister Xia took his sister's hand to calm her. "Your Majesty, do not fret. I have the latest news." He lowered his voice. "The prince has been saved, but he now suffers from epilepsy. Moreover, according to De Shuang, he may be left with lingering ailments, perhaps even unable to become a normal person." Empress Xia's eyes brightened. "Is this true?" "Absolutely certain. De Shuang herself stated this in the Imperial Academy of Medicine." Vice Minister Xia said, his expression animated. "Our plan can proceed." Empress Xia nodded. "I shall write a secret letter at once instructing Prince Hong to make preparations." Back in his room, Liu Yongwang collapsed heavily onto his bed. At least the excess wine dulled his thoughts, preventing him from dwelling on Zhu Ningyan. Little did he know that far away in Anlu Prefecture, Zhu Ningyan had been fuming all day, nursing her resentment toward Liu Yongwang. "You promised me you wouldn't take any cases, yet you went to a neighboring county." The princess stamped her foot, pacing anxiously around the room. She still refused to admit her feelings for Liu Yongwang, insisting instead that she was merely unsettled by the unfinished story. Zhu Hotsong stood up. "Sister will go to Jingling County tomorrow and bring him back." Zhu Ningyan quickly stopped him. "Father forbids you from traveling so far. Beware his whip." Zhu Hotsong shrank. The only person in the world he truly feared was his stern, unsmiling father. "Then he'll send someone tomorrow to urge him to return quickly." Zhu Hotsong amended his plan. Only then did Zhu Ningyan sit down. The past month of exercise had markedly improved her physical condition. Her spirits were especially lifted. Her coughing fits had diminished significantly, and the blood in her sputum had all but vanished. Her nights were also far more restful. The only persistent annoyance was having to wear a mask constantly, which she found irksome, but dared not disobey. Only when alone could she remove it and breathe freely. This was a rule Liu Yongwang had emphasized repeatedly. "Old man Liu, you must come tell me the story tomorrow," Zhu Ningyan said, feigning fierceness though her eyes brimmed with smiles. Back in the capital, within the cunning palace, Empress Xia handed a letter to her trusted eunuch. "Send this by 600ly express courier to Prince Hong. Instruct him to arrange for his heir Zhu Ho Xiao to enter the capital and be adopted under my name." The eunuch's expression was fervent. "Your Majesty, will the Dowager Empress consent?" Empress Xia frowned. "I am acting for the Emperor's benefit, for the Dowager Empress' peace of mind, and for the welfare of all under heaven. She should have no reason to refuse." "As you command." Under the bright moon and scattered stars, hurried footsteps echoed through the narrow corridors of the harem, heading toward the Xinang Palace. Before long, the footsteps arrived at the gates of the Xinang Palace. After the eunuch announced his arrival, he led Yang. After the formal greetings, Yang Tingyi perceived the Dowager Empress on ease. "Your Majesty, you summoned me. Are there important matters?" Dowager Empress Zhang sighed. "De Shuang, the head of the Imperial Academy of Medicine, has just reported on the Emperor's condition." A sharp glint flashed in Yang Ting's eyes. "Your Majesty, please elaborate." "The Emperor's days are likely numbered. The pieces you have placed may now be moved." Dowager Empress Zhang said, her gaze solemn. Yang Tingyi grew serious. "Your servant, I obey." Liu Yongwang remained unaware that a conspiracy interrupted by his own appearance had been reignited by De Shuang's rise. Upon waking, he immediately set about arranging for the wealthy merchant Lin to provide a carriage for his journey home. Merchant Lin, not daring to delay, procured the finest carriage and driver and prepared a sumptuous breakfast for Liu Yongwang before his departure. Liu Yongwang did not decline. The carriage ride to Anlu Prefecture would take 2 days, a long and arduous journey that demanded a hearty meal beforehand. The breakfast was lavish, offering everything from noodles and rice noodles to fish and meat. After eating his fill and wiping his mouth, Liu Yongwang prepared to board the carriage. Suddenly, Merchant Lin's beautiful wife rushed over and grabbed Liu Yongwang. "Physician Liu, please don't go. My daughter Yuer has relapsed." Liu Yongwang frowned. "Continue soaking her in warm water and massage to ease the flow." The woman's face was taut with anxiety. "It's no use. We've tried everything, but it's still not working. Yesterday she didn't fully expel the fluids, and today her abdomen is swelling again." Liu Yongwang had no choice but to set aside his plans and quickly stride into the back courtyard. The young girl still lay on her sickbed, a picture of pain and fragile beauty. Liu Yongwang felt her lower abdomen and his brow furrowed. It had swollen again, indicating a renewed blockage of the urethra. Are you certain you soaked her in warm water? Yes, we did. Liu Yongwang attempted manual massage again, but this time it had no effect. Instead, it only intensified Lin Yuer's suffering. In truth, Liu Yongwang had sensed something amiss the day before. Her excretion had not been smooth. But his eagerness to return home, coupled with signs that she was about to relieve herself, had led him to dismiss the issue and leave hastily. Now the problem had indeed manifested. He realized he was trapped here, unable to return. Apart from herbal medicine, what other treatments have been used? Liu Yongwang asked with a frown. The beautiful woman replied without hesitation. Yes, previous physicians used silver needles to stimulate acupuncture points to promote excretion. But this time the silver needles had no effect. Liu Yongwang sighed. Alas, quacks harm people. If my method had been used each time a problem arose, soaking in hot water and manual massage would have ensured smooth excretion. Yet they insisted on using silver needle stimulation. Such stimulation works in the short term, but in the long run it stiffens the muscles controlling excretion, making them unresponsive to the Buddha's commands. Then what should we do? The beautiful woman panicked. The wealthy merchant Lin waiting outside also grew anxious. Dr. Liu, please save my daughter. A blocked urinary tract could lead to hydronephrosis. Severe hydronephrosis could cause kidney necrosis. There is one method, but I fear you may not accept it, Liu Yongwang said cautiously. Lin Yuer's condition was a blocked urinary tract could lead to hydronephrosis. Severe hydronephrosis could cause kidney necrosis, and then there would be no saving her. In modern times it would be a simple surgery. But in the Ming Dynasty the only solution was to use a catheter to drain the fluid. In modern times this too would be because in a doctor's eyes there is no distinction between male and female. But in the Ming Dynasty, an era of strictest feudal ethics, catheterizing Lin Yuer was as grave as delivering a child for Empress Liu. What method? Tell us, the beautiful woman asked nervously. The wealthy merchant Lin added, I'll pay any amount, just cure her. Liu Yongwang frowned. Money was never the issue, it's the mindset. The merchant and his wife exchanged glances, both confused. Liu Yongwang turned and walked out. Follow me outside. The merchant and his wife quickly followed. Standing in the courtyard, ensuring no one was nearby, Liu Yongwang said, the only method now is to use a catheter to drain the urine. He roughly explained what catheterization meant. The merchant and his wife's faces changed, especially the woman's, which flushed crimson. Such a method was unthinkable, let alone practical. Even she as a woman found it deeply improper. She immediately shook her head. No, absolutely not. Yuer is not yet married. How can this be? The merchant also said, Dr. Liu, is there no other way? Liu Yongwang shook his head. No. Either you use my method and save your daughter, or you prepare for the worst. She can only last 2 or 3 more days. Thump. The merchant collapsed to the ground, and the beautiful woman burst into wails. Liu Yongwang said calmly, don't cry. If you adopt my method, she can still be saved. The beautiful woman stifled her sobs and said in anguish, it's useless. Yuer has always been chaste. Your method would be tantamount to breaking her virginity. How could she bear it? Even if cured, she would die of shame. It's better to let her die with dignity. Nonsense. The merchant roared. I cannot watch Yuer die. She is the apple of my eye. Let Dr. Lin proceed. But what about Yuer's honor? The beautiful woman panicked. Liu Yongwang looked down at the ants on the ground. In this situation, it was not appropriate for him to interject. He could only wait silently. Only the 4 of us will know about this. As long as we keep it secret, how can Yuer's honor be compromised? The merchant proposed a good idea. But the beautiful woman still shook her head. No. Outsiders may not know, but Yuer will never get past this. She won't agree. You know her temperament. She is so proud. How could she endure such humiliation? The merchant grew conflicted, but then he asked, Dr. Liu, could another woman undergo your method instead? Liu Yongwang shook his head slightly and sighed. Internal organs are extremely delicate and fragile. If injured, it could worsen the condition and cause complete blockage. By then, even the gods couldn't save her. Therefore, a skilled practitioner is absolutely necessary. Liu Yongwang spoke the truth. This time he truly had no intention of taking advantage of the girl. After all, she was in such agony. He would not impose his desires upon her suffering. That would not be the act of a healer. Then what? The merchant wrung his hands in anxiety. The beautiful woman also wept in desperation, unable to think of any solution. Liu Yongwang grew impatient. Both of you, time waits for no one. You must decide soon. But the merchant and his wife still could not reach a conclusion. Perhaps Yuer won't marry Wu, will support her for life. But the key is that she can't come to terms with it. She would take. The beautiful woman sobbed. It's better to let her reincarnate with her honor intact. Seeing they could not agree, Liu Yongwang sighed. Why not ask the patient herself? See if she is willing to accept treatment. The merchant and his wife paused, then nodded quickly. The 3 of them entered the room. The young girl on the bed stared at Liu Yongwang with a pleading gaze. Liu Yongwang chose his words carefully and explained the situation. Miss Lin, if I treat you, your honor will be lost. Of course I will keep it secret, and I believe your family will too. But can you? I will be treated. Before Liu Yongwang could finish, the girl reached out and grabbed him. Dr. Liu, I will be treated. I don't care about my honor. Please help me quickly. I can no longer endure this torment and pain. The beautiful woman and the merchant were stunned. They exchanged glances, both feeling surprised. It seemed their daughter had changed because of this illness. She also differed from their expectations. Liu Yongwang understood clearly that so-called honor and pride were worthless in the face of the will to survive. Living was what truly mattered. Lin Yue had always been proper and observant of etiquette. But when faced with the threat of death, especially such a painful lingering demise, she would cast aside feudal propriety. All right, prepare for the procedure. Liu Yongwang wasted no time and began giving orders: boil water, bring wine, bring a large basin. In the capital, at the Palace of Compassion and Tranquility, Empress Xia hurried and paid her respects and sat down beside the Dowager. Your Majesty, I have important matters to report. Dowager Zhang glanced sideways at Empress Xia. The Imperial family is in turmoil now. Let's discuss this another time. Empress Xia was taken aback. In the past, Dowager Zhang had been very kind to her, but today she seemed unusual. Yet this matter was too important. Even if the Dowager refused, she had to speak. Your Majesty, I have been in the palace for many years without bearing a child. Recently I met Prince Heng's heir Zhu Hoqiao and found him clever and bright. I wish to adopt him, and I seek your Majesty's approval. Dowager Zhang's gaze suddenly sharpened. She stared at Empress Xia for a few moments, well aware of what this woman was thinking. Her expression darkened. Empress, have you heard some rumors? Empress Xia quickly shook her head. No. I merely wish to have a child by my side, nothing more. Dowager Zhang sneered inwardly, but did not expose her. She simply said lightly, let us discuss this after the emperor recovers. Empress Xia wanted to say more, but Dowager Zhang waved her hand. Leave me. I am tired. Empress Xia had no choice but to withdraw. On Lu Prefecture, a horse-drawn carriage came to a halt, and before it had even steadied, a young girl leaped out, rushing straight to the door of the Barefoot Doctor's clinic, pounding on the door with all her might. Lugu, I have arrived. Old Jean hurriedly opened the door, only to see a figure dart inside, vibrant and graceful. Realizing it was a woman, he quickly dodged aside and shouted, Dr. Liu has gone to the neighboring county for a consultation. Please refrain from entering. Pan Jinlian halted her steps only, then noticing that the one who opened the door was not her beloved. She shrugged off old Jean and rushed inside, searching everywhere. Lugu, where are you? Xiao Shuang, hearing the voice of Pan Jinlian from inside, was also delighted. She rushed out and embraced Pan Jinlian, both jumping and laughing together. Where's Lugu? Pan Jinlian's eyes searched everywhere. He has gone to the neighboring county for a consultation, Xiao Shuang replied with some annoyance. He didn't return last night. It's driving me crazy. Pan Jinlian then pouted, her joy turning into grievance, almost on the verge of tears. Xiao Shuang quickly comforted her. Don't worry, he will be back in no more than 3 days. Pan's mother followed them and glanced around the room, and then peeked into the bedroom, clearly dissatisfied with the layout. This house is too small. Oh, it cannot accommodate so many people. Xiao Shuang, go find out if there are any larger houses nearby. Oh, we should buy one and settle down here. Xiao Shuang was taken aback, but had no rebuttal. The house was indeed a bit small. It was not enough for the Pan family. However, is it appropriate to buy a house without waiting for Liu Yongwang to return? Jingling County. In the backyard of Lin's wealthy household, Liu Yongwang entered the young girl's boudoir, glancing at Lin Yue, covered with a blanket, his expression as calm as possible. Miss Lin, think carefully. Oh, once the blanket is lifted, your purity will be lost. Lin Yue gritted her teeth. Please, sir, save my life. Liu Yongwang said no more, but he felt he should impart some new thoughts to Lin Yue, so that she wouldn't feel hopeless in the future and truly resort to suicide. It's quite amusing when you think about it. A common woman loses her purity just because someone else has seen her body. Yet those powerful nobility, talented scholars, and wealthy merchants take pride in redeeming concubines from brothels. And what of those courtesans? Aren't they all married off each night, available to anyone? Isn't that ridiculous? Liu Yongwang spent 10 points in the Point Mall to exchange for a catheter and lubricant. Such items were hard to find substitutes for in the Ming Dynasty. Some say to use a goose feather tube, others a wheat straw. In fact, neither works. These things must be treated, and time is of the essence. I can only exchange points for them. Although points are precious, it's still worth it to exchange. This broken system rarely bubbles up. Liu Yongwang almost forgot he even had a system, and it didn't issue tasks, leaving him with no points to earn. Now every point really feels like it's diminishing. But to save a life, I must spend these 10 points. Just then the system task issued: assist Zhu Hozong in becoming emperor, reward 10,000 points. Liu Yongwang was taken aback. The system had indeed issued a new task. The task is to assist Zhu Hozong in becoming emperor. This is to divert the altered history back onto its original path. Speaking of which, this system really lacks presence. Liu Yongwang was also somewhat surprised, as Zhu Hozhao already had a son, so logically Zhu Hozong had lost his qualifications to become emperor. Yet the system still wanted him to assist Zhu Hozong. This indicates that things seem to have changed. Dr. Liu, there's no need to comfort me. I've realized that living is the only correct choice. The gaze of the world compared to death is hardly worth mentioning. Lin Yue spoke up, her voice tender, yet laced with determination. Her response surprised Liu Yongwang. Liu Yongwang calmed his mind. That's good, I will begin now. He reached out and lifted the blanket, revealing 752 characters omitted. A carrier pigeon flew to the Anlu Prefecture post station. Shortly after, a swift horse emerged from the station galloping straight to the Xinguang residence. All of this seemed ordinary, yet there were undercurrents. The foundation of the empire began to tremble. In the backyard, Zhu Ningyan looked forward eagerly, but was met only by Zhu Hozong alone. Zhu Hozong dismounted and hurried into the backyard, shaking his head at Zhu Ningyan. Dr. Liu hasn't returned. However, his household has gained a few more women. Zhu Ningyan was taken aback, a sour feeling rising within her. What women? His family. Zhu Hozong gulped down 3 cups of cool tea on the table in one go before saying one of the young women is his concubine and the other 2 are her mother and a nurse. Zhu Ningyan poured him another cup of cool tea. So it's a concubine. Her heart had already calmed down. Since it's a concubine, then it doesn't matter. But even if it's the main wife, it wouldn't matter. After all, I am the illustrious. Thinking of this, Zhu Ningyan was suddenly stunned. Oh dear, why am I thinking this? I never intended to marry him. Besides, I am the princess of longevity. How could a mere commoner have the right to marry me as a princess? Yet a hint of blush crept onto her pretty face. To be honest, this 3-cup cool tea is more refreshing than Longjing, quenching thirst and cooling off. Zhu Hozong drank it all in one gulp. 3-cup tea is a well-known cool tea from the Zhongshan area. Just 3 tea leaves can brew a large pot of cool tea with a rich fragrance and refreshing effect. It is the best drink for beating the heat. However, the Wang residence has always lacked this item. After all, it's cheap. A 1 coin can buy a large bag, enough for a family to drink for a year. It doesn't fit into the prince's residence. But because Liu Yongwang specifically requested this tea, the princess ordered the servants to buy it especially brewed for Liu Yongwang. After drinking it a few times, Zhu Ningyan also grew fond of this tea. They seem to be looking for a new house. They say they don't have enough room. Zhu Hozong remarked. Zhu Ningyan's heart stirred. My mother gave me a property just beside Wangzhuang. It should not be far from Dr. Liu's clinic. Tell them that I am grateful for Dr. Liu's treatment and that I am gifting this property to him. Zhu Hozong cast a peculiar glance at Zhu Ningyan. He knew well that his sister was very fond of this estate. In winter, she often went there to stay for a few days. He hadn't expected her to simply give it away to Liu Yongwang. Sister, could it be that you've taken a liking to that Dr. Liu? Zhu Hozong probed. Nonsense, Zhu Ningyan spat. I'm merely grateful to him for saving me. Yet the maiden involuntarily blew. Not far away on the 2nd floor of the front courtyard, Prince Xing looked down upon the scene from his vantage point. Where is Liu Yongwang now? The strategist Li Songquan replied. Your Highness, he is still in Jingling County. According to the coachman's message, his employer detained him before he left, citing a relapse of a patient's condition. However, even if the patient were well, the coachman would ensure he remained away for at least 5 days, preventing his easy return to Anlu Prefecture. Excellent. Zhu Yuan turned and sat down, taking a sip of tea. He then furrowed his brow slightly. Why does today's Longjing tea have a bitter taste? The strategist Li Kongquan's brow twitched. Perhaps the tea leaves got damp in the humid weather. Zhu Yuan poured out the tea. Brew a fresh pot. A servant hurried in and brought another pot of freshly brewed tea. Zhu Yuan took a sip and then said, now this is the right taste. From now on, once you find the tea leaves have gotten damp, you must replace them immediately. The strategist frowned slightly, then turned to the servant and said, listen carefully to the prince's words. If you are so careless again, you will each be punished with 3 strikes of the board. The servant withdrew timidly. We must hasten. Prince Xing waved his hand. You may leave. Report any news to me promptly. Yes. At the west gate of Jingling County, a man accompanied by an elderly woman waited under the scorching sun. Son, why hasn't the benefactor come out yet? The old woman asked. The man looked up. He might be delayed by something. What should we do then? The old woman was growing weary. The man quickly helped his mother to a shaded spot under a tree. Mother, sit here for a while. He'll continue waiting. When Dr. Liu arrives, he'll come to get you. That's right. One must be trustworthy. Go on, your mother can take care of herself, the old woman said. All right. Son Daxing walked back towards the west gate and resumed his wait. A gust of wind blew, but it could not wipe away the sweat on Sun Daxing's face. In Jingling County, at the rear courtyard of the merchant Lin's residence, Liu Yongwang washed his hands, glanced at the young girl behind him who had pulled the covers back over herself, and prepared to leave. The girl's face was deeply flushed, clearly overwhelmed by shyness. It was not convenient for him to linger. As he stepped out of the courtyard, merchant Lin and his wife immediately surrounded him, asking eagerly, Dr. Liu, how is she? Liu Yongwang nodded slightly. The obstruction has been relieved. However, it may recur. Then what should we do? Merchant Lin grew anxious. Liu Yongwang sighed, realizing his plan to return home had to change. I will stay here for a few days to observe the effects. You must ensure the patient drinks plenty of water. Do not restrict her water intake for fear of a relapse. She must drink lots of water, the wife exclaimed. But what if she gets blocked up again? Liu Yongwang replied. She must drink plenty of water. This condition is primarily influenced by both physiological and psychological factors. To overcome the psychological factor, you must downplay the situation. Encourage her to drink more water so she urinates more, forming a natural reflex. He sighed. On the contrary, your previous habit of deliberately limiting her water intake for fear of blockage actually increases the risk of the condition. The wife seemed only half understanding, yet she felt Liu Yongwang was remarkably knowledgeable. Gazing at the sun overhead, Liu Yongwang had a nagging feeling he had forgotten something. Stepping outside, he saw the carriage and remembered that someone was still waiting for him at the city gate. He immediately hurried towards the west gate. In the capital within Consort Liu's palace. After examining the prince, Dashwang's expression grew grave. Although she couldn't pinpoint the specifics, her intuition told her that the prince had undergone a profound change since his drowning. Since the prince's birth, she had frequently visited Consort Liu's palace and was very familiar with his condition. Before, the prince's eyes were clear and lively. Though only 2 months old, he exuded a sharp intelligence in every action. But now the prince was sluggish in his reactions, his gaze dull. All his former liveliness had vanished, replaced by a blankness commonly seen in intellectually disabled children. She confirmed it, the prince's brain had been affected by the prolonged drowning. Dashwang, how is he? Consort Liu asked. Dashwang looked at Consort Liu and quickly realized that the consort had already guessed the outcome. She was merely unwilling to accept it. She had to shatter Consort Liu's false hope without distressing her further. After a moment's hesitation, she said, Consort Liu, deep down you know the result, don't you? Consort Liu fell silent. Her eyes reddened, and she finally succumbed to weeping. Dashwang said softly, My lady, perhaps this is not entirely a bad thing. At the very least, the prince can live a life free from worry. A healthy prince would face many perils and schemes, but an intellectually disabled prince would simply live out his days in blissful ignorance. This was the only comfort Dashwang could offer. Hearing these words, Consort Liu's sobs grew even louder. Just then a eunuch hurried in. Seeing the scene, he felt awkward, unsure whether to advance or retreat. Consort Liu quickly composed herself, wiped away her tears, and said, Speak. The eunuch glanced at Dashwang. Consort Liu said with displeasure, Dashwang is not an outsider. There is nothing to hide from her. The eunuch coughed, and then reported, News has just arrived from Sinang Palace. This morning the Empress went there to pay her respects and raised the matter of adopting Zhu Hoxiao, the son of Prince Heng, as her own. The Empress Dowager rejected the proposal. Consort Liu stood up abruptly. She paced the room a few times and then exclaimed, I understand. I understand everything now. Although Dashwang was new to court affairs, she too grasped the implication. She pretended to be kind, feeding me food to make the fetus grow too large and fat, nearly causing me to die in childbirth. Her sole purpose was to ensure the emperor had no heir, Consort Liu said, growing more agitated. Because she and Prince Heng had long been in league. She wanted to adopt Prince Heng's heir under her name and then support him to inherit the throne. Later Dr. Liu intervened, ensuring the safety of both me and my son, causing her scheme to be shelved and abandoned. But she would not remain idle. She must be plotting a new plan. I suspect that the remnant of Prince Ning was brought into the harem by her machinations. I was also blind to have favored that remnant of Prince Ning. A mediocre person managed to slip in, and I actually chose her, harming my precious child. How foolish I was. Dashwang's heart jolted. Though all were mere conjectures, she found them highly plausible. If any single event were taken in isolation, none would point to Empress Xia. Yet when these events were strung together, the threads became clear. The truth of the matter surfaced. She had also heard from Guard Zhao that Liu Chun's entry into the palace was highly suspicious. Without collusion from within, it would have been impossible for her to infiltrate the palace. But now Liu Chun's supposed home outside had vanished. The entire house deserted, leaving no clues to be found. The investigation was also progressing poorly. No, I must go report this to His Majesty. Lady Liu stood up to leave. Dashwang quickly stopped her. My lady, without evidence the Empress will turn the accusation against us. Lady Liu paused, then slumped back down in defeat. Empress Xia had always enjoyed a sterling reputation in the palace, believed by all to be magnanimous, amiable, and kind-hearted. If she were to go before the emperor and accuse her of being a sinister, cunning villain, the mastermind behind the harm to the prince, no one would believe her. The emperor would not believe it either. Instead, he would think her paranoid. Then what do we do? Let the murderer of my child roam free. Lady Liu grabbed Dashwang's hand and asked. Dashwang thought calmly for a moment and said, My lady, everything hinges on evidence. Guard Zhao and I have some acquaintance. He's now been transferred to the Imperial Guard to investigate Liu Chun's case. I can drop him a hint, give him a direction. Perhaps more clues will be uncovered. Lady Liu looked at Dashwang strangely. Dashwang, I never noticed before how sharp-minded you are. Let me thank you on behalf of Bauer first. She moved to kneel, but Dashwang quickly supported her. My lady, don't overwhelm me with such honor. He'll go at once. A serpent's trail through the grass. Such a momentous affair is bound to leave flaws. Jingling County. The West City Gate. A man stood under the sun, waiting silently. Drops of sweat fell one by one, landing in the dust on the ground, forming tiny mud balls that were eventually dried by the sun and turned back into dust. He still did not move. Seeing this, Liu Yongwang felt deeply gratified. This Sun Daxing was exactly the kind of loyal retainer he wanted. A steadfast and faithful man. Sun Daxing. He raised his hand. Sun Daxing's usually resolute face softened. Master Liu, you've arrived. Liu Yongwang shook his head and led him to a stall selling large bowls of tea at the city gate. He paid a coin. Drink some tea first. I'm not thirsty. As he spoke, Sun Daxing's tongue involuntarily licked his parched lips. Don't be stubborn. Liu Yongwang thrust the tea bowl into his hands. I've already paid, and I don't want scallions. It'd be a waste not to drink. A single coin was the lowest denomination of currency in the Ming Dynasty. For 1 coin one could drink 10 large bowls of tea. But most people couldn't drink 10 bowls, so scallions were used as change for smaller amounts. Drink 1 bowl, get 9 scallions as change. Drink 5 bowls, get 5 scallions. And so on. That's why Liu Yongwang made that remark. Only then did Sun Daxing raise the bowl and drink heartily. After 3 bowls he ran to a distant tree's shade, brought his mother over, and let her drink the remaining bowls. Liu Yongwang gave Sun Daxing another string of coins. Take this money for now, consider it your wages. My itinerary has changed, and I need to stay here a few more days. Liu Yongwang gave Sun Daxing another string of coins. Take this money for now, consider it your wages. My itinerary has changed, and I need to stay. As long as he wasn't abandoned by his master, he was overjoyed. The capital. The Prime Minister's residence. Yang Tingyi removed a bamboo tube from a carrier pigeon's leg, took out the letter, unrolled it, read it, and let out a faint sigh. This hidden agent he had thought would never need to be activated now that the prince had been born. Yet unexpectedly an accident had complicated matters once again. Now this hidden agent had to be deployed. Such an act went against his principles, but he had no choice. Matters of national security and imperial succession compelled him to act against his conscience. Now this hidden agent had to be deployed. Such an act went against his principles, but he had no choice. Matters of national security and imperial succession compelled him to act against his conscience. Advisor Li Conquan's brow twitched again. Perhaps the humid weather has dampened the salt. I've lost my appetite. Prepare me a bowl of kudzu starch and bring some small water caltrops. Anlu Prefecture was known for several local specialties. Since being in theft here, he had developed a taste for them. The first was water caltrops, especially the wild 4-horn variety, which were sweeter and more flavorful than the larger ones elsewhere. The second was kudzu starch. Anlu Prefecture lay at the southern foot of the Dahong Mountains with many hills in the northwest, producing high-quality kudzu starch in large quantities. Locals regarded it as a nourishing delicacy. Zhu Yuan had also grown fond of having a bowl of kudzu starch after meals. As for lotus root starch, lotus root shoots, fish, and the like, these were common throughout Huguang and not considered specialties of Anlu. Watching the servant prepare the kudzu starch in front of Prince Zhu Yuan, advisor Li Songquan grew secretly anxious but could do nothing. The Barefoot Doctor's clinic not far from the Prince Xing's mansion. Xiao Shuang stared at the deed to the land and house that had been delivered, utterly bewildered. Early that morning she had been driven back by Princess Zhu Ningyan. Zhu Ningyan had complained that her massage was too rough, causing her pain, and had scolded her harshly before sending her away. Xiao Shuang felt deeply wronged. Her strength was nowhere near Liu Yongwang's. She had seen him massage Zhu Ningyan, and it was so painful that the princess had to pound the bed with her fists to bear it. Her own force couldn't match even half of Liu Yongwang's. Yet she had been dismissed by Zhu Ningyan. She thought she had angered the princess. But now the princess had turned around and gifted Liu Yongwang a grand mansion. However, she soon caught on. Based on Zhu Ningyan's various behaviors, she suspected that the princess wasn't displeased with her technique, but with her presence. But now the princess had turned around and gifted Liu Yongwang a grand mansion. However, she soon caught on. Based on Zhu Ningyan's various behaviors, she suspected that the princess was— Who was the princess? The eldest legitimate daughter of Prince Xing, the emperor's own cousin, the longevity princess, a woman of supreme status. And Liu Yongwang was merely an ordinary imperial physician seeking refuge from disaster. He was nearly 50, the age gap was too vast. Still, she knew that matters of the heart were unpredictable. A man and a woman spending so much time alone together, it was only natural for feelings to develop, especially since her master Liu Yongwang seemed to be growing younger. When she first saw him, he appeared to be an ordinary. Now the more she looked at him, the younger, more energetic, and more handsome he seemed. Even she felt a secret flutter of attraction. If Liu Yongwang proposed to take her as his concubine, she truly wouldn't want to refuse. And her master was so talented, winning the prince's heart wasn't absurd. Why isn't my husband back yet? Pan Jinlian returned from the front gate for the umpteenth time and spotted the deeds on the table. What are these? Xiao Shuang handed the deeds to Pan Jinlian. A gift from the princess to my master. Pan Jinlian examined the deeds. Where is the house? In Jingling County, Liu Yongwang sat in a restaurant upstairs taking in the scenery. The layout of county towns in the Ming Dynasty was largely the same. Two-story buildings were rare, found only in specific types of establishments. Bell towers, drum towers, city walls, inns, restaurants, some brothels, and the residences of retired dignitaries were the only places that could afford the costly second floor. Thus, even from just the second floor, the view was excellent, offering a panoramic sight of the entire city. A horse-drawn carriage came to a halt, catching Liu Yongwang's attention. The carriage was exquisitely adorned, clearly belonging to the womenfolk of a wealthy family. The curtain was lifted, revealing a pretty face that looked around. Then, raising her beautiful eyes, she met Liu Yongwang's gaze. Before he could react, the beauty smiled faintly and walked into the restaurant. Liu Yongwang immediately recalled that she was the wife of a wealthy merchant from Qianjiang County whom he had previously consulted about infertility. "Physician Liu, I've had such trouble finding you." The beauty approached gracefully, sat down opposite Liu Yongwang, and smiled gently, her eyes sparkling with charm, pouring her allure toward him without reservation. Before Liu Yongwang could speak, she continued, "I've made up my mind. I beg you, Physician Liu, to treat me and help me conceive a child." Liu Yongwang's brow twitched. When he had diagnosed her, before he had made it clear that the problem likely lay with her husband. To conceive, there was only one way: borrowing. As for how to borrow, Liu Yongwang had offered two methods. One was to borrow only the seed, which had a lower success rate. The other was to borrow the person as well, which had a higher success rate. Of course, calling it borrowing was essentially just a euphemism for adultery, much like with that third concubine. "There's no need to tell me this," Liu Yongwang said, picking up the wine flask to pour himself a drink. "I want to borrow yours," the beauty said, her face flushing as the words left her lips. With a splash, the wine overflowed, spilling across the table. Liu Yongwang quickly set down the flask, staring at the beauty in shock. He had never expected this beauty to want to borrow his seed. "I've thought it through clearly. The fewer people who know about this, the better." The beauty smiled softly, picked up her chopsticks to place a piece of meat on his plate, and said, "Only you and I will know, no one else. Safest that way." Liu Yongwang took a tactical sip of his wine, then asked after a long pause, "How do you intend to borrow?" Borrowing only the seed was something he wouldn't do. It wasn't worth it. For such matters, the process mattered more than the outcome. "Borrow the person as well," the beauty replied, her eyes brimming with affection as if about to overflow. Clearly, this beauty had been harboring this idea for some time. If Liu Yongwang were in a later era, nearly 50 years old, without vast wealth, 8-pack abs, or an official position, he would hold little appeal. But in this dynasty, things were different. Girls didn't pay much attention to a man's age. Marriages between older men and younger women were common. It was perfectly normal for a man in his 70s or 80s to take a concubine. A man like Liu Yongwang, a physician with some renown not too old, was quite sought after. "He'll give you 100 taels as a reward," the beauty said with a charming smile. "If I conceive successfully, he'll give you another 100. Liu Yongwang downed his wine in one gulp. If he refused a beauty who came to him willingly, he would be no man at all. He also wanted to see just how sparse things could get. In the capital, inside a tavern somewhere, De Shuang raised her glass to Guard Zhao and said, "He'll finish mine. You do as you." Guard Zhao quickly raised his glass and downed it in one go. "Director De Shuang is too kind. If you have any requests, just say them. If I can handle it, I will." By now, De Shuang was a favored figure in the palace. Originally serving under Consort Liu, she had gained the emperor's recognition and was promoted by the Empress Dowager to director of the Imperial Medical Academy. She was at the zenith of her power in the palace. De Shuang smiled faintly. "Guard Zhao, I don't actually need your help. I'm just reminding you that the case of the palace maid Lu Chun seems to involve Empress Xia." Clang. The wine glass fell onto the table, nearly shattering. Guard Zhao quickly caught it, his eyes wide with shock. De Shuang said no more. Guard Zhao was a perceptive and clever man. A hint was all that was needed. She stood up, gave a slight bow, and turned to leave. Only after De Shuang had walked out of the tavern did Guard Zhao snap out of his daze. The feast before him lost all appeal. He staggered to his feet and slowly made his way back to his lodgings, his mind buzzing the entire way. If Empress Xia really was connected to Lu Chun, then this case was enormous. Involving remnants of Prince Ning's faction and the Empress would make it a monumental scandal. If Empress Xia really was connected to Lu Chun, then this case was enormous. Involving remnants of Prince Ning's faction and the Empress would make it a monumental scandal. The autumn wind rustled the yellowing leaves of the ginkgo tree, sending them fluttering down. The summer heat had dissipated, leaving the most comfortable temperature. Liu Yongwang staggered out of a secluded house, humming a tune as he walked through a quiet alley. For the past few days, he had spent several hours each day in this small house. Without Pan Jinlian by his side, he was tormented. Though surrounded by beauties, none were ready to be savored yet. Not to mention Princess Juningyan, even Xiao Shuang beside him needed a little more time. Let alone Lin Yue, the daughter of the wealthy merchant Lin. Being in close contact with these beauties daily without quenching his thirst was like a kitten staring at a goldfish bowl. Finally, a beauty had come to him willingly, so he naturally lingered, reluctant to leave. He had calculated that the beauty was in her ovulation period, making conception easier. But to ensure success, several tries were necessary. Especially since she, despite being at her most mature age, was not very experienced in such matters. With a few pointers from Liu Yongwang, the beauty felt as if a new world had opened up, eagerly awaiting his arrival each day. She devoted herself wholeheartedly, enduring hardship, without complaint, ready to be plucked. The bowtie's urgency to obtain the seed stemmed from a simple reason: family property. Without a child, her status in the household would not be high. Only with a child would she have a voice and the right to control the family assets. Such a good deed that brought pleasure to both parties was too good to pass up. As he approached the entrance of the wealthy merchant Lin's residence, he saw Lin Yue's beautiful mother standing at the door, anxiously looking out. Spotting Liu Yongwang, the beautiful woman said urgently, Physician Liu, it's terrible. Yue has relapsed." Liu Yongwang was taken aback. He had been observing Lin Yue closely these past 2 days and thought she was in good condition. She was drinking plenty of water and excreting normally. How could she have relapsed after just half a day of his absence? He hurried into the merchant Lin's backyard and saw Lin Yue lying quietly on the bed, her bright eyes sparkling as she looked at him. She was truly beautiful. Lin Yue was the kind of girl who appeared gentle on the surface, yet harbored a rich inner world and possessed a strong will of her own. Liu Yongwang conducted an examination. Finding no severe abnormalities far different from the first time, he asked, "What's the matter?" "My stomach feels bloated," Lin Yue murmured, her voice barely audible. Liu Yongwang was puzzled. "Have you soaked it in hot water?" "I did, but it didn't help." The beautiful matron followed up, speaking. Lin Yue reached out and grasped Liu Yongwang. "Dr. Liu, save me." Liu Yongwang turned to gesture for the matron and the servants to leave. For this kind of treatment, the fewer people present, the more natural the patient felt. Once only Liu Yongwang and Lin Yue remained in the room, he spoke. "They'll have to treat you again." He took out his tools and began to prepare. Lin Yue on the bed was no longer as shy as the first time. She stared at Liu Yongwang with bright shimmering eyes. This made Liu Yongwang feel as if she were anticipating it. This anticipation was vastly different from the first time. Xingwang Mansion. Zhu Ningyan crumpled the rice paper in her hand. She felt restless, unable to find pleasure in anything. The writing and painting she usually enjoyed held no interest for her today. The characters she wrote looked exceptionally displeasing to her. "Sister, what's wrong?" Zhu Hotsong entered, startled by the paper balls strewn across the floor. It was the first time he had seen his sister so composed. "Any news?" Seeing Zhu Hotsong enter, Zhu Ningyan finally showed a hint of happiness. "Yes, the patient at Jingling is in unstable condition and needs follow-up treatment," Zhu Hotsong said. "Dr. Liu sent word that he won't be back for 2 days. Zhu Ningyan grew displeased again. She threw down her brush and turned to enter the room. "I don't want this body anymore, and no one cares about it anyway. Just let me die of illness." Zhu Hotsong was terrified and quickly followed her in. "Other people are important, but I, the commandery princess, am not. I don't want to live anymore." Zhu Ningyan paced around the room, grumbling angrily as she spoke. Zhu Hotsong grew tense. "Sister, Dr. Liu surely doesn't mean that. He must be tied up." Zhu Ningyan turned to look at Zhu Hotsong. "Is his patient a woman?" Zhu Hotsong was stunned. "Yes. That's it, he must be enchanted by beauty. That wicked doctor flirting everywhere." Zhu Ningyan couldn't finish her sentence. She didn't know how to say anything too vulgar. Nor could she curse. But she was truly angry. "Sister, Dr. Liu is not that kind of person." Zhu Hotsong made futile explanations. "He is? What good doctor takes on a pretty girl as an apprentice? I've never seen such a thing." Zhu Ningyan sat down angrily, but within minutes she stood up, anxiously pacing the room again. Zhu Hotsong was dizzy from her pacing. His concubine is even more beautiful than the female apprentice." Zhu Ningyan grew even angrier. "If he doesn't come back, it's because he's bewitched by a beauty. Brother, go arrest him and give him 20 heavy strokes. No, just 10 strokes. Forget it, 10 is too harsh. Just 3 strokes. Well, 1 stroke as a warning." Seeing Zhu Ningyan's incoherence, Zhu Hotsong finally sensed something different. He asked cautiously, "Sister, have you taken a liking to Dr. Liu?" Zhu Ningyan was startled and immediately said, "He's a commoner and am a dignified commandery princess. How could that be? I am just angry that he doesn't value our mansion." Zhu Hotsong was about to say more when a servant rushed and panicked. "The prince has fainted. The consort asks you both to come quickly." Zhu Ningyan was taken aback and quickly pulled Zhu Hotsong to run to the front courtyard. Jingling County, the rear courtyard of the wealthy merchant Lin. Looking at the girl's complex gaze and then at the shallow basin, Liu Yongwang understood in his heart. Lin Yue wasn't truly relapsed, as she craved the process of treatment. Though painful for some, it brought a unique sensation amidst the agony. Although Lin Yue was 18, confined deep in her boudoir, she had only a vague notion of such matters. She was almost entirely ignorant. The previous treatment inevitably involved some contact. This stirred other feelings within Lin Yue. Hence she feigned a relapse to demand another treatment from Liu Yongwang. Liu Yongwang slowly arranged his instruments, pondering his words to dissuade the girl. Repeated treatment can cause ulcers or even adhesions from the wound, eventually making it untreatable. Lin Yue murmured softly, "But what if I fall ill?" Liu Yongwang met her eyes. "You're 18 now. Consider marriage. Ask your parents to find you a suitable match." Lin Yue's face flushed crimson, and she shyly averted her gaze. She clearly understood his meaning. Her eagerness for Liu Yongwang to treat her this time was not due to pain or illness. It was purely for the sensation. The inadvertent touch had already stirred turbulent waves within her heart, leaving her unable to extricate herself. Stepping out of the room, the matron approached. "Dr. Liu, it's relapsed again. What should we do?" Liu Yongwang reassured her. "It's not a major issue." He hesitated slightly. "Actually, you might consider arranging a marriage for Yue." The matron was startled, not understanding how marriage came into it. Yes, we are looking. We just haven't found the right one." Though the merchant appeared prosperous, his social status was low. Zhu Yuanzhang had decreed an order for the people, scholars, farmers, artisans, merchants. Merchants were last. Officials and scholars were the highest tier, followed by landowners, then skilled workers. As for merchants, their status was the lowest. Merchants' sons were forbidden from taking imperial exams, and their clothing and housing were regulated with no room for transgression. The wealthy merchant Lin had low status. They naturally hoped to marry their daughter upward, preferably to a scholar. But most ancient scholars were quite impoverished, and their demands were high. Lin Yuer was in a position where she couldn't find a suitable match above or below. Moreover, now that Lin Yuer's chastity had been broken by Liu Yongwang, though unknown to outsiders, the matron felt inwardly inferior, making the search even harder. Well, ill-observed for 2 more days, then I must leave, Liu Yongwang said, stretching. I still need to attend to the commandery. Can't you stay a few more days? The matron urged. Yuer's illness hasn't healed, and it's relapsed. Her ailment lies not in the body, but in the heart. But the matron looked puzzled, clearly not understanding. In Anlu Prefecture within the Prince Xing Mansion, Zhu Houzong and Zhu Ningyan, after paying their respects to Zhu Yuyuan, inquired, Father, shall we summon physician Liu to examine you? Prince Xing, Zhu Yuyuan's brow twitched. Summoning Liu Yongwang was out of the question. It seemed Liu Yongwang would never return to Anlu Prefecture. No need, I have already consulted physician Gu, Zhu Yuan said as he sat up. It is nothing serious. Merely exhaustion from the past few days, leaving my mind and body fatigued. A few days of rest will suffice. But physician Liu's skills are superior, Zhu Ningyan urged anxiously. It is fine, I know my own body well. Zhu Yuan took a sip of tea. I can still draw a 2-stone strongbow, there is no major ailment. However, he promptly spat out the tea. Why does this tea have a bitter taste? He called out. Were not the damp tea leaves supposed to be discarded? Why are they still here? Be more careful in the future lest you face punishment. Seeing their father's robust vigor, Zhu Houzong and Zhu Ningyan exchanged glances, their hearts easing considerably. This indicated their father's illness was not severe. Perhaps it was merely a minor ailment, rest would suffice. In the Imperial Hospital, Das Wang listened to Vice Director Ming's account of the illness, her heart tightening with concern. The Emperor's condition was more dire than anticipated. Beneath his seemingly vigorous exterior lay an inner void. The Emperor now merely clung to life, unable to endure much longer. An autumn gust swept by, sending a chill through Das Wang. The Emperor had only one son, Bauer, who was clearly intellectually deficient. This foretold a period of intense turmoil for the Zhou dynasty, which would implicate countless commoners and likely plunge the realm into war. History bore witness to too many upheavals caused by an emperor without an heir. This reignited her worry for Xiaoshuang. Physician Liu, Xiaoshuang, where are you? Will we ever meet again? In Anlu Prefecture, Xiaoshuang, who was in the midst of receiving a luxurious mansion, suddenly sneezed. Through their spiritual bond, she knew it was her sister thinking of her. Since Pan Jinlian had delivered Dashwang's letter to her, she had arranged for a clever individual to carry her reply to Yanggu County in search of Boss Zhou, hoping to find a way to deliver the letter to her sister. Miss Xiaoshuang, this room is yours, Zhu Houzong said, changing the subject. But your master is quite irresponsible to leave my sister waiting here. My sister's condition fluctuates, she needs your master's personal attention. Xiaoshuang forced a smile. Your Highness, my master will return soon. He sent word yesterday that he would be back in 2 days. Zhu Houzong frowned. 2 more days. Look at how well my sister treats your master. She gifted this estate without hesitation. This was a precious gift from my mother which she cherished dearly. You'd best tell him to return today, or at the latest by tomorrow. Xiaoshuang grew troubled. Very well, I will send someone to deliver the message immediately. Give me the address, and I will dispatch someone to bring him back, Zhu Houzong said. Xiaoshuang quickly replied. No need to trouble your highness, I will arrange for a messenger at once. In the capital within the Xinang Palace, Yang Tingyi entered slowly and bowed with measured grace. Grand Secretary Yang, how fares my nephew? Empress Dowager Zhang raised her head slowly, fixing her gaze on Yang Tingyi. Years ago, she and Yang Tingyi had forged a secret pact of cooperation. Because Zhu Houzhao had no heir, they had to secure a successor early. By both bloodline and ethical principles, Zhu Houzong was the optimal choice. Originally, with the birth of a prince, this pact had been stillborn and abandoned. Now it had to be revived. Yang Tingyi could not speak too freely. Such matters must not be recorded in history, lest both he and Empress Dowager Zhang lose their reputations forever. For a man of his stature, historical legacy mattered even more than the Ming Dynasty's continuity. Empress Dowager Zhang understood and nodded faintly. Chief Imperial Physician Das Wang says the Emperor may not survive until next spring. I implore Grand Secretary Yang to stabilize the court and prevent any shake to the Zhou dynasty. Your servant Yang Tingyi pledges to devote all efforts to uphold the Zhou dynasty. I implore Grand Secretary Yang to stabilize the court and prevent any shake to the Zhou dynasty. Your servant Yang Tingyi. Sending a letter via the postal relay was too slow, no one knew how long it would take. Finding a traveling merchant heading the same way was no simple task. The young prince's urgency pressed upon her, and no one was available at the moment. They'll go, Pan Jinlian declared, jumping to her feet and rushing out. They'll find a carriage driver at the post station. Mother Pan grabbed her firmly. Little miss, it's nearly dark. Even if you must go, it should be tomorrow. Besides, a young lady shouldn't be out and about so recklessly. Let Xiaoshuang find someone. But Pan Jinlian insisted. I must go. I miss my husband, only by seeing him soon can I be at ease. Then go tomorrow. Mother Pan held on tightly. Watching the lively and earnest Pan Jinlian Xiaoshuang felt a pang of envy. To act impulsively for the one you love, that feeling was truly wonderful. Yet she herself hesitated, unable to voice her feelings. In the dead of night under the cool moonlight, the wealthy merchant Lin, about to engage in intimate play before sleep, suddenly sat up, seeing a figure at the door. Bathed in moonlight with long hair flowing, she resembled a legendary ghost. Lin shrieked. His beautiful wife scrambled up, hiding behind him. Father, mother, it's me. Lin Yuer's voice came, relieving them both. Yet it left Lin with a lingering fear, dreading lasting trauma in certain aspects. Yuer, why aren't you asleep at this hour? What brings you here? The beautiful wife hurriedly dressed and got out of bed. Lin lit an oil lamp. Lin Yuer entered, her expression solemn and resolute. Father, mother, I have made up my mind. I want to marry. The beautiful wife was taken aback, then said with difficulty, Yuer, I haven't found a suitable match for you yet. Wait a little longer until I find a scholar. Mother, I want to marry Physician Liu. Lin Yuer calmly interrupted her mother. She had tossed and turned all night, filled with shame and anxiety. Her body had been seen by Liu Yongwang, and her secret thoughts had been seen through by him, leaving her devoid of dignity before him. She had indeed contemplated death, but suddenly an idea surfaced, bringing her relief. If she married Liu Yongwang, all problems would be resolved. Was it not natural for a husband to see his wife's body? What did it matter if her hidden, unspoken desires were known? A wife should hold nothing back from her husband. She should be utterly devoted to him. Moreover, she realized she loved his carefree spirit, his uniqueness, his talent, his competence. And above all, she loved his gentle touch. But the beautiful woman hesitated, conflicted. The wealthy merchant Lin grew even more agitated. No, you're only 18, how old is he? The beauty cast him a sidelong glance. When I married you weren't you already past 40? What of it? Lin the merchant scratched his head. That's different. You were a legitimate wife. Marrying Physician Liu would most likely make you a concubine. And what's wrong with being a concubine? Didn't I start as your concubine before being elevated to wife? The beauty flared up, hands on her hips, pointing at the merchant's nose. Are you saying I brought shame to you? Lin the merchant was thoroughly silenced. Lin Yuer waited quietly, but her gaze was resolute. The beauty sighed inwardly as she looked at her daughter. She knew this daughter far too well. Once she set her mind on something, she would see it through to the end. Being a concubine is fine. It's not such a disgrace. We'll give plenty of dowry and trousseau. Though shall be a concubine, our family's dignity will remain intact. The Bowtie's mind began to stir. She too felt this was the best choice. Marrying Liu Yongwang would resolve any chastity concerns. The family's honor would be preserved. As for being a concubine, it was hardly a major issue. Liu Yongwang had forged ties with the Prince of Xing's mansion, elevating his status dramatically. Throughout Anlu Prefecture, he had become a figure of considerable standing. Their family, however, belonged to the merchant class, the lowest of the low. Scholars, farmers, artisans, merchants ranked last. Becoming Liu Yongwang's concubine would not be shameful, rather it would be a step up. If they gave their daughter ample dowry, she could stand firm in the Liu household with confidence and a status no less than a legitimate wife. With luck, she might even follow in her mother's footsteps and be elevated from concubine to wife. That would be perfect. Lin the merchant was also swayed. True. Even Prefect Shui holds Physician Liu in high regard. We are indeed marrying up. Tomorrow I'll go speak with Physician Liu and make sure he marries Yuer. Let me go, the beauty said, stroking Lin Yuer's head. Go back to sleep. Lin Yuer, however, was worried. Will Physician Liu disdain me? No, our Yuer is as beautiful as the moon, skilled in chess, calligraphy, painting, and poetry. How could he possibly disdain you? The beauty spoke these words, but inwardly she was anxious. Would a Physician Liu who had connections to the Prince of Xing's mansion truly take a liking to Lin Yuer? The Prince of Xing's mansion. Zhu Yuan propped himself up, forcing some energy into his voice. How goes the matter of Liu Yongwang? The strategist Li Tsongquan lowered his voice. A carrier pigeon message arrived. He departs at dawn tomorrow. I have stationed men at the border between the two regions. They will pose as roving bandits and strike him down with a single blow. Zhu Yuan coughed and nodded with satisfaction. And how is Physician Gu? Physician Gu has fully mastered the techniques. The patients he treats have shown marked improvement. Good. Zhu Yuan lay back down. Afterward step in and offer condolences to Physician Liu's family. Heir, Your Highness the Princess has already bestowed a mansion upon Liu Yongwang. Zhu Yuan was taken aback. Then there's no need for consolation. He lay back down, his expression somber. The night was deep, yet he could not find restful sleep. Jingling County. In the guest room, Liu Yongwang slept like the dead. These past days of relentless toil had truly exhausted him. Zhu Yuan was taken aback. Then there's no need for consolation. He lay back down, his expression somber. The night was deep, yet he could not find restful sleep. At the dream's end, he also saw the strong-willed Lin Yuer. Then he awoke. Liu Yongwang opened his eyes to see the distant sky tinged with the pale light of dawn. The streets had already come alive with the cries of peddlers filling the air. He dressed and rose. Today he had to leave. He missed his Xiao Shuang and he missed Zhu Ningyan of the Prince of Xing's mansion. As he opened the door, he found the beautiful woman standing at the threshold with a smile, holding a brocade box in her hands. "What's this?" Liu Yongwang asked curiously. The beauty handed the box to him. "This is my family's heirloom, a token of gratitude for saving my daughter's life." Liu Yongwang opened the box and glanced inside. It was a jade pendant. It was a vivid lush green, clearly a precious piece of jadeite. Such an expensive gift made Liu Yongwang sense something amiss. "Let's be straightforward. Madam Lin, is there something you need?" The beauty chose her words carefully. "May I ask how many wives and concubines physician Liu has?" Liu Yongwang blurted out, "One concubine." Then he realized it wasn't precise. Because there was at least a legitimate wife in Luoyang. "My legitimate wife is in Luoyang." The bow tie size sparkled. "Only one concubine." "Yes. What do you think of my daughter Yuer?" After seeing the beauty off, Liu Yongwang scratched his head. "Do I have to marry every patient I treat? That would be too wonderful." Marrying Lin Yuer carried no burden for him. The Lin family's offer was simply too generous. 100 acres of farmland, 3 large houses, 7 chests of jewelry, 10 sets of bedding, and various trousseaux. Utterly delightful. Even without the trousseau, he would have been willing to marry Lin Yuer. Young, beautiful, and strong-willed, a rare find in this era. In modern times, she would be the quintessential leading lady. Of course he would want to marry a girl like that. When he returned, he would send the betrothal gifts. The Lin family requested only a modest bride, price a mere formality. After all, the trousseau far exceeded the betrothal gifts. But the one thing weighing on Liu Yongwang's mind was Zhu Ningyan. When she heard this news, would her jealousy boil over? "Old ma, get ready. We're going home today," Liu Yongwang said. "Right away." The coachman's voice was unusually cheerful, clearly delighted to be heading back today as well. On Lu Prefecture, a carriage waited early at the city gate. A lovely face peeked out from time to time, her expression anxious, constantly complaining. "Why aren't they opening the gate? It's already light out." The coachman was speechless. "Madam Liu, there's still a quarter of an hour." Pan Jinlian pouted. "Can't they open it just a little earlier?" The city gate slowly swung open, and the carriage carrying an eager heart sped eastward toward Jingling County. On the outskirts of Tuasher town, 3 burly men on horseback stood on a high ridge, gazing down below. The city gate slowly swung open, and the carriage carrying an eager heart sped eastward toward Jingling County. On the outskirts of Tuasher town, 3 burly men on horseback stood on a high ridge, gazing down below. Below lay the border between Jingling County and Anlu Prefecture. The area was dense with forests and winding paths, the only route between the two regions. "Keep your eyes sharp. Don't let him slip through," said the leader. "Don't worry, Chief." "Don't call me Chief. Call me," the leader snapped. "Yes, second master. That man surnamed Liu will die here today." The subordinate quickly. The leader's expression was stern. "We've been under the prince's care for a long time. Today we must repay him. Don't let anyone falter, and keep up." "Yes." The 2 subordinates shouted in unison. At the Xing prince's mansion, Zhu Ningyan walked listlessly, her lips pouted in deep displeasure. Zhu Hotsong scratched his head. "Then what should we do?" Zhu Ningyan stamped her foot. "We should send a capable guard. If something happens to that concubine, brother Liu will surely be heartbroken." Zhu Ningyan brightened slightly but soon grew worried. "But she's just a woman. How can she travel over mountains and rivers? What if she encounters bandits?" Zhu Hotsong scratched his head. "Then what should we do?" Zhu Ningyan stamped her foot. "We should send a capable guard. If something happens to that concubine, brother Liu will surely be heartbroken." Zhu Hotsong was startled. "Sister, why do you care so much about Dr. Liu's opinion?" Zhu Ningyan blushed. "He's a physician. Without him, who would cure my ailments?" Zhu Hotsong scratched his head again. "Sister, father is ill and has no energy to mind me. What if I also make a trip to Jingling?" Zhu Ningyan was tempted. "But that concubine has already been gone half a day. My horse is faster, I can catch up." Zhu Hotsong was eager. He was lively by nature and loved riding, but was usually strictly disciplined by his father and dared not travel far. Now that his father was ill and preoccupied, he dared to sneak out. The distance from here to Jingling County was 200 li. With a swift horse, he could make the round trip in 2 days. If he was gone for 2 days, his father probably wouldn't grow suspicious. "All right, go ahead. He'll cover for you." Zhu Ningyan was also tempted. Zhu Hotsong excitedly slipped out of the mansion, took his favorite horse, and galloped away accompanied by only one guard. Boss ahead is Tuasher town. Beyond Tuasher town, we enter Anlu Prefecture. Sun Daxing looked up at the sky. "It's getting late. Should we rest in Tuasher town or press on?" Liu Yongwang looked up at the sky. The sun had already reached the mountainside and would set in about an hour. Just as he was about to answer, the carriage driver turned his head and said, "Juku town in Anlu Prefecture is only about 20 li away. The market there is livelier." Liu Yongwang's heart stirred. Juku town was an ancient town with a 1,000-year-old wharf, and its market was indeed much more bustling. "All right, let's go to Juku town." Liu Yongwang stretched his limbs. By traveling a bit more today, he could get home earlier tomorrow. His family had sent a letter saying that Pan Jinlian had already arrived in Anlu Prefecture. Thinking of Pan Jinlian's initiative and passion, Liu Yongwang felt his whole body heat up. He also wanted to hurry back and spend some quality time with her. "All right, The driver cracked his whip and sped up. The carriage passed briskly through Tawashir town, continuing westward in the sunset. In Juku town, the carriage carrying Pan Jinlian sped along the road. The driver turned to look at the pretty young woman and asked, "Miss Pan, this is Juku town in Onlu Prefecture. Beyond it lies Jingling County. It's getting late. Should we stay overnight or continue?" Pan Jinlian poked her head out to look at the sky. The sun was slanting westward, nearing the horizon. But it was early autumn and the days were still long. How far to the next stop? "Oh, ahead is Tawashir town, still another 20 li. Then let's keep going to Tawashir town." Pan Jinlian sat back in the carriage. "The more we travel today, the less we'll have to travel tomorrow." The driver cracked his whip. "All right." The carriage sped through Juku town and continued eastward. Shortly after they passed through, two swift horses caught up. It was Zhu Hotsong. After inquiring at the inn and finding no trace of Pan Jinlian, he mounted his horse. "Let's go to Tawashir town." He felt no fatigue now, only excitement. The exhilaration of a wild horse freed from its reins. The sky gradually darkened. The sky was a sea of gold. In another hour, it would be completely dark. Sun Daxing looked at the sky, then sat back in the carriage and said, "Boss, the carriage driver you hired is impressive. He looks like a military man." Liu Yongwang was startled. "A military man?" Sun Daxing nodded. "Yes, just like me." Liu Yongwang grew wary. "How do you know?" "A military man has a certain aura that outsiders can't imitate." Sun Daxing suddenly became melancholic. But after leaving the military for many years, that aura fades. Liu Yongwang's eyes widened. "You mean this driver left her tinged with bitterness and resentment?" But Liu Yongwang, Sun Daxing shook his head. "Leaving that environment and sinking into the mundane world's petty struggles erodes a soldier's edge every moment. After a while he becomes like everyone else." His words were tinged with bitterness and resentment. But Liu Yongwang shuddered and grabbed Sun Daxing's arm. "Are there deep mountains and dense forests ahead?" Sun Daxing nodded. "We've already entered the dense forest." He suddenly sensed Liu Yongwang's unease and became alert himself, lowering his voice. "Boss is the driver, not your man." Liu Yongwang nodded. Sun Daxing felt for the cleaver in his bosom and peered outside warily. Inside the dense forest the light was even dimmer. Only the storm lantern in front of the carriage illuminated a small patch of ground ahead. "Old Ma, stop!" Sun Daxing shouted. But the driver didn't stop, instead he sped up. "Stop!" Sun Daxing sensed danger and shouted again. The carriage still raced on. Sun Daxing drew his cleaver and stepped out of the carriage, ready to force the driver to stop. The driver suddenly jumped off the carriage and fled. The carriage continued to race wildly. Sun Daxing quickly grabbed the reins and pulled hard. Whoa! The carriage finally stopped, but it was too late. A rumbling sound came from behind. Sun Daxing turned to see several large boulders rolling down the road, blocking their path back. "Quick, charge through." Liu Yongwang also poked his head out and shouted immediately. Having been through so much, he had a clear sense of his predicament. With the retreat cut off, the only way out was to speed forward, to break through before the enemy could close the encirclement. That was their only chance of survival. "Quick, charge through." Liu Yongwang also poked his head out and shouted immediately. Having been through so much, he had a clear sense of his predicament. Soon 3 horsemen charged down from the mountain. The leader shouted toward the carriage, "Stop the carriage immediately. We only want your money, not your lives. If you persist in your folly, you'll lose your heads." Sun Daxing turned to Liu Yongwang. "Boss, do we charge or stop?" Liu Yongwang cursed loudly. "Charge. They're not after money. They're after me." A carriage driver who would stay with him in Jingling County for 6 or 7 days. This was no simple robbery. As for who wanted him dead, he had a fair idea. "Boss, our carriage is too slow, we can't outrun them." Sun Daxing gritted his teeth. "When the carriage overturns, take my mother and flee into the woods to hide. They'll hold them off." Seeing Sun Daxing's grim determination and the short blade in his hand, Liu Yongwang knew he had chosen the right person. This was the loyal retainer he desired. He glanced back at the old woman in the carriage and steeled himself. "Rest assured, if you fall ill, treat your mother as my own." No further words were needed between them. They understood each other perfectly. Sun Daxing's greatest concern was his mother's life. As long as she survived, he would fight with reckless abandon. The air grew thick with tension. The carriage thundered down the official road, pursued by 3 bandits who swung their blades at the horse's head. The horse, wounded, ran even faster. Yet everyone knew it couldn't last long. They all silently awaited their doom. At the Prince Xing's mansion, Prince Zhu Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale from the searing pain in his stomach. Physician Gu furrowed his brow deeply. This illness struck too suddenly and too strangely. "I cannot diagnose it immediately. Father, we must summon Physician Liu back at once." Zhu Ningyan said, her face pale with panic. This time Physician Gu did not argue. He too felt that only Liu Yongwang could handle such a perplexing ailment. He had suspected poisoning, but all the prince's food and drink were carefully tested. The tasters remained healthy while the prince worsened, leaving him baffled. He also believed that only the miraculous physician Liu Yongwang could find a solution. Zhu Yuan shot Li Tsongquan a glance, signaling him to call off the assassination. In the prime of his life, he had no desire to die. But Li Tsongquan returned a helpless expression. The assassination was likely already underway. There was no stopping it now. Moreover, Liu Yongwang might already. Zhu Yuan shot Li Tsongquan a glance, signaling him to call off the assassination. In the prime of his life, he had no desire to die. But Li, with a series of anguished neighs, the horse pulling the carriage collapsed, and the speeding vehicle overturned. Dazed and confused, Liu Yongwang scrambled to his feet, grabbed the equally bewildered old woman, and stumbled toward the woods. But a horse rapidly approached, blocking their path. Sun Daxing tried to come to their aid, but was intercepted by two. Liu Yongwang's heart tightened. From their coordinated movements, it was clear these three were well-trained, no ordinary bandits. In this region, only Prince Xing had the resources to command such men. Indeed, dealing with royalty was like dancing on a blade's edge or bungee jumping over a volcano, a deadly game. His mind raced, searching for any countermeasure. He frantically browsed the system shop, hoping to find a pistol or a bow, but there was nothing. The system shop was a trap. It only offered practical items, never weapons. Despair. He could only grab a stone from the ground, making a last-ditch stand. If you just paid up, would have let you go. But the leader pointed his blade at Sun Daxing. You drop the knife, hand over the money, and I'll spare you and the old woman. At these words, Liu Yongwang's heart turned to ice. It was clear they were targeting only him, unwilling to harm the innocent. This insidious tactic effectively isolated his only ally. Nonsense. He's my master. I took his coin, and he'll give my life. Sun Daxing roared, swinging his blade fiercely to drive back the obstructing rider. Clang. The opponent parried, his arms numbed by the force. Chief. Second in command, this one's tough, the blocking bandit shouted. Then kill him too, the leader snarled, spurring his horse to attack from both sides. Liu Yongwang had no time for gratitude. He pulled the old woman, seeking a new escape route, but the opponent, experienced, merely turned his horse to cut him off again. The blade whistled down. Liu Yongwang rolled aside, barely dodging the blow. He let go of the old woman and sprang. Trying to flee with her now was a fool's errand. Besides, if he weren't here, these men wouldn't harm her. Ever since taking the rejuvenation pill, his physique had improved significantly. This burst of speed carried him beyond their control. But his respite was short-lived. Before he could get far, his pursuers were on him again. Seeing Liu Yongwang vanish into the dense woods, they dismounted and charged in after him, panting. Liu Yongwang sighed. Today death seemed inevitable. Just then, urgent hoofbeats pounded the earth, and a voice shouted, "You villains daring to rob and kill. Taste my blade." Another voice cried out frantically, "Young prince, no, it's too dangerous." At these voices, the three assailants, the leader turned, recognized the approaching figure, and hissed, "It's the young prince. Retreat." The man pursuing Liu Yongwang sheathed his blade, turned, and ran back to his horse. They mounted in a flurry and fled as swiftly as they had come. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. Liu Yongwang's legs gave way, and he nearly collapsed. Gazing ahead, he saw a richly dressed youth charging toward him, a storm lantern in one hand and a sword in the other. The lantern light revealed a certain martial elegance. Damn, a handsome young man like him becomes a Taoist emperor obsessed with alchemy who neglects court. Liu Yongwang muttered. Half a league behind Zhu Hotsong, a carriage sped forward. Inside, a girl stared ahead anxiously, her lantern casting a stark contrast against the surrounding gloom, making her strikingly conspicuous. "Jinlian," Liu Yongwang whispered. "Why is she here?" Sun Daxing hurried over to support him. "Boss, are you all?" Liu Yongwang waved a hand. "I'm fine." Sun Daxing then rushed to help the old woman. "Mother, are you hurt?" No, I'm quite well," the old woman said, panting. Zhu Hotsong dismounted gracefully, took Liu Yongwang's hand, and said, "It really is Physician Liu. Thank goodness I arrived in time, or my sister would have scolded me to death." In the Xing prince's mansion, Prince Zhu Yuan lay on his sickbed, gazing at Liu Yongwang, uncertain whether to feel joy or anger. "Physician Liu, my illness came on so suddenly. What exactly is the problem?" "Yes, what is the root cause?" Physician Gu also inquired. This ailment was truly a perplexing case. No matter what prescriptions he administered, the condition fluctuated and steadily worsened. Liu Yongwang did not answer. He too was unsure of the malady. His initial judgment was poisoning. However, every morsel that entered the prince's mouth was first tasted by his servants before he consumed it, and those servants remained completely unaffected. Nevertheless, Liu Yongwang had formed a basic direction in his mind, though he lacked certain clues. "Physician Liu, what illness afflicts my father?" Zhu Ningyan entered wearing a mask. Upon hearing that Liu Yongwang had returned, she was overjoyed. Had it not been for her father's grave condition, she might have even laughed aloud. Liu Yongwang, however, rose and glanced around before speaking. "Your Highness, may we speak privately?" Prince Zhu Yuan was taken aback, sensing something amiss. He feared that Liu Yongwang had discovered he had orchestrated the assassination attempt and was now seeking an opportunity to murder him. Yet upon reflection, it seemed improbable. If Liu Yongwang truly wished him dead, he could simply refuse to treat him. Why risk personal danger? Moreover, his illness might be curable only by Liu Yongwang. That was the crux of the matter. "Everyone leave," the prince said with a resigned wave. The strategist Li Tsongquan attempted to dissuade him, but the prince waved him off, and he withdrew reluctantly. Zhu Ningyan was deeply displeased. She too wished to exchange pleasantries with Liu Yongwang. But with her father gravely ill, she could not monopolize him. With a sigh, she also departed. The room was left with only Liu Yongwang and the prince. Liu Yongwang sat down, meeting the prince's gaze directly, and spoke slowly. Your Highness, I have a few questions to ask you. They may be related to the cause of your illness. The prince looked at Liu Yongwang with suspicion, but upon seeing the calm and composure in his eyes, he realized that this man was no ordinary individual. Fewer than 10 people in the world could meet his gaze with such equanimity. Others who saw him were invariably filled with trepidation. Yet Liu Yongwang regarded him as if he were an ordinary man. This spoke volumes about his inner strength. Ask then. Liu Yongwang chose his words carefully. Has there been any unusual activity in the capital recently? At these words the prince's eyes widened. Indeed, there had been frequent disturbances in the capital. First, the crown prince had nearly drowned, followed by the emperor coughing up blood. He now lay bedridden, unable to recover. But these were royal secrets not to be divulged. What do you mean? The prince could not simply reveal everything. Is there something amiss with the emperor or the crown prince? These words made Zhu Yuyuan's eyes bulge. Seeing his expression, Liu Yongwang understood. He had once read a theory that even if someone traveled back in time, to ancient times, they could not alter the grand course of history. What was destined to happen would still occur. History possessed a self-correcting property. It would dilute any events that threatened to alter its trajectory, restoring the original path. The most striking example was Wang Mang. Many believed Wang Mang might have been a time traveler. His ideals were utterly out of place in the late Western Han era. They were far too advanced. Before he ascended the throne, Wang Mang was a man of moral virtue. But suddenly he was propelled to become emperor. He then enacted a series of astonishing policies. These policies resembled the overly idealistic measures of a utopian state. He usurped the Han Dynasty to establish the Xian Dynasty. The very character Xian knew set it apart from the naming conventions of other dynasties. Many believed that Wang Mang's later years were influenced by a modern soul. Thus he altered history. But the corrective mechanism of history came into play. Liu Xiu abruptly restored the Han Dynasty and established the Eastern Han, continuing the thread of history. Wang Mang's emergence did not change the direction of history, it became merely a minor episode. Now Liu Yongwang had also altered history, granting the sonless Zhu Hozhao a son and an heir. Logically, he too had changed history. With Zhu Haozhou's son inheriting the throne, Emperor Jiajing would have no role to play. Yet the sudden severe illness of the healthy Zhu Yuyuan seemed to remind Liu Yongwang that history's corrective mechanism was at work. When he first met Zhu Yuyuan, he had found it strange. Zhu Yuyuan was robust and in good physical condition. But historical records stated that Zhu Yuyuan would die in the autumn of this year. 6 months later, Zhu Hozhao would also die. Zhu Hozong, who had just assumed the title of Prince Xing, would be welcomed into the palace by Yang Tingyi and Empress Dowager Zhang, ascending the throne as Emperor Jiajing. Unofficial histories and folktales held that Zhu Yuyuan was not killed by illness, but poisoned by Empress Dowager Zhang. The sole reason to clear the path for Zhu Haokong's succession. Now that Zhu Yuyuan was truly poisoned, it became, if the emperor and the crown prince were safe, Zhu Hozong would have no claim to the throne. What purpose would poisoning Zhu Yuyuan serve for Empress Dowager Zhang? Since Empress Dowager Zhang, following the course of history, was again poisoning Zhu Yuyuan, it indicated that something had gone wrong in the palace. Though the logic was convoluted, it convinced Liu Yongwang that the palace was indeed in turmoil. Why do you say that? Zhu Yuyuan stared at Liu Yongwang, his gaze fierce. He finally understood that Liu Yongwang was truly no ordinary man. A country physician capable of deducing matters of the palace. This man was formidable. I was originally a physician in the Imperial Medical Institute, specializing in gynecology. Liu Yongwang no longer concealed the truth. I delivered the crown prince. Zhu Yuyuan suddenly understood. He had heard of this incident, knowing that a mysterious physician had saved Consort Liu and the crown prince. He never expected Liu Yongwang to be that mysterious figure. You? The prince tried to speak, but found no words. Liu Yongwang said calmly, "Let me guess, the emperor has fallen ill, gravely so, and the crown prince may have died, correct?" Zhu Yuyuan took a deep breath to steady himself before replying. "The crown prince is not dead, but his mind has been damaged. His intellect is impaired." Liu Yongwang was taken aback. What happened? Zhu Yuyuan no longer held back. He said directly, "According to secret reports, a remnant of the Prince of Ning's rebellion jumped into the river with the crown prince. After being rescued, the crown prince's intellect was compromised, and the emperor, terrified, fell gravely ill." Liu Yongwang could not help but marvel at the powerful corrective mechanism of history. In the history, he knew Zhu Hozhao had always been without a son. That winter he accidentally fell into the water, was frightened, and never recovered. Within a few months he died. Liu Yongwang's appearance had altered part of history. The sonless Zhu Hozhao now had a son, but history had rendered that son intellectually disabled. Originally, Zhu Hozhao fell into the water by accident and was terrified. Now it was the crown prince who fell into the water by accident, with the emperor still terrified and never recovering. Liu Yongwang had changed the details of history, but not the outcome. Liu Yongwang fell silent, deep in thought. Soon he sorted out his thoughts and looked up at Zhu Yuyuan. "Prince Xing, do you want your life or the throne?" The Prince of Xing was stunned, lowering his voice to snap. "What do you mean?" Liu Yongwang had already analyzed the situation thoroughly and said calmly, "Do you remember how both your left and right eyes were twitching a few days ago?" Zhu Yuyuan nodded suspiciously. Twitching of the right eye foretells disaster, indicating you are in mortal danger. Liu Yongwang said, his gaze burning into Zhu Yuyuan. Twitching of the left eye foretells fortune, meaning you will become an emperor and unify the realm. Isn't that contradictory? Zhu Yuyuan was utterly confused. Liu Yongwang stated bluntly, what I mean is you will become emperor, but not in your lifetime. Only after your death. In this regard, Liu Yongwang was not mistaken. Zhu Yuyuan himself was a uniquely peculiar figure. He held the imperial title of Emperor Xingxian. It was a posthumous title bestowed by his son, yet he had never reigned as emperor for a single day. Zhu Hozong even built for him in Zhongxiang a mausoleum with 2 burial mounds, the only one of its kind in the Ming Dynasty and throughout all dynasties. 1 tomb, 2 mounds. The front mound followed the regulations of a prince while the rear mound adhered to imperial standards. The fusion of 2 mounds into one was a unique honor unparalleled throughout history. This was the Mingxianling Mausoleum. Hence it was inscribed as a World Cultural Heritage Site in 2000 and became a 5-level scenic area. Zhu Yuyuan began to understand. Do you mean that my Conger will become emperor and then posthumously honor me as a former emperor? Exactly, Liu Yongwang replied. But the prerequisite is that you must die, Liu Yongwang sighed. This had also puzzled him initially, but as he learned more about the Ming Dynasty, he grasped the underlying meaning. Zhu Hozhao, due to his dissolute lifestyle, had long ruined his health and remained childless. To prevent the nation from falling into turmoil, Empress Dowager Zhang had already begun searching for a suitable candidate for the throne. The Zhu family had never been blessed with many offspring. Only a few were suitable to inherit the empire, and among them Zhu Hozong was the most ideal. He was Zhu Haozuo's first cousin, both being grandsons of Emperor Xianzong, Zhu Jianxin. With the closest bloodline, he was the perfect choice. Next came Prince Heng Zhu Hoshao, but he was already 1 generation removed. There were also Prince Da and Prince Chong, but both were 2 generations apart. Naturally, Empress Dowager Zhang would choose Zhu Hozong, the closest relative, to be emperor. However, since Zhu Haokong's father Zhu Yuyuan was still alive, making Zhu Hozong emperor posed a problem. If Zhu Hozong ascended the throne, how should his father be treated? Should he become a grand emperor? Moreover, in terms of bloodline, Zhu Yuyuan, being a direct son of Emperor Xianzong, was even closer than Zhu Hozong. By lineage, Zhu Yuyuan would rank first. But he was of a higher generation than Zhu Hozhao, which was the first major issue. Zhu Yuyuan was also an adult prince with established influence in the court. If Zhu Yuyuan took power, Empress Dowager Zhang would become his sister-in-law, making it unsuitable for her to remain in the inner palace. This was the second major issue. And if Zhu Yuyuan became emperor, he would certainly install his own confidence and power, destabilizing the state. This also alarmed court ministers like Yang Tingyi, constituting the third major issue. These 3 problems together sealed Zhu Yuyuan's fate, making it impossible for him to succeed. The safest course was for Zhu Yuyuan to die, clearing all obstacles for Zhu Haokong's ascension. Once Zhu Hozong entered the capital, Empress Dowager Zhang would adopt him as her foster son and support him as emperor. And Zhu Yuyuan, the biological father, would remain in the ground. This then was the cause of Zhu Yuyuan's illness. Realizing this, Zhu Yuyuan's face turned pale, and he spat out another mouthful of blood, staining his silk handkerchief. The safest course was for Zhu Yuyuan to die, clearing all obstacles for Zhu Haokong's ascension. Once Zhu Hozong entered the capital, Empress Dowager Zhang would... Liu Yongwang stared at Zhu Yuyuan, who arranges the food tasters. Zhu Yuyuan was startled. My advisor Li Tsongquan. That explains it, Liu Yongwang shrugged. He is likely an agent planted by Empress Dowager Zhang by your side. As for the poison, I suspect it was concocted by those antiquated physicians in the Imperial Academy who do nothing productive. This poison is harmless when taken singly, but becomes toxic when mixed. Zhu Yuyuan's voice turned bitter, so Li Tsongquan assigned different people to taste each dish, each consuming only one type, leaving them unharmed. But I who must eat the mixed dishes am the only one poisoned. That seems to be the case, Liu Yongwang replied. Liu Yongwang knew well that while the Imperial Academy physicians might lack skill in curing diseases or studying medical principles, they were thoroughly knowledgeable about the properties of medicines. They might not be confident in healing people, but devising substances that become toxic when mixed was no challenge at all. Zhu Yuyuan struggled to sit up. I trusted him so deeply, yet he plots against me. I will kill him. Liu Yongwang quickly restrained him. Prince Xing, think carefully before acting. If you kill him, the matter will be exposed. You might survive, but the Zhu dynasty will have nothing to do with you. Liu Yongwang wanted Zhu Yuyuan dead. After all, the prince had attempted to assassinate him. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Since Zhu Yuyuan had tried to kill him, he would force the prince to die, justly and with clear conscience. Moreover, the system had given Liu Yongwang a mission to support Zhu Hozong as emperor. Both for public good and private revenge, he needed Zhu Yuyuan to die. And Liu Yongwang's words were truly a form of psychological torment. He wouldn't let Zhu Yuyuan die in ignorance. He wanted the prince to choose death willingly, to understand his fate clearly. To die with full awareness and agony. That was true revenge. Indeed, Zhu Yuyuan's face showed distress, his expression deeply conflicted. On one side was his life, on the other the empire. Neither choice was easy. Liu Yongwang did not rush him, waiting in silence. Finally, Zhu Yuyuan spoke again. Are you certain Conger will inherit the throne? Yes, Liu Yongwang affirmed with certainty. This had all happened in history. Now it was merely a reenactment. Enough. Prescribe a medicine to let me die painlessly, Zhu Yuyuan sighed. But Liu Yongwang stood up. Unlike you, I never kill. Zhu Yuyuan was taken aback, his face darkening. After a moment he said, I cannot bear to see Yen'er bewitched by you. Liu Yongwang replied calmly, unfortunately you are about to die. After you're gone no one knows what will happen. Zhu Yuyuan was stunned, then spat out another mouthful of blood. You. Don't worry. If Ningyan is willing to marry me, I will never let her suffer. Liu Yongwang turned to leave. But from now on she will be a grand princess and likely won't fancy me anymore. Liu Yongwang said this deliberately. After all, a prince who is about to die is still a prince. As long as he lived, he remained a threat to Liu Yongwang. If the prince were truly determined to kill him, Liu Yongwang would have no escape. It was raining. The autumn rain always carried a particular chill and desolation. Feeling the damp wind blowing in from outside the door, Liu Yongwang let go of his hatred for Zhu Yuyuan. This man wanted him dead, so he would die. Now Zhu Yuyuan was no longer his enemy, but the dying father of Zhu. Death could dissolve all hatred. Wait. A low voice came from behind belonging to Zhu Yuyuan. Liu Yongwang slowly turned around, walked back to the bedside, and looked down at the struggling man. How do you know so much? Zhu Yuyuan asked, coughing. Liu Yongwang tapped his head. Because I have a good brain. Agree to one request of mine, and I will let Yen'er marry you. Zhu Yuyuan seemed to have made a certain decision. Liu Yongwang refused directly. Damn. Zhu Yuyuan nearly fainted. It's not a deal, it's a request. It was not easy for these words to come from the mouth of a prince who had always been high and mighty. Only then did Liu Yongwang unhurriedly sit down. I am kind-hearted and won't hold a grudge against you for trying to kill me. Speak your mind. Conger is still young, and the path to the throne will not be smooth. I beg you to take care of Conger for me. Zhu Yuyuan sighed. I had hoped Li Tsongquan could assist Conger, but I never expected him to be my imperial sister-in-law. Liu Yongwang listened calmly. From this, he could hear Zhu Yuan's worries. His most trusted confidant Li Tsongquan turned out to be the Empress Dowager's man and the one who wanted to poison him. That was why he was pleading with him. Zhu Hotsong is the emperor's own cousin. His ascension is a matter of course. It seems I can't be of much help. Zhu Yuyuan shook his head slightly. No, nothing in this world is ever a matter of course. If I hadn't failed at the last moment back then, I would be the emperor and Conger would be the crown prince. Unfortunately, I miscalculated one move and lost. He grabbed Liu Yongwang. Everything people take for granted will eventually run into accidents. Conger cannot afford to, especially since he is young, and I don't know who else around me I can trust, or who else is my sister-in-law's man. The only one I am certain of is that you are definitely not. Especially since he is young, and I don't know who else around me I can trust, or who else is my sister-in-law's man. The only one I am certain of is that you are definitely not. If even the most trusted Li Tsongquan could be a mole, then anyone could be. On the contrary, he, the physician who had slipped away from the Imperial hospital, was the most trustworthy. Alright, I accept your request. Liu Yongwang brushed off his robe and stood up. I will help Zhu Hotsong become the Zhu Yuyuan was startled. Jiajing. That name sounds very strange. Liu Yongwang realized he had let it slip and divulged a heavenly secret. I just said it offhand. Seeing Liu Yongwang about to leave again, Zhu Yuyuan quickly called him back. Wait, I don't want to die in such agony. Please stop the poison for me. Give me 3 more days. After I settle my final affairs, I will take my own life. Liu Yongwang nodded. All right. As he reached the door, Zhu Yuan's admonition came from behind. Physician, Liu, please treat Yen'er well. Liu Yongwang turned around and looked seriously at Zhu Yuyuan. If she truly wishes to marry me, she will surely be happy. I promise. Only then did Zhu Yuyuan regain his composure, lying on the bed to quietly digest all the explosive information Liu Yongwang had just given him. Walking out the door, Liu Yongwang gave a slight nod to the strategist Li Tsongquan. This man of the Empress Dowager had to be pacified. Whether Zhu Hotsong could ascend the throne hinged on him. This was also the reason why Zhu Yuyuan, knowing full well that Li Tsongquan was the poisoner, could do nothing about it. How is my father? As soon as he stepped out, Zhu Ningyan blocked Liu Yongwang's path. Beside her, Zhu Hotsong also wore a look of eager anticipation. Not far away, Li Tsongquan was even more attentive, straining his ears to listen. Liu Yongwang tried his best to appear somber. There's no hope. Prepare for the funeral. At most 3 days, and the prince will pass away. Zhu Ningyan wept, and Zhu Hotsong was stunned, while Li Tsongquan, not far off, let out a slight sigh of relief. I have given the prince some medicine. For these 3 days his spirits will be good. Let him eat and drink as he pleases. Spend more time with him and accompany him on this final journey. Liu Yongwang left these words and departed. He had no desire to watch the gloomy and miserable members of the princely mansion. He still had a lovely young wife waiting for his attentions. This visit to the princely mansion was not without gains. He had obtained some news about Daswang. He also understood why the emperor had suddenly stopped hunting him down. It was all because of Daswang. And what surprised Liu Yongwang the most was that Daswang now presided over the Imperial hospital, managing dozens of Imperial physicians. And all her achievements came from the simplified version of the Barefoot Doctor's manual he had handwritten for her. This Daswang had an incredible aptitude for understanding, far surpassing Xiaoshuang. The first thing he did upon returning home was to hand the new handwritten copy of the Barefoot Doctor's Manual to son Daxing, instructing him to head to the capital immediately and find a way to deliver it to Daswang. This new handwritten copy had only deleted some content that was clearly ahead of its time and was very comprehensive and complete. It might help Daswang secure her position in the Imperial hospital. Liu Yongwang could also guess that Daswang would become his most capable inside agent in the future. She would also be the best inside agent to help Zhu Hotsong ascend the throne. After doing all this, Liu Yongwang turned his head to look at Pan Jinlian, whose face was full of fervent longing. In her eyes and her body, there was a wild torrent of spring desire that could not be concealed, stirring Liu Yongwang's own urges. Although the book Jin Ping Mei slandered Pan Jinlian, it accurately captured her defining characteristic of femme fatale, an unparalleled enchantress. A seductive siren who ignited lust at first sight. The pinnacle of innocence and allure. My dear, I missed you. Liu Yongwang extended his hand. Pan Jinlian, shy and bashful, took Liu Yongwang's hand. The two of them directly ignored the others. Xiaoshuang quickly lowered her head and picked up a dustpan. "I'll go cook." Mother Pan took the old maid. "Well, go sweep the yard." Old Jin's son Daxing and his mother, though unfamiliar with Pan Jinlian, also caught on. The three of them each found an excuse and left the house. Only Pan Jinlian and Liu Yongwang remained in the room. Embracing the beauty, he lowered his head to kiss her evasive lips. Liu Yongwang couldn't help but sigh. Time travel is indeed wonderful. The princely mansion of Xing. A pall of gloom hung over everything. Yet everyone forced a smile. Zhu Yuan's heart was especially heavy. Although he had long been mentally prepared, there were still too many things he could not let go of. Conger Physician Liu is a man of great talent. I have asked him to instruct you in your studies. From now on you must treat him with the respect due to a master. Zhu Yuan said, stroking Zhu Haokong's head. Zhu Hotsong and Zhu Ningyan were both stunned. They never imagined that Zhu Yuan would hold Liu Yongwang in such high regard. Wasn't Liu Yongwang just a physician? Even though he could cure difficult and complicated diseases, he was still just a doctor. How had he suddenly transformed into the heir's master? I have entrusted your care to Physician Liu. In the future, if anything arises, you may consult him. He is someone your father trusts. Zhu Yuan reiterated. Seeing her father's earnestness, Zhu Ningyan was suddenly stirred with emotion. The approval of her beloved by her father brought her even greater joy than if she herself had been recognized. Zhu Yuan gently patted Zhu Ningyan's head. Yenner, if you truly admire Physician Liu, I shall decree him as your consort. Father, I have no wish to wed. Zhu Ningyan blushed. No, you shall. Zhu Yuan had already resolved to bind Liu Yongwang to Zhu Haokong's chariot, through Zhu Ningyan ensuring that Liu Yongwang would wholeheartedly support his son. Only then could he depart in peace. Zhu Ningyan instinctively wanted to refuse, but found herself unable to. In her heart, she had long yearned to grow closer to Liu Yongwang. Shyly she hurried away. Zhu Yuan smiled faintly, realizing that his daughter had already given her heart. Fortunately, Liu Yongwang had not perished. Otherwise, if both he and Liu were gone, would Zhu Ningyan have followed them in despair? That was a sight he wished to avoid. Thankfully, Liu Yongwang survived, and his daughter would live on for many years to come. He turned to Zhu Hotsong and said, Conger, once you hold power, remember to marry your sister to Liu Yongwang. But does Physician Liu already have a wife? Zhu Hotsong asked. Even if he has a principal wife, she must yield to the commandery princess. At most they may share equal status, but the principal wife must be Yenner. Yes. In the capital within the cunning palace, Empress Xia furrowed her brow as she watched her brother pace back and forth. Brother, the Empress Dowager remains obstinate. What shall we do? Vice Minister Xia sighed. Do not fret, your majesty. I have recruited several renowned scholars. Surely a solution can be found. The Empress nodded. Then hasten your efforts. The Emperor's health is failing rapidly. This is the opportune moment. If we miss it, our Xia clan will never rise again. Indeed. In the capital, the bustling streets and surging crowds created a lively scene. Yet among them one figure stood apart. He stood amidst the throng, gazing up at the distant majestic Qintian gate. Within his calm eyes flickered a flame of fervent excitement. The capital, Yen Song, have returned. Within the Prince of Xing's mansion, white cloth was draped everywhere. Every household member clad in mourning wept in sorrow. Liu Yongwang did not join the commotion. He disliked such tearful spectacles. The wheel of history seemed to have returned to its rightful course. Yet he knew that Zhu Yuan's words held truth. Nothing was ever certain. The moment one assumed something was inevitable, failure lurked near. If you believe Zhu Hotsong was destined to be emperor, history might yet weave a different tale. History, a master manipulator of hearts, must never be taken lightly. Master, how could the Prince of Xing, so robust, die so suddenly? Xiaoshuang asked in confusion. Liu Yongwang ruffled her hair. If he did not die, how could Zhu Hotsong become emperor? What? Xiaoshuang was stunned. Liu Yongwang said no more and turned to Old Jean. Old Jean, what news of the pigeons I asked you to inquire about? I have asked around. A landlord in the neighboring village keeps pigeons of fine breed, said to return from 1,000 li away. Old Jean said with a grin. 1,000 li is still too short. Ask him if they can return from 2000 Li. I did. He said it's possible, but there would be losses. Very well. Tell him that if he is willing to sell me the pigeons, I will give him some chili seeds. Old Jean's chili harvest was complete. Most were dried for seeds, and a small portion made into chili paste. This chili paste was a treasure not to be glimpsed by ordinary eyes. The allure of these chili seeds for wealthy landlords was overwhelming. He will surely agree, Old Jean said with confidence. Liu Yongwang smiled. This was the advantage of being as he prepared to return indoors. Old Jean followed, speaking mysteriously. Boss old Liu from the neighboring village wants to betroth his daughter to me. Widow Tian has also hinted at it several times. Whom should I choose? Liu Yongwang looked at Old Jean with amusement. Impressive, Old Jean. In just a few days you've caught the eye of two. Old Jean rubbed his hands sheepishly. All thanks to your good fortune. In the past I thought I'd be a bachelor forever. I never dared to dream that someone would vie to marry me. Well, remember that it's thanks to me. Liu Yongwang countered. Whom do you like? Old Jean grew conflicted. Widow Tian is gentle and forward while old Liu's daughter is fresh and pure. I like them both. I cannot choose. Liu Yongwang waved his hand grandly. Then don't choose. Huh? What do you mean? Children make choices, the adults take both. Liu Yongwang laughed heartily. Just ask them both if they agree. Old Jean was shocked. I am but a hired hand. How could I have the status to take a concubine? Liu Yongwang stared at him with disappointment. Does the great Ming law forbid a hired hand from taking a concubine? No. Old Jean quickly shook his head. Then there you have it. But I cannot support them. Slap. Liu Yongwang gave Old Jean a light smack, pointing at the potato field. Beneath this earth lie treasures. Treasures that could support 10 concubines. And you say you cannot support 2. Old Jean's eyes lit up with understanding. I see. Thank you, boss. Without looking back, Liu Yongwang replied as he walked. Ask them both if they are willing to be concubines. If they agree, take them. If not, do not marry them. Without looking back, Liu Yongwang replied as he walked. Ask them both if they are willing to be concubines. If they agree, take them. If not, do not marry them. It is better to leave the position of principal wife vacant, so they have something to strive for. As a time traveler, he understood the art of leadership. A vacant position was the best strategy, far more effective than raises, bonuses, or rewards. By dangling a carrot, subordinates would work tirelessly hoping to fill the empty seat. The same applied to the role of left vacant. It would kindle the envy of Widow Tian and old Liu's daughter. Vying for the position, they would double their efforts to please Old Jean, each displaying virtue and grace. Thus harmony would be preserved. Once a principal wife was chosen, Old Jean's comfort would surely wane. Such is human nature. In the capital city, at the Yangshan Tower, a private room was packed with over a dozen people. Yangshan Tower was a renowned restaurant in the capital, frequented primarily by ambitious young talents aspiring for official careers and middle-aged scholars frustrated by their unfulfilled ambitions. This group of a dozen or so men were boasting loudly, creating a lively atmosphere. I've already sent my visiting card to Lord Liu's residence. I'd be willing to serve, even as a gatekeeper. I've sent mine too, exclaimed a young man beside him excitedly. Lord Liu is the elder brother of Lady Liu. He is destined for great success. I wonder if we'll be fortunate enough to be accepted as Lord Liu's retainers. In these times, Lady Liu enjoys the Emperor's utmost favor. Following Lord Liu means a life of luxury. You all have excellent judgment. I differ from all of you. I plan to pledge myself to Vice Minister Xia. Someone in the crowd spoke up. After all, Vice Minister Xia is the elder brother of Empress Xia. Empress Xia is the mother of the nation. She is the legitimate one. What use is legitimacy? Favor is what truly matters. Besides, Lady Liu has given birth to a prince, someone retorted. Empress Xia is the mother of the nation. She is the legitimate one. What use is legitimacy? Favor is what truly matters. Besides, Lady Liu has given... At these words, the crowd fell silent for a few seconds. Everyone turned to look at the speaker, finding a middle-aged scholar. He was simply dressed, but his expression was calm. He had only recently arrived in the capital. This man's name was Yin Song, and he had previously served as a Hamlin Academy compiler. Feeling his official career was hopeless, he had claimed illness and retired into seclusion for many years. This year he had suddenly returned to the capital, clearly preparing to stage a comeback. The reason people remember Empress Dowager Zhang is because the emperor was born to her, someone immediately retorted. Yin Song spoke unhurriedly. And what about the Grand Empress Dowager? At these words the crowd fell silent once more for a few seconds. The Grand Empress Dowager was not the emperor's mother, yet she had controlled the harem for decades. In the room, a man who had remained silent throughout cast a glance at Yin Song, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. That's different. Empress Dowager Ji passed away early. It's not comparable, the speaker said, his confidence waning. Yin Song stood up. I take my leave. Watching Yin Song leave, the crowd began to discuss again. That Hamlin scholar, Yin, he thinks he's so capable. Times have changed. Now Lady Liu is at the zenith of her power. Empress Xia receives no favor from the emperor. Aligning with Lady Liu's faction is the right path. Yes, I've also pledged myself to Lord Liu. Yin Song did not hear these words. He had already walked out of Yangshan Tower. Turning back to look at the restaurant's name, he found it amusing. This restaurant itself reeked of servility. Yangshan meaning to look up to a high mountain. It was filled with humility and flattery. This was not what he wanted. Mingling in this circle seemed to have been a mistake. He should find another circle to join. Hanlon scholar, Yin, please wait, a hurried voice called from behind. Yin Song turned around and recognized the man as one of the group from earlier. However, he couldn't recall his name. Moreover, the man had been very low-key, never speaking up. I am Wang Shuapu, the newcomer said, cupping his hands in greeting. Yin Song returned the gesture, trying hard to remember who this person was, but failing. I was very taken with your discourse just now. It resonated with me. I wonder if we could sit down for a while and exchange ideas. Wang Shuapu said earnestly. Yin Song replied casually, sure, I have nothing else to do anyway. At the Mingji powder shop over 10 li from Yangshan Tower, Sun Daxing waited quietly. He had been waiting for several days, but was not impatient at all. Waiting for someone was not a task for an impatient person. The shop assistants had also grown accustomed to his presence. Some even chatted with him occasionally. Sun Daxing would also help organize the bookshelves. Just then a graceful figure appeared at the door. Shopkeeper, has anyone from Yanggu County come? The shop assistant replied, no one from Yanggu County, but there is one from Anlu Prefecture. He then called into the shop, brother Sun, come out and see. Sun Daxing had already heard the voice and rushed out in a flash. Seeing Dashuang, he exclaimed, heavens, she looks exactly like Lady Xiaoshuang. Dashuang's eyes lit up. She handed the shop assistant a few coins and tilted her head at Sun Daxing. Follow me. Let's find a place to sit and talk. In Anlu Prefecture, autumn was deepening. Leaves were beginning to wither. Liu Yongwang sat by the wild pond behind his house fishing with a bamboo rod. In this era, fish farming techniques were underdeveloped. There were few private fish ponds, but many wild ones. The fish caught were thus varied and numerous. From topmouth gudgeon and coulter to mandarin fish and crucian carp, from grass carp and common carp to yellowhead catfish and Sinaperca chuatzi, even silver carp and bighead carp could be caught. What kind of fish one caught was entirely a matter of fate. The float moved. Liu Yongwang lifted the rod, and a bright red carp was hooked. Haha, a red carp. An auspicious sign. Liu Yongwang tossed the fish into a wooden bucket. Just as he was about to cast his line again, Xiaoshuang came running over in a fluster. Old man, old man. Someone's coming with carrying poles, so many of them stretching for more than a li. Liu Yongwang was startled. For me, eh? Yes, Xiaoshuang said, tugging at his arm and shaking it vigorously. Who sent you this gift? But Liu Yongwang understood. This was the dowry from the wealthy merchant Lin. His betrothal gifts hadn't even been sent yet, but the other side's dowry had arrived first. What a situation. He had been so focused on the affairs of the Prince Xing's manor these past few days that he had almost forgotten about the concubine he was yet to welcome home. He quickly tidied himself up and hurried out to greet the guests. The visitor was none other than the beautiful wife of the wealthy merchant Lin. As the head of the family, merchant Lin was clearly unsuitable for delivering the dowry, so his wife had come instead. He quickly ushered the beautiful woman into his home. After taking her seat as a guest, the woman cast a reproachful glance at Liu Yongwang. My son-in-law, you have a cruel heart. You left without a word. Our Yuer thinks of you day and night, waiting for news. She urged us to deliver the dowry to you. You heartless man, do you not miss my daughter at all? As she finished speaking, she saw Xiaoshuang bringing in tea, and Pan Jinlian secretly peeping from outside the door, instantly understanding much. You cannot be fickle and abandon her. Though you have several beauties at home, my Yuer is no less. Liu Yongwang quickly laughed it off. Mother-in-law, it's not like. It's mainly because Prince Xing passed away just a few days ago. It's not appropriate to hold a wedding celebration now. After all, I have some connections with the prince's manor. With Prince Xing dead, holding a wedding at this time could land one in prison. The beautiful woman's expression softened slightly. At least you could send the betrothal gifts first. So how much betrothal gift does your family want? The amount of the betrothal gift depends mainly on the attitude of the groom's side. The beautiful woman chattered incessantly, and Liu Yongwang felt as if he had returned to the time before his transmigration. Modern women also require a betrothal gift, and the reasoning is the same. The amount of the gift reflects the groom's attitude. However, the woman's words differ somewhat from those of modern mothers-in-law who marry off their daughters. What the beautiful woman meant was that the amount of the betrothal gift was not important. What mattered was the groom's attitude. The emphasis was on attitude. In contrast, modern mothers-in-law emphasized the amount of the gift. A large gift indicates a good attitude from the groom, while a small gift suggests a lack of respect. The same statement carries a vastly different meaning. As for the betrothal gift, I will set it at 5 types of crop seeds. Liu Yongwang pondered for a long time before finally stating. However, please swear to keep the seeds confidential, father-in-law and mother-in-law. Why? The beautiful woman asked curiously. Because these are species from the Western continent, and I am the only one who possesses them, Liu Yongwang replied. The beautiful woman understood and smiled brightly. As a businesswoman, she naturally grasped the concept of exclusive monopoly. That sounds good, that sounds good. I will return to report now. By the way, you should marry Yuer back soon, as she looks haggard and seems to be losing her. The beautiful woman shot Liu Yongwang a glance. Looking at your age, you're not exactly young nor particularly handsome. How did you make Yuer so lovesick? Did you perhaps use some underhanded means during her treatment? I truly did not. Don't hide it, she's already yours. Seeing the look of delight on her mother-in-law's face, Liu Yongwang genuinely felt aggrieved. During the treatment, he had been cautious to protect the young girl's reputation and had no ill intentions. However, the outcome was completely different. In modern times, a girl receiving treatment would feel shy, but would not develop any unusual thoughts. It was merely because the Ming Dynasty was overly restrictive towards women, leading to suppressed feelings that would erupt violently. Nevertheless, exchanging a bag of potatoes and sweet potatoes for a beautiful wife was truly a worthwhile deal. In the future, he could acquire more and marry several concubines, living a joyful life with a large family. How wonderful that would be. In the capital. In the future, he could acquire more and marry several concubines, living a joyful life with a large family. How wonderful that would be. Now, although she was the chief of the Imperial Medical Institute, overseeing dozens of physicians, she appeared quite glamorous on the surface, yet she felt extremely anxious. She knew her medical skills were lacking, as she was just a half-baked practitioner. Yet the medical book she relied on for survival was only a condensed version, making it difficult for her to learn more. Now the complete version of the Manual of Barefoot Doctors was in her hands, filling her with immense excitement. She could not wait to flip through the entire book. However, upon reaching the gynecology section, she immediately closed the book, her face flushing, because there was an illustration in the book. Although it was a handwritten copy, it still had illustrations. They weren't very explicit, yet they were enough to quicken her heartbeat and redden her cheeks. If she hadn't confirmed that this was a medical book, she would have doubted whether it was an erotic manual. Remembering how Liu Yongwang had seemed so familiar during the delivery of Liu Yongwang, she felt a bit dazed. In the eyes of a healer, there is no distinction between men and women. She felt the weight of this statement for the first time. Her expression gradually calmed. Brother Sun, if Dr. Liu is lacking in anything, please let me know and I will prepare it right away. Sun Daxing looked around to ensure no one was paying attention before saying, the master has connections that reach everywhere and does not require any materials. However, the master is indeed lacking one thing. What is it? De Shuang replied earnestly, whatever it is, I will find a way to provide it. Sun Daxing lowered his voice again, speaking in a tone only De Shuang could barely hear. He lacks information, especially from within. He pointed in the direction of the palace. De Shuang was startled. She understood Liu Yongwang's intention. He wanted her to act as an insider to relay information from the palace. Instinctively, she thought this was an illegal act that could cost her head. However, in just an instant, she decided to become. Ever since that night when she delivered Liu Niangniang's baby, De Shuang understood that she and Liu Yongwang were tied together in this venture. Moreover, Xiao Shuang was still by Liu Yongwang's side. All right, I will write it for you now. De Shuang called to the shopkeeper and paid for a bit of ink and a fine brush. Such supplies were readily available at the shop. As long as she paid, she could use them. After writing just a few words, De Shuang became entangled in thought. What I am writing is all confidential information, or it cannot be known to outsiders. Sun Daxing took out a piece of paper and handed it to De Shuang. This is a code given to me by the master. If you write according to this code, no one will notice anything unusual. De Shuang took it and looked at it, feeling a bit. On the left side of the note were numbers from 0 to 9, while the right side displayed a string of strange symbols: 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It looked like a reference table. Yet she felt these symbols were somewhat familiar. Suddenly, she flipped open the handwritten book and discovered the clue. These symbols were marked at the outer corners of each page, clearly intended for page identification. At the bottom of this page was a string of symbols: 602,345, 730,104, 551,921, 080808, 112,314. Sun Daxing added, if you understand what these symbols mean, my task will be complete. De Shuang examined the string of symbols closely and felt a spark in her heart. She recognized it as Xiao Shuang's handwriting. The style was vastly different from the previous handwriting, delicate and lively, just as her sister's style was. She began to flip through the book, comparing line by line. Finally, she understood that 0 meant 0, 1 meant 1, 2 meant 2, and so on. Corresponding to the Manual of Barefoot Doctors, the meaning of this string of codes came to light. The first two symbols indicated page numbers, the middle two indicated line numbers, and the last two indicated the number of characters. When compared, the four characters were "Sister, I really miss you." Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, and she murmured, "Sister, I miss you so much too." Sun Daxing was somewhat shocked. He was truly impressed by De Shuang's comprehension. He had looked at this string of symbols for a long time, but had never yet De Shuang understood it in less than half an hour. It's frustrating how people can differ so much. I will go write the letter now. I will come to meet you here again tomorrow at this tea house. De Shuang stood up. I am leaving you. I still have herbs to buy. After seeing De Shuang off, Sun Daxing felt a great sense of relief. Connecting with her meant that his mission was truly accomplished, fulfilling the master's instructions. Liu Yongwang was at a loss for words as he gazed at the overwhelming pile of gift boxes. Merchants in the Ming Dynasty occupied a low social standing, barred from studying, entering officialdom, or mingling with the upper echelons. Yet their wealth was undeniable. The sheer value of the dowry, coupled with the expenses incurred by the entourage along the journey, was enough to astound countless onlookers. 5,000 taels of silver, 100 taels of gold, countless jewels and jade, and enough food to last a family a whole year, Xiao Shuang marveled. Even the imperial household couldn't surpass this standard. Pan Jinlian murmured with a hint of melancholy, "This puts me to shame." Liu Yongwang shook his head and drew her close. "Don't worry, you'll share my favors equally." At his words, both women stared at him with peculiar expressions. Liu Yongwang rubbed his nose. "What is there a problem?" "That's something only an emperor would say," Xiao Shuang retorted, glaring at him. "Are you thinking of becoming one?" Liu Yongwang chuckled. "An emperor? No thanks, too much trouble. He'll just keep a harem, take in a few dozen homeless beauties, raise a brood of children, and live out my days in comfort." Xiao Shuang shot him another glare before bursting into giggles. Pan Jinlian, however, touched her belly with a hint of sorrow and guilt. Liu Yongwang noticed and gently kissed her soft cheek. "What's wrong?" Pan Jinlian whispered in shame. "Husband, I've failed you. I haven't yet conceived a child." Liu Yongwang felt a pang of frustration himself. He and Pan Jinlian were intimate almost daily, yet she remained childless. Could there be something wrong with his own body? Had he then wronged the lady back in Xinjiang County? Before he could dwell on it, a burly middle-aged man entered and asked, "Is this Dr. Liu's clinic?" Liu Yongwang stepped forward. "I am Dr. Liu." The man quickly retrieved a bundle, produced a brocade box, and handed it to Liu Yongwang. "I've come from Xinjiang. This is a gift from my master to thank you." Liu Yongwang opened the box and glanced inside. All his earlier doubts vanished. It contained a jade carving of the goddess of fertility bestowing a child. This was a hint that the beauty had conceived. It also proved that his body was not the issue. As for Pan Jinlian, it might be a matter of her constitution. She would conceive in time. The capital, the residence of Vice Minister Xia. Two men sat inside Yin Song and Wang Shuapu, calmly sipping tea as they awaited their host. "Academician Yin, please be patient. Vice Minister Xia may be tied up with urgent matters," Wang Shuapu said. Yin Song offered a faint smile. "I've waited 20 years, a little more time is nothing." Just then the door curtain lifted and Vice Minister Xia strode in, seating himself with an air of authority. He glanced at Yin Song, and Wang Shuapu took a sip of tea and said, "Master Wang, is this?" "Academician Yin," Wang Shuapu interjected promptly. "Ah yes, Academician Yin," Xia said with affected formality. "If not for Master Wang's personal introduction, I wouldn't have found time to see you." Yin Song recognized the condescension. In his youth, he would have risen and taken his leave immediately. Now in middle age, he had grown more mature and restrained. He had developed ample patience for such arrogant superiors. Besides, if the leader weren't incompetent, how would he ever have a chance to rise? "Your Excellency, forgive my bluntness, but all your current efforts are in vain," Yin Song declared, knowing he had to assert dominance over the incompetent. As the Empress Xia's own brother, he was merely a vice minister. That alone spoke volumes about his capabilities. As expected, Xia bristled. "What do you mean? Are you not worried about the future?" Xia's face darkened. "As the Empress brother, what do I have to worry about?" "Is that so?" Yin Song rose and bowed. "If you have nothing to worry about, why are you recruiting retainers and offering lavish rewards for talent?" He turned to Wang Shuapu. "Since Vice Minister Xia has no need for talent, Brother Wang, he'll take my leave." With that, he strolled out slowly, leaving Xia and Wang stunned. But inwardly, he was far less calm than he appeared. His tactic had been a risky provocation, a test of Xia's desperation for talent. He was gambling that the talent-hungry Xia would call him back. So he walked with agonizing slowness under the scorching autumn sun, crawling like a snail toward the gate. "Master Wang, what's with this man?" Xia fumed. As the emperor's brother-in-law, he was used to being revered, not slighted by a commoner. Wang Shuapu quickly interjected. "Your Excellency, Academician Yin is truly talented. Gifted men are often arrogant. Please be gracious and humble, he might just show you a way out." Xia frowned. "Really? Why not test him?" Wang suggested. "You have many unsolvable problems. Pose one to him. If he can solve it, he's truly gifted. If not, you can dismiss him without loss." Xia pondered and reluctantly agreed. "Fine, go fetch him back." "Wait, he should have left the compound by now." "Go." Wang Shuapu interrupted. "He's still in the courtyard." Xia glanced out and saw that Yin Song had only reached the middle of the yard, still far from the gate. Damn, he walked so slowly. In the courtyard, Yin Song breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Wang's call. If no one had stopped him, he would have regretted. After all, a fool like Xia might not understand the concept of provocation. "Master Wang, you summoned me?" Yin Song asked, suppressing his excitement. "Don't leave. His Excellency still seeks your counsel," Wang said, seeing that Yin Song had no real intention of departing. He hurried over and pulled him back inside. Yin Song protested verbally, but obediently followed. Seated again, Xia spoke. "Academician Yin, I have a difficult matter. If you can offer a solution, I will honor you as my most esteemed guest." Yin Song's heart raced. "Please go ahead." Xia chose his words carefully, mindful that Yin Song was an outsider. The Empress Xia wishes to adopt the Prince of Hung's son as her own, but the Dowager Empress Zhang refuses. The matter is stalled. Can you provide a way out? The moment these words were spoken, Yin Song furrowed his brow, lost in deep contemplation. He even rose to his feet and paced around the room. Vice Minister Xia and Wang Shuapu were somewhat surprised, yet they refrained from interrupting his thoughts. They could only sit opposite each other, sipping tea in silence, awaiting Yin Song's words. Time ticked by, and even Vice Minister Xia grew restless. He repeatedly signaled Wang Shuapu with his eyes, but Wang Shuapu subtly shook his head indicating not to disturb Yin Song's meditation. He always felt that Yin Song was a man of true talent. However, Vice Minister Xia's patience wore thin. Watching Yin Song circle endlessly, he finally spoke. Academician, Yin, do speak. This pacing makes me dizzy. Yin Song halted, turning to Wang Shuapu. Sir Wang, please excuse us. There are matters I must discuss with Vice Minister Xia in private. Wang Shuapu was taken aback, pointing at his own nose. You want me to leave? Yin Song nodded earnestly. Wang Shuapu was dumbfounded. He was after all Yin Song's sponsor. Now Yin Song was asking him to withdraw. He looked at Vice Minister Xia, who was equally bewildered. Why is that? But Yin Song was extraordinarily solemn. This concerns royal secrets. I beg Sir Wang's understanding. Vice Minister Xia's heart stirred, and he gestured to Wang Shuapu with a tilt of his chin. Wait outside for now. Wang Shuapu, though deeply reluctant, had no choice but to slink out. Once Wang Shuapu had left, Yin Song finally sat down, lowering his voice. Vice Minister Xia, may I ask, are His Majesty and the Crown Prince ill? Are they gravely ill? Vice Minister Xia was startled. The Crown Prince's mental deficiency was known to very few. Only a tiny circle. Even fewer knew of the Emperor's fright. Yin Song, who had only recently arrived in the capital, could never have uncovered such a closely guarded royal secret. Composing himself, he asked, Academician, Yin, what gives you such an idea? Hearing Vice Minister Xia's response, Yin Song knew he was on the right track. If he had been wrong, Vice Minister Xia would have erupted in fury, not spoken so gently. If the Crown Prince were not ill, why would Empress Xia be in such haste to adopt a son? Yin Song retorted. Vice Minister Xia's eyes widened. He realized he had indeed found a man of talent. With just one question, Yin Song had discerned the situation within the palace. Do you have a solution there? He asked instead of answering. I do, Yin Song nodded. But I need more details. Vice Minister Xia, already impressed by Yin Song's insight, said, Academician, Yin, you must not breathe a word of this. It could cost you your head. Rest assured, Your Excellency. I understand the gravity. Only then did Vice Minister Xia speak. The palace is in utter chaos now. The Crown Prince nearly drowned, which terrified His Majesty. The Emperor has fallen gravely ill, and the Crown Prince, due to delayed rescue, has been left disabled, likely an imbecile. Thus Empress Xia seeks to adopt a son to inherit the throne. Yin Song understood. Vice Minister Xia, both you and Empress Xia are mistaken, gravely mistaken. Vice Minister Xia, disregarding the harshness of Yin Song's words, pressed on. How so? Yin Song carefully organized his thoughts and began. The Prince of Hung's heir Zhu Hoxiao is of the same generation as Empress Xia. Empress Xia is his sister-in-law. Though the heir is young, the generational disparity is inappropriate, so Grand Dowager Zhang would never consent. Vice Minister Xia sighed. We considered that as well. But among the Imperial clan, apart from the Crown Prince, there are no male heirs of the younger generation. The Empress cannot find a more suitable candidate for adoption. A hint of a smile curled at Yin Song's lips. Why must it be adopted by Empress Xia? If not adopted by the Empress, what purpose would it serve? Vice Minister Xia countered. Yin Song did not answer, but mused aloud. Do you know why I was so certain that the Crown Prince and the Emperor were? Apart from the Empress' desire to adopt a son, there is another piece of news: the Prince of Xing's sudden death some days ago. Highly suspicious. Connecting these dots leads to this conclusion. Without waiting for Vice Minister Xia's reply, he began to lay out the entire chain of events. The Emperor is bedridden, the Crown Prince is an imbecile. Grand Dowager Zhang and Yang Tingyi must be searching for the most suitable candidate to inherit the throne. By blood relation, the most fitting successor is the Prince of Xing, Zhu Yiyuan, the late Emperor's own brother, the closest kin. But Grand Dowager Zhang and Yang Tingyi would certainly not want the Prince of Xing to enter the palace, for then they would lose their grip on the court. Hence the Prince of Xing had to die. With the Prince of Xing dead, his heir becomes the closest blood relative. Yin Song grew increasingly excited. The thrill of touching the highest state secrets, heir Zhu Hotsong, is now the prime candidate for the throne. This also aligns with the ancestral precept of brother's son succeeds brother, leaving civil and military officials without objection, ensuring a smooth transition. Most importantly, heir Zhu Hotsong is only 15 this year, still a youth ignorant of state affairs. Thus the entire court will continue to be controlled by Grand Dowager Zhang and Yang Tingyi. Grand Dowager Zhang will adopt Zhu Hotsong as her son, so she remains Empress Dowager, and Yang Tingyi stays as Grand Secretary. Grand Dowager Zhang governs the inner palace while Yang Tingyi controls the outer court. These two are now surely allies, joint guardians of their interests. Vice Minister Xia's eyes widened. He had never considered these points. Now reflecting on them, he understood the gravity of the situation. Grand Dowager Zhang and Yang Tingyi, one inside and one outside, had the entire court under their control, leaving no room for Empress Xia. As the Emperor's sister-in-law, she might even be expelled from the Forbidden City, forever cut off from the Empire's power center. A chill ran down his spine. If Empress Xia lost her influence, his own position as vice minister would likely not. Though the Xia family now seemed at its zenith, once Zhu Hotsong ascended the throne, they would plummet to the depths, never to recover. What should we do? Vice Minister Xia asked, trembling. Yin Song was equally agitated, for he now held the core secret and had deciphered the recent chain of events. First the Crown Prince's drowning, then the Prince of Xing's sudden death. These seemingly unrelated events now formed a perfect closed loop. Naturally, a colossal opportunity lay before him. He now had two paths to choose from. But this path had its problems. First, the entire court was under the control of Yang Tingyi and Grand Dowager Zhang. The officialdom was already ossified, impossible to shake. But this path had its problems. First, the entire court was under the control of Yang Tingyi and Grand Dowager Zhang. The officialdom was already ossified, impossible to shake. The room for Yin Song's advancement would be too narrow. Becoming a vice minister would likely be his ceiling. This path had a low floor and a low ceiling. Difficult to realize his ambitions. The second path was to assist Empress Xiao in seizing power. This path had a low floor and a low ceiling. Difficult to realize his ambitions. The second path was to assist Empress Xiao in seizing power. This was no small challenge, but the rewards were immense. If successful, he would become the Grand Secretary second only to the Emperor, perhaps even a true chancellor with unchallenged authority. Choosing was exceedingly difficult, yet he had to decide here and now. Autumn cicadas shrieked outside the window, and the dry wind blew in, stirring restlessness in one's heart. Seeing Yin Song's prolonged silence, Vice Minister Xia could no longer contain himself and cautiously asked, Academician, Yin, do you have any countermeasure? Yin Song picked up his teacup, took a slow sip, and finally spoke, I do. Vice Minister Xia's spirits lifted. Pray enlighten me. Compared to his earlier arrogant demeanor, he had now become much more humble. Yin Song raised his eyes to look at Vice Minister Xia and said slowly, adopting the Prince of Heng's heir as Empress Xia's son is improper in both principle and sentiment, and it also reveals Empress Xia's intentions. In truth, it is a flawed move. Vice Minister Xia wiped the sweat from his brow. Now that you've analyzed it, I too find it unsuitable. But we truly couldn't think of a better plan. We also couldn't find a more suitable candidate than the Prince of Heng's heir. Does Academician Yin have anyone to recommend? The idea of adopting Zhu Hojiao, the Prince of Heng's heir, as Empress Xia's adopted son was the best plan they could devise. Based on Yin Song's earlier analysis, the court's landscape had become remarkably clear. The emperor was gravely ill, the crown prince was a simpleton, and Yang Tingyi and Empress Dowager Zhang had likely already selected a successor. The death of Prince Xing Zhu Yuan was a testament to this. Compared to Zhu Hojiao, the Prince of Heng's heir, Zhu Hozong, the Prince of Xing's heir, held overwhelming advantages. Closer in bloodline and of a suitable age, he utterly surpassed Zhu Hojiao in every aspect. It seemed they truly had no good options left. Yin Song finally spoke. His tone appeared calm, but those who knew him well could tell he was now in a state of exhilaration. I have three strategies: the superior, the mediocre, and the inferior. Which one would you like to hear? Vice Minister Xiao's eyes widened. Their group had racked their brains for so many days, yet only come up with one plan that had just been shot down. But this Yin Song, after only a brief moment of contemplation, could conceive three strategies: superior, mediocre, and inferior. He was practically divine. He hurriedly said, I wish to hear them all. Please, Academician Yin, elaborate. Yin Song did not put on airs and spoke directly. Then let us begin with the inferior strategy. The inferior strategy is too conspicuous and would cause a great stir, easily alerting Empress Dowager Zhang. Hence it is the inferior one. He stood up, pacing as he organized his thoughts. Empress Xia can adopt an heir, but it cannot be someone of the same generation. Among the emperor's close relatives, aside from the crown prince, there are no younger generations. But if we cast a wider net, we can find a suitable candidate. For instance, Zhu Mubin, the heir of the Prince of Zhou, who is only 8 years old. He would be just right as Empress Xia's adopted son. Vice Minister Xia's eyes could not stretch wider, and his mouth fell open. The Prince of Zhou is of the line of Emperor Taizong, and is already beyond the 5th degree of mourning kinship with Zhu Hojiao. Of course, merely adopting an heir is fraught with obstacles. Passing the hurdle of Empress Dowager Zhang alone would be difficult, so we must meticulously scheme and bribe an inside agent. Vice Minister Xia must also contact the civil and military officials of the court. Once the emperor passes away, we will act from within and without to welcome the new sovereign to the throne. Yin Song glanced at Vice Minister Xia. But this plan is somewhat risky. The commotion is too great and could easily be suppressed. After all, Yang Tingyi, that old fiend, is no ordinary man. Vice Minister Xia, however, was gesticulating with excitement. This is a good plan, a very good plan. For the Empress to adopt an adopted son is only natural. And the Prince of Zhou's heir is a descendant of Emperor Taizong, bound by blood. Excellent, excellent. Yin Song shook his head. People like Vice Minister Xia had grand ambitions, but little capability. He had classified this plan as the inferior strategy, not on a whim. First, the Prince of Zhou's heir was too distant in bloodline. Second, Empress Dowager Zhang would certainly obstruct and ruin the matter. Finally, secretly contacting the officials could easily backfire, leading to total ruin. However, judging by Vice Minister Xia's reaction, he seemed quite taken with this inferior strategy, clearly not foreseeing the consequences. For now he could only sip his tea in silence and continue to organize his thoughts. Vice Minister Xia gradually calmed down and immediately said, "If this is the inferior strategy, then what are the mediocre and superior ones?" Yinsong set down his teacup and cleared his throat. The inferior strategy has too many variables and is too ostentatious, easily exposed. The mediocre strategy, however, is much better. Pray continue. Vice Minister Xia was as anxious as a monkey tormented by Yinsong's teasing. He wished he could tear open Yinsong's mouth and pull the words straight from his belly. Yet Yinsong remained unhurried. The mediocre strategy is dangerous, which is why it is called mediocre. The Empress can secretly communicate with the Prince of Da or the Prince of Chong. Their fiefs are not far from the capital, while Prince Xing is far away in Anlu Prefecture, leaving insufficient time. The Empress will have them prepare secretly to enter the capital. Once the Emperor passes away, she will immediately notify them to depart from their fiefs and race to the capital first, while the Empress will coordinate from within. At this point, Yinsong lowered his voice. The Empress must also do one more thing: forge an Imperial edict. Vice Minister Xia shuddered. Forge an edict? That is a matter that could cost one's head. Yinsong nodded. Hence this is the mediocre strategy. Empress Xia can leverage her position to seize control of the chief eunuch, and while the Emperor is in a daze, secretly affix the Imperial seal. Vice Minister Xia shuddered again. But the Prince of Da and the Prince of Chong may not necessarily obey the Emperor. Yinsong nodded again. Therefore Empress Xia must marry her own younger sister. Also your younger sister. To the Prince of Da or the Prince of Chong to seal the alliance. Once the prince enters the capital, the Empress will support him from within and welcome the new sovereign to take the throne. Vice Minister Xia drew a sharp breath. This plan seems inferior to the inferior one. Yinsong sighed inwardly. A blockhead was a blockhead. The mediocre strategy was more covert and had a higher chance of success. The inferior strategy only seemed grand, but its success rate was extremely low. Given the abilities of Yang Tingyi and Empress Dowager Zhang, it would 9 times out of 10 be strangled in its infancy. Then what is the superior strategy? Yinsong continued. The superior strategy still lies with Zhu Hoshao. Vice Minister Xia was taken aback, but the Prince of Hung's son is of the same generation as the Emperor, he cannot be adopted. Moreover, Empress Dowager Zhang would not agree. Yinsong smiled mysteriously. Naturally, adopting Zhu Hoshao under Empress Xia would not be agreeable. It would disrupt generational order and make Empress Xia appear too calculating. Vice Minister Xia was even more bewildered. Then to whom? It can't be Empress Dowager Zhang. If adopted under her, the Empress would have no role. Yinsong smiled enigmatically. It is precisely to adopt him under Empress Dowager Zhang. Ah, but what benefit would that bring us? Vice Minister Xia exclaimed. Yinsong remained calm. In truth, if the late Emperor had other concubines, the superior strategy would be simpler. Having Zhu Hoshao adopted under another consort would allow him to directly inherit the throne. Unfortunately, the late Emperor doted solely on Empress Dowager Zhang, and even vowed to emulate commoners by living a monogamous life. He had no other concubines throughout his life, casting a shadow over the superior strategy. The late Emperor Xiaozong had only one wife in his life. Empress Zhang, now Empress Dowager Zhang. The entire harem consisted solely of her. Some advised Xiaozong to take more concubines to sire more sons, but he replied that having Zhu Hoshao was sufficient. Yet when Zhu Hoshao became emperor, he was the complete opposite of his father. Not only did he fill the harem, but he also established the leopard quarter outside the palace for his own pleasure. This ruined his health at a young age. Otherwise he would never have had only one son. What use is adopting under Empress Dowager Zhang? The Empress still has no leverage. Moreover, Empress Dowager Zhang would not agree. This inferior strategy seems utterly useless. Vice Minister Xia was perplexed. Yinsong shook his head. Vice Minister Xia, your insight is still too shallow. Though the harem is controlled by Empress Dowager Zhang, there is one whose status surpasses hers. Vice Minister Xia's eyes widened as he finally grasped Yinsong's meaning. You mean the Grand Empress Dowager? The entire harem appeared to be under Empress Dowager Zhang's control, but there was a hidden authority. The Grand Empress Dowager, advanced in years, spent her days praying to Buddha in Xingxing Palace, appearing only during major ceremonies. Yet her status clearly surpassed that of Empress Dowager Zhang. If the Grand Empress Dowager stepped forward, Empress Dowager Zhang would have no choice but to reluctantly adopt the stepson. But Vice Minister Xia still didn't understand. I don't see the point. What significance does the Grand Empress Dowager's involvement hold? Hear me out before you ponder. The superior strategy is to persuade the Grand Empress Dowager to have the Prince of Hung's son adopted under Empress Dowager Zhang, allowing him to ascend the throne. Yinsong said calmly. On the surface, Empress Dowager Zhang would still hold power. But the Prince of Hung and his son would clearly know who truly had the merit of protecting the dragon. When rewards are later distributed, Empress Xia can secure her position in the harem and edge Empress Dowager Zhang out of the circle of power. Vice Minister Xia's eyes widened as he thought for a long time. It's convoluted, seemingly inferior to the middle strategy, and certainly not as good as the inferior one. Yinsong nearly spat blood. The superior, middle, and inferior strategies were not casually named. The inferior strategy was too drastic and prone to exposure. Given the joint control of the court by Yang Tingyi and Empress Dowager Zhang, exposure would mean certain defeat. The middle strategy carried too much risk, especially forging an imperial edict, a capital offense. The superior strategy, seemingly passive, could be implemented gently and gradually. Once the Grand Empress Dowager was persuaded to have Empress Dowager Zhang adopt Zhu Hoxiao as a stepson, the great plan could succeed. Zhu Hoxiao's father, the current Prince of Hung, was no fool. If Empress Xia extended an olive branch, he would surely accept it with gratitude. Once Zhu Hoxiao became emperor, he would collaborate with Empress Xia from within and without gradually marginalizing Empress Dowager Zhang and ultimately taking full control. Empress Xia could then assist in managing the harem as the emperor's sister-in-law until Zhu Hoxiao came of age. She could lead the harem for over a decade, sufficient time. Moreover, the superior strategy was the safest and most likely to gain the support of all officials. Yin Song said earnestly, Vice Minister Xia, the superior strategy is best, the middle is second, and the inferior carries too much risk. I advise against it. What is your decision, Vice Minister Xia? Vice Minister Xia had already made up his mind. He waved his hand. Only children make choices, adults take it all. Whether superior, inferior, or middle, well, pursue all three strategies simultaneously. One of them is bound to succeed. Yin Song was dumbfounded. He realized that Vice Minister Xia was not only foolish, but also greedy. Entrusting himself to such a man, whether it was fortune or misfortune, he would have to take it one step at a time. In Anlu Prefecture, 2 red lanterns hung at Liu Yongwang's doorstep, and new couplets adorned the gate. With the Prince of Xing's passing, grand celebrations were prohibited throughout the region. Yet Lin Yuer couldn't wait and insisted on entering the household at this time. Helpless Liu Yongwang could only make such modest festive decorations. Xiao Shuang ran into the house exclaiming excitedly, They're coming, they're coming. The grand red sedan chair is here. Liu Yongwang, dressed as a groom, emerged from the house and saw a procession appear at the village entrance in the distance. The procession was clad in vibrant red garments, but they remained silent, refraining from beating drums or gongs, quietly carrying the bridal sedan chair forward. The dowry had already been sent ahead, and due to the prince's funeral, the bridal escort was less grand, essentially traveling light. Liu Yongwang hurried forward to greet them. Since this was a concubine taking, not a formal marriage, there were fewer formalities. Welcoming the bride, bowing to heaven and earth, that sufficed. The sedan chair entered the courtyard, and Liu Yongwang carried Lin Yuer on his back into the bridal chamber. Friends and relatives shared a meal, and the wedding was complete. Old man, the bride brought back all the betrothal gifts we sent, Xiao Shuang said, pulling Liu Yongwang aside. Liu Yongwang was startled. All of them? Yes. Potatoes, corn, sweet potatoes, tomatoes, and chili peppers. All returned. I counted them. Not one is missing, Xiao Shuang said puzzledly. Is she dissatisfied with the betrothal gifts? Liu Yongwang turned and headed toward the bridal chamber. I'll go ask. Pushing aside the curtain, he saw Lin Yuer veiled in red sitting quietly on the edge of the bed. Liu Yongwang lifted the veil, revealing a lively, shyly beautiful face. Yuer, why did you bring back all the seeds? Don't you know how precious they are? He asked, taking her hand. Lin Yuer's body trembled slightly, her cheeks flushing crimson. Yet at his words, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Husband, of course I know how precious these seeds are. You specifically instructed me not to let the seeds spread. But think, my father is a traveling merchant, a man of reselling and trade. How could he possibly protect the seeds? Liu Yongwang was taken aback. He knows nothing about farming. He would have to hire outsiders to cultivate them, and those seeds would inevitably leak out. By then these seeds would lose their value, Lin Yuer said, holding his hand. So I brought them all back. I will personally oversee their protection to prevent any leakage, thus safeguarding our family's wealth. Liu Yongwang finally understood her intent. His father-in-law, the merchant Lin, was indeed a traitor, and entrusting the seeds to him risked their spread. These seeds were Liu Yongwang's treasure for building his fortune. Once the seeds spread, he would lose control, and the foundation of his wealth would be shaken. He gazed at Lin Yuer, seriously astonished that this wife who had come with a dowry possessed such strong self-protective instincts, immediately bringing back the seeds. Her business acumen was exceptional. All right, I'll listen to you, Liu Yongwang said, wrapping his arm around her waist. Tomorrow I'll call old Jean and have him take orders from you. Lin Yuer was surprised. Husband, you want me to manage affairs? Yes, you'll handle all household matters, he said, pulling her close for a kiss. But enough talk. The bridal chamber awaits. Lin Yuer's face flushed deeply. She recalled memories that made her blush, yet her body instinctively clung tightly to Liu Yongwang's waist. The bridal chamber began. Lord Xia, just say this idea is yours, not mine. Yin Song chose his words carefully to avoid provoking Vice Minister Xia. But he still underestimated Vice Minister Xia, whose eyes lit up. How could I take credit for this? Wouldn't that be... Yin Song smiled bitterly. No matter. Staying out of the spotlight suits me better as a behind-the-scenes strategist offering you advice. Don't you agree? Vice Minister Xia beamed. Excellent. A Hanlon scholar who doesn't boast of his achievements is truly a talent. He'll hire you as an advisor. From now on, bring any good ideas to me. Yin Song inwardly laughed bitterly again. It was clear Vice Minister Xia was an incompetent man who loved to save face. Yet this suited Yin Song's purposes perfectly. Given Vice Minister Xia's level, even the best strategies might fail. If Yinsong were too conspicuous, he would only draw the ire of Yang Tingyi and Empress Dowager Zhang. Hiding among the crowd as a minor advisor was far safer. Once Empress Xia seized power, he, the hidden strategist, could emerge without delay. Leaving the Xia residence, Yinsong glanced back. The Grand Gate offered him no sense of security. He felt he might have chosen the wrong path. With Vice Minister Xia's caliber blindly throwing in his lot could lead straight into a black hole. Yet he was already entangled, unable to extricate himself. Otherwise, given the power of Empress Xia and her brother, he wouldn't even know how he'd meet his end. From now on, he could only take things one step at a time. The soaring ambition he'd felt upon arriving in the capital had been dulled by half. But he quickly rallied his spirits. Since he was in the game, he would observe carefully how it unfolded. In the Imperial Palace, Court Physician Ming withdrew his hand and gave Daswang a slight shake of his head. Daswang frowned. The emperor was in dire straits, his complexion sallow, his breath short. She deeply felt that the empire's fate had reached a critical juncture. Your Majesty, rest and recuperate in peace. She deeply felt that the empire's fate had reached a critical juncture. Your Majesty, rest and recuperate in peace. Daswang offered a word of comfort. She couldn't let the emperor know his end was near, lest he succumb that very day. The emperor waved a feeble hand. All of you leave. Let me have some quiet. Daswang and Court Physician Ming exited the palace gates one after another. In a secluded spot, Ming sighed. With the emperor in this state and the crown prince, as he is, the Zhou dynasty faces turmoil. Daswang shook her head slightly. With the grand secretary and the Empress Dowager, chaos will be averted. After a few steps, she paused. Court Physician Ming, go on ahead. They'll go see the consort. Ming said nothing more, knowing Daswang originally came from Consort Liu's palace. Visiting her was only in the Kunming Palace. Empress Xia, after hearing Vice Minister Xia's words, was invigorated. Who came up with this idea? This superior strategy is truly brilliant. It was me, Vice Minister Xia said shamelessly. Empress Xia chided him. Brother, I know your abilities well. You must have found a capable assistant, haven't you? Vice Minister Xia gave an awkward smile. I found an advisor with a sharp mind. But he's rather dull in some. This superior strategy is clearly the best, yet he insisted on labeling it the worst. It was I who championed making the adoption of the Prince of Zhou's heir the superior strategy. Empress Xia said excitedly. Elder brother, I want both the superior and middle strategies. Contact the Prince of Zhou, and also reach out to the princes of Da and Chong. Marry our second and third sisters to them. When the emperor passes, all the princes shall set out immediately. Whoever arrives in the capital first I will welcome as the new sovereign. Vice Minister Xia was also energized. Rest assured, Empress, I will act at once and ensure nothing goes awry. As for the inferior strategy, adopting Zhu Hoshao under Empress Dowager Zhang, hold off for now. If the superior and middle strategies encounter difficulties, we can resort to it later. Empress Xia said. Yes. In Consort Liu's palace, Daswang examined the crown prince, once more testing his reactions according to the methods in the Barefoot Doctor's manual. The results were as disappointing as before. Daswang sighed. Your Highness, the crown prince will need care for the rest of his life. He may never rise from his bed. Consort Liu's hand trembled, and her teacup shattered on the floor. She said bitterly, it's all the Empress Dowager's fault. If she hadn't hindered your efforts to save him, this wouldn't have happened. Daswang dared not echo her, remaining silent. And that Empress Xia, she's behind all this, Consort Liu said, gripping Dashuang's hand. That embroidered uniformed guard you mentioned. How is the investigation going? Daswang replied, it's very difficult. Guard Zhao is not the person in charge and his hands are tied. It's not going well. Consort Liu's gaze turned fierce. Tomorrow I will go see the Empress Dowager. She must give me an explanation. At the very least, the embroidered uniform guard must be given free rein to investigate. Daswang frowned slightly. She sensed a storm brewing. At the heart of this storm was the throne. Your Highness, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Daswang said. Right. Suddenly Consort Liu's voice came from behind. Dashuang, have you made contact with Xiaoshuang? Dashuang's heart jolted, her mind racing. She was well aware that Consort Liu was not a good person. If not for Xiaoshuang and Court Physician Liu being outside, Consort Liu might have had her killed. In the past, she hadn't understood these things, but as she delved deeper into the harem's intricacies, her understanding of palace struggles had undergone a sea change. How does your Highness know? Daswang decided not to conceal the truth. She had analyzed the situation. Consort Liu's position was now stable, and the emperor's life hung by a thread. The secret between her and Court Physician Liu was no longer a death sentence, so she resolved to reveal everything. At least Consort Liu wouldn't take her life now. She needed her as an ally. I can see your medical skills have greatly improved. You must have received true guidance from Court Physician Liu, Consort Liu said casually. Dashuang's heart shook violently. Even at a time like this, Consort Liu had noticed her progress in medicine. Consort Liu was far from simple. She turned and sat down gracefully. Yes, some days ago Court Physician Liu sent me a medical manual he had written. It's only thanks to his book that I can barely hold my own in the Imperial hospital. Consort Liu sighed. What a pity about Court Physician Liu, forced to flee for his life. And the Crown Prince. Alas, Is he well now? Quite well. I hear he's practicing medicine locally and has gained some renown, Daswang said. Consort Liu slowly walked up to her. Where is he practicing? I must thank him properly. Oh, if it's inconvenient to say, never mind. Daswang sighed inwardly. Since Consort Liu put it that way, how could she withhold the information? He's in Anlu Prefecture. Consort Liu frowned slightly. Anlu Prefecture. That name sounds familiar as if. Suddenly Consort Liu's eyes widened. Is it the Anlu Prefecture of Prince Xing's fief? Then does court physician Liu have any connection with Prince Xing? Daswang sensed Consort Liu's excitement and quickly replied yes. I heard he cured the illness of the Princess of Longevity. Consort Liu was elated. She grasped Dashwang's hands. Excellent. Now that we have a lead, I must thank court physician Liu properly. Tell him I will prepare generous gifts to express my gratitude. And remind him to cultivate a good relationship with the heir Zhu Hotsong. She added with emphasis, this is very important. Dawn broke. Xiao Shuang rubbed her eyes as she emerged from her own room, casting a glance at the main house. That was the bridal chamber. Inside slept a newlywed and an old man. Last night was truly deafening. Pan Jinlian also came out rubbing her eyes and yawning. A girl who looks so refined and gentle, yet once night falls she makes such a racket. Xiao Shuang shot her a glare. Don't talk about others, aren't you the same? Pan Jinlian's face flushed slightly. Impossible. I'm not that shameless. Xiao Shuang snorted. It's only the pot calling the kettle black. Now you understand why I always have dark circles. Pan Jinlian quickly stepped forward to massage Xiao Shuang's shoulders. Sister, Xiao Shuang, don't mind it. Next time I'll be careful. Xiao Shuang pulled her hand away. I'm not mad at you. I'm just curious. Master is advanced in years, yet how does he have so much energy? And he seems to be getting younger. Pan Jinlian suddenly realized, you think so too? I thought it was just love blinding me. I also think he's become younger. Xiao Shuang looked at the sun now high in the sky. Why aren't they coming out yet? Forget it, let's go in and tidy up the room. Pan Jinlian walked quickly inside. Xiao Shuang hurried after her. Pushing open the door, Pan Jinlian and Xiao Shuang were stunned. Liu Yongwang and Lin Yue were already up standing by the door, yet they hadn't opened it themselves. As if they were somewhat embarrassed. Xiao Shuang quickly walked to the bedside utterly bewildered. She looked up at the ceiling. Did it leak? But it didn't seem to rain last night. Liu Yongwang let out a chuckle, took Lin Yue's hand, and fled. He also couldn't understand how someone who was clearly ill had recovered. What was once a sealed pot had become a leaking one. Humans are still too mysterious. This is my estate. Old Jean is my production team leader responsible for managing the land. Liu Yongwang held Lin Yue's hand, introducing the people in the house. Old Jean nodded at Lin Yue with honest simplicity. Greetings, Madam Lin. Liu Yongwang said to Old Jean. Old Jean, from now on you will follow Yue's orders. Lin Yue was not reserved and said directly, Old Jean, I have brought various seeds back to the house. You must register and catalog every single one. By the way, you can't write, can you? A little. Miss Xiao Shuang and Madam Pan teach me characters when they have time, and the master has taught me quite a few. Now the characters I recognize could fill a basket at least. Lin Yue gave Liu Yongwang a strange look. Husband, I thought you only taught pretty young ladies. Lin Yue said briskly, since you know your characters, that's good. Give each seed a number. There must be no omissions. Our seeds must never be shared outside. Talk. Lin Yue said briskly, since you know your characters, that's good. Give each seed a number. There must be no omissions. Our seeds must never be shared outside. Yes. Liu Yongwang confirmed one thing again. This Lin Yue definitely knew how to manage affairs. She had a business mind. His future wealth would rely on her. What? Suspend the best plan. Why? Yin Song felt the world was collapsing. It's not the best plan that's suspended, it's the worst plan. Xia Shilang said displeasedly. The Empress and I both think that the worst plan you mentioned is actually the best plan, and what you call the best plan is merely the worst. Why stop it? Yin Song could no longer bother about which was the best or worst plan and quickly asked. The Empress said the worst plan has little significance, it's entirely doing a favor for the Empress Dowager. Not worth it, Xia Shilang said. Yin Song grew anxious. Minister Xia, the best plan. I'll forget it, the worst plan then. The worst plan has the highest chance of success. This is the Empress' intention. Xia Shilang was somewhat displeased. Minister Xia, let me have an audience with the Empress. This is very important. Yin Song was frantic. The worst and middle plans had a success rate of less than 10%. But the best plan had a success rate as high as 50%. If the best plan was abandoned, he might as well leave Xia Shilang and seek a new master. Xia Shilang frowned. The Empress is of noble birth, she can't just meet outsiders casually. Minister Xia, this is very important. It concerns the Zhu family's empire. Yin Song grabbed Xia Shilang firmly, his grips 10%. But the best plan had a success rate as high as 50%. If the best plan... He looked at Yin Song. It's not impossible to see her, but your beard won't survive. Yin Song felt a chill. The Prime Minister's mansion. Yang Tingyi was flipping through a book. As the Grand Secretary, he knew well that the empire was at a crossroads. One wrong move could send the mighty empire into decline. A strategist hurried in and whispered a few words to Yang Tingyi. His expression remained unchanged, but inwardly he stirred, best plan and middle plan. What about the worst plan? The worst plan is unknown. Minister Xia only mentioned the best and middle plans. They have already begun advancing these two strategies. The strategist said. Yang Tingyi sneered, the best plan to adopt Prince Zhu Mubin of Zhou. Childish. He's already beyond the 5th degree of mourning, not even a direct descendant. Who would acknowledge you? As for the middle plan, it's somewhat troublesome. But it's not a big problem. A few vassal princes can be easily suppressed. Yang Tingyi waved his hand. You may go. Keep watching. If the Empress doesn't go too far, let her have her way. If she oversteps, don't blame me for being ruthless. The strategist cupped his hands and prepared to take his leave. Yang Tingyi suddenly called him back. Continue to gather intelligence. Find out their worst plan. It might be that the worst plan is more threatening than the best and middle ones. At the palace gates, the guard saw it was Xia Shilong, gave a cursory inspection and let him through. Xia Shilong and Empress Xia had a deep sibling bond and visited often, so there was no major concern. As for the few eunuchs accompanying Xia Shilong, one seemed unfamiliar, but no one paid attention. Only after entering the inner palace did Yin Song habitually reach for his beard, only to find his chin smooth and bare with nothing there. From behind the pearl curtain, a dignified female voice spoke. I heard you wish to see me. Why? Yin Song hurriedly knelt and kowtowed. May the Empress be blessed with peace and prosperity. I, Yin Song, am also one who devises strategies. Concerning the superior strategy. The inferior strategy, I must report to your majesty to avoid any mishaps. Speak. Empress Xia gazed through the pearl curtain at the kneeling man. His figure was tall and slender, his voice resonant, his brows and eyes clear and open, clearly a man of resolve. Her heart was somewhat relieved that Yin Song insisted on seeing her. Your majesty, the inferior strategy is most likely to succeed. The superior and middle strategies, on the other hand, are too constrained and less likely to bear fruit. Yin Song dared not raise his head and continued speaking low. Then elaborate on your inferior strategy, Empress Xia said patiently. Prostrate on the ground, Yin Song continued. The inferior strategy is to secretly communicate with Prince Hung, securing his agreement to have his heir adopted by the Grand Empress Dowager, thereby gaining the qualification to inherit the throne. Empress Xia was somewhat displeased. I was just about to ask you what benefit is there for me in having Prince Hung's heir adopted by the Grand Empress Dowager. Wouldn't that simply hand the advantage to her? Once the heir grows up, I will be expelled from the palace. What good does that do me? Yin Song raised his body slightly in excitement. Your Majesty, if Prince Hung's heir ascends the throne, Prince Hung will certainly participate in state affairs. But Grand Empress Dowager Zhang will surely not permit it. Your Majesty can secretly ally with Prince Hung to form a political coalition, one handling internal affairs, the other external. Internally, you can edge out Grand Empress Dowager Zhang, externally force Yang Tingyi to relinquish power. During this period, you can at least hold sway over the harem until the new emperor comes of age. Empress Xia fell silent for a long time. She still felt this inferior strategy was unreliable. Yang Tingyi and Grand Empress Dowager Zhang had already seized control of the court. Even if Prince Hung and she joined forces, their chances of victory were only 50-50, perhaps even lower. There was not much certainty. The superior strategy was far better: simply adopt Prince Zhou's heir Zhu Mu as a son. Both were descendants of Emperor Taizong, both of royal blood, legitimate and proper. If the adoption succeeded, she would become the Empress Dowager, legitimately commanding the harem. Why resort to such scheming and intrigue? Hanlon scholar, and even if we initiate the inferior strategy, what if Grand Empress Dowager Zhang refuses to adopt Prince Hung's heir? Empress Xia asked. Then force her to adopt him. Yin Song gritted his teeth. Empress Xia let out a cold laugh. She is the mistress of the harem, the emperor's own mother. Who would dare to force her? Yin Song understood. Still prostrate, he turned his head to glance at Deputy Minister Xia, who had been standing by all along. That fellow was indeed a fool. He had not even told Empress Xia the most crucial element. Yin Song cleared his throat. Your Majesty, if she disagrees, there is someone who can compel her agreement. Who? Empress Xia's heart stirred as she had already thought of a person but did not speak the name. The one in Xingxing Palace, Yin Song said in a low voice. As far as I know, that person in Xingxing Palace harbors considerable resentment toward Grand Empress Dowager Zhang. She believes that Grand Empress Dowager Zhang urged the late emperor not to take concubines, resulting in the imperial family's decline, leaving only the current emperor as the sole bloodline. This is also what caused the present turmoil. If your Majesty can persuade the Grand Empress Dowager, you can force Grand Empress Dowager Zhang to adopt Prince Hung's heir. Empress Xia was silent for a moment. She finally felt that this inferior strategy might have some merit. But would it not be better to adopt Prince Xing's heir Zhu Hotsong? Empress Xia was well aware that in terms of bloodline, Zhu Hotsong was the optimal choice. He was the biological grandson of Emperor Xianzong and also the biological grandson of the Grand Empress Dowager. Meanwhile, Zhu Hozhao was merely Emperor Xianzong's nephew. The difference was significant. Your Majesty, do not forget that Zhu Hotsong has a biological grandmother, the former consort Xiao, Yin Song said, growing more animated. Back when the late emperor ascended the throne, the Grand Empress Dowager ordered Prince Xing to return to his fiefdom on Lu Prefecture. Consort Xiao in a fit of anger left the palace and followed her son to Anlu Prefecture. The two are quite at odds. Yinsong emphasized, how could the Grand Empress Dowager willingly allow Consort Xiao's grandson to enter the Imperial Palace? If Zhu Houzong enters the palace, would he not support Consort Xiao as the Grand Empress Dowager and push the one in Xingxing Palace out? Even if she is not pushed out with both residing in the inner court, one the emperor's biological grandmother, the other a nominal grandmother with no blood ties, Zhu Houzong would surely show favoritism. How could the Grand Empress Dowager, accustomed to being above all, endure that? Empress Xia was taken aback. Her mind struggled to process such complex matters. But after a long deliberation, she finally untangled the web of interests. First, the Grand Empress Dowager was dissatisfied with Grand Empress Dowager Zhang. As Empress, she could naturally sense this. Second, the Grand Empress Dowager was also unwilling to let Zhu Houzong become emperor, as he was the grandson of her lifelong rival Consort Xiao. Thus persuading the Grand Empress Dowager to have Prince Heng's heir Zhu Houzhao adopted by Grand Empress Dowager Zhang became a possibility. But Prince Heng's bloodline is somewhat distant, Empress Xia said after a long pause. Your Majesty, I have met Prince Heng's heir. He is clever, lively, adorable, and has a sweet tongue. Your Majesty can issue an imperial edict summoning him to the palace, then introduce him to the Grand Empress Dowager. Upon seeing him, the Grand Empress Dowager will surely take a liking to Prince Heng's heir. Then with a little whisper from you, the great deed can be accomplished. By the end, Yinsong's eyes sparkled, clearly pleased with his scheme. Empress Xia was finally swayed. This plan of yours is quite good. Though it does not match the superior strategy, it surpasses the middle one. Yinsong nearly spat blood. What nonsense. Not as good as the superior strategy. That so-called superior strategy was the most rubbish of all. His heart was bitter, but he could not voice it. Empress Xia turned to Deputy Minister Xia. Brother, go and contact Prince Heng. As soon as he agrees, bring Prince Heng's heir Zhu Houzhao to the palace quickly. I will personally lead him to meet the Grand Empress Dowager. Deputy Minister Xia was taken aback, then quickly replied yes. Yinsong finally breathed a sigh of relief. He raised his head slightly, trying to glimpse the Emperor's face. But he saw only a retreating silhouette. He secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, Empress Xia was slightly better than her brother. Though not by much, as long as she was willing to push the superior strategy forward, that was enough. The superior strategy was the one that could truly succeed. In Anlu Prefecture, a group of riders hurried through villages and fields, arriving at the door of the Barefoot Doctor's clinic. Liu Yongwang, however, sat nearby with a worried expression. He could tell that Lady Liu had been very thoughtful, carefully packing and bringing over his and little Shuang's old possessions. These items were her belongings from the harem. Though only a few months had passed, they now seemed like a lifetime ago, and they felt immensely comforting. Liu Yongwang, however, sat nearby with a worried expression. He could tell that Lady Liu had been very thoughtful, carefully packing and bringing over his and little Shuang's old possessions. But the crucial point was that Liu Yongwang had no familiarity with these items at all. The faint memories of the original owner in his mind had long since faded. Lady Liu had also brought news about his Botus family back in Luoyang, his hometown. That too was of no interest. Those people were strangers to Liu Yongwang. Lady Liu also said she had arranged for someone to go to Luoyang and bring his family southward so they could be reunited. Wasn't that just causing trouble? He was living comfortably with his beautiful wives and concubines. Why would he want an old, plain-faced woman? An unfamiliar one at that. Lady Liu had taken the initiative to recognize Liu Yongwang as her sworn brother, given they shared the same surname. He understood Lady Liu's intention. She wanted him to ingratiate himself with the Prince of Xing's mansion, build a good relationship with Zhu Houzong so that he could look after Lady Liu in the future. He had no objection to this. Although he had now contacted Dashwang's status was not high. As the emperor's most favored consort lady, Liu could act more conveniently. She could also better assist Zhu Houzong. He was willing to act as a bridge integrating the two factions to ensure Zhu Haokong's smooth entry into the capital and ascension to the throne. Turning back, he found it strange. Xiao Shuang, who was usually chirpy and talkative, had fallen silent, making the room much quieter. He looked at Xiao Shuang. Her eyes were brimming with tears as she stared at Liu Yongwang, her expression complicated. What's wrong? Seeing the old items made you too happy, Liu Yongwang teased. Xiao Shuang suddenly threw herself into his arms, tilted her face up, and pursed her lips. Liu Yongwang understood that Xiao Shuang wanted to settle the bet. They had agreed that he would help Xiao Shuang meet Da Shuang within a year. Now just a few months had passed, and he had nearly completed the task ahead of time. It was only a matter of time before Xiao Shuang and Da Shuang met. What, you're not thinking of offering yourself to me, are you? Liu Yongwang teased again. He thought Xiao Shuang would find an excuse to flee as she usually did. But he was wrong. Xiao Shuang stood on tiptoe, wrapped her arms around his waist, stretched up, and actively touched his lips. Xiao Shuang had seen much, but never truly taken the lead, so her kiss was awkward. Liu Yongwang's heart stirred when a beauty offers a kiss. How could he refuse? He gently wrapped his arm around her slender waist, parted his lips slightly, and captured hers. Not stopping there, he assertively slipped his tongue inside. With a soft cry, Xiao Shuang went limp in his arms. Her body trembled violently. It took a long while for her to calm down and earnestly engage in a kiss. However, Liu Yongwang did not proceed further. To him, Xiao Shuang was his most capable assistant. She was also the woman he felt the deepest connection with. He would not take her so casually. He wanted to give her a ceremony more grand than anyone else's. Women nowadays all demanded a sense of ritual. At the Prince of Xing's mansion, Zhu Ningyan, dressed in mourning white, gazed out the window, her thoughts drifting to Liu Yongwang. At the Prince of Xing's mansion, Zhu Ningyan, dressed in mourning white, gazed out the window, her thoughts drifting to Liu Yongwang's home a few li away. Since her father's passing, she had longed to see him every day. Yet the funeral rites were numerous and complex, and Liu Yongwang could not enter the mansion freely, causing her immense agony. She now finally understood that she had fallen in love with Liu Yongwang. It was like the seventh fairy maiden falling for Dong Yong, or the white snake falling for Su Xian. No, it was the seventh fairy maiden falling for Su Xian. Because she was of noble birth, the seventh fairy maiden. And Liu Yongwang was a physician, a profession similar to Su Xian's. Yes, that was it. Zhu Hotsong ran and holding a bunch of grapes, and offering them to Zhu Ningyan, his freshly picked grapes. Zhu Ningyan gave him a disapproving look. You're about to be infeft as the Prince of Xing. Why are you still acting like a monkey? His father said before he died that we should marry you to physician Liu. Zhu Hotsong frowned. But he's 30 years older than you. I always feel it's not right. Zhu Ningyan had been about to act coy, but upon hearing this she quickly said, we cannot go against our parents' word. Aunt. Zhu Hotsong was taken aback. Just as he was about to say something, Zhu Ningyan added, besides physician, Liu doesn't look old. At most 40, no, he even looks younger than many 40-year-old men. Zhu Hotsong was also puzzled. Sis, now that you mention it, it really seems true. Does he have some art of preserving youth? I must ask him next time. I don't want to grow old either. Ooh, I want to stay young forever. An autumn wind arose, blowing swirling fallen leaves across the sky. Daswang walked through the palace walls, watching the falling leaves, her heart churning. Winter would soon arrive, but within the harem a cold winter had already set in. The emperor's health was deteriorating day by day. Even the most oblivious in the palace had begun to realize that the emperor might not live much longer. For those in the harem, this was the last window of opportunity to find a way out. When the old emperor died and a new one ascended, most people in the palace would be expelled. This was something many were unwilling to face. In the harem, though they could hardly leave, they had no worries about food or clothing and lived a comfortable life. Once cast out, they would have to confront the myriad difficulties of daily life. Many fine things would never be seen again. Director Dashwang, someone called softly. Daswang turned to see Lingji hiding behind a wall, beckoning to her. Daswang quickly walked over. Lingji, what a coincidence. Lingji lowered her voice. Daswang, is the emperor really on his last legs? Daswang gave her a look, but said nothing. That was enough for Lingji to understand. She sighed. Then we palace maids will all be sent out of the palace. Sending away former maids upon a new emperor's ascension was a common practice. Daswang said calmly. Once you're out, the world will be much broader. But, Lingji sighed again. Daswang, could you put in a good word for me with Lady Liu and get me assigned to her? Daswang shook her head slightly. Many people want to go to Lady Liu's palace now, but she has turned them all away. Lingji sighed, deeply disappointed. She knew Daswang wasn't making excuses. Since the accident, Lady Liu's palace had been very cautious about taking in new people. They rarely accepted anyone. Suddenly an idea struck Daswang. She now needed eyes and ears within the palace to relay information to Lingji. Don't worry. If you don't want to leave the palace, you can come to the Imperial Medical Institute. They'll give you a position as a female officer. You won't starve. Lingzi's eyes lit up. Thank you so much, Director Daswang. Daswang shushed her, looked around, and then said, remember, if you hear any news in the palace, find a way to tell me. This is very important. Lingzi's eyes gleamed even brighter. She nodded eagerly as if she had just boarded some thrilling pirate ship, her heart pounding with excitement. In the capital, the first snow of winter arrived earlier than in previous years. Within the harem, all kinds of rumors were flying about, especially those concerning the imperial prince, which were spreading like wildfire. The fact that the prince had become a paralytic could no longer be concealed. In the snowy field, Empress Xia's heart was stirred with excitement. She held a child by the hand, a boy of 5 or 6 with rosy lips and fair skin, utterly endearing. This child was not Han Prince's heir Zhu Hoqiao, but Zhou Prince's heir Zhu Mupin. Although Yen Song repeatedly insisted that adopting Han Prince's heir Zhu Hoqiao under Empress Dowager Zhang was the best choice, she and Minister Xia unanimously believed that adopting Zhou Prince's heir Zhu Mupin into her own lineage was the most secure option. As the Empress, it was only natural for her to adopt a nephew. Elevating this adopted son to the throne and ruling as the Empress Dowager behind the curtain was the optimal path. Moreover, she had taken the liberty of adopting a crucial element from Yen Song's proposal, convincing the Grand Empress Dowager to pressure Empress Dowager Zhang into submission. Let's go, Pinner, she said, striding spiritedly into Xingxing Palace. These days she came here daily to pay her respects and had already won the favor of the Grand Empress Dowager. She believed that introducing Zhu Mupin to the Grand Empress Dowager would surely earn her approval. Half an hour later, Empress Xia returned dejectedly, no longer holding Zhu Mupin's little hand. She couldn't understand why the Grand Empress Dowager had disagreed. When they first entered, the Grand Empress Dowager had been delighted to see Zhu Mupin. A child with rosy lips and fair skin was lovable to anyone. Empress Xia seized the moment to voice her plan, but the Grand Empress Dowager's face immediately darkened, and she expelled them. This left her feeling deeply frustrated. She truly couldn't comprehend why the Grand Empress Dowager refused her adoption. At the Prime Minister's residence, gazing at the snow outside the window, Yang Tingyi caressed his hand warmer, his emotions tangled. The Emperor's impending death was not entirely a bad thing. In fact, it was a good thing. His power was reaching its zenith as the Emperor's illness worsened. The only thing to watch out for was the restless Empress Xia. A strategist hurried in and whispered, "Your Excellency, news from the palace. Empress Xia took Zhou Prince's heir Zhu Mupin to Xingxing Palace." Though we don't know what was said, they came out quickly and dejectedly. Yang Tingyi sneered disdainfully. "No need to hear it. I can guess what they discussed." He took a sip of tea and said slowly, "Empress Xia is too impatient and far too fanciful. She wanted to adopt Zhou Prince's heir under her name, directly inherit the throne, and even sought the Grand Empress Dowager's consent to force Empress Dowager Zhang into agreement. As she doesn't understand the Grand Empress Dowager at all. Zhou Prince's heir Zhu Mupin is already beyond the 5th degree of kinship. He can't even be considered legitimate imperial blood." He set down his teacup and shook his head. "This is almost equivalent to changing dynasties. How could the Grand Empress Dowager ever agree?" The strategist sighed, "Hearing Your Excellency's explanation, I now understand everything. You truly know the world without leaving your door." Yang Tingyi waved his hand. "Don't flatter me. By the way, any movements from Prince Da and Prince Chong?" "Yes," said the strategist. "The Xia family has been frequently contacting Prince Da and Prince Chong, and they seem to have reached an agreement to cooperate." Yang Tingyi said calmly, "Let them make their noise. I hope they don't go too far. Otherwise, it would be a crime of treason punishable by the extermination of their entire—" Hugging his hand warmer again, Yang Tingyi suddenly thought of something. "Oh, have you found out about that inferior strategy? How does it work?" The strategist replied, "No." Yang Tingyi mused, "Strange. There should be an inferior strategy after all." In Anlu Prefecture, there was no snow here, but a cold, drizzling rain began to fall. Liu Yongwang held an oil paper umbrella, walking slowly through the courtyard. Amidst the bleak wind and cold rain, withered trees, and chilly hills, there was a certain poetic charm. Suddenly looking up, he saw Zhu Ningyan on the pavilion ahead, wrapped in thick fur, gazing into the distance. When she noticed Liu Yongwang looking up, she quickly raised her hand. A warmth filled Liu Yongwang's heart, and he quickened his pace toward the boudoir. Putting down the umbrella, he ascended the stairs slowly. Upon reaching the top, Zhu Ningyan beckoned, "Physician Liu, come here." Liu Yongwang walked to her side. Zhu Ningyan raised her hand, pointing outside the courtyard, and said, "Just now as you walked in with your oil paper umbrella amidst the bleak wind and cold rain, there was a unique charm like a painting." Liu Yongwang's heart stirred, and he blurted out, "You stand on the tower watching the scenery. The one watching the scenery watches you from below. The fine rain adorns your window, you adorn another's dream." Zhu Ningyan was startled. "What is this? It's neither a poem, nor a lyric, nor a tune, yet it sounds lovely." Liu Yongwang said lightly, "This is modern poetry." "What does it mean?" "I half understand, but it feels wonderful," Zhu Ningyan whispered. She sensed a warm sentiment in the air, dispelling the chill outside. "You stand on the tower watching the scenery. I am your scenery. And I, standing below, watch you. You are also my scenery," Liu Yongwang said with a touch of flair, making Zhu Ningyan's eyes sparkle with admiration. "Am I this scenery entering your dream?" Zhu Ningyan's cheeks flushed slightly. Since Liu Yongwang had treated her, her illness had been steadily improving. Now she barely coughed. Even on such a cold, rainy day, she could stand by the window to enjoy the view without. "Then has the scenery caught your eye?" As a modern time traveler, flirting was effortless. Especially with a naive young girl like this, it was child's play. Every word he spoke stirred Zhu Ningyan's heart. Her face reddened, and she turned away, unable to meet his gaze. "Your father once sent assassins after me." Liu Yongwang decided to make his move. The only barrier between him and Zhu Ningyan was a thin veil. Whenever it was about to be pierced, she would retreat. This time was no different. Liu Yongwang didn't want to wait any longer. The upheaval in the capital was imminent, and he had to seize the moment. Zhu Ningyan was startled, turning to look at him in disbelief. "Why?" Liu Yongwang remained silent, but the perceptive Zhu Ningyan quickly realized, "Because of me." "Yes. He thought I had bewitched you and disturbed your heart." Liu Yongwang met Zhu Ningyan's eyes, gazing deep into her soul. Shocked, she didn't look away, as she believed every word he said was true. Her father was Prince Xing, the emperor's own uncle, a man of supreme power, second only to the throne. Once he deemed someone a threat to his family, he would act without hesitation. "How did you escape?" Zhu Ningyan asked, trembling. "Your younger brother arrived just in time and saved me." Zhu Ningyan suddenly understood. "Was it on your way back from Jingling County?" "Yes. Now you can rest assured. No one will pursue you anymore," she said, evading his gaze. But Liu Yongwang took her hand. "He nearly killed me. I'm a petty man who repays every grievance. I want revenge." Zhu Ningyan was taken aback. "How do you plan to take revenge?" Liu Yongwang leaned in close to her face. "I'll use his daughter to exact my revenge." "Oh." Zhu Ningyan was shocked, sensing something terrible. Indeed, Liu Yongwang reached out and lifted her chin. "A father's debt is paid by his daughter. It's only natural. Now I'm going to collect that debt." But, How much money do you want? No money. Then what do you want? Zhu Ningyan's breath grew short. She could already sense that Liu Yongwang's intentions were not good. Yet she did not want to evade. Nor was she willing to. She wanted even more to know how Liu Yongwang would repay the debt. Liu Yongwang still held her chin, but he drew closer and closer, almost touching Zhu Ningyan's nose. A strong masculine aura made her heart tremble and her breath quicken. It also captivated her. I want you. Liu Yongwang moved even closer, his lips brushing against Zhu Ningyan's cheek. Zhu Ningyan hastily tried to lower her gaze to avoid him. But her chin was held by Liu Yongwang, making it impossible to evade. She wanted to struggle, but Liu Yongwang had his arm around her waist, rendering her unable to resist. I am a commandery princess, you cannot. Too late. Liu Yongwang spat out the last two words, and his lips pressed against Zhu Ningyan's. A fine rain drifted, a cold wind blew, and everything around was icy. Only Liu Yongwang's lips were scalding hot, so hot that Zhu Ningyan was lost and unable to extricate herself. Zhu Ningyan let out a sound she never thought she would make. Her whole body trembled. But just then Liu Yongwang pulled away. He kept a distance of a foot, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. All right, your father's debt is cleared. Zhu Ningyan was stunned, however. She felt the debt was not yet repaid. She wished it could go on forever. I'm going to see the Prince of Xing. Liu Yongwang turned and left. Zhu Ningyan felt as if the room had instantly plummeted from summer into a frigid winter. She opened her mouth wanting to say something, but the words wouldn't come. All she could do was watch Liu Yongwang leave, taking her heart with him. Prince of Xing, the emperor is on his last legs, and the prince is crippled. Do you know what this means? Liu Yongwang held a cup of hot tea, glancing sidelong at Zhu Hotsong. Zhu Haokong's eyes gleamed. It means I can ascend the throne. Liu Yongwang nodded and called out, Li Tsongquan. Li Tsongquan hurried and looking at Liu Yongwang with confusion. Physician Liu, is there something? Liu Yongwang said calmly, tell Yang Tingyi that the Prince of Xing is willing to cooperate with Grand Secretary Yang. Li Kongquan's gaze sharpened. He stared intently at Liu Yongwang, unable to utter a single word. Zhu Hotsong frowned, looking at Liu Yongwang in bewilderment, then back at Li Tsongquan. After all, he was too young. There were many things he truly could not see through. Nor could he understand. Liu Yongwang, however, looked calmly at Li Tsongquan, smiling without a word. Finally, Li Tsongquan understood something. He cupped his hands in salute. Yes, I will convey Physician Liu's words to Grand Secretary Yang. Watching Li Tsongquan leave, Zhu Hotsong finally grasped a bit. Li Tsongquan is one of Grand Secretary Yang's men. Liu Yongwang nodded. It shouldn't be just him. There are probably quite a few of Grand Secretary Yang's people throughout your Prince of Xing's mansion. Zhu Hotsong stared at Liu Yongwang. And you? Liu Yongwang smiled. I am just me, a unique spark. I belong to no one. The Ming Dynasty winter was exceptionally cold, especially when it rained. In the countryside, one simply couldn't go out. Fortunately, there were 2 brass basins in the room, filled with blazing charcoal, warming the place considerably. The people in the room were divided into 2 groups. Pan's mother, the old maid, Old Jean, and son Daxing's mother gathered around one brazier, chatting as they warmed themselves. Pan Jinlian, Liu Yongwang, Xiao Shuang, and Lin Yuer gathered around another brazier, warming themselves and engaging in flirtatious banter. As for son Daxing, he was now stationed permanently in the capital, serving as the information liaison officer. This was Liu Yongwang's current team. However, come next spring, Liu Yongwang would begin expanding his staff, striving to become a wealthy landowner. Husband, what shall we play? Pan Jinlian asked, rubbing her hands together. Let's play adventure chess. The loser must accept the punishment. Liu Yongwang brought out a board he had drawn himself along with wooden carved pieces. Lin Yuer looked at the numbers on the board, finding them novel. Husband, these Arabic numerals are so handy for counting. From 1 to 100, clear and distinct at a glance. All the numbers on the board were written by Liu Yongwang in Arabic numerals. His intention was simple, to quickly teach the 3 girls to recognize and count numbers. What does Arabic mean? An uncle named Allah. Pan Jinlian asked playfully. Arabia is a place name, located in Western Asia. Liu Yongwang often gave the 3 beauties little lessons. However, Arabic numerals weren't invented by Arabs, but by the people of Tianzhu. If the people of Tianzhu invented them, why are they called Arabic numerals? Xiao Shuang asked, puzzled. Maybe the people of Tianzhu were foolish. Indians had few enough things to be proud of, and this greatest invention had been claimed by someone else. He really couldn't understand why. Indians had few enough things to be proud of, and this greatest invention had been claimed by someone else. He really couldn't understand why. 6 him off. Xiao Shuang happily moved her piece 6 steps. This adventure chess was one of Liu Yongwang's clever ideas. He had made several types of adventure chessboards using nature, geography, and the cultures of neighboring countries as background. The board was filled with sudden events. Landing on a certain square would cause the player to either advance or retreat due to the event. These events were all modern knowledge points. Whoever finished all 100 squares first won. Whoever finished last had to accept a punishment. As for the punishments, Liu Yongwang had also written a stack of cards. Whatever one drew, they had to accept the corresponding. During the bleak long winter, when it rained or snowed, the ground was muddy and impassable, and the weather was bitterly cold, no one could go out. They could only rely on these things to pass the time. Otherwise, the winter in the Ming Dynasty countryside was too hard to endure. After one game, Xiao Shuang lost. She pouted and drew a card. After reading its contents, her face changed. The punishment was to find someone in the room and kiss them. Whether it was Pan's mother, the old maid Sun Daxing's mother, or old Jean, Xiao Shuang couldn't bring herself to kiss them. Whether it was Pan's mother, the old maid Sun Daxing's mother, or old Jean, Xiao Shuang couldn't bring herself to kiss them. As for the four around this brazier besides herself, there were Pan Jinlian, Lin Yue, and finally Liu Yongwang. Kissing either Pan Jinlian or Lin Yue felt a bit strange. It seemed the only option was Liu Yongwang. But she hadn't yet married Liu Yongwang. How could she kiss him in front of so many people? No, pick another one. Xiao Shuang tried to slip the card in, but Pan Jinlian snatched it away. Reading it, she broke into a delighted smile. So it's about finding someone to kiss. How fun, hurry up and choose. Lin Yue also laughed. This punishment, if it fell on Pan Jinlian and Lin Yue, would be a bit embarrassing, but easily completed. After all, they were both concubines of Liu Yongwang. But Xiao Shuang, who was nominally only Liu Yongwang's apprentice, would be too embarrassed to kiss him in public. I'm not playing anymore. Xiao Shuang tried to flee, but Pan Jinlian held her down. She called out, "Yue, come here, pin her down, and make her kiss the master." The four people nearby watching the lively scene were all chuckling. In everyone's eyes, Xiao Shuang would eventually belong to Liu Yongwang. Watching Xiao Shuang's embarrassment now was also a source of amusement. The two women pinned Xiao Shuang down and pushed her towards Liu Yongwang. Liu Yongwang grinned, fully cooperative, pursing his lips as he waited for Xiao Shuang to come closer. Xiao Shuang struggled, but it was futile. Finally, Xiao Shuang's lips met Liu Yongwang's, and the room erupted in laughter. Liu Yongwang was overjoyed. This was the blissful life he desired. The only regret was the lack of children. In the capital, the Imperial palace was shrouded in gloom. The emperor had entered a state of alternating lucidity and confusion. The entire harem understood that the emperor did not have many days left. But no one dared to cause trouble at this time, because Empress Dowager Zhang, Empress Xia, and Consort Liu were all simmering with resentment. Anyone who provoked these powerful figures would face severe punishment. Only then could these women vent their frustrations. At the palace gate, Vice Minister Xia was still leading a few eunuchs preparing to enter. The guard scrutinized Yin Song, who, despite having shaved his beard, still had a bluish stubble on his chin. After a brief internal struggle, he waved them through. In these troubled times, a lowly gate guard dared not get entangled in the vortex of the succession struggle. Vice Minister Xia strode into the harem with his head high, Yin Song and the others following closely. They crossed the corridor and arrived at the Empress' cunning palace. Enter. Empress Xia was already waiting. Vice Minister Xia tilted his head at Yin Song, signaling him to follow. The two entered the cunning palace one after another. A beaded screen still separated them. Empress Xia sat behind it, and before they could bow said, "No need for formalities. Quickly tell me, what should we do now?" Vice Minister Xia glanced at Yin Song, who remained remarkably calm. He had no choice. Yin Song had never anticipated things turning out this way. What should have been an excellent strategy had turned into a mess, leaving them utterly passive. "Empress, please elaborate on the Grand Empress Dowager's exact stance." Empress Xia said gloomily. "What stance could she have? Her attitude towards me has completely changed. It's all because of your terrible idea." Yin Song was speechless. This Empress Xia truly possessed the supreme skill of an incompetent superior, shifting the blame. She shifted it with utter confidence, and without any pressure, leaving you with nothing to say. Forget it. The superior strategy is ruined. The middle strategy is progressing smoothly, but is too unstable. What should we do now? Empress Xia frowned and thought. That, Hanlin. Yin Song corrected. Ahem, Yin, my name is Yin Song. Without a trace of shame, Empress Xia said naturally. Hanlin Yin, tell me, how should we deal with this? Suppressing his inner dissatisfaction, Yin Song said patiently, please describe the situation at that time. Empress Xia reluctantly began. When I mentioned adopting the Prince of Zhou's heir, the Grand Empress Dowager turned hostile immediately. I find it strange. She had praised that child earlier, saying he had rosy lips, white teeth, a sweet tongue, and was very likable. But then she kicked us out. Yin Song sighed, understanding the reason now. Empress, the Prince of Zhou's heir is after all beyond the 5th degree of mourning. By bloodline, he is already considered an outsider. You could secretly adopt him as a foster son, but you cannot expect the Grand Empress Dowager to agree. This matter must be handled quietly. What good is that? Empress Xia fumed. How is this a superior strategy? Well, it was originally the inferior strategy. Forget it, it's not important. Yin Song wisely chose to remain silent. The only chance for this inferior strategy to succeed was not to gain the Grand Empress Dowager's approval, but to obtain the Emperor's consent. While the Emperor was in a daze, Empress Xia could secretly bring in the Prince of Zhou's heir and propose to adopt him as a successor. That offered only a 1 in 10 chance of success. But now that her intentions were exposed, even that slim possibility was lost. Unless she forged an imperial edict. What do we do now? Empress Xia asked anxiously. Yin Song pondered for a moment and replied, Empress, please continue with the superior strategy. The inferior strategy. Find a reason to issue an imperial decree summoning the Prince of Hung's heir, Zhu Hotsu, to the capital. This time still bring him to the Grand Empress Dowager's palace. But Empress, be careful not to state your intent. Just let the heir Zhu Hotsu play in the Xingxing Palace. Let Zhu Hotsu grow close to the Grand Empress Dowager. Remember, do not act hastily, let things take their natural course. Yin Song cautioned. Empress Xia frowned. The Grand Empress Dowager will never allow an adoption. Will this work? Yin Song replied. Empress, it's not that the Grand Empress Dowager opposes adoption, she opposes adopting the Prince of Zhou's heir. He is a distant relative. The Prince of Hung's heir is different. He is the Grand Empress Dowager's own grandnephew and a candidate for the throne. Empress Xia began to understand. According to ancestral teachings, the best heir is a prince, but the current prince is disabled and has been excluded. Next is the Prince of Xing's heir Zhu Hotsung, the favored choice of Yang Tingyi and Empress Dowager Zhang. To gain control over Zhu Hotsung, they even secretly drove Zhu Yuan to his death. Yin Song was no longer so deferential. He stared at the Empress behind the beaded screen and spoke with authority. He also realized that to win Empress Xia's respect, merely offering advice was not enough. Neither could he be obsequious. He had to show his own strength. A woman like Empress Xia only respected the strong. The Prince of Hung's heir is the next best choice after Zhu Hotsung. His entry into the harem is something the Grand Empress Dowager would welcome. Compared to Zhu Hotsung, the Grand Empress Dowager prefers Zhu Hotsu simply because she does not want to see Consort Dowager Xiao return to the harem and lord it over her. Yin Song's tone grew impassioned. Empress Xia watched this lean, elegant man and finally grasped the essence of the so-called inferior strategy. She also finally realized her mistake. She should not have brought the Prince of Zhou's heir Zhu Mubin to pay respects to the Grand Empress Dowager. But as the Empress as a woman, how could she admit fault? Hanlin, Yin, why didn't you explain clearly earlier? It's all your fault for being so secretive, wasting the perfect opportunity. Empress Xia raged. Yin Song, what? You may leave. I know what to do. Empress Xia waved her hand. A bewildered Yin Song followed Vice Minister Xia out of the cunning palace. He remained dazed even after leaving the palace. Even at home, he was still confused. Staring into the bronze mirror, he suddenly slapped himself. Damn it. How can such a blockhead achieve anything great? He began to ponder his next move. What were the chances of gaining the throne by following people like Empress Xia and Vice Minister Xia? Should he leave himself a fallback plan? For instance, secretly communicating with Zhu Hotsung. In Anlu Prefecture, the snow had ceased. The sun emerged, casting a warmth that made everyone feel at ease. Every household began slaughtering their New Year pigs, curing meat in the sun and stuffing sausages. Liu Yongwang's family also slaughtered their New Year pig, inviting fellow villagers to join in the feast. The house was filled with lively chatter and festive joy. Meanwhile, the Prince of Xing's mansion sent generous New Year gifts, including wild boar rabbits, muntjac, and pheasants personally hunted by the new prince. This was an honor not even Magistrate Shui had received. Liu Yongwang's prestige became the most dazzling presence in the vicinity. Under his guidance, the Liu family dug a cellar to store sweet potatoes and potatoes. As for chili peppers, corn, and tomatoes, they were dried and made into seeds ready for a grand endeavor in the coming year. Liu Yongwang leased over 1,000 mu of nearby farmland in one go. He adopted a model from later generations, not only leasing land, but also hiring people. Workers were paid by the day, and land rent was calculated directly in silver or grain. In this arrangement, each household could earn an extra 200 jin of rice per mu without worry, ensuring steady profits. Thus, nearby farmers eagerly leased their land to Liu Yongwang. They were also curious about how Liu Yongwang could cultivate these lands without incurring losses. Husband, this deal seems unprofitable, Lin Yuer muttered while calculating accounts. She used the accounting method she had learned from Liu Yongwang, simple, clear, and accurate. This only deepened her admiration for him, viewing him as a godlike figure. But no matter how you calculate it, it's not worthwhile. Renting land from nearby farmers shouldn't cost so much. To make money, you must let those who follow you also profit, Liu Yongwang replied. Once they have a stake, they'll work hard. But the costs are too high. Can we really make a profit? Well, no, by the end of next year, Liu Yongwang said calmly. Large-scale cultivation would surely yield more than small households. This was the principle of land transfer brought forward by 500 years. As long as there was no famine, profits were certain. With his mastery of tomato, chili potato, sweet potato, and corn seeds, if he couldn't make money, he might as well buy a block of tofu and knock himself out. Xiao Shuang ran in, panting. Master, the pigs are slaughtered and the meat is divided. We're waiting for you to direct the cooking of the pork feast. Liu Yongwang chuckled and walked out. Their family's pork feast had to be better than anyone else's. The village had over 20 households with more than 100 people. He had invited them all. Maintaining good neighborly relations was crucial, so he prepared 12 tables for the feast. Today, Liu Yongwang personally took charge of the pork dishes, aiming to let the villagers taste culinary skills from 500 years in the future. In the yard, several women were chopping meat on the chopping board. Liu Yongwang rolled up his sleeves, tossed the cut pork into a large basin, sprinkled coarse salt, homemade bean paste, pepper, and Sichuan pepper powder, poured in soy sauce, and finally drizzled pure. A single slice would be enough to stuff a city dweller, but rural folks could eat a dozen or more. Liu Yongwang rolled up his sleeves, tossed the cut pork into a large basin, sprinkled coarse salt, homemade bean paste, pepper, and Sichuan pepper powder, poured in soy sauce, and finally drizzled pure sesame oil. He let it marinate for an hour. While the meat marinated, he began preparing the second dish. For today's feast, he planned only 3 dishes. The first was steamed layered meat, the second a mixed stew, the third pork bone soup with lotus root. These were classic Zhongshan dishes passed down for centuries. With 7 or 8 women assisting, Liu Yongwang's preparations went smoothly. Once the pork was marinated, he poured ground rice flour into the basin and coated each piece. He then arranged the meat into steaming baskets lined with assorted vegetables. The vegetables included crown daisy, charred pumpkin, and creeping cabbage, each occupying its own spot. There were 5 types of meat: large pork, chunks, chicken, beef, tripe, fish fillets, and spare ribs. Just the colors made mouths water. This was the famous Mianyang 3 steams of Anlu Prefecture, albeit a modernized version. After arranging, he started steaming over high heat. It needed at least an hour and a half to become tender and flavorful. By mid-morning, the aroma began wafting through. Children sniffed the air greedily, afraid of missing even a whiff. Liu Yongwang continued with the second dish. The second dish was simpler. He boiled pork lungs, heart, liver, and pancreas together with cabbage and crown daisy, garnishing with a bit of cilantro. Finally, he added sweet potato and potato noodles made from substandard produce, boiled them, and ladled the mixture into bowls, 1 bowl per table. Someone finally couldn't resist. Dr. Liu, when will the feast begin? Liu Yongwang looked up at the sky, a clear blue with the sun already tilting westward. The villagers' stomachs were growling. He calculated the time and raised his hand. Let the feast begin. The crowd cheered. Old Jean and son, daxing back for the spring festival, each carried a table-sized steaming basket and placed it on the tables. As soon as the baskets were set down, the diners' mouths watered. Inside, golden, glistening steamed meat slices were neatly arranged like works of art. Interspersed were fish fillets, beef, chicken, and tripe. The mixed aroma could lure wild dogs from miles away. Before the baskets were even steady, villagers grabbed their chopsticks and helped themselves. The tender, melt-in-your-mouth meat and rich fat brought immense satisfaction. Before they could react, the second dish, it was the mixed stew. The savory broth and assorted offal stirred appetites once more, and everyone ate until they were drenched in sweat. Liu Yongwang raised his glass and called out, "Everyone, Happy New Year." The busy diners quickly lifted their glasses. Everyone sensed that following Liu Yongwang would lead to many good days ahead. Liu Yongwang picked up a chopstick full of sweet potato vermicelli and said, "This isn't pea starch vermicelli, nor mung bean starch vermicelli. This is the sweet potato vermicelli we'll be cultivating extensively next year. Everyone have a taste and see if it's good." Vermicelli had existed since the Ming Dynasty, but it was always made from pea or mung bean starch. It couldn't withstand prolonged boiling and was rather expensive. Sweet potato vermicelli, however, was different. It was durable in cooking and cheap. Liu Yongwang thought clearly. The simplest way to prevent sweet potato seeds from spreading outside was to process them into vermicelli and sell it across the nation. As for potatoes, the same logic applied. They would be made into potato starch and potato vermicelli. Though sour, spicy shredded potatoes were the most delicious preparation, it risked exposing the seeds, so it had to be abandoned. Corn, however, was more difficult to handle, so its planting area remained small. These lands were primarily used for sweet potatoes and potatoes. Chili peppers and tomatoes wouldn't be grown on a large scale either. They would only be processed into ketchup and chili sauce for sale. Protecting the seeds was the best way to achieve prosperity. This meal left the entire village utterly enchanted. Years later, people still reminisced about the grand feast personally orchestrated by Dr. Liu. That was a story for later. Liu Yongwang also prepared an exquisite batch of pork dishes, especially the steamed ones, all sliced into thin pieces and small portions, which he sent directly to the Prince of Qing's residence for his future wife, Zhu Ningyin, and his brother-in-law Zhu Hotsong. After eating and drinking their fill, a messenger arrived from the Prince of Qing's residence, urgently, saying to Liu Yongwang, "There have been changes in the capital. Please come to the Prince of Qing's residence at once to discuss countermeasures." Liu Yongwang's brow furrowed, and a foreboding feeling arose in his heart. In the Xingxing Palace, the kind-faced Grand Empress Dowager sat with her eyes closed in repose. From outside the door came a clear child's voice. "Grandma, Grandma, I've learned the Analects. Let me recite it for you." An old palace maid quickly scolded, "Little prince, hush, hush. The Grand Empress Dowager dislikes noise." The Grand Empress Dowager opened her eyes and said with slight disapproval, "Let the child be lively, it's fine." Zhu Hoshao dashed before the Grand Empress Dowager and fell with a thud. He slid gracefully on his knees to her feet, kowtowed, and said, "Grandma, may you be in peace." The Grand Empress Dowager smiled and raised her hand. "Get up quickly, the floor is cold." "Someone bring him an embroidered stool." Zhu Hoshao pulled a piece of paper from his robe, unfolded it, and showed it to the Grand Empress Dowager. "Grandma, look, this is my calligraphy. My teacher says I've made great progress." The The Grand Empress Dowager took the paper with a smile, not even glancing at it, but gently stroked the child's head. This child is so endearing. Grandma, I want some osmanthus cake. All right, I'll have someone fetch it right away. The Grand Empress Dowager caressed his head. If only you were my own grandson. Then I'll just acknowledge you as my own grandmother, Zhu Hoshao blurted out. The Grand Empress Dowager shook her head. It's not that simple. Royal affairs are complicated. I don't care. They'll call you grandma anyway. Fine, fine. Call me grandma then. The Grand Empress Dowager smiled contentedly. Zhu Hoshao has been living in the Xingxing Palace for a month. Upon hearing this news, Liu Yongwang couldn't help but frown deeply. Zhu Hotsong nodded. Li Tsongquan got the news from the capital. It's absolutely reliable. Being able to stay quietly in the Xingxing Palace for a month shows that the Grand Empress Dowager is very fond of this grandnephew. Liu Yongwang sensed something was amiss. He had always believed that events would unfold smoothly according to what history books recorded. Being able to stay quietly in the Xingxing Palace for a month shows that the Grand Empress Dowager is very fond of this grandnephew. Liu Yongwang sensed something was amiss. His system mission would then be completed, and he could fulfill his promise to Zhu Yuan. Unexpectedly, things were not. Though history had the power to correct itself, it could also be altered. If Zhu Hotsong failed to become the Jiajing Emperor, and Zhu Hoshao took his place, it might still lead the Ming Dynasty into decline. It wouldn't change the course of history. Zhu Hotsong was not irreplaceable. Just as Wang Mang usurped the Han Dynasty, he could appear briefly and leave his mark on history. Correspondingly, Zhu Hotsong might fade into obscurity, allowing Zhu Hoshao to become emperor instead. He couldn't sit idly by. If the Grand Empress Dowager acknowledges him as her imperial grandson, I'll lose my chance. Zhu Hotsong was extremely tense. We must think of a way. Liu Yongwang remained silent, deep in thought. If worst comes to worst, he'll take men to the capital and break his legs. Who would support a cripple as emperor? Zhu Hotsong said angrily. Liu Yongwang thought of Zhu Gaoji and the future Wanli emperor, both of whom had difficulty walking. Yet they sat securely on the throne. However, he wisely chose to change the subject. What does Grand Secretary Yang say? Zhu Hotsong raised his voice and shouted, Li Tsongquan, come here. Soon Li Tsongquan appeared before them. Dr. Liu asked you, what does Grand Secretary Yang think of this matter? Zhu Haokong's attitude toward Li Tsongquan began to shift. It became less friendly. Li Tsongquan quickly replied, the Grand Secretary finds it inconvenient to meddle in inner palace affairs. However, he also said that with Empress Dowager Zhang in charge, the sky won't fall. Despite these words, Liu Yongwang felt uneasy. He began to recall the unofficial folk histories he had heard before his transmigration. In those tales, Zhu Haokong's ascension to the throne was far from simple. It was a thrilling, arduous battle of wits and courage. Now it seemed the official history might be false and the unofficial accounts true. In the capital, at the Leopard House, staring at the empty throne, Jiang Bin looked uneasy. As the holder of titles such as Count of Pacifying the Barbarians, Overseer of 4 Garrisons, Central Officer of the Leopard House, Commander of the Embroidered Uniform Guard, and Bearer of the General's Seal, Jiang Bin knew that all his power came from Emperor Zhu Hoshao. Once Zhu Hoshao died, everything he had would vanish into thin air, unless he could win the trust of the new emperor. Grand Marshal Vice Minister Xia requests an audience, a subordinate reported. Oh, Vice Minister Xia, please come in quickly. Jiang Bin's mind began to turn. Now in the same awkward position as him was Empress Xia. Like him, all her glory came from Zhu Hoshao. Once he died, the childless Empress Xia, and he would quickly be marginalized. Now that Empress Xia's elder brother had come to visit, there must be a purpose. Vice Minister Xia entered with a thin, beardless man. Jiang Bin glanced at the man, suspiciously, feeling he had seen him before, but couldn't recall where. Grand Marshal, I apologize for the intrusion. Vice Minister Xia clasped his hands. Jiang Bin put on a smiling face. Vice Minister Xia, braving the snow to come here. Is there something urgent? Vice Minister Xia turned to Yin Song. Hanlon scholar, Yin, you explain. Yin Hanlon was taken aback. It took him a while to realize that this Minister Xia was indeed incompetent. As the elder brother of the Empress, he nevertheless harbored a certain fear of Jiang Bin, the favored courtier of the Emperor. Truly unpresentable. Jiang Bin was the one person Zhu Hoshao trusted above all others without exception. The Leopard House was built at Jiang Bin's instigation, and Zhu Hoshao conducted state affairs there. He often ate, drank, and slept within the Leopard House, and Jiang Bin served as its grand steward. Thus the Leopard House became the second political power center of the Zhu Hoshao era. It rivaled Yang Ting's influence. Jiang Bin commanded the 4 garrison border armies, oversaw the military forces of the capital, controlled the Embroidered Uniform Guard, and held the seal of the Grand General. He was undisputedly the foremost figure in the military. That Minister Xia as the Empress brother feared Jiang Bin, which seemed plausible enough. Composing himself, he began, by order of the Empress, I have come specifically to discuss matters of state with the Grand General. Jiang Bin's heart stirred. He quickly gestured, please both of you take the seats of honor. Let us talk in detail. On Lu Prefecture, Xing Prince's mansion. Liu Yongwang stood before the map marking the locations of several rival contenders. The Prince of Heng's fief in Qingzhou Prefecture, Shandong, was the closest to the capital, a mere 800 li away. The Prince of Des fief in Jinan Prefecture Shandong lay 1,300 li from the capital. The Prince of Zhou's fief in Kaifeng Prefecture Hunan was 1,400 li distant. The Prince of Chang's fief in Runing Prefecture Hunan was 1,700 li away. And then there was Anlu Prefecture situated south of the Yangtze River in the heart of the continent. The straight-line distance to the capital exceeded 2,000 li. The official road stretched a full 3,200 li. When Liu Yongwang had brought Shuang rushing all the way from Yanggu County to Anlu Prefecture, it had taken them an entire month. This is a tremendous disadvantage. What are you thinking about, Physician Liu? Asked Zhu Hotsong. Zhu Ningyan shot Zhu Hotsong a glance. He's studying the terrain. We are the farthest from the capital. It would take a month to get there. Brother Liu is probably looking for a more convenient route to the capital. Zhu Hotsong, however, seemed unconcerned. It's not really a problem. Li Tsongquan said that when the time comes, Grand Secretary Yang and Empress Dowager Zhang will issue a joint edict summoning me to the capital. It will be proclaimed to the world. There will be no issue. Liu Yongwang listened, but felt uneasy. According to historical records, what Zhu Hotsong said was indeed correct. By ancestral decree, he was the most suitable heir to the empire. Issuing an edict and summoning him to the capital to assume the throne was indeed the most standard procedure. However, historical texts are a game of words written by the victors. They conceal many truths. Historical texts are not the same as history itself, especially now that Li Tsongquan had brought much news from the capital. Empress Xia was restless and active. She had first sent Zhu Hobiao to Xingxing Palace, winning the favor of the Grand Empress Dowager. She was also actively networking with court officials, her activities unusually frequent. She had even cultivated relations with the eunuchs within the palace, harboring ulterior motives. The reason was simple: if Zhu Hotsong became emperor, her position as the Empress Dowager would be most awkward. To avoid suspicion, she would have to move out of the imperial palace. Far from the political center, she would never regain her former glory. Therefore, she had to act to fight for her own interests. None of this would be recorded in the annals of history. The existence of Empress Xia was the greatest hidden danger, turning everything into an unknown. Prince Xing, you must not be careless, Liu Yongwang said slowly. Nothing in this world is ever a matter of course. Everything must be actively fought for to be obtained. Physician Liu speaks the truth. A steady voice came from outside the room. Zhu Hotsong, Zhu Ningyan, and Liu Yongwang turned to see a dignified old woman enter. She had a kind and benevolent face, clearly a great beauty in her youth. Grandmother, it's cold. Why have you come? Zhu Ningyan hurried forward to support her. Zhu Hotsong also ran over. Grandmother, you only needed to call for us. Liu Yongwang quickly bowed. This was Grand Consort Dowager Xiao, the birth mother of Zhu Yuan and the grandmother of Zhu Hotsong. When the late emperor passed away, the Grand Empress Dowager had ordered Zhu Yuan to return to his fief. Grand Consort Dowager Xiao, in a fit of pique, had followed Zhu Yuan over mountains and rivers to Anlu Prefecture, far from the turmoil of the court. Yet a fire of resentment had always burned within her. Now it was time for her to vent that resentment. She glanced coolly at Physician Liu and said, Physician Liu, as a healer, you are not suited to meddle in imperial affairs. But since my son entrusted you with his child, I will say no more. I trust you have the ability. Liu Yongwang was secretly filled with admiration. Truly one who could vie for favor with the Grand Empress Dowager. Her every word and action were flawless. With a single sentence, she both clarified Liu Yongwang's position and elevated his standing, simultaneously applying pressure and offering support. A masterful tactic. Having said this, she turned to Zhu Hotsong. Conger, I have only one demand of you. You must never under any circumstances acknowledge that old woman as your grandmother. This is the bottom line. Liu Yongwang shuddered. He finally understood why the young Zhu Hotsong had dared to instigate the great rights controversy. At the tender age of 14, he had stood firm against the wily Yang Tingyi and Empress Dowager Zhang. The root of it all lay with Grand Consort Dowager Xiao. Watching the old woman leave, Liu Yongwang confirmed his judgment. Historical texts cannot capture the details. Historical texts are not history itself. Zhu Haokong's destiny could only be secured through strenuous effort. The early spring wind swept across the land, bringing a hint of thaw to the frozen earth. Calculating the time, Liu Yongwang's heart tightened with tension. The moment of decisive battle was fast approaching. It was now early February, a month and a half before Zhu Hao's death. This was also the most intense period of competition at court. Yet the Qing prince's mansion remained tranquil. Everyone was waiting for the starting gun to fire, waiting for the edict to arrive. Beyond that, there was very little they could do. Little Shuang rushed in. Master, a group of riders has arrived. They are heading straight for our house. They must be looking for you. Liu Yongwang strode out quickly. In the wind, which was no longer biting, a group of riders was indeed approaching rapidly. The leader was a man on horseback. He galloped over and called out from a distance to little Shuang, Miss Shuang, long time. Liu Yongwang looked up and recognized him, Guard Zhao. Little Shuang tensed up. What is he doing here? Liu Yongwang, however, was very calm. If Guard Zhao had come secretly, that would have spelled trouble. Since he came openly, there was likely no major problem. He must be here on official business. After seeing off the Guard Zhao, Liu Yongwang sank into deep thought. He hadn't expected that Guard Zhao had already established contact with Consort Liu and become Dashwang's informant. Das Wang had used her limited influence to construct an information network and political alliance, which caught Liu Yongwang by surprise. This visit from Guard Zhao was to deliver Consort Liu's, thanks to Liu Yongwang. She expressed gratitude for Liu Yongwang's protection of her and her son's lives. Ostensibly, this was the reason. In truth, Consort Liu wished to use him as a bridge to connect with Zhu Houzong. Consort Liu hinted through her words that she was willing to cooperate from within and without creating conditions for Zhu Haokong's smooth ascension to the throne. Guard Zhao also brought him much palace intelligence, especially concerning Empress Xia. Empress Xia's recent actions had been somewhat aggressive, incurring the displeasure of Grand Empress Dowager Zhang. However, with the support of the Grand Empress Dowager Zhang, was left helpless. The situation in the inner palace was now extremely complex and chaotic. Yet Liu Yongwang was quite satisfied. Consort Liu's emergence filled a crucial gap in his intelligence. He now had first-hand information from within the palace. This was of great importance. It further made Liu Yongwang realize that Zhu Haokong's path to becoming emperor was far from as simple as history books recorded. It was a tangled web. Another piece of news weighed heavily on him. The Earl of Pinglu Jiangbin had colluded with Empress. The alliance of these two formidable forces along with the Grand Empress Dowager was enough to challenge Yang Tingyi and Grand Empress Dowager Zhang. Everything was fraught with uncertainty. Turning around before he could sort out his thoughts, Xiao Shuang came running over. "Master, someone else is here to see you. But the leader seems to be a child." Liu Yongwang was taken aback. He stepped out in confusion and saw a sedan chair parked before the door. A child of 7 or 8 warmly dressed was accompanied by a woman standing beside him. The woman was clearly not the main figure. She kept bowing as she listened to the child's instructions. "Are you Dr. Liu?" the child asked without any shyness, bowing as Liu Yongwang appeared. "I am Yin Shifan. Greetings." Liu Yongwang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Yin Shifan, the same one who invented vile novelties like the beauty spittoon and the flesh screen. The so-called little grand secretary. Yet the little brat before him showed none of that repulsiveness. "I am he. What business does a child like you have with me?" Liu Yongwang asked, puzzled. Yin Shifan grinned. "It's inconvenient for the adults to come personally. Let's talk inside, Dr. Liu." Being led by the nose by a child was a novel experience for Liu Yongwang. Once inside the hall, Yin Shifan spoke immediately. "My father sent me. His name is Yin Song, and he currently serves under Minister Xia." Hearing this infamous name from later ages, Liu Yongwang chuckled bitterly to himself. As a time traveler, he was now connected to Yin Song, the great traitor. How bizarre. "You probably haven't heard of my father's name." "Stop." "I have. Notorious infamous." Liu Yongwang, though the other was a child, his presence still made Liu Yongwang uncomfortable. Yin Shifan, young as he was taken aback by such a response. But his mind was sharp, and he quickly recovered. "Dr. Liu, my father knows you are on good terms with Prince Xing. Could you arrange an introduction for me to meet him? We children can talk more easily." Liu Yongwang regarded Yin Shifan with curiosity. Given his current status and position, what gave him the confidence to claim connection with Prince Xing, Zhu Houzong? He hesitated. Yin Song and the little Grand Secretary Yin Shifan were the greatest traitors under Emperor Jiajing. If he introduced Yin Shifan, wouldn't he become a sinner of history? Yet since Yin Song served under Minister Xia and had sent Yin Shifan all this way to see him and Zhu Houzong, he must be well prepared and surely carried insider information. Turning him away would be detrimental to Zhu Houzong. Liu Yongwang also understood why Yin Song had sent his son. On one hand, despite his youth, Yin Shifan was intelligent, opinionated, and mature early. And as a child, he wouldn't attract attention, serving as perfect cover. On the other hand, Yin Song had not yet risen to power. He had no subordinates or confidants to dispatch. He could only rely on his underage son. Ridiculous as it seemed, it was undoubtedly discreet. "Alright, I'll take you." Liu Yongwang made up his mind. "What? Don't you want to hear my reasons? I've rehearsed them for so long." "No need." Hearing Liu Yongwang's reply, Yin Shifan felt a surge of frustration. According to his father's plan, he was to first seek an audience with Liu Yongwang, then in front of him reveal several veiled pieces of information to sway Liu Yongwang and entice him into arranging a meeting with Zhu Houzong. Now the plan had changed. Liu Yongwang had directly agreed to take him to see Zhu Houzong. All his rehearsed lines were rendered useless. After all, he was still a child. This disruption left him utterly bewildered. In the capital at Xingxing Palace, Das Wang performed a graceful bow and turned to Zhu Houzhao. "Your Highness, please follow me." Zhu Houzhao also bowed to the Grand Empress Dowager. "Grandmother will be back soon. Wait for me." The Grand Empress Dowager smiled faintly and waved her hand. "Go on. Let me rest my mind." With that, she closed her eyes and entered a meditative state. Das Wang led Zhu Houzhao to the side, had him sit down, and began to examine him. The Grand Empress Dowager had summoned her today, for one reason, to test Zhu Houzhao for any hidden ailments. "Tilt your head back." Das Wang prepared to begin, but Zhu Houzhao didn't move. He merely cast a contemptuous glance at Das Wang. "Show me your breasts," and Das Wang was stunned. "What? Can't you understand human speech? Show me your breasts." Zhu Houzhao stared at her, his eyes filled with disdain. This time Das Wang heard clearly. Her hand trembled involuntarily. She turned to glance at the attending maid. The maid looked away awkwardly, pretending not to have heard. Das Wang understood. This one was a repeat offender. Suppressing her anger, she said in a low voice, I am here on the Grand Empress Dowager's orders to examine you. Cooperate, or I will report your outrageous behavior to her. Zhu Hujiao's contemptuous gaze suddenly softened. You've got some backbone. Show me your breasts, and when I become a prince, I'll make you my princess. You'll enjoy a lifetime of wealth and glory. Whoosh. Dashuang shot to her feet and turned to walk toward the Grand Empress Dowager. She could bear it no longer. The Grand Empress Dowager suddenly opened her eyes and looked at Dashuang. Children love to be mischievous. Don't mind him, Director Dashuang. Dashuang froze. She had come to complain, hoping the Grand Empress Dowager would punish this boy who was so lecherous at such a young age. But before she could speak, the Grand Empress Dowager had already spoken first. Clearly she had heard Zhu Hujiao's rude words. Yet she didn't scold him. No wonder Zhu Hujiao was so brazen. But Director Dashuang's breath caught in her throat. She wanted to speak, but couldn't. Go on. The Grand Empress Dowager closed her eyes again. Grand Empress Dowager, isn't the prince's behavior inappropriate? Dashuang chose a more tactful phrasing. The Grand Empress Dowager opened her eyes again. There's nothing inappropriate about it. If my son had awakened so early in life, he wouldn't have married only one wife and fathered only one son. A prince of the imperial house should take many consorts and sire many children. Spreading the family branches is the greatest filial piety. Dashuang's beautiful face twitched a few times before she finally gritted her teeth. I understand. She turned and glared fiercely at Zhu Hujiao. Your Highness, I hope you cooperate. Otherwise I won't examine you, and will send an old man instead. She knew the reason she had been summoned to examine Zhu Hujiao today. It was the Grand Empress Dowager's final preparation for Zhu Hujiao to become emperor. The Grand Empress Dowager certainly didn't want Zhu Hujiao to have any physical defects. This also indicated that she was likely to recognize Zhu Hujiao as her grandson and successor to Zhu Hujiao as emperor. Seeing Dashuang's fierce expression, Zhu Hujiao finally behaved and began to cooperate with the examination. The Grand Empress Dowager kept her eyes closed throughout, but Dashuang knew she was constantly monitoring the situation. In Anlu Prefecture within the Prince of Xing's residence, Zhu Huizong turned his head and asked Liu Yongwang, Physician Liu, is what this child said true? Liu Yongwang nodded. It is true. He has traveled 1,000 li to come here, and this is no jest. What do you think of the three strategies, superior, mediocre, and inferior, proposed by Vice Minister Xia? Zhu Huizong pressed further. Liu Yongwang pondered for a moment and said, I am not well versed in the affairs of the Imperial Palace. However, based on the tidings brought by Guard Zhao and Dashuang, it can be confirmed that these three strategies are effective, especially the superior strategy. It is lethally potent. The main reason Zhu Huizong was ranked first in line was his close blood relation. He was Zhu Hao's first cousin and also the Grand Empress Dowager's own grandson. He was the closest by blood. According to the ancestral precept of succession from brother to brother, his ascension to the throne was beyond reproach. However, if the Grand Empress Dowager adopted Zhu Hujiao as her grandson, the situation would change. That would make Zhu Hujiao even closer in relation than Zhu Huizong. However, Empress Dowager Zhang and Yang Tingyi will not agree. If the Grand Empress Dowager intervenes, it would be highly detrimental to them. Liu Yongwang continued. If Empress Dowager Zhang refuses to consent, the step of adoption cannot proceed. As for the mediocre strategy, it also carries dangers. If Empress Xia issues a forged edict and colludes with Jiangbin both internally and externally, there is still a chance to turn the tables. Liu Yongwang began analyzing the consequences based on the historical knowledge in his mind. As for the inferior strategy, it too has risks. If Empress Xia takes a desperate risk and acts willfully once the emperor dies, she could directly forge an edict, adopt an heir, and then push that heir forward to succeed the throne. With Jiangbin's cooperation, there is a slim chance of success. Liu Yongwang walked over to the map and slapped it hard. The most crucial step is this: whoever enters the capital first will gain the upper hand. In the capital at the Xinang Palace, Yang Tingyi hurried in and asked as he entered, Empress Dowager, how is the emperor's condition? Alas, he is unconscious more and more often. Each day he is awake for no more than 3 shurchen. Several physicians have said that the emperor cannot hold on much longer, at most 2 months. Empress Dowager Zhang wiped the tears from her eyes and ceased her sobbing. Now the Grand Empress Dowager is pressing me, urgently insisting that I adopt that Prince of Hong's heir. What should we do now? Yang Tingyi frowned. Empress Dowager, as long as you hold firm and refuse to adopt, the Grand Empress Dowager cannot bypass you and adopt directly, can she? Empress Dowager Zhang said indignantly. That is why she is pressuring me. She says that I bewitched the late emperor into marrying only me, causing the royal family to have but a single heir. She also claimed that if there were other consorts, she could bypass me and have them adopt, so the royal family would not be without offspring. She looked at Yang Tingyi. Premier Yang, we must devise a plan. Otherwise she might truly bypass me and directly adopt a grandson. Yang Tingyi said calmly, I have already thought of a plan. You can pretend to agree with the Grand Empress Dowager and consent to the adoption. However, you must insist on adhering to the rites. The Prince of Hong's heir must depart from his fiefdom and travel to the capital in accordance with ancestral rules. Once the Prince of Hung's heir has left the capital, we will immediately issue a new decree. Citing the emperor's severe illness, we will order all feudal princes to return to their fiefdoms and wait, forbidding them from entering the capital without an imperial summons. This will trap him in his fiefdom, unable to leave. Empress Dowager Zhang's eyes lit up but quickly dimmed. But what about afterward? Once the emperor passes, the Grand Empress Dowager will surely issue a decree summoning all feudal princes to the capital. The Prince of Hung's fiefdom in Qingzhou Prefecture Shandong is only 800 li from here. No matter how you calculate it, the Prince of Hung will enter the capital first. Her voice grew lower, and the Prince of Xing's fiefdom in Anlu Prefecture is 3,200 li from the capital, 4 times farther. By the time the Prince of Hung arrives first, I will have no choice but to adopt the Prince of Hung's heir as my son. At that point, the situation will be irretrievable. Yang Ting's face also darkened. Therefore, we must use unconventional tactics. We should secretly spread word now, informing the officials along the route that the Grand Empress Dowager intends to adopt this grandson. Once those officials learn of this, they will surely fawn over him and curry favor, which will be enough to delay his progress. At the same time, we will have Zhu Hotsong prepare in advance. Upon receiving the edict, he should enter the capital immediately. At the fastest speed, he must arrive before the Prince of Hung, and then the great matter can be accomplished. Yet Empress Dowager Zhang still frowned. 3,200 li. Under normal travel, it takes a month. Even traveling day and night, whipping the horses to full speed, it would take half a month. And the Prince of Hung will surely arrive within that time. Yang Tingyi snorted. This is the best plan available. I will send a message to the Prince of Xing, now telling him to prepare in advance. He must reach the capital within 10 days. As for the Prince of Hung, I will use every means to obstruct him so that he cannot reach the capital in 10 days either. Empress Dowager Zhang sighed. It can only be this way. The struggle for the throne is a struggle for time. Whoever arrives first becomes the emperor. In Anlu Prefecture, Liu Yongwang slapped the map hard. The situation is now clear. Whoever enters the capital first will seize the advantage and inherit the great throne. Zhu Haokong's eyes darted around. What if we sneak into the capital now and lie in wait there? Li Tsongquan quickly stepped forward and said, Your Highness, absolutely not. Premier Yang said they will soon issue a decree requiring all feudal princes to stay in their fiefdoms during this extraordinary period and not leave. Otherwise, they would be suspected of rebellion. I implore Your Highness to await the court's edict. Zhu Hotsong turned his head to look at Liu Yongwang. Liu Yongwang also understood the underlying logic. Generally, when an emperor was critically ill, all feudal princes were ordered to remain in their fiefs to prevent rebellions during the chaos. Only after a new edict was issued could they enter the capital for mourning. If Zhu Hotsong were to lurk in the capital during this time and be reported, it would be tantamount to treason. Not to mention ascending the throne, even his life might not be guaranteed. Since there could be agents of Yang Tingyi lurking by his side, there might also be others. This risk could not be taken. Recalling various legends from unofficial histories, Liu Yongwang suddenly spoke. Prince Xing, your most urgent task now is to prepare immediately for the journey to the capital. You must enter the capital before all other princes, Liu Yongwang said with an air of seasoned wisdom. Otherwise, even as the first in line of succession, it will be useless. Having grown up in Zhongxiang, Liu Yongwang had heard tales of the Jiajing Emperor's unofficial history since childhood. In the folk legends, Emperor Jiajing's entry into the capital was not as smooth as recorded in official history. Instead, it was fraught with peril and twists as he raced against other princes to reach the palace. Yang Tingyi and Empress Dowager Zhang worked together from within, scheming to slay Jiang Bin and sideline Empress Xia, enabling Zhu Hotsong to successfully become the Jiajing Emperor. However, official history seemed quite simple, as if Zhu Haokong's succession to the throne was natural logical. This struck Liu Yongwang as strange. It was like having something he always believed and flatly denied. Now that he had traveled back to the Ming Dynasty, he realized that official history was not correct. Unofficial history might be the truth. In this world, nothing happened without reason. Everything was a web of interests and a struggle for power. However, there was little he could do now. Without power or influence, he could only wait. Wait for the power struggle in the palace to gradually become clear. He also understood a timeless maxim: history is written by the victors. Similarly, who became emperor did not affect the course of history, because the victor would rewrite, continue, and become history in their own way. Zhu Haokong's path to the throne was far from simple. Instead, it was fraught with difficulties. At the Cunning Palace, upon hearing the edict's contents, Empress Xia quickly summoned Jiang Bin for counsel. She had realized that Empress Dowager Zhang's agreement to adopt Zhu Hoshao as a stepson was merely a temporary measure. Sending Zhu Hoshao out of the capital and forbidding his return before the emperor's death was their true goal. She had realized that Empress Dowager Zhang's agreement to adopt Zhu Hoshao as a stepson was merely a temporary measure. Sending Zhu Hoshao out of the capital and forbidding his return before the emperor's death was their true goal. Anlu Prefecture is 3,200 li from the capital, while Qingzhou Prefecture is only 800 li. The first to enter the capital will surely be Prince Hung and his heir. Jiang Bin spoke with confidence. Once they enter the capital, I will lead all my troops to escort them into the palace, complete the adoption ceremony, and have them directly inherit the throne. With my 100,000-strong army as protection, I doubt Empress Dowager Zhang would dare to disagree. Empress Xia was overjoyed. Crucially, we have legitimacy on our side, winning the support of the realm. Jiang Bin nodded. Your task now is to send word to Prince Hung, immediately telling him to prepare. He must enter the capital at the earliest possible moment with all haste. Thus our grand plan can succeed. After Jiang Bin took his leave, Empress Xia promptly summoned Vice Minister Xia and ordered him to dispatch the same directive to all 4 princes to enter the capital with utmost speed. Whoever entered the capital first would become the emperor. The spring breeze of March brushed against the face, bringing a sense of tranquility. Yet the entire palace was in turmoil. The news that the emperor was dying could no longer be concealed, spreading throughout the harem. Everyone was filled with anxiety and unease. The emperor had only one son, and that son was mentally deficient. No one knew who would become the new emperor. Everything was shrouded in uncertainty. The fates of the palace's inhabitants all depended on the final outcome. Daswang walked along the palace walls, her heart also stirred with excitement. She had established a communication channel with Liu Yongwang and now knew that her master had become Zhu Haokong's. This filled her with curiosity about Liu Yongwang. This unassuming mediocre physician who had kept a low profile now wielded such immense influence, truly astonishing her. Entering Consort Liu's palace, Consort Liu immediately approached and asked in a low voice, "What is the situation outside?" Daswang dismissed the attendants and whispered, "Your Highness, the palace is now divided into 2 factions. One faction is Empress Dowager Zhang and Grand Secretary Yang, who advocate welcoming Prince Xing to the capital. The other is the Grand Empress Dowager Earl Pinglu and Empress Xia, who plan to adopt Prince Hung's heir as the emperor's foster son and then have him succeed to the throne." Consort Liu was flustered. The Grand Empress Dowager holds more authority than Empress Dowager Zhang, and Jiang Bin commands the military. Empress Xia is the legitimate empress. They seem to have the upper hand. Daswang said, "Power is no longer the key now. What matters is who enters the capital first. Whoever arrives first seizes the advantage." Consort Liu frowned. Who is closer? Daswang replied with concern, "Prince Hung's fief is in Xingzhou Prefecture, Shandong, 800 li from the capital. Prince Xing's fief is in Anlu Prefecture, 3,200 li away, 4 times the distance." According to news from Guardzhou, the court officials now believe Prince Hung's son holds an overwhelming advantage. She lowered her voice further. Guardzhou said that through intelligence he has learned that the entire Hung Prince's mansion is preparing for the new emperor's ascension, and everyone there is overjoyed. Consort Liu slumped to the ground. 3,200 li. How can that compare to 800? She touched the head of the infant in her arms and said dejectedly, "If Prince Hung's heir ascends the throne, our lives hang by a thread." Given Empress Xia's nature, she would likely do everything possible to eliminate the prince, and Consort Liu removing any threat. This would prevent anyone from curing the prince and contending with Zhu Hoshao for the throne. "Your Highness, you must trust Grand Secretary Yang and the Empress Dowager." Dashwang's eyes suddenly lit up. "Especially trust Physician Liu." Consort Liu's eyes also brightened. Though Liu Yongwang appeared to be an ordinary imperial physician, he always displayed remarkable abilities. With just a little guidance from him, Daswang had become the director of the Imperial Medical Institute. And he had even connected with Prince Xing, becoming his right-hand man. With him, Zhu Hotsung was not without a chance to Yes, with Physician Liu here, anything is possible. In Xingzhou Prefecture, Shandong, at the Hung Prince's mansion, Prince Hung lifted Zhu Hoshao into his arms and said excitedly, "My son, you have done well, truly winning the favor of the Grand Empress Dowager. When my son ascends the throne as emperor, your father can begin to oversee the state and govern. Our family will possess the entire realm." Zhu Hoshao yawned. "Father, the journey is too arduous. Next time we go to the capital, can we take a different route? It's too tiring." "Then we'll take the water route," Prince Hung said cheerfully. "Those slower 10 days will be enough to reach the capital." "Absolutely not, Prince Hung. We must enter the capital before all other princes. So we must take the land route, traveling day and night to avoid any mishaps," said a strategist. Prince Hung looked at the strategist with displeasure. This man was not his own, but was sent by Jiang Bin to assist him. Yet he always felt the man was there to oversee him. Xingzhou Prefecture is only 800 li from the capital. Traveling by water 100 li a day is no problem. We can definitely reach the capital within 10 days. Anlu Prefecture, on the other hand, is 3,200 li from the capital. Even if he travels 200 li a day, it would still take half a month. The gap is huge. "There's no way an accident can happen," Prince Hung said confidently. The advisor still insisted. "I implore the heir to take the land route. Ride fast, covering over 100 li a day, and reach the capital within 5 days at best. Only then will it be safe and reliable." Zhu Hoxiao's face scrunched up. "Father, I don't want to ride a horse." "No riding, no riding. We'll take a carriage. I'll line the carriage with soft cushions so you can sit comfortably," Prince Hung quickly said. Prince Hung looked at the advisor. "Actually, there's no need to rush. I was just calculating based on them setting off at the same time as us. In reality, we have an advantage, because the very edict summoning us to the capital will create a considerable time gap. Prince Hung gestured as he spoke. Calculating based on a 600ly urgent dispatch, the edict will take a day and a half to reach Qingzhou Prefecture. But it will take 5.5 days to reach Anlu Prefecture. That's 4 extra days. Add in the distance of the journey, and we have at least a 9-day advantage. He smiled smugly. Even if we travel leisurely enjoying the scenery all the way, we can still reach the capital ahead of him. Not to mention that Earl Pinglu can set up checkpoints along the way to hinder their progress. This round we've already won. The advisor fell silent. He had nothing more to say. After all, what Prince Hung said made perfect sense. Prince Hung's advantage was immense. So immense that he could even take a leisurely journey enjoying the sights, and still successfully ascend the throne. Jinan Prefecture, Shandong. Swish. An arrow shot out, striking a crow. The crow let out a miserable cry and tumbled from the tree. A man in his 40s threw down his bow and laughed heartily. How is my archery? Your archery is comparable to Liu Fengxian of old, a subordinate flattered. Prince De dismounted his horse and turned to ask, any news from Prince Hung? Yes, news just arrived, the subordinate said. The heir of Prince Hung couldn't bear the fatigue of the journey and wanted to take the water route, but General Jiang's men vetoed it, insisting they take the land route. They also have to cover 100 li a day, aiming to reach the capital in 10 days. Prince De's face darkened. He is 500 li closer than us. That is indeed a huge advantage. However, if we travel day and night, we can still enter the capital ahead of him. Son, Prince De called out loudly, practice your horsemanship diligently these few days. Well, ride all the way covering 150 li a day. In 9 days we'll enter the capital. The heir of Prince De replied loudly, Father, rest assured. I can do it. Prince De smiled with satisfaction. He was determined to win the throne. Although the Empress favored Prince Hung, she had also given him her promise. As long as he entered the capital before Prince Hung, she would issue a decree to recommend his son as emperor. With the Empress backing, he was also confident of gaining the throne. Ruzhou Prefecture, Hunan. Chong's princely estate. Here the scene was entirely different. Prince Chong sat indoors, his brow furrowed in worry. Although Empress Xia had also sent him a message saying whoever entered the capital first would become the emperor, Ruzhou Prefecture was 1700 li from the capital. Not only was the journey long, but he also had no advantage. He saw it clearly. Among the 5 princes eligible to compete for the throne, he was in the most disadvantageous position. In terms of distance, he was only slightly better off than Prince Xing of Anlu Prefecture, but he was 900 li farther than Prince Hung, 400 li farther than Prince Da, and 300 li farther than Prince Zhou. In terms of succession order, he was also further away than Prince Xing and Prince Hung. Everything was terribly awkward. A man entered from outside, cupped his hands, and said greetings to Prince Chong. Prince Chong waved his hand. The Empress has sent a letter urging us to rush to the capital, promising that whoever arrives first will become emperor. What do you think of this? The newcomer was lean with a face adorned with whiskers like a rat's, but his eyes were exceptionally lively. He didn't answer but instead asked, what does Prince Chong think? Prince Chong sighed. In terms of blood relation, I cannot compare to Prince Hung or Prince Xing. In terms of distance, I cannot compare to Prince Hung, Prince Da, or Prince Zhou. Prince Hung also has the Grand Empress Dowager backing him. Prince Xing has Chancellor Yang and Empress Dowager Zhang helping him. Our branch is neither too high nor too low. The hope is slim. The newcomer shook his head slightly. Prince Chong, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but in many matters those who hold the advantage often end up losing. Far back, there was Xiang Yu, more recently, there was Chun Yuliang. Both held all the advantages yet were overturned by those in an inferior position. Your situation is the same now. You seem to be at a disadvantage, but you are not without opportunity. As long as you strive hard, take a gamble, the chance might actually be greater, the newcomer said, his eyes gleaming. Prince Chong became interested. So what should I do? First, we speed up our journey to the capital. Second, we delay the progress of others. Third, pledge our loyalty to Empress Xia. The newcomer slammed his fist down forcefully. With these 3 prongs of action, we can turn defeat into victory. Prince Chong was overjoyed. Ming Yang, with a literary genius like you, I finally have a backbone. Kaifeng Prefecture, Hunan. Zhou's princely estate. Prince Zhou looked haggard, but as he looked at the letter in his hand, his eyes brightened. The newcomer slammed his fist down forcefully. With these 3 prongs of action, we can turn defeat into victory. Prince Chong was overjoyed. Ming Yang, just when he thought there was no hope, a letter from Empress Xia reignited his confidence. In the letter, Empress Xia said that as long as Zhu Mubin was the first to enter the capital, she would adopt him as her stepson and use her own power to help him ascend the throne and rule the realm. He handed the letter to his most trusted advisor. What do you think? The advisor read it carefully several times, then said, Prince Zhou, this matter is not feasible. It's better to settle for the next best thing. Why? In terms of blood relation, the heir is the weakest. In terms of power, he only has Empress Xia's support, which is utterly insufficient. In terms of distance, it's 1400 li, 100 li more than Prince De, let alone Prince Hung. The advisor sighed. And in the struggle for the throne, failure means death. Yes, the possibility of failure is too great, Prince Zhou also sighed. but I can't resign myself to it. This is the closest we've ever been to the center of power. To just let it slip away is truly a pity. The advisor suddenly said, perhaps we cannot seize the throne, but we could help someone who can. How so? Prince Zhou perked up. In your opinion, who would most win the world's allegiance as emperor? The advisor asked. Prince Xing. With Chancellor Yang and Empress Dowager Zhang, although he is in a remote area, I think his chances are the best. Then let's secretly help Prince Xing. Howie. Who has the smallest hope? Prince Zhong. Then we'll also set out wait ahead and slow down their progress a bit. The advisor smiled. Consider it a gift for the new emperor. In Anlu Prefecture, a carrier pigeon fluttered into the Barefoot Doctor's clinic, landing in the dovecot. Xiao Shuang carefully seized the pigeon and hurried into the house, calling out, Master, master, the pigeon has arrived. My sister sent a letter. Liu Yongwang set down his work, took the pigeon, and gently removed a small bamboo tube from its leg. Opening the tube, he extracted a piece of paper and read it through, gaining a clear understanding of the situation. Although the time of the shock differed, Zhu Hao's date of death was roughly the same. In about 10 more days, the Imperial edict would set out from the capital at that time to be delivered to the feudal princes across the land. The other princes were of no concern, but 5 of them would inevitably begin to scheme against each other. These 5 princes were the Prince of Xing, in Anlu Prefecture the Prince of Heng, in Qingzhou Prefecture the Prince of Da, in Jinan Prefecture the Prince of Zhou, in Kaifeng Prefecture, and the Prince of Chong, in Runing Prefecture. The Prince of Heng was the closest, a mere 800 li away. If he rode post-haste through the night, he could arrive in 3 days. In contrast, the Prince of Xing, Zhu Hotsong, would take 5.5 days to receive the edict. This meant that by the time the Prince of Xing received the edict, the Prince of Heng might have already reached the capital. However, this was only theoretical. With the methods of Yang Tingyi and Empress Dowager Zhang, they would never allow the Prince of Heng's heir to claim the throne so easily. According to the message sent back by De Shuang, the Prince of Heng's heir was arrogant, but not physically robust. He could not endure the rigors of traveling 300 li a day. The Prince of Xing was not without a chance. Husband, I've already arranged with old Jean to sow the seeds. 800 mu of sweet potatoes, 200 mu of potatoes, and only 20 mu each of chili peppers, tomatoes, and corn. Lin Yue entered the house and took Liu Yongwang's hand. Husband, aren't I impressive? Liu Yongwang smiled and gently kissed her cheek. This young woman, ever since she had tasted the pleasures of intimacy, had grown fond of such affectionate gestures from Liu Yongwang. Following the principle of equal favor, Liu Yongwang spent one night with each of his wives. Pan Jinlian resided in the eastern wing, while Lin Yue lived in the western wing. Every night, he alternated sleeping between these 2 rooms. The rear building had 3 rooms, one for Xiao Shuang, and another that served as Liu Yongwang's study and bedroom. However, he never found the time to use it. He spent every day lingering in the chambers of his 2 beauties. Yet both women possessed formidable stamina and were perpetually insatiable. It was only thanks to Liu Yongwang's exquisite skill and profound knowledge that he could barely manage. He also faced a dilemma once he married Xiao Shuang and Zhu Ningyan. What would he do? He couldn't let 4 beauties. He had yet to fully enjoy the splendid life of the Ming Dynasty. This was truly a blissful worry. Remember, you must guard against theft. Assign strong young men to patrol at night and protect our seeds. Influenced by Lin Yue, Liu Yongwang also recognized the importance of these seeds. Fortunately, the farmers were still unaware of their value. But after the autumn harvest, when they witnessed the immense yields, they might develop new ideas. Therefore, preparations I've already had old Jean recruit 20 or 30 strong men to patrol daily, Lin Yue said, frowning. But I feel they lack something. Liu Yongwang raised an eyebrow. Have them gather in the courtyard after work. They'll train them. Lin Yue was taken aback. Husband, do you know military tactics? I've been through military training before. Though he had never served as a soldier, he had participated in plenty of drills. He was familiar with standing at attention, marching in step, and reinforcing discipline. It was no big deal. Li Tsongquan hurried in from outside. The Prince of Xing summons you. Liu Yongwang nodded. He knew the situation in the capital was growing increasingly tense. He also wanted to know what Zhu Hotsong and Li Tsongquan were planning. What strategies they would use to turn the Prince of Xing's disadvantage around. At the Prince of Xing's mansion, Zhu Hotsong saw Liu Yongwang arriving and quickly came out to greet him, taking his arm. Physician Liu, there are many matters to attend to, and the situation is urgent. I must have your guidance. During this period, Liu Yongwang had been focused on monitoring the planting in the fields and had not been deeply involved in the mansion's affairs. After all, Li Tsongquan did not want him to participate too much. Zhu Hotsong also had a group of dedicated strategists left by his father who were more familiar with officialdom and interpersonal relationships than Liu Yongwang. Liu Yongwang had little to contribute. However, at the final stage of planning, he had to offer his insights. Otherwise, he would fail the trust placed in him by Zhu Yuan before his death. Several people were seated in the room, looking composed and experienced, clearly the strategists left behind by Zhu Yuan. They did not hold Liu Yongwang in high regard. They felt that a physician meddling in the struggle for imperial power was stepping out of line. All right, everyone is here. Li Tsongquan lay out the overall plan. Zhu Hotsong, though young, had already acquired the dignity of a ruler. Li Tsongquan stood up respectfully and said, "Very well, let me outline the entire strategy." The Grand Empress Dowager Zhang and Empress Ya had reached a consensus whoever entered the capital first would become emperor. Therefore our primary goal is to reach the capital faster than any other prince. However, Anlu Prefecture is a full 3,200 li from the capital. Even traveling 300 li a day would take 11 days. This is our greatest disadvantage, and we must use every means to enter the capital as quickly as possible. Li Tsongquan continued, over the past few days we have devised 3 plans. The first is to search the country for a substitute. By a stroke of luck, we found a man who is 9/10 similar to the prince. He will remain in the mansion awaiting the edict while the prince will enter the capital a few days early and hide 100 li away. Once the edict arrives, he will ride swiftly to the capital and seize the throne. Zhu Houzong turned to Liu Yongwang with pride. Physician Liu, this was my idea, the simplest and most efficient method. What do you think? Liu Yongwang glanced sideways at Zhu Houzong. Prince of Xing, it's not good at all, the worst plan possible. Zhu Haokong's face changed color. The other strategists also looked unsettled. None of them had expected Liu Yongwang to be so blunt, showing no regard for the young prince's dignity. Thighs is impossible. Zhu Houzong grew agitated. Liu Yongwang scanned the others. I believe they think the same way. They just dare not say it. He teased Li Tsongquan and the strategists. Tell me, isn't this plan unworkable? Zhu Houzong immediately said, Li Tsongquan, you speak. Li Tsongquan coughed awkwardly. Well, Physician Liu has a point. The plan does have flaws. Zhu Houzong then turned to the other strategists. And you, Li? These strategists were all cunning and experienced. They had long seen that the plan was unfeasible, but none of them dared to speak up. Now that Liu Yongwang had said it, they had no reason to hold back. With someone to take the lead, they nodded in agreement one by one. This plan is not reliable. Why? Zhu Houzong felt deeply discouraged. Liu Yongwang said calmly, Prince of Xing, don't be upset. You are young, and it's natural not to consider everything thoroughly. The biggest flaw in this plan is that you cannot explain your whereabouts. Moreover, he swept his gaze across the room. What we say here may seem secure, but walls have ears. Once the information leaks, and someone exposes the impostor when the edict arrives, you will not only lose the throne, but also your life. Upon hearing this, Zhu Haokong's face changed, turning pale and filled with lingering fear. It was the first time he had truly grasped the power of conspiracy. He quickly bowed and said, Thank you for the reminder, Physician Liu. I indeed failed to consider this thoroughly. Zhu Houzong was not foolish, in fact, he was exceedingly intelligent. However, being in a high position had made him somewhat arrogant. The sycophantic advisors around him had clouded his judgment. Many corporate leaders are the same. They often believe their ideas are brilliant, yet they are riddled with flaws. If they have upright subordinates who can point out the loopholes, they might avoid significant losses. But if all their subordinates are flatterers, major problems will arise. Consider the recent uproar over the pre-made food controversy. It was exactly the same. A simple apology could have resolved the issue, but instead they chose to counterattack the famous influencer, leading to a disastrous outcome. Zhu Houzong was in a similar situation now. Without Liu Yongwang's warning, he would have made a grave mistake. It's nothing. If you had submitted this plan to Grand Secretary Yang, he would have rejected it as well, Liu Yongwang said calmly, then gestured to Li Tsongquan. Continue. Li Tsongquan looked at Liu Yongwang, feeling a hint of wariness for the first time. He had always thought of Liu Yongwang as merely a physician who treated illnesses and saved lives, ignorant of officialdom and politics. He had never understood why Zhu Yuan entrusted his son's care to Liu Yongwang. Now he realized that Liu Yongwang was a man of hidden depth. Composing his thoughts, he continued, the second strategy is to travel by water. The land routes are winding and treacherous with long distances. Waterways, on the other hand, are smooth, and the distance is only about 240 li. The prince can travel day and night by boat, covering over 300 li in a single day. He spread a map on the table and pointed at it, saying, Physician Liu, please look. We can board a boat at Anlu Prefecture, follow the Han River eastward to Hankou, then sail down the Yangtze River directly to Yangzhou. At Yangzhou, we switch boats and travel north along the Grand Canal, all the way to the capital. Liu Yongwang stared at the ancient map with some headache. He truly could not make sense of such things. Moreover, these maps were not very accurate. He had to rely on the national map in his mind to analyze and organize the information. Along the canal, Grand Secretary Yang will gather porters to pull the boats day and night, allowing them to sail northward. Li Tsongquan continued, this strategy also has. How many days will it take? Zhu Houzong interjected. We've calculated 5 days to receive the edict, then 7 days of non-stop travel by boat. 12 days in total to reach the capital. Liu Yongwang's brow furrowed. Li Tsongquan knew what worried him, and quickly said, Physician Liu, there's no need to worry about the time. Theoretically, Prince Hung would need 10 days to enter the capital. But Grand Secretary Yang has his ways to delay him by more than 3 days. This gives us ample time to arrive a day ahead of him and secure control. Liu Yongwang paced slowly back and sat down in his chair. Zhu Houzong, Li Tsongquan, and the roomful of advisors all fixed their eyes on him, eager to know his thoughts. Unconsciously, Liu Yongwang's status in their eyes had risen significantly. No one dared to underestimate him. After a long pause, Liu Yongwang finally spoke. Since Grand Secretary Yang can delay Prince Hung for 3 days, how can you be sure that Empress Xia and General Jiang cannot delay you for 3 days as well? At these words, everyone fell silent. Their faces turned grim. Indeed, if Yang Tingyi could stall Prince Hung's journey, why couldn't General Jiang, who held military power, do the same to Zhu Hotsong? This is highly probable, Liu Yongwang added. Traveling by water means your route is fixed, and every move will... This exposes your whereabouts, a cardinal sin in military strategy. The room fell silent again. Liu Yongwang's words were too accurate. Knowing oneself and the enemy is the key to victory. If they took the water route, it would be like announcing to the world that the Prince of Qing was on his way to the capital with his every step clearly visible. With the enemy hidden and ourselves exposed, failure was certain. Liu Yongwang shook his head. This plan won't work. Continue, what is the third? His words deflated the others. Li Tsongquan cleared his throat. The third method actually takes the longest. After receiving the edict, we set out immediately by horse-drawn carriage. On treacherous roads we can cover 100 li a day. On smooth roads we can manage 200 li a day. The total journey would take about 22 or 23 days, plus the 5 days to receive the edict, roughly a month. His voice grew softer as he spoke, clearly aware that entering the capital in a month would be far too late. This plan was the most useless of all. Yet Liu Yongwang spoke up, this plan is the most reliable. Everyone was stunned. Zhu Hotsong stared at him. But Prince Hung can reach the capital in at most 10 days. Even the farthest Prince Chong can enter the capital in about 15 days. How can we compete with them if it takes us a month? Liu Yongwang stood up and paced around the room, finally stopping in the middle, drawing everyone's attention. To ascend the throne legitimately, the only viable path is the land route. Water routes and other crooked methods are absolutely out of the question. So let's set the tone, we will travel by land. With that decided, the rest is about tackling one tough problem at a time. Liu Yongwang introduced modern task decomposition theory to help Zhu Hotsong and his group analyze their goals and tasks. First, the edict takes 5.5 days to reach Anlu Prefecture. This can be shortened. Li Tsongquan send word to Grand Secretary Yang to do everything possible to compress the edict's arrival time while extending the time it takes for other princes to receive theirs. Close the gap. Everyone's eyes gradually lit up. With the tasks broken down, they began to have clear goals and a defined strategy. Moreover, these ideas were highly effective. As the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet, Yang Tingyi could easily manipulate the time difference of the edicts. It was well within his power. It was also a practical and feasible approach. Secondly, mobilize resources from various regions to ascertain the fastest routes and create a new travel itinerary compressing the official road of 3,200 miles to within 2,005 to 6. Liu Yongwang looked at Li Tsongquan and said, you'd best oversee this matter personally. Let Yang Xiang grant you privileges and ensure the cooperation of local governments. Complete the investigation of all routes within 10 days. Li Kongquan's eyelid twitched slightly. From the inconsequential presence when Liu Yongwang entered the room to now issuing commands, merely a short quarter of an hour had passed. Yet he dared not disobey. This Liu Yongwang was indeed someone who hit his depth. The others listened seriously, their expressions grave. Finally, accelerate the pace, entering the capital at the fastest speed. This matter will be planned in detail by you strategists, and I will give you 5 days to finalize it for my review. Liu Yongwang said. In truth, he already had the best method in mind, which was recorded in unofficial histories, traveling in a prisoner transport. This was undoubtedly a genius idea. In about 10 days, if the emperor were to pass away, decrees would begin to be issued. At that time, information about who among the Grand Empress Dowager, Empress Zhang, Empress Xia, and Yang Tingyi would enter the capital first to become emperor would leak out. The entire empire would become restless due to this news. They would wait along the essential routes of their favored princes, setting up banquets to welcome them. This would waste quite a bit of time. Moreover, the princes could not evade this. Once they became emperor, they would need these figures to maintain the operation of the empire. Socializing was absolutely indispensable. Not only in ancient times, but even in modern times, socializing is essential. The intricacies of human relationships are paramount. If one wishes to avoid being troubled by human relationships and enter the capital quickly, one must conceal their movements and advance swiftly. The prisoner transport was the optimal solution. No one would suspect that the pampered princes would actually travel in a prisoner transport. This would maximize efficiency. Liu Yongwang wanted to see who had come up with the idea of traveling in a prisoner transport. At that time, he could recommend this strategist to Zhu Hotsong for special training. Watching Liu Yongwang leave the room, everyone remained silent, clearly acknowledging Liu Yongwang's authority to review proposals. Everything was drastically different from when Liu Yongwang had just entered. Previously, everyone thought that the late Prince Xing had entrusted a heavy burden to someone unworthy. Now they realized that Liu Yongwang truly possessed genuine abilities. His farsighted thinking was unmatched by the others. Sinang Palace. After kneeling, Yang Tingyi sat down beside, and Empress Zhang anxiously asked Yang Xiang, how exactly have you planned this? How can we ensure the smooth entry of Prince Xing into the capital? Yang Tingyi clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I received a secret report from the Prince Xing's residence yesterday. He proposed several suggestions that I find feasible. The first is to adjust the delivery time of the decree. I have already arranged it so that on the surface all princes will receive a 600-mile expedited document, but in reality Prince Xing's will require an 800-mile expedited delivery. Simultaneously, while others are required to change horses, but not personnel, Prince Xing will have to change both horses and personnel, with the decree delivered continuously. Along the way 40 couriers have been arranged, each traveling only 80 miles, maintaining optimal condition tirelessly day and night without stopping. 3,200 miles can be covered in 3.5 days. What about Prince Hung?" Empress Zhang asked nervously. "I will require the couriers to strictly adhere to the standard and deliver it within 2 days. By the time the document reaches Qingzhou Prefecture, it will also be evening, making it impossible for them to set out on the same day." Yang Tingyi said, "Thus the time difference for the delivery of the decree will only be 1 day." Empress Zhang's worries were not alleviated, but what will we do next? 3,200 miles, no matter how you look at it, will take a month. But for Prince Hung to enter the capital, it only takes a mere 10 days, even without rushing. Yang Tingyi grinned ominously. "Then we will need to employ some underhanded tactics. By the time the decree is sent out, I will let the news leak, so that everyone in the world knows that whoever enters the capital first becomes emperor. Thus Prince Hung will be unable to enter the capital quickly." Empress Zhang was momentarily stunned, then her eyes lit up. "That's right, everyone knows that Prince Hung is the closest to the capital, so they will naturally seek to curry favor and ingratiate themselves with him. Not just Prince Hung, but whoever enters the territory of the capital first will have their pace slowed." Yang Tingyi sneered. "Thus the lagging Prince Xing will have his chance. With Yang Xiang here, I feel much more at ease." Empress Zhang sighed. Just a few hundred meters away in Kuan-Ning Palace, conspiracies were also afoot. The room was filled with sandalwood incense, making Yin Song, who had nasal allergies, feel quite uncomfortable, but he had no choice but to endure it. "Brother, how are the preparations of Prince Hung and Prince Zhou?" Empress Xia asked. Assistant Minister Xia quickly replied, "Prince Hung has long been well prepared and is very proactive. However, Prince Zhou seems somewhat negligent and not very enthusiastic." "Why?" Empress Xia grew anxious. Deep down, she most hoped for the heir of Prince Zhou to enter the capital as emperor, so that she could rise to become Empress Dowager and directly control the harem, even the emperor himself. Assistant Minister Xia spoke in annoyance. "Isn't it? Because they feel the journey is long and hope is slim." Just as Empress Xia was about to say something, Yin Song spoke up. "It may not just be this reason." Empress Xia turned to look at Yin Song, even Hamlin. Yin Song said awkwardly. There was nothing he could do. It had been a month, yet Empress Xia still could not remember his surname. This made him feel immensely sorrowful. If someone cannot remember your surname, there is only one reason: you are unimportant to them. There is no other explanation. Having proposed the best suggestion, yet still receiving no attention, the Xia siblings truly were not worth assisting. However, he had also calculated that Prince Hung had the greatest chance of winning. With the Grand Empress Dowager's endorsement, Jiang Bin's support, and Empress Xia's behind Thessine's assistance, his overall strength was on par with Yang Tingyi and Empress Zhang. Moreover, being only 800 miles away, even if he traveled in a sedan chair, he could reach the capital within 10 days. If he rode a horse, it might only take 3 to 4 days, making his chances of winning overwhelming. Prince Xing was far away in Anlu Prefecture, 3,200 miles. No matter what, it would take at least 15 days. There was almost no chance of winning. This was also the reason he was enduring staying by Assistant Minister Xia's side. "Oh, Yin Hamlin, then what do you think is the reason?" Empress Xia asked in a seemingly respectful tone. Yin Song replied, "The long distance is just one aspect. A bigger reason is that they believe they have no advantage and hope is slim. Prince Zhou is particularly indecisive, hesitating, and overthinking, which naturally makes him cautious. I advise the Empress to fully support Prince Hung and clear all obstacles for him to enter the capital smoothly." Empress Xia's expression turned cold. "A piece of useless clay cannot be molded. Brother, arrange for someone to go to Prince Zhou's residence and ensure he does his utmost without delay." Yin Song sighed. Women always prefer to force others to act according to their wishes. Prince Zhou was clearly uncooperative, yet she wanted to force him. Just because she wanted to become Empress Dowager. Was it right or wrong to follow Empress Xia? Before he could figure it out, Assistant Minister Xia's words made him shiver. "Your Majesty, the most suitable candidate is definitely Yin Hamlin. He is resourceful and eloquent, and he will surely be able to persuade Prince Zhou." Yin Song was taken aback. "I cannot, for I am of humble status. You are the special envoy I dispatched. Who would dare to slight you?" Empress Xia waved her hand. "It is settled, Hamlin Academician Yin. You shall depart for Kaifeng Prefecture forthwith, arriving before the Imperial decree. Urge the Prince of Zhou to set out without delay." Yin Song fell silent, knowing further protest was futile. "As you command." At the Imperial Academy of Medicine, Das Wang carefully unfurled the secret letter retrieved from the Mingji Cosmetics shop outside. This was her covert link with Liu Yongwang. Reading its contents, her heart stirred with excitement. She realized she had become entangled in the struggle for the throne. Fear eluded her, instead passion and defiance surged within. She consigned the letter to the candle flame, then rose at once to seek out Lady Liu. Liu Yongwang's plans required Lady Liu's cooperation. A quarter of an hour later she emerged from the lattice chambers, her heart brimming with fervor. Lady Liu had granted her the authority to command her family's resources while aiding Liu Yongwang in orchestrating the Prince of Xing's entry into the capital. She lifted her gaze to the spring rain drifting on the wind, murmuring toward the south, "Master, the end draws near. Are you prepared?" The emperor was failing. Even she, a novice physician, could see his time was short. He remained lucid for only a few. The rest of the time, he drifted between slumber and restless agitation. His breath grew faint. Time was running out for Zhu Houzong. Several princely estates simmered with unrest. All awaited a certain moment. Within the Prince of Xing's mansion, Liu Yongwang strode swiftly into the council hall and took his seat beside the prince. This position signified his current standing. "Li Tsongqiuan, how go the preparations?" Liu Yongwang inquired. Li Tsongqiuan, weary-faced, had just returned from Kaifeng Prefecture the previous night. He had been responsible for the route from Anlu Prefecture to Kaifeng Prefecture. "Your Highness, Physician Liu, over these 5 days, I personally surveyed the path from Anlu Prefecture through Xiangyang Prefecture to Kaifeng Prefecture, selecting several shortcuts that save 400 li. I have arranged the support personnel along the way ready for departure." A flicker of excitement crossed Li Kongquan's. Liu Yongwang nodded. "Well done. I hope the other segments are equally prepared so we can drastically shorten our journey to the capital." The Prince of Xing remained silent, listening intently. Liu Yongwang turned to the strategists. "Have you devised any methods for a swift entry into the capital?" The leader spoke up, his face alight with evident confidence. "We have conceived over a dozen plans, of which 3 are most effective." Liu Yongwang's interest peaked, eager to discover which brilliant mind had conceived the ingenious idea of the prison cart. "First, ride post-haste the entire way. The Prince of Xing is an excellent rider with abundant energy capable of covering 300 li daily. We can have relay stations prepare swift horses along the route, changing mounts without resting the rider. This matches the speed of a 300 li urgent dispatch. We can reach the vicinity of the capital in 10 days. This is the fastest method." The leader's eyes gleamed as if his proposal was supremely clever. Physician Liu need not worry about travel fatigue. The Prince of Xing is fond of hunting and has pursued game for days without sleep. Before Liu Yongwang could glance at Zhu Houzong, the prince spoke. "Indeed, my stamina is sufficient. Riding fast horses poses no problem." Liu Yongwang shook his head slightly. "I believe you can ride and endure, but how will you handle the inspecting officials and those who come to greet and send you off?" "We are traveling, there is no need to entertain these officials," Zhu Houzong replied. Liu Yongwang gave a cold laugh. "Do you think they come merely to flatter you? They could detain you for half a day under the pretext of verifying your identity. What would you do then?" At these words, Zhu Houzong fell silent. He was merely a minor prince. His adversaries were Empress Xia and the Earl of Pinglu Jiangbin. If anyone truly intercepted him, he would be helpless. The leader quickly added, "There is a second plan: disguise ourselves as a merchant caravan and reveal our identities only upon reaching the capital. This avoids the ceremonies of welcome and farewell." The leader coughed and pressed on. "The third plan is to break into smaller groups and go in disguise. Some as officials reporting to..." The leader coughed and pressed on. "The third plan is to break into smaller groups and go in disguise. Some as officials reporting to the capital, others as relatives visiting the north, to evade checks and blockades effectively." Liu Yongwang sighed in disappointment. At some critical passes they detained everyone indiscriminately for 3 to 5 days. How would you counter that? These schemes were too mundane. None rivaled the brilliance of the prison cart. "Present all your plans?" Liu Yongwang asked with forced patience. The strategists exchanged glances, a hint of timidity in their eyes. Liu Yongwang's aura was now overwhelming. At last they began to speak. The more Liu Yongwang listened, the more confused and disheartened he grew. Clearly each plan was worse than the last. Some even delved into mysticism and superstition, proposing Taoist protection and summoning gods. When they finished their rambling discourse, not a single useful plan remained. Liu Yongwang grew urgent. "Is there more? Speak regardless of feasibility." He suspected the one who conceived the prison cart idea dared not voice it, fearing it too absurd. Making a prince enter the capital in a prison cart was indeed audacious and preposterous. Yet the group remained utterly silent, unable to produce a single notion. After waiting another quarter of an hour, convinced they could not conceive such a brilliant scheme, Liu Yongwang felt despair. Unofficial histories clearly stated that Zhu Houzong had traveled in a prison cart unimpeded all the way to the capital, where he seized the throne. Which genius had devised it? Suddenly a thunderclap struck his mind. Could it be that he himself was the one to propose the prison cart? Yet that made no sense. He was a time traveler. This was a paradox. Who had first conceived it? Never mind. Let philosophers wrestle with paradoxes. His immediate priority was to complete the systems. This was a paradox. Who had first conceived it? Never mind. Let philosophers wrestle with paradoxes. His immediate priority was to complete the system's task. Let me propose it then. Liu Yongwang sighed, sweeping his gaze across the assembly. Slowly he declared, the best method is to travel in a prison cart. These words stunned the entire hall. This how can this be? An elderly man stood up trembling. A dignified prince, how could he ride in a prison cart? Indeed, how could a prince ride in a prison cart? No, absolutely not. Though Liu Yongwang now wielded immense power, he could not stem the tide of shock and opposition from these men. The prince is to enter the capital and become emperor. If he rides in a prison cart, wouldn't that leave a handle for gossip? Exactly, it would be criticized and recorded in the annals of history. Liu Yongwang realized that expecting these stubborn, antiquated old men to conceive such a heretical, earth-shattering plan as riding a prison cart was impossible. The prince is to enter the capital and become emperor. If he rides in a prison cart, wouldn't that leave a handle for gossip? Exactly, it would be criticized and recorded in the annals of history. Your Highness must not do this. Prison carts are for criminals. How could a prince ride one? The waves of opposition grew louder and louder. Finally, Zhu Hotsong spoke, turning his head to look at Liu Yongwang. Physician Liu, is this plan truly good? Liu Yongwang replied calmly, can you think of a better way? Zhu Hotsong fell silent. It was Li Tsongquan who spoke instead. I actually think this method has several advantages. First, since it's a prison cart, we can have Magistrate Shui of Anlu Prefecture issue a document stating that this is a major criminal and imperial offender who must be escorted to the capital with utmost urgency. This allows for travel day and night reaching the capital swiftly. Second, the stations along the way will not dare to inspect or obstruct us, ensuring a smooth journey to the capital. Third, no one would expect the prince to enter the capital in a prison cart, thus avoiding the ceremonial welcomes and send-offs from officials and eliminating unnecessary troubles. At this point, everyone else fell silent. They clearly understood that riding a prison cart was the only way to reach the capital ahead of schedule, even before the others. It was the most feasible plan. But how can Prince Xing ride a prison cart? The old man who had spoken first asked reluctantly. What will the history books record? Zhu Hotsong, who had been somewhat tempted, turned to look at Liu Yongwang, his face full of inquiry. Liu Yongwang said calmly, a man of great achievement is not bound by trifles. Yu Fei rode a prison cart. Who can belittle his greatness? Emperor Yingzong also rode a prison cart, yet he successfully reclaimed his throne, did he not? This statement dispelled everyone's doubts. Indeed, decades ago Emperor Yingzong of Ming was humiliated and escorted back to the capital in a prison cart, yet he ultimately reclaimed his throne. What did Zhu Haokong's ride in a prison cart amount to? When Liu Yongwang spoke his next words, all remaining doubts were completely erased. History is written by the once Prince Xing ascends the throne, who would dare to record the episode of him riding a prison cart. Zhu Hotsong suddenly stood up. Correct, let it be done this way. Liu Yongwang also stood up. You all plan carefully how to use the prison cart to reach the capital swiftly. I will return in 3 days to inspect. He only needed to propose the idea. The details would be worked out by the others. The beauty at home was still waiting for his comfort. Leaving the council hall, he turned and headed towards the rear courtyard. Within Prince Xing's mansion, he had the freedom to come and go as he pleased. Even the inner courtyard was accessible to him. As he entered the small yard, he saw a beautiful woman upstairs, eagerly looking out. Seeing Liu Yongwang approach, the beauty flew downstairs and rushed into his arms like a little bird. You wicked man, why haven't you come to see me for so long? I've been so anxious. I command you to come here once every day from now on. Looking at Zhu Ningjian's coquettish expression, a smile curled at the corner of Liu Yongwang's mouth. Is the commandery princess ordering me? But I am someone who hates being ordered the most. Do you know even the emperor cannot command me? Zhu Ningyan was taken aback. What do you mean? Liu Yongwang did not hide the truth. Holding Zhu Ningjian's slender waist, he accompanied her as they walked quickly. I am an imperial physician, and Xiao Shuang is a maiden waiting to consort Liu. Zhu Hozhao was on his deathbed. There was no longer any need to keep their secrets. Zhu Ningyan was perfect in every way except for her pride as a commandery princess. Revealing his background to her was precisely meant to temper her arrogance. As they walked, Zhu Ningjian's eyes widened in astonishment. She listened as if hearing a story before asking, really? You can enter the capital and ask Consort Liu to verify the truth. Liu Yongwang stopped, pulling her into his embrace. Next time don't use words like command, or else don't blame me for being merciless. But Zhu Ningyan was defiant, looking at him sideways. I am a commandery princess and you are a commoner. Why? You can try, Liu Yongwang said. Zhu Ningjian's eyes darted mischievously, and she said playfully, Liu Yongwang, I command you in the name of the commandery princess to kowtow to me. The next moment, she let out a shriek. Because Liu Yongwang had lifted her up and thrown her over his shoulder. Fine, daring to disobey, let me teach you a lesson. Some servants in the yard saw this, and quickly turned away, pretending not to notice. With Zhu Yuan dead, Liu Yongwang had become the most important figure in Prince Xing's mansion. Everyone knew about the relationship between him and Zhu Ningyan. Seeing them playfully interact, they naturally kept a wide berth. Otherwise, angering both the commandery princess and physician, Liu would mean a death without knowing the cause. Amidst her cries of surprise, Liu Yongwang carried the commandery princess into a nearby room and laid her down on the bed. Zhu Ningyan was somewhat anxious. Liu Yongwang, what are you doing? Punishing you, of course. He pinned her hands behind her back, controlling them with one hand. Although Zhu Ningyan's health had greatly improved, and she was no longer frail, her strength was still very limited. Firmly held down by Liu Yongwang's single hand, she could not move at all. Liu Yongwang, do not act rashly. I am a commandery princess. Zhu Ningyan sensed something was amiss. But Liu Yongwang was completely unmoved, still holding her fast. Then using his free hand, he lifted her. Zhu Ningyan was truly panicked. She knew that her father on his deathbed had betrothed her to Liu Yongwang. But the wedding had not yet taken place. Liu Yongwang could not take possession of her now. It violated propriety and emotion, and it made her uncomfortable. But she realized she had overthought things, though Liu Yongwang had no intention of forcing himself on her. Instead, he punished her, as if she were a child. Zhu Ningyan was stunned, forgetting even to cry out. Having been frail and sickly since childhood, when had she ever suffered such humiliation? When had she ever been spanked? Liu Yongwang, what are you doing? I command you to let me go immediately. Zhu Ningyan shouted. Still disobedient, still daring to command me. Zhu Ningyan felt dizzy. What she felt more than pain was grievance and shame. Liu Yongwang, you're mad. I am a commandery princess. I am spanking a disobedient commandery princess. Liu Yongwang's face was stern. He did this intentionally. Marrying Zhu Ningyan was an unavoidable matter, like an arrow already shot from the bow. But before the wedding, he had to set rules for Zhu Ningyan, especially before Zhu Hotsong entered the capital. Otherwise, once she married into the Liu family as the esteemed elder princess, she would certainly be arrogant and unruly. Whether it was Pan Jinlian or Lin Yuer, they would both be ostracized, perhaps even driven to their deaths. Therefore today, he had to temper her pride. Liu Yongwang was also somewhat confident that he could make Zhu Ningyan submit without breeding hatred in her heart. During the Ming Dynasty, when feudal ethics were at their peak, it was considered perfectly natural for a husband to assert his authority and discipline a disobedient wife. Zhu Ningyan's arrogance stemmed solely from her special status. Today was also the perfect opportunity. Zhu Hotsong was preoccupied with plotting his itinerary and was unable to intervene. The Grand Dowager Consort Xiao was in the rear courtyard praying for Zhu Haokong's blessings and could not hear what was happening here. Within the entire Prince Xing's residence, no one dared to interfere with his actions. With no one coming to Zhu Ningyan's aid, her imposing manner would gradually diminish until she conceded. Your father has already betrothed you to me. You are mine now. Liu Yongwang struck again. As your betrothed, I am equivalent to your husband. Today I shall assert my authority as your husband to make you understand that I am the master and you are the helpmate. Zhu Ningyan could no longer hold back her tears. She struggled, her inner pride being shattered with each blow. I was just joking with you, Zhu Ningyan sobbed. I am not joking with you, Liu Yongwang said again. If you continue to use your status as a commandery princess to oppress me, then I will make you understand the severity of your husband. Stop hitting me, please stop. Zhu Ningyan cried. I admit I was wrong. Will you be obedient from now on? Will you dare to order me around again? Liu Yongwang asked sternly. He'll be obedient, I won't dare anymore. Zhu Ningyan wept profusely. Only then did Liu Yongwang release her and help her pull her clothes back on. Remember what you promised me today. Freed, Zhu Ningyan hung her head in silence. Liu Yongwang lifted her chin and wiped away her tears. Say it again. What do I want you to do? Zhu Ningyan gave Liu Yongwang a resentful glare and turned to run. Liu Yongwang immediately grabbed her again and, repeating his earlier action, pinned her down on the bed. Zhu Ningyan quickly cried out, He'll say it. It was too late. Another blow landed. What? Zhu Ningyan burst into loud sobs. Some servants outside heard the commotion from the room, but only dared to peek, not approach. After all, since the commandery princess had not issued any orders, they feared disturbing the couple's intimate moment. I already said I wouldn't dare, so why are you still punishing me? Zhu Ningyan struggled. Liu Yongwang remained unmoved and said sternly, Stop crying. Wah. Zhu Ningyan's tears were completely unstoppable. The punishment came again. An overwhelming sense of humiliation finally broke Zhu Ningyan. Stop hitting me. He'll be good. He'll listen to you from now on. Then stop crying, Liu Yongwang said in a deep voice. Zhu Ningyan closed her mouth, though she was still hiccuping with sobs. Repeat the requirements I gave you, Liu Yongwang continued. This time Zhu Ningyan did not dare to defy him. She whimpered, I will never order you around again. He'll listen to you in everything. What are you in front of me? A wife, not a commandery princess, Zhu Ningyan said, ceasing her struggles. Only then did Liu Yongwang release her and straighten her clothes again. Good. Knowing your place is very important. Yes, Zhu Ningyan said between sobs. Liu Yongwang pulled her into his arms and whispered in her ear, Yinner, hitting you pains my heart as well. But I must make you understand, once you marry me, you are my wife, not a lofty commandery princess. Only then can we live happily together for a lifetime. Otherwise our household will only be in constant turmoil. Zhu Ningyan wrapped her arms around Liu Yongwang's neck, still sobbing intermittently. When you enter my family, you become a member of the Liu family. No matter how illustrious your maiden family is, it has nothing to do with you anymore. Liu Yongwang reached out and gently soothed her. Do you understand? I understand, husband. Zhu Ningyan said softly, but suddenly stood on her tiptoes and bit Liu Yongwang's shoulder hard. After a long while, she finally released her bite. I'm sorry, husband. I couldn't vent the resentment in my heart. Only by biting you could I feel a little relief. Her eyes held a trace of resentment and a hint of grievance. All right, whenever you feel upset in the future you can bite. Liu Yongwang pulled her into his arms again and kissed away her tears with his lips. Your husband is an upright man. I can be the punching bag for my woman. Zhu Ningjian's face suddenly flushed. Husband, you saw my body. Liu Yongwang laughed. You call me husband, so what if I saw your body? If you weren't still in mourning, I would take you right now. Zhu Ningjian's face grew even redder, turning a deep purple. She stammered. You, how can you be so wanton? I am only wanton with the one I love. Liu Yongwang embraced her again. He had just struck her, so now he had to give her extreme tenderness to subdue this proud commandery princess. When will you marry me? Zhu Ningyan no longer resented Liu Yongwang, because what he said was very much in line with the norms of this dynasty. A woman was expected to observe the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Obey her father at home, obey her husband after marriage, and obey her son if widowed. Though she was a commandery princess, she was still a woman. It was only because Liu Yongwang was a commoner, while she was a noble commandery princess, that she considered it somewhat of a marriage beneath her station, which gave her a little pride. But the punishment just now had completely beaten that pride out of her. It made her understand that once she married, she had to listen to Liu Yongwang. Moreover, Liu Yongwang was a man of great ability. After your mourning period is over. That's too long. I can't wait, Zhu Ningyan said softly. Liu Yongwang's actions just now had broken through the last barrier between them. He had seen her body. Now she wanted to be intimate with him as soon as possible. I want to marry you sooner too, but you— Liu Yongwang continued to massage her gently. A full 27 months. I can't bear the weight either. When my brother becomes the emperor, I'll ask him to grant us marriage, so I won't have to observe the mourning period. Zhu Ningyan said in a low voice. Husband, you must help Congress ascend the throne. I will, Liu Yongwang said with full confidence. Because Zhu Houzong was destined to be the emperor, that Taoist emperor who would not hold court for 30 years and spent his days refining elixirs. All he had to do was to repeat history, nothing more. He would not change history. At least not for now. The seedlings have already been planted in the ground, although tender they give off a faint green hue from a distance. This vibrant green full of life dispels the chill in people's hearts and brings a glimmer of hope for the coming year. Under the guidance of old Jean, the villagers are busy in the fields, weeding, fertilizing, and thinning seedlings. All is done in an orderly manner. Inside the house, Xiao Shuang is diligently reading the Barefoot Doctor's manual. The news from her sister greatly inspired and yet disheartened her. Her sister became the head of the Imperial Academy of Medicine solely based on this book. And here she is following Liu Yongwang all day, yet still failing to grasp any essence of the practice. Comparing oneself to others truly brings frustration. This drove her to immerse herself in the study of medicine. Pan Jinlian, Pan's mother, and the housekeeper are busy with needlework. Lin Yuer is using an abacus calculating according to Liu Yongwang's methods. The entire house is bustling as everyone performs their duties. They are preparing for a better life. In Shandong's Qingzhou Prefecture, the Wang residence has recently become lively with visitors arriving continuously. There are local officials, retired bigwigs, and all kinds of people. They are the most well-informed group. Whoever enters the capital first will be crowned emperor. This kind of matter, no matter how clandestine, will eventually leak. In any calculation, the Wang holds the advantage. A mere 800 li if one travels day and night can be reached within a day and a night. Moreover, with the support of Empress Xia and the popular General Jiang, plus the backing of the Grand Empress Dowager, it is already a foregone conclusion that the Wang will enter the capital as emperor. They certainly will not miss this opportunity. Now is the best time to curry favor with the Wang. If they wait until the Wang has entered the capital, it would be too late to ingratiate themselves. The excitement at the Wang residence continued late into the night. After seeing off the last wave of guests, the Wang felt both exhausted and exhilarated. Upon entering the house, the steward presented a list of gifts sent by the visitors. The sheer quantity rivaled the Wang's accumulation over several decades, making him exceedingly happy. He turned and asked, "Where is the heir?" He couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep, a servant replied. "He is also quite exhausted," the Wang said excitedly. "Rest well, in a few more days we will be able to enter the capital." In Hunan's Ruining Prefecture, however, the scene is quite different. The entire Ruining Prefecture is bustling from top to bottom. The renowned scholar Li Mingyang is verifying every detail of entering the capital with Prince Chong. The more they plan, the more excited they become. Although they seem to be at a disadvantage and are not well regarded, this very situation gives them the space to maneuver. "Your Highness, how is the personnel arrangement going?" Li Mingyang inquired. As a prominent figure in the current literary world, Li Mingyang has always had a good reputation. He also publicly claims that he does not wish to hold an official position to avoid tarnishing his reputation. Yet deep down he has always desired to be an official. He has simply been troubled by a lack of opportunity. Now he has finally awaited his chance. Although Prince Chong seems to have little opportunity, with proper maneuvering it is entirely possible. He is betting on Prince Chong, intending to make a substantial wager. If Prince Chong becomes emperor, he who contributed the most can directly enter the inner circle and contend with the cabinet chief Yang Tingi. Even in failure, he would not incur any loss. He could continue being the esteemed literary figure that he is. Throughout history, many literati have a tendency to be sycophantic, and that has not changed. Most literati who disdain holding office do not genuinely wish to avoid it, but rather lack connections. Once given the opportunity, they would scurry away faster than rabbits. This is the true nature of humanity. Everything is in order. We will travel day and night to ensure we enter the capital before anyone else, Prince Chong said confidently. That's good. I have mobilized my friends and disciples. They will hold up the wand, creating an excellent opportunity for the heir, Li Mingyang said seriously. I promise after the success, everyone will be granted high positions and wealth. Your Highness, is this promise acceptable? Of course, Prince Chong replied with satisfaction. Rewards will be given according to merit, and I will not go back on my word. In Kaifeng Prefecture, outside the Zhou Wang's residence, Yin Song wore a dejected expression. No matter how he tried to persuade the Zhou Wang seemed indifferent, even ignoring Yin Song's presence. Clearly the Zhou Wang is more clear-headed than Empress Xia and understands that his son becoming emperor is harder than ascending to heaven. Once their movements are exposed, they would be trampled by the new emperor. It is better to adopt a passive approach for safety. Being a carefree prince is the best choice. This left Yin Song feeling helpless. They can only take it one step at a time. On the 14th of March, this is about to be a historic day. In the Imperial Palace, the Great Hall is eerily quiet, yet packed with people. Important officials, royal family members, and concubines from the harem are all present. It is common knowledge that the emperor's health has deteriorated. Just moments ago, Meng Yuanpan had informed Yang Tingyi, Empress Xia, and Grand Empress Dowager Zhang that the emperor was nearing his final moments. Suddenly from the inner chamber a stifled cry erupted and Yang Ting's heart tightened. The time has come. He gestured to the outside, and then quickly walked into the inner chamber. Upon entering, he saw a sea of kneeling figures. He hurriedly knelt down as well. As he knelt, he stole a glance at the sickbed. The emperor on the sickbed was emaciated. For Zhu Hozhao, death was also a form of release. Meanwhile, outside the great hall, a guard hurriedly left. Soon a carrier pigeon took flight heading forward. There lies the location of the first post station in the capital. At the same time, a palace maid stealthily returned to her room, retrieved a pigeon cage, and opened it. A carrier pigeon soared into the sky, flying southward, flying towards Anlu Prefecture. This palace maid is none other than Lingji, the most trusted friend of Deshuang. From above, one can see that it is not just these two who are releasing pigeons. At least 10 or so carrier pigeons were released from the capital, simultaneously flapping their wings as they flew out of the palace. The direction is all towards the south. At the Tongguan post station in the capital, a group of postmen are lazily chatting. Some are drinking tea, some are gambling, and some are dozing off, but no one is drinking alcohol. Everyone understands the principle that drinking can hinder work. Today it is their turn to be on duty, so they dare not be careless. These postmen have weary faces, but sharp eyes. Old Yang, do you think there will be any urgent messages today? A man asked. A dozing postman opened his eyes, looking weary as he replied, who knows? Just then someone shouted, a pigeon is coming. Old Yang instantly transformed into a different person. Let me take a look. The others were curious but said nothing. However, everyone vaguely sensed that something significant was happening. Old Yang seemed to have a secret. Yet it appears that everyone has their secrets unspoken but understood. The post station is the information hub of the entire empire, bearing the secrets of the entire realm. A few minutes later, Old Yang emerged, slung on his backpack, and strode toward the stable. Hey, Old Yang, where are you off to? Someone called from behind. Delivering the dispatch, Old Yang replied without turning his head. In Anlu Prefecture, within the Prince Xing's mansion, Liu Yongwang sat beside Zhu Hozong, observing his elated advisors, then suddenly asked, what's the date today? The 14th of March, someone answered. Liu Yongwang's brow twitched. Today is the day. Do a final check. See if anything's been overlooked. Come, let's run through the plan. The advisors began verifying each detail according to Liu Yongwang's method. The entire itinerary combined swift horseback travel with a prison cart for the journey into the capital. Where there were no checkpoints, they would ride hard. At checkpoints, they would switch to the prison cart. The cart was to be lined with soft cushions covered with straw to conceal any hint of deception. Thus, Zhu Hozong could rest in the cart, waiting to change horses and resume travel. Along the route, Li Tsongquan had arranged over a dozen relay points, each fully prepared. The escort documents were ready too. From departure until arrival in the capital, Zhu Hozong would travel without pause. At this pace, they could cover 300 li per day. Having chosen the fastest route, the total distance was 2,600 li. They would reach the capital in 8.5 days. In the capital, carriages, ceremonial guards, and robes were already prepared. Once Zhu Hozong arrived, he would don new garments and enter the capital according to protocol. To throw off suspicion, the lookalike they had found also played his part. After receiving the imperial edict, Zhu Hozong would set off immediately, while the double would receive guests in his stead, deceiving others and lulling the other princes into complacency. The entire scheme was impeccably thorough. Master, what did you mean by today is the day? Amid the advisors' discussions, Zhu Hozong suddenly inquired. Liu Yongwang froze. Damn, he had let it slip. But he remained unruffled, replying calmly. I observed the celestial signs the emperor's star dims. He likely won't survive this day. Zhu Hotsong was stunned. Master, aren't you a physician? How do you know astrology? Liu Yongwang said with an air of wisdom, a teacher worth his salt must know more than one thing. Ever since Liu Yongwang had displayed his brilliance half a month ago, Zhu Hotsong had respectfully addressed him as master. The entire grand plan for entering the capital was under Liu Yongwang's control. All procedures have been checked. Are there any flaws, physician Liu? Li Tsongquan asked with utmost deference. Before Liu Yongwang could speak, Zhu Hotsong interjected. Master, it's so dull riding the prison cart alone. How about you join me?
Surely not. Eldest madam hesitated. She said it so clearly and plainly in front of all of us. It can't be a joke. Enough. The old madam frowned from aside.
Only you can handle any trouble that arises. Seeing the eager eyes around him and recalling the system's rewards, Liu Yongwang reluctantly agreed. No choice. Though the plan was well-laid, changes were inevitable. Only with Liu Yongwang present could they ensure Zhu Haokong's safe entry to the capital. The advisors began plotting anew, making arrangements for Liu Yongwang and securing his escort documents. Suddenly, Liu Yongwang thought of a crucial detail. What will Prince Xing eat while in the cart? The advisors were taken aback, brows furrowed. Zhu Hotsong had been pampered since childhood. Though mischievous, fishing, climbing trees for peaches, riding horses, hunting, he did it all. He was extremely particular about food. Without meat, he simply couldn't eat. Truly, he couldn't live without it. Riding the cart was manageable, but no meat. That was a real problem. In unofficial histories, to solve Zhu Haokong's meat dilemma, a cook invented the legendary panlong dish. However, it was created at the suggestion of Yin Song. Now with Liu Yongwang's arrival, Yin Song was no longer Zhu Haokong's advisor. Could this panlong dish still? Anlu Prefecture is present-day Zhongxiang City. Zhongxiang boasts several famed specialties: wild water chestnuts, rice, tea, kudzu powder, zidong and crispy cakes, and panlong dish, all time-honored products. Among them, panlong dish is the most renowned, a tribute personally selected by Emperor Jiajing. Yet no one knows its true inventor. Liu Yongwang was eager to witness who had crafted such a great invention. How about cured meat or jerky? Said Li Tsongquan immediately vetoed it. Absolutely not. What prisoner eats jerky? Your Highness must endure. Only coarse grains will pass inspection. That won't do. He'll fall ill without meat. Zhu Hotsong stood up, agitated. Without meat, your Highness won't have strength to ride, said an advisor familiar with him. But a prisoner eating meat is too conspicuous. Anyone would see through it. Li Tsongquan countered again. The advisors exchanged glances at a loss. Liu Yongwang remained silent, observing. He wanted to witness the birth of a famous dish firsthand. He also harbored a wish to record the inventor's name in history, filling a gap in the annals. Outside the post, old Yang, fully equipped, sat astride his horse ready to depart. 10 days earlier, Yang Xiang had gathered this core group of couriers, assigning them the arduous task of delivering the edict to Anlu Prefecture at top speed. This elite team numbered 40. Each was to cover 80 li without stopping, not even for nature's call. 80 li per person, a total of 3,200 li. He was the first relay, the most crucial. With a clatter, a troop arrived. Men from both the Directorate of Ceremonial and the Ministry of War. They bore over 20 sealed edicts and tallies, sweeping into the station with great fanfare. Soon they appeared, and the couriers knew the mission was upon them and hurried over. Old Yang joined them, standing in the front row. A eunuch official picked up the first edict and tally, scanning the crowd before fixing his gaze on Old Yang. Old Yang took a deep breath. It was beginning. Courier, by order of the 600ly urgent dispatch, this edict is bound for Prince Xing's mansion in Anlu Prefecture. Depart immediately. The eunuch spoke, his eyes lingering on Old Yang once more. Old Yang stepped forward, took the edict and tally, said nothing, swiftly mounted his horse and galloped out of the station. This stirred curiosity among the other couriers. After all, even a 600ly urgent dispatch required some preparation before departure. Was Old Yang too hasty? The eunuch continued to read. This edict is to be sent to the Prince of Liao's residence in Guangning Guard, departing immediately. A courier stepped forward to receive the edict, and the verification tally adjusted his pack, and after a considerable delay, finally set off. Although the couriers had been on standby all along, setting out, especially for a 600ly urgent dispatch, still required a bit of preparation. No one could mount and ride off without a moment's hesitation like Old Yang. A 600ly urgent dispatch was the fastest method of sending messages in the Ming Dynasty. This journey demanded changing horses, but not riders traveling day and night at a breakneck pace. At each stop there were time checks. For most of the trip, they could only eat dry rations and were not allowed to rest. They could only rest for a quarter of an hour or half an hour during the horse changes, then immediately resume their journey. After a single mission, a man would not only lose several pounds, but also need to lie in bed for days to regain his strength. Of course, under normal circumstances, a 600ly urgent dispatch was rare. It was only activated for the most critical matters. And today the most urgent matter had arisen. Soon the relay station lost many men. One swift horse after another departed from the station, heading to all corners of the realm. The south was the top priority. The emperor was dead, but the palace was not in chaos. After all, Zhu Hozhao had not died suddenly. He had lain ill for a long time before passing. The entire palace had long been prepared. Everyone was busy. Some were arranging the funeral, some were busy sending out secret messages, some were plotting, and some were forging alliances. No one grieved. No, there was one. In Consort Liu's palace a pall of sorrow hung thick. Consort Liu had wept until she fainted on her bed, unable to rise. Yet there were not many who truly mourned like her. At the Prince of Hung's residence, Prince Hung urged again, "Are there any carrier pigeons?" The servant replied, "None." "How is it still not here? Weren't we told he was failing? Why is he still holding on?" Prince Hung's face was filled with anxiety. At the Prince of De's residence, Prince De ate his meal as if chewing wax, his mind entirely on the capital 1300 li away. At the Prince of Chang's residence, it was a hive of activity with people hurrying to and fro and men constantly riding out on horseback. The entire Prince of Chang's residence was a scene of bustling activity. Li Mingyang in particular was rushing back and forth drenched in sweat. As for the Prince of Zhou's residence, it was very quiet. The Prince of Zhou and his heir were both very calm. Since they had decided to stop contending for the throne, there was no need to remain so tense. This infuriated Yen Song, but he could only stare helplessly. In Anlu Prefecture, the Prince of Xing's residence presented an entirely different scene. Liu Yongwang looked at the dozens of chefs before him. Some were from the prince's residence, some from the grand restaurants of Anlu Prefecture, and others recommended by Prefect Shui from various officials' homes. All were gathered here. One could say they represented the pinnacle of culinary art in Anlu Prefecture. "Gentlemen, His Highness wishes to eat meat, but does not want it to be apparent that he is eating meat. What ideas have you come up with?" Liu Yongwang asked patiently. The chefs exchanged glances looking at one another, but none could offer a single suggestion. Liu Yongwang was deeply disappointed. The creation process of a famous dish, if passed down, becomes a celebrated tale. For instance, Su Dongpo's Dongpo pork, Kung Pao chicken, Mapo tofu, and so on. The Panlong dish lacked an inventor, a creator, who could be remembered through the ages. He had originally hoped to find this person, so that Zhu Hotsong could inscribe that person's name in the annals of history, turning the Panlong dish into a renowned dish with a legacy. Yet judging by the current situation, he realized he could not find such a person. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. Could it be that the inventor is myself? The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. After all, the idea of using a prison cart was not proposed by Yen Song, but by him. As a native of Zhongxiang, he naturally knew how to make this Panlong dish. Although he had never made it before with so many chefs around, he just needed to give a little guidance, and they would be able to create it. He really could be the inventor. Once he had made up his mind, he cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, as long as you can create a dish where meat is not visible when eating meat, and fish is not visible when eating fish, ideally in the shape of a steamed bun, wouldn't that work?" As soon as this was said, the chefs of the Wangfu and those outside began to ponder. Without other inventors, Liu Yongwang would not be able to trace the origins of the Panlong dish. However, he vaguely guessed that it should be related to a famous dish from the central and southern regions of Hubei. This famous dish is the fish cake. Jingzhou fish cake and Jingmen Changhu fish cake. They are both equally renowned and an indispensable delicacy for celebrations and entertaining distant guests. Fish cake is indeed a dish where one eats fish without seeing the fish. It looks like a cake, but tastes richly of fish. The surface is golden and the overall texture is smooth with a strong fish flavor. The Panlong dish, however, is 3 parts similar to fish cake. It is obvious that the first inventor of the Panlong dish was inspired by the method of eating the fish cake without seeing the fish. In terms of texture, taste, and color, the Panlong dish far surpasses the fish cake. It is truly a case of blue surpassing blue. The Panlong dish has 2 variations. One is purely meat, and the other is a mixture of fish and pork. It truly achieves the goal of eating meat without seeing meat and eating fish without seeing fish, and it is convenient to consume. It can be sliced and steamed before eating. Shaped like a steamed bun, it can be taken out and nibbled on at any time while on the prison cart. The chef of the Wangfu suddenly looked up and said, "Dr. Liu, we can improve this by using the method for making fish cake to create a meat cake in the shape of a steamed bun. This way it can conceal its true nature." Liu Yongwang smiled, as this was exactly the effect he wanted. "Good, then you can start experimenting. Remember, you only have half a day. The experiment must succeed." Zhu Hozhong curiously asked, "Why only half a day?" Liu Yongwang looked up at the sky, seemingly answering a different question. "The carrier pigeon should be arriving soon." As soon as he finished speaking, a guard hurriedly ran over with a carrier pigeon, excitedly saying, "It's Yudian, it's Yudian, Yudian is back." Zhu Hozhong stood up abruptly. Yudian was the name of the carrier pigeon, the best carrier pigeon raised by the entire Wangfu. It could fly 2,000 li in a day. The straight-line distance from the capital to Anlu Prefecture is about 1,000 kilometers, or 2,000 li, which is just a day's travel. Yudian's only task was to inform Zhu Hozhong of the Emperor's death as quickly as possible. Indeed, when Zhu Hozhong excitedly took off the small bamboo tube from Yudian's leg, pulled out the letter, and opened it, he immediately exclaimed, "The edict has been issued." In Shandong Qingzhou Prefecture, a swift horse rushed through the city gate, moving rapidly. The flags on it indicated that this was an urgent 600li dispatch from the court. No one was allowed to obstruct it. The horse entered through the north gate and exited through the south gate, galloping about 10 li away from Qingzhou Prefecture. At a post station, a fully armed man was riding a horse, his face covered in dust, yet his eyes were exceptionally sharp. If someone had seen Old Yang, they would certainly marvel. Although this man looked completely different from Old Yang, he gave a very similar impression. "Old Du, what are you doing?" the post station manager curiously asked. Old Du did not answer, but stood high, gazing into the distance. When he saw a horse kicking up dust in the direction of Qingzhou City's gate, he squeezed his legs tightly against the horse's belly. The well-trained steed let out a sharp neigh and began to accelerate. "Old Du, what are you doing?" the post manager chased after him, only to see Old Du already running. Before he could think of saying anything, a swift horse approached from the direction of the city gate. On that horse, a sturdy postman was desperately whipping the horse's rear. The horse ran fast, charging like light. The post manager quickly dodged. A cloud of dust enveloped him. He held his breath and tried to fan away the dust with his hands. Turning to look ahead, he saw that the pursuer gradually caught up with the accelerating Old Du, then handed the edict and the matching document to Old Du. Old Du slung the items over his back, pulled out his whip, and vigorously struck the horse's rear. The steed, feeling pain, quickly galloped away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The post manager watched this scene astonished and dumbfounded. This method of delivery he had never seen, heard of, or even thought about. Wow, could this be the legendary 800 li urgent dispatch? The post manager murmured. No, 800 li is not enough. This must be at least a 2000 li urgent dispatch. He had already begun to piece things together. The 600 li urgent dispatch involved changing horses, but not riders. One person had to carry the edict and matching document while running, only able to rest briefly. But Old Du had not been alone just now. Instead, it was a relay race. One person and one horse ran at maximum speed, and after exhausting their strength, they switched riders and horses, taking the edict and matching document to continue forward. This speed greatly exceeded the 600 li urgent dispatch, and also far surpassed the legendary 800 li urgent dispatch. The 600 li urgent dispatch relied on the strength of one person. This makes it easier to protect the confidentiality of the documents. However, the method just used prioritized the importance of the documents themselves over confidentiality. Damn, is something major happening in the capital? The post manager turned to look towards the capital. Behind him, the postman who had just passed turned around slowly and rode back. When he reached the post manager, he dismounted and cheerfully said, "Boss, is there anything to eat? I'm hungry." The post manager then recognized this familiar face, a postman transferred from the Ministry of War a few days ago. Yes, he'll prepare something for you." He hurriedly walked into the post station, and he also understood in his heart something major must have happened in the capital. The emperor was most likely gone. Although the postman was exhausted, he still turned to look south. A plume of dust rolled forward, heading straight for the south, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. For the past few days, his task was to practice the baton handover with Old Du. Both the edict and the matching document were completed on horseback, ensuring that no time was wasted. The practice was arduous, but fortunately the task was successfully accomplished. At a certain post station, a steed entered, and a man jumped off its back, eagerly shouting to the post manager, 600 li urgent dispatch, quickly bring me a good horse. The post manager glanced at the man and asked, "Is it going to Qingzhou Prefecture?" The man nodded. "It has to be fast. There's no time to waste." The post manager rubbed his hands. "While the horse is still eating feed, please wait a moment. Officer, you should rest a bit. They'll get you a bowl of noodles to eat before you leave." The man felt somewhat frustrated, but could only nod. "Then I will trouble you." As a postman, he always hoped to deliver the letter as quickly as possible, as that ensured a good reward and a chance to rest. However, this business trip had been strange. Things had not gone smoothly anywhere. Either the post manager had gone to the restroom, or the steed had gone out to graze. Now it was the horse eating feed again, and there were always various excuses. Fortunately, although it had been inconvenient, it had not delayed the task. Everything was proceeding according to standard. Exhausted, he leaned against his seat and unknowingly fell asleep. When he woke up, he found the noodles had already been served. Damn, how long did I sleep? Not even half a quarter of an hour. Everything is normal. The post manager stamped the seal, noted the time, and everything was just right without any delays. He then let out a sigh of relief, wolfed down the noodles, mounted the new horse, and continued on his way. In Anlu Prefecture, the atmosphere began to tense up. Li Songquan stated that the delivery time for the edict could be as short as 2 days, and at most it would arrive in 3 days. This was at least half a day earlier than the initial estimate of 3.5 days. This is all a result of the training the postmen underwent. Their greatest enemy now was time. "Look, this is the finished product we made." A Wangfu chef brought up a pot of steaming food. Liu Yongwang took a glance. It was still a bit lacking compared to the panlong dish he was familiar with. After cutting a piece and tasting it, the flavor was a bit off as well. Liu Yongwang could no longer hold back. There was no time to delay. This entire plan was missing only the panlong dish. He spoke up. "Now follow my method. Use 70% lean meat and 30% fatty meat. Chop the lean meat into minced meat, and for the fatty meat, chop half into paste, and cut the other half into thin strips the size of a little finger. Add water, a little salt, pepper, and scallion ginger water to the minced meat, and stir in one direction for 15 minutes. Then add the strips of fatty meat, and pea powder. Continue stirring until it can hold chopsticks, then wrap it in egg skin and steam for 15 minutes. The panlong dish has two variations. One can include fish, and the other is purely made with pork. The first variation has a richer flavor while the second is more delicious. As a native of Zhongshan, the panlong dish is definitely a must-have at banquets, holding a prestigious position that other dishes cannot compare to. However, he never expected that this dish was actually invented by him. Those interested in the panlong dish can search online for Zhongshan panlong dish. It can be sliced and steamed for 10 minutes before eating. This made him begin to ponder the paradox of time travel. Since the panlong dish was invented by him, how did he know the method? Who in fact is the true inventor? The chef scratched his head. Is it possible to make it like this? Zhu Hozhong kicked him. If the master says it's fine, then it's fine. Hurry up. Watching the chef get busy, Liu Yongwang finally felt relieved and started to organize the final process. The next day, the postman suddenly opened his eyes and found that it was already dawn. He anxiously slapped his thigh. Why didn't anyone wake me? How long has it been? The post manager calmly replied, no worries, I've stamped your documents, so there's no delay. After saying that he stamped the postman looked at the time and confirmed it was indeed standard time. This meant that although he had delayed, he had not made any mistakes in the process. This made him breathe a sigh of relief. Stepping out of the post station, the sky was already bright. Since departing from the capital, a whole day had passed. However, there were still over 300 li to go. By rights, this would be considered a serious dereliction of duty. Fortunately, the stamps on the documents were all normal, with no delays. By now, the postman finally understood that there were major figures manipulating things with the intent to delay the delivery. In Qingzhou Prefecture, Shandong, several people stood on tiptoe atop the city gates, straining their eyes into the distance. The Imperial edict should have arrived by now. The news of the Emperor's passing had already been delivered by carrier pigeon. The 600-li urgent dispatch should have been delivered by the courier the following morning. Yet now it was afternoon, and the courier was still nowhere in sight. However, such urgent dispatches had their own margins for error. A half-day delay fell within acceptable limits. At last, a plume of dust rose from the direction of the capital. The men on the wall grew excited. It's here, it's finally here. Report to the prince's mansion at once. Soon the entire Hung prince's mansion was abuzz with excitement. With the edict delivered, it was time to set out. Prince Hung looked up at the sky and frowned. This timing of the delivery was truly troublesome, neither early nor late. After receiving the edict and mustering the troops, some time would pass. By the time they exited the city gates, the sun would be nearly setting. They could travel at most a few dozen li before needing to lodge. Your Highness, given the hour, it would be more prudent to set out early tomorrow morning, a strategist suggested. They could travel at most a few dozen li before needing to lodge. Your Highness, given the hour, it would be more prudent to set out early tomorrow morning, a strategist suggested. Yet recalling that he was still several days ahead of his greatest rival, the Prince of Xing, he felt a measure of relief. Half a day was nothing. In Anlu Prefecture, the night was deep, but the Xing prince's mansion blazed with light. Everyone was busy, for this was the most critical moment. Not far away, the city gates of Anlu stood open. Torches illuminated the battlements. Prefect Shui, still awake, gazed into the distance with a retinue of subordinates. They were all staunch supporters of the Prince of Xing. None were fools. If an emperor emerged from Anlu, their hearts beat in unison with the prince's mansion. Look, a light. Someone with sharp eyes on the wall pointed at a flickering point in the north. Prefect Shui peered intently. Indeed, in the far distance a faint glow was visible. It flickered, dimming and brightening, but it moved with incredible speed. It's here. Light the torches to guide the messenger. Prefect Shui exclaimed, his excitement mounting. Bonfires were lit, a prearranged signal. Soon torches blazed ahead, stretching for over 10 li, illuminating the entire official road. The road itself had been cleared in advance, smooth and unobstructed. The Xing prince's mansion to the south also saw the flames and burst into activity. He's coming, he's coming. Li Songquan shouted excitedly, making arrangements to receive the edict. Liu Yongwang, however, was not here. He had departed earlier to a forward rendezvous point. The reason was simple: his horsemanship was poor. Despite half a month of practice, he was still lacking. He had to set out early to await Zhu Haokong's arrival. Zhu Hotsong strode quickly out of his chambers and stood before the mansion waiting. In the distance, a torchlit procession galloped swiftly toward them. Leading them was Prefect Shui. He was ecstatic, clutching the edict that might make Zhu Hotsong the emperor, his heart pounding with exhilaration. Upon reaching the mansion, Prefect Shui promptly read the edict summoning Zhu Hotsong to the capital immediately. Zhu Hotsong bowed in gratitude, knelt, and received the edict. The ceremony was solemn yet swift. Without pleasantries or idle chatter, Zhu Hotsong turned and entered the mansion. The steward came out to entertain the assembled officials from Anlu and arrange for their meals. Though it was deep into the night, no one left, everyone stayed. For most, this was the closest they would ever come to an emperor. To miss the chance to forge a connection with the future emperor would be a wasted opportunity. The entire mansion suddenly grew lively, bright, and bustling with activity. A feast was prepared. The chefs already on standby began their work. It wasn't just the mansion, the entire Anlu region was stirred into excitement. Xinjiang County, Jingling County, and even farther away, Jingzhou Prefecture, Wuchang Prefecture, and Hanyang Prefecture all erupted into activity. Officials rode through the night from their respective offices racing toward Anlu. Everyone wanted to curry favor before the new emperor ascended the throne. But only a few knew that after Zhu Houzong entered his chambers, he quietly slipped out the back door, entered a neighboring farmer's home, and with a few attendants galloped into the darkness on horseback. Time was money, status, and everything. To reach the capital first was to become emperor. This immense temptation was irresistible to anyone. In Qingzhou Prefecture, Shandong, as the sky began to pale with the first light of dawn, the Prince of Hong was awakened. He had been forced to drink heavily the night before despite his reluctance. There was no way around it. He had to accept the social obligations imposed by officials at every level. Now that his son was about to enter the capital and become emperor, those lower-ranking officials were naturally eager to curry favor, especially the local magistrates. He had no choice but to receive them. To refuse would be to signal disdain. And if you showed contempt, they would surely throw countless obstacles in your path to the capital. Since ancient times it has been said that the king of hell is easy to see, but the minor demons are hard to deal with. These local officials could easily delay your convoy with a few small tricks, slowing your progress. Thus he had to meet them, and he had to appear approachable and respectful. Only then could he ensure the smooth passage. Drinking was therefore unavoidable. Even his young son was forced to come out and have a few cups. The boy, drinking for the first time in his life, turned red-faced. But it won universal acclaim. "How are the preparations?" the Prince of Hong asked, rubbing his eyes. "Everything is ready except the heir is still asleep. Carry him to the carriage." "Prepare to depart," the Prince of Hong said, rubbing his forehead. The princess herself dressed him and tidied his appearance. "Yes." "Any news of the others?" the Prince of Hong pressed. Inquiring about the whereabouts and movements of the other princes was the most urgent matter. "Not yet," said the strategist. "The edict will reach the nearest Prince of Des' residence this morning as well. We expect a messenger pigeon from Prince Des' direction by evening." "If only there were a way to communicate quickly," sighed the Prince of Hong as he walked out of the house. "Hasten the breakfast preparations. We eat and then depart." "Yes." Outside Shenyang City, a prison cart sped along. Though padded with soft cushions, it was still bone-jarringly rough. Liu Yongwang cursed, "Damn it. I should have improved the carriage." In this era, the shock absorption of a carriage relied entirely on one's own flesh and bones. And the horses pulling the prison cart were swift steeds galloping at full speed. The initial idea of lying in the cart and sleeping while traveling proved utterly impractical. Sleep was impossible in the speeding cart. His bones felt shaken apart. Even if he dozed off, his dreams were filled with plunges into canyons or soaring into the clouds, jolting him awake instantly. The only reliable method was to stand gripping the bars, using his knees to absorb. The gates of Shenyang had opened much earlier than usual. The soldiers on duty didn't know why the order had been given to open early. It had been like this for a while. It ruined everyone's sleep, souring their moods. Naturally, they were not courteous to the citizens entering the city. However, when they saw the prison cart, they grew serious. The man escorting the cart, weathered by travel, flashed a document. "Imperial prisoner. Do not approach." The soldier, an old hand, knew this man was not to be trifled with and quickly waved them through. Thus Liu Yongwang and Zhu Houzong entered Shenyang, continuing their journey north. "I'm hungry. Time for breakfast," Zhu Houzong said, reaching out to his attendant Li Tsongquan for food. The captain of the guard immediately stopped him. "Not here. We are inside the city walls. Too many eyes." Zhu Houzong felt uncomfortable. "Can't I just eat discreetly?" Liu Yongwang pulled Zhu Haokong's sleeve. "Bear with it. All for the throne." Zhu Houzong fell silent. Li Tsongquan glanced at Liu Yongwang, knowing that bringing him along was absolutely the right decision. Otherwise, given the prince's temperament, he would likely have given them away. Since Zhu Yuan's death, only Liu Yongwang's words could truly reach Zhu Houzong. Though famous, Shenyang was not a large city. They passed through it in half a day and continued north. Zhu Houzong immediately reached out. "Quick, give me something to eat." The guard captain pulled a bun-like object from his pocket and handed it to Zhu Houzong. He took out another for Liu. Liu Yongwang waved his hand. "Give me a real flatbread." The item in Zhu Haokong's hand, shaped like a steamed bun, was actually panlong kai, made in the form of a bun. Without its egg wrapper, it looked like an under-risen bun mixed with bran, perfectly matching the appearance of a prisoner's rations. Prisoners in the Ming Dynasty would have fared far worse. They would mostly get coarse grains like cornbread or mixed grain cakes, hard to swallow. Sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes had not yet entered the country at this time. Prisoners' food was also buns mixed with bran. Zhu Houzong took a bite, and the aroma of meat wafted out. Delicious. "Once I enter the capital, I will surely include this dish you invented, teacher, as a tribute," he said. Liu Yongwang tore half his bun. "One bite of bun, one bite of dish. Don't get too greasy." Zhu Houzong turned his head to look at Liu Yongwang. "What's the situation at home now?" Liu Yongwang smiled. "Naturally, we're putting on a show." Anlu Prefecture, Prince Xing's mansion. At the break of dawn, the place was already surrounded by guests from all over, and more people kept arriving along the road. Everyone wanted to curry favor with Prince Xing before his ascension. The entire mansion was bustling with noise and activity. Sun Daxing and Old Jean were also helping out. By noon, even more guests had arrived. Sedan chairs and carriages lined up for miles. The entire officialdom of Anlu Prefecture had gathered here. Among the crowd, many were constantly observing the situation inside the house. In the mansion's courtyard, tables were set up, and every seat was filled. A scene of lively festivity. Suddenly the crowd stirred. People stood up, gazing towards the stage ahead. A teenage boy dressed in splendid and extravagant attire stood on the platform. Too far away for many to see clearly, they whispered among themselves. Prince Xing truly has the countenance of an emperor. I could tell at a glance. Indeed he does. I even saw an auspicious cloud behind him. You're all mistaken. There's no light. What I see is his physiognomy. Prince Xing has the face of an emperor, the aspect of a hidden dragon. The land and water of our Anlu are blessed to produce such an extraordinary figure as Prince Xing. The murmurs continued. On stage the boy said something, but the noise below made it inaudible. The steward of Prince Xing's mansion shouted the message. Prince Xing says you have all traveled a long way. Our hospitality is lacking, and we ask for your understanding. We have prepared simple fare. Please do not disdain it. Prince Xing will depart in 3 days. Please inform one another. With the emperor's passing, lavish feasts were out of the question. But the guests' purpose was not the feast. Their main goal was to learn of Prince Xing's itinerary. Soon carrier pigeons were released from all corners of Anlu, flying north. Tied to their legs were small bamboo tubes containing messages about Prince Xing's movements. The Prime Minister's residence. A carrier pigeon flapped its wings and entered the dovecot. A servant hurriedly carried the pigeon and ran swiftly into the study. Yang Tingyi was resting with his eyes closed, his newly taken concubine massaging his head to relax him. Yang Tingyi had indeed been overworked these past days, busy with the state funeral during the day and fretting over Prince Xing's situation at night. Master Lightning has returned, the servant said cautiously. Yang Ting's eyes snapped open. He stood up quickly, took the pigeon, and unrolled the message. His fatigue vanished instantly. Quickly prepare the carriage. I must go to the palace immediately. The Imperial Palace. Xinang Palace. Empress Dowager Zhang, dressed in mourning clothes, hurried out to greet him. How is it? Yang Tingyi handed her the note. The edict arrived in just 2 days. Prince Xing has also departed. A full 3 days earlier than we estimated. Empress Dowager Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. We cannot afford to be careless now. After all, it is over 3,200 li away. The Prince of Hung should have set out by now, right? He has. Yang Tingyi nodded. But it will certainly not be smooth sailing. Cunning Palace. Empress Xia slammed the table. What? Zhu Hotsong received the edict in 2 days. Has he departed? Probably not, Xia Shilang said with a bow. Your Majesty, do not worry. They are 3,200 li away. The distance is not trivial. Empress Xia frowned. Why so fast? It must be Yang Ting's doing, Xia Shilang said through gritted teeth. I learned from the post station that the couriers delivering the letter to Zhu Hotsong were not one, but a relay changing both horses and men. We have been outmaneuvered by that old fox. Empress Xia's face shifted between emotions. What about the other princes? Xia Shilang replied. The Prince of Hung has also received the edict, and his entourage has departed. As for the others, the edicts have not yet arrived. Empress Xia struck the armrest of her chair fiercely. Send a reliable person to tell the Prince of Hung that he must enter the capital with all possible speed. Otherwise his chance is lost. Yes. Changshan County. The sun began to slant westward, casting long tree shadows. Over 100 people stood before the post station, gazing into the distance. The wind blew through the crowd, but not a sound was heard. Everyone was holding their breath in anticipation. This station was the most crucial transfer point on the northern route to the capital and a necessary passage. Suddenly the crowd stirred. He's coming, he's coming. The Prince of Hung is here. The county magistrate quickly shouted, get ready, get ready. The entire team sprang into action, transforming from stillness to bustle. As if by magic, banquet tables were set up in an instant. Their efficiency was astonishing. The scout who had been scouting ahead swiftly returned and reported to the Prince of Hung. Your Highness, the magistrate of Changshan County has prepared a banquet in your honor. The Prince of Hung leaned out of the carriage and gazed ahead. The area was densely packed with people completely crowding the city gates. How far is the next post station? The Prince of Hung inquired. It's still 30 li away, the scout replied. His face twitched a few times as he looked up at the sky. It was neither too early nor too late, both early and late. Resting seemed premature, while traveling on would be tardy. He was deeply torn. How many li have we traveled today? The Prince of Hung calculated. Over 60 li, came the answer. Then we press on, he decided. We must reach the capital within 10 days, the Prince of Hung said through gritted teeth. What about the reception ahead? Tell the magistrate that I acknowledge his goodwill. Once I arrive in the capital, I will bear his hospitality in mind. After a moment's thought, the Prince of Hung took out a personal token. Give him my jade pendant. Let him come to the capital and present it to see me. In ordinary times, he would not deign to glance at such a petty magistrate. But now was different. Even a minor official could stir up trouble, so he had to tread cautiously. The guard was about to depart when the Prince of Hung called him back. Never mind, I'll go myself. The rest of you don't stop. Continue the journey. The Prince of Hung thought it through clearly. Changshan County was a crucial area, the only route from Qingzhou Prefecture to the capital. No trouble could be allowed. He decided to appear in person both to honor the magistrate and to avoid delaying the convoy. With that, he mounted his horse and followed the guard toward the welcoming crowd. Half an hour later, the crowd parted to let the convoy pass. The Prince of Hung stayed behind feasting and drinking with the officials of Changshan County. In Jinan Prefecture, the prefect arrived at the Prince of Des' residence bearing the imperial edict and credentials. The Prince of De hurried out to receive them, kneeling to accept the edict. Unlike the Prince of Hung's estate, a few officials came to curry favor here. Only a handful from Jinan. The officials were well aware of the situation. Although the Prince of Des' heir had a theoretical chance at the throne, it was slim in practice. The most likely candidates were the Prince of Xing Zhu Hotzong and the Prince of Hung's heir. Overly flattering the Prince of De might harm their own careers. It was better to feign ignorance and simply stay away. After seeing off the prefect, the Prince of De immediately ordered preparations to set out for the capital. He was a day behind the Prince of Hung and had to make up for lost time. The temptation of whoever entered the capital first becoming emperor was far too great. It was a temptation worth risking a night journey. The Prince of Chong finally set out as well. The edict had taken 3 full days to travel the 1700 li. This left both Li Mingyang and the Prince of Chong sleepless with anxiety. That very night, the fully prepared retinue of the Prince of Chong departed, traveling under the stars day and night. The procession was grand, numbering several hundred people. Their sole purpose was to ensure the Prince of Chong's heir reached the capital with utmost speed. At the Prince of Zhou's residence, the scene was quite different. Though the edict had arrived in the morning, the Prince of Zhou showed no urgency. The entire estate was silent without a sound. He even refused to see the officials who came to flatter him. This made Yin Song realize fully that the Prince of Zhou had no intention of contending for the throne. After much deliberation, he finally had a long talk with the Prince of Zhou at dusk. Prince of Zhou, you seem reluctant to go to the capital, Yin Song asked calmly, holding his teacup and fixing his gaze on the floating tea leaves. The Prince of Zhou also held his teacup, his eyes similarly fixed on the foam, as still as an old monk in meditation, uttering not a single word. Yin Song knew that to pry open the Prince of Zhou's mouth, he had to offer some sincerity. Prince of Zhou, though our acquaintance is shallow, will speak plainly. The Prince of Zhou finally lifted his eyelids to glance at Yin Song. Scholar Yin, please speak. Yin Song thought clearly. On the surface, the Prince of Hung held an absolute advantage, but the final outcome was anyone's guess. This was merely the beginning of the struggle for the throne, with over 10 days of competition ahead. During this time, all sorts of underhanded tactics would undoubtedly emerge. Prince of Zhou, do you believe there's no chance of victory, so you've simply given up? Yin Song cut straight to the point. The Prince of Zhou's eyelid twitched, but he did not answer, effectively admitting it. In your position, I would think the same, Yin Song continued. The Prince of Hung is closest able to reach within 10 days. With the backing of Empress Xia, the Grand Empress Dowager, and General Jiang, his odds are naturally high. The Prince of Zhou tactfully continued, sipping his tea. The Princes of Da and Chong are farther away with more distant blood ties, so their chances are slightly lower. As for the Prince of Xing, Yin Song paused. The Prince of Zhou stopped his movements, clearly concerned about this matter. In truth, the Prince of Xing has the greatest, with the backing of Chancellor Yang and Empress Dowager Zhang, and being the closest in bloodline, he is the first in succession. His claim to the throne would be unquestionably legitimate. This gives him an edge over the Prince of Chong. The Prince of Zhou finally spoke. Scholar Yin, these words should be said to Empress Xia. Yin Song sighed. Empress Xia won't listen. Otherwise she wouldn't have sent me here at such a critical moment. The Prince of Zhou was visibly moved. Scholar Yin, what do you have in mind? Yin Song remained silent. It would take me over a month to reach the capital. By then the flowers would have wilted. Yin Song finally spoke. Prince of Zhou, you are a descendant of Emperor Taizu, but your lineage has diverged beyond 5 generations. Your influence on the imperial family is negligible. One misstep could lead to a purge. Isn't that the real reason for your delay? This has undoubtedly drawn the attention of both the Prince of Hung and the Prince of Xing. No matter who becomes emperor, your position seems precarious. The Prince of Zhou finally grew angry. This has undoubtedly drawn the attention of both the Prince of Hung and the Prince of Xing. No matter who becomes emperor, your position seems precarious. The Prince of Zhou finally grew angry. Scholar Yin, what do you mean? Yin Song smiled. Prince of Zhou, staying put won't change your situation. Instead, rush to the capital, see who holds the advantage, and give them a push. That way you might earn the new emperor's protection. After a long silence, the Prince of Zhou asked, what if the Prince of Xing prevails? Yin Song gave a cryptic smile. That's exactly what I wanted to discuss. I am in the same boat as you, Prince of Zhou. I don't want to stake everything on Empress Xia. I suggest we both rush to the capital, traveling day and night, and wait at the capital's gates. Whoever enters first, we can lend a hand and secure a bright future for ourselves. This is betraying Empress Xia. I was never her man, so where is the betrayal? Their gazes finally met, a glint of light flickering in the candlelight. Aren't you afraid? I'll tell Empress Xia. Why should I fear when you don't? The Prince of Zhou laughed. Scholar Yin, you are truly an interesting person. And you as well, Prince of Zhou. They laughed together, and the suspicion between them began to dissipate. So what do you suggest? with light baggage set off immediately, traveling day and night to reach the capital. Yin Song's gaze was piercing. Utilize your connections to help the Prince of Xing or the Prince of Hung to enter the capital smoothly, allowing the new emperor to be grateful. Zhou Wang suddenly stood up. This was my plan all along, but I had to pause it due to your arrival. Yin Song also stood up. Then let's not say anything more and hurry to the capital. Let's go. In the night, a group of people quickly rode away from Kaifeng Prefecture heading towards the capital. However, the Zhou Wang's residence was not quiet. On the contrary, it was brightly lit, evidently engaged in another scheme. The Imperial Palace. Kuan-Ning Palace. Empress Xia's expression was serious. Ping Lebo, is the news reliable? Jiang Bin's expression was grave. It is reliable. Empress Xia breathed a sigh of relief. The Prince of Xing is indeed lacking in capability. He thought he was the first in line to inherit the throne. Humph, what a dream. Assistant Minister Xia excitedly said, I received news from the Prince of Hong. They have already set off and have passed Changshan County, traveling 100 miles a day. They could arrive at the capital in 8 days. Jiang Bin, however, had some concerns, but I feel a bit uneasy. Although the Prince of Xing is young, he is said to be very intelligent. He received the Imperial edict, yet instead of rushing, he is throwing a grand banquet for guests, which seems a bit unreasonable. Children are just children. No matter how smart, they are still children, lacking the calculations of adults. Assistant Minister Xia remarked. The Prince of Xing is indeed not a concern, but Yang Tingyi and Empress Zhang will not let him proceed so slowly. Jiang Bin pondered. I just feel something is off. Empress Xia also sensed the oddity. What does General Jiang plan to do? Jiang Bin said. I have already secretly ordered my trusted men in Anlu Prefecture to closely meet the Prince of Xing and gauge their cards. Liu Yongwang was jolted awake. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Zhu Hozhong curled up in the prisoner cart, sleeping soundly. Youth is indeed a blessing. Even such bumps can be endured in sleep. He yawned and asked, where have we arrived? Nanyang Prefecture. Li Kongquan's eyes were bloodshot, but still. Liu Yongwang was jolted awake. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Zhu Hozhong curled up in the prisoner cart, sleeping soundly. Youth is indeed a blessing. Even such bumps can be endured in sleep. Li Tsongquan glanced at Liu Yongwang. Dr. Liu, you must work hard and can't fall behind. Liu Yongwang cursed under his breath and stood up to stretch his limbs. He was nearly 50, although he had taken a rejuvenation pill and recently paid much attention to his health. He still couldn't withstand such a relentless pace. For the past 3 days, they had been sleeping in the prisoner cart during the day and riding horses at night. Their speed reached 300 miles a day. At this rate, they could arrive at the capital in 9 days. Where is the Prince of Hung now? Liu Yongwang asked. According to yesterday's news, the Prince of Hung's convoy arrived in Zhangqiu yesterday. Liu Yongwang took out the map he had drawn to check and frowned. This speed is a bit fast. Didn't Prime Minister Yang try to obstruct his journey? Li Tsongquan didn't hide it, as they were now on the same side, working hard for Zhu Hozhong to become emperor. The area from Changshan County to Zhangqiu County has been controlled by the Prince of Hung for many years with a vast network, making it hard to intervene. However, once they leave Zhangqiu, it will be different. The route map of the Prince of Hung is quite clear. After leaving Qingzhou Prefecture, it goes through Changshan County and Zhangqiu County directly to Jinan Prefecture. Then to Daizhou into Hejian Prefecture, Zhaojing Zhuozhou, and finally arrive at Liangxiang Regroup and enter the capital. Each place is about 100 miles apart. That's right, Prime Minister Yang is cunning. How could he let the Prince of Hung advance unimpeded? Li Tsongquan looked at Liu Yongwang with a strange expression. No one had ever dared to say such things about Yang Tingyi. Oh, Liu Yongwang was the first, and he said it right in front of him, yet he did not dare to refute it. By the way, has the false Prince of Xing set off yet? He has set off, Li Tsongquan said. The people at the front post station sent me news that although the Prince of Xing set off, he may have also been exposed. Liu Yongwang chuckled. I never expected him to hide for long anyway. The Imperial Palace. In the chamber of Lady Liu, De Shuang checked on the prince once more and confirmed again that the prince was indeed a simpleton. Lady Liu could tell from De Shuang's heavy expression that the prince was completely hopeless. She sighed. What about the Prince of Xing? He has set off 3 days ago, De Shuang replied. Lady Liu was startled. So fast. Prime Minister Yang arranged for the legendary 800 miles express, and the Imperial edict reached Anlu Prefecture in just 2 days. De Shuang lowered his voice. The news of the Prince of Xing's departure must be kept secret. Don't let others know. Lady Liu quickly asked. Hurry and tell me what exactly happened. The Prince of Xing found a substitute to entertain guests at home, while he took a few trusted men and left at night, able to travel 200 to 300 miles a day. He should be able to arrive at the capital in 10 days. What about the Prince of Hung? The Prince of Hung is also not slow. He can arrive in 8 days. Where is Dr. Liu? He is traveling with the Prince of Xing. Lady Liu suddenly stood up. Tell Dr. Liu that if he needs my assistance, he can just ask me. For the future of the prince, I can do anything. De Shuang looked up at Lady Liu in the candlelight, feeling that she was glowing. This was a combination of anger. It was anger towards Empress Xia and concern for the prince. I will do my utmost to inform him, De Shuang promised. Kuan-Ning Palace. Crack. Empress Xia suddenly smashed the teacup in her hand. This Prince of Xing at such a young age does not learn well and has a belly full of wicked schemes. Such a person, how can he be the ruler of the world? Assistant Minister Xia gritted his teeth in anxiety. He actually learned the trick of openly repairing the plank road while secretly crossing the chasm, creating a false prince to deceive everyone. However, Jiang Bin felt somewhat frustrated. This is not the time to discuss this. The key is to ascertain the current location of the Prince of Xing. Empress Xia and Assistant Minister Xia exchanged glances, both unable to come up with a good solution. If only Yin Song were here, he might have a good plan. Assistant Minister Xia said. Jiang Bin said in frustration, talking about this is useless. Now we can only urge the Prince of Hung, the Prince of De, the Prince of Zhou, and the Prince of Chong to pick up their pace. They are all closer to the Prince of Xing, as long as they do not slack off, they can definitely enter the palace before the Prince of Xing. This sentence gave Empress Xia renewed vigor. That's right, as long as we prepare well for the reception, we need not fear any tricks from the Prince of Xing. My Lord Dr. Liu up ahead is one of our strongholds where we have arranged for maids who understand massage to help everyone relax. Li Tsongquan yawned. Along this road, constantly changing prisoner carts and riding horses had nearly worn Liu Yongwang's bones apart. However, upon hearing about the maid's massages, he perked up. Can I sleep? You can sleep, but must be moderate and conserve your energy. We must rest for 2 full hours waiting for the city gates to open, then switch to the prisoner cart to enter the city. Not that kind of sleep. Forget it, since we are here, let it be. The maidservant's massage technique was highly professional. It was not the kind of massage Liu Yongwang specialized in, which was meant to soothe the meridians and invigorate the blood, but rather a purely indulgent massage. It must be said that when it came to luxury, modern people could not hold a candle to the ancient nobility. For instance, the vulgar inventions of Yin Shifan, such as the beauty spittoon and the flesh screen, were beyond the imagination of modern people. After all, these were items that severely trampled upon human dignity. Once exposed, no matter how high an official's rank, they would be dismissed. However, in the Ming Dynasty, servants had no personal dignity. Everything had to follow the master's orders. A master could do anything to a servant except kill them. The only right a servant had was the right to exist. Thus, these inventions were not only unafraid of being exposed, but were also celebrated as refined and elegant amusements, widely circulated and eagerly imitated. Liu Yongwang turned his head to look at Zhu Hotsong beside him, who was also bare-chested and being relaxed. Li Tsongquan, fearing that Zhu Hotsong and Liu Yongwang might be led astray by beauty and neglect their duties, had arranged for them to be together. That way they could not be alone with the beauties and waste their energy. Truly, his intentions were well-meaning. Prince of Xing, that's enough. You should get some sleep now. Liu Yongwang waved his hand, dismissing the maidservants. He had no interest in discussing life with that young man, Zhu Hotsong. Zhu Hotsong was also sleepy. He turned over, covered himself with a towel, and went to sleep. Tomorrow would be another difficult day. In the leopard house, Jiang Bin was studying the map intently. He had already realized that counting on Empress Xia was futile. Everything depended on himself. Which route do you think the Prince of Xing took? The several strategists gathered around all pondered seriously. Some even gestured on the map. Speak up, Jiang Bin urged impatiently. General, there is no need to worry. We have planted informants at all the major relay stations. As soon as the Prince of Xing's carriage passes, we will be informed immediately. We need only wait, one strategist said. Jiang Bin snorted. It's been 5 days. The Prince of Xing left 5 days ago. He must have passed at least 7 or 8 stations by now. So where are the reports? Which station has reported? The strategist choked on his words and dared not speak further. General, perhaps the Prince of Xing slipped through unnoticed. I suggest we send trusted men to guard the most critical station. That way we can intercept him. Another strategist pointed to Jinding Prefecture on the map. Whether it is the Prince of Xing, the Prince of Hung, or even the princes of Dechong and Zhou, they all must pass through here to enter the capital. He slammed the table. If we dispatch our best men to hold this point, we can surely halt the Prince of Xing's advance. Jiang Bin's expression finally improved. He stared intently at Jinding Prefecture. This was the main thoroughfare for entering the capital from the south. No prince, regardless of his fief, could bypass Jinding on his way to the capital. Otherwise, they would have to travel an extra 100 or 200 li. Excellent. Jiang Bin exclaimed, invigorated. Here. A sharp-eyed officer stepped forward. You will go personally to Jinding Prefecture. Guard the main roads and take control of the relay station. No matter who passes, you must thoroughly investigate their identity. Do not let the Prince of Xing slip through. Yes. In Hejian Prefecture, they were already close to the capital, but the Prince of Hung could not relax. Suppressing his inner anger, he asked, where is the seal? Why hasn't it arrived? According to procedure, they had to take the Imperial edict to every relay station along the way to have the seal affixed, thus completing the formalities. Otherwise, it would be considered a rash entry into the capital, a grave offense. The station master wiped the sweat from his brow. The prefect will be here shortly. Please wait a little longer. The Prince of Hung slammed the table. I have been waiting for an hour. Even if this prefect had crawled, he should have arrived by now. Where is he? He felt a deep sense of helplessness. The prefect of Hejian Prefecture had arranged a lavish banquet to welcome the Prince of Hung and his entourage. But the prince had no appetite and declined immediately. He had refused many such banquets along the way. Almost every step of the journey someone would come forward to curry favor. The Prince of Hung was truly annoyed. Yet he could not refuse. This severely slowed the convoy's progress. Their speed had plummeted from an initial 100 li per day to 50 or 60 li per day, and it was still declining. He had only just refused the banquet of the Hejian prefect, and now the trouble had arrived. The prefect was starting to create obstacles. It had taken a full hour to get one seal affixed, and it still wasn't done. What worried the Prince of Hung most was the whereabouts of the Prince of Xing. Intelligence reports indicated that the Prince of Xing had vanished. The one who had set out with great fanfare and a large entourage was not the Prince of Xing at all, but a body double. 5 or 6 days had passed, and there was no trace of the real Prince of Xing. This left the Prince of Hung feeling deeply uncertain. He also sensed a vague unease. At this pace their arrival in the capital would be extended from 8 days to 11 or even longer. This was not good. Go find the prefect immediately. See what damned hole he's hiding in, the Prince of Hung roared in fury. His guards swiftly mobilized, searching every government office in Hejian Prefecture for the prefect. Another hour passed before the prefect finally appeared. He wore an apologetic smile. My apologies, my apologies. I suddenly received news of a bandit incursion. I was arranging for its suppression, which delayed me a bit. I hope I haven't hindered the Prince of Hung's important affairs. The Prince of Hung forcibly suppressed his rage, knowing that anger would not help matters. He could not afford to have a falling out with the prefect. Otherwise he might cause even further delays. It's nothing. The prefect's suppression of bandits is important. Please affix the seal. The Prince of Hung was speaking so humbly to a prefect for the first time. This time the prefect did not delay. He took out the seal and affixed it. The Prince of Hung picked up the document, turned, and walked out waving his hand. Mount up. We ride to the next station for the night. Though it was already late, he still insisted on moving to the next station. This prefect was clearly one of Yang Ting's men, and his goal was to delay their journey. Staying here would certainly cause further delays. After the Prince of Hung's convoy had departed, the prefect sneered, I've delayed you half a day. That should fulfill the Grand Secretary's instructions. In the capital within the cunning palace, 5 small flags were stuck into a map, each representing one of the 5 princes. Empress Xia stared at these 5 flags for a long time, saying nothing. The situation was simply too strange. Originally, the fastest was expected to be the Prince of Hung, as he was the closest. The current result was the same. The Prince of Hung had already reached Hejian Prefecture, not far from the capital. But he had not managed to shake off the others. The Prince of Da was also nearing Hejian Prefecture. The Prince of Chong, though starting from farther away, had caught up with the Prince of Da. Even the Prince of Zhou, who had been the most lackadaisical at the start, had now caught up with the Prince of Da. The 4 princes were separated by at most a day's journey. But the one Empress Xia worried about most, the Prince of Xing, Zhu Hotsong, was completely untraceable. This made her extremely anxious. She felt something was wrong. Has the Prince of Xing's whereabouts been found? Xia Shilang wiped the sweat from his brow. No. No trace of him has been found either by water or by land. Xinan Prefecture. A squad of brocade-clad guards stormed through the city gates, taking control of the city defenses and courier station. Leading them was Jiang Han, the most trusted subordinate of Jiang Bin. Standing atop the city gate of Xinan Prefecture, he spoke solemnly. Every individual entering or leaving the city, every person passing through must be thoroughly investigated. Especially boys around 14 or 15 years old each must be scrutinized without exception. His subordinates immediately dispersed, securing every checkpoint. Jiang Han gazed down the southern official road, eyes sharp. Prince Xing, no matter what tactics you employ, you shall not slip through unnoticed. Behind him stood a brocade guard with a calm countenance, Zhao Kong, the escort guard. On the official road, Liu Yongwang and Zhu Hodong lay chatting atop the prison carriage. Though the road was bumpy and the carriage sped swiftly, Liu Yongwang and Zhu Hodong had grown accustomed to it. There was no alternative but to endure. Teacher, how do you look younger and younger? Is there some miraculous rejuvenation medicine? Zhu Hodong voiced his curiosity. Liu Yongwang replied, exercise naturally makes one appear youthful. He had already realized that he had planted a seed of alchemy in Zhu Hodong's heart. Likely after ascending the throne, Zhu Hodong would spend his days refining pills because of him. Teacher, you must be an alchemist. The reason you grow younger is because you take pills, right? Zhu Hodong pressed. No, I do not practice alchemy. Liu Yongwang replied, exhausted. Teacher, you must be an alchemist. The reason you grow younger is because you take pills, right? Zhu Hodong pressed. No, I do not practice alchemy. Liu Yongwang replied, exhausted. He quickly changed the topic. Li Songqian, how far are we from Xinan Prefecture? 800 li remain. We can arrive in 3 days. Where is Prince Hung? Liu Yongwang inquired. He should arrive at Xinan Prefecture late today. A mere 300 li, yet it has taken Prince Hung 5 days. How slow, Zhu Hodong scoffed. Liu Yongwang shook his head. Chasing him initially is easy, but upon reaching Xinan Prefecture it will be much harder. Indeed, especially since Xinan Prefecture is the unavoidable passage to the capital. Empress Xia and General Jiang will surely have deployed heavy troops here. It will be difficult to sneak past. Li Tsongquan said gravely. Zhu Hodong snorted, no fear. Since we're already at Xinan Prefecture, at worst I'll reveal my identity, mount a swift horse, and dash straight to the capital. The young heir of Prince Hung won't catch up. If he cannot catch up, he might resort to underhanded means. We must not be careless, Li Tsongquan advised. We must conceal our movements to arrive safely at the capital. On the walls of Xinden Prefecture, Jiang Han spotted the approaching convoy. A guard hurried over handing documents to the city gate sentries. The sentry made a gesture toward Jiang Han on the gate. Jiang Han nodded slightly, signaling for passage. Prince Hung has finally arrived. Though slow, he was the first to reach Xinden Prefecture. There was still hope. His current task was to locate Zhu Hodong and intercept him. He looked toward the distance, pondering silently who would be next. In the capital, at the Prime Minister's residence, Yang Tingyi received a carrier pigeon, extracted the letter, and his expression grew grave. Prince Hung had passed Xinden Prefecture, while Prince Xing was still 800 li away. Though pursuing swiftly, the gap was too large, leaving him 2 days behind Prince Hung. Sir, intelligence reports that Jiang Bin's elite brocade guards, commanded by Jiang Han, have already arrived at Xinden Prefecture, rigorously inspecting every traveler, especially boys around 14 or 15. This is detrimental to us, a subordinate reported. Yang Tingyi said nothing, but moved to the map, examining it intently. After a moment, he commanded, "Prepare a carriage, go to the palace." At Xinang Palace, Empress Dowager Zhang's hand trembled slightly. "Can we delay their progress?" Yang Tingyi's expression was stern. Jiang Bin has overstepped, dispatching his elite guards to block Prince Xing's advance. He surely has also stationed men between Xinden Prefecture and the capital. Even if we act, they will obstruct us. Empress Dowager Zhang turned to Yang Tingyi. "Prime Minister Yang, speak your mind plainly." Yang glanced around. She waved her hand. "Dismiss everyone." "Yes." The palace maids swiftly exited, leaving only Yang Tingyi and Empress Dowager Zhang. "Now you may speak." Yang tidied his thoughts and said, "The late emperor's death was in part caused by Jiang Bin. He constantly egged the emperor to linger in the leopard's chamber, behaving recklessly and lawlessly. I have long wished to eliminate him, but he wields military power, commands the brocade guards, and controls the border forces. Moreover, he is deeply trusted by the emperor, leaving me no opportunity to strike." His tone grew serious. "Now that the emperor has passed, if we allow him to join Empress Xia in supporting the new emperor's ascension, the nation will plunge into disaster. This man must be eliminated to prevent future calamities." Empress Dowager Zhang was shocked. "He commands heavy troops. How can he be eliminated?" Yang Tingyi waved his hand. "Your Majesty can secretly summon him to the palace to discuss imperial succession, luring him inside. I will arrange executioners to ambush and kill him, and the brocade guards and border forces. Won't they rebel?" Empress Dowager Zhang hesitated. "Once Jiang Bin is dead, the brocade guards will be leaderless. You can issue an imperial decree appointing our men to command them, ensuring absolute security. As for the border forces, we must swiftly enthrone the new monarch and issue edicts to placate them. This requires 2 key moves. First, Prince Xing must enter the capital as soon as possible." Yang Tingyi's tone grew sterner. "Second, we must utilize our control of the city defenses to rapidly stabilize the situation." Empress Dowager Zhang hesitated. "But such upheaval will stir unrest across the realm, possibly inciting rebellion. We must think carefully." Yang Tingyi sighed. After all, she was a woman, and women's nature is to hesitate and worry excessively. When decisiveness is required, she could not act decisively. "Your Majesty, consider thoroughly. Chances to eliminate Jiang Bin are scarce. Once Prince Hung arrives at the capital, Jiang Bin will no longer heed your orders, and we will lose our chance." Empress Dowager Zhang sighed again. "I cannot allow the Zhu dynasty to fall into chaos. Prime Minister Yang, find other solutions, and do everything possible to delay Prince Heng's progress." Yang Tingyi knew further argument was futile and took his leave. Meanwhile, as they passed through Xinden Prefecture, Prince Hung felt a sudden sense of relief. Jiang Bin had made his move, not only inspecting everyone here, but also dispatching a squad to escort them to the capital. Now was the time to press forward at full speed. The wheels rolled, and the carriage swayed gently. Inside the carriage sat a man and a woman. The man older, the woman young, yet they seemed perfectly suited. "Master, how much of your knowledge has Xiao Shuang learned?" On the city walls of Zhending Prefecture, Jiang Han once again spotted a troop of men. To his surprise, it was the troops of Prince Chong. Among the 5 feudal kings, King Hong was the closest, merely 800 miles away. King Xing was the farthest, a full 3,200 miles away. Prince Chong was next at 1,700 miles, 400 more than King Da, and 300 more than King Zhou. He was the second to arrive. He dismounted from the city tower and rode out to greet them. "Jiang Qianshi, how are the other princes faring?" After some pleasantries, Prince Chong immediately inquired. "King Hung passed through Zhending Prefecture yesterday. You are the second one here," Jiang Han answered candidly. The competition for the throne remained unclear, and Prince Chong's arrival was not without opportunity. He still had to handle his relationship with Prince Chong cautiously. Prince Chong seemed much more relaxed. "You just arrived yesterday." That's good. They traveled 200 miles a day, 3 to 4 times faster than King Heng's party. Crossing through Zhending Prefecture and entering the capital before King Hong was highly probable. "By the way, where is King Xing?" Prince Chong asked. "I don't know, he should still be quite far," Jiang Han replied casually. "Jiang Qianshi, the edict is urgent. I must take my leave. I hope to see you in the grand hall of the capital soon." No, perhaps as Jiang Zaweishi, Prince Chong said meaningfully. He was painting a promising future for Jiang Han. The implication was that as long as his son ascended the throne, he would promote Jiang Han to the position of commander of the Jinyue. Jiang Han understood the hint, and cupped his hands saying, "Then I want see you off, ooh, I wish you a smooth journey." Prince Chong kicked the horse's belly and shouted go. The convoy quickly set off, rolling forward with a speed comparable to that of a courier. The third to arrive at Zhending Prefecture was King Da. He hurriedly exchanged a quick greeting with Jiang Han before continuing on his way. Shortly after King Da left, the fourth convoy arrived. It was King Zhou's carriage. However, unlike the other feudal kings, King Zhou chose to stay at and outside the city. Zhending Prefecture was right in front of him, and the accommodations in the city were much better, yet they opted for the inn. This left Jiang Han feeling somewhat puzzled. Inside the inn, Yen Song pushed open the door and entered, cupping his hands as he said, "King Zhou, the other three kings have passed through Zhending Prefecture, but only King Xing has yet to arrive. I wonder if King Zhou has changed his mind." King Zhou, appearing weary, waved his hand dismissively. "No changes. If I were to curry favor with King Hung, Prince Chong, and King Da now, they wouldn't welcome me either. It would be better to focus on helping King Xing, as that offers more opportunity." He sipped a cup of tea and asked, "Do we have any news of King Xing's whereabouts?" Yen Song shook his head. "None. No one knows King Xing's whereabouts. However, he definitely hasn't passed through Zhending Prefecture." King Zhou became interested. "Then tell me, which route did King Xing take?" Yen Song unfolded a map densely filled with lines. He pointed out a route, saying, "King Xing has 3 routes. The water route is the closest and most straightforward, but also the easiest to expose his movements. King Xing would never choose this route. The second route is the official road, which runs along the official post stations, but is also prone to exposure. Moreover, it is a long journey. Therefore, King Xing must take this third route." He pointed at the map and continued, heading north from Xianyang into Hunan, passing through Kaifeng, and then traveling straight north to Zhending Prefecture. This route is winding, but the shortest, only 2,600 miles. If King Xing travels day and night, covering 300 miles a day, he only needs 7 days to reach Zhending Prefecture. King Zhou's eyes lit up. "Are you suggesting that they will arrive at Zhending Prefecture tomorrow?" "Yes. But how will they manage that? After all, countless hidden sentries along the way have not detected their presence." Yen Song lowered his head in deep thought. "Yes, if they were to ride swiftly, they would definitely alert the post stations and travelers. It's impossible to go unnoticed unless—" Yen Song suddenly shouted, I know. "Know what?" King Zhou was taken aback. "I know how they concealed their movements." Yen Song slapped his thigh. "Brilliant, absolutely brilliant." King Zhou, anxious as a monkey, eagerly wanted to grab Yen Song and extract the information from him. "If you know, just say it." Yen Song quickly apologized. My apologies, I got a bit carried away." King Zhou, King Xing only has one method to enter the capital quickly without attracting attention. "What method?" "Speak quickly." "By riding in a prison carriage," Yen Song said mysteriously. King Zhou was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes gradually brightened. Brilliant, riding in a prison carriage. No one would notice, even at great speed. No one would think that a dignified prince, the emperor's own cousin, would actually enter the capital in a prison carriage. Truly brilliant. He became excited. "Quick, Yin Hanlin, hurry to the post station and check if any prison carriages have passed by." Yen Song quickly waved his hand. "No, my information network comes from Empress Xia and General Jiang, who once I send out any information, they will guess King Xing's whereabouts." "That won't work." "Then what should we do?" King Zhou became anxious. Yen Song, however, remained calm. "Your Highness, there's no need to rush. We should wait here. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. King Xing must be troubled about how to enter Zhending Prefecture. We can help them out doing a favor for King Xing. Once King Xing ascends the throne, he certainly won't let us suffer a loss." King Zhou suddenly realized, "Right, we'll wait here. Tomorrow King Xing is bound to appear. Seeing the heavily guarded Zhending Prefecture, they will surely be worried. At that time, our appearance will be like sending charcoal in the snow. Your Highness, please rest easy. I will arrange trustworthy people to stake out at various intersections. We must find King Xing," Yin Song said. Xin Lu County. Looking at the dense crowd of welcoming officials, King Heng's face turned green. There were simply too many welcoming officials, severely affecting the progress of their convoy. These officials could not be dealt with casually, or they would encounter the nightmares of the past. Just when King Heng was at a loss, a troop suddenly charged forward, quickly driving away the welcoming crowd. The leading general shouted, "By the order of the Empress, no one is allowed to obstruct the king's convoy. Otherwise, they will be apprehended together." The officials panicked. They were faced with the cavalry, and their own officers were clearly no match. A quarter of an hour later, the officials dispersed, leaving chaos in their wake. The general called out to King Heng, "Your Highness, please." King Heng clasped his fists in gratitude. He pressed his feet against the horse's belly and led the convoy forward once more. His heart also felt lighter. With the Empress' decree and General Jiang's protection, he only needed to focus on the journey ahead. The throne was within reach. Outside Zhending Prefecture, a prison cart halted before the post station. Li Tsongquan, his eyes bloodshot, hurried over and said, "We've run into trouble. Jiang Han is guarding the city gate at Zhending." This Commissioner Jiang, a trusted lieutenant of Jiang Bin, is likely targeting us. Zhu Hotsong scrambled to his feet. Then we'll take a detour. No. The latest news says the Prince of Hung has already passed Xinla County, just a few hundred li from the capital. We can't afford the delay. Li Tsongquan gritted his teeth. Going through Jinding is our only choice. Then reveal our identity and pass directly, Zhu Hotsong exclaimed. Li Tsongquan shook his head again. Still not advisable. Commissioner Jiang is likely under orders from Jiang Bin to block us specifically. If we reveal our identity, they'll surely use it as an excuse to delay us. And the capital is Jiang Bin's territory. No, absolutely not. Zhu Hotsong grew anxious. This won't do, that won't do. What are we supposed to do? After all these days of hardship, we can't just collapse 500 li from the capital, can we? Li Tsongquan sighed heavily, unable to think of a good solution. Zhu Hotsong turned to Liu Yongwang. Teacher, do you have any good ideas? Liu Yongwang stroked his chin, pondering. Logically, Zhu Haokong's entry into the capital was already recorded in history and shouldn't be thwarted by such a minor obstacle. But how to break through? He scoured his memory, but found no record of how Zhu Hotsong had resolved this. In fact, in official history, Zhu Hotsong had arrived in the capital smoothly and without incident, entering directly under the arrangements of Yang Tingyi and Empress Dowager Zhang. The dispute only arose over whether to enter through Zhengyang Gate or Donghua Gate. Empress Dowager Zhang and Yang Tingyi insisted that Zhu Hotsong enter through Donghua Gate as the crown prince proceed to Wenhua Hall and inherit the throne in that capacity. But Zhu Hotsong realized that if he entered through Donghua Gate, he would be acknowledging the late emperor as his father, making his biological father, Zhu Yuan, merely an adoptive father. This troubled him. He insisted on entering through Zhengyang Gate. This was the origin of the Great Rites controversy. History records the outcome clearly. Zhu Hotsong won. This was the only obstacle on Zhu Haokong's journey to the capital. How he passed through Jinding remained unknown, even in unofficial histories. After all, unofficial histories are based on hearsay and lack detail. Suddenly, Liu Yongwang thought of one. In unofficial records, this man had given Zhu Hotsong many excellent ideas. The coiled dragon dish, the prison cart, the route changes. All were Yinsong's suggestions. Though these weren't recorded in official history, they were noted in unofficial accounts. But now Yinsong didn't even know Zhu Hotsong. Could the key to passing through Jinding lie with Yinsong? With this thought, he blurted out, "Where is the Prince of Zhou now?" "He's right inside the post station," Li Tsongquan replied, pointing. "Right here." Liu Yongwang understood. He had been tracking Yinsong's movements and knew Yinsong had gone to the Prince of Zhou's residence to accompany him on the journey. This puzzled Li Tsongquan, who couldn't fathom why Liu Yongwang was so concerned with a minor strategist. "Then let's stay here too." Liu Yongwang smiled. "Perhaps there will be a pleasant surprise." Zhu Hotsong looked baffled. What could we gain from staying at a post station? Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. Wait a moment, and you'll understand everything. Liu Yongwang strode inside first, and Zhu Hotsong followed. No sooner had they sat down than a knock came at the door. Zhu Hotsong tensed. "Teacher, who could be knocking on our door?" Liu Yongwang gave a mysterious smile. "Remember that clever little fellow Yin Shifan?" "Yes." "Then it's likely his father." Liu Yongwang gestured to Li Tsongquan with his chin. "Open the door." Puzzled, Li Tsongquan opened it to reveal a lean, middle-aged man with an imposing appearance and a genial smile. Entering, he swept his gaze over the room, finally fixing it on Zhu Hotsong. He gracefully knelt in a full prostration and said respectfully, "Yinsong pays homage to the Prince of Xing." Silence fell over the room, yet it was deafening. Everyone stared at Liu Yongwang in shock. They were utterly awed by Liu Yongwang's prophetic insight. In the eyes of Zhu Hotsong and Li Tsongquan, he now seemed like a divine being. Zhu Hotsong shot Liu Yongwang a pleading look. Liu Yongwang gave a slight nod, signaling he needn't hide anything. Zhu Hotsong finally spoke. "How did you know we were here?" Yinsong replied calmly. "Only a prodigy like the Prince of Xing could conceive of traveling by prison cart." This remark both flattered Zhu Hotsong and hinted at his extensive knowledge, a masterful touch. Liu Yongwang nodded inwardly. This great schemer truly had skill. No wonder he had controlled the court for decades. "So what brings you here?" "To help the Prince of Xing pass through the checkpoint." This statement stunned Li Tsongquan, and Zhu Hotsong once more, for Liu Yongwang had guessed correctly again. Liu Yongwang truly possessed foresight. "How do we get through?" Zhu Hotsong asked urgently. Instead of answering, Yinsong walked to the door and opened it. The Prince of Zhou entered and knelt before the youthful Zhu Hotsong in a grand salute. "Prince of Xing, your subject pays respects." This time, even Liu Yongwang was taken aback. This Prince of Zhou truly had nerve. He was performing a grand salute to Zhu Hotsong, who hadn't even ascended the throne yet. A bold move indeed, considering he was by seniority Zhu Haokong's cousin. Yet he knelt without hesitation. A true talent skilled at reading the situation. "Please rise, Prince of Zhou," Zhu Hotsong said, quickly stepping down to support him. Li Tsongquan brought a chair. Zhu Hotsong spoke. "Between brothers, no need for such formalities. How will you help me pass? Speak quickly, time is short." Yinsong stood up. "We are prepared. Please freshen up, change clothes, and follow us to brave Jinding." The moon rose, but Jiang Han remained motionless. He intended to guard the gate personally, refusing to let the Prince of Xing pass. In the distance a procession approached with lanterns moving hastily. The Prince of Zhou has arrived, the guard Zhao whispered. Zhang Han stared at the distant lights. Wasn't he supposed to stay at the post station? Why is he entering the city now in the dark? Guard Zhao replied, probably to mislead other princes. Traveling under cover of night. Zhang Han took a deep breath. Let's go down and have a look. Yes. Guard Zhao followed Zhang Han down the city wall. In the middle of the convoy, Zhu Hotsong sat in a carriage dressed in new clothes. Outside, the Prince of Zhou personally guarded the door. Yin Song walked alongside, continuing to explain his plan. Prince of Xing, remain still. When Zhang Han inspects, don't rise. We've dressed you in small clothes to make you look less like a youth. Leave everything to the Prince of Zhou. Zhu Hots. Beside him, Liu Yongwang watched his curiosity, finally satisfied. Yin Song's idea was simple yet brilliant. Thus the Prince of Xing could pass through Jinding legitimately while remaining unnoticed. It was undeniably an ingenious plan. Suddenly Liu Yongwang's heart jolted. He had spotted a major flaw. Thus the Prince of Xing could pass through Jinding legitimately while remaining unnoticed. It was undeniably an ingenious plan. Suddenly Liu Yongwang's heart jolted. He had spotted a major flaw. A flaw that could easily expose them. He had to find a way to plug it, or all their efforts would be in vain. It was the seal. Clearance required a seal. In previous checkpoints they had relied on Li Songquan to deceive the station masters into stamping it. The stations they passed along the way were all small ones, and with them traveling in a prison cart, it was easy to get the seal through deception. But Jinding Prefecture was different. Zhang Han personally held control there. If Zhang Han spotted any flaw, trouble would ensue. He would surely find ways to delay Prince Xing's journey. He quickly tugged at Yin Song. How do you plan to handle the sealing process? Yin Song was startled, his face instantly changing color. Liu Yongwang realized clearly that this fellow had overlooked this step. Well, let Prince Zhou shield it a bit. Yin Song stammered, growing less confident with each word. Given Zhang Han's temperament, he would certainly not stamp the seal carelessly. They had to find a solution quickly. Prince Zhou could not possibly shield it. Amidst the crowd opposite, he suddenly spotted a familiar face, Zhao Kong, the Imperial Guard. He had learned from Das Wang that Zhao Kong was the liaison between himself and Das Wang. A scheme formed in his mind. Yin Song, tell Prince Zhou not to rush, stall for time, and only present the seal for stamping when Zhang Han is about to leave. Also immediately notify the station personnel to charge through the checkpoint in the prison cart. Yin Song understood, quietly approached Prince Zhou, whispered a few words, then turned his horse and galloped toward the station. Meanwhile the convoy halted. Prince Zhou rode forward and began exchanging pleasantries with Zhang Han, showing no sign of urgency. Liu Yongwang also rode his horse, stealthily drawing near Zhang Han's cavalry, his eyes fixed on Zhao Kong. Zhao Kong saw Liu Yongwang, and his pupils dilated violently. As an outsider, he was not privy to Prince Xing's itinerary. Suddenly spotting Liu Yongwang, he understood that Prince Xing must be within Prince Zhou's convoy. Liu Yongwang pursed his lips. Zhao Kong took the hint, slowly slipped out of the crowd, and casually leaned in next to Liu Yongwang. Guard Zhao, there's no time for pleasantries. Listen carefully, soon you will take the tally to Zhang Han for stamping. Remember, cover the key parts. Bear this in mind, absolutely. Having said this, Liu Yongwang sauntered away. No one noticed that Liu Yongwang and Zhao Kong had exchanged critically important information. At the heart of the procession, Prince Zhou continued his small talk. Assistant Commissioner Jiang Yu are truly a man of distinguished appearance. A great fortune for the court. Zhang Han was baffled. He couldn't understand why Prince Zhou showed no hurry at all. He neither urged for the procedures to be completed nor did anything but drag him into awkward conversation. Several times when Zhang Han tried to prompt Prince Zhou to proceed, the prince diverted the topic. He wanted to interrupt Prince Zhou's endless chatter, but the prince was flattering him and held the noble status of a vassal king. As a mere low-ranking commander of the embroidered uniform guard, he had no right to interrupt the prince's speech. He could only force a smile and wait. Prince Zhou was also in agony. He was not naturally skilled at flattery. Given his status as a vassal king, it was others who flattered him, not the other way around. The phrase, a man of distinguished appearance, a great fortune for the court, had been repeated 7 or 8 times. He was so embarrassed he could dig a hole with his toes, yet he had to steel himself and keep talking. After all, the task was not yet complete. Just then Zhao Kong rode up and said, Assistant Commissioner Jiang, there is a prison cart requesting passage. Zhang Han waved his hand. Go and check it. Suddenly a flash of lightning struck his mind. He shuddered. A prison cart. In an instant, all his doubts were resolved. Whether it was Jiang bin Empress Xia or Minister Xia, they were all puzzled about where Prince Xing actually was, and what method he had used to enter the capital. The only guess was that Prince Xing must have traveled day and night, riding at full speed to reach the capital as quickly as possible. Logically, Prince Xing, who had to pass through checkpoints, would have revealed his whereabouts. Yet to this point no station had reported his movements. This was very strange. But upon hearing the words prison cart, everything fell into place. Only by traveling in a prison cart could one pass through so smoothly. This was very strange. But upon hearing the words prison cart, everything fell into place. Only by traveling in a prison cart could one pass through so smoothly. The prince's arrogance gradually resurfaced. Jiang Han, however, did not notice and said hastily, "Your Highness, please present the tally." Prince Zhou turned his head, and Liu Yongwang stepped forward holding the tally. But his eyes signaled to Zhao Kong. Just as Jiang Han reached out to take it, Zhao Kong snatched the tally, first naturally covering the key information with his hand, and presented the area for stamping to Jiang Han. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Han would have carefully examined it before stamping. But now he was extremely anxious, eager to verify the identity of the prison cart. Moreover, Zhao Kong was his subordinate, one he trusted implicitly. Without a second thought, he picked up the seal and stamped it. As the seal fell, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, including Liu Yongwang, and even more so Yin Song, who had just arrived. His gaze toward Liu Yongwang was filled with admiration and respect. Jiang Han put away the seal, raised his clasped hands toward Prince Zhou. "Your Highness, official duties call. I cannot stay to chat. Farewell." Zhao Kong quickly handed the tally back to Liu Yongwang, who discreetly tucked it away. Prince Zhou waved his hand with great dignity. Go on, go on." This caught Jiang Han completely off guard. He couldn't understand why Prince Zhou, who had been so eager to please him moments ago, had suddenly resumed his lofty demeanor. However, he had no time to ponder. He needed to verify the identity of the prison cart. Zhao Kong and the others followed Jiang Han as he left, but before departing, Zhao Kong cast a few more glances at Liu Yongwang. He realized that the world was truly inexplicable. How had a mediocre imperial physician who seemed content to coast through life suddenly become so capable? Not only had he escaped Zhao Kong's pursuit, but he had also attached himself to the vassal King Zhu Hotsong, and now he was embroiled in the great struggle for the throne. Truly, one cannot judge a person by appearance. The convoy passed through Jinding Prefecture, and Zhu Hotsong immediately alighted from the carriage and mounted a swift horse. The five of them bid farewell to Prince Zhou and quickly galloped off, racing toward the capital. They were now only 300 li from Prince Hung, and a mere 500 li from the capital. Traveling day and night, they could reach it in 2 days. As long as no one obstructed them, they could enter the capital ahead of Prince Hung, who could only cover less than 100 li each day. Time was quietly tipping in Zhu Haokong's favor. Outside the city, Jiang Han carefully inspected the prison cart and examined the escort documents, his mind full of doubts. Inside the cart was a youth about 14 or 15 years old. He bore a strong resemblance to Prince Xing Zhu Hotsong. However, the escort documents clearly stated a different name, not Zhu Hotsong. There was also an old man in the cart, a father and son being escorted to the capital. It did not seem to be the person he had suspected. Stay here at the post station and await news. Only after the Prince of Xing has passed Jinding Prefecture may you proceed through the checkpoint. Jiang Chun tossed the escort documents back to the man and turned to leave. The appearance of this prison cart was far too coincidental. A wave of unease washed over him. Zhao Kong addressed the soldiers escorting the cart, return to the post station and await further instructions. The appearance of this prison cart was far too coincidental. A wave of unease washed over him. Zhao Kong addressed the soldiers escorting the cart, return to the post station and await further instructions. He alone understood that these men were either loyal to the Prince of Zhou or the Prince of Xing, and he must treat them with care. Offending them was not an option. He firmly believed that given Liu Yongwang's cunning, Yang Ting's influence, and Empress Dowager Zhang's status, the only one who could ascend the throne was Zhu Hotsong. And the Prince of Zhou, for his service in protecting the emperor, would receive his due rewards. He must cultivate a good relationship with him. As the prison cart turned away, Zhao Kong allowed himself a smile. Though the Prince of Hung had departed early, his progress was slow. The Prince of Xing, having only just passed, traveled with far greater speed. The Prince of Xing would surely triumph. On the official road, 5 swift horses galloped like lightning, bathed in the sunlight. The weather was splendid, the sun warm upon their backs, invigorating their spirits. A gentle spring breeze swept through, carrying away their fatigue. Only one man remained disgruntled, Liu Yongwang. His horsemanship was poor, and he was the oldest among them. Though he had not exhausted his energy on women in recent days, he was spent nonetheless. He could no longer keep up. Li Songquan handle the rest. I need to rest, Liu Yongwang bellowed. Li Songquan glanced back at Liu Yongwang, seeing that he was truly spent. Besides, the final leg of the journey was almost entirely a foregone conclusion. Liu Yongwang's role was no longer critical. It was indeed time for Liu Yongwang to rest. He raised a hand in a brief wave. Zhu Hotsong turned to look at Liu Yongwang and shouted, "Teacher, take your rest. There's a rendezvous point ahead. I'll leave 2 men for you." Liu Yongwang relaxed. Riding 300 li in a day and a night was beyond him. His backside felt as though it had been split apart by the jolting. Dismounting, Liu Yongwang found a roadside tea stall to quench his thirst. The area was bustling with travelers, offering him a chance to gather information. After downing a cup of cold tea, Liu Yongwang caught an unwelcome piece of news. The Prince of Hung had increased his speed. He was now covering over 100 li a day, traveling day and night. By this calculation, the Prince of Hung was less than 200 li from the capital. He might very well arrive before the Prince of Xing. Liu Yongwang shook his head. Yang Tingy, damn it, make your move. The Prince of Hung's sudden acceleration meant only one thing: Yang Ting's schemes had failed. If Yang Tingy didn't act soon, all would be lost. Yet Liu Yongwang was not overly anxious. History should not deviate. Yang Tingyi would not go down without a fight. In the annals of history, Yang Tingyi and Empress Dowager Zhang had plotted the assassination of Jiang Bin. In reality, this step should also occur. At the palace, Yang Tingyi hurried into the Xinang Palace, foregoing formalities. The latest news: the Prince of Hung has reached Baoding Prefecture and will arrive at Liangxiang by tomorrow. The Prince of Xing has just passed Jinding Prefecture and won't arrive at Liangxiang until tomorrow night. We must act, or it will be too late. Empress Dowager Zhang's face darkened. Before entering the capital, all princes must assemble their retinues, tidy their appearance, and receive entry instructions at Liangxiang. They might even receive the Edict of Succession. This could be the final stop in the final battle. Yet she still dared not make the decision to have Jiang Bin killed. If she failed, she would not only lose her position as Empress Dowager, but also face a purge that would annihilate her entire clan. Why is the Prince of Xing so slow? Empress Dowager Zhang fretted. Within the cunning palace, however, the atmosphere was entirely different. Jiang Bin could barely contain his joy. According to the latest intelligence, the Prince of Hung has reached Baoding Prefecture. After a brief rest, he will continue his journey, traveling day and night. He should arrive at Liangxiang tomorrow evening to receive the abdication edict. Empress Xia was overjoyed. Excellent. Very good. Perfect. Vice Minister Xia was practically dancing with glee. Jiang Bin quickly curbed the siblings' excitement. Empress, there remains one final step. We must have the Grand Empress Dowager acknowledge Zhu Hochong as her own grandson. Then we will take the succession edict to Liangxiang to greet him and complete the process. Empress Xia composed herself and stood. I will go see the Grand Empress Dowager immediately and have her force Empress Dowager Zhang to issue the edict acknowledging Zhu Hochong. I will await your orders here, Jiang Bin said, his excitement mounting. We must confirm this matter with the utmost speed. At the Xinang Palace, Yang Tingyi was growing increasingly anxious. Empress Dowager Zhang remained hesitant. How much longer could she delay? It would soon be too late. Empress Dowager, you must make a decision, Yang Tingyi urged. Before Empress Dowager Zhang could respond, a eunuch's voice rang from outside the hall. By order of the Grand Empress Dowager Zhang is to appear before Her Majesty immediately to discuss the matter of adopting the Prince of Hung's heir Zhu Hochong. Empress Dowager Zhang was startled. She rose to her feet. Was it not agreed that the first prince to enter the capital would gain the right of succession? The Prince of Hung has not yet arrived. The realm cannot be without a sovereign for a single day. News from the front indicates that the Prince of Hung will arrive at Liangxiang tomorrow, where he will receive the succession edict and ascend the throne. The eunuch continued, the Grand Empress Dowager has decreed that before the edict can be received, his identity must be confirmed. The adoption must be formalized today. Empress Dowager Zhang looked to Yang Tingyi, her eyes pleading for help. Yang Ting's face was grim. He knew that some matters could no longer be left to a woman. A decisive move was necessary. He stepped forward, his voice low. Empress Dowager, for the discussion of the adoption, it would be fitting to have the Earl of Pinglu present. Empress Dowager Zhang understood. Yang Tingyi was about to strike. With matters having come this far, she had no other. She turned to the chief eunuch. Convey my orders, summon the Earl of Pinglu Jiang Bin to the palace to deliberate on the selection of the emperor. Having spoken these words, she nearly collapsed. She did not know if she was stabilizing the great Ming Empire or tearing it asunder. She had wagered her entire fortune. At the tea house, Liu Yongwang heard another shocking piece of news. The Prince of Chong had arrived here only an hour after the Prince of Hung. By this reckoning, the Prince of Chong seemed poised to enter the capital even faster than the Prince of Hung. The Prince of Chong apparently had no intention of playing a supporting role. The Prince of Xing had gained another formidable rival. The situation had grown even more complex. Liu Yongwang immediately rose, his weary body protesting, and made his way to the next post station. He had to pass this information to Yang Tingyi. He needed to warn him not to focus solely on the Prince of Hung, but also to keep an eye on the Prince of Chong. The struggle for the throne had become unprecedentedly fierce. Night fell and silence reigned all around. Whether villagers, townsfolk, or constables, all had succumbed to slumber. Only the distant sound of the night watchman's clapper reminded one that it was deep into the night. If you're awake, don't make a fuss. Close your eyes and go back to sleep. Amidst this tranquility, the thunderous pounding of hooves jolted the nearby villagers and townsfolk from their rest. Some even lit oil lamps, hoping to see what was happening outside. Yet the hoofbeats soon faded and silence enveloped the surroundings once more. One by one the lit lamps were extinguished, plunging the world back into darkness. Only the night breeze knew that someone had been traveling through the blackness all along. Among this group was Prince Chong. He led over a dozen elite soldiers and dozens of fine steeds galloping at full speed. They changed horses without changing riders, pressing on day and night. The young heir, still a child, had fallen asleep, but was tied to a guard's chest and carried along in the frantic ride. The prince had already discerned the situations of the others. Prince Hung was the fastest, taking a brief rest at a courier station dozens of li ahead. At dawn they would spur their horses onward, racing straight to Liangxiang to receive the Edict of Succession. To reach Liangxiang before Prince Hung, they had to ride, without pause, leaving him no chance. As for the mysterious Prince Xing, his whereabouts had finally been revealed. At the last courier station his men had sent a secret report. By some unknown means, Prince Xing had successfully passed through Jinding and was now pressing toward Liangxiang. Still, he was at least 100 li behind them. Though Prince Chong admired Prince Xing's resourcefulness, he knew that if he could just ride straight to Liangxiang, the throne would belong to his son. Faster. We must overtake Prince Hung before daybreak, Prince Chong shouted. When we do, every escort guard will be at least an Imperial bodyguard. Put your backs into it. Prince Chong himself was weary, but the thought of the throne set his blood ablaze, filling him with renewed strength. At a certain courier station, the sky was still pitch black, and all was quiet. But a commanding shout shattered the night's stillness. Everyone, you have half an incense sticks time. Prepare to depart. Lamps flickered to life one after another as the drowsy guards scrambled to prepare provisions. Food and drink had to be replenished. Washing faces and brushing teeth were out of the question. Even the fastidious Prince Hung and his heir Zhu Hoxiao rose with tired, grimy faces. Zhu Hoxiao rode in a light carriage. Uncomfortable, but its sole merit was speed. Prince Hung, however, chose to ride a horse. At high speeds, a carriage was more jarring than a horse. It was far more invigorating to ride. Besides, as a prince, he had not been idle. He had never neglected horse riding and hunting. Yet traveling day and night was indeed taxing. Your Highness, all is ready, the guard captain reported, running over. Depart. Prince Hung waved his hand, urging the procession onward. Though it was still the dead of night, it could not hinder his journey. Soon the bustling courier station fell silent. 100 li away, Prince Xing and his party were also galloping at breakneck speed. Throughout their journey, they had changed horses without changing riders, racing without rest day or night. Victory was within sight. If they could surpass Prince Hung, the throne was secure. Their group was small, only 4 people. They carried scant food aside from Zhu Hotzong. The others all rode on empty stomachs. But that was of no consequence. Once this night was over, they could feast on wine and meat to their heart's content. The struggle for the throne had reached a fever pitch. Not far behind, Prince Da had already conceded. The moment he saw Zhu Hotzong overtake him, he knew his chance was. Prince Da made a swift decision, sending his finest horses to Prince Xing. This was a gesture to curry favor, lest Prince Xing, once emperor, settle old scores. Further back, Prince Zhou traveled at a leisurely pace, as if on an outing. Having let go of ambition, he was utterly at ease. But within the palace, tensions were razor-sharp. In the cunning palace, Jiang Bin read the letter several times, then handed it to Empress Xia. It seems the Grand Empress Dowager's pressure has worked. Empress Dowager Zhang has summoned me to the Xinang Palace to discuss the succession. Vice Minister Xia leaned in for a look. Could there be a trick? Why weren't you summoned to the Grand Empress Dowager's chamber? Empress Xia said impatiently, Brother, the Grand Empress Dowager is advanced in years. She couldn't possibly participate in discussions at this hour. Naturally, they will present a conclusion for her approval. She handed the letter to Jiang Bin, but logically, as the Empress, I should also be part of the deliberation. Excluding me seems suspicious. Jiang Bin nodded, I think so too. Vice Minister Xia began to understand, perhaps the imperial edict hasn't arrived yet. In the Xinang Palace, Yang Tingyi said, Empress Dowager, it's nearly time. You should summon the Empress. Empress Dowager Zhang hesitated, is she truly necessary? Absolutely. Otherwise Jiang Bin won't come, Yang Tingyi said calmly. Only if Empress Xia also attends will Jiang Bin feel safe enough to come. Have you made the arrangements? We cannot let this place be stained with too much blood. Yang Tingyi sighed, inwardly, women in the game of power always seem lacking in ruthlessness. Have you made the arrangements? We cannot let this place be stained with too much blood. Yang Tingyi sighed, inwardly, women in the game of power always seem lacking in ruthlessness. The rare women who had achieved great things, Wu Zetian Empress Dowager, Xiao Empress Liu, were all without exception ruthless and decisive. Empress Dowager, rest assured. Everything is arranged. Not a single trace will be left, Yang Tingyi said. Empress Dowager Zhang finally made up her mind, deliver my oral edict. The night was cold as water. Where the moonlight did not reach, the darkness was as deep as ink. All of this hinted at unease and turmoil. A eunuch by his side held a lantern to light Jiang Bin's way. On the distant horizon, a faint, barely perceptible sliver of white appeared. It heralded the approaching dawn. Has the Empress arrived? Jiang Bin deliberately waited a quarter of an hour after the Empress had left before setting out. This made him feel safer. She has arrived, General. Everyone is waiting for you. The lantern-bearing eunuch said cautiously. In the darkness, the lantern's glow was especially conspicuous. Jiang Bin arrived at the Xinang Palace gate, knelt, and announced loudly, Your servant Jiang Bin pays respects to the Empress Dowager. From within the room came Empress Dowager Zhang's voice, enter. For some reason Jiang Bin felt her voice was not calm, but carried a hint of agitation. Still, he suspected nothing. Instead, he found it quite normal. After all, it was Prince Heng's heir who was to be adopted, not Empress Dowager Zhang's disappointment was inevitable. Jiang Bin slowly stepped into the Xinang Palace. He deliberately observed the palace maids standing on either side. They showed no signs of panic. This indicated there was no ambush here. As his foot crossed the threshold, he saw Empress Xia, wearing a smug expression, smiling at him. This meant it was safe. At least Empress Xia felt it was safe. He did not know, however, that the maids were ignorant of the plot. Even Empress Xia was kept in the dark. The real assassins were now concealed in the darkness outside. Only Empress Dowager Zhang and Yang Tingi knew. Everything was set waiting for him to let down his guard. As if a gust of wind had blown out the candle, the entire Sinaying palace was plunged into darkness. Jiang Bin felt a flicker of confusion. Why was there only a single candle in the entire palace? Moreover, there was no breeze around. How had the candle been extinguished? In the darkness, Empress Dowager Zhang's tense voice rang out. How did the candle go out? Light it at once. Jiang Bin still harbored little suspicion. But when the candlelight flared again, his pupils abruptly contracted. For the Sinaying palace now held several burly men. He tried to cry out, but a hand clamped over his mouth, forcing him to the ground. Others seized his arms and legs, pinning him down firmly. Empress Xia was stunned as she opened her mouth to call out, but two robust palace maids stifled her cries. Yang Tingi breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Yet he tensed again, for the four men could not smother Jiang Bin to death. Jiang Bin, after all, was a military officer by origin. In his desperate struggle, it was difficult to cover his mouth and nose. Yang Tingi gritted his teeth, used the blade. Though he had promised Empress Dowager Zhang that no blood would be spilled here. Now he could not afford to care. Killing Jiang Bin was the only imperative. Minutes later, Yang Tingi issued the order: dispatch the troops of the military command to Zhuozhou, at once set up a feast there, intercept the other feudal princes, and allow only Prince Xing to pass through. Ensure that Prince Xing is the first to arrive at Liangxiang to receive the Edict of Succession. In his eyes, Prince Xing's efforts were insignificant. It was the maneuvering in the court that held decisive sway. This was precisely why he had never been flustered. Prince Xing's endeavors were nothing more than a performance, a play to pacify the clamor of the world. At the same time, it served to inform Prince Xing that the court was not a place where he could do as he pleased. Everything depended on Yang Ting's favor. Yang Tingi was the true master of the court, the uncrowned king. Much in the world is like this, especially in those contests that can be manipulated behind the scenes. Competition is but an illusion. A backstage maneuvering is the true arbiter of victory. Whether in sports, singing competitions, talk shows, or talent shows, it is ever thus. As for effort, that is merely for the eyes of outsiders. It merely prevents the cheating from appearing too blatant. But the people racing through the night knew nothing of this. They still strove valiantly for the throne. When the sun shone directly overhead, Prince Heng's entourage finally reached Zhuozhou. They were now only a few dozen li from Liangxiang. A smile crept onto Prince Heng's face, but he quickly suppressed it. For he saw the dense throng before the gates of Zhuozhou. Halt the procession. They'll go see what's happening. Prince Heng urged his horse forward from the column and rode. He was met by the officials of Zhuozhou along with some courtiers who had arrived early, all wearing obsequious smiles as they welcomed Prince Heng. Prince Heng grew anxious. He could not afford to be delayed here. He wished the embroidered uniform guard under Jiang Bin would appear again to disperse the crowd, allowing them to pass through Zhuozhou and proceed to Liangxiang. He could not stumble at these final few dozen li. But alas, the embroidered uniform guard was nowhere to be seen. He wheeled his horse, intending to bypass Zhuozhou and take another route. And their saviors, the embroidered uniform guard, had vanished. Prince Chong, upon hearing that Prince Heng was trapped, was overjoyed. He made an immediate decision: bypass Zhuozhou and take a small path straight, and their saviors, the embroidered uniform guard, had vanished. Prince Chong, upon hearing that Prince Heng was trapped, was overjoyed. He made an immediate decision: bypass Zhuozhou and take a small path straight to Liangxiang. Throughout the journey, his nerves were taut, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Fortunately, there were no obstacles. In the distance, Liangxiang came into view. His spirits soared. He knew full well that the throne would belong to his son. Giddy up. He cracked his whip in exhilaration, urging the procession to greater speed. Everyone understood this was the final sprint, and their hearts raced with excitement. Whoever arrived first would claim the crown. Such was the agreement between the Grand Empress Dowager and Empress Dowager Zhang. Though not committed to riding, the consensus had been reached. The procession sped across the fields, heading straight for Li. Prince Xing finally arrived. Seeing Prince Heng's entourage besieged from afar, his heart tightened. What should we do? Should we avoid Zhuozhou? Li Tsongquan, however, said calmly, no need. These are Chancellor Yang's men. Prince Xing's spirits lifted. Prince Heng was his greatest rival. Now that Prince Heng was trapped, he would be the ultimate victor. The four of them galloped through the gates of Zhuozhou without any hindrance. Liangxiang was only a few dozen li away. Victory was within reach. At Liangxiang, Prince Chong finally arrived. He reined in his horse before the post station and leaped from the saddle. Because of the blood pooling in his legs, numbness shot through him as he landed, nearly causing him to stumble. But he paid it no heed, shouting toward the station, "Where is the ritual official?" His men cried out, "Prince Chong has arrived. Welcome, His Highness." Joy was written on every face, the joy of triumph. After today, Prince Chong would be the regent king, his heir the emperor, and they, at the very least, would become imperial guards. Perhaps they might even secure a general's post. Li Mingyang, who had been nearly jolted to death by the carriage, now revived. He alighted unsteadily and shouted toward the station, "Why do you not come to greet His Highness? Are you courting punishment?" But the only response was silence. The station was not empty. On the contrary, there were quite a few people. Some were preparing ceremonial regalia, others packing luggage, some were boiling water and cooking, others sweeping the courtyard. But no one paid them any heed. It was as if they were outsiders. Li Mingyang grew frantic. Stumbling inside, he grabbed a man and said, "How dare you? The prince has arrived. Why do you not greet him?" The man cast a contemptuous glance at Li Mingyang. "Which prince?" "Prince Zhong," Li Mingyang exclaimed. "Prince Zhong is the first to arrive." "Oh, then go into the station and rest," the man said calmly. "What? Shouldn't there be an edict?" Li Mingyang grew even more agitated. "There is." "Then read it." "Oh, no rush. Wait a while," the man drawled. Li Mingyang was nearly frantic. "Isn't the edict for the prince? Why must we wait? The edict is for a prince, but it's for Prince Xing, not Prince Zhong." A knowing mocking smile crept across the man's face. Li Mingyang understood in an instant Yang Tingyi had exerted his influence rigging the game. "This is unfair. I demand to see the Grand Empress Dowager." "Ah, by all means. 50 li north from here lies the Imperial Palace. Farewell, and don't let the door hit you on the way out." Chen Wang stared in utter disbelief, 1,000 stampeding thoughts racing through his mind. He could see that Yang Tingyi was up to something. He refused to accept it. He wanted to resist. He wanted to. Wait, where was Jiang Bin? Empress Xia, the Grand Empress Dowager. Logically, these few who could challenge Yang Tingyi should also be unwilling and would surely fight back. They would never allow Yang Tingyi to act recklessly. But no. At Liangxiang Post Station, there was no one except Yang Ting's people. This was the most crucial Liangxiang Post Station. It was also the finish line of the struggle for the throne. Yet here there were no forces from anyone else. Chen Wang, a seasoned player himself, suddenly calmed down. He realized that Yang Tingyi had control of the court and Empress Dowager Zhang had control of the inner palace, which was why it was so quiet here. If he still failed to read the situation, he would be truly foolish. As it stood, his position was the most awkward. After all, although Prince Heng had the most momentum, he was stopped at Zhuozhou at the last moment and could still find an excuse. But he himself had already arrived at Liangxiang, becoming the foremost contender for the throne. He had also become a thorn in the side of Yang Tingyi and Empress Dowager Zhang. He had to think of a way to respond. "Your Highness, what should we do?" Li Mingyang asked with a dejected face. Chen Wang did not answer but waved his hand. "Let's go. This is a post station." "Where to?" Li Mingyang pressed. "To a safe place." The spring breeze intoxicated one's senses. Zhu Houzong was now somewhat intoxicated. No, not intoxicated. He was exhausted. He was utterly worn out. But he had to persevere. Liangxiang was just ahead. Arriving at Liangxiang would end this ultimate trial. He could not fall at the final moment. Suddenly Li Tsongquan at the very front exclaimed, "There are people ahead." Zhu Houzong straightened up on his horse and strained to look ahead. He saw a group of people kneeling by the roadside. They looked strange, seemingly very weary, slumped and disheveled. Moreover, they were not many in number. They did not look like local officials coming to welcome him. "Don't stop, keep going, Li Tsong." Zhu Houzong sat back down and continued on. As they passed the crowd, a voice suddenly rang out. Zhu Hoxian and his son humbly welcomed the Prince of Xing. Zhu Houzong recognized them as Chen Wang and his entourage. He was slightly startled. "Old Li, what's going on?" This was the second prince to treat him with the courtesy of a junior. And it was Chen Wang the most calculating of them all. He was clearly ahead of all other princes, yet he had stopped before the finish line. Everything about this was strange. Li Tsongquan, however, was very calm. He merely said casually, "Prince of Xing, your succession to the throne should now face no obstacles." The intelligent Zhu Houzong immediately understood Yang Tingyi and Empress Dowager Zhang had taken control of everything. His entry into the capital to take the throne would proceed without further incident. The spring breeze blew in gusts, stirring hearts. Liu Yongwang sat in his carriage, poking his head out to look ahead. He was still a few miles from Liangxiang, and his journey was also about to end. Although he was 3 days later than the Prince of Xing, it no longer mattered. Zhu Houzong had won this contest among the princes, and that was what truly mattered. In the sunlight and the spring breeze, a girl stood gracefully. When the wind brushed her youthful, yet composed face, it seemed to soften. The smile on her face could melt the harshest ice and snow. The tenderness in her eyes could warm the coldest of hearts. She bore the same face as Xiao Shuang, but Liu Yongwang recognized her at once. She was not Xiao Shuang, but De Shuang. The carriage stopped, and Liu Yongwang got down. "Good morning, Director De Shuang." De Shuang's knees went weak as she slowly knelt. "Master above, please accept your disciple's bow." Liu Yongwang quickly supported her. In his understanding, the only situation requiring such a bow was when someone was burning paper money for the dead. He could not accept the northern custom of kowtowing to elders during the new year. "Get in the carriage. Let's talk," Liu Yongwang said, turning and boarding, not giving De Shuang a chance to kneel. De Shuang followed and sat opposite Liu Yongwang, her eyes darting around as she looked at him, clearly full of curiosity. "How is the Prince of Xing?" Liu Yongwang asked. He had received no news of the prince. The prince's sentinels along the way had also been withdrawn. However, Liu Yongwang knew that Zhu Houzong must have won. History might have minor deviations, but it would not change course. The Prince of Xing succeeding to the throne was the most likely outcome. As for those who were to receive him, they had probably all been summoned to Liangxiang to prepare for Zhu Haokong's entry into the capital and ascension. He slept for 2 days and 2 nights. I had Judge Meng take his pulse. There's no problem, just extreme fatigue. De Shuang's eyes fixed on Liu Yongwang. "Master, what about you?" Liu Yongwang extended his hand. "Can you take a pulse? If so, take a look at mine." Shuang reached out, but only parted Liu Yongwang's eyelids to look. The bloodshot is gone, your complexion is ruddy. Master is clearly very healthy. Feeling Shuang's gentle, warm, and docile hand, his heart stirred. Accustomed to daily pleasures, having been without female company for half a month made him sensitive, especially with such a familiar face. But reason told him this was Shuang, not Xiao Shuang. He must not treat her lightly. How did he win? Liu Yongwang changed the subject. Did he arrive first? No, Chen Wang arrived first. Shuang didn't say much, but Liu Yongwang understood. Grand Secretary Yang has control of the situation. Yes. Is Jiang Bin dead? Shuang was startled. How did you know? The news of Jiang Bin's death had long been sealed. Only a few insiders knew. Liu Yongwang didn't even know the Prince of Xing had won, so it was impossible for anyone to have leaked information to him. I can calculate by divination. Liu Yongwang naturally would not tell Shuang that he was a time traveler who happened to know this part of history concerning Zhu Houzong. Jiang Bin's death at the hands of Yang Tingyi was initially kept very secret, but it would eventually be announced to the world. Jiang Bin would also be charged with a host of crimes. That was politics. Since you can calculate, can you tell me if the Prince of Xing will be a good emperor? Shuang asked seriously. Clearly the young girl was still naive. She genuinely wanted to know if she had helped a good emperor. This plunged Liu Yongwang into deep thought. Whether Zhu Houzong was a good emperor, did that question even need answering? He didn't hold court for 30 years, allowed the treacherous minister Yen Song to control the government, and suppressed his ministers. He revered alchemy, brought calamity to the harem, and nearly provoked a dozen palace maids to strangle him. He was also long-lived and occupied the throne for an extended period, making him a key driver of the Ming Dynasty's decline from prosperity. Such a man could hardly be a good emperor. It seems not, Shuang said, perceptive enough to read the result from Liu Yongwang's hesitant expression. Liu Yongwang coughed. Indeed, he is not. Shuang was puzzled. Master, since you can calculate and knew he wasn't a good emperor long ago, why did you put so much effort into helping him win the throne? Liu Yongwang was stunned. Yes, knowing that Zhu Houzong was unworthy, why had he helped him? He stammered a few words. Perhaps it is to go along with history. He thought of history's corrective function. Zhu Houzhao clearly had no sons, yet, because of his own time travel, he now had a prince. He had altered history, but the prince, by some inscrutable design, had become an imbecile. The corrective function of history was exceedingly powerful. Why not try to change history? Even if you cannot fully correct it, at least you can leave a mark, can't you? Wang murmured. Though I am young, I have heard of the flourishing beginnings of a dynasty and witnessed the debauched and wanton acts of the late emperor. Wang was very bold and had immense trust in Liu Yongwang. She dared to say anything. The Emperor Zhu Houzhao was indeed utterly dissolute. He appointed the Grand Eunuch Liu Jin to wreak havoc on the court, constructed the Leopard House, broke free from imperial oversight, and acted with reckless abandon. In the end, he favored Jiang Bin, stirring chaos across the realm. His reign was short yet tumultuous enough. He single-handedly ruined a magnificent empire, leaving it riddled with wounds. Had it not been for Yang Ting's Herculean efforts to turn the tide, the Ming Dynasty might have collapsed long ago. These words plunged Liu Yongwang into deep thought. Yes, although history has a corrective function, should he himself help history correct its deviations? Was someone like Zhu Houzong worth correcting? As a time traveler, shouldn't his purpose be to change history? Even if it meant leaving only a few years mark on history like Wang Mang, it would at least prove that he once existed. Otherwise, what meaning would his time travel hold? Moreover, Wang Mang's emergence had revitalized the declining Han Dynasty, allowing it to flourish for several more centuries. Wasn't that a great achievement in itself? Master, have I said too much? Wang asked somewhat nervously. No, you have spoken very wisely. A seed was planted in Liu Yongwang's heart. His time travel should not make him a useless man who merely conforms to history, but one who changes it. At the very least, to make the lives of the common people a little better. And to make his own life better too. Liu Yongwang looked up, fixing his gaze on Shuang, his eyes burning so intensely that she couldn't help but lower her head, a faint blush rising to her cheeks. You are very different from Xiaoshuang. How is Xiaoshuang? Shuang's eyes lit up. Whether she is well or not you will know when you come back with me. Wang was startled. You want to go back? Yes, Liu Yongwang replied, knowing full well that if he wanted to accomplish anything, he could not remain in the capital. The rules here were too numerous and the forces too complex. To leave a legacy, he needed to get far away from this place. Returning to Anlu Prefecture was the best choice. I'll take you back with me, Liu Yongwang said, staring at Wang. Unless you'd rather stay here by the emperor's side and continue as the court physician. No, I want to go with you, Wang said eagerly. But then she realized her words might have sounded improper and quickly lowered her head. She had grown weary of the intrigues of the harem. Most importantly, she felt that by staying by Liu Yongwang's side, she could learn more and have greater room for growth. Only then could she achieve something meaningful. All right, I'll take you with me. You want to leave? Where are you going? Zhu Houzong asked, his face full of shock. To Zhongxiang, Liu Yongwang blurted out. Where is Zhongxiang? Liu Yongwang realized he had been careless, inadvertently revealing the name Zhongxiang ahead of its time. It's Anlu Prefecture. Zhu Houzong stroked his chin. Zhongxiang. A place where auspicious signs gather, a land of outstanding people. What a fine name. Once I am formally enthroned, I shall rename Anlu Prefecture to Zhongxiang. Liu Yongwang was dumbfounded. So it turned out that the name Zhongxiang was his own creation. Then from whom had he heard it? Another historical paradox. You are a man of great merit. How could your majesty bear to let you go? Zhu Hozong was though he was now the emperor and had won the right to enter the capital through the Zhenyang Gate, and had even refused to acknowledge Empress Dowager Zhang as his mother, insisting on his independent identity and securing the orthodox status for his father Zhu Yuan. He lacked trusted confidants. Li Tsongquan was Yang Ting's man, and the attendants who had accompanied him to the capital were also Yang Ting's people. He was truly alone. The only one who could be considered a close ally was perhaps Liu Yongwang. Liu Yongwang was also resourceful and wise, keeping him by his side would best serve his interests. Liu Yongwang cleared his throat. He really had no interest in staying by Zhu Haokong's side. Emperors throughout history have been fickle, and Zhu Hozong was no exception. Staying far away from Zhu Hozong was the wise choice. Especially now that Liu Yongwang had a new idea, he wanted to be someone who changed history. Not an incompetent man who merely followed the dictates of history. Even if he only became a figure like Wang Mang, he would still have a sense of existence. He had to persuade Zhu Hozong. Your Majesty, if I remain here, your claim to the throne will seem illegitimate. Zhu Hozong was taken aback. What do you mean? Liu Yongwang spoke eloquently. An emperor should be legitimate and proper, with a complete set of ceremonies, a clear itinerary, entering the capital in a grand procession, receiving the edict of succession at Liangxiang, and making a dignified entry into the city. He lowered his voice, not arriving in a prison cart vying with other princes for the right to enter the capital. Zhu Hozong understood. Then what should I do? Erase all traces, Liu Yongwang said. Don't we have the official ceremonial procession? That is your true path into the capital. He leaned close to Zhu Haokong's ear and whispered, therefore I cannot have any merit, any fame, nor can I remain in the court. I must retire to the countryside. Zhu Hozong fell silent. Liu Yongwang added another point. Furthermore, I am preparing a fallback for your majesty. Zhongxiang will be your great rear base. I will turn Zhongxiang into a prosperous homeland, so that you will always have a retreat to fall back on. This was the crux of Liu Yongwang's audience with Zhu Hozong today. He wanted the territory of Zhongxiang to pursue his own ambitions. He wanted to make Zhongxiang a paradise on earth, a land of longevity. For this he needed Zhu Haokong's permission. But I feel so lonely in the capital. Zhu Hozong said, conflicted. Liu Yongwang gave a faint smile. Your Majesty, you are still young. Yang Tingyi will certainly not relinquish power, and you must endure for 4 or 5 years. If I stay here, I will instead become a target of Yang Ting's suspicion. And in these 4 or 5 years, with your Majesty's wisdom, you will be more than capable of cultivating your own confidants and advisors. Of this I have no doubt. This kind of subtle flattery was Liu Yongwang's forte. As expected, Zhu Haokong's heart was swayed. He also felt confident. All right, master, I will have to trouble you to live in obscurity. As for Zhongxiang, I entrust it to your hands. You will manage my great rear base well. Your Majesty can rest assured, your servant will do his utmost. Walking out of the palace, Liu Yongwang realized that he had once again followed the course of history. In official history, Zhu Hozong had entered the capital with dignity, not in a prison cart. All traces of the prison cart incident would be erased by Zhu Hozong. Only in orally transmitted unofficial histories would this episode of riding a prison cart and eating coiled dragon dish to compete for the throne be preserved. The truth in history books has never been fact, but rather historical record. The person of Liu Yongwang would also be erased from history, leaving no trace. However, Liu Yongwang was very pleased. He had achieved his goal. Zhu Hozong had entrusted him with the entire royal estate. He had also promised to place half of the Zhongxiang territory under Liu Yongwang's control, making him a figure greater than a prince. This was Liu Yongwang's true purpose. He would be the king of Zhongxiang. He would use this blessed land of Zhongxiang to build his own empire and change history. No, to forge his own history. A history that belonged solely to him. The wheels rolled and the carriage swayed gently. Inside the carriage sat a man and a woman. The man older, the woman young, yet they seemed perfectly suited. Master, how much of your knowledge has Xiao Shuang learned? De Shuang gazed at Liu Yongwang, feeling that he had grown younger. A year ago, when Liu Yongwang fled the palace, his hair was already streaked with gray. Now not only was his hair jet black, but his face was also free of wrinkles. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s. She once saw him as an old man utterly devoid of charm. De Shuang gazed at Liu Yongwang, feeling that he had grown younger. A year ago, when Liu Yongwang fled the palace, his hair was already streaked with gray, stirring her youthful. Little did she know Liu Yongwang did it on purpose. How could he miss a beauty like De Shuang? This was the Ming Dynasty, where one could legitimately marry many wives. How could he let slip any girl who crossed his path and touched his heart? 30%, Liu Yongwang said, pulling out a hand-drawn anatomical chart and placing it on the small table in the carriage. The chart featured a female model, not a male one. Half of the body showed the outer skin, the other half the inner skeleton, perfectly aligned. This was normal in modern times, but in the Ming Dynasty, with its strict feudal ethics, it was audacious. An ordinary woman would have fled in tears, shouting accusations of impropriety and indecency against Liu. But de Shuang had read the Barefoot Doctor's manual, even if only a handwritten copy. The copy also had illustrations. She could barely adapt 30%. That's amazing. When can I reach her level? Liu Yongwang was taken aback. 30% meant Xiao Shuang had only learned the basics. What was there to envy? Especially since de Shuang was the Imperial hospital director appointed by the late Emperor and the Grand Empress Dowager. But he soon realized that in de Shuang's eyes he was an unfathomable divine physician. 30% of a divine physician's skill could rival those so-called renowned doctors. Ahem, for someone as clever as you it's no big deal. Liu Yongwang said. Master, how can I learn all your skills? De Shuang asked earnestly. To master it, sleep with the master. Liu Yongwang joked, a style he often used with Xiao Shuang. Faced with identical faces, he frequently slipped up. After saying it, he realized his mistake. This wasn't Xiao Shuang, it was de Shuang. He could joke and even touch Xiao Shuang freely, but not de Shuang. He was about to ease the tension when de Shuang lowered her head and asked softly, Master, have you taken Xiao Shuang? Not yet, Liu Yongwang said, stroking his chin. When I return, I'll arrange a wedding and marry Xiao Shuang. De Shuang's eyes widened. As your principal wife? As a concubine. A concubine also gets a wedding. De Shuang was even more shocked. A concubine's status was only slightly above a servant's. Otherwise, in the Jinping, Mei Pan Jinlian wouldn't have been sold by Wu Yuanyang. Taking a concubine usually meant just a few friends drinking together. Who would hold a wedding? My women are all equal, Liu Yongwang said calmly. Even the eldest princess is no exception. De Shuang lowered her head, lost in thought, and said nothing. Liu Yongwang closed his eyes to rest. The continuous travel had worn him out. The carriage swayed, the wheels rolled, heading south. On a late spring night, restlessness hung in the air. Outside, a cat in heat howled until the small hours. Fortunately, Liu Yongwang's ability to resist disturbance was strong, and he fell asleep early. Suddenly he woke up. There was someone in his bed, clumsily moving closer. He instinctively thought it was Pan Jinlian. Among Pan Jinlian and Lin Yuer, Pan Jinlian was the one who loved midnight escapades. He reached out and wrapped his arm around her waist, only to realize it wasn't her. Pan Jinlian had always been a delicate lady, and she wouldn't have taken up handicrafts if her family hadn't declined. Her muscles were soft, not firm. But beneath his touch he felt healthy muscle groups. His heart stirred. De Shuang, what are you? De Shuang emerged from the covers, her eyes bright in the dark, fully awake. Master, didn't you say to master it? Sleep with the master. I'm willing to serve you and diligently learn your medical skills. Damn it. Liu Yongwang cursed. He was just joking, making an offhand remark. He never expected de Shuang to take it seriously. This was one of the cultural clashes a time traveler faced. He thought it was an impossible joke, but to de Shuang it was the master's condition. And it was a common one. Whether in medicine or other crafts, female apprentices exchanging their bodies for skills was standard practice. Not just female apprentices, even male ones did the same. De Shuang, eager to learn medicine, hesitated, and then, especially since Liu Yongwang often took liberties with her, she was even more convinced he wanted her body as a bargaining chip. To learn the essence of medicine, she had to sleep with the master. That was the tuition she had to pay. I didn't mean that, Liu Yongwang said, catching de Shuang's clumsy hand. De Shuang looked at him in confusion, her eyes strikingly beautiful in the dark, stirring Liu Yongwang's desires. Master, do you disdain me? I may be a palace maid, but I am still a virgin. I won't tarnish your reputation. Do you love me? Liu Yongwang finally found a reason. Rejecting a beauty was truly painful. Especially after nearly a month of deprivation. Love? What is love? De Shuang was puzzled. It means your heart yearns for and thinks of only that person, Liu Yongwang explained plainly. When you have something delicious, the first person you want to share it with is him. When something happy happens, the first person you want to tell is him. That's love. De Shuang suddenly understood. Then I love That's sisterly love, Liu Yongwang said. There's also romantic love between a man and a woman. Have you ever loved like that? De Shuang fell silent. I only share intimate moments with someone I love and who loves me, Liu Yongwang said. But he felt a pang of guilt. At least the young woman in Xinjiang County didn't fit that condition. No, that was healing, helping others. It was different. Liu Yongwang rationalized and continued, I won't do what lovers do with you. Go back. De Shuang felt a pang of disappointment. Master, don't you want to teach me medicine? I was joking. He'll teach you medicine seriously. You don't need to trade your body for it. Oh. After a rustling sound, de Shuang stood by the bed, her graceful figure tantalizing in the soft moonlight. Liu Yongwang nearly changed his mind, nearly reached out to pull her back. Xiao Shuang learned so much from you without sleeping with you. De Shuang pressed uneasy. No, Xiao Shuang is, Liu Yongwang added, but when you return you can witness her wedding. He'll go then. Master, continue sleeping. De Shuang walked out of the bedroom barefoot. Liu Yongwang cursed under his breath. How the hell am I supposed to sleep now? In medicine, the most important thing is to dare to question and doubt. Liu Yongwang stared at Da Shuang with bloodshot eyes. It was evident that this young girl had slept well. She had clearly set aside her burdens and fallen into a peaceful slumber. But he, the old man, had suffered, tossing and turning on the bed like a pancake on a griddle, unable to find sleep. How could I as a disciple dare? Da Shuang was utterly shocked. Why had so many of the ancient arts been lost and declined? It was because almost everyone like Dashwang dared not doubt the experts or question their teachers. A teacher's level determined the upper limit of the apprentice. Thus this upper limit grew lower and lower, worse and worse. In the end, many ancient medical techniques were lost. Chinese medicine had completely degenerated into mysticism. A teacher is merely a guide leading the student through the door. True improvement in medicine comes from learning from each other, corroborating, helping, and advancing together. Liu Yongwang felt somewhat helpless, having to repeatedly explain what modern people considered normal. The path of medicine is endless, he continued. Centuries later, many of today's terminal illnesses will be mere trifles. For instance, consumption, intestinal abscess, plagues, and so on. Some diseases whose causes are unknown now will become simple and clear in the future, easily preventable. Take the 3 parasitic diseases, for example. Simply washing hands regularly can eliminate them. Dashwang's eyes lit up. So this is how you teach medicine, master. I will study diligently. Seeing the spirited Dashwang, Liu Yongwang felt rather displeased and decided to get back at the girl. Come now, let me test you. What are the female reproductive organs? This kind of examination was Liu Yongwang's favorite trick to tease Xiaoshuang. But with Dashwang it failed. Dashwang immediately sat up straight and answered seriously, there are internal and external parts. Externally there are. Watching Dashwang's solemn expression, Liu Yongwang felt frustrated. How could twins be so different? Gazing at the familiar landscape, Liu Yongwang finally felt happy. This was truly home. Skirting a small river, the carriage turned onto the rural road leading home. Suddenly, several graceful figures appeared ahead, running towards them. Liu Yongwang poked his head out, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The 3 youthful girls running towards him truly loved him. He reined in the horse and alighted. The first to arrive was Lin Yuer, panting, standing before Liu Yongwang, excited and happy yet somewhat shy. The next moment she regretted it. Because Pan Jinlian had flung herself into Liu Yongwang's arms, wrapping her arms around his neck, recklessly seeking a kiss. The next moment she regretted it. Because Pan Jinlian had flung herself into Liu Yongwang's arms, wrapping her arms around his neck, recklessly seeking a kiss. Dashwang poked her head out and called out to Xiaoshuang, her voice trembling, little sister. Xiaoshuang instantly shifted her target, throwing herself at Dashwang. They embraced, laughing and crying together. Lin Yuer finally shed her reserve. She too threw herself into Liu Yongwang's arms, hanging from him on the left alongside Pan Jinlian on the right, like 2 guardian deities. As dusk fell, an argument erupted. Pan Jinlian and Lin Yuer both fought to share Liu Yongwang's bed. Having endured over a month apart, neither was willing to yield. In the Ming Dynasty, although one could marry many wives, sleeping together was forbidden. Even the emperor was subject to this rule. That was why in the Ming Dynasty, although one could marry many wives, sleeping together was forbidden. Even the emperor was subject to this rule. That was why Zhu Hozhao built the leopard quarter outside the palace, where no one could control him. He could do as he pleased. If he proposed a threesome, it would be a desecration of Pan Jinlian and Lin Yuer, treating them like prostitutes. Final, make a concession. Let my husband spend half the night in each room. Lin Yuer stamped her foot. The first half in my room, the second half in yours. Pan Jinlian put her hands on her hips. Fine. But I entered the household first, so I am the senior. The first half of the night should be in my room, the second half in yours. Liu Yongwang silently drank his wine. At this moment, he could not express an opinion or take sides, or he would make at least one person unhappy. Or even both. By staying silent and letting the women resolve the issue themselves, he could ensure a peaceful life. Dashwang found the scene amusing. She had never imagined Liu Yongwang's 2 concubines could be so candid and genuine. Xiaoshuang, already accustomed to this, was unaffected, chattering about her experiences over the past year. However, the quarrel between Lin Yuer and Pan Jinlian interrupted her tale, so she shouted, "Draw lots, it's the fairest way." Pan Jinlian and Lin Yuer exchanged glances and said in unison, "Drawing lots it is." Soon Liu Yongwang had prepared 2 paper slips. He shook them in his palm, tossed them into the air, grabbed one, and opened it. Pan Jinlian. Pan Jinlian puffed out her chest triumphantly. The first half of the night is mine. Lin Yuer's face darkened with resentment. After a long pause, she said, "Fine, you can have the first half, but I will supervise in the room." "Why?" cried Pan Jinlian. "You'll go too far. I won't let you ruin my husband's health." Lin Yuer knew well that once Pan Jinlian got wild, she would be utterly reckless. Even if Liu Yongwang's body came to her later, his heart wouldn't. Pan Jinlian felt awkward, but had no rebuttal. Because that was exactly what she had in mind. Liu Yongwang rubbed his nose. He realized that the author of The Plum in the Golden Vase must have understood Pan Jinlian very well. She truly had an innate tendency to be lovesick. If her husband could keep her in check, her heart wouldn't stray. But once he lost control, her heart would wander without. Fortunately, as a modern man, Liu Yongwang could easily keep Pan Jinlian in line, filling her mind with only him and no one else. "Then I will supervise your half of the night too," Pan Jinlian finally retaliated. Lin Yuer was torn. She knew her own flaws. Liu Yongwang didn't mind, but Pan Jinlian was different. After a long struggle, Lin Yuer finally steeled herself. "Fine. It's settled." Liu Yongwang felt like an object being divided between the 2 girls. He had no say in the matter. Yet this was the proper way to experience a time travel to the Ming Dynasty. Standing on the official road outside the city, gazing at the familiar silhouette of the city walls in the distance, Liu Yongwang let out a long relieved sigh. Traveling from the capital to Anlu Prefecture, he had journeyed with Das Huang and Sun Daxing, taking nearly a month with frequent stops. Not for haste, but to observe the local customs products and the political winds of the court along the way. Master, we're home. Sun Daxing's eyes sparkled as he grinned. Home. Liu Yongwang savored the word, a complex, indescribable emotion welling up in his heart. A year had passed since he had transmigrated into this dynasty. From Yanggu County to the capital, and from the capital to Anlu Prefecture, he had finally found a place he could call home. Having returned too late yesterday, he had been immediately ensnared by his concubine upon arriving home, and only now did he have time to attend to other matters. Only now did he have time to see everyone. Old Jean, accompanied by dozens of villagers, had been waiting at the doorstep since early morning. Seeing Liu Yongwang appear, Old Jean hurried forward, his eyes slightly reddened. Master, you've finally returned. Liu Yongwang patted Old Jean on the shoulder. Old Jean, you've worked hard. How is the manor? Excellent. Old Jean rubbed his hands together, his face brimming with excitement. The seeds we kept from last year, potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, have all been planted. The seedlings have sprouted strong and healthy. Liu Yongwang nodded, feeling a sense of relief. These high-yield crops were one of his greatest assets in this era. As long as there was enough food, people's hearts would not be unsettled. The current seat of Anlu Prefecture's government had been renamed Zhongxiang City. This was a decade earlier than in history. Zhongxiang was not large, but as the fief of Prince Xingxian, its city walls were solidly built. The streets within the city were clean, lined with shops, presenting a rather imposing scene. However, Liu Yongwang did not reside in the city, but north of it. Behind his house lay the royal manor. It was the domain of Prince Xing, now renamed the Imperial Manor. Zhu Hotsung had secretly decreed that the lands of the Imperial Manor be placed under Liu Yongwang's management. This was a vast fief, a full 800,000 mu. It occupied nearly a third of Zhongxiang's arable land. With such extensive territory and over 100,000 farming households upon it, all were under Liu Yongwang's jurisdiction. One could say that Liu Yongwang was now the king of Zhongxiang. His prestige and power rivaled that of the prefect himself. Today he was to visit the Prince Xing's mansion to see Grand Empress Dowager Xiao, and more importantly, to see his beloved Zhu Ningyan. He intended to smoothly take control of the mansion's management. He was determined to make a great impact in Zhongxiang. Extricating himself from the crowd of villagers, Liu Yongwang changed into a clean indigo blue straight robe, took Sun Daxing, and headed towards the Prince Xing's mansion. The former Prince Xing's mansion was now renamed Qianlongdi, the abode of the hidden dragon, as it had produced an emperor and by protocol could no longer serve as a princely residence. Yet Grand Empress Dowager Xiao still resided here, as did Zhu Ningyan, so the mansion retained its former layout. Only the plaque at the gate had been replaced with 3 large characters Qianlongdi, pinned by the emperor himself. Liu Yongwang stood at the entrance, gazing at the 3 characters, inwardly sighing with emotion. That boy Zhu Hotsung really had excellent calligraphy. After his arrival was announced, an old eunuch came out to greet him, beaming and bowing. Master, Liu has arrived. The Grand Empress Dowager has been waiting for some time. Liu Yongwang returned the courtesy with a cupped fist and followed the old eunuch inside. He had visited the Prince Xing's mansion several times before, but each time he felt the place was immense. With its 3 main courtyards, eastern and western side courtyards, a rear garden, and a small lake, the estate covered dozens of mu. Zhu Hotsung had grown up in these gardens. No wonder he later always felt constrained in the capital. Having been accustomed to such vast spaces since childhood, the confined square of the Forbidden City was indeed insufficient for him to roam freely. Passing through 2 moon gates, they arrived before a secluded courtyard. Several crabapple trees were planted within in full bloom, their pink-white petals drifting down with the wind carpeting the ground. Grand Empress Dowager Xiao sat on a soft couch under the eaves, holding a string of prayer beads, resting with her eyes closed. She was over 60 years old, with graying hair and a face lined with wrinkles, yet her spirit was vigorous, her gaze still bright. She was Consort Xiao of Emperor Xianzong, the birth mother of Prince Xingxian and the paternal grandmother of Emperor Jiajing. Having weathered countless storms in her life, she had grown indifferent to most things at this age. Grand Empress Dowager Master Liu has arrived, the old eunuch reported softly. Grand Empress Dowager Xiao opened her eyes, and upon seeing Liu Yongwang, a kind smile spread across her face. Master Liu has come. Please sit. Liu Yongwang performed a salute and sat down on a nearby brocade stool. I hear you have just returned from the capital, inquired Grand Empress Dowager Xiao. Yes, Your Highness. After escorting His Majesty to the throne, I lingered in the capital for a few more days to attend to some trivial matters. Is the capital bustling? It is bustling, Liu Yongwang smiled. But Zhongxiang is more peaceful. Grand Empress Dowager Xiao nodded, fell silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, Master Liu, there is something I wish to ask, but I know not if I should. Please speak your mind, Your Highness. You helped him ascend the throne. With your merits, staying in the capital to become a marquis or a prime minister would not be difficult. Why do you insist on returning to this remote, insignificant place? Liu Yongwang was silent for a moment, then slowly replied, Your Highness, I dare speak a truth. The strife of the court is not to my liking. Not to your liking. Indeed. The people in the capital spend every day scheming against one another. They can argue for months over a single principle of rights. They will fight to the death over a single official post. I am but a rough man skilled only in medicine and farming, ill-suited for such intricate games. Liu Yongwang paused, then added, Moreover, I believe that accomplishing practical deeds is more important than holding office. In Zhongxiang, I can ensure the common people have enough to eat, allow children to learn to read and write, and provide medical care for the sick. These things hold far more meaning than endless bickering in the court. Grand Empress Dowager Xiao listened quietly, her smile gradually fading, replaced by a contemplative expression. After a long while she sighed softly, Master Liu, you are a wise man. In my 60-some years I have seen countless people fight tooth and nail for fame and fortune. This is the first time I have encountered someone like you who, given a clear chance to rise, voluntarily steps back. Your Highness flatters me. I merely know what I want. And what is it that you want? Liu Yongwang raised his head, his gaze resolute. I wish to accomplish a great endeavor in Zhongxiang. To make the lives of the common people here better than anywhere else. Grand Empress Dowager Xiao looked at him and suddenly smiled. Very well. Since you have such aspirations, I have had the title deeds, land records, and tenant rosters of the Prince Xing's mansion prepared. From today onward, these are all entrusted to your management. Liu Yongwang's expression remained unchanged, but inwardly, he felt a trace of disdain. It was the emperor who had promised these to him, yet now it was presented as if it were a boon from Grand Empress Dowager Xiao. Nevertheless, he remained silent. Do not refuse. Grand Dowager Consort Xiao still waved her hand. The emperor specifically sent word saying you are a capable man and instructed me to fully support you. Besides, I am old and can no longer manage so many affairs. If you can run these estates well and let the tenant farmers live good lives, it will be like accumulating virtue for the emperor. Furthermore, I am returning to the capital to meet certain people again to see who is more glorious. A hint of smugness appeared on her face. Liu Yongwang stood up and bowed deeply. I, a commoner, shall not fail the Grand Dowager Consort's trust. Leaving her courtyard, his heartbeat inexplicably quickened. Next he was to see Zhu Ningyan. Zhu Ningyan lived in a separate small courtyard filled with various flowers and plants and a grape trellis where one could enjoy the cool in summer. As Liu Yongwang reached the courtyard gate, he saw a slender figure standing under the porch, eagerly looking out. It was She wore a plain white dress with only a white silk flower pinned in her hair, the morning attire for Prince Xingxian. Though her clothes were simple, her stunningly beautiful face was still radiant, especially her eyes, which lit up the moment she saw Liu Yongwang. Brother Liu. Zhu Ningyan lifted her skirt, ran over quickly, and threw herself into Liu Yongwang's arms. He stumbled back half a step, instinctively wrapping his arms around her waist. The body in his arms was soft and warm, carrying a faint scent of jasmine. Ningyan, I'm back. Zhu Ningyan said nothing, just buried her face in his chest, her shoulders trembling slightly. Liu Yongwang felt his chest become damp with tears. His heart ached, and he gently patted her back. Don't cry. I'm back safe and sound, aren't I? Zhu Ningyan looked up, her eyes red like a wronged little rabbit. Do you know how worried I was about you this past month? I couldn't sleep every night, afraid something might happen to you on the road. I'm fine. See, I'm back in one piece, right? Zhu Ningyan's tears turned into a smile, and she lightly punched his chest. You're such a smooth talker. Liu Yongwang took her hand, led her into the courtyard, and sat on a stone stool under the grape trellis. Ningyan, you've lost weight. Liu Yongwang looked at her slightly haggard face, speaking with concern. I missed you, Zhu Ningyan pouted. Couldn't eat, couldn't sleep. How could I not lose weight? Liu Yongwang smiled, and was about to say something, when Zhu Ningyan suddenly stood up, took his hand. Brother Liu, where? To my room. I have something to tell you. Liu Yongwang's heart skipped a beat as he followed her into her. Zhu Ningyan's boudoir was elegantly arranged with a landscape painting on the wall, a few pots of orchids on the windowsill, and the faint scent of sandalwood in the air. An embroidery frame stood by the bed on which a pair of mandarin ducks were more than half finished. Zhu Ningyan closed the door, turned around, and looked at Liu Yongwang. Her cheeks flushed, but her gaze was firm. Brother Liu, I want to give myself to you. Liu Yongwang was stunned. Ningyan, I know what you want to say. Zhu Ningyan interrupted him, her voice trembling slightly. I know father's mourning period isn't over, I know we aren't married yet, I know this is against propriety. But I just can't take it anymore. Tears streamed down her face again. This month you were away, I missed you. When I missed you, I would sit in the chair you sat and look at the book you were reading. I felt like I was going mad. Brother Yongwang, I don't want to wait anymore. I'm afraid that if you leave again, I might not be able to wait for you to return. Liu Yongwang looked at her tearful face, his heart wrenched as if by something. Didn't he also longed to hold her in his arms? But it was dangerous. Ningyan, listen to me. Liu Yongwang held her hand, his voice gentle yet firm. I missed you too. I thought of you every night this month. But we cannot do this. Why? Because you deserve the best. Liu Yongwang looked into her clear eyes, speaking each word deliberately. You are the commandery princess of Xing Prince's mansion, the cousin of the current emperor. Your wedding should be grand and splendid, not secretive. If we do this now, people will gossip when you marry. I don't care what others say. I care. Liu Yongwang's voice dropped. I don't want you to suffer any grievance. Ningyan, trust me, I will marry you. But not now. Once your father's mourning period ends, I will come to propose marriage openly and bring you home in a grand ceremony. Zhu Ningyan bit her lip, tears falling like pearls. She knew Liu Yongwang was right, but she couldn't help herself. I want to give myself to you, and I want you so you'll always think of me, she whispered, a hint of coquettishness in her voice. Liu Yongwang smiled, opened his arms, and pulled her into his embrace. Zhu Ningyan held him tightly, pressing her cheek against his chest, listening to his strong heartbeat. After a moment, she looked up, stood on tiptoe, and gently pecked his lips. But Liu Yongwang wrapped his arms around her and kissed her deeply. Zhu Ningyan clung to him, even tighter, refusing to let go. Gradually, emotions spiraled out of control. Panting, she said, I am the Grand Princess. I command you, take me. Having said that, she held his neck in a death grip. I don't care about anything else. I want you today. Liu Yongwang's passion also began to rise. Though tired from the previous night, facing Zhu Ningyan's ardor, he too became aroused. Yet a shred of reason remaining in his mind warned him this was dangerous. Zhu Ningyan was the Grand Princess, the elder sister of Jiajing. She was a figure in the spotlight. He had to be cautious. Do you truly want to give yourself to me? But I cannot take you. You are still in mourning. I can't care about that anymore. Zhu Ningyan, a commandery princess since childhood, was used to having her way. If you don't take me, you're not leaving. Once her stubborn streak said, and no one could stop her. Then let's find another way. What way? A heretical cultivation. Liu Yongwang kissed her deeply again. Brother Liu, promise me one thing. Lying in Liu Yongwang's arms on the bed, Zhu Ningyan looked blissful. What is it? As soon as my father's mourning period ends, you must come to propose marriage immediately. No delays, no excuses. If you dare to procrastinate, I will run to your house myself and have the emperor punish you. Liu Yongwang looked at her earnest expression, a warmth surging in his heart. All right, I promise you. Once the mourning period is over, I will come to propose. Zhu Ningyan nodded with satisfaction, then snuggled back into his arms, murmuring, then, stay with me a little longer. Just a little while. Liu Yongwang held her, gently patting her back, as if soothing a child. Outside the window, the crabapple blossoms were in full, brilliant bloom. In the chancellor's mansion, Li Tsongquan hurried into the inner chamber and said in a low voice, Prime Minister Yang, the latest news has just arrived. Liu Yongwang spent the night in the eldest prince's chambers, entwined until dawn. Yang Tingyi raised an eyebrow, stroking his beard with a playful expression. The mourning period is not yet over, yet they have pledged themselves to each other. Excellent, excellent. I recall you mentioning that the eldest princess and the emperor share a close bond. Indeed, very close, Li Tsongquan replied. The emperor has loved playing with this elder sister since childhood. Their feelings run deep. He said that once the mourning period ends, he will bestow a marriage upon the eldest princess. So Liu Yongwang just returned without making any fuss. Yang Tingyi found it somewhat unbelievable. By all accounts of merit, Liu Yongwang deserved the highest credit. He should have been retained by the emperor's side for important duties. Instead, he had plunged headlong into Anlu Prefecture, far from the court. Yet had Liu Yongwang not left, Yang Tingyi would not have hesitated to cast him into prison. No, he was quite happy instead, and is now preparing to take over the Imperial estate's farmlands, Li Tsongquan said. All right, keep this news to yourself, and tell no one. This is the most crucial evidence to leverage against the emperor. Yang Tingyi sat down, lifting his teacup. This Zhu Hotsong does have some backbone, insisting on posthumously honoring his father as emperor and refusing to acknowledge Empress Dowager Zhang as his foster mother. If he is pushed too far, we can produce this evidence to threaten the emperor and make him comply. Understood. Zhu Hotsong looked at the list in his hand, his eyes immediately landing on Yin Song's name. By merit, Yin Song had rendered great service. First, he had his son, Yin Shifan, deliver messages, then persuaded the Prince of Zhou to switch sides and support Zhu Haokong's faction. He had also offered many excellent strategies. Logically, he should be rewarded with a substantial official position. Yang Tingyi would not obstruct this either, as he had already allocated some reward quotas. But his teacher Liu Yongwang had repeatedly advised before leaving not to grant Yin Song any official post, only monetary rewards. Yin Song, he said, was not to be trusted with power. He could not disregard his teacher's words. After all, Liu Yongwang was too miraculous. He suspected Liu Yongwang might possess foreknowledge of heavenly secrets, having accurately predicted the precise time of the late emperor's death. There were many other matters where he seemed to know the future, a truly formidable ability. He picked up his brush and wrote a line after Yin Song's name: reward of 1,000 taels of silver bolts of cloth and grain, return home to await a vacancy. Having finished writing, he began to contemplate. Empress Dowager Zhang and Yang Tingyi were pressuring him to acknowledge the Empress Dowager as his stepmother, making him Zhu Haoshou's younger brother. This he could not tolerate. He had promised his father that he would also become emperor. He vaguely guessed that his father Zhu Yuan had chosen to die to pave the way for his own ascension. He could not betray his father. No one is going to make me their adopted son. I am the emperor by legitimate right, by the mandate of heaven. Zhu Hotsong slammed his fist on the table and roared. At dawn, the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room. Liu Yongwang had barely dressed when Sun Daxing urgently called him out. Master, the newly appointed prefect Zhou Wenbing has arrived and requests your presence at the government office for a discussion. Liu Yongwang raised an eyebrow. He had heard of Zhou Wenbing on his journey back. Originally a director of the Ministry of Revenue, he had been exiled to Zhongxiang as prefect due to Yang Ting's disfavor replacing Prefect Shui. As for Prefect Shui, a meritorious official, he had already entered the capital for a new post. This Zhou Wenbing was said to be forthright and not easy to deal with. Let's meet this Prefect Zhou. Liu Yongwang needed to see this new official. To establish a firm foothold in Zhongxiang, Zhou Wenbing was a crucial figure. In the Anlu Prefecture government office, Zhou Wenbing sat upright, a cup of tea in hand, his brows slightly furrowed. He was a man in his early 40s with a gaunt face, 3 long wisps of beard, and wore a faded blue official. He appeared to be an incorruptible official, but his furrowed brow and sharp gaze showed he was not easily fooled. Your subject Liu Yongwang pays respects to the prefect. Liu Yongwang said, cupping his hands in greeting upon entering. Zhou Wenbing set down his teacup, studied him for a moment, and said blandly, Master Liu need not stand on ceremony. I have just assumed office and hear that you have quite a reputation in Zhongxiang. Did you assist His Majesty before his ascension? I dare not claim so. I merely happened to render the Emperor some small services, Liu Yongwang replied modestly. After a few words of desultory conversation, Liu Yongwang had to take his leave. As he departed, Liu Yongwang said, your humble subject is establishing an academy to enroll both male and female students. I hope Prefect Zhou will personally attend the inauguration ceremony. Zhou Wenbing frowned. An academy? That is no small matter. The expense is enormous. Can you afford it? Oh, the Grand Empress Dowager Xiao is personally overseeing it, so funding is not an issue, Liu Yongwang lied. In truth, he was bearing all the costs himself. To achieve great undertakings, cultivating talent was the key. This academy was Liu Yongwang's first move, his initial step to influence and alter the course of history. Zhou Wenbing nodded silently. Very well, I will attend. Leaving the government office, Liu Yongwang headed straight for the Imperial hunting grounds. Located north of the Imperial estate, the grounds spanned over 100 acres, once used by Prince Xing and Zhu Hozong for autumn and winter hunts. Now lying idle, it might as well be put to practical use. A few days prior, the entire Prince Xing's mansion had departed for the capital. The Grand Empress Dowager Xiao, the princess consort, the children, and a large retinue of servants had all gone. The mansion was now largely empty, with only a few caretakers remaining. Liu Yongwang had been authorized to freely manage its assets. Standing in the center of the hunting grounds, Liu Yongwang looked around, growing more pleased. The area was vast, the terrain flat, and a small stream ran nearby, providing convenient access to water. Most importantly, this was Imperial estate land under his jurisdiction. He answered to no one. Exempt from taxes and local governance, Liu Yongwang was the absolute sovereign here. Daxing, go fetch old Jean and call 20 nimble farmhands. Son Daxing acknowledged, mounted his horse and galloped. In less than half an hour, old Jean arrived with the men. 20 sturdy farm laborers carrying hoes, sickles, and axes, all brimming with energy. Master, you said there's work to do, so we're here. Just tell us what to do. Old Jean said, rolling up his sleeves to reveal his sun-bronzed arms. Liu Yongwang pointed to the dilapidated wooden huts. Clean these out and turn them into desks and chairs according to my blueprints. Each hut must accommodate 50 to 60 people. He then pointed to an open area south of the grounds. Level that out to make a playground. Erect 2 wooden posts at the edge and hang a blackboard. When the weather is fine, classes can be held outdoors. Old Jean nodded repeatedly and directed the farmhands to begin. Liu Yongwang returned home, spread out paper and brush, and began to write an enrollment notice. After a moment's thought, he dipped his brush and wrote, Zhongxiang Academy Enrollment Notice. This academy accepts male and female students aged 8 to 20 regardless of background or household registration. Subjects taught literacy, arithmetic, agriculture, basic medicine, and natural sciences. Tuition 1% of the student's family annual income, payable in 2 installments in spring and autumn. Those in extreme financial hardship may apply for a waiver. School begins the 8th day of the 4th lunar month in the first year of Jiajing. Registration location, Zhongxiang Academy, Imperial Hunting Grounds, North City. After finishing, he had son Daxing take it for block printing and post it at every city gate, market, and crossroads in Zhongxiang. The notice caused an immediate sensation. What? Accepting both men and women? Isn't that against all propriety? 1% tuition? How much is that? If my family earns 20 silver taels a year, that's only 2 mace. No tuition fees, just this pittance. What's Mr. Liu after? Didn't you read it? He's a favorite of the Emperor. He doesn't need the money. Despite the gossip, many came to register. In just 3 days, over 200 people had signed up. Most were male, with only about 20 females, mostly daughters of poor families sent on a whim by their parents. Liu Yongwang screened them and ultimately admitted 60. Among them were 40 boys and 20 girls. He deliberately seated the girls in the front rows and the boys in the back. Some asked why he arranged it this way. Liu Yongwang explained, girls are more attentive. Sitting in front, they listen carefully and can motivate the boys behind. Besides, girls are shorter and won't block the boys' view. Though the arrangement seemed novel, no one raised further objections. On the 8th day of the 4th month, Zhongshan Academy officially opened. Early that morning, the hunting grounds were packed. Not only were there admitted students and their parents, but also many curious onlookers crowding the entire field. A temporary platform had been erected in front of the field with a table covered in red cloth holding brush, ink paper, and inkstone. At the hour of Chunzhou, when Bing arrived punctually, dressed in a brand new official robe and black gauze cap, he ascended the platform surrounded by a retinue of yamen runners. Seeing the sea of faces below, he nodded slightly, a satisfied expression on his face. Dear fellow townspeople, Zhou Wenbing cleared his throat and announced, today Zhongshan Academy officially opens. I am honored to be invited by Mr. Liu to perform the ribbon cutting. He paused, then continued, since ancient times literacy has been the privilege of the wealthy. For children from poor families, studying was as difficult as reaching the heavens. But Mr. Liu says that everyone has the right to education regardless of wealth or gender. I wholeheartedly agree. Therefore I declare, Zhongshan Academy is now officially in session. As his words fell, thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Zhou Wenbing took a pair of scissors and cut the red silk ribbon in front of the stage. Firecrackers exploded in a deafening crackle. After the ribbon-cutting ceremony, Liu Yongwang stepped onto the podium. He wore a clean indigo-blue robe, his hair meticulously combed, radiating vitality. He swept his gaze across the students and spectators below, smiled slightly, and began, Dear students, fellow villagers, today marks the first lesson of Zhongshan Academy. Before we officially begin, I have a few words to say. The crowd fell silent, everyone straining to listen. First, Liu Yongwang raised one finger. 1% of family annual income. This rule will never change. Some say I charge too little, fearing it'll run at a loss. But I tell you, I'm not afraid of losses. I founded this academy not to make money. Second, about rules. He raised a second finger. My academy has few rules. I don't require you to memorize the 4 books and 5 classics, nor to write 8-legged essays. I don't require you to sit for the Imperial examinations. What I seek are modern talents. Those versed in astronomy and geography, skilled in arithmetic and business, knowledgeable in farming and irrigation, and grounded in human ethics. Each with their own strengths and abilities. I only ask 3 things of you: punctuality, honesty, and diligence. Meet these 3, and you are a good student. Third, about coeducation. He raised a third finger, his tone growing more serious. I know some disapprove of boys and girls studying together, calling it scandalous. But I tell you, women hold up half the sky. Here men and women are equal. Girls sit in front, boys in back. Anyone who bullies a female classmate will be expelled without mercy. Murmurs rippled through the crowd, soon drowned out by applause. Liu Yongwang waited for the applause to subside, then continued, enough digressions. Now, let's begin the first lesson. He turned and wrote 4 large characters on the blackboard. What is usefulness? In today's lesson, we won't study literacy or arithmetic. Let's discuss a question. What kind of person is The students exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how to answer. Liu Yongwang pointed to a girl in the first row. The girl, about 13 or 14, dressed in patched coarse cloth, stood up timidly and whispered, My father says anyone who can work is useful. Liu Yongwang nodded. Well said. Anyone else? A boy stood up. Those who can study and pass the exams are useful. Another girl said, Those who can bear children are useful. The audience burst into laughter. Liu Yongwang smiled too, but not mockingly. He raised a hand for silence, then said, You're all correct, but none of you are complete. He turned and continued writing on the blackboard. Useful to oneself, useful to one's family, useful to society, useful to the nation. A person who achieves these 4 points is truly useful, a for-use new person. Liu Yongwang pointed to the characters on the board and said deliberately, I hope every student who walks out of Zhongshan Academy becomes such a person. Alright, that's all for today. Formal lessons begin tomorrow. The students applauded, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. Though only half an hour had passed, Liu Yongwang knew he had planted a seed in the hearts of these 60 children. That seed would one day grow into a towering tree. As the applause faded and Liu Yongwang prepared to continue, an aged voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Mr. Liu, this old man has a few words, if I may be so bold. The crowd followed the sound and saw an elderly man with white hair step out from among them. He wore a washed-out scholar's robe, a square headpiece, and carried a bamboo staff. Though his attire was plain, his bearing was extraordinary, marking him as a man of profound learning. Liu Yongwang recognized him. This was the venerable instructor of the Zhongshan County School, named Zheng Wenyuan, a Jiren graduate who had devoted 30 years to teaching in Zhongshan with students spread across Anlu Prefecture, making him a titan of the local literary circle. Please do speak, Elder Zheng. Liu Yongwang clasped his hands in salute. Zheng Wenyuan, leaning on his bamboo staff, slowly walked to the front of the platform. He glanced at the students below, then at the large characters, What is useful, on the blackboard, stroked his beard, and began slowly, Mr. Liu just said he wouldn't require students to memorize the 4 books and 5 classics, write 8-legged essays, or travel to the capital for Imperial examinations. May I ask then, what will the students learn? Astronomy and geography, arithmetic and business, agriculture and irrigation, and humanities and ethics. Liu Yongwang replied. Zheng Wenyuan shook his head, Mr. Liu, your words are mistaken. The sage said, cultivate oneself, regulate the family, govern the state, and bring peace to the world. The 4 books and 5 classics are the unchanging path through the ages, and 8-legged essays are the proper way to select officials. Without studying the sage's books, how can one cultivate oneself? Without practicing 8-legged essays, how can one enter officialdom? Without scholarly honors, how can one regulate the family, govern the state, and bring peace to the world? He paused, raising his voice. The things Mr. Liu mentioned, astronomy and geography, arithmetic and business, agriculture and irrigation, are indeed useful, but they are mere clever crafts and tricks, the affairs of artisans, not the learning of a gentleman. A gentleman attends to the fundamentals. Once the fundamentals are established, the way emerges. That fundamental is the way of the sages, the 4 books and 5 classics. To abandon the root and pursue the branches, this old man cannot agree. Silence fell below the platform. The once enthusiastic parents now wavered. Indeed, without studying the 4 books and 5 classics, or pursuing official rank, what use was reading? Zhou Wenbing sat on the platform, frowning slightly, but said nothing. He wanted to see how Liu Yongwang would handle this situation. Liu Yongwang smiled gently and replied unhurriedly, Elder Zheng speaks very truly. The 4 books and 5 classics are the way of the sages, and 8-legged essays are the path to official selection. This junior never denies that. Zheng Wenyuan snorted coldly. Then why don't you teach them? Because there is no time. Liu Yongwang's tone suddenly grew heavy. Elder Zheng, do you know how many starved to death in the great drought of Huguang last year? Do you know how many were displaced by the locust plague in Hunan? Do you know how many villages the Japanese pirates along the southeast coast plunder each year? Zheng Wenyuan opened his mouth, but could not speak. Were those who starved to death because they didn't read the 4 books and 5 classics? Were those displaced because they couldn't write 8-legged essays? Were those killed by pirates because they lacked scholarly honors? Liu Yongwang's voice grew impassioned. No, they starved because the land could not produce enough grain. They were displaced because they didn't know how to build irrigation works and prevent disasters. They were killed by pirates because our weapons and tactics were inferior. The 4 books and 5 classics cannot teach them farming, and 8-legged essays cannot stop the pirates' blades. Liu Yongwang spoke each word deliberately. Elder Zheng, I am not denying the way of the sages. I only mean to say that in this world, besides the way of the sages, there are many other useful branches of knowledge. These too can save the country and its people. Zheng Wenyuan fell silent. After a long moment, he spoke slowly. Mr. Liu makes a reasonable point. But this old man still cannot believe that the things you speak of are truly so useful. Liu Yongwang smiled. In that case, allow this junior to demonstrate. He turned and took something from the wooden box on the lectern. It was a transparent stone, polished, very smooth, triangular in shape, refracting dazzling light in the sunlight. The students below craned their necks, curiously wondering what it was. This is a piece of crystal. Liu Yongwang raised the triangular prism. I obtained it by chance. After careful polishing, it became this triangular prism. Liu Yongwang pointed at the sunlight streaming through the window. What color do you say sunlight is? White. Sometimes yellow. Voices from the crowd answered loudly. Liu Yongwang nodded. Yes and no. The sun is actually multicolored. The rainbow after rain is the sun's true color. The people were astonished. For in their eyes the rainbow held other meanings. Meanings nearly sacred and mythical. Now it was defined as merely the sun's own color. That alone was shocking enough. Impossible, the sun is the sun. Oh, besides red, yellow, and white, what other colors could it have? The old scholar said. Since ancient times the sun has always been this way. Yes, exactly. How could the sun? The rainbow is a divine miracle, a gift from the gods. Right, the sun is the sun, not a rainbow. Liu Yongwang smiled, then watched closely. He aimed the prism at a beam of sunlight streaming through a gap in the eaves, adjusting the angle. In an instant, a brilliant rainbow appeared on the opposite wall. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. 7 colors neatly arrayed like a ribbon descending. Wow! Exclamations rose from below. The students' eyes widened, the parents' jaws dropped, and even Zhou Wenbing unconsciously stood up, staring fixedly at the rainbow. Zheng Wenyuan nearly dropped his bamboo staff. He tottered forward a few steps, staring at the rainbow, then at the prism in Liu Yongwang's hand, his lips trembling, unable to speak. This? What kind of sorcery is this? Someone murmured. It's not sorcery. Liu Yongwang lowered the prism, and the rainbow vanished. This is called dispersion of light. He walked to the blackboard, picked up a piece of chalk, and drew a simple diagram. Sunlight appears white, but in reality, it is composed of 7 different colors of light. When the light passes through this crystal, because each color refracts at a different angle, they separate, forming the rainbow. Silence fell once more. Everyone was awestruck by the wondrous sight and Liu Yongwang's explanation. Elder Zheng, Liu Yongwang turned to the white-haired old instructor. You just said that astronomy and geography, arithmetic and business, agriculture and irrigation are all mere clever crafts. But have you considered, if one day we could understand why the stars shine, how to make crops grow better, why rivers flood, and how to control them, wouldn't these branches of knowledge be far more useful than a hollow, 8-legged essay? Zheng Wenyuan remained silent for a long time. Finally, he let out a long sigh and bowed deeply to Liu Yongwang. Master Liu, I concede. I have taught all my life believing I knew much. Today I realize there is still so much in this world that I do not understand. He lifted his head, tears glistening in his eyes. I have an impertinent request. May I sit in on your classes for a few days? Liu Yongwang quickly supported him. Elder Jing, you flatter me. You are a senior. How could I allow you to merely observe? If you are willing, you are welcome to guide the students at any time. Moreover, I would like to invite you to lecture on the 4 books and 5 classics. After all, my students must also learn the way of the sages. Embracing all rivers, learning without limit. That is the true purpose of our academy. Zheng Wenyuan nodded repeatedly. Excellent, excellent. Master Liu, your breadth of vision is admirable. The students below erupted into applause more fervent than ever before. Zhou Wenbing, seated on the platform, watched this scene with quiet admiration. This Liu Yongwang was truly extraordinary. He understood medicine, agriculture, and these unheard-of disciplines. More importantly, he could make everyone understand and accept them in the simplest way. Perhaps Zhongxiang would indeed undergo some transformation because of this man's arrival. Liu Yongwang turned, looking at the 60 students below, and smiled slightly. All right, that concludes today's lesson. Formal instruction will begin tomorrow. I will teach you to read, calculate, farm, and heal. I will also teach you many fascinating things, like why the stars twinkle, why flowers bloom, and why fish swim in rivers. This world is vast, and there are countless wondrous things. I hope each of you becomes a useful person, useful to yourself, to your family, to society, and to your country. Class dismissed. The students stood up in unison, shouting, "Thank you, master." Their voices were so loud that dust fell from the roof. Liu Yongwang stood at the podium, gazing at those youthful, yet hopeful faces, a surge of unprecedented satisfaction welling up in his heart. He knew this was only the beginning. But a good beginning often signifies half the success. My wives, you will all serve as instructors, teaching the children. Liu Yongwang swept his gaze over the girls in the room. De Shuang and Xiao Shuang both shifted uncomfortably. Xiao Shuang spoke up, "My sister is not your wife." De Shuang shot Xiao Shuang a glance. "Neither are you." Liu Yongwang chuckled. "I will work toward making you my wives. Trust me, give me time, and I will marry you both." This was Liu Yongwang's heartfelt desire. The thought of twin sisters sharing one husband filled him with a sense of blissful anticipation. He planned to bring many modern practices to the Ming Dynasty. However, he did not intend to introduce monogamy. Monogamy was a product of highly advanced technology, while polygamy was a product of the era. It could not be simply promoted. The reason was straightforward. When resources were scarce, the poor struggled just to sustain. They could hardly afford to support wives and children. In fact, even in modern times, monogamy had many issues. The first was that as the wealth gap widened, marriage rates continued to decline. The reason was simple: women's instinctual thinking came into play. They would rather be a wealthy man's concubine than a poor man's wife. Women sought upward marriages, not downward ones, to secure more resources for their offspring. This was survival instinct. The reason was simple: women's instinctual thinking came into play. They would rather be a wealthy man's concubine than a poor man's wife. Women sought upward marriages, not downward ones, to secure more. Wealthy men on the surface had only one wife, but secretly had countless others. It differed little from ancient times. Though laws existed, loopholes abounded, and the rich had ample time and money to exploit these loopholes. Although there were emperors like the late one who only took one wife, they were rare exceptions. Let nature take its course. This too was a form of human evolution, allowing the strong to possess more and the weak to be gradually weeded out. This theory might not be correct, but it did not hinder Liu Yongwang's management. Xiao Shuang will teach physiology and hygiene. De Shuang will teach medicine. Yu will teach mathematics. Jin Lian will teach literature, and I will primarily teach science. Oh, and old Jin must also give lectures, Liu Yongwang said. Pan Jinlian was astonished. Old Jin can barely speak clearly. How can he lecture? He can teach practical skills, helping students understand seed selection and sowing, Liu Yongwang said calmly. When 3 walk together, there is always a teacher among them. Everyone has their own strengths. By the way, before teaching, you must prepare lessons. Those who don't know how to prepare should come to me first. Liu Yongwang knew he could not run the academy alone. He needed to cultivate enough talent. The 4 girls by his side were the first batch he would nurture. After dinner, Liu Yongwang summoned everyone to the main hall. Though called the main hall, it was merely one of the newly built rooms near the Imperial hunting grounds. Liu Yongwang had it tidied up as a temporary faculty office. The room was small but bright, with several large windows on the walls. During the day, sunlight streamed in. At night, a few oil lamps provided clear illumination. Now under the oil lamp, a long table was set with stacks of paper, a few brushes, and an inkstone. De Shuang, Xiao Shuang, Lin Yuer, and Pan Jinlian sat around the table, each with a blank notebook before them, bought by Sun Daxing from the county town specifically for lesson preparation. Liu Yongwang stood at the head of the table, a cup of tea in hand, his gaze sweeping over the 4 girls, a hint of a smile on his lips. Lesson preparation means thinking ahead, writing down, and practicing what you will teach tomorrow. He set down the teacup and flipped through a notebook. Don't expect to improvise on stage. Unlike me, who has a wealth of knowledge and can speak without fear. When you first start teaching, you must write every word on paper. Read it several times beforehand until it flows smoothly, then go on stage. That way you'll have confidence. Lin Yuer bit the end of her brush, frowning slightly. Husband, for my first math lesson, what should I teach? Liu Yongwang walked behind her, leaned down, and pointed at her notebook. First, teach them to recognize Arabic numerals, then addition and subtraction. Don't make it too difficult. If they can recognize numbers from 0 to 9 on the first day, that's a success. A subtle stir moved within him. He reached out and gently tucked the stray lock behind her ear. Lin Yuer's earlobes flushed instantly, her brush pausing briefly, yet she did not pull away. Under the lamplight, a subtle stir moved within him. He reached out and gently tucked the stray lock behind her ear. Lin Yuer's earlobes flushed instantly, her brush pausing briefly, yet she did not pull away. Husband, she murmured softly, a hint of playful reproach in her voice. Right, well, he'll check it when you're done. Liu Yongwang smiled, straightened up, and turned to Pan Jinlian. Pan Jinlian was staring blankly at her notebook. Though literate when it came to teaching, it was her first time, like a bride stepping into a palanquin for the first time. She pondered, endlessly unsure of what to teach. Jinlian, what are your thoughts? Liu Yongwang asked. Pan Jinlian looked up, her expression dazed. Husband, I don't know what literature to teach. Pan Jinlian was staring blankly at her notebook. Though literate when it came to teaching, it was her first time, like a bride stepping into a palanquin for the first time. Then tell stories, Liu Yongwang said, sitting across from her. What stories did you hear as a child? What did your parents? What interesting tales have you read in books? Pick the one you find most fascinating and share it with the students. Pan Jinlian blinked, pondered for a moment, then her eyes suddenly lit up. When I was little, my mother told me the story of Ming Dynasty weeping at the Great Wall, and I still remember it. And the stories you've told, husband, I remember them all. Good. Start with that. Liu Yongwang clapped his hands. But don't just tell the story. Afterward, ask the students, why did Ming Dynasty weep at the Great Wall? Was Emperor Qin Shi Huang right or wrong to build it? If you were Ming Dynasty, what would you do? Let them discuss, let them speak. The goal of literature class isn't for them to memorize stories, but to learn how to think. Also teach them a few characters each lesson, starting with the simplest like person, mouth, and hand. Liu Yongwang said, recognizing characters is the foundation of learning. Your literature class is very important. Pan Jinlian nodded thoughtfully, picked up her brush, and began writing earnestly in her notebook. Liu Yongwang then walked over to Das Wang. Das Wang was leafing through a thick notebook, a lesson plan she had compiled based on her medical experience. Having spent over half a year in the Imperial Medical Academy, she had seen many cases. Coupled with the Barefoot Doctor's manual Liu Yongwang had given her, she had built her own medical knowledge system. Das Wang, what are you planning to teach? Liu Yongwang asked. Das Wang looked up, her expression serious. I plan to start with washing hands. Washing hands. Liu Yongwang paused, then chuckled. Good. That's an excellent starting point. Das Wang felt a bit shy at his laughter, lowering her head. When I was at the Imperial Medical Academy, I saw many physicians never wash their hands before treating patients. Some patients had mere minor injuries, but after being touched by the physicians, their wounds festered, and in severe cases they lost their lives. I think if we can cultivate the habit of washing hands in students from a young age, it could save many lives in the future. Liu Yongwang nodded, his estimation of Das Wang rising further. This girl was not only intelligent, but also possessed a true healer's heart. That's a great idea. But you can't just say wash your hands, you must tell them why. Liu Yongwang pulled up a chair and sat beside her. You can do a simple experiment. Take a clean white cloth, have a student touch it without washing their hands, then wash their hands and touch it again. Let them see the difference. Seeing something with their own eyes is more effective than 100 words from you. Das Wang's eyes sparkled, and she quickly picked up her brush to jot down the idea. Liu Yongwang watched her focused profile, fine beads of sweat glistening on her nose under the light. He couldn't resist leaning in and planting a gentle kiss on her cheek. Das Wang stiffened, nearly dropping her brush on the table. Liu Yongwang, she blushed, lowering her voice. What do you think you're doing? Just a little encouragement. Liu Yongwang grinned, unperturbed, straightening up. Prepare your lesson well. They'll be watching your performance tomorrow. Das Wang shot him a glare, but the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted. Finally, Liu Yongwang went over. Xiaoshuang's notebook lay empty before her, not a single word written. She was propping her cheek on her hand, gazing out the window. Xiaoshuang, what are you planning for your physiology and hygiene class? Liu Yongwang asked. Xiaoshuang snapped back to reality and pouted. I don't know. That physiology and hygiene you mentioned, what exactly is it about? It's about how the human body works. Liu Yongwang sat down beside her. For example, why do people breathe? Why does the heart beat? How is food digested? What are the differences between men and women? At the last sentence, Xiaoshuang's face flushed crimson. Thighs. How can you talk about such things in front of so many people? She protested quietly. Why not? Liu Yongwang said matter-of-factly. The human body is the most natural thing. Knowing its mysteries helps you protect yourself and others better. Besides, I'm not asking you to teach anything indecent, just basic physiological knowledge. Xiaoshuang bit her lip, hesitating for a long time before finally nodding. Then, we'll give it a try. That's a good girl. Liu Yongwang reached out and ruffled her hair. Xiaoshuang swatted his hand away in displeasure. Don't touch my head, or I won't grow tall. You're 19 already, you won't grow any taller. Liu Yongwang laughed heartily. Xiaoshuang puffed her cheeks in annoyance, but eventually couldn't help laughing herself. The next morning, Zhongxiang Academy welcomed its first official day of classes. 60 students arrived early, sitting properly in their assigned seats. The girls sat in the front rows, the boys in the back, with a clear dividing line between them. The first class was Lin Yuer's mathematics lesson. Lin Yuer stood at the podium, clutching her lesson plan, her palms slightly sweaty. She took a deep breath, recalling Liu Yongwang's words from the night before. "You are far more capable than you think." Summoning her courage, she began, "Good morning, class. Today we will learn about numbers." She wrote the 10 Arabic numerals 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These numbers are called Arabic numerals. They look different from the Chinese characters for 1, 2, 3, 4, but they mean this. Lin Yuer pointed at the blackboard, teaching the students to read, each one aloud. The students followed her, their voices uneven, but everyone recited earnestly. After teaching recognition, Lin Yuer moved on to addition and subtraction. She gave an example. Suppose your family has 5 chickens, and you buy 2 more. How many do you have in total? 7. The students answered in unison. Correct. And if you sell 3, how many are left? 4. Lin Yuer nodded in satisfaction. She realized that when numbers were linked to everyday life, the students learned much faster. By the end of the lesson, most students could skillfully perform simple addition and subtraction using Arabic numerals. The second class was Dashwang's medical lesson. Daswang brought a basin of clean water and a piece of white cloth to the podium. "Class, before we begin, I'd like your help with an experiment," she said with a smile. "Is there any student willing to come up?" A bold boy raised his hand. "Good, come on up." The boy stepped onto the platform. Daswang asked him to extend his hand and press it onto the white cloth, leaving a faint gray handprint. "Now go wash your hands, then come back and press again." The boy complied, washed his hands, and pressed another spot on the cloth. This time, barely any trace was left. Daswang held up the cloth for the whole class to see. "Everyone, do you see the difference? The dirt on your hands before and after washing is different. We can't see this dirt with our eyes, but it is indeed. If you touch a wound without washing your hands, this dirt gets into the wound, causing it to fester and inflame, and in severe cases it can be fatal." The students suddenly understood, looking down at their own hands. "So starting today, I ask everyone to do one thing: wash your hands before meals, and after using the toilet, and also after touching anything dirty. Can you do that?" "Yes," the students answered in unison. Daswang nodded in satisfaction, a surge of accomplishment welling within her. She suddenly understood why Liu Yongwang had chosen her to be a teacher, because sharing knowledge felt truly wonderful. The third class was Pan Jinlian's literature lesson. Pan Jinlian stood at the podium, took a deep breath, and began recounting the story of Meng Jiangnu. She narrated with deep immersion, her voice shifting from low to high, vividly portraying Meng Jiangnu's joys and sorrows. The students were captivated. Some girls even wiped away tears discreetly. After the story, Pan Jinlian, following Liu Yongwang's guidance, posed several questions. Why did Meng Jiangnu weep at the Great Wall? Was Emperor Qin Shi Huang right or wrong to build the Great Wall? If you were Meng Jiangnu, what would you do? Students eagerly raised their hands to speak, the classroom atmosphere unprecedentedly lively. A boy stood up and said, "Emperor Qin Shi Huang built the Great Wall to defend against the Xiongnu and protect the people. From that perspective, he wasn't wrong. But he shouldn't have forced so many people to build it, let alone caused Meng Jiangnu's husband's death." A girl added, "I think Meng Jiangnu was very brave. A weak woman like her traveled such a long distance to find her husband. That spirit is worth learning from." Listening to the students' comments, Pan Jinlian felt a swell of pride. She discovered that teaching was not a frightening task. On the contrary, it was very interesting and meaningful. The final class was Xiaoshuang's physiology and hygiene lesson. Xiaoshuang stood at the podium, facing 60 pairs of curious eyes, her palms sweating from nervousness. She opened her lesson plan, glanced at the content she had stayed up late to write, took a deep breath, and began, "Class, today we will learn about the human body." She drew a simple outline of a human body on the blackboard, then pointed to various parts, introducing their names and functions one by one. "This is the heart. It's in our chest, beating constantly to pump blood throughout the body. This is the lungs. They help us breathe, taking in oxygen from the air and expelling waste gases. This is the stomach. The food we eat is digested here, turning into nutrients our body needs." The students listened with great interest, occasionally raising hands to ask questions. "Teacher, why does the heart beat? Teacher, why do we need to breathe? Teacher, how does food turn into poop?" The last question sent the whole class into laughter. Xiaoshuang laughed too, but she didn't avoid the question. Instead, she explained seriously, "After food is digested in the stomach, the useful parts are absorbed by the body, and the useless parts become feces expelled from the body. This is completely normal. Oh, everyone is like this." Her frankness and humor won the students' favor, and the classroom atmosphere became relaxed and lively. As the day's lessons ended, Liu Yongwang stood at the classroom door, watching the students leave in small groups, a satisfied smile on his face. Lin Yuer approached him and whispered, "Husband, how did I do today?" "Very well." Liu Yongwang took her hand. "Far better than I expected." Pan Jinlian also came over, somewhat excited. "Husband, I think being a teacher is quite interesting." Wang and Xiaoshuang walked side by side, both wearing expressions of tired, yet fulfilled contentment. Liu Yongwang looked at the four girls, a warm current flowing through his heart. Everyone worked hard today. Go back and rest well. Keep up the effort tomorrow, he said with a smile. Our path is still long, but as long as we walk it together, there's nothing we can't achieve. The golden rays of the setting sun spilled over the roof of Zhongxiang Academy, shining brilliantly, as if heralding the great changes about to unfold on this land. Wang returned home, her expression sour. Liu Yongwang was in the yard teaching Sun Daxing to identify the properties of several herbs. Seeing Wang enter glumly without even a greeting and head straight inside, he sensed something was wrong. He handed the herbs to Sun Daxing, brushed the dirt off his hands, and followed her inside. Wang sat on the edge of the bed, clutching the white cloth she had used for her lesson, silent. What's wrong? Liu Yongwang sat down beside her and asked softly. Wang bit her lip, remained silent for a long while, then whispered, no one listened to me. What I said about washing hands. Wang's voice carried a hint of grievance. After school today, I told a few students' parents to have their children wash hands before meals and after using the toilet. They said it was just being overly fastidious, that their ancestors never washed hands and nothing happened. They said I was just a young girl pretending to know things. She looked up, her eyes reddening. I pleaded with them, but they just wouldn't listen. One parent said, if you can show me the dirt on my hands, then they'll believe you. But how can I make them see? Liu Yongwang listened without rushing to comfort her, falling into deep thought. Wang's words reminded him. In this era, people couldn't see bacteria or viruses so naturally they couldn't understand the importance of washing. If you say hands are dirty, they think they've cleaned them. If you say that dirt can make them sick, they think you're exaggerating. To make them believe, they must see it with their own eyes. Liu Yongwang's mind raced, and suddenly a spark of a microscope. If a simple microscope could be made allowing parents to see the eggs and bacteria on their hands, it would be far more effective than saying 1,000 words. Thinking of this, he suddenly stood up, startling Wang. Wait here, I need to take care of something, Liu Yongwang said. Wang stared blankly at his back, unsure of what he was going to do. For the next 3 days, Liu Yongwang shut himself in his room, tinkering with a pile of things. He had someone buy 2 pieces of fine crystal from the county town and invited the best polishing master in Zhongxiang City to grind the crystals into 2 lenses according to his requirements. One was a convex lens with a higher magnification, the other was a plano-convex lens to serve as the eyepiece. The polisher had never made such a thing before, and after several repeated experiments and wasting several pieces of crystal, he finally managed to create the required lenses. Liu Yongwang also found a bamboo tube fitting the 2 lenses at either end, secured in place with adjustable slots. He wrapped a layer of copper skin around the bamboo tube to prevent it from cracking. On the evening of the 4th day, a crude but usable microscope was finally born. Liu Yongwang placed the microscope on the table and adjusted it several times until he could clearly see the hairs on an ant's leg through the eyepiece, nodding in satisfaction. Daxing, he shouted outside. Sun Daxing ran in, asking, Sir, what is it? Go notify each student's parents, telling them that tomorrow morning I, Liu Yongwang, will have them come to the school to see something. I guarantee it will broaden their horizons. Although Sun Daxing was confused, he agreed and ran out. By early the next day, the school was filled with people. Not only did the students' parents come, but even Zhou Wenbing and Zheng Wenyuan rushed over, eager to see what Liu Yongwang was up to this time. Liu Yongwang stood on the podium with the strange object made of bamboo and copper skin in front of him. Wang stood beside him, curiously examining the object, unsure of what he was planning to reveal. Dear villagers, I have invited you all here today to show you something. Liu Yongwang stated directly. A few days ago, Miss Wang told everyone to wash their hands and pay attention to hygiene. Many did not believe her, claiming they could not see the dirt on their hands. Today I will let you see for yourselves. He picked up the microscope and aimed it at a slide on the podium. This was something he had prepared in advance, with a bit of grime scraped from under his fingernails. Which villager is willing to come up and take a look? The parents below exchanged glances, no one daring to move. A burly man stepped forward, the very parent who had clashed with Wang yesterday, surnamed Wang, a butcher. He boldly walked up to the podium, saying in a booming voice, He'll take a look. Ooh, I want to see what can be seen. Liu Yongwang adjusted the eyepiece to his eye and adjusted the focus slightly, saying, Brother Wang, take a look. Oh, the butcher leaned and squinting to see, suddenly freezing in shock. What is this? His voice trembled. What do you see? Liu Yongwang asked. So many little bugs. They're moving. The butcher straightened abruptly, his face turning pale. Do I have this on my hands? A commotion erupted among the crowd. Zhou Wenbing frowned, stood up, and walked to the podium, saying, Mr. Liu, let me take a look as well. He leaned in front of the microscope, took a glance, and his expression changed as well. Those tiny, wriggling, densely packed things were indeed taken from under a person's fingernails. Liu Yongwang had several parents take turns to look. After each person viewed it, their expressions were far from pleasant. A few timid women even started to gag on the spot. Dear villagers, what you just saw were the dirty things attached to our hands. Liu Yongwang put away the microscope, speaking loudly. These things are invisible to the naked eye, but they do exist. They can enter our mouths and bodies through our hands, making us sick. Especially for children whose immunity is weak, they are more susceptible to infection. He paused and continued. So Miss Daswang asking everyone to wash their hands is not just being particular, she truly cares for your children. Washing hands before meals and after using the restroom may seem trivial, but it can save many lives and prevent children from contracting parasitic diseases. There was a silence among the crowd. They finally understood where parasitic diseases came from. The idea of illness entering through the mouth became tangible in that moment. The butcher Wang was the first to speak, scratching his head and feeling somewhat embarrassed. Mr. Liu, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said Miss Daswang was being overly particular. From now on I will definitely make my child wash his hands, and I will too. Yes, we will wash. It's just washing hands, it's not a big deal. The parents echoed one after another. Daswang stood by watching this scene, her eyes gradually moistening. She never expected Liu Yongwang would create such a magical thing to help her prove this matter. That small bamboo tube concealed a world she had never seen before. And in that world lay his care for her. She turned to look at Liu Yongwang. He was standing on the podium smiling as he explained the correct method of hand washing to the parents. Sunlight streamed in through the window, casting a golden halo around him. At that moment Daswang felt her heart. She suddenly recalled the time when she had crawled into Liu Yongwang's bed during their journey, intending to exchange her body for his teachings. Liu Yongwang had said he only engaged in such matters with those who loved him. Now had she fallen for Liu Yongwang? Her heart raced fiercely. This was a feeling she had never experienced before, not even for the deceased emperor. This was the feeling of infatuation. It was also a feeling of admiration for Liu Yongwang. That night Liu Yongwang sat in the courtyard enjoying the cool breeze. On a summer night, the gentle wind rustled the leaves of the parasol tree in the courtyard. He looked up at the starry sky, contemplating his next plan. A light footstep approached. Liu Yongwang turned his head and saw Daswang walking out of the house. She had changed into a clean white dress, her hair cascading down, and the moonlight illuminated her, making her appear as if she had stepped out of a painting. Are you still awake? Liu Yongwang asked. Daswang did not answer, but sat down on the stone bench beside. After a long silence, she suddenly spoke. Liu Yongwang, was that microscope you made today for me? Liu Yongwang was taken aback for a moment, then smiled, not entirely. It was mainly to convince the parents of the students. But you could have chosen not to make it, Daswang said softly. Those parents could choose not to believe, and it has nothing to do with you. Why go through so much trouble? Liu Yongwang was silent for a moment, then slowly said, because I cannot bear to see you wronged. Dashwang's body trembled slightly. You are a good girl, smart, kind, and serious, Liu Yongwang said earnestly, looking into her eyes. What you are doing is right, it's just that the people of this era cannot understand it yet. I cannot let their misunderstanding undermine your confidence. Dashwang's eyes turned red again. So do you? Liu Yongwang was taken aback, saying, love. She lowered her head, remaining silent for a long time, then suddenly raised her head, looking directly into Liu Yongwang's eyes, her voice trembling, but firm. Lu Gu, I am willing to marry you. Liu Yongwang was stunned. I am not being impulsive. Daswang continued, her voice gradually stabilizing. During this time, I watched you work, how you treated Sister Yue's sister Jinlian and Xiao Shuang, and everything you did for me. I know you are a good person and someone capable of great things. I am willing to follow you for a lifetime. She paused and added, I know you already have Sister Yue and Sister Jinlian, and I know about your relationship with Princess Ningyan. I don't mind. I just want to be with you and help you with your work. Liu Yongwang looked at her, a surge of indescribable emotions rising in his heart. He admitted that he had feelings for Daswang. This girl was sensible, mature, and intelligent, taking everything seriously. During their time in the Thai hospital, she carried all the pressure alone, never complaining to him. Her resilience and kindness had deeply moved him long ago. Daswang, are you sure? He asked softly. Following me might not lead to a stable life. I cannot sit still, I always have to stir up something. Daswang smiled, her expression carrying a hint of relief and determination. I am sure. From the moment you made that microscope, I was certain. Liu Yongwang looked into her eyes, and the last trace of hesitation in his heart dissipated. He reached out, holding her hand, and said, all right. Then let me tell you one thing. What is it? I intend to marry not just you. Daswang was taken aback for a moment, then understood his meaning, her cheeks flushing slightly. Are you saying? Xiao Shuang. Yes, Liu Yongwang nodded. I do not want to let go of either of you sisters. Would you be willing to be with her? Daswang lowered her head, silent for a while, then gently nodded. Xiao Shuang, while she doesn't say it, she has feelings for you. As her older sister, I can see it. If she is also willing, I have no objections. Liu Yongwang tightened his grip on her hand, saying, good. In a few days I will have someone prepare the wedding. I want to hold a grand wedding and marry both of you sisters. Daswang looked up, tears glistening in her eyes, but a smile on her lips. Good. The night wind blew, rustling the parasol leaves. In the distance the sounds of barking dogs could be heard from Zhongshan City. Liu Yongwang looked up at the starry sky, filled with anticipation for the future. Having crossed into this era for more than a year, he had established his own career, his own school, and his own farm. Now he also wanted to have his own family. All of this felt like a dream, but he knew it was not a dream. This was reality, earned bit by bit with his own hands. Yang Ting's stance was very clear. Your Majesty ascended the throne as a brother succeeding a deceased brother. According to ancestral rules, you should. This was the 37th day since he ascended the throne. In these 37 days, he had clashed numerous times with a group of civil officials led by Yang Tingi. Each clash revolved around the same question: who should he recognize as his mother? Yang Ting's stance was very clear. Your Majesty ascended the throne as a brother succeeding a deceased brother. According to ancestral rules, you should recognize Emperor Xiaozong as your father and Empress Dowager Zhang as your mother. As for King Xingxian, he could only be called Uncle Royal, and his wife Lady Jiang could only be called Aunt Royal. Zhu Haoshang's stance was also very clear. No. He was the son of King Xingxian, and this fact could not be changed by anyone. He had promised his father to ensure that his father would also become emperor. If he recognized Emperor Xiaozong as his father now, then what did that make his biological father? What he had promised his father, what did that count for? Your Majesty, the eunuch Zhangzhou cautiously walked in, whispering, Yang Ge has asked to see you. Let him in, Zhu Hozhong said, putting down the memorial and rubbing his temples. Yang Tingi walked and bowed, and then got straight to the point, saying, Your Majesty, regarding the matter of the grand ceremony, we have drafted the final plan for you to review. He handed over a memorial. Zhu Hozhong took it, glanced at it, and his expression immediately darkened. The memorial clearly stated King Xingxian would be addressed as Uncle Royal Xingxian, his wife Lady Jiang as Aunt Royal Xingxian, Emperor Xiaozong as Father Emperor, and Empress Dowager Zhang as Mother Empress. I do not agree. Zhu Hozhong slammed the memorial on the table, saying, My father is King Xingxian and my mother is Lady Jiang. I have repeated this many times. Your Majesty, this is ancestral law. Yang Ting's expression also turned grim. Since you have ascended the throne as a prince, if you do not recognize Emperor Xiaozong as your father, it will not be justifiable. How will the people view your Majesty? The people are my subjects, not my parents, Zhu Hozhong replied coldly. I know who my parents are. Your Majesty. Yang Tingi took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. If your Majesty insists on this, it may lead to turmoil in the court. We cannot give an explanation to Empress Dowager Zhang either. Empress Dowager Zhang is Empress Dowager Zhang. Zhu Hozhong stood up, turning his back to Yang Tingi. I respect her and can continue to treat her as Empress Dowager, but she is not my mother. This matter leaves no room for negotiation. Yang Tingi remained silent for a long time before finally bowing and leaving. That evening in the palace of Empress Dowager Zhang, Empress Dowager Zhang sat on a soft couch, her face pale. Yang Tingi sat at the lower end, also looking grave. He refuses? Empress Dowager Zhang asked. He refuses? Yang Tingi shook his head. His attitude is very firm. I have said much, but he does not listen. Empress Dowager Zhang sneered. What a dutiful son. Does he not know how his father died? Yang Tingi fell silent. Empress Dowager Zhang sighed, rubbing her forehead. Tingi, do you think we should replace him? Yang Tingi was startled, looking up at Empress Dowager Zhang. He understood what she meant. Although the emperor had ascended the throne, if he was truly disobedient, he could be replaced. After all, there was a decree from the founding emperor stating that if an emperor lost virtue, the royal family and court officials could jointly depose him. But the question was, who to replace him with? King Heng, King Da, King Chong, King Zhou. Yang Tingi thought about those princes and ultimately shook his head. Empress Dowager, we cannot replace him. Why? Each of those princes is not easy to deal with, Yang Tingi said slowly. King Heng is in Qingzhou with a well-equipped army. King Da is in Jinan watching closely. King Chong is in Runing making extensive connections. King Zhou is in Kaifeng with a deep foundation. Moreover, they all have the influence of Empress Xia behind them. No matter who is chosen, it would provoke dissatisfaction from the other princes. At that time, it could lead to chaos in the world. Empress Dowager Zhang fell silent. She knew Yang Tingi was right. Replacing an emperor was not like changing clothes, it would set off a chain reaction. What should we do then? Empress Dowager Zhang asked helplessly. Just let him be. Yang Tingi did not answer immediately, but pondered for a long time before slowly speaking. What should we do then? Empress Dowager Zhang asked helplessly. Just let him be. Yang Tingi did not answer immediately, but pondered for a long time before slowly speaking. Empress Dowager, I have an idea. Empress Dowager Zhang frowned. Ningyan, what use could she be? Your subject has received word that the Grand Princess during her period of mourning has been secretly communicating with that Liu Yongwang with great frequency. Yang Tingi spoke slowly. It is said that the two have already shared intimate relations. The Empress Dowager Zhang's expression shifted. Is this true? Your subject has informants in Zhongxiang who witnessed it with their own eyes, Yang Tingi stated. The Grand Princess' mourning period is not yet over yet. She has committed adultery with a man. If this matter were to spread, not only would the Grand Prince's reputation be ruined, but His Majesty's honor would also be tarnished. His Majesty shares a deep bond with the Grand Princess. If we use this as leverage, His Majesty might agree to the Empress Dowager's conditions in order to protect his sister's reputation. Empress Dowager Zhang was silent for a long time, finally nodding slowly. This idea is feasible, but how to expose it requires careful planning. We cannot simply say the Grand Princess has committed adultery. That would cause His Majesty to lose face as well. Your subject has a more prudent method. A glint of sharp light flashed in Yang Ting's eyes. Has the Empress Dowager heard that recently the Tatar tribes in the north have been restless, repeatedly raiding the borders? I have heard of it. Your subject can have someone spread word that the Tatar leader has heard the great Ming Emperor has a beautiful unmarried elder sister and wishes to send an envoy to seek marriage to forge an alliance. And the emperor will surely refuse. Yang Tingyi said unhurriedly. At that time ministers at court will inevitably discuss this matter. Then let it be inadvertently revealed that the Grand Princess is no longer a virgin and is utterly unfit for a marriage alliance. This way everyone's attention will be focused on the issue of the Grand Princess chastity. At that point the Empress Dowager can step forward citing upholding the dignity of the imperial family and demand His Majesty investigate the matter thoroughly. The results of the investigation will naturally implicate Liu Yongwang. To protect his sister His Majesty will inevitably have to bow to the Empress Dowager. After hearing this, Empress Dowager Zhang was silent for a long time, finally letting out a long sigh. 2 days later a rumor began circulating in the capital. The leader of the northern Tatar tribe, having heard that the great Ming Emperor had a stunningly beautiful unmarried elder sister, intended to send an envoy to seek a marriage alliance to cease hostilities between the two nations. Let it be done. 2 days later a rumor began circulating in the capital. The leader of the northern Tatar tribe, having heard that the great Ming Emperor had a stunningly beautiful unmarried elder sister, intended to send an envoy to seek a marriage alliance to cease hostilities between the two nations. The news caused an uproar throughout the court and the populace. Some ministers advocated agreeing to the marriage alliance in exchange for border peace. Others vehemently opposed it, arguing that a great celestial dynasty should not use a woman to buy peace. Yet others held a neutral stance, suggesting they wait until the Tatar envoy arrived. Some ministers advocated agreeing to the marriage alliance in exchange for border peace. Others vehemently opposed it. Amidst the heated debates, an even more explosive rumor quietly spread. Someone said that Grand Princess Zhu Ningyan during her mourning period had committed adultery with a man and was no longer a virgin. Not to mention a marriage alliance, even getting married was a problem. This was also the reason the emperor was unwilling to agree to the alliance. This rumor was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 ripples. Inside the Qianqing palace, Zhu Hotsong stared at the secret report in his hand, his face ashen. Investigate. He slammed his palm on the table, rattling the teacups. Investigate for me. Who is spreading these rumors behind the scenes? Zhang Zhua knelt on the ground, trembling. Your Majesty, this slave has already sent people to investigate. But this rumor spread too fast. The source is simply untraceable. Zhu Hotsong gnashed his teeth, a strong sense of unease welling up in his heart. He had a vague feeling that behind this matter an invisible hand was manipulating everything. And the target of that hand was not his sister, but himself. The wind in the capital had already shifted direction. Zhu Hotsong sat before the imperial desk in the Qianqing palace, clutching a secret report in his hand, his knuckles white. That secret report contained only a few brief words, but they pierced his heart like a knife. Grand Princess Zhu Ningyan during mourning period committed adultery with a man. The individual is suspected to be Imperial physician Liu Yongwang. He had been staring at this line of text for the entire duration of an incense stick. Impossible. Sister Ningyan is not that kind of person. She had valued propriety the most since childhood. After their father passed away, she wept until she nearly fainted. During the mourning period, she didn't even touch meat or fish. How could she? Yet another voice in his heart whispered, what if? What if she really did with Liu Yongwang? He knew Liu Yongwang. A man of courage, strategy, and unconventional methods. He could tell that Sister Ningyan had feelings for Liu Yongwang. Back in Zhongxiang, the way Sister Ningyan looked at Liu Yongwang was different. Zhu Hotsong closed his eyes and took a deep, Zhang Zhua. This slave is here. Go and investigate. Zhu Haokong's voice was low and weary. Find out clearly for me where this rumor originated. Also send people to Zhongxiang to secretly inquire whether there is indeed an illicit relationship between the Grand Princess and Liu Yongwang. Zhang Zhua hesitated for a moment, then asked cautiously, Your Majesty, if the investigation reveals that there is... Zhu Hotsong was silent for a long time, finally slowly uttering 2 words, well, see. Zhang Zhua asked no further questions, bowed, and retreated. Only Zhu Hotsong remained alone in the great hall. He walked to the window and looked south. Zhongxiang, the place where he grew up, had now become a memory he dared not touch. Sister Ningyan, please don't do anything foolish. Meanwhile, at the Imperial estate north of Zhongxiang City, Liu Yongwang sneezed. Sir, have you caught a cold? Sun Daxing asked with concern. It's nothing, probably someone is thinking of me. Liu Yongwang rubbed his nose and continued looking down at the roster in his hands. This roster was the household troop register left by the princely mansion. It was densely packed with over 600 names, all of whom were the original guards and servants of the Qing princely mansion. When Zhu Hotsong entered the capital, he took over 1,000 people with him. Those left behind were mostly the old, weak women, children, or those discarded as unwanted. In short, it was a complete mess. But Liu Yongwang didn't care. Even a mess had its advantages. No one had managed it, which gave him a clean slate to reorganize from the ground up. Daxing, of these 632 people, how many are still in the estate now? Sun Daxing thought for a moment. Probably just over 400. Seeing that the princely mansion had disbanded, some ran away on their own. Others were poached by other estates. Those who stayed were mostly people with families who had nowhere else to go and had to remain. 400 people. Liu Yongwang nodded. That's enough. Tomorrow gather them all. I have something to say. Yes. The next morning on the threshing ground of the Imperial estate, about 400 people stood scattered about. These people varied greatly in stature. The oldest was over 50, the youngest only 15 or 16. Their clothing was also a motley assortment. Some wore tattered uniforms, while others simply wore patched coarse cloth short jackets. Their stances were crooked and disorderly. Some stood with hands on hips, some leaned against walls, and some squatted on the ground smoking dry tobacco. Liu Yongwang walked up to a temporarily erected platform, scanned the crowd below, and shook his head inwardly. This troop couldn't even defeat bandits, let alone fight in a war. But his face showed no displeasure. Instead, he smiled and said loudly, "Everyone, from today onwards, I am your commander. I know that some of you are unconvinced. How can a barefoot doctor be qualified to command us?" No one in the crowd spoke, but the eyes of a few men clearly held contempt. Liu Yongwang didn't mind either and continued, "I won't waste words with you. Those willing to stay from today on will train according to my rules. Every morning at the hour of Mao, assemble for drill formation, stand at attention, and practice military calisthenics. Rest for 2 hours at noon. In the afternoon, learn to read, learn signal flags, and learn basic battlefield first aid. Drill formation. Stand at attention. What the hell is that? We are household troops, not an opera troupe. Why do we need to drill formation? And learn to read." Finished speaking, an uproar broke out below. Drill formation. Stand at attention. What the hell is that? We are household troops, not an opera troupe. Why do we need to drill formation? And learn to read. I'm over 30, what do I need to learn that for? Amidst the clamor, a burly man stepped out from the crowd. He was about 35 or 36 with dark skin and a face full of rough features. He clearly wasn't someone to be trifled with. Mr. Liu M. Zhao Dabiao, former squad leader of the princely mansion's guard. The man cupped his hands, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. We are all rough men who swing blades and practice martial arts. We accept your order to drill formation and stand at attention. But asking us to learn to read, I think, is unnecessary. We are here to be soldiers, not to become scholars. Who says soldiers don't need to read? Liu Yongwang retorted. On the battlefield, if you can't read signal flags, can't understand commands, can't read a map, how will you fight? With brute force alone. Zhao Dabiao was choked for a moment, but remained unconvinced. We didn't know how to read before, and we still guarded the princely mansion just fine. That was then, this is now. Liu Yongwang's voice dropped. Before, you were guarding a princely mansion. In times of peace, you just had to stand still. But things are different now. The Imperial estate has 800,000 mu of land and a population of 80,000. What you need to protect are the lives and property of these 80,000 people. Can brute force alone protect them? Zhao Dabiao opened his mouth, but couldn't find words. Liu Yongwang softened his tone. Squad leader Zhao, I know you are a veteran with experience and prestige. I don't ask you to accept all the new rules at once. But give me 1 month. After 1 month, if you think what I've taught is useless, come find me, and I'll treat you to wine and apologize. Zhao Dabiao looked at him, was silent for a good while, then finally cupped his hands. All right, I'll trust you this once. We'll talk again in a month. With that, he turned and walked back into the crowd. Liu Yongwang watched his retreating back, a faint smile touching his lips. The first step to taming a troublemaker was to make him submit. And the best way to make these rough men submit was to prove oneself right in a way they could understand. In the following days, Liu Yongwang began high-intensity training. Every morning at the hour of Mao, he arrived punctually at the threshing ground and led the 400 men in drill formation and standing at attention. At first, the household troops marched in a chaotic mess. Some swung the same arm and legs, some bumped into each other as they walked, causing the crowd to burst into laughter. Liu Yongwang didn't get angry. He patiently corrected them over and over. He even composed a chant for the drill movements. Left foot, right foot, one tuo, one, eye chest out, stomach and eye straight ahead, align front and back, dress left and right. He made the soldiers chant as they marched, and slowly the formation began to take some shape. During standing at attention, Liu Yongwang demanded that everyone stand perfectly still for the duration of an incense stick. At first, many people started swaying before half the incense stick was burnt, and some even plopped down on the ground. Liu Yongwang didn't scold them. He just had Sun Daxing light an incense stick beside them. Whoever moved first would have to stand for an extra incense stick. After a few rounds, everyone fell into line. Besides drills and standing at attention, Liu Yongwang also introduced military calisthenics. He combined modern calisthenics with ancient boxing techniques to create a set of simple, easy-to-learn movements that could both exercise the body and enhance coordination. After a few days of practice, the soldiers were sore and aching all over, but they could clearly feel their bodies becoming stronger than before. Just as the training was in full swing, a small disturbance quietly arrived. The cause of the matter was simple: the food in the mess hall. The Imperial Estate's mess hall was run by the old chef from the princely mansion. The old chef's surname was Qian, and everyone called him Old Man Qian. Old Man Qian was a good cook, but he had one fault. He was stingy. In every meal, the meat was pitifully scarce, and there wasn't enough oil or grease. The soldiers had heavy training, they couldn't get enough to eat, and naturally they had complaints. At noon that day, Zhao Dabiao held his bowl, looked at the insipid cabbage and tofu stew in it, and finally couldn't hold back. He slammed his bowl onto the table and shouted, "What the hell is this supposed to be? I've been working all morning, and this is what I get to eat." Old man Xian poked his head out from the kitchen and said coolly, "Squad leader, Zhao, if you don't like it you can go by your own. The estate only has these conditions. I can't do anything about it." "You." Zhao Dabiao was so angry his face turned red. Just then Liu Yongwang walked in. He glanced at the food on the table, then at the furious Zhao Dabiao, said nothing, but turned and walked into the kitchen. The bowl still contained cabbage and tofu stew, but on top was a layer of thinly sliced cured meat and a spoonful. The bowl still contained cabbage and tofu stew, but on top was a layer of thinly sliced cured meat and a spoonful of sesame oil had been drizzled over it, making it fragrant. "Eat up," Liu Yongwang said. Zhao Dabiao looked at the cured meat in the bowl, then at Liu Yongwang, a little embarrassed. "Sir, is this yours?" "It's mine." Liu Yongwang smiled. "But don't worry, starting tomorrow, everyone's food will have extra meat. I've already sent someone to the county town to buy supplies. From now on, every meal will guarantee each person 2 taels of meat." Cheers erupted from below the platform. Old man Xian poked his head out from the kitchen, looking troubled. "Sir, the estate doesn't have that much money." "Leave the money matters to me." Liu Yongwang waved his hand. "You just focus on cooking well. Remember, the food standard is raised to 1 gene of grain, 2 taels of meat, and half a gene of vegetables per person per day. If that's not enough, go to the accounting office to draw the money." Old man Xian opened his mouth, but in the end just nodded. Zhao Dabiao held the bowl of cabbage and tofu stew, with cured meat, remaining silent for a long while. Suddenly he lifted the bowl and began to devour it in large mouthfuls. As he ate, the rims of his eyes reddened. He had served as a soldier in the prince's mansion since he was 16, 20 years now, and never had anyone cared whether they had enough to eat. This Mr. Liu, though he drove them hard in training, at least treated them as human beings. From that day on, Zhao Dabiao never questioned any of Liu Yongwang's decisions again. Apart from training the garrison soldiers, Liu Yongwang had another major matter to attend to: the wedding. He had promised to Shuang and Xiao Shuang that he would marry both sisters at the same time. He did not wish to delay this any longer. Lin Yuer and Pan Jinlian raised no objections. Lin Yuer even volunteered to help the Shuang and Xiao Shuang prepare their wedding gowns. Pan Jinlian said with a smile, "Well, this is wonderful. Our household is getting livelier by the day." Only Zhu Ninjian's absence left Liu Yongwang with a hint of regret. But he knew she was in the capital tending to her own affairs. Once he was settled here, he would surely go to the capital to fetch her. The wedding date was set for the 18th of June, said to be an auspicious day for marriages. Liu Yongwang had the largest room in the Imperial estate, cleared out, adorned with red silk, and pasted with double happiness characters. Though it lacked the grandeur of the capital, it was still lively and brimming with joy. The Shuang and Xiao Shuang each prepared a wedding gown. Though not made of silk and satin, they were sewn stitch by stitch with their own hands, and looked exceptionally beautiful when worn. While wedding preparations were in full swing, lessons at the school continued without pause. That day it was Old Jean. Old Jean stood at the podium facing 60 pairs of eyes, his palms sweating from nervousness. He had never even been able to write his own name in his life, and now he was to be a teacher. It felt like a dream. "Well, I am Old Jean," he stammered in self-introduction. "I'm a farmer. Mr. Liu said I should teach you all how to farm." The students exchanged bewildered glances, wondering what this old man who could barely string a sentence together could possibly teach them. Old Jean scratched his head, unsure of what to say. After racking his brains for a long while, he blurted out, "How about I take you all out to the fields for a look?" And so the first agricultural class moved from the classroom to the ridges of the fields. Old Jean led the students to a sweet potato patch, pointing at the lush green vines. "See this? This, Mr. Liu brought this back from overseas. High-yield, drought-resistant, and thrives in poor soil. If grown well, 1 mu can yield over 2,000 gene." 2,000 gene, a student exclaimed. "My family's wheat yields at most 200 gene per mu." Old Jean nodded. "That's right. This crop can save lives. But there's a knack to growing it." He crouched down, casually pulled up a sweet potato vine, and pointed at the soil around the roots. "See, this vine is growing well, but the soil around the roots is too compact. Poor aeration. If you loosen the soil before planting and add some farmyard manure, the yield can be even higher." As he spoke, the students gathered around him, listening with great interest. Old Jean grew more animated as he spoke, gradually forgetting his nervousness. He moved from sweet potatoes to potatoes, from potatoes to corn, and from corn to crop rotation, fertilization, and irrigation. Though his language was plain, every word was practical knowledge. A student raised his hand and asked, "Mr. Jean, why is it that my family's land yields poorly even though we apply plenty of fertilizer?" Old Jean walked over, looked at the student's hands, and asked, "Has your family been planting the same crop year after year?" The student nodded. "That's it," Old Jean said. "If you plant the same crop on the same land, every year the nutrients get drained dry. And the pests multiply. You need to rotate. Plant wheat 1 year, beans the next, and sweet potatoes the year after. That way the land gets a chance to recover." The students suddenly understood and nodded in agreement. By the end of the lesson, they had learned plenty of practical knowledge. Old Jean had also found his confidence. Though illiterate, he knew farming. And this very knowledge was exactly what these students needed most. At dusk, Liu Yongwang finished inspecting the garrison training and passed by the school, where he saw Old Jean sitting on a field ridge surrounded by students firing questions at him. His wrinkled face radiated a brilliance never seen before. Liu Yongwang smiled, refrained from disturbing them. He looked up at the sky. The evening glow filled the heavens, bathing the entire Imperial estate in a golden light. 800,000 mu of land, 80,000 people, a school, a growing army, and an impending wedding. All of this had been pieced together bit by bit since he arrived in this era. He believed that given time, he could create even greater miracles on this land. Little did he know a storm brewing in the distant capital was quietly approaching him. The 6th month in Zhongxiang was the most beautiful time of the year. In the rice paddies, the seedlings had grown to a foot tall, a lush expanse of green that rolled like emerald waves in the wind. Sweet potato vines covered the ridges, their dense leaves almost hiding the soil beneath. In the rice paddies, the seedlings had grown to a foot tall, a lush expanse of green that rolled like emerald waves in the wind. Sweet potato vines covered the ridges, their dense leaves almost hiding the soil. Good soil, rich in nutrients, he said to Old Jean beside him. This year's harvest should be even better than last year's. Old Jean grinned. Of course. The methods you taught, composting, crop rotation, deep plowing, every one of them works wonders. I've farmed all my life, but only this year did I learn that land can be cultivated this way. Liu Yongwang smiled, stood up, and brushed the dirt off his hands. He gazed into the distance. The entire Imperial estate was a picture of thriving prosperity. At the distant threshing ground, the garrison soldiers were marching in formation, their chants faint, but steady and powerful. From the school farther away came the clear, resonant sound of children reading aloud. All of this filled him with a solid sense of satisfaction. Yet this tranquility did not last long. On the 12th day of June, a swift horse galloped in from the north, its hooves shattering the peace of Zhongxiang. The messenger was from the embroidered uniform guard, travel-worn and weary. He barged straight into the Imperial estate, knelt on one knee before Liu Yongwang, and raised a letter with both hands. Mr. Liu, His Majesty urgently summons you to the capital immediately. Liu Yongwang took the letter, opened it, and his brow furrowed slightly. The letter was in Zhu Haokong's own handwriting, the characters somewhat hasty, clearly written in an agitated state. The letter contained only a few brief lines. Upon seeing this letter, know that I am as before. Trouble has arisen in the capital. Rumors are rife involving Sister Ningyan. My heart is deeply troubled. I await your prompt arrival for counsel. Urgent beyond measure. After reading, Liu Yongwang was silent for a moment, then folded the letter and tucked it into his bosom. Daxing, saddle the horses. I must leave for the capital at once. Son Daxing was taken aback. Sir, the day after tomorrow is the wedding. Postpone the wedding, Liu Yongwang said in a tone that brooked no argument. I will make it up when I return from the capital. He turned to look at De Shuang and Xiao Shuang. The sisters stood at the doorway, their faces etched with worry. Go without worry, De Shuang said, stepping forward to straighten his collar. Sister, you wear, and I will take care of things at home. You? Take care of yourself. Xiao Shuang also came over, tugging at his sleeve and whispering, come back soon. Liu Yongwang nodded, mounted his horse, and cast one last glance at the land where he had poured so much of his heart. Then he gave a sharp tug on the reins and galloped away. From Zhongxiang to the capital was 1,200 li. Liu Yongwang and son Daxing traveled day and night, swapping horses, but not men, and reached the capital in just 5 days. The 6th month in the capital was as stifling as a steamer. Liu Yongwang arrived in the capital at dusk. The setting sun dyed the glazed tiles of the forbidden city a dark red like congealed blood. He did not stay at an inn, but went straight to the palace. In the Qinxing Palace, Zhu Hotsong was pacing back and forth in agitation. Seeing Liu Yongwang enter, he hurried over, his voice tinged with urgency. Master, you've finally come. Liu Yongwang bowed. Your Majesty, what has happened? Zhu Haokong's face was grim. He recounted the events of the past few days to Liu Yongwang in full detail. From the rumors of a marriage alliance with the Tatars to the slander against the Grand Princess Chastity to the machinations of Empress Dowager Zhang and Yang Tingyi behind the scenes. Each step was like an invisible net tightening around him. Master, the court is abuzz with talk and Empress Dowager Zhang is pressing hard, Zhu Hotsong said through gritted teeth. My investigators report that the source of these rumors is likely Yang Tingyi. He is forcing me to bow. Liu Yongwang was silent for a moment. He had already guessed that there was a mole leaking information from within. However, he was prepared. He stood up and said slowly, what does your Majesty intend to do? I don't know, Zhu Hotsong said, slumping into a chair and rubbing his temples. I thought of confronting Empress Dowager Zhang, but she is an elder. I also thought of issuing an edict to ban the rumors, but the more I forbid them, the more they spread. I am truly at my wit's end. Liu Yongwang looked at him without speaking. Before him, Zhu Hotsong, though already emperor, was merely a 15-year-old youth. Faced with the old foxes who had schemed in the court for decades, he was still too green. Your Majesty, may I presume to ask? Liu Yongwang's voice was as calm as water. Has anyone been sent to visit the Grand Princess? Zhu Hotsong was taken aback and shook his head. I don't know how to face her. I don't know whether to believe those. Liu Yongwang nodded and said nothing more. Just then a eunuch's shrill voice came from outside the hall. Her Majesty the Empress Dowager arrives. Zhu Haokong's face instantly turned ugly. He stood up, straightened his robes, suppressed the anger in his heart, and went out to greet her. Empress Dowager Zhang entered surrounded by a group of palace maids. She was dressed in a deep purple phoenix robe, a phoenix crown on her head, her expression dignified and imposing. Her gaze swept over Zhu Hotsong, and then fell on Liu Yongwang, a faint smile curling at the corner of her lips. The Emperor's place is quite lively, Empress Dowager Zhang said as she took the seat of honor, her tone indifferent. I hear the Emperor has summoned Mr. Liu back from Zhongxiang. It seems the Emperor also knows that some things cannot be avoided by hiding. Zhu Haokong's face darkened. Empress Dowager, if you have something to say, speak plainly. Very well, then I will speak plainly. Empress Dowager Zhang's smile faded, her gaze sharpening. The Emperor must have heard the recent rumors in the capital. Regarding the chastity of Grand Princess Zhu Ningyan, it has caused quite a stir. As Empress Dowager, I cannot ignore this. Those are rumors, Zhu Hotsong said coldly. I have already sent people to investigate, and there is no evidence. Rumors? Empress Dowager Zhang let out a light laugh. Where there's smoke, there's fire. If there were no grain of truth, why would it spread so fiercely? Emperor, I act for the sake of the royal family's honor. If the Grand Princess has indeed done something to disgrace the family, it is better to deal with it early than to let a bigger scandal erupt later. Zhu Haokong's hands clenched into fists, his knuckles white. What does the Empress Dowager propose to do? Simple, Empress Dowager Zhang said, picking up her teacup and taking a delicate sip. Have the palace's female officials conduct a physical examination of the Grand Princess. If she is still intact, I will personally apologize to the Grand Princess and issue an edict to clear her name. If not, she did not finish, but her meaning was clear. Zhu Haokong's face was ashen. Empress Dowager intends to humiliate my sister. I am acting for the honor of the royal family, Empress Dowager Zhang said, setting down her teacup, her tone calm. If the Emperor refuses, then let the rumors continue. When the Grand Princess' reputation is ruined, do not say, I did not warn you. They locked eyes, their gazes clashing in the air, neither willing to yield. The atmosphere in the hall was suffocating. Just then Liu Yongwang, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. Empress Dowager, I have a word, if I may be so bold. Empress Dowager Zhang turned to look at him, a hint of scrutiny in her eyes. What insight does Mr. Liu have? Liu Yongwang smiled faintly, took a step forward, and stood beside Zhu Hotsong. Empress Dowager suggests examining the Grand Princess' person. I think that's an excellent idea. Zhu Hotsong whirled around to stare at Liu Yongwang, shock written all over his face. Empress Dowager Zhang was also taken aback, then narrowed her eyes. Mr. Liu is quite open-minded. However, Liu Yongwang shifted his tone. If an examination is to be conducted, it should not be limited to the Grand Princess alone. I suggest that all unmarried princesses and commandery princesses in the palace be examined as well. That would ensure fairness and silence the voices of the world. Empress Dowager Zhang's expression shifted slightly. Is Mr. Liu threatening me? I would not dare, Liu Yongwang said, neither humble nor arrogant. I only believe that if we are to investigate, we should do so thoroughly. Otherwise, if only the Grand Princess is examined, even if she is found innocent, outsiders will say it is because the Empress Dowager favors her own blood. Only by treating everyone equally can we win people's hearts and minds. Empress Dowager Zhang fell silent. She stared at Liu Yongwang, a chill in her gaze. This man was far more troublesome than she had imagined. Examining all the princesses and commandery princesses would also be an insult to the entire royal family. Naturally, she could not do it. Yet what Liu Yongwang said was so reasonable that she could not refute it. I concede to your eloquence, Mr. Liu, Zhang Dowager said as she slowly rose to her feet. However, this matter is not for me to decide. Nor is it for the Emperor to decide. It depends on what the ministers in the court have to say. She turned and walked toward the palace exit. At the threshold she paused and looked back at Zhu Hotsong. Emperor, you must act wisely. With that she vanished into the twilight outside. In the grand hall, only Zhu Hotsong and Liu Yongwang remained. Zhu Hotsong let out a long sigh and collapsed into his chair, a fine sheen of cold sweat on his forehead. Master, your words just now truly startled me, he said with a wry smile. I thought you were actually going to agree to let her investigate Sister Ningyan. Liu Yongwang smiled. Rest assured, your majesty. I have a plan. The Dowager wishes to examine the eldest princess merely to use her as leverage against you. But as long as we muddy the waters, she won't succeed so easily. So what do we do next? Zhu Hotsong asked. Liu Yongwang's gaze drifted toward the hall's exterior, where dusk lay heavy. We wait for tomorrow's morning court. I am eager to see what new tricks Grand Secretary Yang can conjure up in the court. In Sinang Palace, Yang Tingyi cupped his hands and said, Your Highness, the proposal put forth by Liu Yongwang is clearly unfeasible. This only proves his guilt. That Zhu Ningyan must have already had an illicit affair with Liu Yongwang. Zhang Dowager was still unsettled. Are you certain they have crossed the line? It would be terrible if this turned out to be a mistake. Yang Tingyi said calmly, Let Liu Yongwang attend court tomorrow. I will test him myself and find out the truth. But, rest assured, your highness, I already have several witnesses. They all confirmed that Liu Yongwang stayed overnight in the eldest princess chambers from which sounds of her pleasure were heard continuously. This is an irrefutable fact. The emperor must be well aware of it as well. As long as we apply pressure, he will certainly capitulate. Zhang Dowager nodded. Very well. Then proceed as you see fit. In the study, Zhu Hotsong stared at Liu Yongwang. Master, have you truly crossed the line with my sister? Liu Yongwang remained silent. A wave of panic seized Zhu Hotsong. If you have, I will have no choice but to compromise. Master, you must. Liu Yongwang laughed. Your Majesty, do not be afraid. You are currently at a complete disadvantage in the grand rights controversy. This matter could become a turning point. Let them make a scene. The bigger the uproar, the better. When the time comes, it will be they who cannot find a graceful way out. After seeing Liu Yongwang out, Zhu Hotsong sat in the Qinqing Palace for a full hour, fingering his prayer beads over and over again. Finally, he could no longer contain himself. Prepare the imperial carriage. I am going to the eldest princess residence. Zhang Zhuo was taken aback and asked cautiously, Your Majesty, it is already late. I said I am going. Zhu Haokong's tone brooked no argument. Zhang Zhuo dared not dissuade him further and hastily arranged the procession. The journey from Qinqing Palace to Yuxiu Palace, where the eldest princess resided, was usually the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Yet to Zhu Hotsong this road felt interminably long. His mind was a tumultuous mess. One moment he recalled Liu Yongwang's unruffled demeanor in court, the next he saw Zhang Dowager's meaningful smile. His heart felt like a rabbit in a snare, thumping with anxiety. He arrived at Yuxiu Palace. Upon seeing the emperor's sudden arrival, the maidservants hastily knelt in a row. A leading senior maid came forward and said in a low voice, Your Majesty, the eldest princess has already retired. Shall I inform her? No need to announce me. I will enter myself. Zhu Hotsong waved his hand and strode straight in. The courtyard of Yuxiu Palace was not large, planted with several banana trees, whose broad leaves swayed gently in the night breeze. Zhu Ningyan was sitting by the lamp, holding a book as if reading. But at the sound of the door, she looked up abruptly. Seeing it was Zhu Hotsong, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes, and the book nearly slipped from her hands. Zhu Ningyan was sitting by the lamp, holding a book as if reading. But at the sound of the door, she looked up abruptly. Seeing it was Zhu Hotsong, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes, and the book nearly slipped from her hands. Emperor. Brother. Why are you here? She stood up, forcing an unnatural smile. It's so late. Is something the matter? Zhu Hotsong did not answer. Instead, he walked up to her and stared into her eyes for a long time. Zhu Ningyan felt uncomfortable under his gaze, lowered her eyelids, and whispered, What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Sister, Zhu Hotsong began, his voice somewhat hoarse. I want to ask you something, and I need you to tell me the truth. Zhu Ningyan's smile froze. She was silent for a moment, then slowly sat back down in her chair, clasping her hands on her knees, her knuckles turning white. Go ahead and ask. Are the rumors outside true? Zhu Hotsong asked, enunciating each word. Between you and Master Liu, is there? He did not finish the sentence, but the meaning was clear. Zhu Ningyan's body trembled slightly. She did not answer immediately, but lowered her head to look at her hands. The lamplight cast a shadow on her profile, obscuring her expression. Sister, say something. Zhu Hotsong urged, a note of anxiety creeping into his voice. Tell me the truth. I won't blame you. Zhu Ningyan remained silent. Her fingers twisted together, the tips turning white. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but she swallowed the words back. Sister. Zhu Hotsong raised his voice. Zhu Ningyan finally spoke, but her voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum. There is nothing between us. As she spoke, her eyes darted away, unable to meet Zhu Haokong's gaze. Zhu Haokong's heart sank like a stone. He knew his sister too well. Since childhood, Zhu Ningyan had been unable to lie. Whenever she did, her eyes would wander and her speech would become hesitant. Her reaction now clearly indicated a guilty conscience. Truly nothing. Zhu Hotsong pressed his voice, carrying a tremor he himself did not notice. Zhu Ningyan bit her lip and was silent for a long time before whispering, Truly nothing. But her voice grew softer and softer until the last few words were nearly inaudible. Zhu Hotsong stood before her, looking at his dearest sister since childhood in this state, and felt as if something was squeezing his heart cruelly. Suddenly he felt a profound fear. Not fear of Zhang Dowager, nor fear of Yang Tingyi, but fear of what he would do if the rumors were true. How could he face Liu Yongwang? How could he face his own sister? And how could he face those in the court who were waiting to see him make a fool of himself? Get some rest. Zhu Hotsong left these words behind and strode out of the room. The moment he stepped out of Yuxiu Palace, the night wind hit his face, carrying a chill. He looked up at the sky. Dark clouds obscured the moon, and the starlight was dim. His heart was just as dim. The next morning in Fengtian Hall, the atmosphere of the morning court was even heavier than usual. The civil and military officials stood in 2 rows, each wearing an expression that betrayed their private thoughts. Yang Tingyi stood at the head of the civil officials, holding his ceremonial tablet, his expression calm, as if everything was under his control. Zhu Hotsong sat upright on the dragon, throne, his gaze sweeping over the assembled ministers before finally resting on Yang Tingyi. Does any minister have a memorial to present? No sooner had he spoken than a censor stepped forward and reported, Your Majesty, I have a memorial. Lately the capital is rife with rumors concerning the virtue of the eldest princess, Zhu Ningyan. I believe this matter touches upon the honor of the imperial family and must be investigated. I beg your majesty to see clearly. Immediately several other officials stepped forward in succession to second this proposal. Zhu Haokong's expression grew increasingly grim. He glanced at Yang Tingyi and saw that the venerable Grand Secretary remained motionless as if this had nothing to do with him. But he knew these men were all under Yang Ting's direction. Grand Secretary Yang, Zhu Hotsong said, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. What is your view on this matter? Yang Tingyi slowly stepped forward and bowed. Your Majesty, this old minister believes that what the various officials have said is not without reason. The honor of the imperial family is a matter of state. If the matter of the eldest princess is not clarified, it will be difficult to convince the public. How shall it be clarified? If the eldest princess is pure, the rumors will collapse of their own accord. Yang Ting's eyes were piercing. So Grand Secretary Yang, you also mean to have the eldest princess examined? This old minister dare not speak rashly, Yang Tingyi said unhurried. But since the dowager has this intention, your Majesty might do well to follow this wise counsel. To clarify the matter would also be to restore the eldest princess' honor. We second the motion. A large group of courtiers stepped forward to declare. Zhu Haokong's hand gripped the armrest of the dragon, thrown tightly, his knuckles turning white. Just then Liu Yongwang's voice rang out in the hall. Grand Secretary Yang speaks wisely. Everyone's gaze turned. Liu Yongwang emerged from a corner, walked to the center of the hall, paid his respects to Zhu Hotsong, then turned to Yang Tingyi with a faint smile. However, there is one thing I do not understand, and I would like to ask Grand Secretary Yang for clarification. Yang Tingyi raised an eyebrow slightly. Please speak, Mr. Liu. Grand Secretary Yang says that only by clarifying the matter can the eldest princess' honor be restored. But as I recall, the Great Ming Code states all who accuse another of a crime must clearly state the year and month and specify the actual facts. They must not rely on suspicion. This means that to accuse someone, one must have solid evidence, not mere conjecture and rumor. Liu Yongwang's voice was unhurried, but every word was distinct. Now the discussion in this court about the eldest princess is based solely on gossip from the streets. There is neither a witness nor a piece of evidence. May I ask Grand Secretary Yang, is it in accordance with the Great Ming Code to demand an examination of a prince's person based on such hearsay alone? The hall fell into utter silence. Yang Ting's complexion changed slightly. He had not expected Liu Yongwang to counter him from the angle of the law. Mr. Liu is mistaken, Yang Tingyi said quickly, regaining his composure. Matters of the imperial family are different from those of commoners. The honor of the imperial family concerns the very foundation of the state. If we wait for irrefutable evidence to emerge, it may already be too late. So according to Grand Secretary Yang, to protect the imperial family's honor, it is permissible to disregard the law. Liu Yongwang pressed his advantage relentlessly. If today we can examine the eldest princess based on rumors, can we examine the Empress tomorrow based on rumors? And the day after the dowager? How dare you? Yang Tingyi barked. I am merely speaking on the merits of the case. Liu Yongwang did not back down. Grand Secretary Yang has served as an official for decades and should know better than I do. Once a crack is made in the law, it can never be sealed again. The hall was deathly quiet. The civil and military officials exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to speak. Yang Tingyi stared at Liu Yongwang, his gaze dark and heavy as water. This was the first time he had ever been so refuted in court, and his refuter was merely a barefoot doctor. He took a deep breath and said slowly, Mr. Liu is certainly eloquent. However, this matter ultimately depends on your Majesty's decision. Everyone's attention once again focused on Zhu Hotsong on the dragon throne. Zhu Hotsong was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. I believe that what Mr. Liu said is reasonable. To examine the eldest princess without evidence based only on rumors is against the law. This matter is to be shelved for now. When conclusive evidence emerges, we can discuss it again. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the assembled ministers, his voice carrying an unyielding authority. The court is adjourned. The civil and military officials slowly filed out of the hall. Yang Tingyi was the last to leave, his steps slow and heavy. As he passed by Liu Yongwang, he paused, turned his head, and spoke a single sentence in a low voice. Mr. Liu, you are very good. With that, he walked away without looking back. Liu Yongwang stood still, watching Yang Ting's receding figure, the smile on his face gradually fading. He knew this confrontation was only just beginning. Late into the night, the lamps in Sinang Palace were still lit. Yang Tingyi sat in the lower seat, holding a cup of tea that had long gone cold, without taking a single sip. His brows were tightly knit, his gaze deep, as if pondering something of utmost importance. Zhang Dowager reclined on a soft couch, holding a round silk fan, waving it absently. Her expression was also sour, a cold sneer hanging on her lips. Tingyi, tell me, what does that Liu Yongwang really mean? Zhang Dowager began. He rushes all the way from Zhongxiang to the capital, just to trade a few sharp words with me, and Yang Tingyi set down his teacup and said slowly, Your Highness, in my humble opinion, Liu Yongwang and His Majesty are simply guilty. Guilty? Yes, Yang Ting's gaze sharpened. If the eldest princess were truly innocent and pure, they could have allowed the female officials to examine her openly. Once the examination was done, the rumors would naturally dissipate. But they obstructed it in every possible way, invoking the Great Ming Code and demanding equal treatment for all. This clearly shows they have a guilty conscience and fear the truth will be exposed. Zhang Dowager nodded, finding Yang Ting's reasoning sound. So in your view, what should we do next? Pressure them. Yang Tingyi said only a single word. Pressure. Yes, pressure. Yang Tingyi stood up, walked to the window, and gazed out at the heavy night. Your Highness, the Emperor is young and spirited, newly ascended, and his foundation is not yet stable. He thinks that by having reason on his side, he can hold out. But if we apply enough pressure, he will reveal his weak points. He turned to look at the Dowager. Tomorrow, I will mobilize the censors to submit memorials one after another impeaching the eldest princess for moral failure. At the same time, we will have people continue spreading rumors among the people, making the uproar as loud as possible. We must not only tarnish the eldest princess' reputation, but also make the people question whether an emperor who cannot even discipline his own sister is fit to sit upon the dragon throne. Dowager Empress Zhang pondered for a moment, then slowly nodded. Very well, do as you suggest. But you must exercise restraint. I want the emperor to yield, not to push him into rebellion. Rest assured, your highness. I know what I am doing, Yang Tingyi said with a bow. From the very next day, the tide in the court suddenly shifted. First, 3 censors jointly submitted a memorial impeaching the Grand Princess Zhu Ningyan for losing virtue during the mourning period, bringing disgrace upon the nation. Though the memorial did not name the man explicitly, its every line hinted that the Grand Princess had an ambiguous and intimate relationship with a royal physician from Zhongshan. Soon after, several other imperial censors followed suit, demanding that the emperor prioritize the nation's dignity, investigate this matter thoroughly, and clarify the truth. Seated on the dragon throne, Zhu Hotsong listened to the impassioned accusations of those censors, his face ashen. Several times he wanted to explode with rage, but he forcibly restrained himself, for he saw Liu Yongwang standing in a corner, subtly shaking his head at him. He could not lose his temper. The moment he did, he would lose. But forbearance did not bring peace. In the days that followed, impeachment memorials flew into the Qinqing palace like snowflakes. Some impeached the Grand Princess, some impeached Liu Yongwang, and several even subtly directed their barbs at Zhu Hotsong himself. Since your majesty ascended the throne, the matter of the great rites has remained unresolved, the court's discipline is lax, and the people's hearts are unsettled. Your servant humbly believes that your majesty should prioritize the state's welfare and filial piety, and early recognize Emperor Xiaozong as your imperial father to establish the foundation of the realm. In other words, you won't even acknowledge your own father. How dare you call yourself emperor? Some impeached the Grand Princess, some impeached Liu Yongwang, and several even subtly directed their barbs at Zhu Hotsong himself. Since your majesty ascended the throne, the matter of the great rites has remained. Some said the Grand Princess lover was a quack doctor who lived by his silver tongue. Others said she had been carrying on with him during the mourning period and might already be with child. Still others claimed the emperor knew of this and covered for his sister. How could such a morally corrupt emperor govern? The rumors grew more absurd and malicious by the day. Eventually, some even began to question the legitimacy of Zhu Haokong's ascension. I heard Prince Xingxian died under mysterious circumstances. Could it be the doing of this brother and sister? Exactly. One sees the throne, the other keeps a lover. This family TSK. Naturally, these words were secretly relayed to Zhu Haokong's ears. In the Qinqing palace, Zhu Hotsong paced back and forth like a trapped beast. His eyes were bloodshot and he looked utterly haggard. Master, I can't take this anymore. He stopped abruptly, turning to Liu Yongwang, who sat nearby. Those censors submit 3 memorials a day, each sentence forcing my hand. The common people outside, what are they saying about my sister? What are they saying about me? Liu Yongwang set down his teacup, looked up at Zhu Hotsong, his gaze calm. Your majesty, do you trust your servant? Of course I trust you. Zhu Hotsong nearly shouted. But you must tell me, what plan do you have? Liu Yongwang stood up, walked to the window, and pushed it open. Outside, the afternoon sun blazed fiercely, casting a blinding white light on the stone path in the courtyard. In the distance, the towering palace walls stood majestic, separating this imperial city from the outside world. Your majesty, do you know why Yang Tingyi dares to press so hard? Liu Yongwang asked calmly without turning around. Zhu Hotsong was taken aback. Why? Because he is certain we dare not make a big scene, Liu Yongwang said, turning to face Zhu Hotsong. He believes that since your majesty has just ascended the throne and lacks a firm foundation, you would not dare to fall out with the entire civil official faction. He believes that with the Grand Princess' reputation in his hands, your majesty would be at his mercy. But he is wrong. A faint, meaningful smile curled at the corner of Liu Yongwang's mouth. He underestimated your majesty, and he underestimated me. Zhu Haokong's eyes lit up. Master, you have a plan. Liu Yongwang nodded. Your majesty, I have been waiting. He walked back to the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and said unhurriedly, waiting for Yang Tingyi to play all his cards, waiting until he believes victory is certain. Then we strike. Why? Because only then will he let down his guard. Liu Yongwang lifted the teacup, gently blowing on the floating tea leaves. He thinks he is cornering us, but in reality he is exposing his weaknesses bit by bit. Zhu Hotsong listened half understanding. So what do we do now? Liu Yongwang took a sip of tea, set down the cup, and his gaze sharpened. Your Majesty, at tomorrow's morning court you need do nothing. Leave it to me. Zhu Hotsong stared at him silent for a moment, then nodded emphatically. Very well, I trust you. As Liu Yongwang walked out of the Qinqing Palace, dusk had fallen. He stood on the steps gazing at the distant sunset, his mind quietly scheming. Yang Tingyi thought he had already won. But Yang Tingyi did not know that Liu Yongwang still held a trump card. This card he had been reluctant to play. But now it was time to draw the sword. Fengtian Hall. This day's morning court was destined to be recorded in history. Before dawn, all the civil and military officials had already gathered outside the palace gates. No one whispered, no one laughed, every face bore a solemn expression. Everyone knew that today the matter would come to a head. At the exact hour of Mao bells and drums resounded, and the palace gates swung open. The officials filed in, lining up on both sides according to rank. The civil officials were led by Yang Tingyi, the military by Duke of Yingzhong Mao. They stood in solemn silence, not a sound to be heard. Zhu Hotsong sat upright on the dragon throne, his face calm, but his hands gripping the armrests betrayed his inner tension. His gaze swept across the assembled ministers below the steps, finally settling on Liu Yongwang, who stood in a corner. Liu Yongwang wore a simple blue robe, his demeanor composed, and even gave Zhu Hotsong a slight nod. Zhu Hotsong took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and announced in a clear voice, "Ministers, present your memorials if you have them, if not the court is adjourned." As soon as he finished, left Censor-in-Chief Wang Qiong stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I have a memorial. The matter of Grand Princess Zhu Ninjian's loss of virtue is already the talk of the capital. I believe this concerns the royal family's honor and the nation's dignity. It can no longer be delayed. I implore your Majesty to issue an immediate decree for a thorough investigation to clarify the truth." Following him, Vice Minister of Personnel Li Yu also stepped out to second the motion. "Your Majesty, Minister Wang speaks rightly. Now the common folk are abuzz with rumors, even saying the Grand Princess is with child. If this is not clarified, it may lead to disaster. We second the motion. We second the motion." In an instant, more than half of the court officials stepped forward together, kneeling, begging the emperor to investigate the Grand Princess. Zhu Haokong's face turned extremely grim. He looked at the kneeling ministers, a surge of fury rising in his heart. But he knew this was not the time to lose his temper. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "My beloved ministers, I have my own plans regarding this matter. Grant me a few more days to consider." How much longer must the emperor consider? An aged and authoritative voice came from outside the hall. Everyone's gaze turned to the main entrance. Dowager Empress Zhang, surrounded by a group of palace maids, walked in slowly. She wore a bright yellow phoenix robe, a crown adorned with 9 dragons and 4 phoenixes, and held a jade ruby scepter. Her presence was majestic, her eyes blazing like torches. The civil and military officials parted ways, kneeling in greeting. "We pay our respects to Her Highness the Empress Dowager." Dowager Empress Zhang ignored the ministers, walked straight to the foot of the imperial steps, looked up at Zhu Hotsong on the dragon throne, and spoke slowly, "Emperor, I have come today to ask you for one answer." Zhu Hotsong stood up, descended the steps, came before Dowager Empress Zhang, and bowed respectfully. "Please speak, Your Highness. Will you investigate the Grand Princess matter or not?" Dowager Empress Zhang's voice was not loud, but every word carried an indisputable authority. "If you will not, then I will. I cannot allow the Zhu family's honor to be destroyed by an unvirtuous woman." Zhu Haokong's face alternated between pale and red. He gritted his teeth, about to speak, when he was interrupted by a voice. "Your Highness, this humble one has a word, if I may be so bold." Liu Yongwang stepped out from the corner, walked to the center of the hall, and bowed to Dowager Empress Zhang. Her gaze fell upon him, a cold smile curling at her lips. "Master Liu, what brilliant insight do you have now?" "This humble one dares not." Liu Yongwang straightened up, meeting Dowager Empress Zhang's gaze calmly. "I merely wish to ask Her Highness one question." "Ask then." "Your Highness repeatedly calls the Grand Princess unvirtuous, but may I ask, do you have any solid evidence?" Liu Yongwang's voice was unhurried. "Without concrete evidence, to convict a princess based solely on street gossip would hardly convince the public." Dowager Empress Zhang let out a cold laugh. "Master Liu, do you think I would come here without evidence?" She produced a letter from her sleeve and held it high. "This is a secret report brought back by my men sent to Zhongxiang. It clearly states that on the night of March 18th this year, Master Liu, you stayed in the Grand Prince's private chamber for an entire night." The hall erupted in uproar. Everyone's eyes fixed on Liu Yongwang. Zhu Haokong's face turned deathly. Liu Yongwang's brow arched slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. "Your Highness, I did indeed visit the Grand Princess' residence," he admitted frankly. "But it was because the Grand Princess was unwell, and I went to treat her. A healer's heart knows no bounds, who I could hardly stand by and do nothing." "Treat her?" Dowager Empress Zhang sneered. "Does treatment require an entire night?" "The Grand Princess suffered from consumption. That night her condition fluctuated, and I needed to monitor her constantly to prevent mishaps. Thus I observed from the side chamber," Liu Yongwang answered fluently. "The Grand Prince's personal maids can testify to this." Everyone knew the Grand Princess had nearly died of consumption. Liu Yongwang was indeed her savior. so his answer seemed reasonable enough, drawing a few nods of approval. But most remained disdainful. Personal maids, eh? Dowager Empress Zhang shook her head. Those palace women are the Grand Princess' own people. Their testimony is unreliable. She stepped forward, closing in on Liu Yongwang, her gaze sharp as a blade. Master Liu, I will give you one last chance. Confess now, is there or is there not an illicit affair between you and the Grand Princess? If you confess now, I can spare your life. I will have her marry you, preserving the royal family's dignity. If you remain obstinate when the physical examination results come out, do not blame me for being ruthless. The hall fell into dead silence. All eyes were on Liu Yongwang, awaiting his answer. He was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. Your Highness, I too would like to ask you a question. Dowager Empress Zhang frowned. What question? Your Highness is so certain the Grand Princess has lost her virtue. If the examination proves she is still chaste, would your Highness dare to bear the charge of slandering a princess? Dowager Empress Zhang's expression shifted slightly. How dare you? Yang Tingyi could no longer restrain himself, shouting sternly. Liu Yongwang, what status do you have to speak to her Highness like this? Liu Yongwang turned to Yang Tingyi, his gaze calm. Grand Secretary Yang, I am merely discussing the matter. Her Highness wishes for an examination, I do not object. But everything has a price. If the examination proves the Grand Princess innocent, how should those who slandered her be dealt with? Yang Tingyi sneered. Slander? A proper proposal. Why speak of punishment? Liu Yongwang smiled. Only with evidence is it a proper proposal. With empty words and hearsay, how can it be proper? If I heard that Grand Secretary Yang was involved with some woman. He glanced at Dowager Empress Zhang with a suggestive look. Without evidence, should I demand an immediate investigation? The entire hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone's gaze shifted between Yang Tingyi and Dowager Empress Zhang, finally settling on Liu Yongwang. All felt that Liu Yongwang was extraordinarily bold. Dowager Empress Zhang, a widow, should have avoided contact with male ministers to avoid suspicion. But for the sake of the dynasty, she often had to meet privately with Yang Tingyi. There had long been whispers outside. And when Liu Yongwang spoke, he deliberately glanced at her, making the implication even more pointed. This shocked the ministers. Dowager Empress Zhang flew into a rage, but found she could not speak. The moment she did, the relationship between her and Yang Tingyi would become impossible to clarify. After all, Liu Yongwang had not mentioned her name. Yang Ting's face also flushed crimson. He roared, nonsense. I have always walked uprightly, there is no such filth. Liu Yongwang smiled. See, when it happens to you, you get agitated. Now that it's happening to the Grand Princess, what do you think she feels? These words left the entire hall speechless. They also greatly admired Liu Yongwang. One man debating the entire court and not losing ground. Yang Ting's face was flushed with anger. Dowager Empress Zhang was also furious. Liu Yongwang smiled inwardly. He wanted to provoke them, to make them risk everything. Just as the atmosphere froze, the emperor spoke. Master Grand Secretary Yang, Her Highness, let us discuss a more prudent approach. Adjourn the court. With that, he stood up and prepared to leave. Though the ministers were unwilling, they could do nothing. Just then Yang Tingyi spoke. Your Majesty, please stay. Why not go to the Grand Prince's palace and ask her directly? If she is truly clear of conscience, we too can be at ease. Zhu Hotsong paused. He knew the moment of final revelation had come. Granted. Yushu Palace. The residence of Princess Zhu Ningyan, typically serene and elegant, was today filled with. Yang Tingyi sat at her lower side, his expression restored to its usual calm, though his gaze occasionally flickered towards Liu Yongwang, revealing a hint of unmasked coldness. Several cabinet grand scholars were seated on either side. Mao Ji, Jiang Mian, Fei Hong, and Shi Jun, all significant figures in the court. They sat upright, their expressions grave, their eyes scanning back and forth between Zhu Ningyan and Liu Yongwang. Zhu Hozhong sat on the other side, his face not looking well, yet he remained silent. He knew that at this moment anything he said would be inappropriate. Saying too much would be seen as shielding, saying too little would appear guilty. The best course of action was to let Liu Yongwang handle it. Zhu Ningyan stood in the center of the grand hall, her head bowed, hands clasped in front of her, her fingertips trembling slightly. She wore a simple white dress with only a silver hairpin adorning her hair, her appearance remarkably unadorned. Yet even so, it could not conceal her outstanding beauty. Skin like condensed fat, brows resembling distant mountains, and a pair of apricot eyes shimmering with moisture. Even without makeup, she was enough to dim the glow of the candles throughout the hall. Empress Zhang scrutinized her, her gaze sharp as a blade. This girl indeed looked well. Her complexion was rosy, her eyes bright. Though her form appeared slightly frail, she was far from the look of someone recovering from a serious illness. This was completely at odds with what Liu Yongwang had described as recurring tuberculosis, fluctuating health. Empress Zhang's conviction grew stronger. Ningyan, Empress Zhang began, her voice as gentle as possible, but tinged with an undeniable authority. Everyone here today is family. You do not feel constrained. I only wish to ask you a few questions. Oh, just answer truthfully. Zhu Ningyan raised her head, glanced at Empress Zhang, then quickly lowered it again softly, saying, Your Majesty, please ask. On the night of March 18th, did Mr. Liu stay in your palace the entire night? Zhu Ningyan's body trembled slightly. After a moment of silence, she replied softly yes. Why did he stay in your palace the entire night? Because I was unwell, mister. Liu stayed to take care of me. Zhu Ningyan's voice was small like a mosquito's buzz. Unwell. Empress Zhang raised an eyebrow. What was wrong? Zhu Ningyan bit her lip. It was a recurrence of tuberculosis. I was coughing severely and had a bit of a fever. Oh. Empress Zhang's gaze swept across her face. But I see no sign of tuberculosis in your current complaint. Zhu Ningyan's face flushed bright red as she opened her mouth, but found no words to say. She indeed had not relapsed. That was merely an excuse taught to her by Liu Yongwang. But she was not born to lie. Oh, every time she lied her face would flush, her heart would race, and she would be at a loss. Now exposed by Empress Zhang, she was even more flustered, unsure of where to direct her gaze. Her eyes involuntarily glanced towards Liu Yongwang, who stood in the corner looking at her with a calm demeanor, even giving a slight nod as if encouraging her. Zhu Ningyan took a deep breath, striving to compose herself, and quietly said it was Mr. Liu's medical skills that cured my illness. Cured? Empress Zhang chuckled. That must make him a divine doctor. Tuberculosis is a disease that even the imperial physicians in the Thai hospital dare not claim to cure yet. Mr. Liu did so overnight. Such medical skills must surpass even the likes of Hua Tuo, right? Zhu Ningyan's face turned even redder, her lips moved, but she could not find her voice. Her gaze once again drifted towards Liu Yongwang. This time not only Empress Zhang, but also several cabinet grand scholars noticed her look. That look, filled with dependence, a plea for help and a hint of indescribable tenderness, was unmistakably that of a woman in love gazing at her beloved. Mao Ji and Jiang Mian exchanged glances, silently understanding each other. Fei Hong gently shook his head, lifted his teacup to take a sip, and remained silent. Shi Zhen let out a cold snort, though he said nothing. His disdainful expression spoke volumes. Yang Tingyi observed everything, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. He stood up, approached Zhu Ningyan, clasped his hands in salute, and spoke courteously. Princess, I dare to ask you a few questions. Zhu Ningyan raised her head, gazing at the elderly chancellor with graying hair and beard. A wave of inexplicable fear surged within her. She instinctively stepped back half a step, her voice trembling slightly. Yang. Elder Yang, please ask, how long have you known Mr. Liu? About more than half a year. More than half a year, that's not a short. I have heard that when you were in Zhongshan, Mr. Liu frequently visited the Wangfu to treat the princess. Is that true? Yes. When Mr. Liu treated the princess, were there any others present? Zhu Ningyan's pupils constricted slightly. She understood Yang Ting's implication. He was asking, when you were alone with Liu Yongwang, did anything inappropriate occur? There were maidens attending nearby? Zhu Ningyan's voice was even quieter. Maidens? Yang Tingyi smiled slightly. Those maidens must be the prince's personal attendants, right? Their words likely cannot serve as evidence. Zhu Ningyan's face turned even paler. She opened her mouth, wanting to argue, but found herself at a loss for words. Her mind was in a chaotic state, all thoughts tangled like a mess. Her gaze shifted to Liu Yongwang for the third time. This time her eyes carried a hint of pleading. Liu Yongwang remained there, his expression calm, even offering her a slight smile. That smile was like a ray of sunshine piercing through the gloom in her heart. Zhu Ningyan took a deep breath, striving to steady her voice. Elder Yang, I am innocent with Mr. Liu. That smile was like a ray of sunshine piercing through the gloom in her heart. Zhu Ningyan took a deep breath, striving to steady her voice. Elder Yang, I am innocent. Good. Yang Tingyi turned around facing Zhu Hozhong and bowed. Your Majesty, since the princess is willing to be verified, I respectfully request that your Majesty arrange for a female officer to verify the princess' integrity immediately. Zhu Haozhong's expression changed instantly. He was about to speak when Empress Zhang interjected. Ningyan, have you thought this through? Empress Zhang's voice held a significant tone. Once verified, there is no turning back. If the result is unfavorable, can you bear the consequence? Zhu Ningyan's body trembled slightly, but she still nodded firmly. I am willing to bear it. Empress Zhang looked at her strained expression, internally mocking. This girl was clearly putting on a brave front. Once she truly stepped onto the verification platform, she would see how long she could maintain that defiance. However, Empress Zhang had no intention of genuinely taking it that far. What she desired was never Zhu Ningyan's disgrace, but Zhu Haozhong's submission. Your Majesty, Empress Zhang turned to Zhu Hozhong, her tone softening slightly. I do not wish to make this situation too dire. After all, Ningyan is your sister and my niece. If it truly turns out that there is something wrong with her integrity, not only would she be unable to hold her head high, but the royal family's reputation would also be tarnished. Zhu Haozhong's brows furrowed tightly. What does the Empress wish to say? I have a proposal, Empress Zhang said slowly. As long as the Emperor agrees to a certain request, the matter of the princess can be overlooked. As for those rumors, I will have someone quell them. Zhu Hozhong felt a wave of ominous premonition rising within him. What request? To recognize Emperor Xiaozong as your father and acknowledge me as your mother. Empress Zhang's voice was not loud, but each word struck like a nail driven into the floor of the grand hall. As long as you agree to this, you will be my biological son. As for the princess matter, I will treat it as if it never happened. The grand hall fell into silence. Several cabinet grand scholars nodded in agreement, clearly supportive. Zhu Haozhong's face instantly turned ashen. He clenched his fists tightly, his nails almost embedding into his palms. He finally understood. Everything, from the rumors to the palace pressure to now confronting him directly, was a trap. A trap aimed. Empress Zhang and Yang Tingyi had never intended to truly harm Zhu Ningyan. What they wanted was his compromise. If he agreed, he would betray his father and recognize another as his father. If he refused, then Zhu Ningyan's reputation would be utterly ruined, and he would bear the stigma of being heartless. No matter how he chose, he would lose. Zhu Haozhong's teeth ground together, his chest heaving violently like a beast trapped in a cage. He began, his voice hoarse and laborious. Your Majesty. A calm voice interrupted him. Liu Yongwang stepped out from the corner, approached the center of the grand hall, and stood beside Zhu Ningyan. A calm voice interrupted him. Liu Yongwang stepped out from the corner, approached the center of the grand hall, and stood. What proposal do you have? Empress Zhang's brows furrowed. Your Majesty mentioned that as long as the Emperor agrees to acknowledge you as his mother, the matter of the princess will not be pursued. I believe this proposal is unfair. Unfair? Empress Zhang scoffed. How is it unfair? Because Your Majesty's proposal is based on the premise that the princess is no longer pure. Liu Yongwang stated unhurriedly, but so far all of this is mere speculation without any real evidence. To use an unverified premise to coerce the Emperor into making such a significant concession, is that fair? Empress Zhang's expression darkened. Then what do you want? Very simple. Liu Yongwang turned to the cabinet grand scholars, declaring loudly, I propose that the female officers designated by the Empress conduct an immediate verification of the princess. If it is proven that the princess is no longer pure, I will willingly accept death, and the Emperor must fulfill the Empress conditions acknowledging her as his mother. But if it is proven that the princess remains pure, then Empress Zhang and the esteemed officials must recognize Your Majesty's father King Xingxian as Emperor Xingxian and grant him ancestral worship in the royal shrine. The matter of the grand ceremony will be settled once and for all, never to be discussed again. At these words the entire hall was stunned. Several cabinet grand scholars exchanged glances, their faces showing shock. They hadn't expected Liu Yongwang to dare propose such a gamble. This was essentially wagering his life against the Emperor's throne. Empress Zhang's expression shifted unpredictably, her gaze darting back and forth between Liu Yongwang and she studied Liu Yongwang's composed face, then looked at Zhu Ningyan's flustered demeanor. A strong wave of doubt surged in her heart. Where did this Liu Yongwang find his confidence? Did he truly have no fear? Or was it that he had some Yang Tingyi also frowned. The informant he had placed in Zhongxiang was a personal maid beside Zhu Ningyan. The message from that maid clearly stated Liu Yongwang had spent the entire night in Zhu Ningyan's room, where sounds that would make one blush were heard. He trusted his informant and believed it to be accurate. Yet Liu Yongwang's current demeanor was making him waver. If Liu Yongwang were truly guilty, why would he voluntarily propose verification? Wasn't that self-destructive? Yang Ting's gaze lingered on Liu Yongwang's face for a long time, trying to find a crack in his composure. But Liu Yongwang's expression remained as calm as a tranquil lake, not showing a hint of turbulence. Seeing Yang Tingyi and Empress Zhang hesitating, Liu Yongwang knew he needed to add fuel to the fire. He said earlier, Empress Zhang said that if a commoner could cure tuberculosis, their medical skills would surpass those of the Imperial physicians in the Thai hospital. This statement is not incorrect. My medical skills indeed far exceed those physicians. I am very confident of this. He raised his neck slightly after finishing. This statement, though seemingly bold, gave Yang Tingyi confidence. For he knew well that Liu Yongwang during his time in the Thai hospital excelled in gynecology. And even that level was not high. He had only showcased his ability once during the birth of a prince, assisting in the delivery. As for his apprentice De Shuang, he could only treat injuries and was clueless about other aspects. He didn't even understand how to prescribe medicine. Liu Yongwang was merely bluffing. With that thought, Yang Tingyi gritted his teeth, ultimately making up his mind. Summon the palace matron. Conduct the physical examination on the spot. Empress Dowager Zhang's voice echoed through the grand hall, each word striking like a heavy hammer upon every heart. No sooner had the words fallen than Zhu Ningyan, standing in the corner, trembled violently, her legs giving way as she nearly collapsed to the ground. A nearby palace maid gasped and quickly stepped forward to support her. Zhu Ningyan's face was as pale as paper, her lips quivering, her entire being seemingly drained of all strength. She instinctively looked toward Liu Yongwang, her eyes filled with terror and helplessness. The very look of a child who had done wrong and was about to be exposed. This scene only solidified Empress Dowager Zhang's judgment. See how guilty she looks. How could she possibly? Empress Dowager Zhang sneered inwardly. A faint smile curled at the corner of Yang Ting's lips. The informant he had planted was correct. This girl had indeed lost her chastity. Now she was merely at the end of her rope, making a final desperate struggle. The grand secretaries of the cabinet all wore expressions of just as we thought. Mao Ji shook his head gently. Zhang Mian sighed. Fei Hong raised his teacup to mask his expression, while Sherpu let out a cold snort. In their eyes the matter was already sealed. Zhu Haokong's heart sank to the depths. Watching his sister tottering on the brink, a surge of intense pain and helplessness welled up within him. He hated himself, hated that he had to sit on this throne, hated that he could not protect his own kin. His gaze fell upon Liu Yongwang, filled with anxiety and inquiring, "Master, what is going on? Did you not say you were confident?" Liu Yongwang remained standing in place, his expression calm, without even a furrow. He looked at Zhu Ningyan, who was on the verge of fainting, and merely nodded slightly, mouthing two silent words, "Don't be." Zhu Ningyan seemed to understand his meaning. She took a deep breath and struggled to straighten herself. Though her body still trembled slightly, her eyes were no longer so frantic. Just then an elderly woman with graying hair entered from outside the hall. Dressed in deep blue palace attire, her face stern and eyes sharp, she was clearly a veteran of the court. She was one of Empress Dowager Zhang's most trusted matrons, known as Wang. Having served in the palace for over 30 years, she had conducted every kind of examination and was utterly reliable. "This servant pays respects to Her Majesty the Empress Dowager and His Majesty the Emperor," Matron Wang said, kneeling with a steady voice. "Rise," Empress Dowager Zhang replied coolly. "Take the Grand Princess to the inner chamber and examine her thoroughly. I want you to report the results to me personally." This servant obeys. Matron Wang rose, walked to Zhu Ningyan, and without a word simply made a gesture of invitation. Zhu Ningyan glanced at Liu Yongwang, then at Zhu Houzong, and finally gritted her teeth. Supported by the palace maid, she followed Matron Wang toward the inner chamber. The door of the inner chamber slowly closed. The grand hall fell into utter silence. No one spoke. Even breathing was deliberately hushed. Only the faint crackling of the burning candles broke the stillness, sounding especially distinct in the silent hall. Empress Dowager Zhang sat in the main seat, tapping her fingers rhythmically on the armrest, a look of confident ease on her face. Yang Tingyi closed his eyes as if resting, but the slight twitching of his eyelids betrayed his inner turmoil. He was waiting for the news that would seal Liu Yongwang's doom. Though the cabinet grand secretaries remained seated, their bodies unconsciously leaned forward, clearly straining to hear. Zhu Houzong stood by the window, his back to everyone, his hands tightly gripping the window frame, his knuckles white from excessive force. His heart felt as though it were clenched in a giant fist, almost suffocating him. Time passed second by second. Each second felt like an eternity. Liu Yongwang still stood in place as if nothing. He even adjusted his stance to make himself more comfortable. Finally, the door of the inner chamber opened again. Matron Wang emerged. Everyone's eyes instantly fixed upon her. Yet to everyone's astonishment, Matron Wang's expression was somewhat not the grimness of triumph or indignation, but one of confusion, even bewilderment. Her steps were hesitant, her gaze wandering. When she reached the center of the hall, she stood frozen for a long moment, before seeming to snap back to reality, and knelt down. "Your Majesty the Empress Dowager, Your Majesty the Emperor." Matron Wang's voice trembled, as if unsure how to speak. Empress Dowager Zhang's brow instantly furrowed. "Speak. What is the result?" Matron Wang lowered her head, her hands shaking slightly. After stammering for a long while, she finally said in an almost inaudible voice, "In answer to Your Majesty, the Grand Princess. She is still a virgin." Boom. These words exploded like a thunderbolt in the hall. The entire main chamber of Yuxiu Palace fell into an eerie, deathly silence. Everyone was stunned. Empress Dowager Zhang's face turned deathly pale. She shot up from her chair, glaring at Matron Wang, as if she could not believe her ears. "You. What did you say?" "The Grand Princess is still a virgin." Matron Wang lowered her head even further, her voice tinged with tears. "This servant examined her personally. There is absolutely no mistake." "Impossible." Empress Dowager Zhang shouted harshly. "Are you senile? Examine her again. I command you to do it again." "Your Majesty." This servant examined her very carefully. "The Grand Princess is indeed chaste." Matron Wang's voice grew softer. A sound of sharp intakes of breath filled the hall. The expressions on the faces of the cabinet grand secretaries were a riot of emotions. Mao Ji's eyes widened, his mouth slightly agape, as if witnessing something incredible. Jiang Mian's teacup fell to the floor with a crack, shattering into pieces, yet he was utterly oblivious. Fei Hong abruptly stood up, then sat back down as if scalded. And Sherpu, always stern now, wore a look of utter disbelief. Yang Ting's eyes snapped open. In those eyes, which had seen so much of the world's vicissitudes, were now written shock, confusion, and even a trace of fear. The informant he had planted was Zhu Ningyan's most trusted personal maid. That maid had personally told him that Liu Yongwang had stayed in Zhu Ningyan's room all night, and she had heard those embarrassing heart-pounding sounds. That was his most trusted person. She could not possibly be wrong. Yet now Matron Wang, who had served in the palace for over 30 years, had reached a completely opposite conclusion based on her 3 decades of experience. How was this possible? A man and a woman alone together for an entire night, and with the woman deeply in love with the man. How could she have remained chaste? Yang Tingyi felt that his worldview had been shaken to its core. Just then Liu Yongwang moved. He stepped forward, approaching Matron Wang, a gentle smile on his face. "Thank you for your trouble, matron. You are a veteran of the palace, rich in experience. Everyone trusts your words." With that, he turned his gaze sweeping over the still stunned cabinet grand secretaries, a mocking curl at the corner of his mouth. "Gentlemen, the results are out now. The Grand Princess is still a virgin. It seems those widely circulated rumors were all baseless. His eyes fell upon Yang Tingyi, his voice soft, but each word crystal clear. Grand Secretary Yang, earlier, you spoke with such certainty, claiming to have solid evidence. Now it appears that your so-called solid evidence was nothing more than groundless gossip. Liu Yongwang paused, then raised his voice with a hint of coldness. Gentlemen, you claim to act for the sake of royal dignity and national honor. But what you have done is to subject an unmarried princess to a humiliating examination based on unfounded rumors. You were not examining the Grand Prince's body. You were examining His Majesty's face, the dignity of our great Ming Imperial house. Neglecting state affairs, you focus solely on picking at a young woman's chastity. This is not diligence for the nation. This is ulterior motives, using the Grand Princess to pressure His Majesty. These words struck home with satisfying force. In the hall, the faces of the cabinet Grand Secretaries alternated between red and white. They wanted to retort, but found themselves at a loss for words. Because everything Liu Yongwang said was true. They indeed had no solid evidence. They were indeed using this matter to force the emperor's hand. Grand Secretary Yang, did your man hear some sounds that night? Liu Yongwang pressed on relentlessly. I can tell you what those sounds were. He turned to Matron Wang. Matron Wang, tell the Grand Princess to lie face down on the bed. I will give her a relaxing massage. Though he had won the bet, he still needed to give the Grand Princess an explanation. Otherwise, the rumors among the people would not subside and questions about her chastity would persist. Yang Tingyi stared at Liu Yongwang, sensing that he had been ensnared in a trap without realizing it. This Liu Yongwang was too treacherous. Empress Dowager Zhang also stared at him, sensing something amiss. The Grand Secretaries too detected the anomaly. Sure enough, soon after Liu Yongwang entered, the Grand Prince's cries were heard. The sounds seemed to carry both pleasure and pain. They indeed resembled the sounds of intimacy. But Liu Yongwang could not possibly be doing anything improper with the Grand Princess now. Liu Yongwang stepped out and spoke again. Everyone, the Grand Princess suffers from consumption and needs to exercise. However, each session leaves her muscles sore. This affects her next day's training. Therefore, she must receive a relaxing massage to alleviate the pain and allow her to continue exercising the following day. Liu Yongwang looked at Yang Tingyi with a half-smile. I never expected that the sounds overheard by Grand Secretary Yang's man would be twisted into a story of impropriety between the Grand Princess and myself, and using this to pressure His Majesty into following your arrangements. Grand Secretary Yang, some matters must be based on facts. If rumors were allowed to spread, I could endure it, but damage to the Grand Prince's reputation would be a grave crime. At that very moment, soft sobbing came from the room. It was the Grand Princess. Yang Tingyi and Empress Dowager Zhang exchanged glances. They knew that in this round they had lost to Liu Yongwang's scheme. Zhu Hotsong suddenly stood up, took a deep breath, and turned around. Now the panic and anxiety on his face had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented majesty and anger. Good, good, good. He repeated the word 3 times, each syllable carrying the weight of thunderous fury. Yang Tingyi, Mao Ji, Jiang Mian, Fei Hong, Sherpu. Zhu Haokong's voice echoed through the hall, shaking dust from the rafters. How dare you? The cabinet Grand Secretaries quickly knelt. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Calm my anger? How can I calm my anger? Zhu Hotsong pointed at them, his fingers trembling with rage. You form cliques for personal gain, monopolizing state affairs. Since my ascension, you have constrained me at every turn. In the Great Rights controversy, I showed forbearance out of respect for your seniority. But you push further, fabricating rumors to humiliate my sister and forcing me to acknowledge another as my father. His voice grew louder, filled with imperial authority. I tell you, do not even think about it. Zhu Hotsong slammed the imperial desk. Summon the scribe. Draft the edict. Empress Dowager Zhang's face changed. Emperor, what are you going to do? Zhu Hotsong did not even glance at her, declaring in a clear voice. I, Zhu Hotsong, proclaim to all under heaven in the name of the Son of Heaven. My birth father is Prince Xingxian Zhu Yuyuan, and my birth mother is Princess Consort Jiang of Xingxian. I am the son of Prince Xingxian, succeeding to the great throne according to ancestral tradition, legitimate and proper. No one shall dare to dispute this. I posthumously honor Prince Xingxian as Emperor Xingxian to be enshrined in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. The Great Rights controversy ends here, never to be discussed again. Whoever dares to speak of it shall be executed without mercy. This decree struck like a thunderbolt upon every heart. Yang Tingyi looked up sharply, his eyes filled with disbelief. Your Majesty, you cannot. Honoring Prince Xingxian as Emperor. This violates ancestral tradition. It is treason. Ancestral tradition. Zhu Hotsong sneered. I am the maker of ancestral traditions. What I say shall henceforth be tradition. He looked at Liu Yongwang, his eyes brimming with gratitude and resolve. Master Liu, am I correct? Liu Yongwang smiled slightly and bowed. Your Majesty is wise. Emperor Xingxian legitimate and proper. Zhu Hotsong took a deep breath, the pent-up frustration in his heart swept away. He knew that he had won this battle. And all of this was because of that man standing in the corner, always calm and composed. The news spread like wings to every corner of the capital. The tidings that the Grand Princess had been verified as chaste and spotless along with the Emperor's decree posthumously honoring Prince Xingxian as Emperor Xingxian spread throughout the entire capital within half a day. Some were shocked, some sighed, some applauded, while others gritted their teeth in secret. But regardless, everyone understood one thing. That barefoot doctor from Zhongxiang, Liu Yongwang, had single-handedly reversed the entire court situation. Yang Tingyi sat in his study, the tea before him long cold, yet he had not taken a single sip. His expression was terrifyingly dark, his fingers gently tapping on the table producing a dull sound. Scenes from the day at Yuxiu Palace replayed repeatedly in his mind. Liu Yongwang's calm smile, Zhu Ningjian's flustered and helpless eyes, Mama Wang's hesitant report, and the Emperor's thunderous decree. He couldn't understand it at all. Clearly all evidence pointed to that conclusion, clearly the message from that maid was indisputable, clearly Zhu Ningjian's behavior was one of guilt. But why was the result still a complete innocence? Could it be that Liu Yongwang truly possessed some magical ability? Could it really just be a simple massage? Moreover, why had Liu Yongwang set this trap so early? Could he have predicted what would happen later? Father! Yang Shan entered with a bowl of ginseng soup. Noticing his father's furrowed brows, he softly said, "You've been sitting for 2 hours, why not take a break?" Yang Tingyi waved his hand, remaining silent. Yang Shan placed the ginseng soup on the table, hesitated for a moment, then spoke up. "Father, I heard that Liu Yongwang might be leaving." "Leaving? Where to?" Yang Tingyi abruptly raised his head. "Back to Zhongxiang," Yang Shan replied. "I heard from someone in the palace that the Emperor tried to retain him multiple times, wanting to bestow him an official position, but he refused every time. He said he couldn't get used to staying in the capital and wanted to return to Zhongxiang." Yang Tingyi frowned. He had been pondering how to find a pretext to impeach Liu Yongwang to suppress this rising figure, to prevent this person from gaining power in the court and affecting the larger situation. But unexpectedly, he was going to leave voluntarily. This left him feeling as if he had punched a cotton ball. "He is indeed clever," Yang Tingyi murmured after a moment of silence, his tone tinged with complexity. "He knows that the capital is no place for him." Yang Shan was somewhat puzzled. "Father, since he's leaving, isn't that a good thing? Why do you still seem so troubled?" Yang Tingyi shook his head, remaining silent. His concern wasn't about Liu Yongwang in the capital, but rather Liu Yongwang returning to Zhongxiang. What kind of place is Zhongxiang? It is the dragon's lair of the Prince of Xingxian, where the Emperor grew up. With 800,000 acres of imperial land and 80,000 people, it was all under Liu Yongwang's jurisdiction. It was practically a small kingdom. With Liu Yongwang there far from the Emperor's reach, he could do whatever he wanted. If he truly had the intention to cultivate power, he would undoubtedly become a great threat in a few years. But now he couldn't prevent Liu Yongwang from leaving. After all, he was leaving voluntarily, and even the Emperor couldn't stop him. As a mere subordinate, what reason did he have to intervene? Yang Tingyi sighed deeply. Liu Yongwang was far more troublesome than he had imagined. Meanwhile, in Yuxiu Palace, Zhu Ningyan sat by the window holding a comb and absent-mindedly brushing her long hair. The evening sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm golden hue over her. Her mood was quite complex. On one hand, she felt relieved to have preserved her innocence. On the other hand, she felt deeply confused, because she clearly remembered that a lot had happened between her and Liu Yongwang that night. Although she was inexperienced, she was not foolish. Those intimate gestures, the touches that made her blush and her heart race, the joy, the tender entanglement, and the whispered words Liu Yongwang had said in her ear. While she didn't fully understand, she vaguely knew it was not just nothing happened. But why did the examination conclude that she was still completely innocent? Just then a maid entered and announced, "Your Highness, Mr. Liu requests an audience." But why did the examination conclude that she was still completely innocent? Just then a maid entered and announced, "Your Highness, Mr. Liu." He had changed into a clean outfit, his hair neatly arranged, and he looked much more spirited. He approached Zhu Ningyan and bowed, saying, "Your Highness." Zhu Ningyan looked at him, her eyes suddenly reddening. "You still know to come see me." Liu Yongwang smiled, sitting across from her. "There has been so much happening these past few days that I haven't found the time. Today I finally finished my work and specifically came to see you." Zhu Ningyan bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and finally asked the question that had been troubling her for several days. "Liu Gu, I need to ask you something, and you must answer me honestly." "Ask away." "That night, we clearly..." Zhu Ningyan's cheeks flushed with 2 red clouds, her voice growing softer. "We clearly did those things. Why did the examination conclude that I am still completely innocent?" Liu Yongwang fell silent for a moment, then gently sighed. He knew this question had to be faced sooner or later. "Ningyan, let me ask you a question." Instead of answering directly, he countered, "What do you think constitutes an entanglement between a man and a woman?" Zhu Ningyan was taken aback, her face turning even redder. "It means that the two people..." "That... what?" Liu Yongwang pressed for clarification. It means..." Zhu Ningyan was so embarrassed she couldn't find her words and stomped her foot. "You are asking knowingly." Liu Yongwang smiled, his expression gentle. "Ningyan, you have lived in the royal manor since childhood, rarely stepping outside. You don't actually know much about matters between men and women. Although we were extremely intimate, we were merely engaging in forbidden practices, not orthodox dual cultivation." Zhu Ningyan seemed to understand, but was still confused. "Then, What is orthodox dual cultivation? Liu Yongwang lowered his voice and whispered something in her ear. Zhu Ningjian's eyes widened, her face initially showing shock, then turning red. She had never considered that there could be so much to learn about matters between men and women. She thought what Liu Yongwang had done with her was simply a marital act. To her surprise, it was not. It was merely a forbidden practice. What does orthodox dual cultivation feel like? She asked quietly. Liu Yongwang looked into her clear and eager eyes, knowing the girl was intrigued. Forbidden practices are ultimately not mainstream. Orthodoxy is the true path. Naturally, the feeling will. Zhu Ningjian's face instantly flushed to her ears. She covered her face, unable to turn around for a long time. Her heart pounded like a drum, her mind a mess filled with the words Liu Yongwang had just spoken. After a long while, she slowly lowered her hands, turned around, her cheeks still flushed. She looked down and softly said, "So, do you want to have an orthodox dual cultivation experience?" Liu Yongwang was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head. "I do want to, but not now." "Why not?" "Because your mourning period is not over yet. The spies outside have not been cleared, especially here in the palace where eyes are everywhere." Liu Yongwang looked at her earnestly. "I cannot let you take risks again and bear the burden of being unfilial. Once your mourning period is over, I will openly marry you, and by then we will have plenty of time." Tears welled up in Zhu Ningjian's eyes, but a sweet smile lingered on her lips. She reached out and held Liu Yongwang's hand, whispering, "Okay, I will wait for you." Liu Yongwang held her hand tightly, warmth surging in his heart. The two sat quietly for a while, neither speaking. After a long time, Zhu Ningyan suddenly spoke up. "Liu Gu, are you going to leave?" Liu Yongwang paused then nodded. "Yes. Back to Zhongxiang." Zhu Ningjian's eyes turned red again. "Can't you stay? The emperor's brother values you so much. If you stay, you will definitely be able to secure a high position." Liu Yongwang shook his head. "Ningyan, you don't understand. The capital is not a place where I can remain. I have no foundation, no background, and my only reliance is the emperor's trust. But how long can that trust protect me in the face of those tangled forces? Yang Tingyi lost this time, but he will not let it go easily. He will definitely find an opportunity to retaliate against me. Staying in the capital would be like placing myself in a fire. Sooner or later, I will be burned to the point of being reduced to ashes." Zhu Ningjian's tears finally fell. But I can't bear to part with you." Liu Yongwang reached out and gently wiped away her tears. "I can't bear to part with you either. But precisely because I can't bear to, I must leave. Only when I am safe can I protect you and the emperor. Zhongxiang is my foundation. There I have my school, my farm, and my soldiers. I want to turn Zhongxiang into a fortress. Should anything happen in the capital in the future, that will be our last retreat." Zhu Ningyan looked at him, her eyes filled with complex emotions. There was reluctance, worry, but more than anything, a deep trust. She knew that Liu Yongwang returning to Zhongxiang was the only solution. She nodded. "Okay, I will listen to you. You go back to Zhongxiang, and I will wait for you here. Once your mourning period is over, you must come to marry me." Liu Yongwang solemnly nodded. "I promise you." The next morning, Liu Yongwang went to bid farewell to Zhu Hoxiong. In Qianxing Palace, Zhu Hoxiong sat behind the imperial desk looking somewhat displeased. He had persuaded Liu Yongwang 3 times, yet Liu Yongwang's intention to leave was firm, and he could not be retained. "Sir, are you really going?" Zhu Haoxiang's voice carried a hint of reluctance. "I can appoint you as the head of the Imperial Medical Institute, or even include you in the cabinet. As long as you stay, I guarantee that no one will dare to touch you." Liu Yongwang shook his head, smiling. "Your Highness, I appreciate your kindness, but I truly do not fit in the capital." "Why not?" "Because what I want is different from what the officials in the court desire." Liu Yongwang's gaze was calm and resolute. "They seek power, status, and leaving a mark in history. What I want is for the common people to have enough to eat, for children to receive an education, and for the sick to receive treatment. These matters cannot be accomplished in the capital, they can only be done in the localities." Zhu Hoxiong fell silent. He knew Liu Yongwang was right. The intrigues in the court were indeed not suitable for someone like Liu Yongwang. Keeping him in the capital would only harm him. Moreover, I am in Zhongxiang, which is the emperor's rear base. Whatever you do, Zhongxiang is your retreat. You can free your hands to fight against them." Liu Yongwang smiled. "And this time during the great gift debate, you have also clarified the enemies and allies." By the end of July, Liu Yongwang had returned from the capital to Zhongxiang. Along the way, he paused frequently, not rushing as he had during his journey to the capital. He observed crop growth across regions, conversed with elderly farmers by the roadside, and meticulously recorded local prices and folk conditions. When Sun Daxing asked why he did not hasten, he replied, "What is the rush? Home will not run away." He arrived back in Zhongxiang at dusk. The setting sun bathed the imperial estate in golden light. Rice stalks bowed low under the weight of their heavy ripened panicles, and a breeze stirred undulating waves of shimmering gold across the fields. In the sweet potato plots, vines sprawled luxuriantly. Here and there, gaps torn open by foraging pigs revealed plump, oversized tubers beneath. Maize stalks towered above human height, their tassels swaying gently in the wind. From the schoolhouse rose clear rhythmic recitations, the students guided by Zhang Wenyuan chanting the 1,000-character classic. On the threshing ground, Imperial garrison troops ran laps, in unison, their chants echoing powerfully across the land. Lao Jin squatted on the field ridge, deep in discussion with several tenant farmers about this year's harvest. Everything functioned with quiet, steady order. Liu Yongwang stood on the main road, gazing upon this vibrant tableau, a profound sense of grounded fulfillment swelling within him. "Master, we've arrived home," Sun Daxing said with a smile. Liu Yongwang nodded and stepped into the Imperial estate. News spread swiftly. Lao Jin arrived first, rubbing his hands together with excitement. "Master, you're finally back. We've missed you terribly." Next came Zheng Wenyuan, leaning on his bamboo, cane shuffling forward with unsteady steps. "Master Liu, not a single lesson was missed in your absence." The school carried on without pause. "The students have long awaited your return, to learn new lessons from you." Then Zhao Dabiao appeared, clad in a crisp new uniform drenched in sweat. "Master, you're back at last. Your men haven't slacked off. Not for a day. Our formations are far sharper now than before you left." Liu Yongwang responded warmly, to each his heart warmed by their sincerity. "The students have long awaited your return, to learn new lessons from you." Then Zhao Dabiao appeared, clad in a crisp new uniform drenched in sweat. Zheng Wenyuan's history and literature lessons were masterfully delivered, lucid, insightful, and deeply engaging. Lao Jin taught agronomy outdoors today, demonstrating maize pollination techniques. Lin Yuer's mathematics class had already begun, teaching multiplication tables, which the students recited flawlessly. De Shuang's medical instruction focused on wound dressing, with Xiao Shuang assisting beside her. All was proceeding with seamless order, and Liu Yongwang was thoroughly satisfied. After leaving the school, he headed to the threshing ground. Zhao Dabiao was drilling the garrison troops in military drills, 400 men standing in flawless formation. Though still no match for regular Imperial forces, they had transformed dramatically from the disorganized ranks he'd left behind. "Squad leader Zhao, you've done well," Liu Yongwang said, clapping Zhao Dabiao's shoulder. Zhao grinned broadly. "Your methods work brilliantly. After practicing for just a short while, the men feel stronger than ever. A few ruffians from the neighboring county tried causing trouble here recently, but fled in terror after witnessing our drills." Liu Yongwang smiled, then pointed out several minor flaws in formation discipline. Zhao Dabiao noted each one carefully. By noon, his inspection tour concluded. Returning to his residence, Liu Yongwang had barely settled when Sun Daxing ushered in a visitor. "Master Prefect Zhou has come to call." Liu Yongwang looked up, and there stood a familiar figure at the doorway, wearing a slightly worn indigo official robe, slender-faced with 3 elegant strands of beard. "Zhou Wenbing." "Prefect Zhou," Liu Yongwang exclaimed, surprised. "What brings you here?" Zhou Wenbing smiled and offered a formal bow. "Master Liu, long time no see." Liu Yongwang quickly rose to return the gesture. "Prefect Zhou, your courtesy honors me. Please be seated." They exchanged polite pleasantries. Zhou Wenbing, already well informed of Liu Yongwang's deeds in the capital, spoke with evident admiration. "Master Liu, I have heard all about your accomplishments in the capital," Zhou Wenbing said, sighing with reverence. "You alone reversed the tide, preserving Princess Chang's honor and securing His Majesty's victory in the Great Rights controversy. Such courage and strategic brilliance. I am truly in awe." Liu Yongwang waved his hand modestly. "Prefect, Zhou overpraises me. I merely fulfilled my duty." Zhou Wenbing smiled, shifting tone. "These past days, the Imperial estate has undergone remarkable transformation. The school thrives, the farms yield abundantly, and the garrison drills with disciplined precision. Though I serve as prefect, I confess many matters elude my understanding as profoundly as they do yours. Should you ever require my support, Master Liu, do not hesitate to ask." Liu Yongwang felt a subtle stir of anticipation. With Zhou Wenbing's backing, his initiatives across Zhongxiang would advance far more smoothly. "Prefect Zhou is too kind. In fact, I have several proposals I wish to discuss with you." Over the following days, Liu Yongwang escorted Zhou Wenbing through the school farmlands and garrison drill grounds. At every stop, Zhou Wenbing expressed heartfelt admiration and immediately pledged supplies from the prefectural treasury to support both school and agricultural development. Their discussions flowed warmly and productively. Day by day, Zhongxiang continued its steady, profound At the school, the first cohort of students had mastered reading and writing common characters, performing arithmetic operations, and identifying prevalent herbal remedies and crop pests and diseases. A select few gifted pupils had already advanced to deeper studies, under Liu Yongwang's personal tutelage. In this era where science remained nascent, only he possessed the knowledge to impart such progressive learning. Liu Yongwang insisted on teaching daily, never fewer than one lesson, spanning disciplines without restriction: natural philosophy, mathematics, geometry, chemistry, physics, astronomy, geography, and classical literature. Though no elite scholar in his former life, his foundation in 9-year compulsory education and decades of accumulated societal learning rendered him uniquely formidable in this age. At the farmstead, potatoes and sweet potatoes yielded an extraordinary harvest. Following Liu Yongwang's instructions, Lao Jin reserved part of the yield as seed stock, distributed another portion among tenant families for tasting, and delivered the remainder to the princely household food processing plant, producing sweet potato vermicelli and potato starch. These goods entered markets gradually through Lin Yuer's retail network. Meanwhile, the garrison steadily matured, 400 strong, compact, and disciplined, now renowned throughout Zhongxiang. One evening in August, Liu Yongwang summoned De Shuang and Xiao Shuang to his study. The two young women stood before him, one serene and composed, the other lively and spirited, like twin lotuses blooming side by side. Candlelight softened their features, tracing gentle contours across their faces. De Shuang, Xiao Shuang, do you recall the promise I made to you? Liu Yongwang asked. De Shuang's cheeks flushed faintly as she lowered her gaze, fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her sleeve. Xiao Shuang blinked, playfully feigning ignorance. What promise? I simply can't recall. Liu Yongwang chuckled. Keep pretending, if you dare. Xiao Shuang burst into a soft giggle, then hastily covered her mouth, her face glowing like a ripe apple. I have already consulted the almanac, Liu Yongwang declared solemnly. The 8th day of the 9th lunar month is an auspicious date, for on that day I shall welcome you both as my wives. De Shuang trembled slightly, lifting her head, tears shimmering in her eyes. Husband, is this truly so? When have I ever deceived you? Liu Yongwang clasped her hand, then Xiao Shuang's. You have endured much hardship beside me. De Shuang bore anxiety for me at the Imperial Medical Bureau. Xiao Shuang managed our household affairs with unwavering diligence. What virtue have I earned? What merit does Liu Yongwang possess, that two such noble sisters would devote themselves so utterly to me? De Shuang's tears spilled silently, yet she nodded firmly, wordlessly affirming her devotion. Xiao Shuang's eyes grew moist too, but she feigned defiance. Humph. At least you've retained a shred of conscience. Liu Yongwang laughed softly, drawing them both into his embrace. De Shuang's frame was supple and warm, carrying the subtle, calming fragrance of medicinal herbs, as Xiao Shuang nestled against him like a docile kitten, utterly trusting. Husband, De Shuang whispered, lifting her gaze, what do you love in us? Liu Yongwang paused, then answered thoughtfully, De Shuang, I love your wisdom and steadfastness. You stand like an ancient tree, unshaken by storm or trial. Your presence alone brings peace. Xiao Shuang, I love your vivacity and sincerity. You are like a bright songbird, chirping ceaselessly, filling my world with joy and vitality.
And she didn't even know if anything had taken hold last night. Troubled, she sent out a sound transmission to seek others' opinion.
Xiao Shuang lifted her chin triumphantly. Well, at least you know how to speak properly. Gazing at them, warmth flooded Liu Yongwang's heart. He leaned close and kissed De Shuang lightly upon her forehead. Xiao Shuang lifted her chin triumphantly. Well, at least you know how to speak properly. Gazing at them, warmth flooded Liu Yongwang's heart. He leaned close and kissed De Shuang lightly upon her forehead. Xiao Shuang gasped, covering her face and leaping backward. You, how brazen. Liu Yongwang laughed heartily. You are both mine. What harm in a kiss? De Shuang murmured softly, eyes downcast. We aren't married yet. Soon. Very soon, Liu Yongwang assured her, smiling. The 8th day of the 9th month, it's nearly here. News of the wedding swept across Zhongxiang. Lin Yuer and Pan Jinlian, upon hearing it, felt no resentment. Instead, they eagerly assumed responsibility for organizing every detail. Lin Yuer oversaw the entire operation. Pan Jinlian sewed bridal gowns and decorated the nuptial chamber, both immersed in joyful labor. Once Xiao Shuang ventured hesitantly, Elder Sister Yuer, aren't you jealous? Lin Yuer smiled, gently stroking Xiao Shuang's hair. Jealousy serves no purpose. You and your elder sister are both virtuous young women. It is Master's fortune, and ours, to have you both join our family. From now on, we are one household, bound by mutual care and shared purpose. Besides, jealousy wouldn't fall to me or Jinlian. When Princess Chang joins us, she will be the one who must reckon with it. Both women laughed warmly at that. Liu Yongwang regarded this wedding with utmost solemnity. He proclaimed publicly on the wedding day, every tenant family across the Imperial estate, 80,000 souls, must attend the feast. Not a single household could be absent. Lao Jin calculated aloud, even if each family sent but one representative, attendance would exceed 10,000, a banquet grander than any county magistrate's daughter's wedding. Master, how much will this cost? Lao Jin winced. Liu Yongwang waved dismissively. Money exists to be spent. Especially the braised sweet potato vermicelli with fatty pork and spicy shredded potatoes. Marking the formal day, he personally designed the banquet menu: dragon-embossed delicacy pearl dumplings, steamed pork, with rice flour braised pork ribs, with lotus root soup, stir-fried water chestnuts, eel, and cucumber stew, glutinous rice balls, in fermented rice wine, braised soft-shell, turtle marinated chicken, from Maozue, braised sweet potato vermicelli, with fatty pork, steamed crown daisy greens, and spicy shredded potatoes. 12 sumptuous dishes, each a culinary masterpiece. Especially the braised sweet potato vermicelli with fatty pork and spicy shredded potatoes, marking the formal debut of sweet potatoes, and green peppers. This feast would also launch their nationwide dissemination. With insufficient local cooks, he recruited every chef in the county, including village banquet specialists, barely meeting demand. 10 massive vats of fine wine were hauled in from town, guaranteeing every guest drank their fill. Upon learning of the wedding, Prefect Zhou Wenbing sent a generous gift, a pair of exquisite Hetian jade bracelets, and 100 taels of silver. Master Liu, I offer my sincerest congratulations, Zhou Wenbing declared with a smile. I shall certainly attend to toast your joy. Liu Yongwang replied laughing. Your presence would grace our humble abode beyond measure. On the 8th day of the 9th lunar month before dawn broke, the Imperial estate erupted in celebration. Red silks draped everywhere, double happiness characters adorned every threshold, and festive energy permeated the air. Tenants hung lanterns spontaneously at their gates, children darted through alleys shouting, Master Liu is marrying his bride. Dozens of temporary pavilions rose across the threshing ground, filled with tables and benches. Over a dozen stoves blazed. Cooks had labored since midnight, steaming, boiling, frying, and roasting, the aroma drifting miles across the countryside. Clad in resplendent crimson wedding robes, Liu Yongwang rode a majestic steed, escorted by Sun Daxing and Zhao Dabiao, to fetch the brides from Shuang and Xiao Shuang's residence. Xiao Shuang wore an identical gown, but lacked her sister's stillness. She repeatedly stole glances by lifting a corner of her veil, muttering, Why hasn't he arrived yet? Don't fidget. Her gown, hand sewn by Pan Jinlian from the finest Suzhou silks, bore exquisitely embroidered mandarin ducks playing amid water lilies, stitches precise, lifelike in every detail. Xiao Shuang wore an identical gown, but lacked her sister's stillness. She repeatedly stole glances by lifting a corner of her veil, muttering, Why hasn't he arrived yet? Don't fidget. De Shuang murmured gently, The veil must be lifted only by the groom. Lifting it yourself invites ill fortune. I'm nervous, Xiao Shuang whispered, but obediently lowered the veil once more. A joyful clamor rose outside. Then Sun Daxing's booming voice rang out, The groom has arrived. Firecrackers exploded in rapid succession, mingling with children's laughter and villagers' blessings. Liu Yongwang entered the courtyard and beheld the two brides seated side by side. A profound, ineffable wave of happiness and fulfillment swelled within him. He approached each in turn, paused respectfully before them, then knelt and gently lifted them onto his back, one after the other, and carried them forth from the courtyard. According to local custom, the groom was supposed to carry the bride onto the bridal sedan chair. But Liu Yongwang had not prepared a sedan chair. Instead, he carried them directly to the threshold of the bridal chamber, then took their hands and led them into the decorated ceremonial hall. Zhou Wenbing, serving as the witness, was already waiting in the hall. Seeing the newcomers enter, he cleared his throat and announced in a resonant voice, The auspicious hour has arrived. The bride and groom shall bow to heaven and earth. Liu Yongwang, holding the hands of Da Shuang and Xiao Shuang, faced the outside of the hall, knelt slowly, and kowtowed 3 times. Second bow to the parents. Liu Yongwang's parents had long passed away, so he turned south, toward the direction of Yanggu County, and kowtowed 3 times. Husband and wife bow to each other. Liu Yongwang turned around, faced Da Shuang, and they bowed to each other. Then he faced Xiao Shuang and bowed to her as well. The ceremony is complete. Escort to the bridal chamber. The villagers erupted into a fervent cheer. The children danced and sang around the newlyweds while the elders sat to the side, their smiles so wide they couldn't close their mouths. After leading Da Shuang and Xiao Shuang into the bridal chamber, Liu Yongwang did not linger, but turned around to entertain the guests. On the threshing ground, the feast had already been laid out. Thousands of tables densely covered the entire threshing ground. Each table was laden with sumptuous dishes. Panlong Kai made its debut at a wedding feast, entering the common folks' world. Sweet potato noodles and stir-fried potato shreds appeared for the first time, letting the villagers know how delicious the crops they grew could be. The other dishes were equally lavish, especially the steamed pork belly with rice flour prepared using a technique perfected centuries later, rich with oil, yet not the least bit greasy. It melted on the tongue, leaving a lingering fragrance. The villagers had never seen such a lavish banquet. They ate with greasy mouths and praised it endlessly. Master Liu is truly generous. Indeed, I've lived to this age, but this is the first time I've eaten such a delicious feast. Master Liu is getting married, and we all get to share in the fortune. Liu Yongwang held a wine cup, toasting table by table. His tolerance for alcohol was not great, but today he was overjoyed and refused no one. After a few rounds, his face was already flushed red. Zhou Wenbing pulled him aside and said with a smile, Master Liu, today is your joyous day. Allow me this official to toast you. Liu Yongwang raised his cup. Magistrate Zhou, thank you for your presence today. Cheers. The two drank in one gulp. The feast continued until dusk, when the crowd gradually dispersed. The villagers, satiated and content, returned home. Liu Yongwang was slightly tipsy, and supported by Sun Daxing, he staggered toward the bridal chamber. On the door of the bridal chamber was pasted a large red character for double happiness, and red silk hung from the windows. The candlelight filtered through the window paper, casting a warm orange glow. Liu Yongwang pushed open the door and entered. Da Shuang and Xiao Shuang sat side by side on the edge of the bed, their veils still not lifted. The candlelight fell upon them, outlining their figures with exceptional grace. Liu Yongwang stepped forward and first lifted Da Shuang's veil. Da Shuang looked up at him, tears glistening in her eyes, yet a happy smile hung on her lips. The candlelight shone on her face, accentuating her delicate features. Eyebrows like distant mountains, eyes like autumn waters, lips like cherries. "Dashwang, you are truly beautiful," Liu Yongwang whispered. Dashwang blushed, lowered her head, and murmured softly, "Husband." Liu Yongwang then lifted Xiaoshuang's veil. Xiaoshuang looked up, her eyes also a little red, but a mischievous smile lingered on her lips. "Humph, am I pretty?" "Pretty, both of you are pretty," Liu Yongwang said with a smile. He sat down between them, taking Dashwang's hand in his left and Xiaoshuang's in his right, and said softly, "From now on you are my wives, Liu Yongwang's wives. I will treat you well for a lifetime." Dashwang's tears finally fell, but she did not sob, she just nodded. Xiaoshuang's eyes also reddened, yet she remained stubborn. "If you dare to treat us badly, he'll take my sister and go back to our parents' home." Liu Yongwang laughed heartily. "Don't worry, I won't give you that chance. Besides, your parents' home is right here. Then who will you sleep with tonight?" Xiaoshuang looked at him playfully. "You can't possibly sleep with both of us." Both in folk custom and the palace, there was an unwritten rule that proper wives and concubines could not serve their husbands simultaneously. Even when marrying at the same time, there was a precedence. Hence Xiaoshuang's question. Liu Yongwang sighed inwardly. He truly wished they could all be together. But doing so would demean both their statuses. Just as Liu Yongwang was at a loss, Dashwang grasped his hand. "In these months with you, husband, I have come to understand many things. Rules are dead, people are alive." Liu Yongwang was startled, then held Dashwang's hand back, staring into her eyes. Could this mature young woman truly know what he was thinking? "We must be women of a new era, breaking free from shackles." Dashwang leaned her head on Liu Yongwang's shoulder, speaking with tender affection. "Husband behind closed doors, let us be husband and wife however we please." Xiaoshuang also nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes. If you accompany sister first, he'll be unhappy. But if you accompany me first, he'll feel sorry for sister." Dashwang stood up and began to untie Liu Yongwang's clothes. "It's late, let's sleep." Xiaoshuang also rose to help remove the wedding garments. Having served Madame Liu for many years, their movements were fluid and seamless, perfectly coordinated. Soon the room was filled with laughter and intimate whispers. In the courtyard outside, Pan Jinlian looked puzzled. "Who won?" Lin Yuer shook her head slightly. "We both lost." The husband made no choice. Pan Jinlian was taken aback. "Doesn't that slight Dashwang and Xiaoshuang?" Lin Yuer shook her head again. "The husband is a man with new ideas. Those Chengzhu Confucian dogmas cannot confine him. His philosophy is to break all unreasonable rules." She glanced at Pan Jinlian. "Instead, you and I have been constrained, even arguing fiercely last time over who goes first." Pan Jinlian's eyes suddenly lit up. "Can it really be like this? That's wonderful." While Zhongxiang was immersed in a festive atmosphere, a horse-drawn carriage was traveling on the official road. Inside the carriage sat a young woman around 20 years old, dressed in a simple and elegant green dress, with a beautiful face and a dignified demeanor. In her hand was a letter on which were written a few words. Zhongxiang Liu Yongwang. Her name was Yang Wanqing, the youngest daughter of Grand Secretary Yang Tingyi. Yang Tingyi, having been bested in his confrontation with Liu Yongwang, could not swallow his resentment. After much deliberation, he decided to send his daughter to Zhongxiang under the pretext of visiting relatives to enter Anlu Prefecture and secretly monitor Liu Yongwang's every move. "Father says this Liu Yongwang is no ordinary man," Yang Wanqing thought to herself as she looked at the letter. "He stirred up such a storm in the capital, back in Zhongxiang. He surely won't remain idle. I want to see for myself what kind of person he really is." She put down the letter, lifted the carriage curtain, and gazed into the distance. In the distance, the outline of Zhongxiang city was faintly visible in the twilight. The 9th day of the 9th month, early morning. Sunlight streamed through the lattice window into the bridal chamber, making the red silk inside exceptionally vibrant. Liu Yongwang opened his eyes. Dashwang was sleeping soundly, a faint smile still lingering on her lips. Xiaoshuang was sprawled across the bed, her sleeping posture quite uninhibited. Liu Yongwang looked at them, a surge of indescribable contentment welling up in his heart. He sat up gently. Dashwang was startled awake, rubbed her eyes, and sat up, her voice carrying the languor of just waking. "Husband, you're awake. You sleep a little longer." He kissed her forehead. "There's much to do today." Dashwang shook her head, and also got up to dress. "I need to go to the school too. I took yesterday off, I can't afford to miss another day. The students are waiting for me." Xiaoshuang was also woken up, mumbled, and turned over. "Let me sleep a little more. Just a little." Before she finished, she was fast asleep again. Liu Yongwang shook his head with a smile, and left the house with Dashwang. After breakfast, he did not go to the school as usual, but headed to Lin Yuer's shop. Lin Yuer was behind the counter doing accounts, clicking an abacus with crisp sounds. Seeing Liu Yongwang enter, she looked up and smiled. "Oh, here comes the groom. Coming to see me on the first day of your marriage. Not afraid Dashwang and Xiaoshuang will get jealous. They're not that petty." Liu Yongwang sat down opposite her. "I've come to discuss something important with you." "What important matter?" Lin Yuer put down the abacus and looked at him seriously. "I want to expand the business." Liu Yongwang poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and said slowly, "Very, very big." Lin Yuer raised an eyebrow. "How big?" "Big enough to cover the entire Ming Dynasty." Lin Yuer was silent for a moment, then slowly leaned back in her chair, crossed her arms, and looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Tell me more. Liu Yongwang put down his teacup and laid out his plan in detail. We now have these treasures: sweet potatoes, corn, chili peppers, and tomatoes. These things, nowhere in the entire Ming Dynasty except our Zhongxiang has them. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his voice unhurried. Rarity makes things precious. As long as we can control the outflow of seeds for at least 3 years, only we can grow these, only we can sell them. My idea is to create a high-end food brand with sweet potato noodles, potato starch, popcorn, chili sauce, and ketchup as our flagship products. First, establish a foothold in Anlu Prefecture, then expand nationwide. Every province, every prefecture, every county should have our branch stores. Lin Yuer listened quietly, her fingers gently rubbing the edge of the teacup, saying nothing. Liu Yongwang continued, the cost of these goods is very low, but we can sell them at high prices. Because no one else has them, if people want to eat them, they have to buy from us. After 3 years, even if the seeds spread, our brand will already be established. By then, even if others can grow them, the common folk will still recognize our Liu Yisho brand. After he finished speaking, he picked up his teacup and took another sip, waiting for Lin Yuer's response. Lin Yuer was silent for a long time. From the street outside came the cries of vendors. In the neighboring shop, someone was haggling. Everything was noisy. But in Liu Yongwang's ears, there was only the sound of Lin Yuer's fingers lightly rubbing against the teacup. Finally, Lin Yuer spoke. I've actually had this idea for a long time. Her voice was very calm. From the first time you brought out sweet potatoes and potatoes, I wondered if these things could be sold farther away. But I never figured out how to do it. She looked up at Liu Yongwang, a glimmer of appreciation in her eyes. What you've said today is more comprehensive than what I had in mind. Especially the ideas about branding and branch stores. I never thought of that before. Liu Yongwang smiled. So you agree? Of course I agree. Lin Yuer also smiled, but then shifted the topic. However, I have one condition. Name it. The operation of the stores will be my decision. Lin Yuer's gaze was very serious. You just provide the products and ideas. The specific operations, pricing, and personnel arrangements will all be up to me. You can't interfere. Liu Yongwang was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Are you trying to take power from me? It's not taking power, it's division of labor. Lin Yuer corrected him. You have your strengths, I have mine. Your strength is coming up with ideas, mine is managing the business. We each do our part to get things done right. Liu Yongwang thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, it's settled. Lin Yuer smiled with satisfaction, picked up her abacus, and began to click it again. Then he'll start making arrangements today. We'll start with Anlu Prefecture and put up the store's sign. Wait. Liu Yongwang stopped her. There's one more. What is it? I want to change the name of the store. To what? Liu Yisho, said Liu Yongwang. It means all the delicacies of the world are in the hands of me, Liu. Lin Yuer savored the name, and her eyes gradually lit up. Liu Yisho. Liu Yisho. What a great name. Simple, easy to remember, and full of authority. Plus it incorporates your surname, so people know at once it's your enterprise. Then it's settled. Liu Yongwang stood up. You take care of opening the stores, he'll handle the planting. We'll work on both fronts. Leaving the shop, Liu Yongwang took a deep breath. The autumn air was filled with the fragrance of osmanthus, sweet and refreshing. Pedestrians came and went on the street. Some recognized him and greeted him from afar with smiles. Greetings, Master Liu. Congratulations, Master Liu. Best wishes on your marriage, Master Liu. Liu Yongwang responded to each one, a warmth surging in his heart. He walked along the street toward the Imperial estate, his mind calculating the next steps of the plan. Expanding the scale of cultivation, establishing processing plants, training workers, opening up sales channels. Every task required a great deal of manpower and resources, but each one filled him with energy. When he reached the entrance of the Imperial estate, he encountered Old Jean. Old Jean was squatting on a ridge holding a long-stemmed tobacco pipe, puffing away. Before him lay a sweet potato field that had just been harvested. Several farmhands were turning the soil, preparing to